Everyone lined up in an orderly manner, and the students whose names were clicked stepped forward and touched the awakening stone in front of you. A magnetic voice echoed across the playground, capturing everyone's attention. On the high platform on the side, there were several imposing leaders, and in the center was the principal of the school. This is the number 3 middle school in Ping'an District, northwest region of Longwa. Hundreds of years ago, a cataclysm caused by a meteorite from the sky opened a chapter of fate, and the entire blue star ushered in great changes. Void Rift, Starry Behemoth. These scenes, which once only existed in fantasy, are now truly displayed in front of our eyes, plunging people into endless panic and chaos. Some wildlife has also undergone incredible mutations. In the case of internal and external troubles, human beings relied on thermal weapons to build a line of defense, but they could not hold on for a long time. In the first year, a large number of small countries fell. The following year, the Cherry Blossom Island sank, and no one survived. In the 10th year, the last line of defense of powerful countries such as the beautiful country collapsed, and countless lives were lost in the change. By the 15th year, only the Dragon Kingdom was left in the entire blue star struggling to support. In the end, in the Yang Dragon Kingdom, someone rose, just like the god of war descended into the void, using the body of a mortal to cut off the coercion of the gods. In the same year, it was officially announced, the era of national awakening has officially begun. Awakened people can sense the power of heaven and earth, absorb the energy floating in the void, strengthen themselves, and break through the limit. The great success can go up to heaven and earth, turning clouds and rain. After a bloody battle from generations of predecessors, the Dragon Kingdom finally survived this cataclysm and reached some kind of agreement with the strange beasts and starry sky forces. Lin Xiao kept playing this information in his mind. That's right, he crossed over. As a young man in the 21st century, he is usually passionate about fantasy novels, but this plot is too bloody. He looked at the sky expressionlessly, as if his whole life was dark and without a trace of brilliance. When I first crossed the time, I was confused, panicked, excited, and ambitious, but they all passed away with the wind. Where's the main character's template? Where's Goldfinger? Where's Tonzi? Where's the plug-in? Lin Xiao seemed to have already accepted his fate. On the first day, he learned his identity, his parents died, he died in a surprise attack by a strange beast, and the perfect protagonist template, talented, bumpy life, and full of hatred. Although he has no emotions for his parents he has never met, he is actually quite happy to have such a background. It's a pity that Providence seems to be joking. Except for the ruined family, frailty, and poverty, the only comfort is that I look good. Damn, God, don't mess with me. In this world where force is paramount, I happen to be a white-faced useless person. He knows the rules of this world, the awakened, 1 in 1,000. 100 years before the cataclysm, the human body underwent incredible mutations, and around the age of 15 or 16, the body would undergo an abnormality awakening. Those who have successfully awakened can control powerful abilities and have since become geniuses admired by everyone. They are born extraordinary, and before they awaken, they are already better than ordinary people, and their physical fitness far exceeds that of their peers. Lin Xiao knew in his heart, with the talent of the original host, it is still unknown whether he can awaken. Even if it awakens, it is probably the lowest level F-level ability, and it is destined to become cannon fodder on the battlefield. After 100 years of exploration, the Dragon Kingdom has established a complete supernatural ability system. The highest is SSS level, and the lowest is F grade. The more I think about it, the more I feel that life is hopeless. At this moment, he stood in the ranks of the first year of high school, looking at the students who were constantly awakening, and could only hope that he could also successfully awaken and obtain a good talent. For an ordinary student like him with no family background, this is the only chance to turn around. Hey, Lin Xiao, why are you frowning? Don't worry, I've already calculated it, young master. I will definitely be able to awaken abilities, and at least it is a B-level talent. When the time comes, Grandpa, I will definitely take you to eat delicious and spicy food, and follow me. Just as Lin Xiao was worried about the future, the chubby Wang Yi on the side stood on tiptoe, put his arms around his shoulders, and his face was full of pride. Hey, brother, I have already had someone calculate it for me, and I will definitely be able to awaken the ability, and the lowest is B-level. When the time comes, let's make a fortune together, eat and drink spicy, and enjoy life. Wang Yi is a small business at home, a petty bourgeoisie in this area, and Lin Xiao has been an old friend for 3 years. The relationship between the two is good, although Lin Xiao knows that his conditions are mediocre. But in this world, there is a friend, which is quite warm. Hey, brother Lin, look how handsome I am. Wang Yi was triumphant, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. Oomph, don't be too proud. Lin Xiao secretly vowed in his heart he must rely on himself and change his destiny. Next, Wang Yi. The voice on the stage sounded. Wang Yi was full of smiles, and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Lin Xiao, Grandpa, I'm going to awaken. When I return triumphantly, tonight is romantic, I'll treat you to a big meal. After saying that, he didn't look back and walked up to the stage. I saw him touch the awakening stone with his hand, and after a while, the stone glowed pale blue and settled down steadily. Awakening is successful, and the ability is fission. The audience exclaimed. Wow! It turned out to be a B-level level ability. I envy me to death. B-level ability, expected to break through the fourth order in the future. This is the hope for the future. In our third middle school, it is rare to awaken B-level abilities. Wang Yi listened to everyone's praise, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter, full of joy. He bent down to greet the dean, carried his loose belt, and returned with a full load. The people on the side gave way, their eyes full of admiration. Walking to Lin Xiao's side, he couldn't help but be proud. "Ha, Lin Xiao, did you see it? What did Grandpa say?" While showing off, he patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, like a teacher comforting his students. Lin Xiao stared at this guy, his heart was full of anger, his hands were clenched into fists, and he stared at Wang Yi, as if he wanted to devour him alive. "Hey, brother Lin, White Romantic 609 tonight." Wang Yi smiled and stopped showing off, but that uninhibited smile made many people around him envious. Although Lin Xiao was happy for his friend's awakening, he thought to himself, if he knew that my awakening would be a waste, wouldn't he laugh off his big teeth? "Zheng Tianran, please come on stage." The voice of the teaching director sounded, and the squad leader on the stage, Zheng Tianran, stepped up. He has outstanding physical fitness on weekdays, and his indicators are higher than those of his classmates, so he has gained many suitors. Xie, Wang Yi on the side was most unaccustomed to this self-righteous squad leader, and he felt secretly unhappy. With a flash of light, the awakening stone emitted a dark blue light, much richer than Wang Yi's pale blue. "Congratulations to Zheng Tianran, awakening the A-level ability, strengthening." The tone of the teaching director changed, and his face was full of flattery. "Wow, A-level ability. Envy me to death. The squad leader is really powerful. I could only put my hands in my pockets back then. I don't know what an opponent is." A group of followers shouted and showed off the gods they knew. "You see, my squad leader has awakened his A-level ability, which is the best." "What are you? I heard that my dad hasn't even awakened to A-level." Offstage, the corners of Zheng Tianran's mouth were raised, with a smug smile on his lips, and he was secretly happy in his heart. He stepped off the stage and met the shy and bold gaze of the girls, secretly proud in his heart. "Lin Xiao, it's your turn." Finally it was his turn. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his face was calm, and he secretly swore in his heart. "On your own, on your own. You must change your life against the sky." He slowly walked onto the stage, his hands raised, ready to meet the test of fate. The system prompt sounded. A strong call from the host's heart was detected. "The god-level cultivation system is bound to. Binding successful. Detecting the host's expectations for Brother Tonzi. Do you accept it as a gift package for novices?" At this time, a voice in his head made Lin Xiao's hand hang in the air, as if waiting for his decision. System. I know that the protagonist can't be without a plug-in. Ha, I'm going to fly into the sky." He was calm on the surface, but extremely excited in his heart. "Ding. Please keep a stable mentality. Brother Tonzi has been deeply involved in the industry for many years, and the host has rich experience and is absolutely reliable. Do you accept the newbie gift package?" "Accept." Open the newbie gift package. Congratulations to the host for getting a copy of The Origin of the Holy Law of Time and Space. Is it integrated? The Origin of the Holy Law of Time and Space? Sounds amazing. According to the world level sequence, this method surpasses SSS. Is it integrated? Integration. Ding. Detected that the host agrees to the fusion, and it is in progress. Ding. The fusion process will cause a vision. Please don't disturb the host. Stabilize the 13 grids of this Tonzi brother. Lin Xiao was speechless when he heard the system's complaints, but he had to endure it. "Forget it. I'll endure it." His body suddenly changed drastically, and he knew in his heart that he had the qualifications to stand at the top at this moment. At the same time, the originally blue color of the sky changed dramatically in an instant, as if thunder rolled over, dark clouds surged, and boundless clouds quickly converged to form a huge vortex. The center of the vortex is like time frozen, suffocatingly quiet, and time and space seem to disappear here. Unbeknownst to mortals, earth-shattering changes were taking place in the sky above the number 3 middle school under their feet. The teaching director looked at Lin Xiao, who was motionless, as if frozen by time, and was both nervous and expectant, silently cheering for him. In the distant imperial capital, the monitoring center of the Meteorological Bureau also suddenly sounded the alarm. "Minister, we have detected a vision over the western peace zone." A middle-aged man wearing a tunic with eye straps and frames frowned. "Safe area? How could the sky mutate there? Could it be that those strange beasts started to make noise again?" He thought for a few seconds, then turned his head and told his subordinates, "Notify the Intelligence Bureau and let them quickly find out the reason. If there is an abnormality, report it to me as soon as possible." "Yes, Minister. Understand, I'll contact the Intelligence Bureau." The two acted quickly, with a sonorous momentum and tacit understanding. The middle-aged man looked out the window and sighed secretly in his heart. This day, it seems to be changing again. Ding. Successful integration. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, wondering in his heart. Strange, the system says there is a vision, but why don't I feel it at all? Could it be that the system is bragging? Ding. The children in this system are not deceived, but in fact, you are too vegetable, and Brother Ben Tonzi overestimates you. Lin Xiao was speechless for a while, but he had to endure. Lin Xiao, long pain is not as good as short pain. I know it may be cruel to you, but some people's lives are predestined from the moment they are born. So, he looked at the teaching director next to him with a regretful face, and knew in his heart, he was actually afraid that he would not be able to awaken and give up on himself after being hit. This teacher cares about every student and does not suppress him because he comes from a humble background. Lin Xiao secretly swore in his heart, those bloody plots are just the fantasy of brain-dead authors. So, the director of teaching, I, Lin Xiao, are here. He looked deeply at the teacher, as if responding to this other world. I, here. Stretch out your hand and touch the awakening stone lightly. The teaching director was stunned, looking left and right, as if he thought Lin Xiao was talking to others, but he didn't think much about it, and thought to himself, this kid, there should be nothing wrong. However, at that moment, the calm and unwaved awakening stone suddenly began to tremble. White, yellow, cyan, blue, purple, red. The last blazing red light shone on the audience, shocking everyone. The instructor's body trembled, and his eyes stared straight at the red light awakening stone, as if he saw a treasure falling from the sky. He had never seen such a dazzling color, and he had never seen purple a few times in more than 10 years. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, and he almost jumped up in shock. When he saw who it was, the director of teaching trembled again. School, headmaster. It was the principal of the number 3 middle school who appeared, and at this moment he stared at the red light with his eyes, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was correct. Waving his hand to blot part of the area, he turned his head to look at Lin Xiao, as if he had found a rare treasure. In that blood-colored light, the words SSS time and space flashed. At this moment, the principal couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiao, well done. Ha 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 dash. His laughter shook the earth, and the scene was in an uproar. That, principal, this. What's going on? The teaching director was also speechless in shock, and the awakening stone suddenly burst out with a blazing red light, causing a lot of speculation in his heart. The principal turned his head and looked deeply. Xiao Lu, what do you think? When Director Lu heard the compliment, he was flattered, nodded quickly, and was a little overwhelmed. Lin Xiao, what you awakened is an SSS level ability, spacetime. The principal's tone was full of appreciation and anticipation, and he looked at the boy, wondering how he would react. When Lin Xiao heard the news, his heart was not turbulent, and his face was still calm. He smiled secretly in his heart. Hey, SSS class? That's just the lowest level of talent, and true genius is by no means more than that. Dude, I got a perfect score, not because I can only score 100 points, but because the perfect score is only 100 points, understand? However, since it was the principal who said it, he only nodded to save some face. I'm so calm, I'm really proud. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Do you want to announce your talent? In this world, in addition to our dragon country, there are also powerful alliances of strange beasts and starry sky forces. Yesterday you can still be ordinary, but with this power, life will change completely. Glory and danger coexist, you have to think about it. He spoke in a calm tone, did not urge, just quietly waited for Lin Xiao's response. Lin Xiao thought to himself, system, can you deal with my people? Ding, this system is a god-level cultivation system, don't insult me. Ding, reward a newbie gift package, permanent cultivation 10 times faster. Ding, do you want it? Don't hesitate. Lin Xiao's heart was shocked. It's stable, my future is destined to be extraordinary. I, Lin Xiao, have traveled through the 21st century with a system here. The principal waved his hand and showed the hidden area, and the air was filled with tension and anticipation. Do you see it? What does the word SSS time and space mean? That's the legendary Tianjiao. This is the real genius. The scene was instantly shocked, and everyone held their breath and was extremely reverent. I knew that Lin Xiao must be a genius. This is our future. We want to follow him and fly together. Lin Yanran carefully observed the young man in front of her, and couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart. She couldn't help but caress her eyes, her tone full of appreciation. Principal Chu, it seems that you want to congratulate in advance. This session has cultivated such excellent seedlings. Her words were filled with a bit of sincere joy, and she seemed to be looking forward to the future. Ha ha ha, Director Lin is joking. Principal Chu replied with a smile, his face full of satisfaction. As the head of the Western Tianjiao training camp, he has seen many geniuses, but there are very few who are as eye-catching as the boy in front of him. Ding dash. Lin Xiao looked at Principal Chu, feeling a little confused, and asked softly, Principal, I don't know if I want students to come. What are your instructions? He knew that this was probably related to the so-called Tianjiao training camp, but the details were not very clear. Well, Lin Xiao, I came to you because I have a chance to give it to you. Principal Chu's tone was a hint of mystery. Do you know some about the Tianjiao training camp just mentioned? Back to the principal, the students don't know very well. Lin Xiao replied sincerely. Then let me briefly introduce this Tianjiao training camp. Principal Chu paused and continued. This is a special place for cultivating Tianjiao demons officially established by the Dragon Kingdom. After the successful awakening of each freshman, the outstanding will enter the Tianjiao training camp for 3 months of intensive training. Those who can enter it are all top-notch geniuses from all over the world. The Dragon Kingdom officials invest a lot of resources and excellent teachers every year to train these Tianjiao. With a bit of pride in his words, of course, the competition is fierce. Everyone is a genius, but resources are limited, and everyone wants a piece of the pie. Speaking of this, Principal Chu paused for a moment, his eyes deepened. Our number 3 middle school currently has only one place. I recommend you to go. He paused, with a hint of concern in his tone. Of course, there are many Tianjiao gathered there, some have a high starting point, and yours has a relatively low starting point. Although the talent is high, no matter how demonic the genius is, it takes time to grow. If you have concerns, you can also refuse. I would recommend others. He spoke softly and with anticipation. Lin Zhao's heart moved, and he replied without hesitation, Principal, I'll go. He knew that this so-called Tianjiao training camp was his first step towards the top. Without thinking much about it, his eyes lit up with determination. Okay, courageous, worthy of being a student of my number 3 middle school. Principal Chu smiled and nodded. The appreciation on his face was even stronger. Such a Tianjiao has the belief of invincibility in his heart, but he only uses a few words of encouragement, but he feels a little ashamed of himself. He turned his head to look at Director Lin, who had been observing Lin Xiao, and asked, Director Lin, what do you think? Lin Yanran smiled and nodded, and said softly, Lin Xiao, in a month there will be special personnel to pick you up. Her voice was gentle and firm. Principal Chu, it's over, I won't stay any longer, take your leave. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and disappeared in place, as if she had never appeared. Lin Xiao looked at her fading back, and there were waves in his heart. Since coming to this world, he has only heard of the existence of supernatural beings, but has never seen them with his own eyes. Now, the big living man in front of him has disappeared so mysteriously. If it had been before, he would have exclaimed, amazing. Principal Chu was accustomed to it. He took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xiao. This is what the school rewards you, 200 W, and I personally reward 50 W, a total of 250 W. His tone was indifferent, as if this reward was normal for him. When Lin Xiao heard the bonus, his eyes lit up, and he took it with a smile. Thank you, Principal. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must seize this opportunity. Principal Chu looked at the young man's changed face, a little helpless, but smiled and shook his head. You kid, you like money so much? He seemed to be thinking, and added, if you can rank in the top 10 this Tianjiao training camp, I will reward you with another 500 W. How about it? Are you confident? Oh, top 10? Does the principal's words count? Lin Zhao's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively. A gentleman's words, if it doesn't count, forget it. Principal Chu nodded. What about the first place? Lin Zhao's tone was a hint of arrogance. Principal Chu was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, purely in terms of talent, he believes that Lin Xiao can rank second, and the first is almost stable SSS level ability. Not everyone can compare, but he also knows Lin Zhao's family background. Poor, his parents died early, and his health has not been outstanding since he was a child. Most of the people who entered the Tianjiao training camp were mostly children of aristocratic families, who were trained by the family with precious resources since childhood, with the purpose of becoming famous in one fell swoop after awakening. This made him feel a little hesitant. First place was almost impossible. However, since Lin Xiao has this ambition, he is not easy to pour cold water. If you can win the first place in the Tianjiao training camp, I will personally reward you with 1000 W, and then apply on behalf of the 3rd middle school, and reward you with an additional 2000 W, for a total of 3000 W. His tone was expectant. It depends on whether I have that ability. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, then got up to take his leave, and left. Looking at the back of the young man leaving, Principal Chu felt a little bitter in his heart. This hasn't started yet. I feel that this kid seems to have been predetermined, and he is greedy for money, which is really a beating. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello? Principal Wu, how is the awakening of your school this year? Ding dash. Laughter came from the other end of the phone. What? There are 3 A-level abilities, 1 S-level? Congratulations, congratulations. It is indeed the 2nd middle school, and the teachers are strong. Ha, he was speechless for a while. Our 3rd middle school only has 1 SSS level ability, which is far from it. Then your school? Principal Wu looked helpless. I have something to do here. Hang up first, and get together when I have time. Did ED hung up the phone. On the other side, Principal Li of Ping'an District number 2 middle school angrily threw away the phone, his face ugly. SSS level ability? Is it really fake? Couldn't he be bragging? He thought to himself, if I remember correctly, there have been no new SSS level superpowers in the entire Dragon Kingdom for many years. Principal Li of number 1 middle school was also so angry that he gritted his teeth, and after listening to Old Man Chu's ridicule, he couldn't help but roar, did you really let Old Man Chu succeed? SSS level ability. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Meteorological Bureau, the middle-aged man took the report and frowned slightly. The vision over the safe area, that's Lin Zhao's SSS level ability, spacetime? He muttered to himself, there is another SSS level superpower in the Dragon Kingdom? Spacetime. He pondered for a moment, dialed a phone, and an old voice came from the other end of the phone. Old Man Jiang, is there something wrong? The middle-aged man briefly explained the situation. conversation. I know, the other party responded lightly. After hanging up the phone, he gently pinched the envelope, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. The old guy of the strange beast. Alliance, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. After he finished speaking, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this time, Lin Xiao had returned home. He quickly locked the door, confirmed it again, and then quietly entered the room. With many mechanisms, he quickly lay on the bed, his heart beating faster, and he muttered, System, are you there? Ding, what's the matter with the host? The system responds, not a dream. It's true, it's really not a dream. Lin Xiao's face was full of excitement. Novels don't dare to write like this. Ding, please don't go crazy. This system is a god-level cultivation system. System prompt. Tell me about your ability. Lin Xiao couldn't wait. Ding, this system has three main functions. 1. The first stage of passive god-level cultivation, which increases the host's cultivation speed by 20 times, stackable and upgradable. 2. Sign in every day to obtain various exercises and resources. 3. Add some function. The host can use cultivation points to improve the ability. No side effects. The system's tone was full of confidence. Cultivation point? Can I redeem it? Lin Xiao asked. Ding, the current host cultivation point is 0, convertible to 250W, ratio 1:100. The system answers. Exchange. Lin Xiao did not hesitate. Redeem 1W cultivation points. Ding, the exchange is complete. It is detected that the host can still exchange 1.5W for cultivation points. Hurry up and become stronger. Money is just something outside the body. The system reminded with a smile. Lin Xiao looked at the panel, and the plus sign appeared next to the level, blood, and spiritual power, and he was happy in his heart. That's right. That's it. Ha ha ha. He knew that he had taken another big step forward on the road of being strong. System, add more blood. He ordered. Ding, add some success. The blood and energy have changed from 10 points to 110 points, and the cultivation points have been reduced by 1000. Feeling the strength of his whole body, Lin Xiao couldn't help but want to find a beast to try his hand. After 10 sets of sit-ups, he finally calmed down, but his body was still full of explosiveness. This 100,000 yuan is really worth it. He was secretly happy in his heart. System, add mental strength. He continued. Ding, success. Increases spiritual power by 20 points and reduces cultivation points by 2000. After his mental power was enhanced, he seemed to be immediately enlightened, his thoughts were clear, and all the side effects dissipated without a trace. Is this the power of a warrior? It's so cool. His face was full of excitement. Ding, it has been detected that the host can still be exchanged for cultivation points. May I ask if it can be exchanged? Lin Xiao's eyes moved, sweeping towards his panel. At this time, his level has been successfully promoted from the original level 0 to a first-order early martial artist. This time I added points, and I spent 7,000 cultivation points, equivalent to 70W. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, System, is there any other way to obtain this cultivation point? If I can only exchange gold coins, then I have to try my best to make money. Ding, the host can obtain cultivation points through resource exchange, killing strange beasts and other methods. The system voice was calm and confident. This system is clearly priced, and the host deserves it. This made Lin Xiao feel a little strange. Although the system has always been mechanical, it is quite flexible, and being able to take the initiative to tell him a variety of ways to obtain it made him look forward to it. Oh, by the way, you can still sign in, right? Lin Xiao thought of yesterday's sign in and immediately spoke. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. Reward the Emperor level technique Void Sutra. There was a hint of joy in the system's voice. Do you accept it? It asked. Void Sutra? Lin Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, followed by a sharp pain in his mind. A huge exercise was being instilled. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the edge of the bed with both hands, and endured the tearing pain. After a while, the exercises were successfully received, and the system prompted, please practice hard and strive to get rid of the title of joy as soon as possible. Lin Xiao shook his head, secretly shocked in his heart. This void scripture is indeed an emperor-level technique, and with his current ability, it is almost impossible to absorb it completely. If it weren't for the help of the system, I am afraid it would have to last for a while. Is it really the Void Sutra? He whispered to himself, feeling a phantom shadow appear in his mind. That heroic figure, with his back to all living beings, is not afraid of millions of enemies, as if telling his ambition and indomitableness. He secretly swore, in this life, I will never be weaker than others. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao came to the classroom early. After yesterday's exploration, he has a preliminary plan for the future. SSS level ability time and space, which is still in the development stage. According to the textbook, supernatural talents need to be continuously explored in the future, and how far they can go depends on their personal talents. He looked at the plus sign on the panel and thought, I don't know how much potential I can develop with my current ability. The god-level cultivation system brings not only speed, but also infinite possibilities. After a whole day of cultivation yesterday, Lin Xiao already vaguely felt that his abilities were becoming more and more abundant. The Tianjiao training camp is really extraordinary. He fantasized fantasized about the future as if he saw the glorious days when he held 30W cultivation points. In the classroom, other students took their seats one after another, and the teacher walked in. After yesterday's awakening, there were 8 students in the 3rd class who successfully awakened. The teacher's tone was congratulatory. They are Lin Xiao, Wang Yi, Li Meng, and Ziwen. Congratulations to you. There are only 50 students in the entire 3rd class, and only 8 people have successfully awakened, and the difficulty can be imagined. The unawakened students' faces were full of envy, and they secretly thought in their hearts, after they walk out of the school gate, they will definitely be very different. Students who successfully awaken will be assigned to special training classes. The teacher's tone was passionate. I wish you to ride the wind and waves and soar up to 90,000 miles. Thank you, teacher. Lin Xiao and others bowed to the teacher, and then stepped into a new class, the special training class. In the eyes of the students, is he Lin Xiao? Someone whispered, I heard that you have awakened SSS level abilities, and you are simply the pride of heaven. I, Lu Ruyan, have also awakened my B-level ability Yaoya, and I really feel that I am qualified to be with him. So handsome, the girls whispered, envious of it. In addition to Lin Xiao, the most powerful thing in the 3rd middle school this year is that it has awakened A-level abilities, and the villain plot is basically difficult to unfold, and the gap is obvious. Squad leader Zhang Tianran also looked at Lin Xiao from a distance, secretly admiring in his heart. Without him, he is not qualified to stand here. Lin Xiao, I really envy you. Dude, I can also be regarded as a jade tree in the wind. Why don't I have a sister to look at me? Wang Yi looked at Lin Xiao, his face full of sourness. You have also awakened your B-level ability, and you are ranked 1st in the 3rd middle. Lin Xiao joked, you must regain your strength tonight and prove yourself. Don't look at me. Wang Yi was not convinced. Every day I can't wave, and I am careful and finer. What do you mean? Lin Xiao disdainful, look down on me? Don't think that if you become a thigh, you can humiliate me unscrupulously. They said a word to me, and the atmosphere was warm. At this time, a cold middle-aged man stepped into the venue. His sharp eyes were sharp and angular, and his aura was compelling. A scar on the left side of his face was daunting. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Hello, students. The man's voice was calm. My surname is Chi. You can call me Teacher Chi. I am also the deputy captain of the 3rd squad of the Sharp Knife Battalion in the Northwest District. His tone was majestic, so you can call me Instructor Chi. Next, I will train you for half a year. He glanced around, his tone a little disappointed. I have to say that this class is really the worst I've ever brought. In an instant, the students were dissatisfied. Instructor Chi, you are only on the 1st day. Why do you say that? I've been among the best since I was a child. Don't try to ruin me. Lin Xiao watched it with relish and thought, this is the method of provoking generals, and it is not difficult. When Instructor Chi saw someone retorting, he didn't care. You little ghosts who haven't grown hair yet, no matter how beautiful you say, it can't change the fact that you are bad. Today's first class is a 30-kilometer run. He sneered. Do you think you can do it? If you think you can't do it, you can say it now, and I won't laugh at you. No one dared to refute. The boys had already been aroused in their fighting spirit and were ready to prove themselves. Everyone, stand. Playground 20 kilometers, go. The instructor gave the order. Everyone responded in unison and rushed to the playground. Lin Xiao was already 2 laps ahead, followed by the A-class team led by Zhang Tianran. These 20 kilometers are not a problem at all. He was secretly happy in his heart, and yesterday's improvement made him feel more confident. In the end, it took less than 10 minutes for Lin Xiao to run all 20 kilometers. Instructor Chi was shocked. Yes, physical fitness, quite powerful. What's your name? Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? The morning class is over, and you can go. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, don't be late, he said lightly. This is? Lin Xiao nodded. No need to ask more. This kind of training is far less fast than his practice at home. When he got home, he immediately opened the sign-in. Ding, sign in successfully, reward a bottle of supernatural pill. System prompt. Supernatural pill? He wondered, what is the use of this pill? Ding, host, this pill can help you quickly improve your ability cultivation. The system answers. Then I'll try. Lin Xiao held a pill in his mouth and crossed his knees to perform the exercises. 2 hours later, he felt a vibration in his body. Broken through? He was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation had risen to the middle of the first order. I'm really a cultivation genius. He smiled and thought to himself, there is still time, continue to practice. In the afternoon class, Lin Xiao noticed that many students looked sluggish and lay on their desks, looking gloomy. Why should I go through such painful torture? He sighed secretly in his heart. Wang Yi, who was sitting next to him, was already helpless. His face was listless. He usually only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun, but this running training made him so tired that he almost collapsed. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Yi, who kept rolling his eyes, and could only shake his head and sigh. I usually tell you to exercise more. Look at you, you are fat. What do you know, buddy? My name is Zhuangshi. Wang Yi said nonchalantly. People like me like this little girl, and they rely on me every time. Do you understand the charm of men? He raised his eyebrows proudly. Forget it, you are a chick, you don't understand what you say. It's a pity, it's a waste. He complained while sighing secretly. The morning training was really torturous, and I don't know how many hardships I will face later. God, could it be that you can't get used to my charm? Are you here to punish me? Wang Yi comforted himself. Dead fat man, don't talk, it's because you dragged it out, which caused a few of us to run a few more laps. A boy sitting in front of him glared at Wang Yi fiercely, hating iron but not steel. They all belonged to the last echelon, but because the dead fat man dragged his feet, he ran a few more laps at the request of the instructor. Wang Ambition scratched his head vainly, smiled, and buried his head. In the entire classroom, only Lin Xiao and the other three classmates with A-level abilities were relatively calm. Suddenly, an order came from a distance. Students of the special training class, gather in the playground. If you don't show up within 1 minute, 30 kilometers, and 20 minutes. The instructor's voice sounded, and everyone rushed to the playground without caring about their physical fatigue. The time has not yet come, and everyone has gathered in the center of the playground. For this Chi instructor, many students are in awe. Everyone knows what happened this morning's training, right? Instructor Chi scanned everyone's eyes. You said you were the worst class I have ever led, and no one refuted it, right? Most of them bowed their heads, their faces shameful, and reluctantly agreed. A few people were unconvinced and stared up at him, their eyes full of unwillingness. Lin Xiao sighed secretly in his heart. Dude, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. In fact, he was also a little helpless in his heart. He was talented, lacked combat experience, and had never experienced the real battlefield, so how could he not be vigilant? Instructor, I don't accept it. Finally, someone stood up, and his voice was resolute. The corners of Instructor Chi's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled secretly in his heart. It's very interesting, just find a thorn to try. He wants to use his strength to deter them and let them know what the real strong man is. Oh, it's you? Instructor Chi turned to look at Lin Xiao. I know you are the first to run in the morning. Are you satisfied? Just this little performance. Do you want to float? Do you know? In my opinion, you are no different from everyone else. You are all garbage. His tone was disdainful. When you get to the battlefield, it would be good for such a student to live for a day. It's a shame to make you like this after just 20 kilometers. The students in the audience were all pale, and the humiliation on their faces was unbearable. Some girls had red faces and red circles under their eyes, and they almost couldn't help crying. Lin Xiao was silent, although he was not angry, but he knew that he had not really stepped onto the battlefield yet, and he didn't know what the cruel battle was like. Now, in the face of such humiliation, he is at peace. Instructor Chi, no matter how strong the existence is, it comes step by step from the weak. Lin Xiao raised his head, his tone calm and firm. Perhaps, we are not strong enough now, but in the future, who can say for sure? Besides, you haven't tried it yet. How do you know my true strength? His words caused an uproar in the audience, and everyone secretly exclaimed, this kid is so brave. Instructor Chi raised a smile on his lips and nodded. Good boy, you're right, the strong are all played step by step. He secretly admired it in his heart, and then put away his smile. In that case, I don't hide it. Yesterday you just woke up. I didn't use my ability to compete with you. You won. I took back what I just said. If you lose, then go back immediately and double the amount of training you follow. I accept. Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation. However, instructor, let's use our abilities. His eyes were firm, his whole body shook, and the energy fluctuations in the middle of the first order instantly emanated. Instructor Chi was slightly stunned. He thought that the ability he had awakened only yesterday had broken through to the middle of the first order today. This power is obviously beyond the ordinary. The surrounding students were shocked by the strong breath and exclaimed, This is the fluctuation of the warrior? Lin Xiao, has he broken through to the martial artist? Who can hit me? Some people can't help but ridicule. Snapdash, there was another loud noise, and a boy was slapped hard. You dead dog, your face that you just raised has been swollen again. Lin Xiao really broke through to the warrior? The crowd in the audience was stunned. Zheng Tianran, who was standing at the front, had incredulous eyes in his eyes. I can also be regarded as the Tianzhou of the number 3 middle school, but I can't compare to him. He felt bitter in his heart. The gap was so big, he was still absorbing the abilities of heaven and earth, and he couldn't compete with it at all. Finally, Instructor Chi confirmed, Lin Xiao has reached the middle of the first order. I have to say, Lin Xiao, you opened my eyes. Instructor Chi said in a deep voice, I retracted my previous evaluation. You are indeed different. He took a deep breath and then smiled. In that case, I will also use the level of the middle order to fight you. As soon as the words fell, in the center of the venue, Instructor Chi waved his hand, and the students dispersed one after another, leaving space. Take action, he said lightly. Instructor Chi, then I'm welcome. Lin Xiao responded in a deep voice, a little under his feet, and his body rushed towards the other party like a cannonball. fireball. A punch was thrown. Instructor Chi stretched out his hand to block it. Bang dash, there was a loud noise, the fists and palms collided, and the strong impact shocked Instructor Chi's face. This power, how could it be so ferocious? He took a few steps back, secretly marveling in his heart. This young man has such amazing combat effectiveness, far beyond expectations. Instructor, please be serious. Lin Zhao's face was solemn, and his heart was eager to explore his current limits. Okay, boy, don't let me down. Instructor Chi clasped his palms and greeted him again. The two fought, punching to the flesh and moving fiercely, and the field suddenly fell into a white heat. Lin Zhao actually tied with the instructor? The students were stunned. This is the Chi instructor of the late stage of the third order? Someone exclaimed. Oh my god, how could he fight like this with Instructor Chi in the late third order? The momentum on the field is like a real warrior. Someone muttered in amazement. Wang Ye's eyes widened. Damn, this kid is too good. It's simply against the sky. Do you know? This Chi instructor has a full third order late stage cultivation. Someone whispered. Ha, late stage of the third order? Everyone couldn't believe it. How could Lin Zhao be so strong? In fact, Instructor Chi lowered his cultivation and only used the power of the middle order of the first order to fight against him. Someone analyzed. Then how long can he last? Someone is anxious. It seems that Lin Zhao's talent has far surpassed that of ordinary people. Someone was secretly amazed. In the field, Lin Zhao and Instructor Chi fought fiercely and gradually fell into a flat situation. Every punch, every leg has a strong energy, making the surrounding air seem to tremble. I really didn't expect him to be able to fight like this with the instructor. Wang Yi muttered. In my life, I am already satisfied to break through to the third order of cultivation. Lin Zhao's level is simply beyond my cognition. Will this competition continue? Some people expect it. The scene gradually became tense, and both of them tried their best. Lin Zhao felt that the abilities in his body were constantly surging, and his combat consciousness was also rapidly improving. This is the real talent. Someone secretly applauded in their hearts. Finally, the atmosphere on the field reached a climax. Lin Zhao's moved blade of nothingness was displayed, the void cracked, and the sharp blade fluctuated with terrifying fluctuations, approaching Instructor Chi. Okay. The scene was silent, and everyone held their breath. This is the blade of nothingness? Someone exclaimed. It's terrifying. Someone turned pale. On the field, who won? Wang Yi asked nervously. Lin Zhao. Everyone spoke in unison. Instructor Chi stood in place, looking at a scar on his right palm, unable to calm down for a long time. He was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. You won, Lin Zhao. Your potential is far beyond my expectations. Thank you, instructor. Lin Zhao bowed slightly, his heart full of gratitude. Instructor Chi took a deep look at him, and an appreciative smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Your move has reached the level of a third-order martial artist, which really impresses me. That's all for today's training. Go back and have a good rest. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Lin Zhao nodded, turned to leave, and secretly vowed in his heart, as long as you continue to work hard, the road ahead will definitely get wider and wider. Instructor Chi looked at his back and sighed in his heart. What a demonic existence. He turned around and told the students, this afternoon, everyone ran 50 kilometers with weights. If you can't finish running in an hour, add another 10 kilometers. Ah, don't. The students wailed. Instructor, don't. You all give me your life. Otherwise, you won't have a good life today. Instructor Chi gave a cold order, which plunged everyone into despair. Back home, Lin Zhao immediately commanded the system, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. He browsed the information on the panel. Name, Lin Zhao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level. Ability, spacetime. Super SSS level, spacetime. Holy law. Origin, awakening level 1%. Grade, mid first order. Blood, 320 points, still weak but also fattened. Mental strength, 25 points. The dog ate a lot of hot things, right? Technique, Void Sutra, initial glimpse stage. Martial arts, blade of nothingness, entry level. Cultivation points, 0, can be exchanged for 1.5 W of cultivation points. System prompt. Ding, it was detected that the host can exchange 1.5 W for cultivation points. Is it exchanged? He thought for a moment and decided to leave a part of the reserve fund and exchange the rest for cultivation points to enhance his strength. System, exchange 1.4 W. Ding, the exchange is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting one step closer to the strong. Recalling the sparring with Instructor Chi just now, he realized that his control over himself still needed to be improved. System, add mental strength. Ding, add some success. A sense of freshness suddenly struck, and it seemed that the deep transformation of his brain made him feel happy. At this moment, his mental strength has increased to 50 points, and his ability to control his body has obviously reached a new level. System, add more blood. Ding, add some success. A powerful energy gushed out, and the blood value instantly soared to 500 points. The strong sense of power shocked his heart. He asked suspiciously, System, what does the awakening degree of this ability mean? Ding, the degree of ability awakening represents the degree of control over the development of the the ability. The higher the awakening, the stronger the host's ability to control the ability. Ding, may I ask if the host has added some ability awakening? I see. Lin Xiao knew in his heart that he had only developed 1% at present, which was too low. Space, it must be added. He nodded firmly. System, talent plus points. Ding, add some success. At this moment, he felt that the space around him seemed to become clearer, and when he reached out to touch it, there was an unusual feeling flowing. Look at the panel again. Awakening level, 3%, cultivation points have been exhausted. He tugged at the corners of his mouth helplessly, thinking, poor, too poor. System, you said before that you can also get cultivation points by killing strange beasts? Ding, that's right. The host can obtain the corresponding cultivation points by killing the strange beast. Want to be stronger, young man? Then try to fight. Kill the beast. Lin Zhao's heart moved, and he felt that the system's words seemed to imply work hard or something like that. He shook his head helplessly, but in order to become stronger, he could only find a way. I plan to ask the instructor tomorrow. Then, continue to practice. He swallowed the remaining 2 ability pills in one gulp and began to practice. With 30 times the cultivation speed and the assistance of elixirs, the growth rate of the ability is shocking. As the night passed, the sky gradually brightened. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes and felt a crisp sound from the bones all over his body, and after a night of cultivation, the abilities in his body were close to saturation. Today, you should be able to break through. He secretly looked forward to it. This feeling is really cool. Excited, he excitedly ordered, system, sign in. Ding, successful sign in. Congratulations to the host, and obtained the top 10 divine eyes of the heavens, the divine eyes of time and space. Do you receive it? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and when he heard this reward, his heart was shocked. Time and space divine eyes? This name is enough to blow the sky. He did not hesitate. Receive. Ding, in the fusion, this divine eye contains the power of heaven and earth. Please wait patiently for the host. Ding, the world rules have been detected to intercept, and the system has been blocked. It's integrating. Please wait. He sat still for a moment, his eyes closed and his brows furrowed slightly. Even with the help of the system, it is still challenging to integrate such a powerful artifact. His eyes exuded a touch of divine brilliance, as if absorbing the power of heaven and earth. After a few moments, the fusion is complete. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and his originally dark pupils were shining at the moment, dazzling and dazzling, making it difficult to look directly at them. He whispered, Ning. In the blink of an eye, a powerful force of rules spread out, forming a spatial barrier. Stop. He spoke again, his eyes flushed, and the overflowing power of the rules made the air stagnant, as if time had stood still at this moment. After a while, he returned to normal, he gasped, and the consumption just now almost exhausted the abilities in his body. However, although it costs a lot, it feels really good. He was excited and said to himself, the divine eyes of time and space are indeed worthy of their name. Just a simple operation can freeze the space and even stop time. Isn't it invincible to meet opponents in the future? System, what other special functions does this spacetime divine eye have? He was excitedly looking forward to it, feeling that he was hanging up, and he was so happy. Ding, this divine eye can break all illusions, contain the power of the supreme rules, and have endless power. Can you break all illusions? He thought for a long time and scanned the panel. Talent, SSS level ability spacetime, super SSS level spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 3%. Spacetime divine eyes, the 10 divine eyes of the heavens, awakening level 1%. The corners of his mouth twitched. I am so poor. At this time, in the classroom, Instructor Chi was explaining, today I mainly teach you how to effectively communicate the supernatural energy between heaven and earth. Lin Xiao thought to himself that yesterday's training made him deeply realize that almost no one in the class could cope with this class except himself. Lin Xiao, you have already broken through the martial artist. Come and demonstrate it to everyone. Instructor Chi named him. He knew Lin Xiao's supernatural talent, so he arranged for him to appear. Lin Xiao nodded and closed his eyes. In an instant, the abilities around him rushed towards him like hungry beasts, crazy and turbulent. Instructor Chi stood aside, his expression solemn, and he thought it was a mistake to let him come up and demonstrate. The other students witnessed it, their faces full of surprise, as if asking, is this right, Instructor Chi? A powerful fluctuation erupted from Lin Xiao's body, and his aura suddenly became more powerful. What? Breakthrough? Instructor Chi exclaimed, unbelievable. In just 2 days, his little brother was able to go from awakening to the late stage of the first order, and it took me half a year to go from awakening to this state, and it only took 2 days for the young man in front of me. The students in the class were boiling. Lin Xiao broke through again? Is it really fake? Is he hitting? Well, forget it, try it yourself. Wow, it hurts me to death. It's like a dream. This is the real God, and I feel that it is worth living. Wang Yi was also shaking the fat on his body on the side, feeling excited. Yesterday, I tried my best to beg the old man at home for a long time, saying that I have an amazingly talented brother who will definitely be a well-known big man in the future. Guess what? The old man gave me 200 W. Hey, Lin Xiao, brother, thank you so much. He took out a bank card and threw it in front of Lin Xiao. Looking at the card, although Lin Xiao was a little surprised, he never never thought that his friend would spend such a huge amount of money for himself. He put away his bank card and smiled indifferently. Then I'm welcome. In fact, even without this friendship, when he grows up in the future, he will repay those who are truly worthy within his ability. Hey, brother, don't be polite to me. Wait for me to go back and ask the old man for some money. Wang Yi smiled and said, secretly vowing in his heart, the happy life in the future is just around the corner. After class, many students tried to absorb their abilities and found that the effect was amazing. After absorbing the ability, the fatigue of yesterday was significantly reduced and the mood became happier. That's the end of today's lesson. The task is, go home and guide the ability to circulate in the body. I will check it tomorrow. If it is not completed, I will run 100 kilometers with weight. Class is over. The students waved goodbye cheerfully. Hey, Lin Xiao, are you still okay? Instructor Chi noticed that Lin Xiao was still in place and asked curiously, Instructor, I have something to ask you. Oh, are you going to try in the wild? When Instructor Chi heard this request, he was slightly stunned, with a little surprise in his expression, but more of appreciation and recognition. In his eyes, Lin Xiao was already a demonic genius. To be honest, who has ever seen a young warrior in the middle of the First Order who can show the attack power of the Third Order in an outburst? Such a talent is simply shocking. That's right, the strong are killed step by step. I want to grow up as soon as possible. Lin Xiao nodded firmly, his eyes full of desire. Instructor Chi smiled and nodded. You're right, it's rare for you to have such an awareness. The more he looked at Lin Xiao, the more he felt that this young man's future was limitless. I even thought that I had to talk to the boss. Maybe I could pull this Tianzhou into my camp. Well, you come with me, I'll take you to a good place. After saying that, he took Lin Xiao out of the campus and walked outside the school. After a while, the two came to a station. Barbarian Forest? Looking from a distance, the name was written on the sign, and Lin Xiao's heart moved, thoughtful. Instructor Chi pulled Lin Xiao and walked into the hall in front. The hall was full of people and the atmosphere was strong. Coming to a window, Instructor Chi said to the staff, help this kid apply for an identity token. The staff member looked up at Lin Xiao and frowned. Hello, sir, the identity token must be a first-order martial artist before it can be processed. He secretly wondered in his heart. Lin Xiao's face was too green. Although he had been here for a long time, he had never seen such a young warrior. Instructor Chi listened and looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. You see, it is quite surprising that he has such strength at a young age. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, shook his shoulders, his body shook, and suddenly the aura of a first-order warrior spread out. The staff was immediately surprised, but quickly reacted. This gentleman, I'm very sorry, I'll immediately apply for an identity token for you. He quickly began registering information. Lin Xiao, age, 16, cultivation level. Lin Xiao thought about it for a while and decided to be honest. The First Order is late. Hearing the news, the staff was shocked again. It is incredible to reach the late stage of the First Order at the age of 16. He couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to look up at this young genius, and his movements became more and more rapid. Okay, well, this is your identity token, please put it away. He respectfully handed over the token with both hands, secretly guessing in his heart that this must be a child of a noble family, not an ordinary person. Lin Xiao's voice was neither loud nor small, and everyone in the entire hall had stepped into the level of a warrior, and their hearing was good. 16 years old, not kidding, right? Genius, I'm still communicating at the age of 16. This young man is obviously a young master of a family, we can't compare at all. Everyone was amazed, their exclamations were full of awe, and they were all Tianzhou with extraordinary origins. You must keep the identity token. This is not only a warrior's certificate, but also a symbol of your status, recording every piece of your information. Instructor Chi said as he led Lin Xiao around the hall. This is the branch of the Dragon Kingdom Warriors Association. There are some tasks over there. You can pick them up, and there will be rewards after completing them. Lin Xiao looked up at the taskbar on the wall, which was full of various tasks and generous rewards. Over there is a training room for the daily cultivation of warriors. The energy of the supernatural energy inside is very sufficient. Of course, you need to pay to go in to practice. There is also a test pile next to it, which can be used to test the various indicators of the warrior. He secretly speculated in his heart that his physical fitness was excellent, and he had shown amazing strength in the previous sparring. Now in the later stages of cultivation, the strength is probably stronger than that of ordinary third-order people. You noticed it on the way here. Wasteland Forest? That's right, that's it. Didn't you ask me if there was a place for trials? The Wasteland Forest is a great testing ground. Instructor Chi's face was serious. There are many first-order beasts in the peripheral area. As long as you deal with it carefully, there is basically no problem. He looked at Lin Xiao and thought to himself, the cultivation of the late stage of the First Order has the attack power of the Third Order. As long as he pays attention, the beasts on the periphery are almost not a threat to him. Lin Xiao nodded and walked towards the taskbar. Sea-level mission, kill the early First Order protowolf, take its dew claws, wolf skins and other materials, and reward 10W. Sea-level mission, find 10 herbs and reward 12W. B-level mission, kill the First Order mid-stage flame-killing lion, take its internal organs and lion's paws, and reward 50W. A-level S-level mission, kill the first order late stage peak rattlesnake king, take his snake gallbladder, and reward 100 W. S-level mission, find the second order elixir flavored Ganoderma, reward 500 W. Pay attention to the powerful beasts lurking around, be careful. Looking at the task list on the wall, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he secretly calculated in his heart, these can be exchanged for a lot of cultivation points and funds. It is indeed a great opportunity. He turned his head and asked, "Excuse me, are there any requirements for taking on these tasks?" The staff smiled, "There are no special requirements, just hand in the corresponding supporting materials." "Understood, thank you." Lin Zhao nodded, then turned to say goodbye to Instructor Qi. "Instructor, I plan to go to the wasteland forest to practice for a few days. Please help me take a leave." "Hee, you're quite anxious." Instructor Qi smiled and nodded. "It's a good thing for you to go to practice, and you have seen the blood. Don't worry, I'll take your leave." "Thank you, Instructor, I'll leave first." Lin Zhao walked to the entrance of the wasteland forest alone, feeling both expectant and nervous. "I'm really looking forward to it." He took a step, took a deep breath, and stepped into the depths of the forest. Shortly after entering, he encountered a fierce beast. "Look at this aura, it should be a first-order early earth spirit rat." Lin Zhao observed the earth spirit rat in front of him, with huge front teeth, hair all over his body, and blood-colored pupils revealing ferocity. "Can this thing stop me from punching me?" he thought to himself, and then threw a punch. Bang! With a loud noise, a hole appeared in the body of the earth spirit rat, and Lin Zhao punched it through. Weak. System prompt. Ding, kill the first-order junior beast and get 100 cultivation points. Ha, only 100 points in the early stage of the first order? Lin Zhao frowned and thought, what a pick. However, mosquito legs are also meat, so they are still exchanged. System, can this beast corpse be exchanged for cultivation points? Yes, detect the first-order early earth spirit rat, exchange for 200 cultivation points. So little? Forget it, exchange. Ding, the exchange was successful. The beast corpse disappeared in an instant, and Lin Zhao continued to move forward. Within a day, he encountered more than a dozen first-order early beasts, and basically managed them with one punch. The cultivation points have risen to more than 4,500 points, and I am secretly happy. The efficiency is not bad. Suddenly, he felt the movement ahead, and went to check while fighting, and found that there was a fierce battle between humans and fierce beasts. Boss, no, this beast's skin is too thick. Our attack can't break its defenses. Yes, boss, if we give up, my ability is about to run out, and it will be dangerous. The three warriors attacked hard, but the beast was indestructible and the defense was too strong for the three to hurt it. Prepare to retreat. The three of them exclaimed as they retreated. This beast's shell is too hard. I miscalculated. Forget it. The green mountains are here. I'm not afraid of running out of firewood. Suddenly, a figure appeared and said lightly, since you give up, then this fierce beast belongs to me. The three of them were surprised, and they didn't notice anyone next to them just now. I said, since you give up, this beast belongs to me. After Lin Zhao finished speaking, his eyes calmed down, and he walked towards the beast. The fierce beast saw Lin Zhao and showed a fierce light. Don't worry, I don't hurt. Lin Zhao smiled, raised his hand and punched, breaking through the thick hard shell of the pangolin. The three brothers were so frightened that they retreated one after another. They fled in embarrassment for fear that Lin Zhao's power would be even more intense. Lin Zhao didn't chase after him, he just observed quietly, thinking to himself, this wasteland forest doesn't seem to be peaceful. Kill a pangolin, the system prompts. Ding, kill the first order mid-stage pangolin, get 300 cultivation points, and the body is successfully recovered. A day's battle allowed him to accumulate nearly 20,000 cultivation points, and he was in a good mood. Back at the entrance, he handed over the task materials and got 800,000 gold coins, which was a lot of gain. Back home, he opened the panel again. System, add some spiritual power in time and space divine eyes to me. Ding, add some success. The spiritual power instantly increased to 100 points, and the awakening level of the spacetime divine eye also increased to 2%. The cultivation points have been exhausted, but my heart is full of anticipation. Keep working hard tomorrow. In the next few days, Lin Zhao continued to hunt fierce beasts during the day, and focused on cultivation at night, and his control of his body gradually became perfect. His understanding of himself is getting deeper and deeper, and his control is getting better and better. Okay, that's it for today. Lin Zhao wiped his forehead, stared at the fierce beast in front of him that had no signs of life, and skillfully signaled to the system. Ding, kill the second order mid-order saber-toothed tiger, reward 1,000 cultivation points. Do you want to recover the beast corpse? Recycle. Ding, successful recovery, reward 1,000 cultivation points. After fighting for many days in a row, his cultivation points have reached 80,000, plus the millions of gold coins obtained from completing the task, and there are about 130,000 cultivation points after all of them are exchanged. Tonight, it's my harvest moment. Returning to the hall of the Martial Arts Association, Lin Zhao skillfully handed over some task materials to the staff. The long negotiation made the staff member more and more respectful towards Lin Zhao. Here, the second-order warrior was already a big man, and the young man in front of him, just the fierce beast materials of the middle order of the second order, had already handed over a lot, it was simply a demon. Master Lin, please wait a moment, I'll help you with the accounting. Lin Xiao nodded. He was lucky today and received a lot of materials needed for the mission. There were many warriors gathered in the hall, all of whom were ordinary cultivators who killed fierce beasts in exchange for cultivation resources. It's him again. Every time he comes these days, the tasks on the taskbar are swept away by him, and there are even S-level missions, which are geniuses that require at least the mid-order strength. It's really terrifying. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. The last time you met him in the wasteland, guess what? How? Robbed? No, he directly killed the second-order beast with one punch, scaring people to death. Is it really fake? One punch second order? It's true, he just glanced at us. Hurry up and speak quietly. Several people who were whispering suddenly found Lin Xiao's eyes swept over, and immediately did not dare to make a sound, bowing their heads like a stunning beauty lying on the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Master Lin, I've been waiting for a long time. This time your materials and task rewards are a total of 1.93 million. I helped you fight for it. Take an integer, 200W. The gold coins have been transferred to your identity token. Please check it. The staff said respectfully. Lin Xiao nodded. Thank you. I will look for you in the future if necessary. Although the extra 7W is not much, he understands his heart. When the staff heard this, they were overjoyed, thinking that their efforts were not in vain, and they became more respectful. By the way, is there any free in the cultivation room now? Yes, there is just one vacant room, which is a ground character cultivation room, and the charging standard is 10W gold coins per hour. Then help me drive for 2 days. Okay, Master Lin, please wait a moment, I'll handle it for you. After a while, the staff completed the formalities and took him to a ground character training room. This is the door card, which has saved you 50 hours of cultivation time, and there will be a prompt sound when the time comes. I wish you a smooth practice. After saying that, he withdrew. Lin Xiao picked up the door card and inserted it into the card slot, and the room was instantly filled with strong strange energy. Wow, the strange energy in the air is really strong. This 500W is really worth it. He sat cross-legged in it, feeling the energy fluctuations coming from all directions, and his heart was full of pride. System, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. On the panel, his information gradually became clear. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level ability spacetime plus, super SSS level spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 3%. Spacetime divine eyes plus, top 10 divine eyes, awakening level 2%. Level, early stage of the second order plus, health 580 points, just out of the category of low-level interests. Mental power, 120 points, Tai Tai Teddy. Technique, Void Sutra plus, first glimpse stage. Martial arts, Blade of Nothingness plus, starter. Training points, 83,500, can be exchanged for 2W training points. In a few days, his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the second order, and he didn't need to improve it by adding points, but the progress of his talent ability did not increase at all, which made him secretly blame himself. He is really a waste. But that's okay. System, add some talents to me. Ding, please choose to add points. All plus. Ding, add some success. The cultivation points quickly decreased from more than 80,000 to less than 10,000. Lin Xiao looked at the decreasing cultivation points, and felt a pain in his heart. These were all exchanged by him who had been killing fierce beasts in the past few days, and they were all gone all of a sudden. But the distress didn't last long, and there were changes in his body and eyes. Wow, this feeling is so powerful. As if the level of life was sublimating, he could clearly feel that his understanding of time and space had become more profound. As the development of talent abilities increases, the energy consumption during use is gradually decreasing. Let's look at the panel again. Talent, ability time and space awakening 7%, Void Blade Xiaocheng, awakening 2%. Talent martial arts, the Blade of Nothingness has been promoted from beginner to small. System, exchange for 2W cultivation points, and at the same time fill up all your blood and spiritual power. Ding, the exchange was successful. Ding, add some success. The body's energy skyrocketed again, and the brain was running fast, which was so cool. He took out a bottle of supernatural pills, threw out a few, and practiced quietly. At this time, the entire cultivation room seemed to be summoned by some kind, and crazy strange energy gathered in his body, forming a vortex that continued to pour in. His cultivation level improved rapidly in this terrifying fluctuation. Outside, a manager noticed that the consumption rate of the ability stone was abnormal and immediately reported it. What do you mean, consuming so fast? After testing, it was found that the ability stones in the Earth character cultivation room consume nearly 10 per hour. What? 10 per hour? How can it be? Yes, supervisor, the ability stones in that Earth character cultivation room, at the current rate, almost use up 10 per hour. The ability stone is an extremely precious crystal. The market price of one is more than 100,000, and there is not much inventory. The middle-aged man frowned, shocked. This consumption speed is too amazing. We have to quickly investigate the reason. Bring out the information of the people inside. Yes. The staff immediately retrieved retrieve Lin Zhao's information. 16 years old, late first order, suspected of being a child of a noble family. 16 years old, late first order, suspected of being a child of a noble family? The middle-aged man was shocked and thought, this is simply a genius among geniuses, a demon among demons. At this time, the staff came over again and whispered a few words in his ear. At least with the second order mid-order strength, this is simply a demon. We have to seize the opportunity. Fill up. No matter how much it costs, you have to fill it up for me. The training time this time is 50 hours, calculated according to 10 ability stones per hour, a total of 500 yuan. In other words, worth 50 million gold coins. The middle-aged man couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, but for the sake of profit, he gritted his teeth and insisted, plus as long as there is no problem, fill it all up for me. Notify me immediately when it's almost over. He secretly calculated in his heart that he couldn't let Lin Zhao's talent be interrupted, and he had to control this potentially huge threat as soon as possible. Lin Zhao was outside, still immersed in cultivation, and his body's energy had reached the peak of the middle stage of the second order. Breakthrough! He was secretly surprised, but did not open his eyes immediately and continued to practice. Wake up briefly, sign in with a simple system, get a bottle of ability pill, and return to practice. 50 hours passed in a flash, and a mechanical voice came from the room. Dear Mr. Lin Zhao, your cultivation time is about to run out. Is it extended? Don't. He shook his head, feeling the surging energy in his body, and thought to himself, it's time to go out for a walk. He walked out of the training room and met several figures. Is it Brother Lin Zhao? The middle-aged man at the head greeted him with a smile. I am Sun Xian, the person in charge here. Call me Brother Sunday. Little Brother Lin Zhao, welcome to you. Sun Xian behaved cordially and naturally, like a comrade in arms he hadn't seen for a long time, without any airs. Brother Sunday. Ha, little Brother Lin Zhao, we have a lot of people here, so why don't you go to my reception room and sit down? Lin Zhao did not refuse and followed him to the reception room. He thought to himself, this person looks good and may be able to cooperate. Outside the door, there was a whisper in the hall. That's right, that's Master Sun? Yes, it's him. Who is that boy? How can you let Master Sun greet you in person, and you are called a brother? I heard that Lord Sun is a fifth-order powerhouse and holds great power. Then will he be a child of a noble family? Who does it matter who he is? I don't like people who rely on the protection of their ancestors the most. In an elegant house, Lin Zhao sat slightly sideways, with some fresh fruits in front of him, and the air was filled with a faint aroma. He frowned slightly, and some speculation faintly appeared in his heart, but he didn't dare to be completely sure. Sun Xian sat aside and said with a smile, Brother Lin doesn't need to be nervous. In fact, he invited you here out of a whim, thinking of hitting you at first sight. He paused and added, just now someone said that a young Tianjiao came to our site. Now that I look at it, Brother Lin is really a dragon and phoenix among people. If there is no mistaken perception, the boy in front of him is not at all in the late stage of the first order, but has already reached the strength of the late stage of the second order. 16-year-old second order late? Sun Xian was shocked in his heart, and he couldn't believe his ears. This is a monster I have never seen in my life. He secretly thought to himself that as long as there were no accidents in the middle, this young man would definitely become the pillar of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Brother Sun is joking, he's just an ordinary person. Lin Zhao was neither humble nor arrogant, feeling the kindness of the other party, and he was quite pleased. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. Don't be proud. If you are not arrogant, maybe you can go further. With a hint of emotion in Sun Xian's tone, he took out a black membership card from his cuff and handed it to Lin Zhao. This is the black gold membership card of our martial arts association. With this card, you can enjoy a 70% discount at any martial arts association branch in the Dragon Kingdom. You can also get 2000W of free funds every month. This is a meeting gift from me as an old brother. Lin Zhao looked at the black gold card and was a little surprised. Brother, what are you? Brother Lin is too worried. Since you call me brother, I naturally won't harm you. This card is purely my intention and has no other meaning. Sun Xian smiled and looked at him, thinking to himself, the young man is arrogant, with a heart full of heaven and earth. As long as he treats it sincerely, he can be mutually beneficial. In that case, then I won't refuse. Thank Brother Sunday. Lin Zhao took the card and secretly sighed in his heart. This person's way of doing things is really pleasing to the eye. By the way, what does the 2000W monthly credit exemption quota mean? At this time, he felt a little embarrassed in his heart, accepted the kindness of the other party, and suddenly asked for money again, feeling a little embarrassed. Sun Xian explained with a smile, it means that with this card, you can apply for a capital quota of 2000W from a martial arts association every month, and you can apply for up to 100 million yuan per year, as long as it is paid off within 3 years and there is no interest. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. 100 million a year. This is great news. With his strength, there is no problem at all in paying off the debt in 3 years. As if thinking of something, Lin Zhao looked at Sun Xian with a slight embarrassment. Brother Sun, can you apply for a 1-year quota at once? After saying that, he himself felt a little shameless, and his face was slightly red. Sun Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this young man to ask for so much money as soon as he opened his mouth. He stared at Lin Xiao as if he was thinking about something. Lin Xiao looked up and also knew that his request might make it difficult for the other party to choose, but if he could win it and obtain 100 million cultivation points, he could greatly improve his strength in a short period of time. It seems that Lin Xiandi's courage is extraordinary. Sun Xian pondered for a moment, and he had made a decision in his heart. In that case, brother, I'll help you too. He smiled and nodded. Please rest assured, Lin Xiao will definitely remember today's feelings. Sun Xian smiled at the corner of his mouth and understood in his heart. There is never goodwill in life for no reason, only the exchange of interests. I've had someone transfer 100 million funds to your token. Lin Xiao nodded gratefully, his heart warmed, and he secretly vowed, I must become stronger. Then, he turned and left, his heart surging. Sun Xian sat in place and muttered to himself, it's really the back wave of the Yangtze River pushing the front wave. In the late second order of the 16-year-old, even the children of the wealthy families in the imperial capital may not be so demonic. Lin Xiao ran all the way back to his cabin, and the breakthrough in his cultivation made the speed extremely fast. System, all the funds given to me by 100 million are exchanged for cultivation points. Ding, the exchange is successful, and 1 million cultivation points are currently available. Wow, this is the most precious wealth I've accumulated these days. Lin Xiao said secretly, ecstatic in his heart. I have never been so rich. Well, the exercises must be improved, the talents and abilities must also be accelerated, and the mental power must not be less. Blood, I like the feeling of overturning everything with one punch. Martial arts also have to keep up. In terms of cultivation, first lay a solid foundation. He nodded in satisfaction, his mind in order. System, according to my plan, add all the points. Add some success. In an instant, the cultivation points will be zeroed, and all improvements will be completed. He secretly doubted in his heart. He was so cruel every time. It seemed to be secretly selfish, but he had to be convinced this was a powerful system. Ding, this system is a god-level cultivation system. 3 melons and 2 dates. How can it be like this? The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, the body and mind are like sublimation, and I feel invincible. System, open the panel. Ding, the host's personal panel is open. The data on the panel shocked him. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level ability spacetime. Super SSS level spacetime origin. Awakening level 12%. Divine eyes of time and space. Top 10 divine eyes of the heavens. Awakening level 10%. Level, the early stage of the third order. Blood, 10,000 points, like a toad inserting chicken feathers. Mental strength, 1,000 points, a little higher than yesterday. Keep working hard. Technique, Void Sutra, consolidating. Martial arts, Blade of Nothingness, Xiaocheng Peak. Cultivation points, 0. This is who I am now, ready to go, waiting for the next battle to come. Tomorrow, go to the instructor and have a good competition. Lin Xiao secretly vowed in his heart that he could finally relax tonight, have a good rest, and meet the challenges ahead. In a spacious open space, students gathered in a circle, and the atmosphere was slightly tense and full of anticipation. You say, who can win this time? It must be me, brother Lin, YYDS. I think Instructor Qi can win. Lin Xiao was able to win last time because the instructor released water. Otherwise, do you think an instructor can beat a freshman student? Zhang Tianran unexpectedly stood on Lin Xiao's side this time, with a bit of firmness in his tone. I think Lin Xiao can win. Brother natural? Zhang Tianran pursed his lips and found that there was an unusual seriousness on Instructor Qi's face at this moment. This expression is obviously different from the relaxation of previous weekdays. Wang Yi, who was lying on the ground panting, was secretly anxious at the moment, wanting to cheer for his friend loudly, but he couldn't make a sound because of exhaustion, so he could only pass intermittently. Lin Xiao, sure, yes, can win. They stood face to face, and Instructor Qi had already noticed something was wrong. It's too calm. He swept over with a sharp gaze, and a question suddenly arose in his heart. How did this young man become so different? There was a hint of unusual alertness in his eyes, because there were far more than 10 flaws in those details in the young man in front of him than in the first competition. Instructor Qi, can you show your true strength? Lin Xiao's eyes were solemn. He was afraid that the instructor was still hiding his strength and was unwilling to let go. I want to see the real you. After saying that, the fluctuations on his body suddenly exuded the aura of the early stage of the third order, and the whole person was like a wave that was set off, which was shocking. Zeno's heart was shocked. Third order? He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe his senses. Instructor, are you ready? Lin Xiao's tone was calm, with an unquestionable determination. Okay, boy, come on. With a loud noise, the air seemed to tremble. I saw a figure instantly cut through the sky like a meteor and smashed into the opposite mountain. If I'm not mistaken, that's Instructor Qi? Should it be? Everyone at the scene was stunned. What happened? Lin Xiao, with just one punch, knocked their instructor away? Is this still the well-behaved and calm teenager on weekdays? Wang Yi fell from the sky, as if the strength came out of nowhere, and rushed directly to Lin Xiao's side, desperately looking up and down. Lin Xiao, Brother Lin. Uncle Lin. You will be the only uncle of my Wang Yi alive from now on. Lin Xiao was touched by his hands and felt uncomfortable, and one hand directly held his back collar and hung him in midair. Don't disgust me. Wang Yi hugged Lin Xiao's arm tightly, and it was useless even if Jesus came. Not far away, Zeno walked around. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and there was a trace of blood. After Lin Xiao saw this scene, he felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that this instructor was so weak, and he actually only received half a bit of strength. Zinuo looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated face, his heart full of shock. It's really the back wave of the Yangtze River pushing the front wave. Instructor, are you okay? Hee, do you care about me? Don't worry, I'm not that fragile yet. What is this injury? But you are so perverted. Being said to be a pervert by his instructor, Lin Xiao didn't know how to respond for a while, so he can only scratch his head in embarrassment. You guy, you're really amazing. Zeno coughed, suppressed the agitation in his body, and admired it with a face full of admiration. You have really impressed me these days. You are the most demonic boy I have ever seen. In the past few days, the awakening is still going on, and the breakthroughs are continuing, which is incredible. He waved his hand. Okay, since you want to practice with me, then I won't hide it. If you want to learn some real skills, going to the wilderness to kill beasts is the right way. I said, boy, don't be too crazy. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Thank you, instructor. Today's competition ends here. I am going to the battlefield. After saying that, he left in style with envious eyes. Uncle Lin, you are my uncle. Don't forget that I still have a godson here. Wang Yi ignored the strange eyes of others, stood in the direction Lin Xiao left, and shouted loudly, from now on, it's up to you to eat and drink spicy. My uncle is my Wang Yi's guardian god. Lin Xiao was helpless and thought to himself, this dead fat man is starting to get sick again. However, this competition with the instructor was too sloppy to measure my true level of strength at all. By the way, the testing ground of the Martial Arts Association. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao returned to the site of the Martial Arts Association. Hello, Master Lin. He was received by the taskbar leader who had been working with him before, now the site manager. I want to test my strength, Lin Xiao said bluntly. Please come with me, Master Lin. He introduced while leading. There are two main types of tests here. One is to use a calculator to test, and the other is to drive piles. The calculator can detect the combat power in the early stage of the fifth order, while piling uses specially treated wooden stakes to simulate actual combat and is closer to real combat. I'll use a measuring instrument first and then try pile driving. Understood. The person in charge nodded and arranged the prepared instruments properly. The instrument is ready. Please go to Master Lin. Lin Xiao came to the secret room, which contained a set of precision instruments and a huge stake for hitting the wooden stakes. Attack this board with all your might. It can withstand the attack of the early stage of the fifth order. He condensed his blood, raised his fist, and punched it hard. A deafening loud sound echoed in the secret room, and the instrument immediately began to calculate, emitting a zizzy electric sound. The person in charge was terrified. Oh my god, this time the blood value has exceeded 10,000, and the fist strength is comparable to the peak of the fourth order. How is this possible? Then let's test it directly with a fifth order wooden stake. Lin Xiao jumped up and went straight to the humanoid wooden stake. It's pretty decent. He smiled and shot directly, punching each other and going head to head. This stake is as hard as a 1,000-year-old turtle shell. It made my fingers sore. What a hard goods. Outside, Sun Xian stood at the door, watching this fierce battle, and his heart was shocked. This young man is really extraordinary. He saw the battle scene in the room, and his eyes widened. The humanoid wooden stake was actually pressed and beaten by a second-order boy, which was obviously beyond common sense. Oh my god. This is only the early stage of the third order, and the blood and chi have exceeded 10,000, which is comparable to the genius of the fifth order strength. It's simply against the sky. With a loud noise, the wooden stake completely shattered, and Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and felt comfortable. It's a great fight. He shook his hand, feeling the extreme challenge of his body. Alas, this stake is valuable, right? Do you have to pay if it breaks? He felt nervous. After all, he was so poor that he really wanted to lose money, and it was unbearable. The door was pushed open, and Sun Xian walked in and saw Lin Xiao standing there, his face full of doubts. Brother Sun, something. Tell me. Sun Xian smiled and waved his hand. I accidentally broke the stake. Will I compensate? Boom. Lin Xiao awkwardly pointed to the broken humanoid wooden stake, his eyes full of innocence. Sun Xian was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. Oh, don't worry about this. The wooden stake, if it breaks, it will break, and it won't be worth much anyway. He waved his hand boldly. The fifth order wooden stake, it's broken, forget it. It's not a big deal. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, in that case, then I won't stay any longer, and I will visit again another day. Turning around and leaving, Wang Yi shouted loudly behind his back, Uncle Lin, you are my uncle, don't forget that I still have a godson here. Lin Xiao was helpless, only to feel that this dead fat man was sick again. He thought to himself, this competition was too hasty, and he couldn't accurately detect his strength at all. By the way, go to the Martial Arts Association's test site. He came to the site again to greet the familiar staff, now the site site manager. Master Lin, meet again. I'm going to test my strength this time. Please come with me. He introduced, there are two types of tests. One is to use a calculator to detect, up to the beginning of the fifth order. The other is pile driving practice, simulating real battles. I'll use the calculator first. Then try pile driving again. The instrument is ready. Please go to Master Lin. Lin Xiao walked into the secret room, where sophisticated instruments and huge stakes were placed. Attack the plank with all your might. It can withstand the attack of the early stage of the fifth order. He condensed his blood, shook his fist, and hit hard. The loud noise echoed, and the instrument immediately began to collect data. Oh my god. The blood value exceeded 10,000, and the fist power was comparable to the peak of the fourth order. This is 2 against the sky. Then try it with a fifth order wooden stake. Lin Xiao jumped up and rushed straight for the humanoid wooden stake. It's pretty decent. He laughed, his fists intersecting, and he collided violently. This wooden stake is as hard as a 1,000-year-old turtle shell. It made my fingers sore. What a hard goods. Sun Xian stood at the door, stunned. This young man is really against the sky. It can actually hit the fifth order wooden stakes miserably. It's really worthy of being a genius among geniuses. The battle was over, the stakes shattered, and he was satisfied. Super cool. He waved his fist, feeling the extreme impact of his body. Oh, this stake is worth it, right? Do you have to compensate for breaking? He felt nervous for a while. After all, he was penniless now, and if he really wanted to lose money, wouldn't it be over? The door was pushed open again. Sun Xian walked in, and saw Lin Xiao with a calm face. Brother Sun, I have something to do. I accidentally broke that stake. Will it be compensated? Lin Xiao awkwardly and innocently pointed to the stakes on the ground. Sun Xian smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, what is this damage? The wooden stake, if it breaks, it will be broken, and it is not worth anything anyway. You played very well, there is no need to lose. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Lin Xiao felt relieved for a while, and said goodbye with a smile. Then I'll leave first and come to see you another day. He turned around and left, thinking to himself, this competition is too casual and fails to really show my strength. For the next time, Lin Xiao had been hiding in the depths of the wasteland forest, sneaking and hunting fierce beasts without any scruples. His reputation gradually spread on the outskirts of the wasteland, and he was even regarded as more ferocious than the beasts by the beasts, and it was spread wildly. This also made it difficult for him to occasionally encounter a fierce beast for half a day, and it seemed that the entire wasteland was afraid of him. Every time he killed a second-order beast with a punch, the mechanical sound of the system echoed in his mind, reminding him of the results. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, secretly deciding in his heart that it was time to go back. Tomorrow is a 1-month deadline. That's it for today, rest early. He knew in his heart that on the day of his awakening, the principal had given him a place in the Tianjiao training camp, and tomorrow would be the last day. After exchanging some quest materials for gold coins, he ended the month's lonely campaign in the wasteland. Finally gone. With him, we can't get involved in the task at all. The partners around him whispered, their tones full of emotion. You're right, I haven't even seen the shadow of a first-order beast during this time. It's really hell. Someone ridiculed. You don't know yet? They were all killed by that guy. Another added with a smile. Lin Xiao returned to his humble hut, looked up at the panel, cultivation point 43,548, redeemable cultivation point 18354. He was slightly dissatisfied in his heart. After working hard for so many days, he had to score so much, which made him a little disappointed, but he could only shake his head. The beasts on the outskirts of the wasteland forest are about to be killed, and the depths are blocked again. He sighed in his heart. Although he wanted to go deep into the depths to find out, a mysterious seal kept him out. The system said that it was the power of the formation, and his strength was not enough to break through at present. Lin Xiao scratched his head, with many questions in his heart. What happened? Let's go. System, exchange for cultivation points. He worked hard to adjust his mentality. Ding, the exchange was successful. The cultivation point became 61902. He thought for a moment and decided to prioritize these points on talent abilities. System, add some talents. Ding, add some successfully. The system responds. Talents, SSS level ability time and space, super SSS level time and space holy law origin, awakening level 14%, space-time divine eyes, 10 divine eyes of the heavens, awakening level 12%. Displayed on the panel. Lin Xiao frowned, so little? He spent 60,000 cultivation points, and the total improvement of the two talents was less than 5 percentage points, and he couldn't help but wonder, system, you won't cut corners. But the system's response left him speechless. This system is fair and just. I disdain to do such a despicable thing. Brother Z. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Is this the third middle school, Lin Zhao's home? Lin Zhao's heart was shocked, and the voice seemed to be the principal's. He immediately opened the door and saw the principal, Mr. Chu, standing at the door. Lin Xiao, didn't bother you to rest, did you? Principal Chu smiled and turned sideways to introduce the middle-aged man beside him. District Chief Ma, this is a student of my number 3 middle school, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao turned his eyes to the the middle-aged man, only to see that he had proper facial features, wearing a tunic, carrying a school bag, and a calm temperament, which made people feel very decent. "Hello Lin Xiao, I am the mayor of Ping'an district. My name is Ma." The mayor stretched out his right hand. "Name?" Lin Xiao also quickly raised his right hand and shook hands with him. "Hello, District Chief Ma. Hee, you don't have to be restrained. I heard from Principal Chu that you are the pride of our Ping'an district, and you are talented." District Chief Ma smiled. Principal Chu also smiled, and in the past few days, he has spread Lin Xiao's affairs almost all over the upper echelons of the Ping'an district. Now, everyone at the top knows that the third middle school has produced a teenager with SSS level supernatural talents. Lin Xiao looked at the principal, a little surprised, and felt that he had done a lot of publicity for himself, and he was faintly moved. Mayor Ma, principal, please come in." Lin Xiao hurriedly invited humbly. District Chief Ma shook his head. "We won't bother you anymore. Today, I want to see the first day of our safe area." As the district chief, of course, he had to see this talented teenager in person. "Lin Xiao, the first time we met, although the preparation was not sufficient, there are 10 million funds here, which can be regarded as a reward from the government for you." District Chief Ma took out a bank card from his arms. Lin Xiao took the bank card, his heart beat faster, and he felt a warmth. The background is clean and unblemished, which is in line with their reward policy for poor families, aiming to help these geniuses grow rapidly. "Thank you to the leaders, thank you to the government." Lin Xiao thanked him again and again, his eyes full of excitement. "Lao Chu, you're right, this kid is quite good at making money." District Chief Ma smiled and turned his head to look at Principal Chu. Hee, this kid is good at everything, but he is greedy for money. Principal Chu and District Chief Ma have been friends for many years, and they have fought on the battlefield and have an extraordinary relationship. "Then Mayor Ma and I won't disturb your rest. Remember to come to school tomorrow, and the people from the Tianjia training camp will come to pick you up." After Principal Chu finished speaking, he left with District Chief Ma. You can still hear their conversation from a distance. "How is it, old horse? My student is pretty good. Among the dragons and phoenixes, Lao Chu, you are lucky to be shit." As a fifth-order peak superpower, he noticed the huge energy contained in Lin Xiao's body and was shocked. Lin Xiao looked at the balance happily, planning to save some more cultivation points to improve himself in an all-round way. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao came to school. "System, sign in," he hinted in his heart. "Ding, sign in successfully, reward 10 ability stones." The system responds. "Supernatural stone?" He was stunned and picked up a stone that exuded a strange luster. As soon as his mind moved, the energy of the supernatural ability poured into his body like a tide. "Isn't this like the spirit stone in the novel?" He was secretly surprised. Good thing. In a good mood, he packed up his things and set off for school. When he came to the gate of number 3 middle school, he found that the principal was waiting for him at the door. "Hello principal." Lin Xiao greeted politely. "Lin Xiao, you are here. The person who picked you up is almost here. We are waiting here." Principal Chu smiled and led him to his side. Soon, a long black bus arrived, the door opened, and a plainclothes warrior walked down. "Excuse me, is Lin Xiao here?" the warrior asked. "I am," Lin Xiao replied. "I am the pickup and drop-off staff of the Tianjia training camp. Please come with me." The warrior presented a document stamped with the seal of the Dragon Kingdom. Principal Chu nodded, and Lin Xiao followed him on the bus. The car starts and drives to its destination. Lin Xiao chose a window seat and sat down, and there were about 100 young Tianjiao in the car. I scanned it with mental power, and I felt that there was nothing particularly powerful. Others cast curious glances at the new teenager, who came from different regions, had strong family backgrounds and rich resources. In the past, the Tianjiao training camp was mostly a testing ground for the children of the family, but this time it was different. It is said that there was a strange in this session, with a strong talent, and was directly determined by the person in charge. Some of them show contempt, some look at them cautiously, and some are indifferent. Lin Xiao didn't know that his reputation had spread among 100 people. "Brother, is it convenient for me to sit here?" A thin teenager sat down next to him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Morong Yun, and I am from the Morong family in Tianrong District, Northwest China." The boy smiled. "Lin Xiao, Ping'an District number 3 Middle School." Lin Xiao replied. "Oh, your name is Lin Xiao. I've been looking up to you for a long time." Morong Yun showed a curious look. "Ha, why did Brother Morong say that?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly, feeling that his words were a bit unusual. "You don't know?" he continued to ask. "What do you know?" Lin Xiao was puzzled. "You really don't know? What a lucky guy." Morong Yun smiled, with a hint of mystery in his tone. It turned out that not everyone could enter this Tianjia training camp. Every year, thousands of talents will be recommended throughout the West, and after layers of screening, the top 100 can really enter. Lin Xiao, from a remote town with an ordinary background, was actually assigned a place. If it weren't for the strong background of the person in charge, which made the wealthy family jealous, it would be almost impossible for the little poor children to enter the Tianjia camp. However, after the order was issued, many high-level officials set their sights on him, and his dignity was not allowed to be violated. So that's, Lin Xiao's heart was shocked. He didn't expect to have such good luck. How is it? Are you a little panicked? Morong Yun observed him. Because I was predetermined, I missed a lot of opportunities. This competition is about personal strength. He continued, we have produced a lot of fierce people this time. Do you see the guy at the back? Morong Yun pointed into the distance. That's the Tuoba stone of the Tuoba family, the first family in the Northwest. S-level ability, natural divine power. In less than a month, it has broken through to the peak of the late stage of the first order, and its physical strength is comparable to the early stage of the second order. There is also Gonsun Shin, the netherworld ability, the late stage of the first order. The most powerful thing is the SSS level frost girl with a strong background and has broken through to the second order. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed slightly and looked at the girl. SSS level frost? He thought to himself. He interrupted Morong Yun's words. Brother Morong, you know them so well, could it be that you are not ordinary? Morong Yun was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, this kid really knows how to pretend. Brother Lin is joking, far worse than them. He responded with a smile, secretly observing in his heart, this young man can pretend to be calm, and it seems that he has a deep mind. Lin Xiao frowned, a divine light appeared in his eyes, and his pupils flickered slightly, as if there was a powerful power hidden. At the same time, the driver in the car and the plainclothes warrior looked at each other and quietly disappeared into the car. Sure enough, Lin Xiao muttered to himself, if nothing else, what will happen later? Before everyone in the car noticed, the driver of the black extended bus and the plainclothes warrior had already quietly disappeared into the car, silently. At this point, the car seemed to be in a driverless state, driving smoothly along the road ahead without any signs of human control. At this moment, several students sitting in the car suddenly noticed something was wrong. With a cold face and glassy eyes exuding a faint coldness, Bing Qinru stood up keenly, staring at the scene ahead, obviously aware of something strange. Something is wrong. Her voice was cold, but it had a suppressed alertness. Tuoba Shur and Gongsun Qin also realized the abnormality, followed closely behind, and quickly appeared behind the girl. Bing Qinru, did you notice anything? Gongsun Qin's brows furrowed. As he had S-level netherworld abilities, his perception was much sharper than that of ordinary people. Bing Qinru shook her head. She only felt that there was something unusual ahead, but what it was difficult to determine for a while. The other students in the car finally reacted. What's wrong? What happened? Someone asked in surprise. What about the driver? Why is it gone? Someone's voice was panicked. Not only that, the warrior who was responsible for picking us up is also gone. What a hell? Someone couldn't help but whisper. The scene suddenly became a little panicked. After all, they were all 15 or 16-year-old young geniuses, and it was inevitable to be frightened when encountering emergencies. Quiet! Bing Qinru shouted coldly. She keenly felt a dangerous aura. Everyone, get off immediately. As soon as her words fell, a powerful aura pressed over, forcing everyone in the car to obey the command. The car was forced to stop in place, and everyone except Lin Xiao got out of the car. Lin Xiao stayed quietly in the car, his eyes deep, as if he was observing something. His actions attracted several teenagers who originally had opinions about him. Hey, boy, what are you still doing in the car? Didn't you see everyone get off the bus? Are you afraid? Someone scoffed. This kid is a lowly person. I don't know what's going on. I guess he's scared to pee. The other person followed suit. The more the teenagers spoke, the more energetic they became, and they were obviously dissatisfied with Lin Xiao. Some people think that his status is low and not worthy of their grade at all. Don't mess around. Tuoba Shur stopped it and looked at Lin Xiao, who was still sitting in the car. He pursed his lips and tried to persuade in a gentle tone. Classmate, now we are all in the same boat, and there are no eggs under the overturned nest. Follow the big army. That's right. However, Lin Xiao still sat leisurely in the car without any movement. This made Tuoba Shur feel that he was very faceless, and he couldn't help but snort coldly, turning around and ignoring it. Gongsun Qin glanced at him lightly and didn't say much. Bing Qinru's gaze was still cold. She had never paid attention to Lin Xiao. Just like her ability Frost, she was born with an extreme alienation and coldness. Just when everyone was at a loss, there was a sudden violent vibration from the ground, as if an earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Someone screamed. Why is the ground shaking so suddenly? Could it be that there was an earthquake? Some people wondered. Not an earthquake. It's a group of fierce beasts. Gongsun Qin spoke solemnly. He activated the ability Netherworld, and through the shadow perception, he caught a large group of fierce beasts approaching frantically in front of him. Beast? How can there be a beast here? What about our tutors? Someone panicked. There are quite a few, almost hundreds. Gongsun Qin's tone was heavy. Moreover, I also feel that the two fierce beasts are extremely powerful, at least the existence of the second order or above. Tuoba Stone's pupils shrank slightly. So many fierce beasts? He had never seen such a huge herd before, and his heart was both shocked and nervous. Okay, let's go. He looked at the girl standing at the front, secretly admiring in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of scene, and there was a hint of uneasiness in his heart. Bing Qinru, what can you do? He asked, tentatively. Bing Qinru is the strongest in the team. She has a military background, and it is with this whole card that she calmly analyzes. Everyone, don't panic. panic. In groups of 2, huddle in a group for warmth, don't spread out. You are all geniuses, show your due strength. The weak are not worthy of entering the Tianjia training camp. After she finished speaking, she didn't say anything more. As a barracks background, she had long been accustomed to this kind of crisis. Her eyes are cold, her movements are decisive, and her aura is like a mountain, which is awe-inspiring. At this time, from the clouds high in the sky, several figures were quietly appearing, including the bus driver and the plainclothes warrior. TSK, I didn't expect this class of little guys to encounter such big trouble. The man in black stroked his chin, smiling with a bit of playfulness. This session is stronger than the previous one. The girl named Bing Chinru was indeed from the military, and she controlled the scene in a few words. Another middle-aged man nodded. Pay attention later, they are the treasures of those families, and it is not easy to explain what happened. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, his eyes swept towards Lin Xiao who was sitting in the car. He faintly felt a trace of spiritual power sweeping by, and he was suspicious in his heart. Fourth order martial artist? How is this possible? But, it can't be that kid, right? In fact, Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the car, smiled secretly in his heart. Sure enough, this routine is really tacky. He scanned those fierce beasts with his spacetime divine eyes, and secretly assessed in his heart, the strongest is only the late stage of the second order, and the rest are all first order. These are nothing. He didn't make a move immediately, he just waited quietly. The people who mocked him just now had already made him unhappy, and they took the opportunity to ask them to taste the power. It's coming, someone shouted. I saw dust flying ahead, trees breaking, huge shockwaves sweeping in, and hundreds of fierce beasts rushing like a tide. The two fierce beasts in the lead exude strong coercion. Bing Chinru's face changed, and she commanded calmly, leave the 2 second order ones to me, and be careful with the rest. Her figure moved, the cold air condensed, and the ice blade flew like snowflakes, entangled the 2 second order beasts. Let's go up too. Tuobashir roared angrily, his body exploded, facing one of the beasts in the late stage of the first order. Let's go. Gong Sun Qin quickly dodged and harassed the enemy with strange combat skills. Everyone fought in a group and fought fiercely, but the numerical disadvantage gradually became apparent. The skin of the beasts is rough and the flesh is thick, and the attack is like tickling to them. Why are these beasts so hard? Can't be moved. Some people gritted their teeth and insisted. Fight. Some people are bloody and fight to kill the enemy. The scene became more and more chaotic, and casualties continued. Most of the human side's cultivation was in the middle of the first order, and there were only 2 people in the later stage, and the whole gradually fell into disadvantage. These beasts have rough skin and thick flesh, and they can't be beaten. I can't hold on anymore. Someone shouted, pale. Damn. Forget it. Fight. Some people resist desperately. Bing Chinru sealed with one hand, and the ice blade condensed, dragging the 2 fierce beasts to death. Although her SSS level abilities have not yet been fully utilized, they barely support the battle. Tuoba Stone used his powerful body to knock down a fierce beast, but the abilities in his body gradually ran out. Gong Sun Qin continued to harass and resist the enemy with flexible movements, but gradually became powerless. As the fighting continued, the situation gradually turned against them. The fierce beast became more and more fierce, and many people in the team were seriously injured, and their abilities were about to run out. What to do? Is there any other way? Gong Sun Qin's forehead was sweating, and he was anxious. At this moment, his eyes suddenly looked at Lin Xiao who was sitting in the car. His heart moved. If you can, please take action. He mustered up the courage to say this, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. This sentence reached Lin Xiao's ears, and he looked at the firm gaze, as if to say, this battle cannot be lost. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and stood up. Okay. He appeared in the center of the battlefield in an instant like a god. I saw him punch out, and the explosive power instantly shattered a fierce beast in the late stage of the first order. Everyone at the scene was stunned, even the beast side was stunned for a while. What happened? What do they see? Lin Xiao did not stop, quickly wandering through the battlefield. Every time he passed by, a fierce beast was severely smashed. The corpses fell to the ground, blood gushing out, which was shocking. Looking at those dead beasts, many students were full of doubts. Is this really the beast they just fought with themselves? Why was it so easy to be killed? Gong Sun Qin gradually showed an excited look in shock. He didn't expect that Lin Xiao's strength would be so terrifying. Although he was suspicious of Lin Xiao at first, seeing the other party's combat effectiveness at this moment, his affection for him increased greatly. In the end, the fierce battle ended in their victory. Bang! With a sound, Lin Xiao smashed the head of a beast, which was in the late stage of the first order. Bloody juices gushed out, and the scene was creepy. Tuoba sure was stunned, his arms hung stiffly in midair, his eyes full of shock. Is he so strong? I fought desperately for a long time, but I wasn't his enemy? His face became ugly, and a pair of fists were clenched tightly, as if he was suppressing something. Lin Xiao's crushing made everyone tremble, and the battle quickly came to an end. All eyes were on the tall figure. Maybe before, some people still had a little fluke or contempt in their hearts, but when Lin Xiao showed such terrifying strength, everyone understood, this is the shock of power. The last place on the battlefield is the area where Bing Chinru is located. Under the upheaval, she and the 2 two beasts sensed that danger was approaching. Under her cold face, she seemed to be thinking about something, but the attack in her hand became more and more fierce. In the face of fierce beasts, they have no intention of fighting, they just want to run for their lives. Need help? Lin Xiao spoke calmly, his tone indifferent, but there was an irresistible coercion hidden in it. Please also ask my brother to help. Gong Sun Qin walked to the front, bowed slightly, didn't care about anything else, just wanted to kill all the beasts. Lin Xiao looked at him, then turned to look at the girl who was fighting to the death, and smiled secretly in his heart. What a stubborn little girl. The girl's face was cold, still entangled with the two beasts, her physical strength was about to run out, and she had obviously reached her limit. Lin Xiao no longer hesitated, stepped forward quickly, blocking the girl behind him, leaving only a resolute back. You step back, I'll come. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he stood in front of the girl, his body was like a mountain, like a god of war. The resolute back exudes an awe-inspiring momentum. Bing Qinru wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a sharp pain like tearing in many parts of her body, and her snow-white skin was exposed. Her cheeks were slightly red, her eyes looked at Lin Xiao's back again, her shell teeth bit lightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Be careful, their skin is a bit hard. After saying that, he withdrew from the battlefield. Gong Sun Qin and Tuobashir, who were standing not far away, stepped forward, and asked with concern, are you okay? I'm fine. Bing Qinru responded lightly, with a complicated look in her eyes. Her eyes kept sweeping towards the figure, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity appeared in her heart as if she had seen it somewhere. At this moment, above the distant clouds, a mysterious aura is quietly permeating. I didn't expect that I would meet a raptor this time. A voice whispered. Well, it was indeed unexpected. This kid named Lin Xiao has some strength. The other chuckled. I wanted to use these beasts to give the cubs below a show, but it was in vain. Some of them were shocked, not expecting the student's strength to be so amazing. The middle-aged man at the head narrowed his eyes and secretly calculated in his heart, in this year's Supreme Tianjiao competition, if our western region is at the bottom again, we will be the last place for 5 consecutive years. In a dark space, the middle-aged man looked at the woman in front of him, his face full of helplessness. I hope to see something on her face. The mysterious woman sat leisurely, her right leg resting on her left knee, and said with a faint smile, don't worry, I know it in my heart. He came back to his senses and turned to look at Lin Xiao. Boss, is he the source of your confidence? Lin Xiao in the field still looked at the two fierce beasts calmly. Although I feel a little distressed in my heart, the corpses of so many beasts that have just been killed can only be watched and cannot be recycled by the system, which is really annoying. You too. Lin Xiao shook his head, with a faint smile on his lips. Forget it, don't throw yourself into the world again in the next life. He didn't make a move, but frowned slightly, his eyes like torches. The two beasts were still vigilant at the moment, and their subconscious told them that this human was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, they seemed to see their own bodies, and their minds were dizzy and their consciousness became blurred. Gradually, the consciousness of the two beasts became blurred and eventually disappeared completely. This scene stunned everyone else not far away. Someone rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, I didn't read it wrong just now, right? Why did the head of the beast fall off by itself? Someone was suspicious. I didn't blink. Did I read it wrong just now? Snap. With a sound, a student was slapped. Why are you hitting me? I just see if it's an illusion. Look for yourself, don't you hurt? Someone ridiculed. Gong Sun Qin and Tuobashir were both shocked, and a complicated look appeared in Bing Qinru's beautiful eyes. She had never felt an inexplicable familiarity so strongly, as if, damn, what happened? Above the clouds, the corners of someone's mouth twitched, his eyes widened, and he seemed to be stunned for a second just now, and then nothing happened. Everyone looked at each other, secretly shocked in their hearts. What is going on with all this? They were all thinking in their hearts, and it seemed that the scene just now was beyond their understanding. At this moment, an order suddenly came from the field. Okay, since the beast is dead, we should go down too. After saying that, a figure disappeared out of thin air, and the next second it appeared in everyone's sight. Are you willing to show up? Lin Xiao screamed in his heart, his eyes sharp. Hello students, let me introduce myself. I am the chief supervisor of this Tianjiao training camp, Xiao Kuang. The man's voice was heroic, with a majesty that could not be ignored. On both sides, two more figures appeared. My name is Kuangdao, and I am the instructor in charge of your physical training. A resolute body, a hideous figure. My name is Xia Qingtian, and I am in charge of your ability training. The other person is imposing. Xiao Kuang stood at the front, smiling but not losing his majesty. First of all, congratulations on successfully passing this camp entrance ceremony. Your every move has been monitored, and you have not flinched in the face of the invasion of fierce beasts, which is barely qualified. But, he paused, and his tone changed suddenly, courage alone is not enough. Your strength is too weak. This camp only cultivates the true Tianjiao. The next 3 months will be your trial period. If you can't persist, or even lose your life, you will be responsible for yourself. His words were like blades, piercing into everyone's hearts. Some geniuses were shocked and secretly vowed to fight. I give you a chance to choose, leave or stay. If you feel too much pressure and want to quit, you can leave by yourself? Xiao Quan's eyes were like torches, scanning everyone. No one in the field answered, and everyone understood that retreating meant losing future glory and potentially ruining their own lives. After a while, he nodded. Very good. Remember, the Tianjiao training camp is not child's play. He soared into the air and commanded, Crazy Knife, Xiao Qingtian, you will lead the next. Everyone looked at the figure that was gradually fading away, and their hearts were full of yearning. Being able to fly to the sky and escape the earth is already a symbol of the sixth order powerhouse, and they long for one day to be able to dance in the air like that person. Lin Xiao secretly looked forward to it, and he also wanted to try the feeling of flying. Suddenly, a rough voice interrupted everyone's fantasies. Stop looking, boys, come with me. Quang Dao's resolute face with a meticulous smile. He stepped forward, and the other instructors turned around and led the students towards the training ground. The crowd came to a wide flat land, surrounded by lush trees and interlaced branches and leaves. Let me give you a brief introduction. The Mad Knife waved his hand. This Tianjiao training camp will last for 3 months. During this period, Xia Qingtian and I will conduct dual training for you in physical fitness and ability. He said in a calm tone, the training area is thousands of miles away, and it is common for fierce beasts to appear. On the first day of each week, we will announce the training content of the day, and the remaining 6 days will be for you to practice on your own. A ranking competition is held once a month, and the higher the ranking, the richer the resources. Finally, there will be an ultimate assessment. He was concise and explained item by item. Is there a problem? He scanned the crowd. A student raised his hand. Teacher, how to arrange accommodation during this time? Quang Dao sneered. Have you ever heard of heaven is a quilt, earth is a bed? Before the words fell, everyone was dumbfounded. Some people are dissatisfied. Tutor, there is not even a place to sleep. Is it too much? Dogs at home have litters. How can we sleep on the ground? Excessive? More excesses are yet to come. The Mad Knife dismissed. Any other questions? Someone tempted. Tutor, what is the highest level of the beasts around here? There are probably a few fierce beasts at the peak of the fifth order. Quang Dao nodded. The students' expressions changed drastically, and the fifth order peak beast was no longer a level they could deal with. Uneasy in my heart. Okay, training has officially begun. Get ready, everyone. An unknown tension quietly spread in the hearts of all the students, as if there was a depressing atmosphere condensed in the air. Quang Dao and Xia Qingtian were silent for a moment, which made this tension even more intense, and it seemed that everyone could feel the depression that was about to break out. I named the students, and they all stepped forward. Quang Dao took out a heavy manual, his voice calm and unquestionable. The person who was drawn quickly walked forward and received a pair of heavy bracelets and a set of special training clothes. This is a weighted training suit tailored for each of you, and from today onwards, you must all wear it. Quang Dao's words were like an iron rule. Of course, if you feel heavy, you can also choose to take it off. Hearing this, everyone immediately put on the training uniform. Someone tried it curiously, and the adjustment function of the bracelet was really sensitive. This is self-adjusting, but it can only increase the weight, not reduce it. Quang Dao was smiling and his expression was as calm as a harmless uncle. However, his unhurried tone made many students feel angry in their hearts. Some people tried to adjust, but found that they couldn't adjust at all, and secretly cursed in their hearts, this is really tricking me. Lin Xiao sensed the weight of 100 kilograms, and secretly said in his heart, with my current blood and qi value of more than 10,000 yuan, what is this weight? No pressure. He directly pulled the value to the maximum, 9,999 kilograms. In the next moment, his body suddenly became heavy, and his feet sank into the ground, as if he had stepped on a hard iron plate. Whoa, this is quite emotional. He muttered softly, the blow just now crushed his blood almost to the point of losing circulation. This movement attracted the attention of many people. That guy got worse too. Someone exclaimed, I don't know how much I added. It looks like a lot. Bing Qinru, Tuoba Gong Sun Qin and others also lifted the weight one after another, and the other students were not to be outdone and tried to widen the gap. Quang Dao nodded. This morning, I am in charge of physical training. On the first day, let's take it easy. There was an obvious joke in his words. Then, everyone came to a river with many wooden stakes placed on the shore. I have arranged the corresponding wooden stakes for everyone. You only need to spar. Remember, you can only attack with physical strength. Quang Dao's tone was serious, at least 5 times in the morning to reach the limit consumption. He waved the bottle in his hand. This is a pill that can quickly restore physical strength after breaking through the limit. Come to me to receive it. Meditate for 3 minutes after taking it and recover quickly. Of course, slacking is not allowed. He showed a gentle smile. I will record your performance. When the students heard this, their faces became extremely complicated. Is this still easy? The morning training is so ruthless. The stakes also have a rebound function, and if they don't fight well, they have to be beaten. Doesn't this make them desperate? Even Bing Qinru, who has always been militarized, frowned. Obviously the content of the first day also surprised her. Let's start. The Mad Knife gave an order. Isn't it just pile driving? I'll do it. A teenager looked at the stake angrily, raised his fist and smashed it down. Ha! With all his might, he only heard a boom, and the stake bounced back, and the boy was suddenly shocked to take a few steps back, with blood on the corner of his mouth and unbearable pain. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Kwang Dao had a sly smile on his face. This stake will rebound. Unless your hard power can be exploded instantly, it will bounce back, which is equivalent to suffering a big loss. Teacher, what is this operation? Some people were full of unwillingness and scolded in their hearts. This is really cheating me. That's it for the time being. Kwang Dao smiled extremely brightly. You play slowly, I'll watch. Tuobashir's face was gloomy. As a natural gift of divine power, he had broken through the limit 5 times in the morning, and his body was already in terrible pain. Now I have to endure the force of the countershock. It's like being beaten hard. It really hurts. He gritted his teeth and tried again. His fist hit the stake, and the recoil force was immediately transmitted, causing him to take a big step back. He thought to himself, fight. Forget it. Over the entire training ground, there were bursts of pain from time to time. The crazy knife was very satisfied, and he thought proudly, these little rabbits, wait for my devil knife maniac to show his power. Suddenly, his eyes swept to Lin Xiao, who was standing quietly aside, and found that the other party was motionless, as if waiting for something. Hey, Lin Xiao, why aren't you moving yet? He walked over, wondering in his heart. Lin Xiao said lightly, Teacher, these wooden stakes are too garbage. I don't want to waste materials in vain. Kwang Dao was stunned, and a burst of anger in his heart. Do you dislike it? You know that this is a wooden stake in the middle of the third order, and its defense is comparable to that of the late third order. You still think it's too bad? He was furious for a while, thinking, is this kid crazy? The wooden stake he bought at a large price was broken so quickly, or was it in the middle of the third order? This is simply provocative. What did you say? Kwang Dao hurriedly rubbed his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Teacher, I just think these stakes are too weak, and I want to replace them with a more powerful one. Lin Zhao's face was calm, his tone was indifferent, but with a sense of provocation. Kwang Dao's face became gloomy. What do you mean by this? Do you think you're better than these stakes? Yes. Lin Xiao nodded, with a faint smile in his eyes. Kwang Dao was speechless for a while. He knew that this kid was obviously provoking himself. Okay, since you are so confident, use your punch to smash the wooden stake in front of you. He sneered, secretly alert in his heart. I'm confident. Lin Xiao raised the corners of his mouth and took a step. I saw him throw a punch without hesitation, accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, and the wooden stake burst instantly, fragments flew, and dust scattered. There was silence on the field, and all the students widened their eyes. Me, this is the legendary giant? Someone muttered to himself. His punch just now was terrible. Some people were stunned. They all looked at Lin Xiao, and the shock brought by that punch had not yet subsided. Who can withstand this? Some people have doubts in their hearts. The mad knife, on the other hand, widened his eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. I was actually punched by him. Who is this kid? I was secretly amazed. The other students were also stunned, and their hearts were full of shock. How strong is this young man? What whole card is he hiding? At this moment, Ding Qinru, who was standing on the side, became more and more complicated in her eyes. She hadn't paid much attention to Lin Xiao, but at this moment, she always felt that there was an inexplicable familiarity in this young man, as if she had seen it in a corner. What happened? She was secretly puzzled in her heart, but she was also shocked by his sudden strength and was speechless. The atmosphere in the entire training ground became more tense and depressing than ever. Everyone secretly guessed in their hearts, is this teenager hiding stronger strength? Or, what secret does he hide? Xia Qingtian hadn't left yet, but he couldn't hide his shock in his heart. That guy, Lin Xiao, actually punched the fourth order wooden stake in an instant, and even claimed that his blood qi had reached the fifth order. He took out his mobile phone and excitedly dialed the number of the boss Xiao Kuang. Boss. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. This time, we have a raptor in the west. What's going on? Xiao Kuang was in the office, listening to his excited tone, his brows furrowed slightly. You know what? Just now, that kid, Lin Xiao, smashed the fourth order wooden stake in the hand of the mad knife with just one punch. Xia Qingtian did not hide his shock. Moreover, he also said that his blood qi has reached the fifth order. What? Fifth order? The corners of Xiao Kuang's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the files on the table, with a touch of shock in his eyes. He glanced at Lin Zhao's information, and the talent column was marked in red font, SSS level ability, spacetime. This is a talent he has never seen before, which can be called against the sky. Are you sure? He asked. Absolutely. I also tried it, and his blood value was more than 5 levels. It was like a demon crawling out of hell. Xia Qingtian was so excited, and he is only 16 years old. Not long after I woke up. Xiao Kuang was silent for a moment, secretly admiring in his heart. That was the result of his years of cultivation, and it took countless efforts to break through the level of the fifth order, and Lin Xiao, 16 years old, had reached the fifth order of blood. This was simply a demon among demons. He looked at the files on the table, and a complicated smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kid is by no means simple. He understood in his heart why the boss was so calm about this year's Tianjiao competition. With such a demon, why be afraid of any opponent on the battlefield? At the same time, the students were already exhausted on the training camp campgrounds. The intense training in the morning made them lose almost all their strength. The girls didn't care about the image, and they lay on the ground one after another, moaning one after another. Xia Qingtian looked at them and smiled secretly in his heart. These dolls are really choked by me. Without the crazy knife, today's training really made them suffer. Okay, let's rest for an hour. Xia Qingtian said gently. There is also supernatural training in the afternoon. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. He was also a sixth-order powerhouse, and he was secretly glad in his heart. These boys are really treasures, and the future is promising. Ahem, stand up. Xia Qingtian smiled, but there was a hint of cunning hidden in his eyes. Your bloodline has become stronger under today's tempering. Next, start the basic detection of ability development. He took out a high-end instrument and tested the student's ability awakening one by one. Spruce, 0.8%. Bai Ning said, 0.9%. Gong Sun Qin, 1.7%. Tuoba Stone, 1.6%. Bing Qinru, 2.2%. When it was Lin Zhao's turn, all eyes were on him. Xia Qingtian was curious in his heart. This young man, his body is so strong, his ability development should not be bad. Lin Xiao, 10%. The instrument sizzled, 14%. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xiao actually reached 14% ability development. The corners of Xia Qingtian's mouth twitched, incredulous. Is this still in the case of just awakening for a month? How did you practice? He stared hard at the detector in front of him and confirmed that it was correct. Lin Zhao's ability development was nearly 20 percentage points higher than his own. How do you do it? He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The other students were dumbfounded, secretly scolding in their hearts. This is a world of difference compared to me. How dare you be confident that you are Tianjiao? Lin Xiao is simply a god's existence. Bing Qinru looked at Lin Xiao calmly, with a complicated look in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Teacher, when will you start training with abilities? She asked coldly, her eyes full of longing to become stronger. Xia Qingtian nodded calmly. This afternoon, everyone practiced according to the method I taught, meditated and concentrated and felt the ability. His tone was calm, but it was chilling. Time flew by, and everyone sat cross-legged by the river and began to concentrate on cultivating. Lin Xiao was also immersed in it, feeling the improvement of his mental power, and it seemed that everything became smoother. He continued to realize that the progress of his talents was slowly but steadily rising. As the sky darkened, the tired students opened their eyes one after another, their bodies exhausted. Okay, that's the end of today's training, Xia Qingtian said with a smile. Starting tomorrow, the real actual combat drill. As soon as his words were spoken, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. It's over? Some people wondered. What should we do in the next 6 days? Some people are puzzled. Xia Qingtian smiled and said nothing, with a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. These 6 days will be your real life and death trial. You have to survive on your own in this mountain range. Run away? Yes, but your actions will be recorded as part of the graduation assessment. He paused, and his tone became solemn. Everyone has a blue button on their bracelet. Press it in case of crisis, and we will appear. Of course, it also means that your training journey stops. Okay, good luck. See you next week. After saying that, he jumped up, soared into the air, and flew into the sky. He was a sixth-order powerhouse, controlling the power of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at his back, their hearts full of longing. Lin Xiao also secretly looked forward to the day in the future when he could fly into the sky and overlook the world like him. Time flies, and the training officially enters the actual combat stage. The beasts in the mountains are gradually approaching, and the students are facing a real test. Lin Xiao stood in the valley, smiling secretly in his heart. This is the feeling I want. With blood and strength, the battle has just begun. The scene gradually returned to calm, but there was a tense and excited atmosphere in the air. Many students were practicing or observing, and none of them left the dangerous zone of this mountain range. The mentors are gone. What should we do now? Someone asked in a low voice. What else can I do? Just continue to practice in place. For the next week, I stayed here. Someone's eyes lit up and thought, isn't this a great opportunity? Don't worry about being chased by fierce beasts, and don't worry about being robbed of cultivation resources by others. What about the cultivation resources? Some people hesitate. Without cultivation resources, it is too slow to absorb the abilities between heaven and earth, and it is easy to widen the gap with others. As geniuses, they never allow themselves to be left behind. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and slightly sensed the situation in this area. Well, within a radius of 100 meters alone, there are many first-order beasts moving. Mosquito legs are also meat, he thought to himself. Although the cultivation points for killing first-order beasts by themselves have decreased, it is better to have more than nothing. So, he chose a direction, slowly left the crowd, and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, Bing Qinru pursed the corners of her mouth, still a little unwilling in her eyes. She also wanted to see if that person would really be surpassed, and there was a trace of unwillingness in her heart. Subsequently, Gong Sun Xin, Tuoba Shi and most others also left one after another. They came here to improve themselves, not to hide and survive. After all, hiding here and waiting for death is no different from from staying outside to fight. Of course, there are still a small number of people who stay where they are, struggling. They are weak and do not dare to take risks, so they choose to endure it for the time being. Everyone's ambitions are different. As long as they can safely pass the Tianjia training camp and return to their hometown, they are still geniuses. In the air, a miniature robot is flashing, recording the scene in some way. In an office, several people were staring at the screen, observing the video of the scene. It was the live broadcast of Lin Xiao and others. The overall strength this time is indeed much stronger than the previous one. One of them, with a scar on his face, was a mad knife. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Xiao Kuang sitting in the middle. Boss, that Lin Xiao is really against the sky. Can such a demonic genius be pulled to our side? When he grows up, he will definitely become a peak powerhouse. It is a huge asset to the entire force. Xiao Kuang shook his head and had reported Lin Xiao's situation to his superiors as early as the first time, but the response was just a gesture, which meant that Lin Xiao had been targeted by the people above. He didn't know who he liked. It's a pity, I'm really optimistic about him. The mad knife looked regretful. The shock to Lin Xiao in his heart was indescribable, and once when he was practicing with Lin Xiao, it shocked his heart. Xia Qingtian also added, this kid is really an unprecedented demon. Do you know? When I detected that his ability had developed to 14%, the impact I received inside was indescribable. The two asked and answered. Obviously they were mentors, but they were more like fans and sisters. Forget it, Lin Xiao has already been targeted by the people above, and it has nothing to do with us. Xiao Kuang sighed. You say, this kid, how can he feel like he's walking in his own back garden? Someone chuckled. On the screen, Lin Xiao walks leisurely in the jungle, as if he is walking. This actual battle is not difficult for him. Someone analyzed, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to provoke those fifth-order beasts, he can basically walk sideways. It's really strange. Some people sighed. On a dark mountain road, Lin Xiao walked calmly, as if enjoying the fun of a hunt. His eyes were fixed on a cave in front of him, and there were many bones scattered at the entrance, obviously the remains of a fierce beast. Dong dong dong. His footsteps were unstoppable, unabashed. Roar! An earth-shattering roar erupted from the cave, and three fierce beasts appeared. It was the barefoot ape, whose aura was in the middle of the first order, although it was not weak, but in front of Lin Xiao, it was not even a trouble. Hey, you three, call out the rest of your partners, Lin Xiao said as he greeted loudly. The three-headed ape looked up to the sky and roared, as if roaring, dare to underestimate me. A menacing ape jumped up, and his giant fist pressed on Lin Xiao, wanting to blast him into meat paste with a punch. Why bother? Lin Xiao shook his head. Bang! With a loud noise, the three-headed ape fell to the ground, all of them uncertain about life and death. Oh no, the power is great. Will the guy inside run away? Lin Xiao's heart tightened, secretly worried. In the depths of the cave, there was another sky-shaking roar, and the remaining four-headed ape appeared. The leading one exuded a second-order aura and was obviously their boss. It stared at Lin Xiao angrily. You are the dead pervert who killed my men. Here it comes, brothers. Lin Xiao greeted with a smile. Roar, roar, roar. The three second-order monkeys charged and the battle was about to break out. Ding, detect and kill one second-order beast, 6 first-order beasts, and get 500 cultivation points. Is it recycled? The system sounds sounded. Recycle. Lin Xiao did not hesitate. Ding, the recovery was successful. The corpse is instantly devoured by the system. There are too few cultivation points at this point. Lin Xiao was dissatisfied in his heart. The system is too stingy, and it only gave me 1,500 points, and I lost it. He secretly decided in his heart, in the future, he would kill more fierce beasts and earn some cultivation points in order to become stronger. System, turn on space permissions. He commanded loudly. Ding, space permissions are turned on. The capacity is 100 cubic meters. The system replied. This space capacity is too little. Lin Xiao was helpless and thought, am I driving a VIP? But it's better to save it first, otherwise these corpses will be almost full. Help me recover all the corpses of these beasts. He was secretly determined in his heart. Ding, it's recovered. The body disappeared in an instant, leaving only an empty space in the space. It's really a cheating system. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, a faint aroma wafted in, and he followed the smell to see that it was a crystal clear fruit hanging on the tree. What is this? His heart moved. Ding, return to the host. This fruit is the second-order spirit fruit Tianxiang cardamom. Taking it can increase the blood and chi value. System prompt. It's really a baby. Lin Xiao hurriedly picked a few, sat cross-legged, and ate all the fruits. The blood and chi surged wildly in his body, instantly increasing to 11,000 points. He stood up, shook the dirt on his body, and thought to himself, this is the resource I should have. It's not bad, that's how the resources come from. He smiled with satisfaction. The atmosphere at the scene became tense and intense in an instant. People's eyes were focused on Lin Xiao, looking forward to his next move. Second-order spirit fruit? So easy? Quan Dao stared at the scene on the screen, feeling both surprised and a little jealous. That was a high-end resource carefully arranged by him, but he didn't expect it to be easily obtained by this kid. This kid is getting stronger again. Xia Qingtian couldn't help but sigh. So many Tianxiang cardamom can logically increase the blood value by hundreds or even thousands. For warriors, blood value is extremely important, and it is related to how far they can go in the future. To break through to the 7th order, you need at least 50,000 blood in energy. Xia Qingtian knew very well that the more blood in qi went to the back, the more difficult it was to grow. The value of the 2nd order spirit fruit in front of him was definitely not low, and Lin Xiao didn't know that the Tianxiang cardamom he had just eaten was so valuable. If he knew, he might sell it directly for a cultivation point, but at this moment, he just wanted to continue to improve. The beasts in this area are too weak, and there are too few reward points. Lin Xiao felt a little disappointed. Although he can obtain cultivation points by killing 1st order beasts, the actual effect is too slow. It's better to find a stronger guy. His mind moved, and he decided on the goal. Let's do those big guys first. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, opening the divine luster of the divine eyes of time and space. In an instant, a huge blurred eyeball appeared over the entire mountain range, emitting a bright light that enveloped the entire area. Those huge eyes, as if watching everything, brought a mysterious fluctuation, causing the surrounding time and space to be slightly confused. What is that? On the ground, someone looked up at the sky in horror. Oh my god, that's a huge eye 50 stories high. Someone screamed, retreating in fright, and his legs trembled. For a while, everyone was terrified and avoided one after another, for fear of being targeted by the giant eye. After a while, the giant eye in the sky disappeared without a trace, like an illusion. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Someone couldn't help but ask. What was that just now? Could it be that a huge mouse has appeared? Someone tried to tease him, but the person next to him gave him a hard look. Don't talk nonsense, it's just an illusion. Someone shook his head and left, sighing in his heart. This kind of cowardice is really looked down upon. And Xia Qingtian suddenly stood up, staring at the scene in the sky, his brows furrowed. At that moment just now, the huge vision that appeared in the sky was by no means an illusion. Something unusual must have happened. He immediately ordered, send someone to the scene to investigate immediately. If there is really any abnormality, report it as soon as possible. Yes, understood. The two elites quickly disappeared into the air and rushed to the scene. Ding! At the same time, Lin Xiao secretly sighed in his heart. At that moment, it should have been me who used the awakening ability of the eye of the divine eyes of time and space to briefly peek at the situation of the entire mountain range. This ability is really against the sky. He was extremely excited. In just a moment, he knew all the important information in the mountains, where there were fierce beasts, what level of strength and hidden treasures were all in full view. It's really a plug-in. Lin Xiao smiled secretly, his heart full of confidence. However, he also knew that this ability was too much and easy to attract the attention of others. The scene just now was almost discovered by the master. He immediately whispered to the bracelet, mentors, I am Lin Xiao. The vision that appeared in the sky just now was accidentally made by my cultivation. I'm sorry. After saying that, he looked at the black spot in the sky. It was a detection robot, which had already been locked by him with mental perception. Not far away, Kuang Dao and Xia Qingtian arrived quickly and stopped in the air. What to do? And to check? Xia Qingtian frowned. Check? I knew this kid was dishonest. Kuang Dao's face was full of displeasure, and he was secretly annoyed in his heart. This guy, how did he make such a big move? And how can I erase his traces? In the superior office, Xiao Kuang looked at the picture of Lin Xiao greeting on the screen, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This kid is really an dishonest master. He laughed secretly in his heart. However, the vision of that moment just now must have been made by him. He knew it well and sighed secretly in his heart. Don't be nervous, everything is under control. He comforted himself softly. At the same time, Lin Xiao started the next step of the treasure hunt. Yes, it was a treasure hunt. After mastering this information, he decided to use his strength to find those hidden treasures. On the other side, Bing Qinru was walking alone in the forest, her face extremely solemn. She constantly watches her surroundings, alert for any hidden dangers. Suddenly, a bloody mouth came out of the bush on the left. It was a late-stage green-spotted snake of the 1st order, which had been lurking for a long time, staring at its prey. It's coming! Bing Qinru responded calmly, and instantly burst out with the SS level ability Frost. Her figure jumped, and the ice pick condensed like a snowflake, enveloping the snake's body and trapping it to death. Fall! She called softly, and the ice pick was like an arrow, stabbing at the target. The air was filled with a biting chill, and the intensive attack of the ice pick quickly killed the green-spotted snake. She retracted her ability, confirmed her death, and moved on. Her target was a more powerful 2nd order, mid to late, or even 3rd order beast. She secretly vowed in her heart to become stronger and strong enough to really stand in front of that person and hold that little hand. Can we be friends? Whenever he thought of this, Bing Qinru's cheeks would be filled with a faint shyness. She has always been strong, but she has a special desire for this subtle emotion. At the moment, she is working hard towards this goal. On a towering tree beside her, a black shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow swam along the trunk, and in an instant, a roar came from the tree. Roar! A mid-order fierce beast was entangled in a black shadow and could not move. move. Bang! With a single knife, the head of the beast was separated from the body. The black shadow gradually revealed its true face. It was Gongsun Shin. He used the S-level ability Netherworld to sneak in secret and silently kill the beast. Sure enough, the improvement in actual combat is far faster than simple cultivation. He sighed in his heart. He looked into the distance, as if looking for something, and his expression became particularly focused. Tuoba Shur, on the other hand, was full of depression. He originally just wanted to show off, but the other party was too fierce and pressed him to fight. Now, my heart is full of bitterness. What trump card is this young man hiding? Although he didn't know what abilities the other party had awakened, his intuition told him that he was not an opponent at all. Alas, forget it. He sighed in his heart. Find an opportunity to bow your head and admit your mistake. Maybe you can save some face. At this moment, a brown bear suddenly appeared in front of him, with a huge body and sharp teeth, staring at him with a hungry expression. Fuck you. Do you dare to provoke me too? Tuoba Stone roared angrily. The muscles of both arms exploded, and the ability, Natural Divine Power, exploded instantly. I'm going to eat you raw. He jumped up and met the brown bear. This brown bear, hungry for many days, was fierce and pounced on it. At this moment, Lin Xiao observed quietly from a distance, smiling secretly in his heart. This is the fighting atmosphere I want. Use blood and strength to meet the most real test. The atmosphere at the scene gradually calmed down, but there were still lingering fears in everyone's hearts. Lin Xiao continued to sneak in the mountains and forests, always alert to the movements around him. As the days passed, the talents of the entire training camp were improving. Those teenagers who were full of confidence at the beginning and broke through the mountains alone, after fierce battles with fierce beasts and the resources found, their strength has leaped to varying degrees. Some people even broke through their original cultivation and entered a higher level. Some weaker students choose to walk together and fight in groups, although the improvement is slow, but the safety is greatly increased. On the whole, the Western Tianjiao training camp can be divided into 3 echelons. Tier 1, Ice Chinru, SS level ability, full circle in the early stage of the second order. Second echelon, Gongsun Shin, S level ability, the first order is late. Tuoba Stone, S level ability, the first order is late. Wu Lei, S class ability, first order late. Third echelon, the vast majority of the remaining are basically in the middle of the first order. You said Lin Xiao, which echelon are you in? Someone asked in a low voice. Sorry, he himself does not participate in the ranking. Xiao Qingtian looked at the document in his hand and looked up at Lin Xiao's movements on the screen. The two mentors were worried at the beginning to now speechless. Why worry? Because Lin Xiao was facing a fierce beast in the late 5th order. At this time, in the picture, Lin Xiao was lying leisurely by the stream. His clothes were slightly dirty, and there were a few faint scratches on his arms. This beast is really hard to handle. He talks to himself. Since he came here on the 4th day, he understood. Within a radius of this place, it was the territory of the 5th order beast. As soon as they approached, there was an earth-shattering roar from the depths of the mountains, and the sound resounded throughout the fields, causing many fierce beasts to panic and lie on the ground, not daring to move. This overlord beast was the 5th order top powerhouse in this place, known as the king of the mountains and forests. Lin Xiao knew that with his current strength, he could not confront this beast head-on, and could only rely on cleverness to escape. However, the Tiger King had already sensed his approach. It rushed over, and the roar shook the valley. Its momentum was monstrous, and it roared up to the sky. Damn humans. Watch me tear you apart. Its monstrous anger stemmed from long-term humiliation. This human has repeatedly used tricks and cleverness, but he has never fought head-on. Every time he caught up, Lin Xiao could always disappear without a trace in an instant, making it so annoyed that he wanted to tear the other party apart. I'm fed up with your little tricks. The Tiger King roared angrily. The earth shook, and the sound shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Xiao stood firmly in the air, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, this guy is really a troublesome opponent. Bang! Another punch! He shouted lowly, and in the void, a space crack condensed. Ugh! In an instant, a punch exploded, and the power of the fist was like a landslide. With incomparable momentum, it shattered the ground, and the energy swept through the heavens and the earth. Hiss! The Tiger King was repelled by this punch, retreated several meters. The hair on his body exploded, and his eyes were full of shock. This human has become so powerful. Have you become stronger? It looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously. Lin Xiao nodded. I just comprehended the fist intent, and my current strength can already deal with you second-order guys, he said indifferently. The Tiger King's heart was shocked. Sure enough, after a period of cultivation, his strength is indeed improving rapidly. Then can you be stronger? It asked, tentatively. Of course. Lin Xiao smiled and punched again. The fist and strength fused together, and the amazing power erupted. Bang! With a loud bang, the Tiger King was hit hard and flew out backwards, blood flowing from his mouth. Can you actually defeat me? It was unbelievably surprised, quickly put away its anger, and looked at Lin Xiao vigilantly. We can negotiate a deal. Lin Xiao said softly, I won't bother you. Don't harass me again. You handed over your few storage rings, which is my reward. What do you think? The Tiger King stared at the storage ring on the ground, playground, and was secretly shocked. This human being, who was so cunning, actually traded for his own safety. Okay. It grinned and threw some rings on the ground. Among these rings, there are many precious treasures, which are my gifts to you. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and put away the ring, laughing secretly in his heart. This Tiger King also knows the current affairs. I'm leaving. He turned around and left, secretly thinking in his heart, although there are not many treasures in these storage rings, they are worth a try. Back in the mountains and forests, Lin Xiao used spiritual perception to check the treasures in the ring one by one. Most of them were some ordinary exercises and cultivation resources, and a small number of ability stones, but the most valuable ones were those purple ability stones. It seems that the way to make money depends on how hard I work, he thought to himself. He looked up at the sky, and he already had a clear goal in mind, to continue to look for stronger resources and wait for the next opportunity. And the danger hidden in the shadows is gradually approaching. Several students on the sidelines have gathered together to tell each other about their experiences this week. Some show off the beasts they encountered, and some describe how they fight to the death with a big knife. The atmosphere was warm, laughter continued, but it was also mixed with a bit of tension. After all, the scene of life and death just now was still vividly remembered. Suddenly, the air seemed to be cool, and the temperature dropped slightly. Everyone looked up and saw Bing Qinru stepping forward, sitting alone by the lake, holding water in both hands, simply washing the dust off his body. Her appearance made the originally noisy scene instantly much quieter. With her return, mentors also appeared. Kuang Dao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Students, the first week of training is officially over." Off stage, most of the students bowed their heads in contemplation. The life and death test just now has made them grow a lot, whether it is will or strength. As a reward, 100 points per person. I will explain the specific use later. Kuang Dao continued. His tone was calm, but he couldn't hide his seriousness. Next, I will take you into the real Tianjia training camp. As soon as his words fell, several helicopters appeared in the sky, and the students boarded the plane in an orderly manner and drove towards the mysterious and magnificent place. Ahem. After a while, the plane landed, and everyone stepped out, and what came into view was a majestic stone gate, and the boulder next to it was engraved with the 5 characters, Tianjia Training Camp. Welcome to Tianjia Training Camp. Kuang Dao was full of smiles and looked at many teenagers, but everyone knows that behind this smile lies a heavy responsibility. The environment here is treacherous and competitive. Starting today, you will spend the most important stage of your life here. Kuang Dao introduced while leading everyone to visit. This is the central square, which can be used for daily training and competitions. He pointed to the square on one side. To the east is the Sumeru illusion, which can greatly speed up the speed of cultivation. The north is the Dawn Tower, the west is the Mission Hall, and the south is the Treasure House. He introduced them one by one. By the way, ask you, can you use these resources? Someone raised his hand. Kuang Dao turned his head and smiled. Of course, as long as you have enough points, everything in the training camp can be used. Points? Lin Zhao's heart tightened, and he secretly calculated in his heart. This point is already very important from the beginning. Yes, it's points, the hard currency of the Tianjiao training camp, the key to determining your future growth. Kuang Dao's tone was flat. Each person starts with 100 points, which is the initial value. At this time, a young man stepped forward and saluted the Mad Knife. Crazy mentor, you are here. Oh, it's Kamaki. Kuang Dao nodded. I'll leave it to you. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. The man's name was Mu Yuan, an old man here, looking at the 100 new students in front of him. He smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Mu Yuan, welcome to the Tianjiao training camp. Let's take everyone to the dormitory first." Under the leadership of Mu Yuan, a group of freshmen gradually settled down. Mu Yuan thought to himself, among these people, the only ones worth making friends with, especially Lin Xiao. I heard that his strength is very strong, but he came from a humble background and has no strong background behind him. He's quite interesting. Mu Yuan shook his head, secretly planning in his heart, maybe I can get some benefits from him in the future. At the same time, Lin Xiao was standing in front of his dormitory door, looking at the newly arranged room, secretly thinking in his heart, the situation here is much more complicated than in the safe area, I have to figure it out. Outside the door, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Are you? Lin Xiao looked alertly. I am Tuoba Stone. The visitor whispered, his face nervous. What's the matter with you? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. I came today to apologize to you. Tuoba Shir said while bowing, I didn't mean to trouble you before, so please don't take it to heart. Lin Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to admit his mistake. He patted Tuoba Shir on the shoulder. Since you sincerely apologize, I don't care. If there is something to do in the future, we will help each other. When Tuoba Shir heard this, his heart warmed. He looked up at Lin Xiao and said seriously, thank you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I will definitely help you find a venue. Okay, don't pretend. Lin Xiao smiled. Do you still plan to ask me anything? About the Tianjia training camp. Tuoba Shir hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Tell me. Lin Xiao put on a look of listening. Actually, I know the situation here. Tuoba Shir said, in addition addition to us newcomers, the other old people are also here, because there is the most advanced cultivation equipment here. Many families have sent people to improve their strength. Some also formed forces here and began to fight. Will they bully us? Lin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Somewhat. Tuobashir nodded. The points system here is very strict, and it is difficult to survive without points. You have just arrived and may encounter some unfairness. Understood. Lin Zhao already had a plan in his heart. By the way, I also have a cousin here who is from Kamikaze. Tuobashir had some expectation in his eyes. Do you want to join the Kamikaze Hall? It will be much more convenient later. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to be bound by any sect yet. Lin Zhao shook his head. I will go my own way. Okay. Tuobashir didn't force it, turned around and left. Lin Zhao returned to the room and thought to himself, the environment here is much more complicated than I imagined, but I am ready for everything that comes next. Time flew by, and in the early morning of the third day, Lin Zhao went out to inspect. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory, I saw a competition going on. I saw a man stepping on another teenager with his foot, roughly insulting him, with a cruel smile on his lips. If you are arrogant, be careful that I will kick you into a pig's head next time. The man kicked the opponent hard and won 100 points. Lin Zhao passed by indifferently, ignoring it, and the other party's behavior made him feel uninterested. Just as he was about to leave, the person next to him suddenly stopped him. Hey, you are very eye-catching. You're new, aren't you? The man stopped him with a friendly smile. Yes, yes. Lin Zhao coped, secretly vigilant in his heart. My name is Morom Yun, and I just joined the Kamikaze Hall. Do you want to befriend me? The other party smiled extremely stiffly, but with a threatening meaning. Lin Zhao smiled secretly in his heart. This guy, it is really not simple. It seems that you should be more careful. He put on a restrained look. Senior, you're right. I just came, and I'm really not familiar with it. That's good. Morom Yun smiled even more stiffly. You see, you just need to give me 90 points. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment, and by the way, make a friendship, and everything will be convenient in the future. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. 90 points. This is too much. He hesitated for a moment, but saw the other party's vicious eyes. I'd better use my points to improve my strength. He tried to refuse. Do you want to be friends with me? The man's voice became cold. If you don't want to, forget it. Lin Zhao was secretly alert in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Senior, I just want to use points to practice strength. Look at. Don't talk about it. The other party sneered. If you dare to be disobedient, I will make you unable to eat and walk around. Lin Zhao thought secretly in his heart. It seems that this person is not easy to mess with. In that case, it is better to keep your distance. He smiled and responded that. Thank you, senior, for reminding me. I will work hard. The other party nodded and turned to leave. Lin Zhao stared at the departing figure, secretly vowing in his heart, in this world, I want to become stronger and become a real Tianzhou. Boom. Do you really want me to point you out? Of course, of course. Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment and nodded. It just so happens that there is a ring here, but each of the two sides of the competition must have a minimum of 100 points. He pointed to the ring next to him, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Then listen to the arrangement of the senior. Lin Zhao smiled slightly and followed the other party into the ring. Both of them left 100 points at the points container. Lin Zhao was secretly relieved in his heart and finally took the bait. Okay, Junior Morong Jr., since you are pointing out, then you should take action first. The senior showed an elegant and calm appearance, secretly calculating in his heart that this freshman might become his long-term meal ticket and he would be able to eat every once in a while in the future. Senior, please go first. Lin Zhao stood indifferently. His eyes were as calm as water, and his attitude was completely different from just now. The unknown senior frowned, sensing that something was wrong, as if the person in front of him had changed into a different person. Junior Morong Jr., you? Senior, don't say much. The advice is here. Please give me more advice. The tone was cold and the expression was indifferent. This made the senior's face embarrassed, and he immediately understood the other party's changes, and his heart was secretly alert. He snorted coldly and thought to himself, in that case, don't blame me for being merciless. He burst out of his own cultivation and reached the late stage of the second order. What are you pretending? The senior no longer hid, and shot directly, breaking out with a punch that rushed towards Lin Zhao, intending to kill with one blow. Lin Zhao turned sideways slightly, raised his left foot, and kicked accurately to a key position. Before the other party could dodge, he was hit, although Lin Zhao didn't use much force, but it was still a heavy blow to him. Senior, are you okay? Lin Zhao stepped forward and asked, pretending to be concerned. The student gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Zhao fiercely. Damn, you've completely angered me. He suddenly activated his ability and awakened the A-level ability Fury. The palms of both hands condensed fiery flames, gradually merging into a fire lotus. Boom! With a low shout, the fire lotus bloomed with dazzling light and attacked Lin Zhao. This is what you asked for. The senior's face turned pale and he was furious. How dare this damn newcomer humiliate him like this? The explosion in the ring shook the sky, and the fire was everywhere, attracting many onlookers. Isn't that Zhang Heng in the second grade? Who is he competing with? with. Who else can there be? He must be bullying newcomers again, and this guy has been looking for trouble lately, which really embarrasses our second graders. This newcomer is quite powerful. He actually forced him to use his abilities? Some old students recognized the people on the stage and were surprised. At the same time, some newcomers next to them were worried. They were bullied by the old man these days. Their strength was low and there was no backstage. They couldn't resist at all, so they could only swallow their anger. There are also people who try to resist, but in the end they can't escape the fate of being beaten to vomit blood. Their hearts were full of grievances, but their strength was so great that they could only hold this breath in their hearts. The smoke dissipated, and Lin Zhao's figure disappeared without a trace. Zhang Hong was shocked. Could it be that he was left with only bone scum and seconds? That's a big deal. Senior, I'm here. Suddenly, Lin Zhao's voice came from the air. Zhang Hong looked up and saw Lin Zhao standing in the void. His pupils shrank suddenly. Can fly? Could it be that he is a sixth-order powerhouse? This thought made his heart tighten, and he couldn't believe it. In fact, he knew in his heart that Lin Zhao did not have strong coercion. It might just be a special effect of his ability. He condensed the flames again and attacked continuously into the air. The fire was permeating, as if he was about to completely engulf Lin Zhao. The violent explosion exploded in the air, and sparks flew around, which was extremely gorgeous. Zhang Hong was out of breath. His abilities were consumed a lot, and controlling so many flames was a huge pressure for him. Now, it should be almost the same, right? He kept staring into the air when suddenly a hand was on his shoulder. Senior, what are you looking at? As soon as he turned his head, he saw Morongyan standing behind him. He was so frightened that he immediately retreated, secretly understanding in his heart that the other party had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Damn guy. Feeling the little ability left in his body, Zhang Hong immediately sealed flame technique. The low voice was mixed with anger, and the huge flame enveloped the entire ring, trapping Lin Zhao firmly in it. Let's see how you escape this time. The flames are incredibly powerful, as if they can burn everything in the world. The people outside couldn't see the situation inside at all, only to see Lin Zhao unscathed, standing quietly outside the flame barrier, like an invisible barrier, blocking the flames outside. Wow, so handsome. Lin Zhao looked at the flames around him, and couldn't help but have a trace of memories in his heart, like those arsonists. The flames gradually dissipated. Zhang Hong was panting, and the supernatural energy in his body was almost exhausted. Now, it should be over, right? He kept staring into the air, and suddenly a hand was on his shoulder. Senior, what are you looking at? Shocked, he looked back and saw that it was Morongyan. He was so frightened that he took a few steps back, thinking to himself, it turns out that he has been pretending to be a ghost. Damn guy. Feeling the few abilities left, Zhang Hong quickly sealed flame technique. A larger flame rose above his head, enveloping the entire ring and completely enveloping Lin Zhao. This time I'll see how you escape. Boom. The power of the flames is terrifying, and it seems to burn everything. At this time, there was no trace of fire beside Lin Zhao, and he stood unscathed while standing inside the flame barrier. His body was surrounded by an invisible barrier that kept the flames firmly out. Wow, so handsome. Lin Zhao looked at the flames, secretly smiled in his heart, thinking of those former flame boys. The flames gradually dissipated. Zhang Hong gasped. Obviously this flame technique had exhausted all his abilities. Okay, for the punishment, I will kill you too. He was furious, as if he wanted to vent all his grievances. He looked up and looked ahead, and the figure gradually became clear. No way. I saw the figure getting closer and closer. Every step seemed to hit his heartstrings, making him panic. Senior, your guidance seems to be very ordinary. Lin Zhao stood there, looking down at the other party with a faint smile on his face. Under the dazzling light, the figure stretched very long, almost filling Zhang Heng's inner fear. Now that the senior has finished giving instructions, then it's my turn too. After saying that, Lin Zhao raised his right foot and slowly kicked Zhang Heng's chest. Zhang Hong didn't have time to dodge, and was hit hard by this kick. His internal organs were shattered, and the whole person flew out of the ring and fainted. Lin Zhao looked at his unconscious figure, and he actually hesitated a little in his heart. The move just now obviously wanted to kill with one blow. However, he was still let go. Give him a chance. As long as you win 200 points, you will be in a better mood, and you have just earned 100 points in vain, and life seems to have a little more hope. He looked at the fading back, and many old people at the scene side. This kid looks like a newcomer, but his strength is quite strong. I didn't expect Zhang Hong to be defeated by this kid. He has some ability, but trouble is coming. This Zhang Hong relies on someone at home, and he is very arrogant on weekdays, but this time he kicked the iron plate. Wait and see, this kid will be unlucky soon. Someone carried the unconscious Zhang Hong away. At the same time, in a luxurious cultivation room, a figure sat cross-legged in it, surrounded by supernatural stones. These ability stones continuously emitted abilities, providing cultivation resources for the figure in the middle. Boss, your brother Zhang Hong has an accident. The figure slowly opened his eyes, calmly mobilized the cultivation in his body, and looked at the person who came. Say, you don't know, if a person is disturbed during cultivation, he may become a mortal enemy? As soon as the words fell, a suffocating coercion suddenly filled the space. The man knelt on the ground, ground, kowtowing like pounding garlic, sweat soaking his back. Boss, forgive me. Forgive the leader. Forget it this time, and I won't spare you next time. The figure spoke coldly. Tell me, what happened? After the visitor finished telling the story, the leader asked indifferently, Morong Yun? His gaze was calm, without a trace of fluctuation. Let Tang Chen deal with it. Although my brother is useless, it depends on the owner to beat the dog. After saying that, he closed his eyes again, as if it had nothing to do with him. This person is Zhang Heng's brother, Henry Zhang. Lin Xiao went all the way north, and the impression was that the north side seemed to be a tower. Not long after, a towering tower appeared in front of his eyes. Dawn Tower. Lin Xiao raised his head and looked at the tower in front of him, surrounded by many people. I don't know if I can climb to the 30th floor this time. Some people clenched their fists, worked hard for a lot of time, and their strength increased a lot, wanting to break through their own achievements. This tower is not that simple. The 30 floors must at least have the strength of the early stage of the third order. Lin Xiao found that there was a list on the side of the tower. There are many names imprinted on the list. Li Qing, 40 floors. Wang Long, 40 floors. Henry Zhang, 43 floors. Baio, 44th floor. The lowest in the number of floors on the list is also 40 floors. As his eyes went up, the top three: Fengbing, 52 floors. Deception, 53rd floor. Himiko, 57th floor. Senior, may I ask what this list is? Lin Xiao asked a man on the side. Oh, newcomer? When the man heard the sound, his eyes swept at Lin Xiao. Hello senior, junior is new here. Please solve your doubts. It turns out to be a rookie. The man was not scrupulous, and there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Lin Xiao was not annoyed by this. Well, I'm in a good mood today, you're lucky. The tower in front of you is the Dawn Tower, with a total of 60 floors. Lin Xiao nodded and listened carefully. The man continued, every 10 floors of this tower correspond to a class of our warriors, 1 to 10 floors correspond to 1 rank, and so on. You will encounter fierce beasts on each floor, and you can go up if you successfully kill them. I see, it's a breakthrough. Of course, those who successfully pass the level for the first time will be rewarded with certain points. Oh, that's not bad. Senior, I don't know what the list next to you is? Oh, you're asking about the Dawn list. That has nothing to do with you. The man looked at the list and shook his head, his eyes showing a hint of awe and envy. The Dawn list can only be touched by the true pride of heaven. You also saw that the minimum requirement to be on the list must also be on the 40 floors. Do you know what the concept of 40 floors is? It means that the minimum personal strength must reach the level of the 4th order. 4th order. This kind of strength is at the upper level in the entire Tianjia training camp. Moreover, once you are on the list, there will be a fixed point reward every day. After saying that, the man stopped looking at the list. His last result was 26 floors, and today let's see if he can go up to 2 more floors. Lin Xiao nodded and thanked him. He was ready to give it a try. Hey, I said, are you going to prepare to go up? The man was a little surprised, but there was a hint of understanding. As a person who has been here, I suggest that you don't need to be so anxious. Every newcomer has a chance to climb the tower for free. You can wait for a while, and then create a tower when your own strength is stronger. Because, when you run out of free opportunities, you need points to create a tower, and it takes 50 points to climb the tower once. From his words, it can be heard that these 50 points are not a small number. Thank you, senior. I still want to give it a try. Lin Xiao did not stop and walked into the tower under the man's gaze. A newcomer is a newcomer. The man shook his head. He estimated that this newcomer rookie would only be a dozen floors at most. The same was true when he first came, and in the end he only reached the 13th floor, wasting a free opportunity in vain. After staying for a long time, I realized how precious the points here are. After Lin Xiao went in, he found something wrong. Ha, is this a phantom? He looked at his body, and this tower didn't seem to be a real battle, but a virtual battle. And as soon as he appeared, a first-order beast phantom appeared opposite him. In the early stage of the first order, the aura is very weak. Although it was a phantom, Lin Xiao could still feel the strength of the fierce beast in front of him, which was very magical. He waved his body unhurriedly. This tower can actually replicate 100% of its own ability? Lin Xiao was a little shocked. He just checked it and found that he could do anything in his current state. System? Are you in the system? No one responded. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system is his biggest trump card, and if even the system is copied 1-to-1, it will be really terrifying. In that case, then try it. The first level, pass. The second level, pass. The strength of the beasts in the previous level was too weak, and Lin Xiao's speed of breaking through the level was very fast. 10th floor, pass. Congratulations, pass the 10th floor for the first time, reward 100 points. Come on, dawn of the future. When Lin Xiao passed the 10th level, there was a sweet prompt sound. You just gave so many points after breaking through the 10th floor? What a pick. Go on. 11th floor, pass. 12th floor, pass. Basically, he swung a punch over each floor, and the beast that appeared was blown up on the spot, and he couldn't withstand the power of his punch at all. At this time, many people gathered outside the tower. Ha, who is breaking into the tower? It's fast. Someone made a sound, and he realized something was wrong. Look, this person is so fast. 18. Damn, 20. Is he a second man? It should be those in the 3rd grade. Their strength has generally reached more than 30 floors, and the previous ones are still easy for them. Damn, I've broken through 30. What? This is broken 30? Now, more and more people are staring at the Dawn Tower. They look at the flashing number, which represents the level that the breaker is currently in. It's already 35 floors. Which big guy is this? Could it be those few? But even those guys aren't that fast. Damn. Break through 40. Someone yelled, and in less than 10 minutes, it went from 0 to 40. At this time, a man with a cold face looked at the Dawn Tower with a solemn expression, and he looked at the numbers that were still rising. Who is it? Those guys can't have this kind of strength. A person happened to pass by him, and suddenly he seemed to have discovered something, pointing at the man. You are Bei Ao? The man glanced faintly, scaring the man too much to speak. Bei Ao. There are people on the Dawn list, and the score is 44 floors. It can be said that they are the top group of people in the Tianjiao training camp. I didn't expect him to come here too. After a period of cultivation, Bei Ao felt that his strength was a notch stronger than before, and he wanted to try whether he could break through the historical results. I never thought that he would encounter such a thing. Look, it's already 48 floors. Someone covered his mouth with his hand and looked up in disbelief. Bei Ao's pupils shrank and his eyes looked up. 48 floors. No, it's already 49th floor. His face was full of solemnity, and he thought about all the people he could think of in his mind, but he still didn't think who was inside. Although the Dawn list is above 50 floors, those people are no longer there. In other words, this list is a record of all the previous Tianjiao above 40 floors. At present, no one in the Tianjiao training camp has the strength to break through to the 50th floor. Who the hell are you? Bei Ao stared at the Dawn Tower, unable to believe what he saw today. Inside the tower, Lin Xiao has already reached the 50th floor at this moment. This floor is a fierce beast in the early stage of the 5th order, a human-faced lion. Human, your strength is good, but that's it. The beast with a human face was majestic. It stood in place, very arrogant, and its body was covered with hair. Among the fierce beasts, the 7th order is a watershed, the 7th rank above is the emperor, and the 7th rank and below are the king. As a fierce beast in the early stage of the 5th order, it has enough strength to serve as a demon general under a demon king. At this moment, the majesty of a generation of demon generals will be fully displayed. The tall figure makes it look down at the humans that appear in front of it. What a small and treacherous race. This tower is really powerful. Lin Xiao looked at the beast in front of him and sighed. This tower transforms the beast too vividly, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is true. Kitten, don't straighten your waist. The model below is too small. Embarrassing. The human-faced lion was stunned. It really looked down a few times before realizing that it was being humiliated by the other party. Human, how dare you humiliate this king? It was furious, opened its huge mouth, and let out a terrifying roar. The 5th order coercion came towards Lin Xiao. This human made it angry, and it wanted to let the other party die without a place to be buried. Oh, I still tremble when I run. Don't panic. Lin Xiao stood in place, surprised and spoke. His eyes really glanced at the other party's bottom. This made the man-faced lion even more out of control, and he launched an attack on Lin Xiao desperately. Generally speaking, the main means of attack of fierce beasts come from strong strength and hard defense. However, this human-faced lion has a certain bloodline power, which can stimulate its own bloodline to launch a terrifying offensive. At this time, it was urging the power of the blood veins in its body, and the bright red blood chi appeared on its surface, gradually becoming larger, condensing the appearance of an ancient lion ancestor, distorting the surrounding space. Humans, die. Its angry roar, its voice enveloped the entire 50 floors, and it did not stop for a long time. The devastating attack seemed to shatter the entire space. This was the strength of the 5th order fierce beast. As the goalkeeper of the 50th floor, the human-faced lion is strong enough to rank first in the early stage of the 5th order. To be honest, if it had been a week ago, Lin Xiao would have been able to draw it most in the face of such a fierce beast. But now is not the beginning. The smoke dissipated, and a figure appeared. It was Lin Xiao. He exhaled softly, and a crack flashed in the void in front of him. In that attack just now, he chose to be frontal and tough. The SSS level ability time and space were quite powerful, forming a spatial barrier in an instant, blocking this fierce attack. Although there was a trace of cracks, fortunately, it was blocked. A little strength. Lin Xiao waved his hand, the barrier disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing above the void, his eyes exuding a divine luster. The second talent ability, the divine eyes of time and space. The eyes of the huge divine eyes emerged, mysterious and elusive, like a blow from a high latitude. The human-faced lion felt a kind of suppression on the level of life, as if he had met a real god. Fear permeated its brain, and the power of the blood on its body was like a mouse meeting a cat, dissipating without a trace. It curled up, and its whole body knelt motionless on the ground. Blade of nothingness. The invisible blade appeared, as if it had traveled through space, slashing at the human-faced lion. 50 floors, pass. Congratulations, passed the 50th floor for the first time, reward 1,000 points. Come on, Dawn. Just when Lin Xiao cleared the 50th floor, everyone outside the tower went crazy. Me, 50 floors are over. The melon-eating masses are extremely excited. It was the first time since they came to the Tianjia training camp that they saw someone break through the 50 floor. It can be regarded as witnessing a miracle. The man who had previously relieved Lin Xiao also looked up at the number symbolizing glory. Really, I actually met such a Tianjiao. If you have the opportunity to say a few words to such a person, it will not be in vain. Bei Ao looked at the string of numbers, and his tense expression loosened a little. He knew that no matter who the people were inside, at least he was not an opponent at the moment. I never thought that there was such a person hidden. He subconsciously thought that this person should be with him, but he was hiding quite deeply on weekdays. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so you exposed yourself? He muttered. In fact, they are still staying in the Tianjia training camp just to use the cultivation resources here to make their strength to a higher level, but fortunately, they have a good performance in the college entrance examination. This year's college entrance examination is about to start in more than 2 months. The number, when it comes to 52, means 51 floors passed. His eyelids jumped. Above 50 floors, the strength of the beasts on each floor is very strong. Lin Xiao also felt the pressure. His own current level was still in the early stage of the third order, and now he was completely relying on the strength of his natural ability. When he came to the 52nd floor, he found that his attacks had no useful effect on the opponent's body. The fierce beast on this floor is the blue sky giant python, and its strength is infinitely close to the peak of the initial stage of the fifth order. There was a thick layer of snake scales attached to its body, which brought it the ultimate defense. Even with the blessing of fist intent, Lin Xiao's attack could not cause much damage to it. Blade of Nothingness. An invisible blade cut through its skin, and the powerful blade of nothingness was only enough to break a scale. This made Lin Xiao speechless. It seems that this time it stops here. After this tower break, he realized that his attack methods were too few, and his use of his natural abilities was a little rough. The blue sky python opened its bloody mouth, and terrifying green flames sprayed out of its mouth, annihilating Lin Xiao's entire person. This time Lin Xiao had no defense and dissipated under this attack. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and the death at that moment just now had some lingering fears. Lin Xiao successfully cleared the 51st floor. Look at the points in the bracelet. The 10th layer rewarded 100, the 20th layer 200, the 30th layer 500, the 40th layer 800, and the 50th layer rewarded 1000 plus one's original 200. Now a total of 2800 points have been reached. This point is still quite considerable. Outside the tower, Lin Xiao's level was finally fixed on the 51st floor, and that dawn list has also changed at this moment. The original 4th place was squeezed down, and Lin Xiao's name appeared in the 4th place. Lin Xiao, 51st floor. Zhang Tianshi, 50 floors. Look, the dawn list has changed. Lin Xiao, it's Lin Xiao. Who is Lin Xiao? Does anyone know this big guy? Lin Xiao? I haven't heard of such a giant in our session. Many people lowered their heads and pondered. They were all third-year students here, and they had the impression that there seemed to be no one named Lin Xiao in their class. Lin Xiao? Bei Ao also scratched his head. If I remember correctly, they really didn't call Lin Xiao this time. Like a bomb thrown into the abyss, a third-year-old student said in disbelief. It's difficult. Could it be that Lin Xiao is in the 2nd grade? After saying that, he couldn't believe it, but no matter what he thought, there was no one named Lin Xiao in this session. 2nd grade? The other third-year students also trembled slightly, and they couldn't believe that this was true. A second-year student had reached the 51st floor. No, it's not our 2nd grade. But it didn't take long for several voices to come from the crowd, all of whom were second-year students. It was they who spoke in unison just now. Among our 2nd graders, there is no one named Lin Xiao. They also hope that such fierce people are their own class, so there will be light on their faces when they say it. Not your 2nd grade? The third-year-old students were stunned. It was not their third-year student, nor was it the 2nd year. Do you want to tell me that this is from the new rookie class? Throwing aside this unrealistic fantasy, he would rather believe that the Sao could climb the tree than that it would happen. Well, it seems that now, Saos can really climb trees. At this time, a faint voice spoke. Among our freshmen, there is indeed a person named Lin Xiao. He is Morong Yun, and he went out today to go around and happened to come here. At this moment, his heart was very shocked, and the figure in his memory appeared in his mind. Lin Xiao, number 3 middle school. This was the first time he had spoken to Lin Xiao, and the other party's flat tone made him have a lot of impression, because of the matter of the internal quota in their circle at the beginning. But many people sneered at Lin Xiao. What's your name? What did you just say? Speak up. The harsh sound pulled him to reality, and many people were surrounding him, all of whom were old students in the 2nd and 3rd grades. Their strength is generally in the 2nd and 3rd orders. Being stared at by so many people, Morong Yun was a little frightened. His current strength was in the middle of the 1st order, for fear that something terrifying would happen. Boy, what do you say? Someone was impatient and urged. Boy Morong Yun, he is a 1st-year freshman. Morong Yun's posture was very low. I didn't ask you what your name is. You just said that there is a person named Lin Xiao in your class? A 3rd-grade old student waved his hand. Back to seniors, there is indeed a freshman named Lin Xiao among our freshmen. What do you mean, this Lin Xiao is him? Someone sneered, not believing it at all. Freshmen. They all came from this stage, a group of rookies who had not awakened for a long time. You told them that some of these rookies only practiced for more than a month and they crushed them who had been cultivating for 2 or 3 years? It's true. Senior, there is really a person named Lin Xiao in our class, and his strength is very strong. Morong Yun was a little anxious. He was now very sure that the Lin Xiao who broke through the 51st floor was the Lin Xiao he knew. Little rookie, do you know what this means? Some people disdain it. This means that a person who has only awakened for less than 2 months has crushed those of us who have been practicing hard for 2 or 3 years. Do you mean to say that we are all waste? Hearing this, Morong Yun shrank his head in fear. Although he was very sure in his heart, and he also wanted to prove it for Lin Xiao, he was afraid of being beaten. From time to time, people came out of the exit of the Dawn Tower, and some people didn't know why, and they also asked their friends about the situation. I was shocked on the spot after understanding. Because this tower can accommodate many people to challenge at the same time, everyone doesn't know which one is Lin Xiao. When they were still looking around, looking for a target candidate in the crowd, Lin Xiao had already left here. This matter has been continuously publicized and fermented, and has caused a great sensation in the Tianjiao training camp, and Lin Xiao's name has also completely spread. Under the layers of exploration by people with a heart, Lin Xiao's newcomer identity was finally confirmed. The 51st floor represents that this person's true strength has reached the level of the 5th order, and it can be said that he is the first person in the current Tianjiao training camp. This gave those who thought they were extraordinary in the past. On the edge of a cliff, a man in a blue robe had a solemn face. He looked up at the starry sky and was silent. His name is Lei Zhenzi, S-level ability, Thunder Punishment, the peak of the middle stage of the 4th order, and his true strength has reached the peak of the late stage of the 4th order. Dawn Tower, his results are on the 49th floor. He thought that he had no opponents here, and his eyes had long since left here, facing the entire Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, an abyssal dragon came. Bing Qinru sat cross-legged in her house, and she also heard about Lin Zhao's Shuguang Tower breaking through the 51st floor. You are so good. When will I be able to catch up? It's really difficult to be friends with you. Her cold face showed a hint of irritability, as if she was angry that her strength was improving too slowly. Hee, sure enough, I said that this kid Lin Xiao is not a stable master. Office. Quang Dao was sitting on a chair at the moment, holding a teacup in his hand, savoring it carefully. As soon as Lin Xiao came, he broke into the Dawn Tower and hit the 51st floor, which was what he expected, because he knew Lin Zhao's strength very well. On the 51st floor, those old students are under a lot of pressure. Xia Qingtian sat aside, and he also had a smile in his eyes. Then I can only blame them for not working hard. After cultivating for so long, their strength is not as good as that of a freshman. If I were them, I would have no face to stay here. The crazy knife showed a hint of playfulness. Indeed, Lin Zhao's appearance put a lot of pressure on all the old students, and they never thought that such a day would come. Many old students had made up their minds and began to retreat, and their cultivation would not break through or leave the level. It can be said that because of Lin Zhao's move, the Tianjiao training camp actually set off a wave of cultivation frenzy. When this wave of frenzy passed, the strength of many of them increased significantly. After all, whoever can come here is not a genius. Lin Xiao had already come to the east at this moment. Sumeru illusion? Do you need 10 points per hour? Lin Xiao noticed the note next to him. Ability space, 10 points per hour, can increase the cultivation speed by 3 times. Blood in Qi Desert, 10 points per hour, can greatly increase the blood and energy value. In the spiritual world, 10 points per hour can greatly improve mental power. The Sumeru illusion realm is divided into 3 secret realms, corresponding to supernatural abilities, blood, and spiritual power, which can be called one of the heritages of the Tianjiao training camp. In terms of cultivation speed, I am currently 30 times the cultivation speed, but this ability space is not very helpful to me. Lin Xiao thought the first ability space didn't mean much to him. With a god-level cultivation system, his cultivation speed was already quite terrifying. As everyone knows, the 16-year-old third-order boy, at least one of the entire Dragon Kingdom, is not on the surface. Let's take a look at this spiritual world first. In the Flesh Desert and the spiritual world, Lin Xiao chose to explore the spiritual world first. He feels that the stronger his mental strength, the more comfortable he will be in controlling himself in all aspects. 10 points an hour, 240 points a day, it's really not cheap. If there was no point reward from the Dawn Tower, the points on his body would not even be enough to practice in it for a day. Lin Xiao paid 240 points and walked in. The cultivation of spiritual power is different from others, and pays more attention to a certain ideological tempering. In the spiritual world, Lin Zhao's situation was somewhat similar to that of the Dawn Tower, not the main body, but the phantom. It's just that it might be more appropriate to say that it is a soul now. This phantom has its own consciousness, but it looks fragile, like flowers in a greenhouse. This was like an independent space, and Lin Xiao found that there was no one else here except himself. His appearance was like an introduction, and the originally calm space suddenly had a strong wind, lightning, and thunder. The endless cold and heat hit, and in just a moment, Lin Xiao seemed seemed to have experienced 4 seasons, but this phantom was vaguely blurred. Is this the spiritual world? Lin Xiao felt a kind of mental tempering, different from physical pain, but a little empty and a little weak. His mental power was all obtained through the system's addition, although there were no side effects, but it seemed to have a feeling of empty appearance. Lin Xiao gradually felt it. He closed his eyes, felt the pressure from all directions, and let go of all defensive forces. This aggregate containing all its own spiritual power, in this environment, began to become solid, and just like that, a week passed. When the time for the first day came, Lin Xiao extended because he felt that this spiritual world could bring him a lot of benefits. These 7 days cost him 1,680 points, half of which was consumed. But it works great. Lin Xiao only felt that he had never been so refreshed as he is now. In these 7 days, this phantom went from blurred at the beginning to solidified and then to the present. The change is really too big. It's time to get out. The time was almost up. Lin Xiao was not ready to continue cultivating. His mental strength was in a tense state for a long time, and he always had to take a break. After withdrawing from the spiritual space, system, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level. Ability Spacetime Plus, Super SSS level. Spacetime Origin, Awakening level 14.1%. Time and Space Divine Eyes Plus, Top 10 Divine Eyes, Awakening level 12.1%. Level, Early Stage of the Third Order Plus. Blood, 11,000 plus. Do you see that plus sign? How long has it been since you took care of my business? Mental Power, 1179 points. Normal. Technique, Void Sutra. Introductory. Martial Arts, Blade of Nothingness, Peak of Xiaocheng, The Eye of the Gods. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster level combat skills. Fist, Introductory. Training points, 97,854 inch. The mental strength has risen by 179 points. After 7 days of sleepless tempering, Lin Xiao knew that it was not only the increase in numbers, he clearly felt that his control over his body was stronger than before. Moreover, he sensed that something was growing in his mind. The spiritual cloud was gathering and constantly contracting, which made him a little curious. Back in his dormitory, Lin Xiao simply washed up and lay on the bed and fell asleep. In front of the Dawn Tower, a beautiful shadow appeared here. It was Bing Qinru. She raised her face, her crystal blue eyes looked at the dawn list symbolizing glory, and her gaze stopped when she saw the 4th place. Looking at the name, her usually cold expression fluctuated slightly. This beauty, in the lower Chentian, is polite. A slightly handsome man wore a more fashionable outfit with a 2-8-point hairstyle and made a gesture that he thought was a gentleman and stepped forward. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, and his words were elegant and high-end. I didn't expect there to be such a stunning beauty. Let's see how I take it down. Chen Tian looked at Bing Qinru's beautiful face. The surface was still the same, but deep down he was quite excited. I am already fantasizing about the dead of night, and men and women are in love. I don't know the name of the beauty. It's fate to meet. I don't know if I can make a friend. Chen Tian showed a smile, stretched out his right hand very skillfully, and waited for the beauty in front of him to respond. Bing Qinru walked in the direction of the tower as if he hadn't heard, and didn't even notice Chen Tian behind him with his hand raised in mid-air. The air seemed to respond, a breeze caressed, blowing the corners of his clothes, but not blowing her hair. He was a little embarrassed, and calmly withdrew his hand, staring at the shadow in front of him. Humph, sassy hooves, pretend to be cold in front of me. Wait. With a cold snort, he didn't step forward to entangle him, and decided to go back and find out the other party's identity and background first. If the background is average, then don't blame him. It didn't take long for Bing Qinru to walk out of the tower. 31st floor. During this period of crazy cultivation, she not only broke through her cultivation and reached the middle stage of the second order, but her control over the ice and snow of the ability was also more powerful. The real strength has reached the level of the third order. Without saying a word, she turned her head and left the place. Not enough. There is still a little distance from him. She still has to work hard. This is the northern desert. In the center of the desert is a long river that runs through the poles, and at the other end is a dark atmosphere. Dark forest. This is the junction between the Dragon Kingdom and the Alliance of Beasts. Since the Cataclysm, the Dragon Kingdom has signed some kind of treaty with the Alliance of Beasts and the Star Forces. During the agreement, the Alliance of Beasts was not allowed to invade the territory of the Dragon Nation. But the junction zone at this moment is a little uneasy. Minister, this is the third restlessness this month. A border guard walked up to a middle-aged man, raised his right hand to give a military salute, and then immediately reported today's information. According to the investigation of frontline personnel, several tremors broke out in the dark forest opposite this month, and the instruments they detected often prompted red warnings, and many border guards looked solemn. The middle-aged man is the border minister here, Tuobamu. At this moment, Tuobamu stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking into the distance. Countless clouds floated in the sky, and in the distance, dark clouds shrouded in dark clouds, and there was a faint lightning bolt cutting through the sky. His eyes were calm and he nodded slightly. Notify me, all parts scientists will strengthen their vigilance in the near future. Notify the intelligence department, let all the detection teams set off, and report as soon as there is news. The mountain rain is coming, and the wind is full of wind. Imperial capital. This is the core area of the Dragon Kingdom. What do they want to do? A slightly angry voice sounded in the synagogue. This is the highest meeting of the Dragon Kingdom, and the participants must also reach the minimum level of strength of the Ninth Order. It was an old woman who spoke, and the extremely terrifying fluctuations emanating from her body made people dare not look directly at her every move, and at this moment she heard the news that made her very angry. That's right, Chief, their request is simply Sima Zhao's heart. Do you really think we are soft persimmons? Another man also slapped the table angrily and stood up. Except for the two of them, the rest of the people's faces were covered with gloom, and they were forbearing. The leader was an old man with a kind face, but his slightly old eyes had an extremely firm demeanor. This time it is news from the Starry Sky Forces and the Alliance of Beasts. His left hand tapped on the tabletop. They hope that in the upcoming National College Entrance Examination League, let us open an exclusive channel for their children to participate together. What do they want to do? Chief, if you want me to say that since they have the courage, let them come. Our cubs in the Dragon Kingdom are not a single bastard. This person has a cold face, he is a big man in the military, and his evil aura is killed on the battlefield. I can't see it properly. For so many years, our three parties have barely maintained a balance, and this year these two forces are suddenly like this. It's too coincidental. There may be a conspiracy. Qin Shao, also a Ninth Order peak powerhouse, he is the contemporary head of the Qin family in the imperial capital, and the entire family has a fairly large industry in the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Shao, I think you are too careful. What about the two major forces? Our Dragon Kingdom is no longer a period when we can only be passively beaten. Someone said that he advocated strong factions. I don't think it's nothing. The location of the National College Entrance Examination League is in our territory. Even if something happens, we have the ability to deal with it, so it's better to take this opportunity to explore their strength. Everyone expressed their opinions, most agreed, a few opposed, and a very small number remained silent. The old man at the head listened quietly, and after waiting for everyone to say something about it, he raised his hand. In that case, we vote on this matter. Agree to let the two forces send people to participate in this national joint examination. Most of the people present raised their hands. The minority obeys the majority. Then send someone back to a letter later, and say that the Dragon Kingdom has responded. The second thing, I'm ready to start the sequence plan again. There was a sudden silence in the field. Sequence planning. Most of those present had experienced the darkest period, when the Dragon Kingdom was struggling. In the face of unprecedented fusion, this plan was proposed at that time. The ultimate goal of this plan was to cultivate a strong man at the pinnacle of the extreme, and in that period of blood and tears, only the Dragon Kingdom was left in the entire Blue Star and still insisted they must adapt to the torrent of the times, and in this change, if they want to continue to survive, the Dragon Kingdom needs an invincible powerhouse to lead them to fight. Thus, the sequence plan appeared. The last program was 400 years ago, when there were 10 people participating in the program. They were all the top figures of that era, and they had talents far beyond their peers, as well as strong belief and perseverance. They have accomplished countless feats that seem incredible to ordinary people, and they are symbols of miracles. It's just that this road is extremely difficult. At that time, there was no one in the Dragon Kingdom to protect them. They could only rely on themselves. Fortunately, one person succeeded in the end. That man surpassed himself in the face of adversity, achieved an incredible breakthrough, reached the Ninth Order above, and was honored as Emperor Wu. Above the ninth level, it is the Emperor. In the end, under the leadership of Emperor Wu, the Dragon Kingdom had room to breathe. Now, is it time to start the sequence plan again? Many people are still reminiscing about the past years, which are their dusty memories, and many brothers died on the battlefield at the same time. Chief, why is it so sudden? Some people asked that the sequence planning involved a lot of aspects, and the process required a lot of resources. The chief shook his head. I have an ominous feeling that something bad will happen one day in the future. He was very deep. Sitting in this position, he thought every day about how to keep the Dragon Kingdom alive. The Starry Sky Forces, the civilization from outer space, they don't know much at all. He didn't know what kind of background the other party had. This is a battle of civilizations. Either you die or I die. Although the Dragon Kingdom was much stronger than it was at the beginning, he was still worried, because they lacked an invincible powerhouse, when the Emperor Wu who led the Dragon Kingdom had already left. In the end, the limit was broken, and he lost too much of his life source. Today's Dragon Kingdom lacks peak force, and once the peace agreement is torn apart, it will be too late to think about it then. Okay, the sequence plan is still 10 places this time, and this matter requires everyone's concerted efforts. The old man looked around. Everyone can recommend candidates, and this matter is classified as a first-class secret. Do you have anything else? If nothing happens, then this meeting will end here. Tianjia Training Camp. I'm going to prepare for the competition soon. Well, I haven't relaxed at all in this month, and I will definitely have a good result in this competition. Me too. I stay in my house house every day to practice, just for this competition. My goal is to be in the top 10. A month is coming, and the Tianjiao training camp is about to usher in the first monthly competition for newcomers. All the freshmen are gearing up and looking forward to a good result in this competition. Where is Lin Xiao? At this time, Lin Xiao was no longer in the Tianjiao training camp. Instead, he took on a task and ran to a territory called Fuzhou district. The mission seems to be here, right? Lin Xiao checked carefully. He saw a high-paying task in the mission hall that day. The location is in Fuzhou district. It is relatively remote. If you rank it, it is even behind the safe area of your hometown. Is the strange population disappearing? Because the terrain is very flat, it is not a production area for scarce resources, and because of the small population, many heavy factories have been built here. Walking on the street, heavy industry can be seen everywhere, and dark clouds hang over this area all year round. Lin Xiao followed the instructions on the task to an office building. Hello, I am a student of the Western Tianjiao training camp, and I came to report. Lin Xiao showed a proof. Sitting at the front desk was a woman, holding her eyes, taking the certificate, looking at it carefully, and returning the certificate to Lin Xiao. Hello, dear Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. The answer is quite formal. After saying that, she skillfully picked up the phone next to her. Boss, there is a Mr. Lin Xiao from the Western Tianjiao training camp. B. Hanging up the phone, she stood up. Mr. Lin, please come here. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiaoxia is really young and promising. In the lower Wuhao, he is the boss here. In the rather bright office, a greasy-looking man stretched out his hand with a smile. Lin Xiaoxia, please sit down. Lin Xiao spoke quickly and immediately expressed his intentions. That's right, I did apply for this task. Speaking of this, Wu Hao had a sad face. He is more than 40 years old this year, and he has not awakened his abilities, and later took over the family business and opened a small factory in the local area, which can be regarded as a relatively nourishing life in the local area. But not long ago, the person in charge of one of his factories sent news that several workers had suddenly disappeared from the construction site. This is not a trivial matter for him as an ordinary person, and he deliberately spent a lot of money to invite 2 local awakened people to investigate the situation. An inspection did not find any problems, but the person really disappeared. I thought that the matter would end here, but several people disappeared one after another, which frightened the remaining workers and immediately threw them away. He also reported the situation to the local authorities, but to no avail. The big living person suddenly disappeared? Lin Xiao frowned, his eyes looking at Wu Hao in front of him. Well, a hint of luster flashed in the depths of his eyes, and then disappeared. Where is the specific location of this factory? I need to go to the site to investigate. Lin Xiaoxia has traveled a long distance. Why don't we rest for a day first, and we will go tomorrow? Wu Hao did not answer, but was very polite. No need, it's urgent, let's set off now. Lin Xiao shook his head. Wu Hao had no choice but to give up. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at a chemical factory, because it had been running without workers for many days, and it looked a little desolate. Lin Xiaoxia, this is it. Lin Xiao looked at the factory carefully, his eyes flashed with a faint silver brilliance, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Lin Xiaoxia, the place where the workers disappeared is on the 2nd floor. Why don't we go up and take a look? Wu Hao stepped forward and pointed to an area. 2nd floor. There are messy materials on the ground, everywhere, and some chemical pools, and all the machines next to them have stopped working. Lin Xiao strolled to the center and suddenly made a sound. Mr. Wu Hao, I remember you said that you didn't have awakening abilities yourself? Wu Hao was stunned for a moment and nodded. That's right, Lin Xiaoxia, I really don't have the ability to awaken. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I used to be very envious of you awakened people. After saying that, he laughed at himself. Some things are inherently unfair. Lin Xiao spoke again. In that case, why do you keep transmitting information through some means after coming here? As soon as the words fell, there was a brief calm around me, and I never felt that the wind was so loud. Papa. As expected of the genius of the Tianjiao training camp, it is really different from others. Wu Hao kept clapping his hands. At this time he seemed to have changed into a different person, and the polite look on his face had disappeared, but became a little playful. Presumably, the flesh and blood of a genius like you should taste better than ordinary people. Naked provocation. In an instant, Wu Hao's face was frightened, his eyes were sharply released, his face was red, and his whole person was raised in the air by Lin Xiao's hand, and his neck was pinched. You, I asked. You answer. Lin Xiao's left hand exerted a slight force, very indifferent. Wu Hao's face showed a look of pain. He wanted to try hard to break free, but he couldn't use his strength at all. Who are you? What is the purpose? Don't think. Stop. Don't think about it from. What do I know from my mouth? Although Wu Hao was pinched in the air by Lin Xiao, he didn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Lin Xiao directly cut off his neck. Wu Hao, die. Throwing it casually, Lin Xiao stopped paying attention, but stood in place. Regardless of the death of my companions, I'm really curious about the purpose of you people. The sound echoes between floors. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of Lin Xiao, dressed in black robes, covering themselves very tightly. Are you finally willing to show up? As early as the beginning, Lin Xiao noticed that these people were hiding in the dark. The dead Wu Hao, Lin Xiao found through the eyes of of time and space that there was some kind of black ability flowing in his body. This is not at all in line with the fact that he introduced himself as an ordinary person. The eyes of the divine eyes were activated, and in Lin Zhao's field of vision, the bodies of these men in black in front of them all flowed with the same black abilities as Wu Hao's body. The man in black on the opposite side didn't say a word, but the air was filled with terrifying black abilities. What the hell is this? Lin Zhao accidentally bumped into this ability. He frowned slightly. This strange black ability entered his body along his pores. The black ability split around his body, flowing along the blood throughout his body, and one of the abilities flowed to a certain area, discovering a mysterious light cluster. Excited, extremely excited, the black ability rushed directly up, and the mysterious light mass had a great attraction to it. Just as it was attached to the surface of the light cluster, the mysterious light cluster suddenly emitted a dazzling color. A rule like a god of creation, the supreme wave directly dissolved this black ability, and at the same time, this luster sublimated Lin Zhao's entire body. All black abilities instantly turned into nothingness under this fluctuation. Outside, Lin Zhao stood in place. He quietly felt the movement in his body. At first he was extremely troubled. What the hell is this damn black ability? But then he got excited. Hello, you don't die, how dare you touch it? The origin of the holy law of time and space, transcending the supreme origin of this world. Also because of this stimulation, Lin Zhao's ability awakening has risen again. At this moment, another figure appeared, and as soon as he appeared, the original men in black bowed their heads and stood behind him. Unexpectedly, it attracted a genius. He looked at Lin Zhao, who was standing in place, a little excited. I didn't expect you to be so careful. The man instantly stepped back, his face showing doubts. How is it possible? You have obviously been hit by the source of my destiny. How can you still have your own consciousness? So you call this dark thing the source of destiny? Lin Zhao looked at this figure. Who are you? Worthy of being a genius of the Tianjiao training camp. He could only attribute this to the fact that Lin Zhao in front of him had some incredible means. I am a white-clad priest from the Destiny sect. You can call me a dream priest. The man in white had a face full of sincerity when he mentioned the Destiny sect. Destiny sect? That's right. Young man, are you willing to come to the Destiny sect and create a great cause with me? The white-clothed priest became excited. He kept dancing and telling Lin Zhao that they had a great plan. Not interested? That's a pity. But if you find me, then I can only turn you into my destiny. The white-clothed priest shook his head with some regret. As he spoke, the white-clothed priest muttered silently, and many black-clothed figures appeared on the field. Lin Zhao looked at so many people, and all the figures in black had the same fluctuations in their bodies. Come on, enjoy a grand feast from destiny. The white-clad priest wrapped his hands around the sky. Under his order, all the men in black launched an attack on Lin Zhao. These black clothes were generally in the strength of the first and second orders, and there was no threat to Lin Zhao at all. Bang bang! One by one, the figures in black fell one after another, revealing their bodies, without a trace of flesh and blood. All of them were white skeletons. Lin Zhao's heart fluctuated a little. After the last man in black also fell, only Lin Zhao and the white-clothed priest were left in the field. Oh, as expected of the person of destiny I liked. The white-clothed priest looked at Lin Zhao. His eyes didn't care about the fallen black-clothed figures at all. I'll give you another chance to join our destiny sect. This is the last mercy the Lord has given you. He is condescending, and at this moment he is destiny. The white-clad priest was blown away. What about you pretending to be M? Lin Zhao hates someone pretending to be 13 in front of him the most. The powerful attack directly blasted the white-clad priest away, and the walls along the way collapsed. Smoke rose, and the entire floor became hazy and blurry. Lin Zhao stood in place. His eyes always exuded divinity, and the surrounding environment did not play a role in him at all. Ahem. In the distance, the white-clothed priest who was blown away stood up from a pile of rubble, and his elegant appearance had disappeared, unkempt, and his white robe was also shattered. There is a very strict class system within the Heavenly Mandate sect, which is divided into gold, purple, white, and yellow. As a white-clothed priest, he already has a certain position of power. Damn slave, you have committed the following crimes, and I will give you eternal life on behalf of God. He was very angry that a person who was regarded as a lowly slave by him dared to attack him, which made him lose face. After that, he activated the ability with all his might, and a majestic black ability immediately appeared in the field. This strange energy, known as the source of destiny, actually dissolved the surrounding walls and stones. For these strange sources of destiny, Lin Zhao did not dare to be too careless, and the abilities in his body were activated, forming a spatial barrier to protect himself firmly. At the same time, his gaze passed through the layers of fog and looked directly at the white-clothed priest. Certainly. Caught off guard, the white-clothed priest was fixed in place, and a look of shock appeared on his face. What kind of ability is this? Why can't I move? The white-clothed priest frantically urged his cultivation, wanting to forcibly break through this layer of shackles. Lin Zhao didn't have time to think about it. He made a seal with one hand, and countless fragments appeared in the void, and then slowly formed a blade. The blade of nothingness crossed the space and slashed straight at the neck of the white-clothed priest. At the critical moment, the white-clothed priest broke through Lin Zhao's space freeze, forcibly moved the direction of his neck, and dodged dodged the fatal blow. But there was still a deep bloodstain on his neck, and the blood couldn't stop flowing out. He stopped the wound in time, covered his neck with one hand, and his eyes were staring at Lin Xiao, who was shrouded in the source of destiny. The surrounding walls were almost melting, and the spatial barriers condensed by Lin Xiao were also a little blurred. It's really troublesome. Lin Xiao didn't expect that this strange black mist could even dissolve in space. This didn't work. He condensed his abilities, and in an instant, he disappeared in place. Ha! The white-clothed priest was immediately vigilant, and in his perception, that kid disappeared. Suddenly, he felt a fluctuation behind him, and without thinking about it, he turned around and protected his arms in front of him. Another extremely violent punch. Lin Xiao appeared behind the white-clothed priest, clenched his fist with his right hand, and blasted it directly. The white-clad priest was blasted out by a punch again. Certainly, the space ability was activated, and before the white-clothed priest could react at this time, the whole person was fixed again. Lin Xiao disappeared in place again and came directly to the white-clothed priest. He looked at the white-clothed priest lying motionless on the ground, and there was a crazy look on his face. Punch to the flesh. The blood in his body surged, breaking the limbs of the white-clothed priest. The severe pain coming from his body made the look on the white-clad priest's face even more crazy, and he kept cursing in his mouth. Humble ant, you actually did this to me. Ah, I am a man of destiny. I am the savior chosen by the Lord, and the world needs me to save me. You ignorant and lowly slave, I am your master. He was shouting frantically, and the source of destiny that permeated the surroundings slowly dissipated, and the entire venue was shattered. Lin Xiao swung his fist again. This punch directly deflated the white-clothed priest's mouth, making him unable to speak. He plucked out his ears. What garbage, mouth full of artillery. No, no, no. The white-clad priest's mouth was shattered, his teeth were splashed, and his jaw was dislocated by this punch, but he was still resisting, speaking silently. I have to say that he is very resistant to beatings. Just ate Lin Xiao several punches, and he was so energetic. This guy, what to do? Lin Xiao was thinking about whether to destroy the other party directly. Tianjia Training Camp. The first monthly competition has begun. In the central square. It was overcrowded, and many second and third year students came to watch the newcomers. Some people are curious, and some people are here to join in the fun. But all of them had an idea, that is, to take a look at who the sacred man named Lin Xiao was. Look, that's Bei Ao. The strong man on the dawn list. I heard that his ranking rose a little more last time, reaching the 46th floor. Someone exclaimed, I didn't expect Bei to come. Henry Zhang is also here. He is Zhang Heng's eldest brother, and his strength is definitely the top existence in the third grade. Not far away, a figure appeared. His face was calm and daunting, and no one around him dared to approach. Li Qing is also here, but I can't see his shadow on weekdays. Many people looked at the Tianjia that kept appearing around them. They also called themselves Tianjiao, but compared to these people, they were a little unable to get on the stage. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and many people were shocked, and some even covered their mouths. He is Lei Zhenzi. As soon as he appeared, the person who caused everyone to exclaim was Lei Zhenzi, a third-year student. As soon as he appeared, the eyes of Bei Ao, Henry Zhang, and others also fell on him, and even there was a trace of fear in the depths of their eyes. I didn't expect even this one to come. At this time, a figure appeared in the air. The mad knife appeared above the central square. I will host this freshman monthly competition. This competition adopts a points system. The winner is +1 point, the loser is 0 points. There were 3 rounds, and finally 4 players were selected to compete for the top 3. I announce, the game begins. With a wave of the mad knife, all the competition rings in the field instantly turned on some kind of protection mechanism. All the new students came to the stage after hearing their names, and for this day, they practiced hard for a month just to shine on this day. Bing Qinru versus Wang Biao. In one ring, Bing Qinru stood on the left, and her opponent looked loveless. How could this be? I met her in the first game. Wang Biao was very unwilling. He had been cultivating hard for a month, and he could not have played an above-average ranking. I didn't expect my luck to be so bad, and I met Bing Qinru in the first game. Wang Biao immediately put on a defensive posture. His ability talent is a B-level ability, Earth, which can absorb the natural energy of the Earth to improve his defense. Bing Qinru raised his hand carefully, and the cold air in the field was in the air, and the temperature dropped to 0 degrees in an instant. The people watching next to this ring immediately yawned and shrank their bodies. So cold. Frozen. As soon as the words fell, the entire ring quickly turned into ice cubes, and together with Wang Biao, it also froze into a humanoid ice sculpture. Wang Biao, who was frozen, turned purple, and he wanted to open his mouth to admit defeat, but he couldn't open his mouth at all. Until his breathing became weaker and weaker, Bing Qinru waved his hand, and the ice on the field melted. Wang Biao instantly collapsed on the ground, trembling and signaling, I recognize, lose. Hiss. What a terrifying ability. The temperature of the entire space just now dropped to a terrifying level, and it didn't give me a cold. Goddess. Not only is she extremely strong, didn't you find that she is really stunning? Many old students in the audience spoke excitedly, and Bing Qinru's appearance really fascinated them. Delicate facial features, light blue pupils, long flowing hair spread out, and and the dizzying cold face is a plus. This woman is not simple. Lei Zhenzi looked in the direction of Bing Qinru, and he trembled slightly. The ability just now is very strong. He feels stronger than his own. Could it be an SS level ability? Gong Sun Qin versus Dawn. In other rings, Gong Sun Qin stood in place and did not make any moves. His opponent Dawn was already in a cold sweat, and after facing the opponent, he felt a strong sense of oppression. Suddenly, he felt his body lose control and walked to the edge of the ring and jumped. He was stunned when his feet landed, and the spectators who observed the game were also stunned. Gong Sun Qin won. Gong Sun Qin in the field left the ring very indifferently, as if this was what he expected. This guy is not simple either. Some old students with vicious eyes noticed something was wrong, and looked at Gong Sun Qin who was leaving. Lin Xiao versus Chen Ming. Many people's eyes flashed. The main purpose of these old students coming here was to see who this Lin Xiao was. In the ring, Chen Ming had a bitter face. He was already planning to surrender directly. Is this my luck with shit? I didn't expect to let myself meet this fierce man in the first game. But he found out that Lin Xiao still hadn't come to the stage for a long time. Everyone else was watching around. Ha! Where is Lin Xiao? Why don't you go up? Didn't he come? Didn't he know that today was their new competition? Wouldn't you dare not come? There are different opinions, and some sunspots take the opportunity to smear Lin Xiao, saying that he is tricky and opportunistic on the Dawn list. Otherwise, why don't they dare to appear? Bing Qinru didn't know what she was thinking somewhere above the sky. Quang Dao also noticed this, and he felt a little helpless in his heart. This stinky boy, I told him that I was going to compete and I had to do some breaking task. When Lin Xiao was going out to do a task, he also came to Lin Xiao to tell him. It's a pity that Lin Xiao doesn't care very much. Don't worry, crazy tutor, I will be there during the competition. Rabbit, fool me. Wait for you to come back and see how I will clean you up. The mad knife snorted coldly and then announced, Lin Xiao is absent. In this game, Chen Ming shang. After Chen Ming heard this, he was also a little happy in his heart. He didn't expect such a reversal. He thought he would definitely lose, but he didn't expect Lin Xiao to come. Lei Zhenzi and the others were a little puzzled. They gave up the retreat to watch just to find out. This Lin Xiao is really a wonderful person. Hello, I am Wang Tianming, the captain of the 3rd team of the Fuzhou District Guard Department. Was it you who reported it? An armed police officer in plain clothes asked Lin Xiao. Hello sir, it's me. Lin Xiao reflexively raised his hand and saluted. After Wang Tianming returned the salute, he motioned for Lin Xiao to explain in detail what happened, and at the same time, the other guards were inspecting the entire chemical plant. Little brother Lin Xiao, are you saying that this person claims to be a white-clothed priest of the Destiny sect? Wang Tianming suddenly interrupted Lin Xiao's words and looked at him in some shock. Well, that guy really said that. Lin Xiao thought for a while and nodded. The two of them came to the place where they had just fought, and the white-clothed priest was still lying in place. His breath was faint, all the bones in his body were shattered, and his mouth was crooked. The only good thing is that there may only be eyes and nose left, which is really miserable. Wang Tianming went up to confirm, and finally confirmed that the person lying on the ground was indeed a white-clothed priest of the Destiny sect, and at the same time, this white-clothed priest was also a member of their official wanted list. Little brother Lin Xiao, I'm very sorry, this person is very important. I need to report to the top. Wang Tianming was a little shaken. Chief Wang, please. Lin Xiao had no objection to this. Wang Tianming walked to the side and took out his mobile phone. Director, here's how it is. A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. I'll be there soon. Hanging up the phone, Wang Tianming walked to Lin Xiao's side. Little brother Lin Xiao, I have contacted Director Li, the director of our guard department, and he will arrive later. Lin Xiao shrugged. Anyway, the person has already been handed over to the other party, and he doesn't care much about how to deal with it. The two of them came to the top floor of the chemical plant, and as soon as they came here, Lin Xiao felt nauseous. There were blood stains everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of rotten corpses, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Captain Wang, look here. There was a guard trembling and very excited. Wang Tianming and Lin Xiao stepped forward. This is a dark pavilion with many instruments and countless experimental bottles. This is. Lin Xiao's voice also trembled a little, as if he had seen some scene that ruined his 3 views. I saw that the instruments here were all infants and young children, men and women. Their bodies were shriveled and exposed, they had lost their breath, and some even broke their arms and hands, which made people dare not look at them directly. The experimental bottle contains bloody organs and some children's heads. Lin Xiao looked at these shocking pictures, only feeling extremely depressed in his heart. There is also a pool of blood in the house. The pool was full of scarlet blood and smelled of blood. Lin Xiao resisted the urge to vomit. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled a little. He had never seen such a picture, and he had the impression that this was not the world he knew. In contrast, Wang Tianming was much calmer, but he was still very angry. Suddenly, a figure appeared here, and he stepped forward with a calm step and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. How do you feel? Lin Xiao didn't know how to answer. He clenched his fists tightly. Why was he so angry? These children have nothing to do with him, and it stands to reason that he shouldn't be so angry. However, why is it still very depressed deep in my heart, and I even want to kill the person behind this scene? scenes. The figure seemed to feel Lin Zhao's thoughts. You have avenged the people here, and they will thank you. Lin Zhao's body trembled slightly, and he slowly turned around and looked at this strange figure. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Daoran, the director of the Fuzhou District Police Department. Lin Zhao, I thank you for your action for these children in Fuzhou District. After saying this, Li Daoran actually bowed to Lin Zhao, which touched Lin Zhao's heart again. He hurriedly stepped forward with both hands and helped the other party up. Director Li, you don't have to be like this, I just happened to be here. In fact, I mainly came to do the task. Li Daoran had already understood what had happened, and he looked at the young man in front of him, and his heart was not at peace. Lin Zhao, I don't know if you know anything about this destiny sect? Originally, Lin Zhao didn't want to pay attention to this destiny sect. As long as he didn't come to provoke him, it had nothing to do with him. This is a group of pretentious, stupid, despicable, dirty, and pathetic people who call themselves saviors. When Li Daoran said this, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. They used the slogan of saving the world as a slogan, deceiving people everywhere, but secretly doing some extremely vicious and dirty things. Doesn't the official of the Dragon Kingdom care about this group of people? Lin Zhao was puzzled. With his understanding, the Dragon Kingdom officials had the strength to deal with these rats. Li Daoran shook his head. There are shadows of other forces behind the Destiny sect, and it is not easy to uproot them. At this point, Li Daoran stopped talking about this topic, but this time he had a smile. Thanks to you for this incident, I have declared to the district and applied for a generous reward for you, and I will apply for it almost tomorrow or so. Lin Zhao, if you don't dislike it, you can stay overnight in our guard office. Li Daoran was conveying his kindness. Such a young boy alone captured a white-clothed priest of the Destiny sect. It can only be said that it is so terrifying. Will it bother? Lin Zhao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He hadn't been to the police station at such an age. No, Wang Tianming. You should quickly arrange a residence for Lin Zhao. You can't treat him badly. Understood, sir. Wang Tianming also smiled and arranged it. Such a proud son of the sky, he also very much hoped to have more intersection with the other party. Lin Zhao, then let's leave. Li Daoran looked at Lin Xiaodao. Then here? We will have special personnel here to deal with it, and we will bury all those bodies. Lin Zhao looked at those shocking pictures, and without saying a word, he also followed the other party out of here. Police Department. Lin Zhao, I heard that you are a student of the Tianjiao training camp? Li Daoran sat in his seat with a smile, looking at the young man in front of him. Yes, Director Li. You don't need to call me Director Li, it's too raw. If you don't dislike it, call me Brotherly. Brotherly. Ha, that sounds very kind. Li Daoran laughed happily. Lin Zhao was also infected by this smile, and the original trace of tension disappeared. The two also talked and laughed, and got to know each other a lot. Little brother Lin, your strength really opened my eyes. Brotherly. Speaking of strength, Li Daoran was also a little shocked. Brotherly has won the award. Lin Zhao is humble. That's true. Do you know how strong the white-clothed priest you captured is? The minimum that can be a single person in white in the Destiny sect requires the strength of a fourth-order warrior, and we have been eyeing this white-clothed priest for a long time. Not only is his whereabouts strange, but his own strength has reached the peak of the fourth order, but it has given us a headache for a long time. This time it's really thanks to your shot. Li Daoran sighed. He learned from the chat just now that this Lin Zhao was only 16 years old. What a terrifying teenager this is. Hee, luck. Lin Zhao only responded to this. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of his office. Come in. An interrogator handed him a piece of information, which they had received from the mouth of the white-clad priest under severe torture. Li Daoran looked at the message on the paper, his pupils contracted, and there was even a hint of panic on his face. What happened? Lin Zhao was overwhelmed by this sudden scene. Destiny teaches these beasts. They want to sacrifice our entire Fuzhou district with blood. The room was quiet and terrifying, and Li Daoran could no longer maintain his calm. According to the dictation of the white-clothed priest, they only knew that the Destiny sect was preparing a blood sacrifice, and they didn't know anything else. Li Daoran quickly dialed the red line phone on the table. Hey, Daoran, what's wrong? A voice came from the other end of the phone. Something happened. Li Daoran tried his best to control his emotions and told the other party the end of the matter. There was a moment of silence. Li Daoran, I now order you to immediately send all police personnel to survey the entire Fuzhou district. Remember not to cause turmoil. Li Daoran replied seriously, and then immediately called Wang Tianming over and arranged it. Everyone set off immediately and secretly inspected the entire Fuzhou district for me. Wang Tianming sensed the seriousness of the matter and was very efficient. Lin Zhao stood aside. He was a little hesitant to speak. Li Daoran noticed Lin Zhao's behavior, and he turned his head. Little brother Lin, the situation is urgent. I won't entertain you much. You will return to your Tianjiao training camp immediately. About your rewards, I will send someone to send you there. The Destiny sect's action this time was too dangerous. He didn't want Lin Zhao to stay here. If something happened to such a genius, then he would feel very guilty. Brotherly, there is no point in saying this kind of thing at this time. Lin Zhao shook his head. He was not a coward, not to mention, the scenes of the chemical plant still appeared in his mind from time to time. time. Brother Lin, you. Li Daoran also wanted to persuade him again. In fact, he hoped that Lin Xiao could stay. This young man's strength was very strong, and now the situation was very urgent, and they were in urgent need of strong people in Fuzhou district. Brother Li doesn't need to say more. I definitely won't leave. Lin Xiao's face was unusually firm. The teenager is very low-key, but the heart is still a teenager. Who says that youth is not frivolous? If the time comes, even the sky can be pierced. Okay, then I'm not pretentious. In a space that you know well. White bones can be seen everywhere here, placed in piles. Wow. Mom, I want my mother. A black robe threw the crying child in his arms into a pool of blood, and in less than a second, the child's voice stopped abruptly, his body melted, and merged with the blood of this pool. There was a long line behind them, and each man in black robes was holding a child of about the same size in his hands, repeating the actions just now. The crying continued. My lord, the white-clad Toth in the north of the city can't be contacted, and it may have been exposed. The man in the white robe bowed, and a figure sat in front of him. This figure in a purple robe exudes a faint coercion, which is very powerful. Waste thing. The purple robe was expressionless. He pinched his fingers and calculated, and then frowned. No, we can't delay it anymore. Notify everyone to act in the early morning of 3 days. Yes, my lord. The white robe retreated, leaving the purple-robed warrior in place. He is the purple-clad bishop of the Destiny sect, Bai Mu. It's almost successful. Lord, your most sincere believer, Bai Mu, is about to see you. His eyes revealed a strange brilliance, sacred and yearning. Chemical. After saying goodbye to Li Daoran, Lin Xiao came to this place again. This was the first time he came into contact with the people of the Destiny sect, and it also allowed him to come into contact with the dark side of this world for the first time. Bloody and terrifying, he felt like he was in another world. Walking to the dark pavilion of blood and sin, the rancid smell in the air was still there, and Lin Xiao slowly walked in. He activated the spacetime divine eye, and the entire space immediately changed its appearance. In his field of vision, everything is granularized. Everything in time is composed of different substances, and in front of the divine eyes of time and space, all illusions do not exist. Lin Xiao carefully explored this place. It really made him notice something was wrong. There's something underground. A punch blasted to the ground, and the powerful impact smashed the original flat ground into a big hole. Lin Xiao continued to wave his fists, constantly smashing down. After almost 100 meters down, Lin Xiao felt a wave of resistance when he punched again. He stopped attacking, and in his field of vision, it seemed that a protective film appeared to block his fists. Time and space got eyes. He opened his eyes again, and the divine luster scanned below, and suddenly, a huge pattern resembling a formation appeared in his eyes. System. Ding. The host is here. Ding. What the host sees is a formation, which is one of the components of the formation, and the activation of this formation can encompass everything within the shrouded range, and the power of the formation can be used as a blood sacrifice. It's called the Locked Dragon Devouring Heaven Array. What? Hearing this, Lin Xiao's pupils tightened. So it was. He recalled the blood sacrifice that Li Daoran said at that time. It turned out to be through the formation. System. Can this formation be broken? Ding. This formation has not yet been formed. It can be broken. Great. System. Tell me how to crack this formation? Ding. It was detected that the host encountered the locked dragon devouring the sky. The system can provide a Grandmaster level formation insight. Only 100,000 cultivation points. Do you accept it? Lin Xiao was stunned in place. This damn system. Is this trying to rob while the fire is raging? Ding. This system is professional and reliable. The price is fair. The child is not deceived, and under the perception of the Grandmaster level formation, the host can easily solve the problems encountered at the moment. Lin Xiao sensed the cultivation points he had, and he was barely about 100,000 strong. Now, he was even more depressed. System, are you sure you didn't mean to? Ding. This system is designed to escort the host and solve all the troubles of the host. Then give me 100 million cultivation points. Ding. This system is a god-level cultivation system, not the king in the wishing pool. Please don't joke with the host. Ding. May I ask if the host accepts it? After thinking for a long time, Lin Xiao had to accept that this made him feel that it was an unequal transaction that took advantage of the fire. Ding. The Grandmaster level formation path perception is fused. Ding. The fusion is successful. Congratulations to the host for becoming stronger. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged in place. The huge array perception filled his nerves, and his whole body was immersed in the mystery of this vast array. It didn't take long for Lin Xiao to open his eyes. He stood up, his eyes looked up to the sky, his left hand stood behind him, and his straight figure actually had a faint hint of the aura of a master. One of the formations, extremely mysterious. That was the lifelong experience of a Grandmaster level formation master. A young man grew up in the rice fragrance of the countryside, accidentally watched the breath of dawn at sunrise, felt the heavens and the earth, entered the Tao with the formation. The heavens and the earth were the universe, the gentleman's Jianda, and the formation was completed. Wonderful, wonderful. The huge array path perception had been engraved deep in Lin Xiao's heart, which took a certain amount of time to digest slowly. The mere dragon devouring heaven array. I don't know which lame even garbage cloth it is, it's simply extremely rough. At this moment, Lin Xiao looked at the formation of the dragon devouring heaven formation in front of him, with a hint of disdain, even a trace of anger. Such a rough technique is also worthy of playing the formation? Lin Xiao quickly found several loopholes, and he directly took action to break these loopholes. Destiny sect? Let me teach you, what is the real dragon and devouring the sky? The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth suddenly smiled, and then his hand slowly formed a seal and melted into this large formation. Report to the captain, no abnormalities were found in the east. Captain, no abnormalities were found in the west. There is no abnormal situation in the south. Listening to the news from all sides from his subordinates, Wang Tianming's expression became more solemn, and the absence of abnormalities was the biggest problem. He didn't believe that what the white-clothed priest said was teasing them. There could only be one explanation, that is, the other party was hiding extremely deeply. Give me an interrogation again, don't let go of every corner. Wang Tianming rubbed his forehead. Everyone in the entire guard department has been sleepless for the past 2 days, and has checked the entire Fuzhou district inside and out many times, and it is almost 3 feet into the ground. But there is still no substantial progress. Wang Tianming suddenly felt as if he had missed something. He thought about it carefully, whether he had missed that detail. How is it? Is there a breakthrough? Li Daoran appeared behind him, and he had been observing the movements in various places in the past 2 days, for fear of missing something. Wang Tianming shook his head. His expression was a little ugly. These people are hiding too deeply. Our people can't find them at all, and even our people don't even have any accidents. This is so abnormal. As an experienced man, the situation was already very dangerous, which showed that the enemy should be about to take action, and this was the last calm before the storm. Where is little brother Lin Xiao now? Wang Tianming asked. He knew that Lin Xiao also stayed. There was a trace of uneasiness in the depths of Li Daoran's eyes, and he looked at Wang Tianming. No matter what Lin Xiao does, this is Fuzhou district. It is our home, and we have to give everything. Li Daoran already had the idea of evacuating the civilian people at this moment, and he had no bottom. Brother Li, brother Wang, it's Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, you're here. Seeing that the person who came was Lin Xiao again, Li Daoran showed a smile on his face. This young man was the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and he must be an extremely shining sun when he grew up. Wang Tianming also said hello. Why, it looks like the two brothers are very gloomy. Lin Xiao felt the inner irritability of the two people in front of him. He thought about it and told the other party what he had discovered. What? You said you found a formation in the north. Li Daoran looked at Lin Xiao in shock. Yes, brother Li. Quick, take us there. Li Daoran had an anxious look on his face. That's right, brother Lin. Wang Tianming was also very impatient. Don't get excited, two old brothers. I've already dealt with that formation. Lin Xiao calmed the emotions of the two of them, and then told each other his actions. Li Daoran's face once again showed an unbelievable look. Little brother Lin, do you mean you cracked that formation? What kind of formation angle did you counter-control the main formation? After saying that, he only felt like he was dreaming. Formation. He had heard and seen other people perform it, but who are those people? Those are people who have been immersed in this path for countless years, and they have great talents, coupled with unremitting efforts, to achieve some achievements. But, well, that's right, brotherly. Lin Xiao nodded, not knowing how amazing his words were. Brother Lin, this matter is very important. I have to go to the scene to see the situation. Li Daoran was very serious, although he liked Lin Xiao very much, and he also knew that the other party was a powerful young genius. But it is about the entire Fuzhou district, and he must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Then brotherly, let's go to the scene and take a look. Lin Xiao didn't think much about it. Li Daoran glanced at Wang Tianming. Wang Tianming understood. He immediately summoned several teams and went to the chemical plant together. Northern chemical plant. It really looks like a formation. Li Daoran stood in a deep pit. He looked at his feet. There was a protective film. The film flashed with countless complex lines. He couldn't understand, but it was indeed very similar to the formation he had in his impression. Without hesitation, he took out his mobile phone and contacted his boss. Hey, Li Daoran, what did you find? Before Li Daoran could speak, the other party had already asked. Obviously, the other end of the phone also attached great importance to this matter. Here's how it is. Half a rang. 2 words came from the phone. Wait for me. Li Daoran put away his phone. He really looked at Lin Xiao like a monster now. Little brother Lin, how did you discover this formation? If he was not mistaken, this formation was hidden under the ground for almost 100 meters. How did this work? Brotherly, I just felt something was wrong under my feet at that time, and then I tried to check it. Lin Xiao was a little vague. He couldn't say that he saw it. The divine eyes of time and space were his second natural ability, and he didn't want to expose them unless it was a last resort. Li Daoran didn't ask anymore. Everyone has their own secrets. This boy is the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, and some secrets are normal. But this is too demonic. A 16-year-old boy, at least the strength of the fourth order peak, the genius of the formation. Did he start cultivating from his mother's womb? After comparing it, he only felt that he was simply useless. Except for the strength of the initial stage of the fifth order, he couldn't do anything else at all. Anyway, I was a genius in the eyes of ordinary people back then. A Of course, Li Daoran just sighed in his heart. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared here, without any fluctuations, which startled Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao found that one of the figures was a little familiar. He seemed to have seen it. The visitors were a man and a woman. The man came to Lin Xiao with steady steps and smiled. "You are Lin Xiao, right? Sure enough, he is worthy of being the young Tianzhou of my dragon kingdom." Forehead. The sudden praise made Lin Xiao not know what to answer, and Li Daoran on the side smiled and explained to Lin Xiao, "This is the mayor of our Fuzhou district, Qi Tian." "Hello, District Chief Qi, student Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao understands, another big man, not humble or arrogant, strong Qi in blood. "Lin Yanran, you are really lucky." Lin Yanran? A very familiar name. Lin Xiao felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He must have heard this name somewhere. "Lin Xiao, we meet again." A magnetic voice came. Looking at the woman walking towards him, Lin Xiao came back to his senses. It was her. "When I was in the school principal's office, a beautiful woman appeared. This person is Lin Yanran." This time, the outfit is not as formal as the first time, but is a little casual, with a loose top with casual jeans, and exquisite makeup which looks very feminine. "Hello, Director Lin." Lin Xiao's face did not change, but he felt in his heart that if this woman could see OS, it would definitely be the ceiling. After a simple exchange, Qi Tian and Lin Yanran carefully checked the formation here. "That's right, this is indeed a corner." Qi Tian's face was solemn, and he looked at Lin Yanran on the side, sure of it. "Lin Xiao, I heard Shaoli say that you have improved this formation angle?" Qi Tian looked at the slightly young boy on the side and asked a little uncertainly. "Yes, the mayor." Forehead. Qi Tian was a little overwhelmed, because when it came to the formation, he didn't understand it very well. Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xiao, with a smile on her lips, not knowing what she was thinking. "Lin Xiao, can you tell us about the specific situation?" Qi Tian is very concerned about this matter, involving the safety of the entire Fuzhou district. Lin Xiao told all the details of this formation, including how it was composed, how to control it, and the details in it. A group of people listened to Lin Xiao there as if they were listening to a heavenly book. As he spoke, Lin Xiao also said that he was addicted, and even talked about the mystery of the formation, telling the way of heaven and earth, the way of heaven and earth, the way of formation, and the universe of heaven and earth. Ahem. Lin Xiao, we almost understand each other. Qi Tian interrupted Lin Xiao embarrassedly. He felt Li Daoran's mood just now. He had lived for most of his life, and he couldn't understand what a junior said. Lin Yanran smiled even more. Her eyes became brighter and brighter when she looked at Lin Xiao, and there was a hint of curiosity between her eyes. She was really curious about how this young guy did it. Since the formation here has been cracked by Lin Xiao, the next thing will be much easier. Qi Tian pondered for a moment. The enemy is in the dark, we are in the light. Just fulfill their wish and come up with a counter scheme. Ding! Successful sign-in, 100% progress of the Holy Law Origin Experience card, lasting 1 minute. Lin Xiao sensed that a card appeared in the space. System, what is this card for? Ding! Host, after using this card, you will fully master the origin of the Holy Law of Time and Space within a minute. You can appreciate the mysteries of time and space, master the rules of time and space, and be invincible in this world. Lin Xiao only heard the following sentence. Invincible in this world. His eyes lit up. This card can be said to be the strongest life-saving card, and it is rare for the system to be generous once. Suddenly, Lin Xiao sensed that there was a change in the formation in the north. It seems that I can't help it. Is this going to do it? Lin Xiao immediately contacted Li Daoran. After Li Daoran received the news, he was also urgently transferred, and in recent times, everyone's nerves in the entire guard department have been in a tense state. Is waiting for this moment. District Chief Qi, they did it. As soon as the phone hung up, there was a knock on his door. According to the report, an explosion occurred in a bar in the east, and 5 people have been killed and many injured. Report, there was turmoil on the street on the west side, and a group of people committed murder on the street, with extremely ruthless methods, and several people have died. Report, there are awakened people wantonly massacring civilians in the south. In an instant, all 3 directions in the entire Fuzhou district were in turmoil, which was a coincidence, as if premeditated. Li Daoran's eyes were sharp. He knew that this was the other parties used to lure the tiger away from the mountain. It's just that. Your abacus is good, but it's too early to know who is the hunter and who is the prey. Immediately arrange manpower, evacuate the ordinary people as soon as possible, and control the situation under the condition of ensuring safety. Received. Wang Tianming. You are responsible for coordinating all departments. Where something happens, immediately arrange for someone to deal with it nearby, and the situation cannot be chaotic. The entire police department all took action. My lord, all our people have started to act, and now the entire Fuzhou district is in chaos. The white robe bent over respectfully. Well, what is the reaction of the Dragon Kingdom officials? My lord, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom seem to have expected that their manpower would soon appear at the scene of the incident, and the subordinates felt that it must have been NATOs who leaked our information. Stupid stuff. A hint of murderous intent flashed on the face of the purple robe. Notify them and make their movements bigger. You can self-destruct when necessary. A cold voice sounded in the space here, and the white robe nodded. nodded, not surprised. The purple-robed Bai Mu opened a secret compartment and came to a more secret space. The space here is full of mysterious patterns. They are arranged in the air in a disorderly manner, dazzling and dazzling, and there is a compass on the ground in the center. All the lines start from this compass and continue to wander around. If Lin Xiao was here, it could be seen at a glance that this compass was the main foundation of a formation. After coming here, Bai Mu was extremely cautious. He kept urging the spell, and one mark after another flew into the air. At the same time, somewhere underground in the four directions of the entire Fuzhou district, southeast, northwest, and northwest, a mysterious fluctuation also lit up. They are connected by air and form inductions with each other, faintly enveloping the entire Fuzhou district. Tremble, weak mankind, God is coming, and he will lead us to the supreme of the universe. Bai Mao's face gradually went crazy. His eyes were full of excitement, and his empty pupils flashed with white light. Under his urging, the dragon-devouring heaven formation was activated. Ha ha ha, I finally waited for this day. I, Bai Mu, am destined to become a person standing at the top. At this moment, he was already a little crazy, laughing desperately. Suddenly, he sensed that there were many familiar breaths outside. Hee, did you find this? Then let's play with you. After saying that, he waved his hand and disappeared in place. This is the central boundary of Fuzhou district. It is also the place where the police department falls. Qi Tian, Lin Yanran and others immediately rushed here after receiving the news. These damn guys. Li Daoran's face was already the color of pig liver. He never expected that there was a hidden opponent's nest near his police station. Ha! Qi Tian's face was also a little unsightly. He and Lin Yanran stood on the void, and the moment he first came here, he had already discovered that something was wrong here. At this moment, a figure appeared opposite him. Old friend, long time no see. The purple-robed Bai Mu looked in the direction of Qi Tian and stretched out his hand to say hello, as if they had met acquaintances who had not seen each other for a long time. So it's you, Bai Mao. Qi Tian looked at each other sternly. He had fought with the other party several times, and he didn't take advantage of anything. Bai Mao, you people of the Destiny sect are really crazy. Can you do such a bloody act? Old friend, I'm sacrificing this useless garbage for the better future of our mankind, isn't it? Qi Tian looked at each other intently, and Lin Yanran beside him took a step forward with his left foot. Her eyes were calm, but there was a shivering chill in the depths of her eyes. Ah, I don't care what your purpose is. Today is your dead day. Extremely domineering remarks, extremely arrogant words. The purple-robed Bai Mu did not refute, but sealed with both hands. In an instant, a light curtain suddenly appeared in the sky over the entire Fuzhou district, and the light curtain was filled with blood, among which blood kept coming from the four directions of the east, south, west, and middle. Li Daoran couldn't help it. He exploded out. His whole body surged wildly, and an incomparably powerful attack blasted towards this light curtain that covered the sky. Immediately afterwards, he looked even more ugly. The light curtain ate his attack abruptly, and it didn't even make a trace of waves. At the same time, this light curtain that covered the sky was constantly condensing. A terrifying coercion spread out, and a large amount of blood-colored mist appeared in the air, which was escaping everywhere. Wang Tianming stretched out his hand to touch it, and found that his heart was actually affected by this blood mist, and he became extremely furious. His eyes were bloodshot, and he just wanted to kill. He took a few steps back in horror, forcibly suppressing the riot in his body. Bang! Ha ha ha! Don't waste your efforts. Join me in welcoming the new century, our esteemed Lord God. Bai Mao stood in the air, and he looked up to the sky and laughed. Are you happy too early? At this time, Lin Xiao, who was standing on the ground, suddenly spoke. Ha! Bai Mao followed the sound and looked at Lin Xiao on the ground. He calmed down, and then smiled. That useless waste Toth was defeated by you, right? Without waiting for Lin Xiao's answer, he started talking to himself again. Little guy, I have a little appreciation for you. Follow me. Welcome the coming of God together. I will say a few kind words to you before God, so that you can get God's favor. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and threw an olive branch at Lin Xiao. The flesh and blood of such a genius must be even more delicious. God has just arrived, and he needs such a fine food. At this moment, Wang Tianming received news from his men. At present, the riots in various places have been completely stopped by our people, and several people in white have escaped. Li Daoran nodded, and he looked at Qi Tian and nodded equally. Finally, I can do it. Qi Tian's face showed a hint of excitement. He had just been talking nonsense with the other party for so long, but he was not really chatting. Boom! Lin Yanran, let's take action together. Today is his death date. Lin Yanran nodded. She and Qi Tian were both 6th order peak strength, and although Bai Mu was also of the same strength, he was only alone. The three of them immediately had a big battle, various attacks, martial arts constantly collided in the air, flames were everywhere, and powerful waves collapsed the surrounding buildings. District Chief, I'll help you. Li Daoran borrowed the ability in his body to let himself hang in the air for a short time. He found the right time, and it was a big move against Bai Mao. Caught off guard, Bai Mu suffered a stuffy loss. Qi Tian and Lin Yanran seized the opportunity, and the crazy output suppressed Bai Mu. My lord, we are here, not far away, for priests in white robes quickly approached the battlefield. Kill them for me. Bai Mu was resisting with all his might. He roared at those white-clothed priests priests, killing all the people here. The strength of the 4 white-clothed priests is very strong. 2 are at the peak of the 4th order, 1 is at the beginning of the 5th order, and 1 has reached the peak of the initial stage of the 5th order. Seeing this, Li Daoran immediately left the battlefield in the sky. He kept activating the abilities in his body, and at the same time stopped the 2 5th order white-clad people. The battle is about to break out. Wang Tianming also pulled a white-clad man to attack. The remaining white-clothed man launched an attack on the others in the guard office. The others were not opponents at all, and they were beaten by the white-clothed priest for the first time and vomited blood and kept retreating. Li Daoran saw this scene and panicked. He wanted to help, but the 2 5th order people on the opposite side pestered him. The white-clothed man had a bloody smile on his face, and he was about to go on a killing spree. "Hey, your opponent is me." Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of him. It hit his chest, and this punch hit his chest a little deflated. The powerful impact shattered the ground and splashed stones everywhere. The white-clothed man vomited blood. Staring at Lin Xiao intently, he felt the danger from the other party's body. Certainly. Bai Yi was horrified and found that he couldn't move. Another punch. This punch hit him directly on the head, almost blowing up. Lin Xiao didn't have any room to catch the other party at all, and the ability kept activating to control the white clothes, and then it was a crazy beating. The last punch directly pierced his body, and Bai Yi finally lay on the ground extremely aggrieved. During the whole process, he had no room for resistance at all. He could only be passively beaten, and he couldn't break the terrifying immobilization. After Lin Xiao killed this person again, he found that there was more and more blood mist in the surrounding space. Can't wait any longer. After saying that, he immediately pinched his fingers, and then, dense runes appeared in the sky above him, and then glanced up at the sky and melted into the curtain of light. Scatter! Lin Xiao shouted loudly. With his command, the light curtain instantly vibrated and began to absorb the blood-colored mist in the air, while its blood-colored lines gradually dissipated. What did you do? Suddenly, there was an incredible rage in the sky. Under the joint efforts of the two, Bai Mu was beaten and retreated, but what made him even more angry at this moment was that he realized that the formation he had laid was not under his control. Lock the dragon devouring the sky, give me up. After he barely repelled the two people with a full blow, his hand kept forming seals, wanting to control the formation again. Up, give me up. Hissing roared, Bai Mao roared angrily, and suddenly, he looked at Lin Xiao. It's you damn guy who did it. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, he rushed towards Lin Xiao desperately. With me here, don't think about it. Lin Yanran immediately flew to stop the other party. Her face was covered with frost, and her killing intent reached its peak in an instant. Put. Shi Tian also followed closely behind, and the three of them fought again. Lin Xiao was constantly sealing, blending in with the appearance of lines one after another. The locked dragon devouring heaven formation was slowly dissipating, and its light curtain became more and more blurred until it disappeared. Bai Mu, who was fighting, sensed the failure of the formation and could no longer control himself. Damn boy, I want you to die. I want you all to be buried with me. Regardless of Qi Tian's threat, he bombarded Lin Yanran with all his might, and Lin Yanran was beaten by the other party with a muffled sound, and his body retreated backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Mao immediately came to the bottom. The three white-clad priests who were still fighting also retreated one after another, standing behind him. Bai Mao's eyes stared at Lin Xiao. If his eyes could kill people, then he had already ravaged the other party countless times. At the same time, Qi Tian and Lin Yanran also appeared here, and they protected Lin Xiao behind them. Bai Mu, don't struggle. Today is your death. Qi Tian will buy Mudding's death, and he is bound to behead the other party here. He, Qi Tian, do you think you won? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Bai Mao's eyes. Hearing the other party's words, Qi Tian suddenly became a little uneasy. What nonsense are you talking to him? Lin Yanran activated the ability in her body, and was about to do it again. This is all you forced me to do. Suddenly, Bai Mu put his hands together, and the three white-clothed priests standing behind him all exploded and died, and all the energy was sucked into his body. Blood God technique. Seeing this scene, Qi Tian immediately launched an attack, and he felt a strong sense of unease. Lin Yanran also activated the ability, and two extremely powerful abilities appeared in the sky, and they launched a fierce attack in the direction of Bai Mu. After Bai Mu absorbed all the energy of the three white clothes, his cultivation was now rising wildly. It has broken through to the 7th order. Not enough. Blood God technique. Give me a rush. He drank again, consuming his own origin, the middle of the 7th order, the peak of the late 7th order. It stopped when it reached the peak of the late 7th order. I saw him wave his hand lightly, and the two blows that condensed the full strength of Qi Tian and Lin Yanran were easily blocked. Looking at this scene, Qi Tian and Lin Yanran retreated together, and Li Daoran and others also gathered together. Damn, this is bad. Qi Tian was a little unwilling, just one last step away. I said, you are all going to die today. Bai Mu felt the powerful energy in his body. He enjoyed the strength of the moment incomparably, but this could not change his heart to kill everyone on the opposite side. Boy, it's your bad thing. I'll kill you first. Bai Mu looked at Lin Xiao at the back, and then pointed a little. The 7th order warriors already possessed extremely terrifying strength, and their moves and styles were not imagined by by others. At present, after the blessing of the blood god technique, Bai Mao's strength has reached the peak of the 7th order, and it is no exaggeration to say that his all-out blow can wipe out the entire Fuzhou district. Lin Xiao felt a strong death crisis, the attack was coming in his direction, and a strong desire to survive surged wildly in his heart. Not good. I'll die with this blow. This blow can really kill him. Just as he was about to use the experience card in the system space, a figure appeared in front of him. It's Li Daoran. Li Daoran's appearance protected Lin Xiao behind him, and the terrifying attack directly pierced his body, and blood sprang up, dyeing Lin Xiao's entire face red. Lin Xiao, fast, run away. Oh, want to die so much? Don't worry, come one by one. Bai Mao frowned, and the blow was blocked. But it didn't matter, he raised his right hand again and launched an attack on Lin Xiao. Everyone present, he will kill this kid. Li Daoran. Director Li. This sudden scene was very fast, and everyone didn't react. Qi Tian's heart trembled fiercely, and Wang Tianming quickly ran to Li Daoran's side, hugged the corpse that had lost its breath, and kept crying. Damn guy, I'm fighting with you. Qi Tian's whole body trembled uncontrollably, he was ready to die with the other party, and the powerful ability condensed in his body. I want to die together, my Qi Di district chief, lie down for me. Bai Mu's left hand slapped towards Qi Tian's position. A huge palm print appeared in the sky, directly pressing Qi Tian on the ground, unable to move. This is the 7th order. Lin Xiao hadn't recovered from Li Daoran's death at this moment, and his body tensed up again. Dangerous, dangerous. Lin Xiao found that another figure appeared in front of him. It was Lin Yanran. She was much stronger than Li Daoran, and she did not die on the spot, but the powerful attack destroyed all her internal organs, and the clothes on her upper body were also destroyed, revealing an attractive snow-white color. She couldn't stand still, and her weak body fell backwards. Lin Xiao immediately caught it, sensing the softness in his arms. He looked at Lin Yanran, who kept vomiting blood, but her originally beautiful face was now extremely haggard. Her tousled hair was covered with blood, covering her face. Run away. Lin Yanran's body trembled a little. She was too seriously injured, and the 7th order peak was not in existence she could compete with at all. Suddenly, Lin Zhao's gaze changed, and an extremely bright divine light erupted. He put one hand around Lin Yanran's waist and the other hand on Lin Yanran's chest. Director Lin, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lin Xiao had no intention of feeling the soft lingering from his palm. Backwards, Lin Yanran thought that the young man wanted to be frivolous to her, and his face flushed a little. But then, there was an incredible look in her eyes. In her perception, earth-shaking changes were taking place in her body, and all the injuries disappeared, as if they had not appeared. At the same time, Lin Zhao's eyes looked at Li Daoran, who had lost his breath, and he spoke again. Go back in time. Wang Tianming only felt that the body of Li Daoran he was holding suddenly lost weight, as if time and space had stopped at this moment. He was obviously holding the other party's body, but it felt as if there was an endless time and space. Li Daoran's body was changing, and the pierced chest was reversing in an incredible form. Suddenly, Li Daoran opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Tianming, who was holding him, and Wang Tianming also looked at him with confused eyes. Can your hands not be touched? An extremely delicate and weak voice came out of Lin Yanran's mouth, and she was still in Lin Zhao's arms. The softness on his chest was covered by one of Lin Zhao's hands. What made her even more shy was that her hand kept contracting. Lin Xiao calmly stretched out his hand back. He turned around, pretending not to hear anything. It's just that I'm thinking in my heart. It's huge. It's great. So soft. 10 seconds left. Lin Xiao used that experience card decisively just now. The moment he used it, Lin Xiao felt that he was an omnipotent god. He was able to master the supreme rules of this world, and he had just used time to retrace Lin Yanran and Li Daoran back to the state before they were injured. This is a means that ordinary people cannot imagine. Even heaven and earth made concessions at this moment. He is the supreme god in charge of time and space. Bai Mao's expression was uncertain. He looked at the boy in front of him suspiciously, and felt that something was wrong. Bang! But the strong strength of the 7th order peak gave him enough confidence. Bang! Boy, I will let you not be able to survive. I can't ask you to die. He dragged Qi Tian, who was resisting desperately, with one hand, and grabbed Lin Xiao with the other. Bang! The strength of the 7th order peak was really strong, and under his grasp, cracks appeared in the entire space. As if breaking through the void, a powerful offensive instantly came to Lin Xiao's face. Lin Yanran stood behind Lin Xiao, her eyes looking at the young man standing in front of her, a little worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Xiao didn't look back, but an extremely confident voice came from his mouth. Bang! Such an incredible scene. The sunlight stretched his shadow very long. Bang! The back of the teenager is indeed extremely shining at this moment. Certainly, it was like the words of the supreme god. This space was frozen, and no one could move. Bai Mao's face showed an extremely frightened look. He wanted to speak. He looked at Lin Xiao, who was walking towards him step by step. He wanted to beg for mercy. Lin Xiao walked up to him. Solution. A simple word, but it made Bai Mao even more frightened, because he found that his body was constantly disappearing. From the feet, to the waist, to the head. Just disappeared into the air, leaving not even a speck of dust. Ding! It's time for the experience card. The time is is just right. The surrounding space was restored to its original state. Lin Xiao also sat on the ground, although it was very cool just now, but this short time made him feel extremely tired. And at this moment, everyone's eyes were on him. There is shock, there is confusion, there is joy, and there is shyness. It's so terrifying. In the end, it was Qi Tian who got up. He patted the mud on his body and pretended to be calm and walked to Lin Xiao's side. Lin, forehead. Lin Xiao, are you okay? District Chief Qi, I'm fine. Looking at District Chief Qi's hesitant application, Lin Xiao knew what the other party wanted to ask. District Chief Qi, just when Lin Xiao was thinking about how to circle in his heart, Qi Tian took the lead in speaking out. Lin Xiao, you are too worried. I just want to thank you for all our compatriots in Fuzhou District. After saying that, Qi Tian bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Li Daoran, Wang Tianming and other personnel all bowed and saluted together. If there is no Lin Xiao today, then the entire Fuzhou District will be over. Oh, District Chief Qi, Brother Li, Brother Wang, and everyone, hurry up, don't do this. Lin Xiao immediately stood up. He hid elsewhere. He felt that he couldn't bear such a big gift. Qi Tian lifted up, and when he saw the scene, he was also a little emotional in his heart. This young man is really a dragon among men. Lin Xiao. A magnetic voice came. Lin Yanran stood not far away, looked at the young man, opened his mouth softly, and there was a hint of strangeness in his voice. After Lin Xiao heard the owner of the voice, he regretted his move just now. He looked at Lin Yanran with some embarrassment. Lin, Director Lin, your body is very soft. Snap. Lin Xiao immediately slapped himself. No. Bah. I mean, are you okay? Qi Tian was stunned, standing in place and coughing slightly. My moose palm just now did a lot of damage to him. Lin Yanran finally calmed down her mood because of that sudden sentence, which made waves again. The breeze was just right, blowing a few strands of her hair and barely covering a touch of blush. She scolded angrily. Come over to me. Lin Xiao walked over reluctantly. He now missed his dilapidated house. Lin Yanran turned around and walked to a place where no one was around, and stopped. Lin Xiao was like a student who made a mistake, staying quietly in place, with grievances hidden on his face, just waiting to be scolded. Lin Yanran's appearance made Lin Yanran angry, and his chest kept trembling up and down. Why do you look like I'd become a bad person? Who suffered? Lin Xiao, you really surprised me. After 3 days, I was impressed. Director Lin, you have lifted up, and the students just don't dare to relax. Looking at Lin Xiao's honest appearance now, Lin Yanran wanted to laugh a little. Okay, don't pretend. There's something wrong with you. Director Lin just said it's okay. As long as the students can do it, they will do their best. Lin Xiao still shows the appearance of an honest person, respecting teachers, and being honest and simple. I heard that you are here for a mission this time. Since the task is completed, when are you going to go back? Lin Yanran has adjusted her posture, and with her 6th order peak strength, she is an unattainable big man in the eyes of ordinary people. The students are ready to return tomorrow. Lin Xiao replied truthfully, originally planning to go back tomorrow, and this mission took more time than he expected. After a moment of silence, Lin Yanran suddenly faced Lin Xiao, staring at Lin Xiao's face with a pair of beautiful eyes, and Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed to look at it. I have a task here. If you can complete it, I will reward you with 5,000 points. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. This reward can't be said to be small. It's simply very big. You must know that the task he took on was only 500 points, and just like that, there was an accident in the middle, and he almost lost his life. 5,000 points. Director Lin, students want to know what you said is the task that students need students to do? If it is very dangerous, then Lin Xiao may. Don't worry, this mission is very simple for you. Lin Yanran thought of something. Her big eyes were slightly curved. In 2 days, the Tianjiao training camp in the 4 regions of the southeast, southwest, and northwest will hold the Tianjiao championship, and I need you to win the title. As long as you succeed, in addition to the rewards given to you in the camp, I will personally reward you with another 5,000 points. I only have one request. Young people should have the arrogance of young people. I want you to absolutely crush to the top. How is it? Can it be done? Lin Xiao listened quietly. When he first heard that the reward was 5,000 points, he was shocked, and he thought what a dangerous task it was. The result is to let him participate in a competition and win the first place? He also asked a little uncertainly, as if to say, that's it? Lin Yanran didn't know why. She just felt that Lin Xiao was very indebted to the beating, and her brows furrowed slightly. Lin Xiao's observation was very delicate, and he immediately raised his hands without giving the other party a chance to speak. This task, the student took it. Please rest assured that the leader will complete the task. Lin Yanran's words came to her lips, and she swallowed them forcibly, and her eyebrows stared at Lin Xiao fiercely. Then, the two sides fell silent again. In this environment, Lin Xiao had a feeling that he was living like a year, neither going nor leaving. His thoughts had already begun to drift. Suddenly, Lin Yanran said coldly, "Am I scared?" "Ah, no, Director Lin is strong and gentle." Lin Xiao immediately expressed his position, and at the same time dissed himself fiercely in his heart. He quickly said that he would resolutely complete this task, and then left here. Lin Xiao ran all the way to Li Daoran's office of the police station before stopping. As expected of a master at the peak of the 6th order, the silent sense of oppression competition is strong. Lin Xiao sighed slightly. System, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level. Ability, spacetime, super SSS level. Spacetime origin, awakening level 14.1%. Spacetime divine eyes, top 10 divine eyes of the heavens, awakening level 12.1%. Level, the peak of the early stage of the third order. Blood, 11047. Oh, toads inserting chicken feathers? Mental power, 1183 points. Come on, catch up with the blind man soon. Technique, Void Sutra, introductory. Martial arts, Blade of Nothingness, Peak of Xiaocheng, the Eye of the Gods. Auxiliary insight, Grandmaster level combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Fist, introductory. Training points, 54-inch. When he saw that he only had pitiful double-digit cultivation points on his body, Lin Xiao's mood suddenly became bad. In my last life, I worked for the capitalist, and in this life, I worked for the system. Am I doomed to the life of a migrant worker? Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, not knowing if he was complaining to God. In the battlefield, Lin Yanran and Shi Tian had already left. The two of them consumed a lot in this battle. Lin Yanran didn't say it. Shi Tian really endured the palm of the 7th Order warrior. Crushed to the ground, his injuries were serious. Li Daoran arranged the overall work in an orderly manner, and Wang Tianming implemented it one by one. This time the Fuzhou robbery is in the past. In the office. Haha, brother Lin Xiao, it's really thanks to you this time. Li Daoran's face was full of smiles, and he was glad that Lin Xiao took the initiative to stay. Where did brother Li say, as awakened people, we should protect the lights of thousands of homes? Lin Xiao also sincerely looked at this Li Daoran, who had only known him for a few days. Troubles see true feelings, let alone between life and death. Li Daoran desperately blocked a blow for himself, and even he himself really died once. This kindness will always be remembered. Next, does brother Lin Xiao have any plans? The more Li Daoran looked, the more he liked the boy in front of him. Brotherly, I might have to stay here for another day or two. 2 days later, the Tianjiao competition will begin, and Lin Yanran will take Lin Xiao with her when the time comes, so she will not return to the Tianjiao training camp. Okay, brother Lin, you can treat it as your own home here, and stay as long as you want. Li Daoran clapped his hands and immediately recruited people to come in and arrange everything about Lin Xiao properly. Brother Lin, if you need anything, tell me, brother. Then thank you, brother Li. Ding, sign in successfully, reward 100 ability stones. It's a supernatural stone again. Looking at the crystals that had been piled up into small hills in the space, Lin Xiao was helpless. Ha, can I take out these ability stones and sell them for gold coins and then exchange them for cultivation points? It seems that this ability stone is quite expensive. Lin Xiao suddenly felt as if he had discovered a road to the sky. Ding, detected behavioral thoughts that the host has a stuck bug. This system only supports the host to exchange personal efforts for results. Ding, please don't think unnecessarily. There is no shortcut on the road to the strong, only fighting. Fight monsters and work hard to get training points. Lin Xiao, who was complained about by the system for a while, became a little embarrassed. He just mentioned it slightly, and he didn't really want to do this. Just say it casually, brother Tongzi, don't take it seriously. I am a good young man, and I won't do such a thing as stealing chickens and dogs. It's just that deep down he is crazy about the DIS system. What a naked capitalist. The system in the novels I read in my previous life was eager to give the protagonist this and that. Why did it change when it came to me? Could it be that he is really a chosen worker? Ding, check the host's disappointment with the system, and the system will enter an independent upgrade. This upgrade cycle is 72 hours. Please be patient. Drip. Upgrading. Alas? Lin Xiao was a little stunned when he heard the news coming from his mind. What's wrong with this system upgrade? Stimulated by yourself? Is this system so blassy? I didn't say anything. System? Well, it seems that the system was really stimulated by myself, and I made this out. 72 hours, that is, 3 days. I don't know what new features will be available after the upgrade. Not to mention, Lin Xiao is still looking forward to it. The more powerful the system, the only benefit and no harm to himself. As for now, let's practice. He suddenly missed the Tianjiao training camp a little. The central square of the Tianjiao training camp. Kuang Dao suddenly sneezed, and he touched his nose, which was a little strange. Cold? Don't do it. I'm the 6th Order. He suddenly volleyed into the air, his voice like thunder. Everyone is quiet. The people in the field suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. In 2 days, there will be a Tianjiao competition, and the participants are all geniuses from various regions, just like you. They are all first-year students at the Tianjiao training camp. I have only one request for you in this competition, and that is to give me the style of our Western Tianjiao training camp. If anyone embarrasses me in the game, naked threat. But all the students shrank their heads. They had already experienced the methods of this mad knife mentor, and they remembered it deeply. Everyone secretly made a decision. Even if they lay down and got out of the ring, they would never take a step back. Of course, for those who are at the top, we have prepared extremely generous rewards for you. Anyone who can rank in the top 100 will be rewarded with 800 points. The top top 50 will be rewarded with 1,200 points. The top 10 will be rewarded with 2,000 points. Wow! Someone screamed in the middle of the field, and there were 800 points in the top 100? Some of them have been in the Tianjiao training camp for almost a month, and they haven't earned so many points yet. Crazy mentor, what if you are the first? Someone asked excitedly. After asking, he regretted it and found that all the people around him were staring at him, and he lowered his head in shame, just because in the monthly competition a few days ago, he ranked second to last. He was really just surprised by this reward, and he had an inexplicable sense of excitement. First place? The first place will be rewarded with 3,000 points, and at the same time, an S-level martial arts will be rewarded. Damn! In an instant, the overwhelming sound sounded. S-level martial arts. This is a martial art that only 4th order warriors are qualified to practice. Although most of the people in the field have the ability to get them an S-level martial art, no one will have too many of this kind of good things. Mom, I'm still using B-level martial arts now, and the first place is directly rewarded with S-level martial arts? Me. I only hate that I haven't worked hard enough and I'm still in a hurry to cultivate now. It's too late. You hurry up and practice your buttocks. Maybe you still have a chance. Hip training? Brother, is there something wrong with this? Let's see if we can PY with the referee then. Seeing that the atmosphere was mobilized, Kwang Dao also nodded, and he looked at several players in the field. There are still a few good little guys this time. Bing Qinru, Gong Sun Qin and others in his eyes are not weak. And that kid. Kwang Dao had already gotten the news that Lin Xiao would be taken directly to the scene by the adults, and he was still a little puzzled. When would that kid be with his own adults? And everyone in the field began to gear up, and it is bound to achieve a good ranking in this Tianjia competition. Bing Qinru looked around, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but then disappeared again. During this time, her strength has improved a lot, and she has reached the peak of the middle stage of the second order, and is about to break into the later stage. This speed is quite perverted. You will go to this competition too. Bing Qinru thought silently in her heart. She was thinking about how to greet the other party if she met each other in this competition. When she thought about this a few days ago, she suddenly found that she hadn't even said a word to the other party, which made her a little aggrieved. Even because of this incident, she locked herself in her room and simulated the scene of the first communication between the two countless times. Now I should be qualified to be your friend, right? Bing Qinru tilted her little head. She was a little worried, afraid that her strength was too weak and not worthy of being friends with the other party. 2 days later, everyone, get in the car and go. At the same time, there is the same group of people in the 3 regions of the southeast, north, and south. They are full of fighting spirit and vigor. Everyone is passionate. They all have the same goal. Tianjia competition. Lin Xiao, it's time. Lin Yanran stood above the police station, looking at Lin Xiao below. Director Lin. Lin Xiao looked up. He spread his hands. He couldn't fly. That's it. In the eyes of Li Daoran and the others, Lin Yanran flew into the distance with Lin Xiao in one hand. Brother Lin Xiao, come on. Li Daoran said encouragement from a distance, looking into the distance. Brother Lin Xiao is the real hidden dragon, and this time he will definitely be able to soar above the 9 heavens. I see. Lin Xiao was carried in the air by Lin Yanran's hand. His eyes glanced down, and he immediately exclaimed, "Ah, I'm afraid of heights. It's too high, I'm afraid." Then, without waiting for Lin Yanran to speak, he turned sideways, buried his whole body in front of Lin Yanran, and hugged the other party's slender waist with both hands. Bury your face deep between the peaks. He also trembled from time to time, showing that he was really afraid. Lin Yanran was wearing a set of clothes that showed off her figure today, and most of Luan Feng was clearly exposed to the eyes of the world, but she didn't expect that the first climber was Lin Xiao. Lin Yanran's face was flushed by Lin Xiao's actions. Lin Xiao, let go. She blushed and wanted to tear Lin Xiao off her body. The strange thing is that a dignified 6th order powerhouse can't even pull a 3rd order warrior, and this 3rd order warrior at this time has no strength. After some struggle, Lin Yanran also gave up. She tried to convince herself that Lin Xiao was really afraid of heights. I don't know if I'm afraid of heights, but Lin Xiao feels that he is a little out of breath now. There is nothing else, and I am panicking. I can only keep swinging my head and taking in fresh air through the space. At this moment, Lin Yanran's face turned even redder. Is this guy a little bit inch? When she was about to arrive, Lin Yanran pulled hard, and Lin Xiao was once again put in the air by her with one hand. And Lin Xiao, who was held in the air, once again activated his actor-level acting talent, with a pitiful look on his face. Lin Yanran felt the temperature coming from her chest. She was angry and angry. It's angry that this guy is so bold. Angry is that this guy is pretending to be pitiful again. She looked at Lin Xiao, who was very aggrieved at the moment, and said viciously, "Stop pretending. When this competition is over, let's see how I clean you up." She raised her hand, put her fingers together, and showed her fist in front of Lin Xiao's eyes, which was a clear threat. Lin Xiao didn't say a word. The situation is stronger than others. You can't be strong at this time. You must admit it decisively when it's time to admit it. Lin Yanran turned around and tidied up her chest. For the next short walk, Lin Xiao no longer shouted that he was afraid of heights, and was carried quietly. This little guy. Lin Yanran still still didn't know where she was at this moment. Lin Xiao was not afraid of heights at all. Thinking of him sticking to her chest just now, Lin Yanran wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she kicked Lin Xiao hard. This kick really hurt Lin Xiao, and he screamed and shouted sorry. At this point, Lin Yanran was a little depressed. It's here. Lin Yanran slowly landed. She looked at a very spacious boundary in front of her. Go in by yourself, I still have something to do. After saying that, she flew in directly, and Lin Xiao looked at Lin Xiao repeatedly and said chicly, I don't know when I will be able to break through the sixth order, it feels so good to fly. The entire venue space is very large, and the spectator seats alone can accommodate tens of thousands of people, but this kind of competition is not possible for ordinary people to come. Lin Xiao quickly found a large army. Crazy mentor has been seen for a long time. Quang Dao also looked at him and nodded. Lin Xiao stepped forward, and he saw many familiar faces. Bing Qinru, Gongsun Qin, Tuoba Shi, Oh, and brother Morong Yun. Many people took the initiative to say hello to Lin Xiao, although there was no intersection on weekdays, but everyone was in the same session, and there was always an inexplicable sense of familiarity when they went out. Lin Xiao, hello, my name is Bing Qinru. The cold voice reached Lin Xiao's ears, and he turned his head to look at a girl in the front. The girl is wearing a blue fairy dress today, with long flowing hair naturally resting on her back shoulders, and her extremely delicate facial features, coupled with elegant light makeup, make people fascinated at a glance. Lin Xiao was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect this cold girl to take the initiative to greet him, and when they met on the first day, the feeling of rejecting people thousands of miles away was still fresh in his memory. And Bing Qinru on the opposite side saw that Lin Xiao on the opposite side did not react for a long time, and she was very disappointed. Sure enough, I still don't have the qualifications to be friends with the other party, so angry. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao. The sudden response interrupted her cranky thoughts, and looking at the hand that stretched out to her, Bing Qinru stretched out her little hand and held it up. So warm, it's so cool. From two different voices. This scene stunned the others. Many people whispered, me. What did I see? The cold goddess Bing Qinru actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao Nyo Bai. As expected of my brother Xiao Ice Qinru, take it directly. On weekdays, Bing Qinru saw that everyone had a cold face, not to mention any physical contact with the other party, and she didn't even have a chance to speak. Among the 100 people in their same batch, few people really said a word or two to her. Is this the charm of my brother Xiao? Simply invincible. There are also many people who are secretly sad, but they didn't expect their goddess to be taken down by other men. The most terrible thing is this man, they can't beat it. So far, no one on the Dawn list in the Tianjiao training camp has surpassed Lin Zhao's 51st floor. Yes, Crazy Knife. Are you leading the team this year? A man's voice came not far away. Oh, it's you, Luffy. The Mad Knife heard the sound and looked at the comber. It is an old acquaintance. This person's name is Lu Fei. He is a mentor in the southern Tianjiao training camp, and he is also a 6th order powerhouse. Crazy Knife, it seems that your West is going to take the penultimate place again this year. Lu Fei laughed softly. His eyes simply swept over Lin Zhao's side. Lu Fei, I don't think your southern class is very good. It's much worse than the last one, and your tutor's teaching level has regressed. The Mad Knife is not used to him. Although the two are in the same camp, there is also a dispute between high and low. The smell of gunpowder between the two was full. Are you the most powerful of so many people? Behind Lu Fei, there was also a group of young men and women, among which a young man standing at the forefront stepped forward, his eyes looking at Lin Xiao. Also standing at the forefront, he took it for granted that Lin Xiao was the strongest among them. It looks ordinary. The young man looked at it carefully and shook his head. Who are you? Before Lin Xiao could speak, Bing Qinru, who was standing aside, couldn't help but speak first. The young man swept his eyes to Bing Qinru, and his eyes lit up. So you are the strongest one. The boy felt a strong energy from Bing Qinru. Since you asked sincerely, then I will tell you with great mercy. The boy posed in a pose that he thought was very handsome. I am Jiang Ming, a man destined to stand at the top. Funny, Lin Xiao muttered. Jiang Ming immediately looked at him. He hated it very much that someone interrupted him at this time. Garbage without strength, don't scream. Let the girls stand in front of you, cowards. Then, he went directly back to his team, and didn't take Lin Xiao seriously at all. Seeing Lin Xiao being humiliated by the other party, Bing Qinru's face instantly showed a fierce look, and she did not allow others to humiliate Lin Xiao in front of her. What's more, that guy named Jiang Ming is a garbage in her opinion, and even herself is not as good as daring to say that Lin Xiao is garbage? Ouch, don't get excited. Lin Xiao hurriedly grabbed one of Bing Qinru's arms. He was a little sweaty. How could this beautiful girl who looked cold and cold be so impulsive? But he humiliated you. Bing Qinru's eyes even had a hint of grievance. After working hard for so long, I finally spoke today, but suddenly someone said that he was garbage and a coward. She wants to freeze that stinky guy into an ice sculpture right now and freeze him to death. It's okay, the ability to speak is not enough to worry about. Lin Xiao waved his hand indifferently. When the game is played later, I will definitely help you avenge you. Bing Qinru waved her fist very fiercely, but this scene made Lin Xiao want to laugh a little. He didn't realize that this ice and snow girl still had such a cute side. There are quite a lot of people. The entire venue is packed with people, and the Tianjiao Championship is held every year. So many people come to watch it every year. Brother Lin, hey, Brother Lin, it's me, Brother Yun. Lin Xiao heard someone calling him, and he looked at the other party curiously. It turns out to be Brother Morong. For this person, Lin Xiao is still very friendly. After all, it is inevitable to go out. Brother Lin still remembers it. Hearing Lin Xiao call out his name, Morong Yun was happy. This scene was the envy of many people. Of course I remember. Brother Morong has something to do? It's nothing. It's about this competition, and I also asked about it. Morong Yun approached and took out a small brothel. Lin Xiao took the brochure and opened it to find that it recorded the information of many people. You sorted these out? Lin Xiao suddenly discovered that this Morong Yun was really a talent. Hey, Brother Lin, this is the news that I spent a lot of effort to get with all my money. I hope it will be of some help to you. Morong Yun was very good at coming. He gave the booklet to Lin Xiao and left, not dragging his feet at all. This made Lin Xiao a little impressed. Sure enough, these children of the family are not simple. This is different from the second generation in his impression. The children are exclusive to the second generation, and now it seems a bit one-sided. Please enter the player area for all students who participate in this Tianjiao competition. There was a call throughout the hall, and preparations for the game began. Lin Xiao, who was sitting in his seat, listened to the news coming from the radio. At this moment, several old men were sitting on the rostrum, and there was a speaker next to them. Welcome to watch this Tianjiao competition. I am the host of this competition. We have solemnly invited several heavyweight guests to this competition. Please let me introduce. Sitting in the middle is Zhang Guoqing, director of the Academic Affairs Office of Longwu College. An old man with a white beard stood up, his face full of kindness, showing his style in every move. This is a real big man. There was applause from below, and many media broadcast simultaneously. This kind of large-scale Tianjiao competition once a year has attracted the attention of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Longwu University is the first university in the Dragon Kingdom, someone exclaimed. This is Kai Rongwang, director of the Academic Affairs Office of Shiguan University. It was also an old man, and the sound below was constant. Director of the Academic Affairs Office of Lining University, Qinli. Papa. Director of the Dean of Batian University, Zhang Gu. Some people are not calm. I didn't expect that the four major institutions of higher learning in the Dragon Kingdom would all come this time. These four universities are currently the four most powerful institutions of higher learning in the Dragon Kingdom, and they send a lot of talented and powerful Tianjiao to the entire Dragon Kingdom every year. This is the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Military Martial Arts University, Li Long. Military Martial Arts University. It is the same institution of higher learning as the other four universities, but the Military University is the most special because of their education method, and the mortality rate of students on campus is very high every year. Therefore, compared with the other four universities, the comprehensive academic ability of Military Martial Arts University is weaker, but no one dares to underestimate it, because every military student who successfully graduates is a real strong man, and the general manager of the Tianjiao training camp, Jili. In contrast, Jili is much younger and has a relatively weaker status, but they are also one of the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom and are responsible for the entire Tianjiao training camp. Lin Xiao looked over one by one. These are all big people. Even though they were so far apart, Lin Xiao felt the aura of a strong man coming from them. The lowest is also the seventh order. He sighed secretly. This Tianjiao competition is divided into three stages. The first stage, ask your heart. The second stage, ask the spirit. The third stage, ask for power. Ask the heart, ask the spirit, ask the strength. Under the narrator's explanation, Lin Xiao understood. Asking the heart is to test a person's heart, asking the spirit is to test his talent again, and asking the power is to test everyone's true combat power. Please prepare all the contestants. The first stage of asking the heart will start immediately. Ask your heart, ask your heart. How should this be asked? Lin Xiao and all the other players had already stood up. The whole venue suddenly flashed with a white light, and everyone in Lian couldn't open their eyes. What's wrong? Someone sneak attacked? It didn't take long for everyone to disappear and stand motionless. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He felt as if he had a dream. In the dream, I seem to have awakened a very powerful talent. Lin Xiao, what are you still stunned for? The enemy is attacking again. Before Lin Xiao could react, he was pulled by the arm by a soldier on the side and ran outside. What am I? Suddenly, countless images flashed in the brain. He, Lin Xiao, is an ordinary soldier of the Dragon Kingdom who awakened to sea-level abilities in high school, and his parents are ordinary people, and he has been busy for most of his life to barely provide for him to be admitted to a local third-rate university. After graduating from university, Lin Xiao joined the army at the call of the country. Because of his limited talent and weak family background, he barely reached the strength of the late Second Order when he graduated. After years of frontline combat and countless escapes, he broke through to the peak of the late Second Order and is currently the vice captain of this assault team. The person who just pulled him was the captain of this squad. So, is it a dream? Lin Xiao patted his brain and brought himself to his senses. The fierce roar outside had already been heard, and the enemy launched a surprise attack again. Okay, damn, there are too many enemies this time. Captain, Deputy Captain, why don't we retreat first? A member of the assault team kept launching ranged attacks forward, but this time there were too many enemies. Densely packed in black, if it were from God's point of view, he would find that this battlefield had turned into black and white. No, our task is to defend this line of defense to the death, and behind us are hundreds of millions of ordinary people. What will they do if we retreat? The captain of the assault team looked stern, and he immediately looked at the team member who said he was going to retreat. If anyone says something like retreating again, don't blame me for hurting the killer. The team member dodged his eyes and did not dare to speak. Lin Xiao looked at the countless enemies, and the sense of oppression and fear that came to his face made him a little frightened. He mobilized the abilities in his body with all his might to launch the most powerful blow into the distance. Only one sound was heard, and it was washed away. The stormtrooper had an extremely solemn expression, and many teams had already rushed forward to resist the enemy with their bodies. He immediately gave instructions. Everyone will step forward immediately and kill the enemy with me. Bang! Deputy Captain Lin, you stay. The flag of our assault squad cannot fall. If we are all dead, please continue the inheritance of our assault squad. After saying that, the captain immediately rushed out. He was already determined to die. His abilities filled his body, and he was ready to self-destruct at any time. The other team members saluted Lin Xiao before leaving, and many of them handed over the wool prepared in advance to Lin Xiao, hoping to convey it to their families. After a while, Lin Xiao was left alone in the entire team. His hands were full of paper seals. He gritted his teeth, and the blood from the corners of his mouth kept flowing. It was he who bit his mouth and was afraid that he would cry. His eyes were bloodshot, and at this moment, he didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to fight and kill the enemy with this group of brothers who were born and died, even if he died without regrets. I'm still too weak. Lin Xiao began to complain about himself. He complained that his talent was too low, that his strength was too low, and that he was too useless. Click. If I can have strength beyond everything, I will definitely kill all enemies. Certain. He slowly knelt down, his fists constantly pounding the ground. He didn't dare to look up for fear of seeing his teammates die in front of him. If I have the strength. If I have the strength. Boom. Lin Xiao's lips kept floating this sentence. If you have the strength, what will you do? At this time, this sentence suddenly sounded in his mind, as if asking. Lin Xiao didn't seem to notice this vision, but at this moment, his originally hot heart was a little cool, and he was no longer excited, as if he wanted to be silent, and it was like a kind of self-protection. If I have the strength, I will kill all enemies who invade me. What if a race wants to bully you? Who are you? Then I will exterminate this race. The person asking the question seemed to be stuck, and Lin Xiao became extremely indifferent at this time. He didn't care about everything. Everything was a mirror. At the end, just when the voice was about to disappear, Lin Xiao spoke again. I will kill all enemies who invade us. This time, there was an extremely faint warmth in the indifference, very weak and weak, but it was real. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, and he found that many people around him were still frowning tightly. Some people had very obscene smiles on their faces, and some screamed in fear. Is it a fantasy? Lin Xiao noticed that at that moment, his consciousness seemed to have entered a certain space, but he couldn't remember what he had experienced in it at this moment. Gradually, many people opened their eyes, and their faces showed a hint of confusion. When everyone opened their eyes, there was another sound in the air. The first level of questioning is over. The players who read the names above can leave, and your competition ends here. Kai Shu, Mama Rong. Some of the people who pronounced the name didn't understand why. Is this eliminated? I haven't compared yet. Some people were not convinced, and Kai Su looked up to the sky and roared. Why? I haven't used my strength yet. I'm an A-level superpower. Ha! His voice made everyone else coax. They were not convinced, prepared for so long, and were eliminated in the first level. They can't afford to lose this person. Suddenly, an old man came over, his face expressionless. You want to know why you were eliminated, right? That's right, I'm not convinced. Kai Su is very arrogant. He is Tianjiao. How can he be eliminated like this? Without saying a word, the old man took out a projection screen and threw it into the air. In the picture is Kai Su. At this time he is sitting in a group of flower girls, putting his hands up and down, hugging left and right. The picture is quite rippling and full of decay. This is a true portrayal of what you just had in your heart. Indulgence and confusion, uncertain mind, greedy for beauty. You don't deserve to be called Tianjiao. The old man ignored Kai Su's already flushed expression and denounced his unbearable behavior. An insult made Kai boo, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Who else is not convinced? The old man looked at the others majestically, and all the players he scanned lowered their heads, knowing their own affairs. The old man snorted coldly and disappeared. The first level, Ask Your Heart, eliminated nearly 100 people and directly eliminated 1/5. The second level, Ask the Spirit. 10 tall instruments appeared in the center of the venue. This is the latest awakening detector, which is the latest machine developed by the Dragon Kingdom Supernatural Research Institute to detect human and abilities. Bang! The remaining players lined up in turn and conducted the second round of talent testing. Suddenly, the second instrument burst into a dazzling luster. Jiang Ming, SS level ability, Zhixiao Divine Thunder. At this time, Jiang Ming was entangled in a powerful current. He was activating the ability in his body with all his might, and the originally clear sky suddenly cut through the lightning wings. Jiang Ming, who was bathed in thunder, was very powerful and extraordinary, and at this moment he was the embodiment of thunder. Outside the field, Jiang Ming's leading mentor Lu Fei laughed heartily. He pointed in the direction of Jiang Ming and kept saying, "This is my southern Tianzhou." There were also many media anchors present, who turned the camera to Jiang Ming. Many local channels are broadcasting, and some similar live broadcast platforms also have a large number of anchors broadcasting simultaneously. Bang! Damn, this young man is so domineering. The SS level ability Zhixiao Divine Thunder is really bullish. The barrage was full of words praising this person's power. Then another instrument burst out with the same dazzling light. Ji Xiangnan, SS level ability, Emperor. This is a handsome teenager, born extraordinary. No matter where he goes, there will be a group of people who take the initiative to follow him, as if he is a born emperor. His body was filled with an imperial aura, extremely majestic. This is Tianzhao from the east, and his leading mentor is a woman, who nodded with satisfaction off the field. Damn, what a powerful overlord. Someone was shocked and showed a look of envy. Suddenly, the contestants tested by Instrument 4 kept sneezing. It's so cold. The light flashed again. Bing Qinru, SS tier ability, Frost. The extremely terrifying picture. She stood quietly in the distance, as if she was isolated from everyone in a big world. She is ice and snow. She is extremely cold. Kwang Dao's face also laughed, and it was his turn. This goddess. Some netizens are not calm. They look at Bing Qinru in a world of ice and snow. With her beautiful face and proud curves, she is simply a new generation of national goddesses. Similarly, there were other places that flashed strongly, but relatively weakly, which was the hallmark of S-class abilities. Lin Xiao looked at the brother who was testing in front of him, and it was his turn next. The player detected that it was an A-level ability, and he didn't react. After all, it had been tested a long time ago. Go! Lin Xiao is ready to play. He was a little looking forward to what would happen if his double SSS level talents were detected. On such occasions, if you don't pretend to be AB, it will be meaningless. Immediately, he took a step forward, quietly waiting for the instrument to scan. Suddenly, the whole space became a little unstable, and time seemed to slow down at this moment. The place where Lin Xiao was burst into sky-high brilliance, and two extremely rough colorful lights shone throughout the space. Several bigwigs on the rostrum all stood up, and they were very shocked. This is a colorful light, or double colorful. They looked at each other, only to feel a little dark, too incredible. This is an unprecedented demon with double SSS level abilities. Zheng Guoqin, who was sitting in the center, was very shocked. Boom! Even if 3 SS level abilities awakened just now, they weren't too excited, because there were a few of them every year. But they haven't seen SSS level abilities for a long time, let alone double SSS level abilities. Unprecedented. Xinli of Lining University also spoke. He had never seen such a demon. The crazy knife outside the field was already stunned. As Lin Xiao's mentor, he knew that Lin Xiao had awakened his SSS level talent, but what he didn't expect was that this kid had awakened too. Bang bang bang. Are you a person? At the moment, all the media cameras are focused on Lin Xiao's body. Damn, this buddy is so dazzling. What's the situation? Let me explain what happened. There are really good Samaritans who specially explained what such a vision represents. After the explanation, the barrage exploded. What? Double SSS level abilities? Why don't you see what you're talking about? Me. Is it really fake? Double SSS level abilities? Isn't a person only able to awaken one talent? I am a C level. I am really a waste. Didn't you notice that this little brother is very handsome? Is it really a double SSS level? This Nima is the invincible giant of the universe. Is the giant still lacking pendants? It's sweet. Many live broadcast rooms have exploded, and some people have even dug up Lin Xiao's personal information on major websites. Lin Xiao didn't know that from this moment on, he was completely exposed to the eyes of the world. This national live broadcast directly pushed him to an incredible peak. Bing Qinru looked at the bright boy in the rest area at this moment. She was not jealous, but a little happy. You should have been so dazzling. Ji Shangnan also looked at the figure. His eyes flashed with golden light. He had the confidence to dominate the world. Jiang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect the talent of the guy he looked down on be so terrifying. Am I really blinded, buddy? He doubted himself a little. Such a terrifying talent, it should be very strong according to reason. Ping'an District, number 3 Middle School. All students are watching this live broadcast at the moment. See, that's Lin Xiao, my dear uncle. A fat man was dancing and shouting, and his voice covered everyone's ears. He was extremely excited, and the man on the screen was his close friend. He didn't expect his close friend to be so powerful. It seems that the time has come. My elderly dad has indeed come to take a back seat. Principal's office. Principal Chu of the number 3 Middle School was also stunned, and it took a long time for him to to calm down. He smiled red-faced. Really, this Lin Xiao surprised him too much. Double SSS level abilities, what is this concept? He didn't know, but he knew that there would be a peerless powerhouse in the future of the third middle school. The second stage, the end of asking the spirit. All the players returned to the rest area again. Several referees on the rostrum discussed carefully, and several people nodded at the same time. Quiet. Then a list appeared in the void. The huge list includes all the players here. After the final determination, the results of the first two stages have come out, and everyone can find their own position. Lin Xiao looked up at the list. First place, Lin Xiao. Full score in the first stage. Full score in the second stage. Second place, Ji Shangnan. Full score in the first stage. The second stage is 95 points. Third place, Bing Qinru. Full score in the first stage. The second stage is 94 points. Many people have found their ranking. Ji Shangnan looked at the ranking on the list. His face was calm, but those who knew him would know that he was extremely uneasy at this moment. He was a born emperor, and he did not allow anyone to step on his head. I didn't even make it to the top 3? The game is on. Jiang Ming's eyes widened. What was the problem in which link? He was actually ranked 4th. 10 minutes later, proceed to the third stage, ask for strength. This time, the schedule is divided into 10 groups, and each group will determine 5 qualifying places according to the number of victories, and a total of 50 tianjia will be selected for the final points competition. Lin Xiao was placed in the 5th group. He looked at Bing Qinru and found that the other party was in the first group, and Bing Qinru was also paying attention to him. The two looked at each other. Lin Xiao smiled, raised his fist, and encouraged him. Bing Qinru also raised her little hand and tried to respond. The third stage, ask for power, officially began. Now it became hot in an instant, and 10 rings collided fiercely at the same time. The announcers outside the field started their work hard. The players on the stage were full of firepower, and there were big guys on the scene in this competition, and they had to show their best condition. Number 5 ring, Lin Xiao versus Ning Tian. Hearing the sound coming from the number 5 ring, many people around them focused their eyes here, all for that boy. Ning Tian was a little bitter. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad, and he met someone who was absolutely not recruited in the first competition. That's right, Lin Xiao has already been listed as one of the most unprovocable people by these ordinary tianzhou. Lin Xiao walked to the side of the ring, looked at his opponent, and bowed slightly. Ning Tian immediately put on a fighting posture, although the ending was already doomed, but he still had to try. Ning Tian activated his ability, and he awakened to an A-level ability, Gale. After the ability was activated, his speed immediately rose a step, and the whole person was as fast as a gust of wind, moving at high speed in the competition ring. He kept changing positions, looking for weaknesses in the other person. Lin Xiao stood in place, and with his Grandmaster-level fighting skills, he discovered the other party's purpose in an instant. I saw him take a step forward with his left foot and leak a flaw. Ning Tian saw that the time was right, and the speed became faster, and instantly appeared behind Lin Xiao, gathered his strength in his hand, and launched an attack on Lin Xiao's lower crotch. You've been fooled. Lin Xiao took a step back with his right foot, tilted his body slightly, and turned sideways, directly dodging the attack while he swung his fist. Ning Tian was directly knocked out and smashed outside the field. Here it comes. The game is over. Lin Xiao wins. Predictable. There was not too much cheering, as if Lin Xiaoying was right. However, those who had a heart discovered that Lin Xiao did not use his abilities at all in this competition. Ning Tian off the field also had a bitter face. Alas, after Lin Xiao walked out of the ring, his eyes swept to the other battlefields. At this time, there was a young man standing in the third ring, full of aura. Ji Xiangnan. Lin Xiao squinted. He had an impression of this person, and Morong Yun introduced a sentence in the manual he given. Born Emperor, SS level ability, Emperor. Emperor, what a domineering name. I saw that Ji Xiangnan didn't make any movements at all, so he stood in the ring. His body exuded a faint imperial aura. This aura was divine and majestic, so pressed that he didn't dare to move his hands, and finally he could only admit defeat. Ji Xiangnan wins. After the referee pronounced the verdict, Ji Xiangnan left the ring and returned to his position as if no one was around. Many cameras are following suit, and the emperor-like posture has gained a large number of fans on the internet. The game is in full swing. Lin Xiao found that the opponents he met were all average, basically some first-order players. This also allowed him to win 10 consecutive victories directly, locking the first qualifying spot in the number 5 ring on the spot. Bing Qinru won 10 consecutive victories and successfully qualified. There was a commotion from the number 1 ring, and the ice girl was fascinated by the ice in one hand, and the person who fought her came up and was frozen into a work of art. She walked out of the ring lightly. In her eyes, these people were a little weak. It was evening. The top 50 qualifying places in the third stage have appeared. Today's competition is over, and the points competition will be held tomorrow morning. The fierce battle ended. Those who appeared successfully rejoiced, and those who failed were dejected. Lin Xiao joined the large army. Quang Dao kept nodding at him. This time, a total of 7 of us in the West have entered the top 50, which is good. He is still relatively satisfied. You know, last year only 3 of them in the West entered the top top 50, and this year it has more than doubled. Coupled with Lin Xiao, a pervert, maybe he can get the first place. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait for Lin Xiao to get the first place and chat with those old friends. Lin Xiao looked at Bing Qinru, who was walking towards him, and thought for a while. I watched your game, it's great. Come on tomorrow. Thanks, I will. Bing Qinru was nervous, she was startled, and when she was just walking, she was thinking about how to say hello. Lin Xiao was a little confused, he pointed to himself. Am I scared? No. Then why do you feel like you're nervous? I might. It is. I just finished the game, and I was a little excited. Okay. Bing Qinru became more and more nervous as she spoke, and finally stopped talking at all, turned around and ran away. Lin Xiao, who was left confused, doubted life on the spot. He also asked the person next to him and pointed to himself. Am I scary? Forehead. All the hotels near here are booked by the organizers. Lin Xiao returned to his room. He calculated the time. There are almost 10 hours left, and the system has been successfully upgraded, so I'm looking forward to it. He washed up briefly and lay down on the bed to rest. The next day, Lin Xiao came to the competition site early. Soon, the venue was overcrowded. Please enter all the qualified players. Today's points draw is 1-on-1, the winner is +1 point, the loser is -1, and the top 10 players in the final points are the top 10 players in this competition. I announced that the competition has officially begun. All players start the draw in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao looked at his opponent, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. His opponent's name is Sarotu, S-level ability Dark Knight, the peak of the early stage of the second order of strength. His opponent Sarotu also frowned. He was even more speechless. How could he draw Lin Xiao? Damn, why am my luck so bad? He was very annoyed, and with his strength, he was at least at the top level among the 50 players. Please Lin Xiao and Sarotu come on stage. Click. The camera in the audience immediately started, and the camera clearly filmed the two contestants. Tisk, really mourn for this guy named Sarotu. Can this be understood as the Kryptonville boss meeting the hanging wall? Is it possible that Lin Xiao will lose in the end? Lin Xiao will lose? Brother, do you know the gold content of double SSS level abilities? Here, you will find that there are people who don't look down on the double SSS level. Lin Xiao himself didn't know that before he knew it. There were already quite a few fans silently supporting him. Lin Xiao still stood in place. Sarota's face was full of solemnity. He had seen the opponent's battle and understood that the opponent's fighting style was backhanded. After scanning carefully, Sarota became even more uneasy, and he found that in his own sense, Lin Xiao stood there like an ordinary person. It looks like it's full of flaws. It can't go on like this. He felt a lot of pressure at every moment, which was from the psychological invisible pressure. Night is coming. He put his hands together, and his powerful ability surrounded the entire ring, becoming dim. I don't know. Lin Xiao, from now on, this will be my home field. Although you are strong, it is impossible to defeat me easily. In the night, Sarota became more powerful, which was his domain, and after casting Nightfall, all his attributes increased significantly. He quickly rushed towards Lin Xiao and launched an attack. Lin Xiao couldn't see anything now, and there was no silence all around, just for a moment. His eyes emitted a faint divine light, and his originally dark vision immediately disappeared, replaced by Sarota's clear figure. Lin Xiao, don't hide, we will fight head-on. Sarota kept attacking. He was extremely irritable, and now he couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. How could he fight? The abilities in the body are constantly consumed, and the Dark Knight will not last long. I can only use that trick. He immediately gritted his teeth and condensed the few remaining abilities in the center of his palm. Lin Xiao, I'll see how you hide this trick. Death Knight attack. An incomparably huge palm skeleton appeared in the palm of his hand, and the ground shook a little, and the people outside the field didn't know what was going on. What's going on? Why is it so dark? Is it stuck? I'm also black here. It's the ability of that Sarota guy. Damn. What does this make us think of Lin Xiao's great power? Some people complained. Lin Xiao stopped, a little surprised to see the other party's attack. This move must be at the level of the middle order of the second order. This guy named Sarota still has something. Then don't hide. He stood gently in place, his space-time divine eyes flickered slightly, and an invisible space barrier appeared. And in Sarota's field of vision, he only saw Lin Xiao stop in place, and he was even more angry when he used his body to catch his trick nakedly. Lin Xiao, you are too arrogant. No more nonsense. He slapped it with a palm, shrouded in a huge skull handprint. Target, Lin Xiao. In the ring, the black mist gradually dissipated, and Sarota's ability bottomed out, and he could no longer hold on to the Dark Knight. At this moment, many people's eyes were staring at them, wanting to see what happened. Sarota supported his legs with his hands, panting continuously, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. The smoke dissipated, and a figure slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, Lin Xiao was unscathed, and not even a bit of dust was on his body. Sarota's hanging heart finally died, and he smiled, a little bleak. Then he lowered his head, as if he had been hit hard, and jumped out of the ring. The referee looked at it and waved his hand. Lin Xiao wins. The game on the field is still ongoing. Today's game was much more intense than yesterday, and there were even a lot of dark horses. While waiting for his opponent, opponent, Lin Xiao went to see Bing Qianru's ring. At the same time, he found that there were many professional camera teams on the scene directing without dead ends. Bing Qianru's appreciation of the game is too high. The one who faced her in this competition was not a weak one, named Zhang Liang, S-level ability, Infinite Storm, the strength of the middle order of the second order. Such talent is at an absolute high level among current players. His talent can create extreme disasters on a small scale, like a sandstorm in the desert, extremely lethal. What? In the eyes of many players, he can be called a fierce rival. But at this moment, he was very cramped, because there was almost no place for him in the entire ring. SS level ability, is it really that terrifying? He was not very reconciled. At the beginning of the match, he shot with all his might and did not leave room for his opponent. Several small storms were created in the ring, and ordinary second-order warriors had already been defeated. Unexpectedly, the other party was not afraid at all, and walked to the center of the storm in person, and then, a picture that surprised him appeared. I saw a touch of ice condensing from under Bing Qianru's feet, and all the storms he created were frozen into polar ice storms. Bing Qianru, who stood in the very center, was like the ice and snow queen descending, sacred and inviolable, and a powerful aura came to his face, pressing him back and forth. Bing Qianru seemed to have been blessed by the goddess of ice and snow at this moment. She was the son of ice and snow, and the ice of heaven and earth was used by her, listening to her orders. Some staff outside the venue were so close that a thick layer of ice formed on their lenses, and they were shivering from the cold. Ice and Snow Queen, she is the real Ice and Snow Queen. People are constantly shouting and cheering. The girl has a huge number of fans. Coupled with that alluring face, it will only make more people flock to it. Bing Qianru's pale blue beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and a more powerful fluctuation erupted in her body. Yes, Ice and Snow World. A bright light emitted from the arena space. Zhang Liang secretly said that it was not good, and he quickly urged the ability to block it. Understood. It's a pity that it's just useless. The overwhelming ice instantly destroyed his defenses, turning him into a work of art with a shield and ice. At this point, the referee announced that Bing Qianru had won. Fans outside the venue, including the major live broadcast rooms, shouted wildly. When she walked out of the ring, Bing Qianru found Lin Xiao standing aside, looking at Lin Xiao's thumbs up, and there was a trace of joy in her heart. Also made a smile in response. This is exploding. Me, brother, the goddess just smiled at me. She must have taken a fancy to me. Buddy is about to take off. Get away, you are obviously smiling at me. We ate hot pot together last night. Don't point fingers at my object. She even told me a bedtime story last night. The barrage exploded, and that smile directly captured the hearts of all otaku. This is also the first time since Bing Qianru competed that she smiled, which surprised many people who followed her. Even Li Long, who was standing on the rostrum, noticed that he was a member of the military, and Bing Qianru had to call him uncle according to his seniority. If I remember correctly, this girl is very introverted. Li Long seems to have discovered a new continent. Lin Xiao stepped forward and said slightly, "You should smile better." The scene exploded again. Lin Xiao's words were heard by many people nearby, and then everyone looked at him. Which big guy is this, who dares to speak to the Ice and Snow Queen like this? Oh, it's Lin Xiao. That's fine. Ahem, everyone turned around collectively. But the camera did not turn around, but recorded the whole picture. Some netizens exploded again. What? The peerless Tianjiao Lin Xiao actually has a lot to do with the national goddess Bing Qianru? Shocked. Double SSS level talented teenagers had a private tryst, but I didn't expect the other party to be. On the rostrum, Li Long touched his beard, his eyes looking at the two from time to time, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding. I've grown up. Lin Xiao didn't know that his simple sentence actually made him gossip headlines again. This is just a view from his heart. Bing Qianru does look good when she smiles. Bing Qianru flashed a touch of shyness, but after all, she grew up in the army since she was a child, and she was not overly twisted. In one ring, there was an aura of an emperor everywhere. A young man stands here, and he stands there like this, but people dare not look directly at it. Ji Shangnan, SS level ability, Emperor. This is his game. He just stood in place, and his opponent was overwhelmed by the faint breath on his body, and he didn't even dare to resist. There is a feeling of facing the Supreme Emperor. His opponent's talent is not very high, A-level ability, Reverse Shadow. This ability can minimize his presence, allowing others to inadvertently ignore his presence, making it very suitable for taking the assassin's route. Now, fate has played a huge joke on him by sending an assassin to assassinate the Supreme Emperor in his prime. He activated his ability, but the opponent's imperial aura left him with nowhere to dodge. I admit defeat. He reluctantly opened his mouth to admit defeat and lost to the Emperor, not ashamed. The camera once again faced the young Emperor, with an arrogant posture, a calm figure, and angular facial features. It gives people the impression that he is really a natural emperor and should look down on all living beings. Now the entire Dragon Kingdom has even launched a vote on the internet. This is, who is the real king of heavenly pride? In the end, only 3 names broke through. Lin Xiao, Ji Shangnan, Bing Qianru. This is? Bing Qianru has even been labeled as a national goddess by these good people, and she ranks first on the goddess list. Lin Xiao's luck luck was not bad, and the opponents he encountered in the next few games were not too strong. What is this? He won without much effort. This round of points competition ends here. The sound spread throughout the competition. Then, a list appeared again on the canopy, which was a ranking list that combined all the results so far. Lin Xiao, rank 1st. Ji Shangnan, 2nd place. Bing Qinru, 3rd place. Zhang Ming, 4th place. Tuoba Stone, 10th place. Gongsun Qin, 17th place. Li Dan, 50th place. The results of the top 50 have been announced, and some players look satisfied when they look at their results, some are unwilling, and some are staring in the direction of others. There is a staircase at the competition site, with a total of 50 steps from top to bottom, and each step has a seat. The majestic voice reappeared. Now, let's carry out the last link of this Tianjiao competition. Tianjiao reincarnation. Everyone has a chance to challenge, and only the top-ranked Tianjiao is allowed to challenge until no one challenges it. At this time, the faces of those who were originally a little disappointed showed a happy look again, and they still had a chance. There are also some people with solemn faces, and the strength of many people is actually not much different, and it is possible that a mistake can determine the outcome of the game. Now, please take a seat for all Tianjiao. From low to high, each contestant appeared in turn. The cameras in the audience are frantically filming. This is an exciting picture, and the 50 Tianjiao in front of them determine the top level of this generation of Dragon Kingdom martial arts in a sense. Every player who steps on the throne of Tianjiao only feels endless glory on himself, and at this moment, they have truly become Tianjiao in the eyes of many people. Bing Qinru sat on her 3rd throne on tiptoe, and at her feet were the other 47 geniuses, but her eyes never glanced at it, but inadvertently glanced at the pinnacle throne above her head. And Jiang Ming, who was directly below her, was very uncomfortable at this moment, and the points of the top players were all full scores, so he did not think that his strength was inferior to the people above. Let the three of you be arrogant for a while, and I will let you know later who was the real peerless Tianjiao. He clenched his fists and just endured for a while. Ji Shangnan sat in his position. He was still like an emperor on earth. His deep eyes were looking down at the great rivers and mountains in front of him, and his feet were his territory. Only this time, there was another person above his head, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stepped on the throne of the 1st place. He was dressed in white today. His handsome face was not inferior to anyone, and from beginning to end, he faced everything plainly, which impressed all the audience. This is an unfathomable teenager Tianjiao. Lin Xiao had an indescribable feeling in his heart at the moment. This was the first time he had seen this kind of high-profile scene. Somewhat. Xiao Shuang. Okay. I announce that the Tianjiao reincarnation of this Tianjiao competition has officially begun. A long-lost voice came from Lin Xiao's mind. Ding. The system is being updated. Ding. The system upgrade is successful, and the God-level cultivation system 2.0 is at your service. Ding. This system is version 2.0. Reward the host with an update gift package. Please accept it. Hearing the long-lost voice in his mind, Lin Xiao became a little excited. System, my dear system, you finally appear. Well, the system is his most important trump card in this Xeno world, and it is the confidence that he can become an invincible powerhouse. He was also a little worried about whether the system would disappear directly this time. He promised that no matter how scrupulous the system is in the future, he will never diss it again. Ding, don't let the host bark. The reason for the silence of this system comes from the subconscious behavior of the host. Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed. Ding, do you accept the update gift package? Accept. Ding, reward the host with a low-level cultivation improvement card. Good stuff. Lin Xiao saw a crystal card appear in his consciousness space. System, what category is the lower level? Ding, return to the host, below the 4th order. Well, that is to say, he can just use it now. His cultivation has not changed during this time, and he is still in the early stage of the 3rd order. Keep it for now, and use it when it reaches its peak in the middle of the 3rd order. Just when Lin Xiao was still exploring the functions of the new version of the system, the outside competition had already begun. Li Dan, who was ranked last, launched an attack on the 49th player. The strength of the two was very close. They were both at the peak of the late stage of the 1st order, and they were both A-level ability awakeners. This game was inseparable, and in the end, Li Dan seized a gap of the opponent and blasted the opponent out of the ring with all his might. Li Dan won. After the victory, Li Dan's ranking came to 49th, and the defeated man retreated to the end. After a short break, Li Dan continued to attack the 48, but unfortunately, it failed in the end. His ranking is fixed at the 49th position. In this Tianjiao reincarnation battle, all the players took out all their skills, and the low-ranked ones wanted to make a final stand. Under such an effort, the original ranking of the lower rankings has really changed a lot. Many people's rankings have moved forward, and some people have also lost battles. From time to time, there were commentators on the sidelines, and professional commentators, and a strong team pushed the game to a climax. The guests on the rostrum are also observing from time to time, and they have another purpose here, which is to find good seedlings in advance. There are already many excellent seeds that have left an impression on their hearts, and they are only waiting for the initial contact after the competition. Soon, Soon, it was the turn of the 5th-ranked contestant. This person's name is Zhang Ming, S-level ability watch. The strength has reached the peak of the middle stage of the 2nd order. In the first few rounds, he showed super strength with the ultimate defense and the sharpest attack. His ability watch, which is biased towards support, can increase the base attribute value by 3 times in a short period of time after use. The premise of watching is to have strong strength. This is his supernatural talent. At this time, his expression was a little solemn, looking at the several players above him. Lin Xiao, pass. The oppressive feeling brought by the double SSS level ability is too strong. Ji Xiangnan. He was silent for a moment and shook his head. He didn't want to experience the irresistible imperial aura. The ice was moist and refreshing. Looking at the only woman among the top 3, he thought for a moment and still shook his head. His ability was not as good as the other party, and he was a little restrained. Then only Jiang Ming was left above him. He slowly put his eyes on Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming saw the other party's reaction in his eyes, which was called Zhang Ming's sweep from top to bottom, and the first 3 seemed to have given up. Then I, who is stronger than them, should also give up. That's what he thought. I choose to challenge Jiang Ming. The eyes of everyone present were focused on this. The top 5 pinnacle showdown must be very exciting, and all the cameras are ready. The narrator is passionately warming up before the war. Jiang Ming's face slowly sank, and he didn't say a word. The 2 sides came to the scene of the game. Are you looking down on me? A cold sentence came out of Jiang Ming's mouth, and he looked at Zhang Ming with a gloomy gaze. Zhang Ming didn't react. What do you mean? Ha? And his stupid expression made Jiang Ming even more sure that the other party was looking down on him, and his fists clenched tightly. As soon as the referee's words fell, Zhang Ming took the lead in attacking. He launched the ability watch, and his speed instantly increased several times. A powerful attack hit Jiang Ming, who was standing there without any surprise. After the attack worked, Zhang Ming immediately retreated, ready to look for the next opportunity. Jiang Ming, who was hit, took a few steps back, and the anger in his heart had reached a peak. Thunder! A call from a long time ago. Countless thunders flashed in the sky. Jiang Ming was surrounded by countless thunder and lightning at this moment. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The thunder continued to increase, the lightning in the sky intensified, and the terrifying coercion spread out. Zhang Ming's expression was extremely solemn. He looked at the other party's figure. The battlefield at this moment was already covered with countless tiny rays, and he had already opened his own defense. These thunder and lightning were constantly stabbing his body, making him very uneasy. Thunder! Jiang Ming shouted again, and with this sound, a Zhixiao divine thunder tens of meters thick condensed above his head. Incomparably terrifying. Jiang Ming pointed his finger at Zhang Ming. In the exclamation of everyone, the shocking divine thunder tens of meters thick slashed at Zhang Ming with the divine punishment of destruction. Everyone was stunned and didn't dare to blink, for fear of missing the wonderful link. Zhang Ming, who had already achieved the ultimate defense, was completely exposed to this divine thunder at this moment. Feeling the terrifying attack, he had already pushed the watch to the limit. Its own defense has also reached its highest level ever. Give it to me. Hold on. The divine thunder was shocking, and in this huge explosion, a figure was blown out and lay on the ground far away. It was Zhang Ming. Now his face is completely black, and his body is full of traces left by the lightning bombardment, and the black hair that was originally full of black hair has disappeared. It was extremely miserable, and he kept vomiting blood from his mouth. He still didn't defend himself against this shocking divine thunder, and unfortunately lost. Jiang Ming put away his ability. He exhaled lightly, and looked at Zhang Ming, who was vomiting blood outside the field, and his anger dissipated a little. Jiang Ming shone. After Jiang Ming rested for a while, he showed an unruly gaze. Finally my turn. His eyes swept over one by one, and he didn't let go of any of them. It starts with you. I want to trample all of you under my feet one by one. Only I, Jiang Ming, am the real king of Tianzhou. I want to challenge Bing Qinru. The main event is here. Countless people outside the venue have begun to roar, and this Tianzhou reincarnation is about to reach its climax. Bing Qinru, who was named, didn't react much, and stood up coldly. She had long wanted to beat this guy. System, sign in. How dare you say that Lin Xiao is garbage, coward. Ha! There was a cold chill hidden in his calm gaze. The two sides came to the scene of the game. Moment. Both of them burst out with powerful abilities. One was in charge of the ancient divine thunder, and the other was the spokesperson of extreme ice and cold. The field was polarized, and there was an extremely fierce confrontation between them. Good thing. This was a battle between divine thunder and extreme ice, and both of them played their strongest moves. Bing Qinru kept waving her hands, countless ice picks appeared, and in the world of ice and snow, she was the god who ruled everything. Jiang Ming was also not to be outdone. The Zhixiao divine thunder represented destruction. With the most powerful attack, his body was shrouded in countless thunders, and each thunder was extremely powerful. This is a match between the two SS class Tianzhou, which is far more intense than all the previous competitions, and the other players are all very dignified. I can't hold on to such an offensive. Some Tianzhou spoke bitterly, both Tianzhou, but they were not on the same level. Bing Qinru's expression became colder and colder. She was still exploding the abilities in her body. The temperature in the ring dropped again and again, and her ice and snow world gradually gained the upper hand. Jiang Ming kept urging the Divine Thunder to attack on the other side. He didn't expect this girl to be so terrifying. Okay. The cultivation of the two was all exposed at this moment, and the peak of the second order was in the late stage. Thunder! Jiang Ming took the lead in not being able to help it. His ability was about to bottom out if he consumed it like this, and he was ready to end the battle with one move. The earth-shattering Divine Thunder condensed in the sky again, and the waves of destruction filled the space, and an ancient call sounded in the sky. Bing Qinru's expression was also slightly condensed. She had already seen this trick just now. It was very powerful. I saw her hands sealed, and countless ice flowers appeared in the field, constantly condensing under her control. A flower bone flower that exudes extreme cold is formed in the air. The ice-pole zero snow lotus. A terrifying flower bone is displayed in the eyes of the world, and it contains an incredible terrifying energy. Li Long, who was standing on the rostrum, showed a smile. He didn't expect this doll to learn this trick. Zishao Divine Thunder, do it for me. The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, erupting into powerful fluctuations that formed a storm in the air, constantly tearing each other apart. Yes, the two people in the center of the storm were activating their abilities with all their might, and their faces turned pale. This attack consumed too much, and their second-order cultivation could not last long. Bing Qinru gritted her teeth, her eyes were fierce, and her hand was sealed again, and the ice lotus actually bloomed a corner. Jiang Ming felt an unstoppable offensive, and he immediately made a defense. Everyone was watching. This game was really too intense. All the live broadcast rooms exploded. This was not a movement that a second-order warrior could play at all. Many third-order warriors in the audience were a little bitter. They couldn't do it. There were some fourth-order warriors with solemn faces, because these attacks had reached the level of fourth order. Who won? An inquiry was made. In the ring, as the smoke slowly dissipated, two figures gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. Bing Qinru was panting heavily at the moment. Just at the last moment, she forcibly used the skill she had not yet mastered, and at this moment she was out of breath, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Jiang Ming on the opposite side also showed his true body. His hands were blocked in front of his chest, but a thick layer of ice had formed on these hands. After all, he couldn't hold back, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, in the eyes of everyone, his body fell backwards. This competition, he was defeated. Bing Qinru wins. The referee announced the result, and Bing Qinru got her wish and taught this guy a lesson that she hated. Rested for a while, Bing Qinru recovered from her injury with the assistance of the competition team. I want to challenge Ji Shangnan. Everyone cheered again. Just now, Bing Qinru's appeal on the internet has surpassed Ji Shangnan and ranked second. Ji Shangnan stood up and walked straight to the ring. Your strength is not bad. On the martial arts stage, Ji Shangnan said a word for the first time. This is the first thing he said so far in the competition. He looked at the stunning girl in front of him, a little appreciative. Stop talking nonsense. Bing Qinru didn't want to communicate with him too much, and the ability was fully activated, and the ice and snow world instantly invaded the entire ring. She turned into the Ice Queen again. Ji Shangnan looked at this posture and nodded. Good momentum, with the posture of a queen. This sentence made many viewers think. Ji Shangnan was called the emperor by everyone, and at this moment he said to a woman that the other party had the appearance of an empress. What does this mean? There was a shocking melon. Emperor, empress. What? My brother Shao has a fierce rival? Bing Qinru's face became more and more cold. She kept attacking, and the field was already fully covered by her ice and snow world, leaving only a circle of a few meters to the south. But just like that, she never could break through. No more hesitation. The ice pole zero snow lotus. A bewitching flower bone appeared in the sky, and she didn't want to continue dragging it on. At this moment, Ji Shangnan finally raised his hand, and the endless imperial aura emanated. Bing Qinru, that's it. With his shot, everyone was surprised, because the cultivation emanating from Ji Shangnan has reached the early stage of the third order. This battle between the second and third was doomed at the moment when Ji Shangnan broke out with true strength. Ji Shangnan wins. The referee looked at the weak Bing Qinru and announced the result of the game. In this matchup, Ji Shangnan won by crushing. At this moment, his eyes raised slightly and looked at the figure sitting at the top. Lin Xiao, it's your turn. Lin Xiao, it's your turn. Ji Shangnan's eyes were majestic, and his expression stared at the figure standing at the peak. The final is coming. One is a natural emperor, exuding the aura of the imperial way. One is an unprecedented demon, occupying the first place in the Tianjie list. There is a saying in ancient times, the king does not see the king. At this moment, the two kings met in this game. Who is the real king of heavenly pride? This is the anchor of a live broadcast room giving a passionate speech. He looked at the screen full of gifts, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. And his popularity in the live broadcast room has also reached an all-time peak, and the number of online viewers is about to exceed 100 million. Lin Xiao slowly got up in full view of everyone, and in an instant, he appeared in the competition ring. Someone exclaimed, this was the first time they had seen Lin Xiao use his ability. Is this teleportation? teleportation? Someone asked a question involving the mystery of space and absolute magic skill. Ji Xiangnan's usually calm face moved slightly. This game is highly anticipated, and the big people of the 5 major universities on the rostrum are looking at it together, and they are also very concerned about this game. Ji Xiangnan is not simple, Zheng Guoqing of Longwu University said softly. He knew some insiders. The energy behind Ji Xiangnan was huge, and it's Lin Xiao. I really didn't expect such an ancient demon to appear in this generation. They already know all of Lin Xiao's personal information, a first-year high school student from Ping'an District No. 3 Middle School. My parents died early, and my family was poor, which is really a bit incredible. In the field, the two kings looked at each other. Lin Xiao's calmness, Ji Xiangnan's composure. The referee also took a deep breath, not knowing what kind of spark the two Tianjiao would have. After the start of the game, neither side attacked immediately. Not good. Ji Xiangnan looked at the only person who overwhelmed him, and looked at it carefully. Although he was proud, he was not arrogant. He is a real Tianjiao, and no one knows that he still has a master-level fighting consciousness. At this moment, he was concentrating on finding the opponent's weaknesses, ready to kill with one blow. And as Lin Xiao, who had reached the Grandmaster-level consciousness, obviously felt the other party's intentions, and he also felt a little emotional. Bang! It's really demonic. He can reach the Grandmaster level, that's because he has a hang. Ahem. But the other party has reached the Master level completely on his own, only one level lower than himself. What a monster. Looking at the two people who had not moved in the audience, many viewers were a little impatient. What are these two doing? Fight! Bang! What's the rush? The emperor is not in a hurry for the eunuchs. How can such a top Tianjiao's idea be something that you and other ants can ponder? But many powerful people faintly saw that something was wrong, and someone explained. Die! These two Tianjiao are looking for weaknesses in each other. This is an extremely superb combat awareness. Ordinary people cannot have this awareness without long-term training. Everyone seems to understand. Anyway, Nyobai is over. Ji Xiangnan observed for a long time. He finally discovered something, and then spoke. I never thought that you also have a master-level fighting consciousness. He smiled softly, as expected of the person who could make himself second. Lin Xiao smiled and did not refute. In that case, let's see the real chapter directly under our hands. After saying that, an extremely domineering aura dispersed, and Ji Xiangnan's emperor awakened. Endless majesty was imposed on him, and a faint yellow-robed phantom appeared on his body, making him more sacred and dignified. Is this the real imperial posture? Outside the field, some people were already immersed in such coercion, their legs trembling slightly, wanting to kneel down to the godless emperor in the distance. It's really oppressive. Lin Xiao silently felt that the other party's ability was very powerful, and it was faintly beyond the SS level. This time, the opponent is something. He stretched out his hand and lightly clicked, and an invisible space barrier appeared in front of him, directly blocking the other party's imperial chi. The ability of space. Ji Xiangnan sensed the impregnable barrier. Then I'll just break it. The imperial chi overflowed, and Ji Xiangnan waved his fists, and with the blessing of the imperial chi, he launched a fierce attack forward. Every attack was enough to blow up a warrior in the early stage of the Fourth Order. This was his true strength. At this moment, he was already full of firepower. Ji Xiangnan's every attack carried the aura of the imperial way, and the imperial dragon body surrounded his arms. Certainly. Lin Xiao again. Time. Ji Xiangnan felt that the phantom on his body actually had the ability to block time, directly blocking Lin Xiao's time ability for a short time. This also made Ji Xiangnan stop attacking, and he looked at Lin Xiao with some solemnity, the slightly calm figure. Space-time ability? The yellow-robed phantom on his body is the emperor's clothes. It does have the ability to block everything, but the stronger the enemy's ability, the greater the consumption of him to resist. In just this moment, most of the abilities in Ji Xiangnan's body have been consumed. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. He spoke again, and this time with a hint of helplessness in his words. I didn't want to do this, but in order to win, I had to do it. In Lin Xiao's strange gaze, Ji took a step forward to the south. His body erupted with even more terrifying cultivation fluctuations. Breakthrough. Ji Xiangnan actually broke through to the middle of the Third Order in this situation. 17-year-old Mid-Order 3. He is an out-and-out demon Tianjiao. Not good. The audience was boiling, and the 5 teaching directors on the rostrum also stood up and were shocked by this scene. It's so scary. It's so terrifying. Zheng Guoqing kept speaking. The strength of such Tianjiao itself far exceeded that of the same class, and Ji Xiangnan, who had broken through to the middle of the Third Order, had reached the peak of the late Fourth Order. The peak of the late Fourth Order at the age of 17. Why is this Tianjiao so terrifying? Outside the field, Bing Qinru was expressionless. She had absolute confidence in Lin Xiao, although Ji Xiangnan was very strong, although he broke through his cultivation at the moment, but she just had a nameless confidence. Ji Xiangnan regained his composure again after successfully breaking through. He really didn't want to use his cultivation to suppress the other party. party. He sensed that the other party was also in the early stage of the third order, or the owner had a double SSS level ability. He really can't beat the previous strength alone, but as an emperor, the emperor can't be defeated. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, I admit that you are very strong. You are the strongest person I have ever met. Ji Shangnan spoke very solemnly. He showed enough respect for such an equally demonic genius. But that's it. At this time, Lin Xiao finally reacted. It turned out that this was the case. It turned out that the trace of helplessness just now meant he still looked calm and didn't know what he was thinking. Although you are still not my opponent now, but you're pretending too much. It's a bit irritating to me. Lin Xiao looked at Ji Shangnan very seriously. As an aspiring young man of the 21st century, he did not allow anyone to pretend to be like that in front of him. Point 13. Then he no longer hesitated, and also took a step forward in Ji Shangnan's surprised gaze. At the same time, he secretly used that cultivation card. Same picture, same scene. Lin Xiao also had an extremely huge energy fluctuation in his body at this moment. He also broke through, and even directly reached the peak of the middle order of the third order. He smiled. Oh, I'm sorry, it seems like I've broken through too much. It's a little higher than you. The 5 teaching directors on the rostrum also looked at Lin Xiao in shock. Someone slapped his thigh hard. When was it so easy to break through in cultivation? The person next to it blew up. If you want to take a picture, just pat your legs. Why do you want to shoot me? Lin Xiao Nyo Bai. The audience cheered. This is the fault Tianjiao they supported, and they couldn't stop roaring. Ji Shangnan finally became calm. He looked solemn, and this game completely exceeded his expectations. Feeling that Lin Xiao, who was more powerful than his own aura, his heart sank a little. A fierce battle broke out again in the field. Ji Shangnan had already exerted the imperial chi to the extreme, and every punch could kill a mid-order powerhouse. On the contrary, Lin Xiao still stood in place. His fingers kept clicking back and forth. Every click accurately blocks the opponent's attack. Bang! Lin Xiao, bring out your all. Ji Shangnan roared hard. He felt that the other party did not show all his strength to face him. As you wish. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiao disappeared in place. Bang! Instantly appeared behind Ji Shangnan. Certainly. The emperor's clothes flickered slightly, blocking this immobilization technique, and Ji Shangnan immediately turned around and prepared to punch and kill. Lin Xiao disappeared again and appeared beside him. His eyes were slightly condensed, and an invisible space trapped Ji Shangnan. A punch blasted out, and the powerful impact knocked Ji Shangnan flying. Lin Xiao blinked again and appeared in the position below him. Ji Shangnan turned around with difficulty and blasted out the emperor's fist. Lin Xiao disappeared again and appeared in the sky above it. Another punch directly sank Ji Shangnan, who was still flying in the air, and a huge pit burst out in the competition ring. Everyone was stunned. Ji Shangnan was ruthlessly crushed by Lin Xiao, and he had no ability to fight back at all. The warrior with the fourth order peak looked solemn. This kind of offensive was enough to threaten them. Was this young man named Lin Xiao really so terrifying? Ahem. It didn't take long for Ji Shangnan to get up with some difficulty. The emperor's robe on his body had become blurred, and this imperial robe also had a function that could help him resist ordinary attacks. But even so, he was still beaten like this by Lin Xiao. The emperor's aura slowly weakened, unlike the domineering and boundless at the beginning. Ahem. He coughed incessantly, and the pain coming from his body was far less than the anger in his heart. He didn't expect that one day he would be forced to such a point by his contemporaries. His eyes were bloodshot, his hands were clasped tightly, and the infinite abilities in his body slowly converged. Emperor Dragon Fist. The corners of his mouth were bleeding. He couldn't fully master this move at the moment, and forcibly using it was very likely to hurt the origin, but at this moment he couldn't take care of it. In the sky above the ring, the emperor's aura converged and evolved, and a golden dragon from myths and legends appeared. Its whole body was golden, and its powerful aura suppressed everyone watching. Ji Shangnan kept urging his ability, and the golden dragon became more and more solid, and finally shrank on top of Ji Shangnan's fists. Is this your final blow? Lin Xiao felt this huge energy. This has reached the level of 5th order killing, and this guy named Ji Shangnan does have something. Lin Xiao said calmly. Ji Shangnan heard the sound, and his desire to win or lose reached the extreme. Emperor Dragon Fist. This attack seemed to be able to break the void, and the golden dragon's relentless roar shook the space to the point of shattering. Blade of nothingness. Lin Xiao pointed lightly, and the void in front of him cracked, and countless hidden blades slashed at the golden dragon under his control. There was a violent collision between the two, and this time the space was really blown up, and the rubble on the ground was sucked away by the gravity of the depths of the void. The referee's expression on the sidelines changed, and he immediately waved his hand to stabilize the space and prevent the aftermath from dispersing. Time passed minute by minute. Everyone's hearts are also shaking and looking forward to the final result. On the rostrum, the 5 well-informed big men were shocked many times. Be careful. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Zheng Guoqing didn't know what to say. In their perception, they already knew the final result, so they were even more shocked. Who won? Everyone was waiting, and the fog in the field gradually disappeared. Everyone vaguely saw 2 figures. They were very close, one standing and the other half kneeling. Who is it? The figure gradually gradually became clear. At this moment, in the center of the ring, Lin Xiao pointed one finger at Ji Shangnan, who was half kneeling in front of him, and there was an invisible blade hovering above Ji Shangnan's head. Lin Xiao said extremely calmly, "You lost." "I lost? I actually lose?" Ji Shangnan's eyes were a little blurred. He was half kneeling on the ground, his heart collapsed a little. He couldn't accept this ending. Once upon a time, everyone touted themselves as the invincible Tianjiao of this generation, and no one could compare with themselves. And he has always thought so, and at the same time, in order to maintain such glory in the eyes of the world, he is secretly training frantically. He trains when others are resting, and he trains twice as much when others are training. I thought that he would still stand at the top of this battle and prove to the world that he Ji Shangnan was worthy. Am I a short-lived flower? It fails when it first opens, and it can't even be a moment of youth. At this moment, he was a little disheartened. He couldn't detect the slightest movement from the outside world, his will was depressed, and his belief was collapsing. This defeat broke his invincible Taoist heart all along. The Emperor's dragon energy that was awe-inspiring in the past actually showed signs of dissipating. Ji Shangnan, who is calling me? Ji Shangnan, who was immersed in endless darkness, barely raised his head. It was the person in front of him. Is he the one who defeated me? Ji Shangnan's state made the 5 people on the rostrum secretly say that it was not good. This is a sign that he is going to go crazy and his heart is broken. Zhang Guoqing was extremely nervous, and any loss of Tianjiao of Ji Shangnan and other levels would be an extremely heavy blow to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention that there is a huge amount of energy behind the other party. Not good. It seems that the defeat in this game has really hit him too hard. Kai Rongguang of Shuguang University frowned. This child's previous road was too smooth, and he was praised by everyone too high, and he could only rely on himself to pass this level, and he had a bright future after passing, and he couldn't get through it. Lin Xiao noticed something was wrong, and he kept calling the other party's name. Ji Shangnan. Ji Shangnan's empty pupils looked at Lin Xiao blankly, and his pale face made many viewers feel a little distressed. It's over. How could the Emperor of the world who had infinite scenery before fall to this? Ji Shangnan. Lin Xiao's mental power sensed the other party's state at the moment, and his tone suddenly became flat. I thought you were a respectable opponent, but I didn't expect you to be as fragile as a piece of paper. Lin Xiao laughed, his words full of ridicule. Like you don't deserve to be called Tianjiao. I regret my previous actions. It's really a waste. Lin Xiao shook his head again, then turned around, no longer paying attention to the other party, and the sharp blade hovering above his head also disappeared. Ji Shangnan's heart was struggling, and he heard all of Lin Xiao's words word for word. Not worthy of being a heavenly pride? Ji Shangnan, I don't deserve to be proud of heaven? Did I let the other person down? Countless emotions erupted. Ji Shangnan's heart was roaring, the invincible belief hidden in the depths was shouting, and the unyielding will was burning. Stand, hold it. Lin Xiao didn't seem to hear it, and was still walking unhurriedly. I told you to stop. Ji Shangnan's dilapidated body stood up like a remnant in the wind, giving people the feeling that they could fall down with a gentle breeze. Lin Xiao stopped, but did not turn around. I'm Ji Shangnan. I am the Emperor of the world. I'm not defeated yet. Enough. The Emperor's dragon energy, which had become thin, broke out instantly, and Ji Shangnan held his head high again, and the Emperor who made everyone bow and worship seemed to have returned. A brilliant golden sword light shone in the sky, and this sword light actually had an aura that was more powerful than the previous golden dragon. 5,000. Emperor Dragon Sword. This is the second awakening? Zhang Guoqing was about to lose his footing, and he looked at this scene in disbelief. Dull and firm words, Ji Shangnan actually awakened for the second time in this situation. Second awakening. It is a great opportunity that awakened people can encounter but cannot see, and it cannot directly improve the cultivation strength of awakened people, but it is a road to the sky, and only those who are extremely firm in their own way, great perseverance, and great opportunity can touch it. Every true second awakener is the darling of heaven and earth. They have invincible faith, and they have a clear mind. No, there is no real second awakening yet. Zhang Guoqing spoke again, but the edge has been touched, and there is only one time left. It's really surprising. This game is really overturning their cognition. Ji Shangnan entered a wonderful state at this moment. He felt extremely relaxed, and the shackles of the past seemed to have all disappeared, and he had never been relaxed before. Lin Xiao. Thank you. Ji Shangnan looked at Lin Xiao, who was turning his back to him very seriously. If it weren't for the other party, he didn't know how long it would take for him to become what he is now. Lin Xiao, this is my strongest move at the moment. Regardless of victory or defeat in this battle, I, Ji Shangnan, recognize you. Lin Xiao finally turned around. He was a little speechless. That's it? No, I just mocked you, and you broke through? Is there any heavenly principle? Gone? Is there still a royal law? What the hell is the second awakening? The old man on the rostrum had such a loud voice, he could hear it clearly. But now is not the time to think about this. He also shows the arrogance of heaven. Okay, then one move will determine the winner. He could feel that the other party's state was not good, but that mysterious state was just holding on. Emperor Dragon Sword. Time and space are extinguished. Lin Xiao used a move he had never used before, and time and space disappeared. The origin of the transcendent space-time holy law was shaking slightly, and the entire arena space fell into shock. Countless cracks appeared, and this realm seemed to have lost time and space. It has become a land boundary abandoned by the Great Way, not accepted by everything, nor accepted by everything. The powerful imperial dragon sword was constantly worn away by this shattered time and space. In the end, it disappeared together with this abandoned time and space. Ji Shangnan spewed out a mouthful of blood again, but this time he forcibly supported his body and did not let himself fall. The messy hair kept shaking, he smiled bitterly, but he still lost. I'm defeated. After saying that, he raised his head and remembered Lin Zhao's figure in his mind. Finally, with the help of the staff, he left the competition site. The Tianjiao Championship came to an end. The real king of heaven is born. He is Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao. The audience was completely crazy. Everyone was shouting wildly, and the figure standing in the center of the audience, he was the king in everyone's mind. Kuang Dao's mouth was already smiling crookedly, and the scar on his face was extremely conspicuous at the moment, making people shudder. The teaching directors of the 5 major universities looked at each other, and they all stood up and applauded warmly for the king of heavenly pride. Bing Qinru stood in the audience, showing a moving smile. Tuoba Stone hooked Gong Sun Qin's shoulders and kept waving his arms. Number 3 Middle School. Wang Yi is completely crazy. Everyone he met said that he was Lin Zhao's grandson, and Lin Zhao was his uncle. The laughter in the principal's office has not stopped for the past 2 days, and the roof of the building has almost been lifted. In the Fuzhou area, Li Daoran and other people from the guard department also paid attention to this live broadcast, and they were proud of the teenagers on the screen from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Zhao stood in the center of the game. Feeling the call of the audience, the passionate atmosphere, and the illumination of countless shots, he suddenly felt something unreal. System. Ding. The host is here. Am I hallucinating? Ding. The host has the divine eyes of time and space. Is it an illusion that you don't count yourself? It's true. Lin Zhao felt the congratulations coming from all directions. He clenched his fists gently. Everything was so real. Everyone here is real. No one knows the secret of his heart. He has always regarded himself as a passerby, so he doesn't care about everything in this world. He doesn't care, and even has a hint of indifference in his heart. He is a time traveler, so he has a potential sense of rejection for many people. However, during this period of time, he met many people. Li Daoran, Lin Yanran, Wang Yi, Wang Tianming, Tuoba Shi, Sun Xian. Some people helped him, some touched him, and some even died for him. So real. This made him a little shaken. Shouldn't he be an outlier? He saw the crazy mentor giving him a thumbs up. He saw Tuoba Shi and the others applauding him, and his eyes noticed a smile on Bing Qinru's cold face. He even noticed that somewhere, a woman who made him a little embarrassed was watching him. Feeling the warmth around him again, his indifferent heart finally underwent a subtle change. Under the eyes of everyone, he once again ascended to the extremely upright throne. I'm Lin Zhao. The name Lin Zhao has been remembered by many young people. This national live broadcast made everyone know him. System. Sign in. Some personal information about him was also revealed by people with a heart, and everyone praised it even more after seeing it. Everyone thought that this young man would be a peerless pride hidden by a wealthy family, but the reality is that he was just born in an ordinary family, and his parents died unexpectedly. Some people even sighed. Raising children should be like Lin Zhao. At this time, their children began to retort, "Old man, could it be that you also want to be buried in advance?" The process was unexpected, but the ending was predetermined, and such children had a happy childhood. The significance of this competition is much more than that. Because of Ji Shangnan, many big people in the imperial capital will pay attention to this competition, and Lin Zhao, a teenager, has completely entered their field of vision. Minister Jiang of the Meteorological Bureau sat in the office, with a smile on his lips. I informed you a long time ago, but don't blame me for not reminding you. The room was empty, and I didn't know who I was talking to. In the simple room, an old man was constantly flipping through documents when suddenly someone knocked on the door and delivered a message. The old man nodded after reading it and continued to flip through the documents in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one dared to be too suspicious, because he is the chief of the Dragon Kingdom in today's era. The reaction from all parties was very strong, especially the teaching directors of the 5 major universities. After announcing the results of the competition, the directors of the 5 academies came to Lin Zhao at the same time, each of them a little blushing. Obviously, they have had a heated argument during this time. Zheng Guoqing took the lead in speaking. Lin Zhao, this is your reward for being the first place in this Tianjiao competition. He took out a storage ring in his hand. What's going on? There is an S-level martial arts book in it, 10 awakening stones, and at the same time, we have hit your personal account with a bonus of 10 million. The rewards are very rich. Just an S-level martial art is hard to find on the market. What is the awakening stone for? Thinking about it, it should be a good thing, and there are 10 million, which is a real banknote. Lin Zhao was a little surprised in his heart. The other 4 had dark faces. Obviously they didn't expect this old guy to be so inappropriate, and they agreed to speak together. Lin Zhao took the storage ring gesturing with both hands and kept expressing his gratitude. Then he looked at the 5 big people in front of him and wondered, "May I ask the leader, is there anything else?" Lin Xiao, that's it, Kai Rongguang of Shuguang University said decisively. He, speaking of which, we are still very faded. Lin Xiao, do you know the origin of the Dawn Tower in the Tianjia training camp where you are located? Students don't know. I am from Shuguang University, and I also have the word Shuguang, and this Shuguang Tower is made by our school. He looked proud. This scene was seen by several other people, and they secretly scolded the old man in his heart, and he knew how to pretend. Lin Xiao expressed shock but was still a little confused. Leader, my name is Kai Rongguang. You don't need to call me a leader, just call me Tutor Kai. Old man Kai, you are too much. Others can't help it, so it's called a mentor? What's wrong? Do you want to abduct people like this? When they don't exist? Then 5 people, you say a word to me. Lin Xiao also understood the intentions of several big leaders, and his purpose was to hope that he could think more about their families when applying for university. A few, forehead, several tutors, the students are not as far as they think, and the tutors' hearts and students have received them, and they will definitely consider them seriously. Lin Xiao really didn't think so much. He had only been in high school for less than half a year. Several mentors expressed their understanding that they only wanted to leave a good impression this time. At this time, Li Long of the Military Armed Forces University suddenly said, "Boy, you are very good. I am optimistic about you." After saying that, he also winked at Lin Xiao, which made Lin Xiao very puzzled, and even a little frightened. The other players also received their due rewards, and this competition ended successfully. After Lin Xiao bid farewell to several mentors, he was about to return to the Tianjia training camp with the Mad Mentors troops, but he was suddenly blocked by a woman halfway. This person is Lin Yanran. During this time of the game, she had been secretly paying attention somewhere, and it was obvious that Lin Xiao's performance made her very satisfied. Ready to go back? Lin Xiao didn't dare to look up. Yes, follow me first. Student. In this way, Lin Xiao was taken away by Lin Yanran again, and the Mad Knife had already left here in an orderly manner with other students. He had already gotten the news and was not ready to wait for Lin Xiao's kid. Bing Qinru still asked him with some doubts. Crazy tutor, won't Lin Xiao go back with us? Kuang Dao smiled lightly. No, that kid's treatment is much better than ours. At this time, Lin Xiao was carried by Lin Yanran in the air just like when he came, and originally he wanted to feel the embrace of the angel again. It's just that this time it didn't succeed and was stopped by Lin Yanran. He also asked inexplicably, "You and Bing Qinru seem to have a good relationship, right?" This made him, an old maid who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, not know how to answer, so he could only tell the truth. "It's okay, that girl just looks very cold on the outside, but in fact she is still very simple on the inside." "Yo, I know quite deeply. Director Lin, where are we going?" Consider you lucky, I'll take you to meet someone. Here, run to." There was no dialogue between the two sides along the way. Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable coldness. I don't know if it was too fast. The reason for the cold wind. "Get out." It didn't take long. The two came to a house. Lin Yanran pointed to the room and motioned for Lin Xiao to go in. Lin Xiao stood there and looked at it for a while, which made Lin Yanran angry. "Why, are you worried that I will murder you?" Her face was very calm, but the tone she said made Lin Xiao a little weak. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao walked in. Men don't have a good thing. Lin Yanran stood outside, complaining to the air, a little cute. Inside the house. When Lin Xiao walked in, he found that this place was very ordinary. It was an ordinary person's house, with a stove, a bed, a broom, and an old man. Kindness? An old man? Lin Xiao looked at the old man sitting in front of the stove warming up, a little suspicious, because in his perception, there was no one there, but he clearly saw an old man sitting there. "Coming? Sit down." The old man did not look back, pointed to a wooden bench beside him, and motioned for Lin Xiao to sit down. Lin Xiao slowly stepped forward and sat down. The room calmed down again. One old and one young sat quietly in front of the stove, and everything looked so ordinary. It wasn't until the stove burned out that the old man slowly withdrew his hands and turned to look at Lin Xiao. What kind of eyes were they? Full of clarity and the turbidity, dim and extremely bright. "It's a long time for you to wait. I wasted a lot of time with the old man." "No, the students have benefited a lot." Lin Xiao shook his head and said very seriously. "Oh?" The old man became interested and asked. "Since the students stepped in, they found that everything in this space is ordinary, and you are a real big man. An earth-shattering person like you can still be like this. Return to the ordinary, which is teaching students to always keep their hearts and not be bothered by foreign objects." Lin Xiao said in detail. He really felt it. "Ha! It really deserves to be the king of heavenly pride." The old man laughed when he heard this. He was indeed surprised. "Then do you want to know who I am?" The old man pointed to himself. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment. "Thank you for looking up to the students, and the students dared to ask you which adult you are?" "My name is Lin Yaotian." "Haven't heard of it, but it should sound amazing." Lin Xiao was indifferent. He wanted to show a shocked look, but in front of such a big man, it was inevitable that he would be a little cramped, and he couldn't let go, so he still had to leave some good impressions when they met for the first time. Lin Yaotian didn't have much air. "You probably haven't heard the old man's name." Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed and didn't didn't know how to answer. You don't have to be nervous. Today please just want to see the pride of today's generation. Lin Yaotian was very kind, and with a gentle wave of his left hand, a teapot and 2 teacups appeared out of thin air. At some point, the tea has been brewed. Lin Yaotian raised the teacup in front of him and gestured to Lin Xiao. Little friend, please use tea. Lin Xiao picked up the teacup with a faint fragrance. He drank it all in one gulp. The tea is slightly bitter and sweet. When Lin Xiao just wanted to praise a good cup of tea, he found that his consciousness seemed to have come to a strange space. The speed of time flow here is somewhat abnormal, and the space is a bit mysterious, as if there are invisible rules permeating it. He sensed that the origin of the time-space holy law in his body was moving, and at the same time, the space-time divine eyes were also slightly hot. Without time to think about it, Lin Xiao's consciousness immediately sat cross-legged in this mysterious void, silently understanding the mysteries of time and space. It seems that a long time has passed, and it seems to be a snap of a finger. Lin Xiao's consciousness slowly returned to the body. When I opened my eyes, the luster of divinity flashed away. He immediately clenched his fists with both hands. Thank you, Senior Lin. At this moment, he didn't know that the cup of tea just now was definitely a treasure of immeasurable value. Your understanding is good. Lin Yaotian accepted this salute. Then, a handbook appeared in his hand again and handed it to Lin Xiao. This is the old man's perception of time and space that I have explored for most of my life, but it is destined for you. You can refer to it when you take it back. Lin Xiao was a little shaken. Raising his head, his expression was extremely surprised, and he asked puzzledly, Senior Lin, what can a student do? You and I are from the same source, old man. I think you are also very pleasing to the eye, so be it. After saying that, Lin Yaotian waved his left hand gently. Lin Xiao felt as if he was thrown out by an invisible big hand in the air. Looking again, the person had left the house and appeared outside, and he wanted to step forward, but found that the house that had appeared in front of him had disappeared. Lin Yan ran on the side hadn't left yet. She stepped forward and shook her hand. Don't look at it, you can't find it, let's go. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, Director Lin, who is that old man Lin? He looked at the notebook in his hand, and recalled the picture just now in his mind, and he was a little surprised that you and I came from the same source. Could it be that the senior's talent ability is also a space-time attribute? Lin Yanran's face showed a hint of pride. How to say? He is a very powerful old man. Sister, what you said is equivalent to not saying it. I know he is very powerful. Lin Xiao was speechless. He didn't ask this. What do you mean? What kind of look do you have? Lin Yanran raised her fist, her tone slightly cold. No, the student doesn't dare. Lin Xiao immediately surrendered. Wait, I can't beat you now. I'll hold back for now. In the future, I will definitely let you know why the flowers are so red. Lin Xiao secretly made up his mind. His eyes inadvertently looked at Lin Yanran's side, very upturned. It must feel very good. Okay, since you already know his name, just inquire. Lin Yanran did not reveal Lin Yaotian's true identity in the end. One more thing, I have already asked someone to hit your bracelet for the task reward I said at the beginning. Lin Xiao was happy. This is 5,000 points. You can stay in the secret realm for a long time. And this is entrusted to me by the mayor of Fuzhou district. It is a reward for you. Thank you for your full help last time. Lin Yanran took out a storage ring again. Okay, it's really a good thing to catch up with. Lin Xiao has already gotten too many good things today. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were almost uncontrollable. He immediately took the ring in his hand and hid it, looking at Lin Yanran's teeth a little. You are in such a hurry to collect it. Why, are you afraid that I will rob you of your things? Treat unjustly. This is really unjust. Lin Xiao was just an instinctive behavior. He didn't expect to go in this direction at all. For Lin Yanran, Lin Xiao recognized the other party in his heart, this top-notch royal sister who met for the first time. Her appearance and figure were still secondary. The most important thing is that when she stood in front of her regardless of the danger and let herself run, Lin Xiao was very moved. It's unjust. The students never thought like this. In the eyes of the students, Director Lin and other figures would never dare to be wantonly suspicious. Lin Xiao spread his hands, saying that he was very wronged. Oh, people like me? Then tell me, what exactly are my characters? Lin Yanran immediately became interested. Lin Xiao suddenly became one head and two bigger. What's wrong with this woman today? Why do you feel very abnormal? Speak quickly. Otherwise, I think you're guarding against me. Lin Yanran is still attacking. Lin Xiao's heart was crossed at the moment. The big deal is that I will travel through again. I saw that his face immediately became gentle. Then the student dared to express the image of Director Lin in his heart, and I hope Director Lin will not blame him. When I first met, I was dignified and generous, and my behavior was also everyone's style, and when I saw you again, I was amazed, and the woman did not. Let her eyebrows be bearded, and her heart was like a valley. Looking back at this moment, I will be an immortal among men, which is rare in the world. Lin Xiao's face was not red and his heart was not beating, and he opened his mouth to come. On the contrary, it was Lin Yanran. A touch of pink gradually appeared on her face. She glanced away slightly, and hummed at the corner of her mouth, smooth tone, but the tone of her speech revealed her joyful mood. Okay, let you go today. say. Lin Xiao was carried by her again and flew into the distance. This time, Lin Xiao got his wish and threw himself into the arms of the angel, and his face was deeply buried in the gentle countryside. Lin Yanran's body smelled very good, and the woman's natural body fragrance was slightly mixed with a faint fragrance, which made Lin Xiao very excited. His cheek was close to the peaks, and he breathed heavily in the clouds and mist surrounded by mountains, very satisfied. Lin Yanran tried her best to calm down her inner unpeace, not to let her chest rise and fall too much, but her cheeks were already covered with blush. Women's tenderness, or just for one person. It's here. In the sky above the western Tianjia training camp, Lin Yanran stood on the void. Lin Xiao in his arms reluctantly let go of his arms. He actually felt that he was not in a hurry to come back. Don't take an inch, hurry up and give it to me. Lin Yanran suddenly picked up Lin Xiao and kicked him in the buttocks, kicking him directly from the air. Lin Xiao's heart was filled with 10,000 grass Nima, and he once again affirmed his previous thoughts. After being strong, he must be good-looking Lin Yanran. When he was about to hit the ground, the ability in Lin Xiao's body was quickly activated, and an invisible space supported himself, and he landed successfully. He simply straightened himself, raised his head and hugged his fists and said, "Thank you Director Lin for seeing me off all the way, and the students will take their leave first." After saying that, Lin Xiao strode forward without looking back, for fear that the other party would make some trouble again. Lin Yanran, who was standing in the void, looked at the back with a pair of beautiful eyes, and sniffed lightly on the bridge of her small nose, feeling the residual smell on her body, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Xiao stepped into the gate of the Tianjiao training camp. "Oh, Lin Xiao is back." The news quickly spread throughout the Tianjiao training camp. Very good. Everyone wanted to see the king of heavenly pride, witness each other, and convey their worship. Many of them did not go to the scene to watch, but they also heard a lot of rumors, plus various videos circulating wildly on the internet. Lin Xiao, a freshman who had already impressed them, became even more mysterious. Tianjiao competition dominates the list. In the past, they didn't dare to think that at least the strongest of them in these two sessions barely made it into the top 10. Lin Xiao didn't come to the monthly competition. I thought he was afraid, but I didn't expect the clown to be myself. Many people regretted not going to the scene, and the struggle for hegemony between peerless Tianjiao was not so easy to see. And those who went were a little inexplicably proud. They spat out fragrance, describing the scene as extremely magnificent, which may become an important experience in their life resumes in the future. I am a senior brother in the same class as Lin Xiao, and that year, senior brother Lin Xiao showed great power on the stage. Others are silent. On a mountain peak, Lei Zhenzi looked at the sky silently. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a repressive era. He also participated in the Tianjiao Championship, and he only finished 10th in that edition. Only he knows how perverted the person in front of him is. Especially the top of the list, the strength is extremely strong. The gold content of the Tianjiao hegemony competition is still quite good, basically except for the imperial capital. It has included all the Tianjiao of the entire Dragon Kingdom. To be able to dominate among so many geniuses, such a character is by no means comparable to his Lei Zhenzi. Lin Xiao. As soon as Lin Xiao came back, he was called by the crazy tutor, saying that there was something good waiting for him. What else does this say? Lin Xiao ran over without taking a minute to rest. "Hello mentors." In the room, Lin Xiao looked at the three mentors in front of him, very polite. Xiao Quan, who was sitting in the first place, smiled. "No need to be polite, Lin Xiao. This time you have won a huge honor for our entire Western Tianjiao training camp." The Mad Knife and Xiao Qing Tian on the side nodded in agreement. Their Western Tianjiao training camp has not had a student get the king of Tianjiao for many years. The tutor has won the award. This is what students should do. Lin Xiao was neither humble nor arrogant, still standing in place. Xiao Kuang was a little tactful when he saw this, and he looked at the Mad Knife on the side and nodded. Kuang Dao also grinned. "Lin boy, I didn't look so well behaved when I saw you competing." After saying that, he stepped forward and stretched out his hand to beat Lin Xiao's chest. "Good boy, your strength has become a lot stronger." This is? The blow from the 6th order powerhouse made Lin Xiao grin a little. "Tutor, lighten, it hurts." "You kid, don't pretend in front of me. Now, this is a gift we specially prepared for you when you get the king of Tianjiao this time, an S-level martial art. In addition, we also gave you 5,000 points. You kid is lucky. The original reward was 3,000 points. It was Master Xiao Kuang who paid for you 2,000 out of his own pocket." When Lin Xiao heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward to take the martial arts, and at the same time expressed his gratitude to tutor Xiao Kuang in front of him. "You deserve it." Xiao Kuang waved his hand. "This kind of Tianjiao is completely worth his investment. What's next? What's your plan?" Half of the time of the Tianjiao training camp has passed. Lin Xiao came here to have a task in addition to enhancing his strength. He didn't forget that he bet with the principal to get the first place. That was 3,000 W. Students are ready to settle down to practice, and they have recently found a lot of shortcomings. Lin Xiao said seriously. Through this competition, he discovered a very serious problem. That is, his control of his own natural abilities was too weak. In this competition, although many players are not as strong as him, they did teach him a lesson in the use of talents and abilities, especially Ji Xiangnan. This demon Tianjiao he encountered. Lin Xiao felt that that if he hadn't had systematic blessings, he would not be qualified to fight against such a demon at all. At the moment, if he wants to reach the real peak, he must improve himself in all directions. Well, not arrogant or impetuous. Very good. Xiao Kuang nodded very relievedly. As an unprecedented peerless genius, it is rare for him to maintain this heart that is neither arrogant nor impetuous. If you encounter any problems during the cultivation, you can come to us at any time. The student understands that if there is nothing else, the student will take his leave first. Lin Xiao said goodbye to the three mentors one by one and left here. What a rare genius. Xia Qingtian sighed. I have to say that Lin Xiao is the most worry-free and proud of the students he has taught. After Lin Xiao left, he quickly ran to his room. He gained a lot of good things on this trip. There are a lot of points alone, a full 11,400 points. Director Lin and the training camp each rewarded themselves with 5,000 plus the remaining 1,004, which was enough for him to enter the secret realm for a long time to practice. Then there are martial arts. Lin Xiao took out 2 martial arts, both of which were S-level martial arts, and were of great value. S-level martial arts: fists break through the sky, cultivate to the greatest achievement, shake the heavens and the earth with their bodies, and break the sky with their fists. The introduction of this martial arts book is very brief, but just a few words made Lin Xiao subconsciously feel boundless strength, which comes from the potential deep in the human body, developing the potential of the human body, and smashing everything with both fists. So fierce. Another one. S-level martial arts: soul needle. This is a martial art about spiritual power, and an S-level spiritual martial art is much more precious than other martial arts of the same level. This martial art was specially prepared for Lin Xiao in the training camp. Originally only 4th order martial artists could practice, because it involved spiritual release, which could only be done by the 4th order, but Lin Xiao's progress was all in their eyes, and the cultivation speed could be said to be terrifying. This is also a good thing. Lin Xiao has never put too much thought into spiritual power. He simply relied on the system to add points to get to the current level, and since the last time, his spiritual mind has been nurturing something. This martial art can also be regarded as making up for a shortcoming in his mental attack. There is still some money that you don't have to look at, and then you can directly replace it all with cultivation points. System. Ding, the host is here. Open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level. Ability, spacetime, super SSS level. Spacetime, holy law. Origin, awakening level 14.7%. Spacetime, divine eyes, top 10 divine eyes of the heavens, awakening level 13.8%. Level, the peak of the middle stage of the 3rd order. Blood, 1 2 3 4 5. It's too vegetable, brother. You still have to practice. Mental power, 1,199 points. Come on, catch up with the blind man soon. Technique, Void Sutra. Introductory. Martial arts, Blade of Nothingness, Peak of Xiaocheng. What's the situation? The Eye of the Gods. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster level combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Fist. Introductory. Training points, 0 inch. Ding, it was detected that the host can exchange 40 W for cultivation points. Whether to exchange it. Exchange. Ding, the exchange is successful. System, what kind of endless space are you talking about? Ding, that's the universal endless avenue space. Ah, yes, this is it. What is this? Ding, the universal endless avenue space is a new mysterious space after this system upgrade. In this space, the host can designate any genius in the universe endless time and space to practice with it by consuming cultivation points, and the time flow rate in the avenue space is 1 to 100. In other words, I can spend money to designate any genius to train with me? Ding, the host is so smart. I haven't seen him for a few days, but I've been enlightened a lot. Lin Xiao was silent. He didn't know why his system owed so much. It's just that this universal endless avenue space is really a good thing. Can he spar with any genius? System, any genius is fine? Ding, this system has been doing professional systems for many years, and Tong So is not deceived. As long as you can afford the host, it is this universal avenue, and the system can also pull it over for you. As soon as these words came out, in the endless time and space deep in the starry sky, there was a faint great terror shaking, and the infinite nebula suffered unwarranted disasters. System, pull a guy named Jifan over for me to practice with me. Ding, the system has received the host's request, and this time the designated genius object is the era of the end of the Dharma. Yifan consumes 10 W of cultivation points. Ding, the time and space of the universal endless avenue have been opened, and the host can withdraw at any time. At this time, Lin Xiao came to a mysterious space, and with his talent for time and space, he immediately noticed that the time flow rate of this space was very wrong. What a profound rule of time. Bang! A figure appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Yi Fan. Lin Xiao looked at this young man, and at a glance he decided that the other party was the Yi Tian Emperor who resounded throughout the world. It is worthy of being the future heavenly emperor. Such an imposing momentum makes people dare not look at it directly. Yi Fan, who was summoned by the system, was almost the same as Lin Xiao in terms of strength, but the opponent's body was indeed extremely strong, and the oppression of momentum made Lin Xiao very stressed. Come on, the future heavenly emperor, let me Lin Xiao see how strong you are. Two people had a shocking battle here. One was the future heavenly emperor, and the other was the unprecedented king of heavenly pride in this world. Fight frantically in this hidden space. Lin Xiao was beaten and retreated. Too strong. No matter which way he did, he felt like he was being crushed. Too weak. System, what period is this Yi Fan? Why is it so scary? Ding, the comprehensive strength of each summoned object is set at a stage that surpasses the host by 1 or 2 levels, regardless of period. The host only needs to constantly break through his limits, and there is no need to worry about the danger of death in this space, and the host can wave to his heart's content. System U. Lin Xiao had an urge to scold people. What do you mean? You want him to die a few more times? At this time, Yi Fan attacked again, his fist constantly waving in the air. This is the 6 reincarnation fists. With one punch, Lin Xiao's whole person was directly blown up. It didn't take long for Lin Xiao to appear again. His eyes widened. The feeling of death just now was extremely real, making him feel a trace of fear in his heart. Yi Fan was like a tireless machine, constantly attacking and killing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao could only be forced to defend, and accidentally, he was killed again. He came back to life again, and his mentality was a little unbearable. How to play this? Ding, host, go beyond the limit to create miracles. Beyond the limit? Lin Xiao kept defending. Every attack hit his body brought a lot of damage. Every time the bones were gone, his heart became more indifferent. No, maybe he was afraid, or maybe he was fearless. What a bullshit emperor. Give me death. With a roar, Lin Xiao completely let go of his defenses. He gave up all defensive means regardless of the fear brought by death. At this moment, he just wanted to do his best to compete with the guy in front of him. There seemed to be an invisible shackle in his body that broke. Lin Xiao's physical body underwent certain changes, and his state of mind became transparent and fearless. 6 reincarnation fists. It was dark. At this time, the universe is endless avenue space. Lin Xiao was out of breath. He didn't know how long he had been fighting, and he didn't know how many times he had died. He only knew that he had experienced countless deaths, countless beatings, and countless new births. Now he can go undefeated. His body was undergoing wonderful changes every moment. His will was much stronger, and his pupils flashed with strong confidence. At this moment, he was still bombarding Yi Fan, but he was no longer as fragile as he was at the beginning. It's like 2 equal opponents. If they can, the 2 of them may continue to fight like this until they grow old. System, it's okay. Lin Xiao stopped this sparring because the opponent at this stage was no longer a threat to him. Ding! Universe is closing. In an instant, Lin Xiao returned to reality again, and he looked at the dark sky outside. System, in terms of time, how long have I been in space? Ding! The duration of this experience is 88 days. The host died a total of 1,754 times, and the limit was broken twice. Lin Xiao nodded, not surprised by this. In 88 days, he was beaten to death a total of 1,754 times. He admired himself quite a bit. He was not crazy. However, such reckless training has brought considerable results. Lin Xiao could feel his own changes. It is no exaggeration to say that although his current strength is still at the peak of the middle of the 3rd order, he can completely solve yesterday's self with one move. He found that in the past, whether it was a supernatural ability or a physical body, he used it too roughly, and it was a complete waste. No, I have to take a good rest. He has been mentally tense for a long time, and now he is extremely tired, and he needs to get a good night's sleep. I didn't care about anything, so I fell straight on the bed and fell asleep for a second. 2 days have passed since this sleep. This afternoon, Lin Xiao, who was in a daze, was woken up by a knock on the door. He stretched out, and he slept so comfortably. Yes, it's me, Bing Qinru. Lin Xiao didn't bother you, right? A woman's voice came from outside the door, soft and soft, which made Lin Xiao, who had just woken up, feel a certain feeling in an instant. I woke up all of a sudden. He quickly suppressed the thought, calmed down a bit, and then got up and opened the door. It's you? Is there something wrong with me? Today's Bing Qinru was very simple, and the light blue dress is fresh and Iran. Well, Lin Xiao, I want to ask you something. Bing Qinru mustered up courage. Oh, what's the matter? I want to ask you to guide me. After saying that, Bing Qinru looked at Lin Xiao's face, for fear that the other party would reject her. Oh, that's it, it's okay. How big a thing? As long as it is not borrowing money, everything is easy to say. Lin Xiao doesn't think so. You agreed? Bing Qinru said with some surprise. Well, it's a small thing. We're not friends. Lin Xiao nodded. Just right, practice with the girl for a while and then go to the secret realm. Then you go to me. After saying that, Bing Qinru's face turned slightly red, turned her head and trotted all the way, and from time to time she turned back to call Lin Xiao to go faster. The 2 of them came to a training room. Your training room is good. Where did you come from? Lin Xiao looked around. The space was very large, very secretive, really good. This is what I asked for in the monthly competition to get the first place. If you were there at the time, the first place would definitely be yours. After saying that, Bing Qinru looked at Lin Xiao very certainly. She felt that there was a big gap between herself and Lin Xiao, and in order to shorten the gap between the 2, she thought of this method. At this time, she had already changed into a new outfit which was specially used for training, very tight, and perfectly interpreted interpreted her seductive curves. Lin Xiao, please train me hard later. Bing Qinru was wearing tight clothes, standing quietly in place, with her graceful body in the dim light, and Lin Xiao couldn't stop these sudden words. Okay, I'm going to fuck hard. Train you. Nima, what kind of tiger and wolf words are this? Bing Qinru didn't think much about anything else, and her whole body began to glow with a slight blue light. The ice and snow ability was activated, and the entire training room instantly entered the ice and snow world. Lin Xiao didn't think much about it anymore, and began to point out seriously. No, it's too slow. The power control is not in place. What are you doing? Where did the brain go? Why leave me with such a big flaw? Are you big-breasted and brainless? Is this how the ability is used? Lin Xiao kept pointing out the other party's problems, and after the training of the Universal Endless Avenue space, he seemed very relaxed and comfortable in the face of Bing Qinru's attack at this moment. Because of the guidance, physical collisions will inevitably occur between each other, and Lin Xiao will often touch some private parts, and the force of the shot is not light. This is, let Bing Qinru's whole person be bad, red and white. Soon, she was sweating profusely, and Lin Xiao's face was leisurely and complacent. Such a little intensity was too easy for him. He may have forgotten what it felt like to have 88 days and 1,754 times. Several more hours passed, and at this time, Bing Qinru's whole body was already wet with sweat, and some indescribable areas could be vaguely seen. She collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Lin Xiao, I can't do it anymore. Hearing this, Lin Xiao also stopped the movement in his hand, and he gently stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay, Lin Xiao, you're really powerful. I have no room for resistance at all. It's really not good." Lin Xiao scratched his head. Why did this sound so strange? "Then you have a good rest. That's it for today. I'll leave first." "Oh yes, you don't have to look for me recently. I'm going to go to the secret realm to practice for a while." Bing Qinru lay on the ground, very satisfied. She nodded. "Thank you, Lin Xiao. It's okay, we're friends." Bing Qinru's heart was very happy. Well, we are friends. After leaving the cultivation room, Lin Xiao walked in the direction of the secret realm. This time he chose the Blood Chi Desert. It was directly a wave of his hand and handed over a month's worth of points. Oh, this is really a flesh and blood desert. In the fantasy realm, Lin Xiao felt the desert full of blood and chi, and an extremely hungry feeling came from the depths of his body. This is that he has been hungry for too long. In the avenue space, squeezing out the limit of his body so many times, Lin Xiao's physical body now needs to replenish a lot of blood energy. Only if his body is strong enough, he can be more unscrupulous when he uses his abilities, and the space-time ability has too high requirements for physical fitness. Then, let's start my gluttonous feast. Lin Xiao's whole body was like a gluttonous man with a bloody mouth open, and infinite blood energy was frantically pouring into his body. It is worth mentioning that after this system upgrade, the sign-in function can be changed to cumulative sign-in, which is to solve the problem that the host cannot sign in time when entering the cultivation. At this point, Lin Xiao reluctantly recognized the system as a personnel matter. A month passed quickly. During this month, a lot of things happened in the Tianjiao training camp, and the second monthly competition was over, and many people made significant progress. At present, the lowest cultivation level of the entire Tianjiao training camp has also reached the peak level of the first order late. Bing Qinru had already broken through to the peak of the early stage of the third order, and the Tianjiao of the second line such as Tuoba Stone had also reached the peak of the late stage of the second order. This time, Lin Xiao still did not participate. This disappointed many people who wanted to see Lin Xiao again. During this period, there was also a small episode. A second-year-old student named Zhang Heng found his brother Henry, saying that he was fooled by a guy named Morong Yun, and was accidentally seriously injured by his sneak attack, and wanted his brother to seek justice for himself. In this regard, the old student named Henry Zhang was silent for a long time. "Zhang Heng, my stupid brother, don't think about revenge on this matter, and let me know that you are deceiving me in my name in the future, and I will solve you personally." This shocked Zhang Heng. He was very afraid of his brother, and quickly said that he wouldn't dare next time. After leaving, he inquired in many ways, and learned that the person who was gambling with him at that time was not Morong Yun at all, but a person named Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao knew that this was not the king of Tianjiao. "It's a dog. You say you are a peerless and proud person. Why are you fooling me of this garbage? This is the end of the matter." This day, there was movement in the blood desert. Lin Xiao, who had been sitting cross-legged, stopped absorbing a few days ago. His whole body was yellow, his blood was like a dragon, and this blood desert was much smaller than visible to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha. After unscrupulously absorbing blood energy for such a long time, Lin Xiao's body had reached a very saturated level, moving blood packs alive. Lin Xiao has been absorbing, condensing, absorbing, and condensing. His blood value has reached a terrifying 20,000, and the average fifth order late stage may be like this. Ha! Lin Xiao opened his eyes and stopped this long cultivation. Looking at his body, he nodded with satisfaction. This time the cultivation has improved very much. He felt that his whole body was full of infinite power. He really wanted to fight with that Yi Haizi again. He was sure that his current self could blow him up at the beginning. Get out first. It's time to get out. This trip to the Tianjiao training camp is coming coming to an end. Students, the 3-month training journey is coming to an end, and we have seen the growth of each of you during this time. At this time, the central square. Xiao Kuang stood in the center, and there were first-year students standing below. The mentor on the stage gave an impassioned speech, and the students in the audience applauded warmly. In the past 3 months, everyone has grown a lot, and their road has just begun. The last competition will be held soon, and this competition will determine the final results of each of your students, which will be recorded in the files of each of you. Follow your life, show all your strength, and use the best results to present the meaning of these 3 months of hard work. Now everyone goes to the Dawn Tower. The final competition will be based on each level. Dawn Tower. Today's Dawn Tower was quite lively, and many old students also arrived at the scene. You say, how many floors can you reach this time? It's hard to say. Aside from Lin Xiao, I think it should be the girl named Bing Qinru who is the strongest. I guess the 32nd floor. I guess on the 33rd floor, Bing Qinru's strength is stronger than you think. Are you thinking too much? The beasts in the tower are not weak, and the beasts of the same level are much stronger than us. We'll see. Then how many floors do you think Lin Xiao can break through? 55? At this time, numbers shone in the sky above the Dawn Tower. Gong Sunqin, 30 floors. A young man walked out. He shook his head a little. He had already tried his best, barely past 30, and he couldn't beat it any further. Not bad, look at me. A rather majestic young man greeted aloud. He is Tuoba Stone. It didn't take long. The game is on. A line of subtitles flashed on the tower. Please, Tuoba Stone, 32 floors. Many people whispered, the strength of the 32nd floor is already very strong, and some second-year students are not even as good as this first-grade teenager. Tuoba sure walked quite steadily, leading the wind all the way. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with this result. Gong Sunqin glanced his head to the side, and this guy knew to show off in front of him. Why didn't he go to Lin Xiao to show off? Look, Bing Qinru went in. It's here, someone exclaimed. An ice-beautiful girl walked in. Everyone looked at the sky above the tower, looking forward to what kind of results this man could achieve. Bang! It's so fast, it's already reached the 10th floor. The strength of the beasts in front is very weak, and the speed should drop soon. Look, it's already on the 20th floor. Bing Qinru's climbing speed was very fast, and the strength of the beasts in front of her was very weak, and she raised her hand gently, and they were all frozen into works of art. It's already the 30th floor, it should slow down. At this time, Bing Qinru had already reached the 30th floor, and from this floor onwards, the cultivation of the fierce beast was basically at the same level as her. Not enough. The abilities in her body began to spread, and the powerful ice and snow world instantly froze the entire space, and the fierce beasts on the 30 floors couldn't bear it at all, and they were directly killed by seconds. Her speed still hasn't dropped. What's going on? Why is the speed still so fast? Isn't her cultivation also in the early stage of the third order? What do you know? They are the peerless Tianjia who has awakened SS level abilities, and their strength far exceeds that of the same level. Don't use your A level to compare with others. What grade? The man's face was flushed with sarcasm, and he wanted to refute but couldn't find an excuse. Just so good at kung fu. Bing Qinru has already come to the 37th floor. Pass. Gong Sunqin was a little emotional. If it weren't for the freak Lin Xiao, Bing Qinru would definitely be the strongest in our class. Tuoba sure also nodded. As an awakener who had awakened S-level abilities, he was very talented, but compared with the other party, he was still much worse. It's already 40. Can it be said that her strength has reached the level of the fourth order? Are all the students of this class so scary? Most of the old students were a little unbelievable. Many of them didn't have this strength, just a Lin Xiao, and now they are still here? Or a girl? In the space of the 40th floor, Bing Qinru's face was slightly condensed. What appeared in front of her was a fourth-order fierce beast. The strength of the fourth-order fierce beast far exceeded the third-order beast. It should not be underestimated. Ice and snow world. The ultimate ice immediately enveloped this space, and the fourth-order fierce beast roared, and the ice around it was shattered and could not be approached. It's really not that simple. It's just that it's still a little worse. The ice pole, Zero Snow Lotus. A bewitching flower bone appeared in the air, containing frightening energy fluctuations, and as soon as it appeared, the fourth-order fierce beast on the opposite side began to be restless. It senses a mortal threat from this flower. It is afraid. The snow lotus bloomed in the area close to the beast with extreme cold, and the terrifying energy directly froze the beast, and then, shattered. 40 floors, pass. It's over. 40 floors passed. People who have been paying attention to the number of towers cleared shouted out immediately. It's shocking. It didn't take long for the 41st floor to pass. 42 floors, clearance. In the end, Bing Qinru was stuck in the position of the 43rd floor, and the fierce beasts on this floor had reached the peak state in the early stage of the fourth order, and she could not defeat them for the time being. In the sky, Xiao Kuang and others nodded one after another. This girl with military ties had to say, strong as a mess. After Bing Qinru's stimulation, the scene instantly reached a small climax, and many people who had not yet broken through the level couldn't help it. I want to know what kind of results I can achieve. When the results were announced, the older generation of students breathed a sigh of relief. Let me just say, the strength of this session can't can't be so strong. He looked at the results of the general 20 and 21st floors, which was right. Where is Lin Xiao? Is Lin Xiao here? He won't come back, will he? Someone asked. I haven't seen Lin Xiao's results yet. This is the last day. He won't show up yet. Bing Qinru was also looking around, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. Not far away, Lin Xiao was walking here. He also learned that the final test was underway here, and it was about 3000 W, which was not to be missed. It's Lin Xiao. Someone saw him and immediately stepped aside, and someone stepped forward to say hello to see if he could get acquainted. Lin Xiao's face was calm. He slowly stepped forward, looked at the tower, and then walked in full view of everyone. Quick, Lin Xiao has started to break into the tower. Quickly notify others to come over. The old man began to summon friends who didn't come. This scene has been waiting for a long time, and many people want to see with their own eyes what level Lin Xiao can break through. Above the sky, the Mad Knife stood in the void, touching his chin and thinking, I don't know how many layers this kid Lin Xiao can hit in the end. He hit the 51st floor directly for the first time. Xia Qingtian thought about it for a moment. I guess I should be able to flatten the historical record, right? 57? Quang Dao was a little stunned. 57 floors, that has to have the strength of the late 5th order. You were so optimistic about that kid? I think Lin Xiao is no worse than that Jeezy. Xiao Kuang didn't speak. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he watched quietly. Lin Xiao's speed is very fast. So fast. This is over 10 floors? You are mistaken. You have already passed the 15th floor. You read it wrong. It's already 20. Everyone's eyes didn't dare to blink at all, for fear that the world would change in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao went all the way from 0 to 50 floors, and it took less than 5 minutes. Me. The fastest time in history to reach the 50th floor is more than 8 minutes, right? The game is on. I would like to call Lin Xiao the fastest man in history. 50 floors. Lin Xiao looked at the human-faced lion that appeared in front of him and said hello. Hi, see you again. This stunned the beast on the opposite side. It's you, kid. After recognizing it, the human-faced lion had some teeth and claws, and he remembered this kid. It shook its head, not ready to do it. It couldn't be beaten anyway. This made Lin Xiao a little embarrassed to start, but for the sake of the results, he could only kill it again. Past the 50th floor. Lin Xiao also wanted to know how many floors he could break through at present. Outside. Look, the 50 floors have passed. Last time Lin Xiao stopped at the 51st floor. I don't know if he will succeed in breaking through this time. Nonsense, it definitely can. It's been so long. I think I can at least hit the 53rd floor. Maybe I can reach 54. Is it so scary? That's the king of heavenly pride. You little deflated 3 don't understand other BBs. 52 floors, pass. 53 floors, pass. 54 floors, pass. I'm still conservative, I'm wrong. 55 floors, pass. Everyone stared at the subtitles, and their hearts kept changing with the subtitles. 56 floors, pass. Could it be that Lin Xiao is going to break the record? It's incredible. Now the record holder of the Dawn list has broken through to the 57th floor. Will this record be broken today? Above the sky, Quang Dao squinted and looked down. Xia Qingtian looked expectant. Only Xiao Kuang, still silent, still waiting. Inside the 57th floor, Lin Xiao was no longer as easy as before at this time, and at this point, every fierce beast had at least the strength of the late 5th order, which could not be underestimated. No one has been here for a long time. It seems that your dragon kingdom has another Tianjiao? A phantom appeared. This was a blue sky bull python. Boom! The huge figure seemed to squeeze out this space, and the coercion of the late 5th order was permeated, and it stared at the humans who appeared in front of it. The Tianjiao of the dragon kingdom. You damn it! After saying that, it waved its huge body and smashed at Lin Xiao. All human geniuses deserve to die. Facing the huge body that came to his face, Lin Xiao still did not move. The violent collision made the space tremble. The blue sky bull python looked at the young man in front of him, showing an incredible look. I saw Lin Xiao moving forward with one hand, and thus blocked the offensive that covered the sky. Are you that strong? Lin Xiao's eyes were extremely flat. He raised his forehead, looked at the huge body in front of him, and then exerted force with both hands, directly lifted the entire torso, kept waving and spinning, and then smashed heavily into the distance. The blue sky bull python was dizzy from being hit, and before it could calm down, Lin Xiao appeared above its head again. A mere beast, I dare to speak without shame. Punched through the sky. A fist power that shook the heavens and the earth was emitted, and the space seemed to be about to be pierced, and this terrifying attack accurately bombarded Qingtian Niumang's head. It can't bear this punch. From beginning to end, the huge body was directly penetrated, and it didn't expect this boy to be so terrifying until he died. 57 floors, pass. The record is tied. Everyone exclaimed, this is destined to be a day worth remembering for all of them. Good boy, I really let him pass. Quang Dao laughed. Xia Qingtian nodded with satisfaction. It didn't take long for the 58th floor to pass. Me. Broken record. Immediately afterwards, the 59th floor passed. I can't bear it. I can't bear it at all. Everyone present exclaimed. Their eyes widened, and they looked at the subtitles in disbelief. Ah, yes? Lin Xiao, does he want to pass the customs? The Dawn Tower has a total of 60 floors. Could it be that someone will pass the customs directly today? Is this making making history and creating miracles? From the beginning, the mouth of the crazy knife has never closed, and it is getting bigger and bigger. It's over. Within the 60th floor, Lin Xiao looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, and was very stunned, and he shouted a little uncertainly, "Lin, Director Lin? Ha, do you know me?" The phantom was a little confused. After Lin Xiao heard the voice, he was very sure that the other party was Director Lin Yanran. At this time, the phantom came in the air, looking at Lin Xiao with a pair of beautiful eyes. "Are you a student here?" Lin Xiao scratched his head. "Director Lin, what are you doing? It should be, if you are not a student, you can't come in." The phantom nodded to himself. "If you can come here, it means that the strength is very strong. It seems that my vision is still as vicious as ever." The phantom revealed its true face. It was Lin Yanran. Lin Xiao found that Director Lin in front of him was in contact with him differently. "It seems to be purer. Director Lin, do you dare to ask if this last level is to defeat you?" Lin Yanran heard the sound and laughed softly. "The ambition is not small. Do you know what strength I have?" Lin Xiao was speechless. "Aren't you just the peak of the sixth order?" He asked this question himself to make sure that it was like this, and if so, then he surrendered, because there was no fight. "Presumably, you have been in contact with me in the outside world, and I should be very strong at this time." Lin Yanran is very confident. She is very confident in herself. "But you don't have to worry. My phantom strength is only like this in the early stage of the sixth order. I was also curious at the beginning, and I left my mark here." The early stage of the sixth order? Lin Xiao suddenly had some ideas. He secretly glanced at the warped land boundary. Maybe there was a chance to collect some interest in advance today? I really didn't expect someone to break into here. You surprised me. Lin Yanran kept looking at Lin Xiao in front of her. "What's your name?" "The student's name is Lin Xiao." "Lin Xiao? I remember you. What you said before is not right. You don't need to defeat me in this level. As long as you can hold out for 10 minutes, you will pass. After all, the gap between the 6th and 5th order is very large. There is a very obvious sign that a warrior has reached the 6th order, that is, he can fly in the air. For ordinary people, the gap between the 6th and 5th order is really a heaven and a earth, and it is even more difficult to win by leapfrogging the level." Lin Xiao nodded in approval. Indeed, the 6th order is already very strong, and even he can't guarantee that he can win 100%. "So, let's start." Lin Yanran stood proudly above the void. She did not take the initiative to make a move. "The student is offended." Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with some strange meaning. "Use your full strength. Let me take a look at how strong the level of Tianzhou is in this era." "Certainly." Space solidification. Lin Yanran, who was in the air, stiffened for a moment and then immediately recovered. She was very surprised. Space ability? Lin Xiao didn't speak. He looked up at Lin Yanran in the sky, and his feet began to run up. "Every time you step out, an invisible step will appear." "Stop." The power of time. Caught off guard, Lin Yanran suffered a loss again and was frozen for a moment. But after all, she was a 6th order powerhouse, and she quickly broke free, and now she was even more uncalm. "Time? This is impossible? Are you a dual attribute person with space-time abilities?" Looking at Lin Xiao, who kept rushing towards her, Lin Yanran became a little vigilant, and the abilities in her body began to activate. As the leader of the Tianzhou training camp, Lin Yanran's talent is not weak, and what she has awakened is the S-level ability Bloodstorm. While she was activating her ability, she looked at the boy with her eyes, and had some thoughts. "No wonder this young man recognizes me. It seems to be because of this." A huge blood-colored storm appeared in the air, and the strong current interfered with the entire space, and Lin Xiao stopped in place. The divine eyes of time and space burst out with bright light. Crack! Immediately afterwards, Lin Yanran looked at the scene in disbelief. "I saw that the bloody storm she condensed was like being cut by a knife, torn into pieces, and as the space split, it was constantly shrunk and shrunk until it disappeared." "Such means, you..." The bright light had not yet disappeared, and a voice with divinity sounded again. "Lawlessness, formlessness, no birth, starting from one, ending with nothing. Void. The power of the Void Sutra." This was the first time Lin Xiao showed the Void Sutra, as if a figure appeared from time to time, with his back to the common people, above all living beings. He was representing the Supreme. The entire void began to collapse, and there was a regular power surging. Lin Yanran's expression became extremely solemn. The power of the space was very extraordinary. She blocked it with all her might, constantly urging her abilities around herself to protect herself. "Not enough. Time." Lin Xiao was like a creator god at this time. He controlled time with one hand and space with the other, and a pair of divine eyes blended time and space, and time here became weird under his manipulation. "Quick!" In Lin Yanran's eyes, she found that Lin Xiao's speed suddenly increased and rushed towards her. She hurriedly stepped back. She couldn't let this kid succeed. Slow. No. How did this kid become so fast? Lin Yanran's reaction suddenly became sluggish. She immediately reacted. It wasn't that he became faster, but that she had slowed down. "It's time." The other party can actually manipulate time to slow himself down. Seeing that she was about to rush up, Lin Yanran forcibly activated all the abilities in her body, although the level of time and space was extremely high-end, but her strength was still a little worse. This suppression from talent was forcibly broken by her, and she breathed a sigh of of relief. Director Lin, be careful of the back. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, and before she knew it, Lin Xiao was already close to the sound. Space solidified. This time, Lin Xiao activated the ability in his body with all his might, and trapped Lin Yanran in place and couldn't move. Then, in Lin Yanran's disbelief eyes, he slapped his back up. The voice is very crisp. This slap directly stunned Lin Yanran. She froze in place, and even forgot that she was fighting. And after the slap, Lin Xiao immediately turned around and ran away. He didn't look back, and he wasn't ready to fight. Anyway, as long as he lasted 10 minutes, he would pass the level, and his goal had been achieved. Ah, there was an extremely furious voice in the sky. Lin Yanran had already reacted. She couldn't believe that she was bullied by a hairy boy. Lin Xiao. She angrily rushed towards Lin Xiao, who was fleeing around. Her eyes were full of anger, her face was furious, and the edges of her earlobes covered by her hair were faintly red. She felt the heat coming from behind her, and still didn't figure it out. How could that young man dare? Meanwhile, in this way, a man and a woman, in the highest space of the Dawn Tower, you chase me and escape. Although Lin Yanran is a 6th order and can fly in the air, Lin Xiao also has the ability to teleport, and it is inseparable for a while, and the distance between the two has remained unchanged. This made Lin Yanran crazy, and she attacked her frantically in the back. Lin Xiao, do you have the courage to do it, but don't you have the courage to take it? If you are a man, stop and let's go head to head. Lin Xiao, are you a rabbit? You can run like this. Lin Xiao, the real Tianjiu should have an invincible spirit. Stop and fight me head on. Ah, Lin Xiao. In this way, 10 minutes passed quickly. As time passed, a voice suddenly appeared in the space here. Congratulations to Lin Xiao, you cleared the 60th floor for the first time. Reward 2,000 points. With the appearance of this voice, Lin Yanran was also forced to stop the pursuit. After all, she was just a brand left here, and she needed to abide by the rules of this place. Lin Xiao also stopped. After running for a long time, he was also tired enough to choke. The abilities in his body were being consumed like crazy. He didn't dare to slack off at all. He would definitely have to take off a layer of skin if he was caught. Lin Yanran's eyes were full of fire, and she looked at the young man in front of her quietly. Suddenly, she smiled softly. Lin Xiao, right, I remember you. After saying that, this phantom disappeared and completely disappeared on this floor. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiao had an indescribable uneasiness, as if he had gotten into trouble. At this time, the entire space was empty except for him. It's also complete. He walked out of the tower. Look, Lin Xiao is out. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao, who came out and didn't dare to make a loud noise, because the aura of the young man in front of him was too strong. They consciously gave up a path, and the dawn list on the side has also changed. GZ, who was originally at the top, disappeared, and Lin Xiao's name suddenly appeared in the first sequence. Lin Xiao, the 60 floors of the dawn list. The whole body glowed, illuminating the entire central square, and everyone was bathed in this shining light, staring at the young man. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Someone suddenly shouted, and then everyone raised their hands and shouted loudly. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. This day is destined to impress all of them, because on this ordinary day, they saw an extraordinary person living his ordinary day. And this ordinary day is so extraordinary in the eyes of everyone. Above the void, Xiao Kuang looked at Yu Guangming's walking figure, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The top of this final competition has been born. He is Lin Xiao. It's been a long time since I've been home. In a car, Lin Xiao was sitting on the edge of the window looking at the scenery outside. 3 months have passed since this trip came out. The Tianjiao training camp has officially ended. Tutor Xiao Kuang specially arranged a special car to take him home, and sitting in the car at this time, Lin Xiao was really a little homesick. Ping'an District, number 3 Middle School. The school was very lively today, with many students gathered at the door, and some even climbed the wall. Because just yesterday, a message was broadcast on the school radio: Lin Xiao is back. All the students were not calm. Lin Xiao, this is the pride of their 3rd middle school, the king of Tianjiao who overwhelms the audience in the Tianjiao competition. He's back. This is blockbuster news. The whole school became extremely excited from top to bottom, from the inside out. All the students waited at the school gate early for the godlike boy to appear. Here it comes. Many beautiful girls have been dressing up carefully since last night, showing their most beautiful side. At this time, in the principal's office, in addition to Principal Chu of the number 3 middle school, there were several figures. They are Principal Li of number 1 middle school, Principal Wu of number 2 middle school, and Mayor Ma of Ping'an District. They talked and laughed. Old man Chu, you really stepped on shit luck. Lin Xiao and other extraordinary talents were actually met by you. Principal Wu is very tasty, and he also wants to meet such a student, which is simply like an ancestor. No, it may be more than just smoking. Get it? The smile on Principal Chu's face never stopped during this time, and the crow's feet were laughing. The game is on. Principal Li on the side was also coaxing. Originally their number 1 middle school in Ping'an District had the highest annual admission rate in terms of teacher and student resources. But this year, this old man Chu was tested as a double SSS level genius, and it was only a matter of time before he was surpassed by the number 3 middle school in the future. Most people don't understand that they still have a certain concept as the top management of the entire district. SSS level awakeners, as long as there are no accidents in the middle, will definitely be the pillars of the entire Dragon Kingdom in the future, and they would never have thought of the big people standing at the top in the past. Principal Chu, Lin Xiao once said when he would arrive. Mayor Ma also couldn't wait to meet the young Tianjiao again. It should be soon. Suddenly, there were earth-shattering cheers outside. They looked at each other and smiled, saying that Chow 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 would arrive. Lin Xiao is back. Lin Xiao was confused at this time, and as soon as he got out of the car, he found that the school gate was full of people, and the walls were full of banners. All are welcome. Welcome home Lin Xiao, the pride of heaven in the 3rd middle school. Wait a minute. Looking at the students cheering for himself, Lin Xiao also smiled slightly. At this time, a chubby teenager wasted a lot of energy to come out of the crowded line, and he immediately trotted forward. Ha ha ha, uncle, my dear uncle, you are back. Are you tired or not? Do you want me to give you a pat on the back? The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. He was still a child. Where did he come from? Wang Yi, give me a little serious. After saying that, he suddenly found that his best friend had lost a lot of weight. Are you losing weight? How did you become so thin? Boom! This boy is Wang Yi. He put his arm around Lin Xiao with one hand and swept towards the crowd in front of him with the other. Give me all the way. Didn't you see my uncle going in? Hurry up and give up a towel. Delaying my uncle's affairs. No one can bear this responsibility. The other students frowned. It was this dead fat man. On weekdays, he has been promoting himself as Lin Xiao's grandson at school, showing off himself everywhere, but he didn't expect that he really had something to do with Lin Xiao. It's just that no one will come forward at this time, and an extremely spacious passage immediately appeared, and all the students stood on both sides very consciously. Lin Xiao walked into the campus under the worship of everyone and was supported by Wang Yi. The two of them also chatted for a long time, and Lin Xiao finally knew why Wang Yi had lost so much weight. It turned out that in the special training class, their mentor really didn't treat them as human beings, and in the past 3 months, he has lost nearly 70 pounds. Lin Xiao, come to my house for dinner when you have time. The old man at home is shouting in my ear all day long. Lin Xiao smiled and did not refuse, saying that he would definitely go to see his uncle when he was free. Then, he was called out by the principal. Look, who is here? As soon as I entered the door, I heard the principal's unabashedly excited tone. Hello Mayor Ma, good principal, good two leaders. Lin Xiao greeted one by one. As expected of my Tianzhou and Pinyin zone, he is really a young hero. The horse chief laughed like a rainbow. The game is on. Principal Chu on the side beckoned and introduced Lin Xiao. These two are Principal Li and Principal Wu of the 1st and 2nd middle schools. The two principals also praised their youthful arrogance, and so should be. That's right, Lin Xiao, this is the agreement I made with you before. You've overdone it, and that's the reward promised to you. Principal Chu took out a card and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is happy. 3000 W arrived. At the same time, Principal Chu looked at District Chief Ma and the other two principals, his eyes blinking non-stop. District Chief Ma took the lead in speaking out. Lin Xiao, you are the pride of my Pinyin district, and you have won such an honor for our district. I will give you 3000 W cultivation funds on behalf of Pinyin district. I hope to help you. Also took out a card. Lin Xiao took it again, expressing his great gratitude, and his face was full of joy. Principal Li and Principal Wu looked at each other, shook their heads and looked at Old Man Chu. What an old man. The two also stepped forward and handed Lin Xiao 1000 W as a greeting gift. Lin Xiao took it with a smile, not at all polite. This trip to harvest 8000 W, you have to be the principal. He secretly gave the principal an affirmative look. Steady. After a brief chat, Mayor Ma and the two principals took their leave, and Lin Xiao stayed for the time being at the behest of Principal Chu. Good boy. It's really been a few days since we last met, like 3 autumns. As the principal of a high school, Old Man Chu himself also has not weak strength, and he is also a martial artist in the early stage of the 6th order. This goodbye, he faintly felt a huge energy from Lin Xiao's body, which was quite amazing, which surprised him very much. He sighed a lot. He was really old, and the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves. The principal has won the award, and the students have indeed learned a lot this time. Lin Xiao still respects this Principal Chu from the bottom of his heart. What's next? Go! With Lin Xiao's current strength level, it is no longer appropriate to continue in the first year of high school, and the entire number 3 middle school, including the teachers, may not be able to teach him anything. Lin Xiao thought about it. He had actually thought about this question on the way here. Principal, can I skip the level to take the college entrance examination? Indeed, with my current ability, I can't learn anything in high school, and only by entering the highest university and contacting a broader platform can I grow rapidly. Moreover, this year's college entrance examination is coming soon. Not good. Principal Chu was not surprised, but smiled meaningfully. Boom! You boy, are you lucky, or is it a coincidence? The Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom has just released an important news about this year's college entrance examination. Lin Xiao listened carefully. Non-senior high school students, anyone with 4th order strength can participate in this national college entrance examination, and the age limit is below 20 years old. After saying that, Principal Chu looked looked at him quietly, and he felt a general trend. This is too coincidental. Such a thing would not have happened in the past. Does the times make heroes? Lin Xiao was a little excited after hearing this, which meant that he could take the college entrance examination this time. All his conditions were just met, and then, his eyes looked at Principal Chu with some eagerness. Poof, have you thought it through? The student has thought it through. I will help you apply for the registration, and you can arrange the next time by yourself. No need to use the school. Thank you, Principal. Before leaving, Principal Chu said somewhat meaningfully, Lin Xiao, don't be careless, this national college entrance examination is not simple. Lin Xiao nodded very agreeingly. He would never underestimate anyone, at least not until he was invincible. After saying goodbye to the principal, Lin Xiao walked home. He still lives in that dilapidated house, a little remote from the school, and has never had the opportunity to change to a new home. Pedestrians on the side of the road are becoming sparse. Lin Xiao stopped suddenly as he walked. At this time, there were no people on both sides of the road. Only the sound of the wind was bleak, and in this hot summer, there was a bit of a desolate feeling. Lin Xiao stood in place, looking around calmly. His eyes had already noticed something was wrong. No need to hide. Come out. Heh, it's really worthy of being the king of heavenly pride. I told you, don't do these things in front of such people. It's embarrassing. A full 10 mysterious men in white robes appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Hello, Lin Xiao. First time we meet, let me briefly introduce myself. I said which shameful rats are actually the miscellaneous pieces of the Destiny sect. Lin Xiao smiled, smiling a little sternly. Jia, look, what am I talking about? This kind of star-holding moon pride will not listen to you. One of the white robes made a strange sound. He smiled strangely, and a pair of dark bright eyes glowed red, which was frightening. Several other white robes also smiled strangely. 10 white robes completely blocked Lin Xiao's path, and this space was a bit weird. Seeing that the other party did not take action immediately, Lin Xiao began to look at it instead. 10 late 5th order peaks, you really look up to me. And this space, a kind of fantasy space, is it afraid of accidents? The preparations are really sufficient. The white robe at the head heard the words and talked about it in a friendly way again. As the king of Tianjiao, you deserve to be treated like this. What nonsense do you have to talk to him? Just break his limbs. What we want is his body, and the rest doesn't matter. I feel sick when I look at this so-called genius. There was a white-robed man who looked at Lin Xiao indifferently. He was very disgusted with these Tianjiao. Why did they enjoy treatment and respect far beyond ordinary people? Don't worry. The white robe at the head looked at Lin Xiao very sincerely. It seems that you should have been in contact with other people, so I won't say much. Lin Xiao, on behalf of the God of the Destiny sect, I now officially invite you to join us and create a grand plan for mankind to reach the top. Lin Xiao smiled. Do you sacrifice the blood of your compatriots and sacrifice your children's lives to reach the top? Lin Xiao, we are strong people, natural leaders, and rule makers. It is their honor that ordinary people can sacrifice their lives to achieve our great cause. Lin Xiao, you haven't come into contact with the truth of this world yet. One day you will understand that only the Destiny sect is the future of mankind. Join us. With your talent, the God of Destiny will definitely value you very much. Are you done? My words are over. So Lin Xiao, what is your choice? I choose Chao Nima's Destiny sect. Lin Xiao looked coldly at the 10 white robes in front of him, and the scenes in Fuzhou district had not yet dissipated in his mind. The children who had been sucked dry, the facial features that were dug alive, and the dilapidated bodies with incomplete limbs. This is the most miserable picture he has seen so far, and every time he thinks of this, he can't wait to pull out the white robe and beat him up again. Damn Destiny sect, how did you guys get it? Jia, wasting so much time, aren't you going to do it? I think you really got kicked by a donkey. Okay, this kid looks like a hard bone, and I'll start a little heavier later, so that this kid has a hard mouth. The white robe at the head sighed and shook his head. Give you a chance, you are useless. That can't be helped. It's long over. The villain is the villain. The garbage is the garbage. So much nonsense. Don't you know that the villains are all dead by talking too much? Lin Xiao also became extremely arrogant. He hadn't moved his muscles and bones well for a long time. Boy, later I will break the tendons all over your body and break your teeth one by one to see how hard you are. The aura of the 10 white robes was fully open, and the momentum of the peak of the late 5th order suppressed the audience. Suddenly a strong wind blew, and the surroundings were filled with extremely powerful coercion, and the 10 white robes exuded a powerful aura, pressing towards Lin Xiao desperately. The powerful coercion directly lifted the ground. The momentum is very strong. Lin Xiao stood in place, his whole body exuding a faint golden light, and his powerful body played a role at this moment. The overwhelming coercion was all blocked from his body, and Lin Xiao remained majestic. But, it's still garbage. The scene exploded instantly. Lin Xiao and 10 white robes launched an attack at the same time. This was the existence of a full 10 late 5th order peaks, and each of them was strong enough to dominate in an urban area. At this moment, 10 masters killed a teenager together, and their powerful martial arts were frantically output as if they were dead. Lin Xiao faced 10 5th order late peaks at the same time, and felt slightly struggling. The game is on. His eyes were flickering, and the space-time ability exploded, directly forcibly dividing the battlefield into 10 pieces. freezes. This is a high-level use of space ability, and it is the method recorded in Lin Yaotian's notebook. Forcibly dividing so many battlefields, the ability in Lin Zhao's body dropped sharply. He didn't care too much, every minute and every second was extremely important at this moment, and he launched an attack on one of the battlefields with all his might. Ha! Defeat them one by one. The other white robes obviously would not sit still, attacking the space barrier with all their might. Countless powerful abilities bombarded the space barrier. Lin Zhao felt great pressure. He had to kill one first. Punch through the sky. The powerful skill soared into the sky, and this punch seemed to pierce the sky. The white robe struggled to resist. He had to block it. As long as he blocked it, there was hope. Time freezes. Lin Zhao ignored the pain in his eyes and broke out again. It's the power of time. The white robe was wiped out under the double attack. Ha! There was no time to rest. Lin Zhao immediately withdrew and killed another enemy. The battle was extremely fierce. Lin Zhao consumed his abilities for a long time, and his body was about to reach its limit. At this time, there were still 3 white robes left on the battlefield. They were covered in injuries, and at the last moment, they forcibly broke through the space barrier. Damn boy, I want you to live or die. The remaining 3 white robes launched an attack with all their might. Lin Zhao fought alone so far that his strength was gone, and today was his death period. Looking at the remaining 3 miscellaneous pieces, Lin Zhao's face turned a little white, and the ability in his body had bottomed out now. Although the power of spacetime is powerful, the burden on the body is also very heavy, especially the consumption of abilities. He forcibly stabilized his body, his eyes were bloodshot, and the light of divinity shone again. Space is extinguished. Boom! This fantasy space began to collapse, countless space cracks appeared, and the 3 white robes immediately stopped attacking. They looked at the collapsed world around them with solemn expressions. What a terrifying ability. This kid must die today, otherwise he will become a future trouble in the future. They were extremely frightened in their hearts. 10 white robes, a full 10 beings of the late 5th order peak. He was actually killed by this kid 7 times. If he was given a period of development, who could suppress him? Suddenly, Lin Zhao's figure disappeared. The white robe on the far left immediately exclaimed, "Be careful." At this time, the white robe in the middle felt a terrifying attack from behind him, and he immediately turned around to defend. On the battlefield, with me, attack with all your might. As soon as he turned around, he found that it was just a phantom, and he immediately turned around and shouted frantically, "Be careful, his target is you." After saying that, he put down his defensive means and prepared to rush forward to cover. And his companion roared angrily again, "Defense! Defend quickly! His target is you." I saw that Lin Zhao, who had disappeared from the beginning, reappeared, and several sharp blades appeared in the sky above him. The blade of nothingness slashed at the white robe silently, and in just an instant, the limbs of the white robe were cut off, and Lin Zhao saw this and immediately punched the other party's head. 2 left. Lin Zhao looked at the remaining 2 white robes pantingly. He would kill these miscellaneous pieces today. The 2 white robes gathered together at this moment. They were already about to retreat. The boy was too terrifying. They were afraid. They were the white-clad priests of the Destiny sect, with a high status and great strength. There are countless people outside kneeling and begging to rely on them, and their good days are still long, and they can't die here. Damn! Open this illusion quickly. This kid is too evil. Let's withdraw first. Bang! One of the white robes looked panicked. He didn't want to continue fighting. His companions also didn't want to fight anymore, and were trying to solve the illusion. Oh no, there's something wrong with the illusion. I can't solve it. How could this be? They panicked even more. The illusion cannot be opened, which means that they are likely to die here. Open it quickly. Find a way to open it for me. One of them roared heart-wrenchingly. Lin Zhao showed an intriguing smile, and he launched an attack again. The divine eyes are bleeding, which is a sign of overuse. Time freezes. The powerful time rules fixed the 2 white robes in place. They were extremely panicked. They were struggling with all their might. They didn't want to die. In the next life, remember to throw yourself into the pig. You are only worthy of being the food of ordinary people in your mouths. Lin Zhao stepped on the void, like a god descending to earth, looking down at the 2 white robes. The surrounding void continued to crumble, and countless hidden blades converged. Blade of nothingness. Silent annihilation. This is the final judgment from time and space. The last 2 white robes were cut into countless blood clots on the spot and died. At this point, all 10 5th order late peaks were killed. Lin Zhao staggered a little. His legs were slightly weak, the corners of his mouth were white, and his whole body was weak, and this battle consumed all the abilities in his body. But the record is shocking. Break the delusion. He urged the last of his physical strength to activate the illusion of the divine eye, and this illusion space was broken. Ahem! Lin Xiaochuan propped up his collapsed body and walked into the distance. Lin Xiao, how are you? Vaguely, he heard someone calling him, and his bleeding eyes saw the person coming. It's the principal, and Mayor Ma. Bang! At this time, Principal Chu was rushing here frantically, accompanied by Mayor Ma. They received reports from people around them that there was something unusual here. Such a remote place was still close to Lin Zhao's home, which frightened them all of a sudden, and immediately rushed over. Lin Xiao, are you okay? How are you? What happened? Who wants to kill you? Principal Chu stepped forward to support Lin Xiao, and he found that Lin Lin Xiao's state was extremely wrong, and he was very panicked. Lin Xiao finally couldn't hold on after confirming the coma. The audience was shocked. His eyes closed and he fainted. Lin Xiao, this is the ocean of spirits. Lin Xiao felt that he had been here for a long time. The surroundings here are full of spiritual power, which can be seen and touched. There was a huge cocoon in the very center, and the spiritual telekinesis of the entire space was continuously exporting spiritual telekinesis towards this cocoon. Lin Xiao has been observing for a long time. He seems to know where he is. Isn't this his spiritual world? Suddenly, there seemed to be a crack in the huge cocoon. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, and an amazing force was erupting deep in the crack, shining light shining through the crack across the world. Lin Xiao felt a little bright. As if an explosion came from the depths of his heart, the huge cocoon exploded. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's consciousness slowly disappeared into this spiritual world, and he opened his eyes in a haze. Principal? Where am I? He looked around and saw himself lying on a bed, shaking his head, and had an indescribable feeling. The body is weak, but the consciousness is abnormally awake. Lin Xiao, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Principal Chu stepped forward with concern, and he looked at Lin Xiao and asked, Bang, I'm fine, Principal, where am I? This is your new home in the future. Mayor Ma exhaled softly. This time it was our negligence that made you. Lin Xiao, you were ambushed. The place where you used to live has been blocked, and this is a new home purchased for you by the government. Whoosh! District Chief Ma blamed himself very much. If he lost a promising Tianjia because of this incident, he would not live too comfortably for the rest of his life. Bang! New home? Lin Xiao looked at it, and his physical fitness had begun to slowly recover. This time I didn't actually receive much damage, but the consumption was too great to hold on. Gollum! A certain voice of protest suddenly came from the air. Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed, and a strong sense of hunger surged into his heart. Principal Chu and District Chief Ma were completely relieved. At least it showed that Lin Xiao was fine. Meal. Lin Xiao, who attacked you this time, do you know? Principal Chu looked at Lin Xiao, a little serious. He didn't expect that someone would ambush his students openly. Hearing this, District Chief Ma also had a calm face. Lin Xiao had already mobilized the guards of the entire district for a few days in a coma, but so far nothing has been found. It's the Destiny sect. Lin Xiao told the scene at that time. When the two heard that there were 10 late 5th order peak ambushes, their hearts tugged. And when Lin Xiao said that they had all been killed, the two of them looked at each other again, not knowing how to speak. That, Lin Xiao, are you saying that you alone killed all 10 white robes of the Heavenly Destiny sect at the peak of the late 5th order? Principal Chu asked again uncertainly. Lin Xiao nodded, and then said, it's still careless. I underestimated these people too much, and I overestimated myself a little. Now that I think about it, I was still impulsive at the beginning, and if I fought steadily, I wouldn't let myself be so passive, but fortunately, I killed them all in the end. Come on, forehead. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Versailles? Lin Xiao, I have to tell you something. District Chief Ma hesitated for a moment. He looked at Lin Xiao at this time and decided to say it. Mayor Ma, please speak. It's about the unexpected death of your parents. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. In the original owner's impression, he only knew that his parents had left in an accident, but he didn't know anything about it. Lin Xiao once said that if he had the ability, he would not mind solving it. After all, in the final analysis, he occupied this body, and in a sense, he was indirectly a son of man. Do you want to say that there is a secret to the death of my parents? Lin Xiao said word by word. Well, there was a shocking murder in the area where your parents appeared, and we later investigated and found that there was a shadow of the Destiny sect. When it comes to the Destiny sect, District Chief Ma has an irritated face. This organization will always engage in emergencies, and it is extremely difficult. Lin Xiao nodded expressionlessly. This Destiny sect is completely against him. That's right. I have already helped you apply for the college entrance examination, and there is still the last week. You should rest well during this time, and contact me immediately if there is anything unexpected. Principal Chu stepped forward, took out a mobile phone and threw it to Lin Xiao. This is specially prepared, and it contains the contact information of him and Mayor Ma. Thank you, Principal. Lin Xiao took the phone and felt a warmth in his heart. He still had someone in this world who cared. Whatever the purpose, this is enough. Then, Lin Xiao began to check alone. System. Ding. The host is here. Open the personal panel. Ding. The personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level. Ability, Spacetime Plus, Super SSS level. Spacetime Holy Law. Origin, Awakening level 14.7%. Spacetime Divine Eyes Plus, Top 10 Divine Eyes, Awakening level 13.8%. Level, Mid-Order Peak Plus. Blood, 20438 Plus. Aurora, show your muscles and take a look. Psychokinesis, 1400 Plus, give you a thumbs up, not because you have become stronger, but because Brother Tonzi sees you as too pitiful. Technique, Void Sutra Plus, Introductory. Martial Arts, Blade of Nothingness Plus, Peak of Xiaocheng. Eyes of God Plus, Xiaocheng. Fist Breaking the Sky Plus, Xiaocheng. Hu, Soul Needle Plus, Xiaocheng. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster Level Combat combat skills. Who is he? Grandmaster level formation master. Fist. Introductory. Training points, 200,000 inch. Ding, it was detected that the host can exchange 80W for cultivation points. Please ask if you want to exchange it. Exchange. Ding, the exchange is successful. Lin Xiao looked at his panel. After this battle, he found that his cultivation was a little unable to keep up, or the ability in his body was not enough. System, in addition to improving cultivation, is there any way to increase ability reserves? Ding, the host's appeal has been detected and is looking for a ding. According to the needs of the host, this system has created an infinite exercise book tailor-made. Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra. Oh, it sounds like a bold comparison. Let's talk about what this exercise does. Ding, those who practice the scripture are immeasurable. The body can hide the infinite heavens and the earth, and it can be called invincible in the world. Speak human words. Ding, after the host cultivates, you don't have to worry about the situation where the ability is not enough. Xiaocheng has 50 times the ability in his body to reach ordinary people. 100 times. The great success. The full circle is from now on, the sky is high and the earth is wide, so that it is inexhaustible, and it is inexhaustible, which is the infinite element of the mixed element. How much? Ding, this is the infinity technique, which is the painstaking work of this system, and it is the amount of the host. Stop talking nonsense, just say how much it is. Ding, only 999,999 points. Lin Xiao was indeed moved. This exercise was invincible. It's just that this system is simply not the son of man. 10W. Ding, 90W. No bargains. 15, 85. It couldn't be less. 20, 80. Host, this is the road to invincibility. After some quarrel, Lin Xiao finally won this Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra at the price of 60W cultivation points. Suddenly, the lines of this technique appeared in my mind, which were very profound. I can't understand. System. Ding, host, please speak. The exercises are too difficult. What should I do? Ding, the host can upgrade the exercises through the cultivation point. Such a simple way. Do you have what's in your brain? Lin Xiao saw the plus sign that appeared behind the Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra in the exercise column, and he tapped lightly. Ding, deduct 39.99W of cultivation points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the realm of Xiaocheng. Invincibility in the same class is not a dream. When he saw that there was only a pitiful one left at the cultivation point, Lin Xiao suddenly enlightened. Damn, isn't it just a part-time job? I don't lose anyway. Indeed, it is not a loss. Nearly 100 million was smashed down, in exchange for a supernatural ability reserve that far exceeded that of his peers. At this time, Lin Xiao can say the last sentence even in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom. Lao Tzu is invincible in the third order. Ding, this time is a cumulative sign-in. Reward the opening of the endless avenue space of the universe once. Lin Xiao's mood improved a little. Is this a little blood? There is still 1 week left for the college entrance examination. Let's do our best to improve our strength this week. Hey, that's right. He suddenly remembered that he was still a formation grandmaster. If he cooperated with the time ability, could he create a kind similar to the Dao space? In this case, he would have more time to improve. Just do it. The hand kept beginning to seal, and mysterious formations appeared in the air. The divine eyes of time and space kept flashing, and a powerful law of time permeated. Lin Xiao looked solemn, and he was trying hard. Buzz. The combination of talisman and time. A powerful fluctuation escaped, and the speed of space-time flow here seemed to slow down. Lin Xiao sensed it himself, a little ecstatic, but he didn't expect to succeed on the first try. It's almost 1 to 3. He sensed that this was already his current limit, and when he realized it more deeply in the future, he should be even more perverted. Then start practicing. Lin Xiao took out a large number of ability stones and awakening stones. The role of awakening stones he learned from others. It can accelerate the progress of the development of the awakener's talents. This is a good thing. Time passed quickly. The entire Dragon Kingdom suddenly became very excited, and the college entrance examination was coming. This is a moment that determines the fate of life for all young warriors. If you can be admitted to a first-class university, the future path of a warrior will be promising, and you will have the opportunity to become a big man above 10,000 people. All the fresh senior high school students have worked silently for this moment for a long time, looking forward to changing the trajectory of their lives. The imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The Supreme Auditorium held another meeting, and many bigwigs entered one after another. An old man at the head saw that the meeting staff had arrived and sat down first. Poof! The rest of the people also took their seats. How do you say it? Do those guys seem to want to find out our foundation? The old woman was the first to speak. She had stood alone at the forefront of the Dragon Kingdom since the cataclysmic period, and had experienced countless life and death battles, and she had never seen any scenes. If you want to explore our bottom, aren't you afraid of being broken by us? This person is a 9th order peak powerhouse and a member of the Dragon Kingdom. Anyway, since you have agreed, let's see who is the real winner. So far, as the peak powerhouses of the 9th order, they stood at the highest peak of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and their words and deeds could determine the life and death of countless countless people. At this moment, these bigwigs are discussing the matter of the two hostile forces of the Star Forces and the Strange Beast Alliance participating in this national college entrance examination. The old man at the head waved his hand. This matter has been made clear. We just need to believe in the Tianzhou of our Dragon Kingdom. There are other matters that I have called you here today. First, I have decided to place the venue for this national college entrance examination on the battlefield outside the territory. As soon as these words came out, many Ninth Order beings frowned. Chief, we can't intervene too much in the extraterritorial battlefield. It is an extremely chaotic territory. Once something goes wrong, it will be very troublesome at that time. Qin Shao spoke. He was the head of the Qin family in the imperial capital, the existence of the Ninth Order peak. He was very puzzled. Wouldn't it be more convenient for them to set up the examination room in China? I got the news that this time those two parties may be able to carry limit-breaking weapons. What? Limit-breaking weapons? What are they going to do? Ready to start a big war? Many Ninth Orders spoke out in unison, and they were extremely angry. The lethality of limit-breaking weapons is extremely huge, and there are only a few treasures in the entire Dragon Kingdom that have reached this level, all of which are the heritage of the Jin Kingdom. Once a limit-breaking weapon destroys the Dragon Kingdom's territory, the entire Dragon Kingdom may pay an extremely heavy price. This is a situation they must not tolerate. It seems that the people they chose this time have an unimaginable status internally. Some big guys pointed out the key points. Only this reason can be explained, otherwise, a simple competition would not have used the family background. If that's the case, then it is feasible to choose an extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial battlefield is a special space. Hundreds of years ago, meteorites fell from the sky, ushering in the era of the Awaken. After the invasion of the starry sky forces and collided with the entire blue star, countless people died on this battlefield. Over time, under the operation of the rules of the Avenue, such an isolated land boundary was created. In this case, I don't know how many people will die this time. Some people can't help but sigh. They are all the seeds of the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and he can't bear it. The real strong have always gone through countless hardships. The big guys in the military don't think it's too cruel. Their military department has people dying on the battlefield every day, and there are also people who survive only by constantly fighting, and those who survive in the end can become truly strong. Only then can we support a piece of the Dragon Kingdom. The people of the Ministry of Education remember to notify this matter in advance. The chief stopped the topic. What are you thinking about the candidates for the sequence plan? Sequence planning. What? The location of this college entrance examination is actually on an extraterritorial battlefield? Does anyone know where the extraterritorial battlefield is? With the Ministry of Education issuing an important message, there was a craze on the internet. The location of the National College Entrance Examination is chosen on an extraterritorial battlefield, which makes many martial arts candidates who have never left their hometown feel a little unfamiliar. Someone picked it up. Extraterritorial battlefield. A place where you don't spit out bones when you eat people. It is the place where countless ancestors threw their heads and shed blood, and the bones of many ancestors may be buried on that battlefield. Subsequently, it was a place full of danger, but also full of opportunities. And then, it's such a place. Some of the senior high school students looked solemn. They were not fools. This sounded like an extremely dangerous territory. Someone posted on the internet again asking why they chose such a place. They are taking the college entrance examination, not to die, and taking the college entrance examination in such an extremely dangerous realm makes many ordinary people afraid. So, the Ministry of Education once again released a news that shocked countless people. This college entrance examination, the Starry Sky Forces and the Strange Beast Alliance will participate simultaneously. This will be an unprecedented college entrance examination, the Tianzhou of the Dragon Kingdom. This exam is no longer a competition between you, but also a collision between our Dragon Kingdom and hostile forces. The Dragon Kingdom has the belief that it is not afraid of everything, the inheritance of life and death, and the ambition that the spark can burn the plains. As the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, you are the future of the Dragon Kingdom. All the students were boiling when they saw this, and the power of the flood hidden deep in their bodies gushed out infinitely, which used to be the country of cherry blossoms. Now it's these beasts and foreign garbage. This Lao Tzu must participate, and Lao Tzu wants to kill their gang of bitches. Single genealogy. The family tree must be opened separately. The power of the flood in my body has completely awakened. God knows how much I want to kill those beasts. The teenagers who were originally a little afraid all surged with supreme belief at this moment, and in the face of the enemy from the depths of their blood, everyone wished they could be born in that era and rush to the forefront of the battlefield with their ancestors. Many talented students clenched their fists tightly, and they had even reached some kind of consensus with each other, just to kill more enemies. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. At this last juncture, a strong medicine came to everyone, and this college entrance examination was destined to be extraordinary. In a mysterious space, Lin Xiao was fighting with a teenager. His expression was extremely solemn. He thought that he had no shortcomings in all aspects, but at this moment, the psychological cycle of death was staging in this space all the time. This is in the space of Universal Avenue. The person who fought against him was also a young emperor. Uncultivated. The young man's expression was extremely calm, but between his raising hands, the sky was shattered, and the unrivaled offensive was really invincible. Lin Xiao didn't know how many times he had died. It's really too strong. His dilapidated body was restored to its original state, and the ability limit in his body exploded. Void. Time. The power of time and space is extremely powerful, but his opponent this time is Huang, that invincible man. Under the surge of the rules of time and space, the wilderness moved. Suddenly, countless phantoms appeared in Lin Xiao's field of vision. Each shadow was so similar. Gradually, it solidified. This is his freedom. In this chaotic realm of time and space, Lin Xiao fought alone against countless invincible men. He kept dying, constantly coming back to life. When you are strong, you are strong. Over time, he slowly withstood the opponent's offensive and was no longer as vulnerable as he was at the beginning. He began to change from defense to attack. The space-time ability has been comprehended more profoundly by him after such a long sparring. His own blood value has reached a terrifying 30,000 points. He hasn't broken through to the fourth order yet. Since breaking through to the peak of the late stage of the third order after a period of cultivation, Lin Xiao stopped improving his cultivation. Move on to other aspects. The two major talents increased the awakening level by nearly 5%, and 10 awakening stones were spent. The spiritual power in his mind has also completely changed, transformed into telekinesis, more powerful, more condensed, and more mysterious than before. The void scripture broke through to Xiaocheng, which was an emperor-level technique, and after the breakthrough, it brought a great improvement to his combat power. This transformation is all-round, and he even thought that he was really invincible in this field for a while. I didn't expect to meet such a man. Instantly extinguish his somewhat swollen heart. Is this the power of the heavenly emperor, who is called invincible? But after such a long period of practice, Lin Xiao has also become stronger. His heart has become more and more resolute, his expression has become more and more flat, and everything about him is changing every moment. That is the prototype of invincible belief. You must know that the man who fought him was 1 or 2 levels higher than him. The shackles hidden in the depths of the body were broken again. Ha, okay. An extremely faint voice came out. Click. Lin Xiao suddenly became stronger. There was a huge coercion between his gestures. He was alone with countless teenagers, and he did not fall behind in a short period of time. All kinds of supernatural means emerged one after another, and the power of time and space was raging mercilessly here. Until he completely drained the last trace of physical strength in his body, he was still not killed. Ha, system, it's okay. Ding, this time the space of Universal Avenue has been closed. Step out the door and breathe in the fresh air outside. Lin Xiao smiled after a long time. That was the confidence brought by strong strength. This nearly 3-week cultivation brought him great changes. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the phone. Oh, it's Lin Xiao. On the other end of the phone was Principal Chu, who was sitting in the office at the moment and conveying the recent college entrance examination incident outside to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, this college entrance examination is a little too dangerous, otherwise I will help you cancel it. 2 years later, with your talent, everything will be out of the question. There are too many variables in this college entrance examination, and Principal Chu is a little worried. I see. Lin Xiao didn't say much. As for the danger that the principal said, he didn't care. At this moment, he has his own invincibility and is not afraid of all enemies in the world. Unhindered principal, where is this extraterritorial battlefield? How do I get there? Forget it, you come to me. Number 3 Middle School, Principal's office. Principal Chu looked at Lin Xiao standing in front of him with some suspicion. Good boy, it's only been a few days, and you've become stronger again? He actually vaguely felt threatened from Lin Xiao. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his senses. He was a 6th order. The higher the warrior goes, the breakthrough of each level is the gap between heaven and earth. The 6th order is far from being comparable to the 5th order, even the 5th order peak. Lin Xiao is familiar. He has been to this office many times, and he skillfully found a place to sit down. Have you really decided? Principal, the students have been determined. The warriors are going against the sky, and the race is time. Lin Xiao is very sure. Okay. In the afternoon, there will be a special person coming, and you will go with the seniors of the 3rd year of high school. Thank you, Principal. Afternoon. Over the number 3 Middle School, a huge flying machine appeared over the entire Ping'an district. The mayor of Ping'an district appeared together with the 3 principals. They looked at the huge machine in front of them. It seems that the top management of the Dragon Kingdom attaches great importance to this year's college entrance examination, and even took out such strategic weapons. District Chief Ma looked at the aircraft in the sky with envy. As a powerhouse at the peak of the late 6th order, he knew the horror of this aircraft. It can even be said that with his strength, he can't break the defense. At this time, the hatch of the aircraft was opened, and a figure flew out. Principal Chu was a little surprised. The person who came was his old acquaintance, Lin Yanran. Feeling the fluctuations coming from the other party, he was slightly stunned. Director Lin, have you broken through to the 7th order? The 7th order is is already the level of a high-level martial artist. Anyone who can cultivate to this level is a genius. Above the 7th order, one level is one day in one place, that is, the martial king, the martial honor, and the martial saint. The 7th order is the king, the 8th order is the honor, and the 9th order is the saint of the world. At the beginning, in Fuzhou district, the purple-robed Bai Mu of the Destiny sect relied on the blood god technique to forcibly rise to the peak of the 7th order, and he could win a city without much effort, which can be seen. Now, Lin Yanran has also broken through to the 7th order and is revered as a strong warrior of the martial king. District Chief Ma and others immediately bowed and saluted. Welcome King Wu to the Pinyin zone. At present, there is no strong King Wu in the entire Pinyin district, and the arrival of a 7th order martial king has made them a little restrained. I am here this time to be responsible for the safety of the college entrance examination students in Pinyin district. Lin Yanran nodded. As the general manager of the entire Northwest Tianjiao training camp, she is now a strong king of martial arts, and she should have the demeanor of a strong man. Please, I'm sorry to trouble you, my lord. District Chief Ma was extremely respectful. A strong man of the martial king was in charge of picking him up, and this time the high level of the Dragon Kingdom paid much more attention to it than he imagined. Soon, all the students who participated in this year's college entrance examination got on this aircraft. In just one small place in Pinyin district, there are thousands of students. When Lin Xiao passed by the threshold, he clearly felt that he was being spied on, and his powerful telekinesis discovered the other party at once. He was so frightened that he immediately took back his telekinesis. Without him, it was Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran's face was expressionless, her eyes kept looking into the distance, but her mental telekinesis had been paying attention to the bottom. Sensing the appearance of a strange telekinesis, she was still a little shocked. Are there other 7th order martial kings here? Telekinesis is the form of the martial artist's spiritual power after sublimation, and it is generally only touched when it reaches the level of the martial king. The strange telekinesis came and went in a hurry, and Lin Yanran couldn't find the target at all, which made her a little vigilant. This college entrance examination is of great significance, which is why the imperial capital arranged for her to escort her. After another investigation to no avail, Lin Yanran no longer stayed and set off in the direction of the battlefield outside the territory. In the cabin, all the students looked at the people below and watched them see them off. Some people vaguely saw their parents shouting and cheering, and some people saw many horizontal strips cheering them up. There are also some students' families who are worried and afraid that their children will never return. Everyone's hearts are very uneasy. Along the way, Lin Yanran was always vigilant around her, for fear that the strange telekinesis master from before would come out to make trouble. In this way, the final destination was finally safely reached. Extraterritorial battlefield. At this time, there were many aircraft parked on the periphery of the extraterritorial battlefield, which were full of college entrance examination martial arts students from various regions. You can't see the edge at a glance. Is this an extraterritorial battlefield? Lin Xiao looked out of the cabin. It was an extremely desolate land boundary, visible to the naked eye desolation. The ground was dilapidated, and the white bones everywhere revealed endless weird horror. Suddenly, a huge formation appeared in the air. The leader was an old man. He stood on the void. As soon as he appeared, this space was fatally unstable. His coercion was too strong. At this point, all hatches are opened. In each aircraft, there was a martial king powerhouse flying out, and at a glance, there were hundreds of people. This is King Wu, 7th order powerhouse. A rare existence on weekdays. At this moment, on this extraterritorial battlefield, there are so many of them. These martial king powerhouses all stood in the void, and they bowed their heads to the old man. Welcome Lord Lin Wusheng, martial saint. This old man who suddenly appeared was actually a 9th order martial saint. This is a strong man who really stands on the top. The old man nodded slightly. At this moment, time and space were a little quiet. It was as if the arrival of this old man had brought a touch of oppression to heaven and earth. Lin Xiao looked at the old man very familiarly, and suddenly seemed to remember. He remembered, wasn't that old man Lin Yao Tianlin's senior who gave him the space-time handbook at the beginning? He has been understanding the mystery of this manuscript, and it has really improved a lot. I didn't expect the other party to be a martial saint powerhouse. This shocked him so much. That was a martial saint. As far as he knows, there seemed to be less than 10 martial saints on the bright face of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Before he could come back to his senses, there was another vibration in the sky. I saw that not far away, a void crack appeared, and an extremely huge fleet appeared inside. This fleet is full of the feeling of being simple all the way, which is in stark contrast to the sense of science and technology of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yaotian's calm gaze glanced at the other party, and he waved his hand lightly. An invisible space envelopes all the personnel of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the method of the martial saint. Lin Yaotian, I didn't expect you to be alive. An extremely arrogant tone came from the fleet, and then, a figure appeared. In the corner of this person's head, his whole body was surrounded by black energy, and the coercion emanating from his body shook the heavens and the earth. Starry sky forces. Demons. Bueller. Lin Yaotian's gray-white eyes glanced at him faintly. I didn't expect that you, who were the size of ants back back then, have now grown into a martial saint. Is there no one in the demon race? Gyuler's expression sank. Lin Yaotian, do you want to die? What did you say? Speak louder, I didn't hear it. Lin Yaotian looked at him quietly, extremely flat, but one of his hands was already aimed at him, and the space here was faintly restless. Gyuler's expression froze. He had just been promoted to the martial saint not long ago. His strength was not enough. Lin Yaotian, an old immortal, had been a martial saint for many years. He was not an opponent. Is this still a martial saint? Go back to feeding. Lin Yaotian plucked out his ears and didn't give the other party the slightest face at all. Whoosh! Lin Yaotian, don't go too far. Gyuler was a little excited. At this moment, another crack appeared, but this time there was no large fleet, only a strong man and dozens of young men at the head. Gurul's expression softened a little. It's you, Tula. The strong man at the head is the leader of the Strange Beast Alliance this time, the martial saint Tula. The two nodded slightly to each other, and in a way, they could be called allies. Lin Yaotian looked at the other two with no fear in his eyes, and he said coldly, since they are all here, let's start. At this time, seeing his allies coming, Gurul became a little more confident. Lin Yaotian, declare in advance. Although it is a selection within your dragon kingdom, the competition of my demons is bloody. The implication is that the people of your dragon kingdom died at the hands of my demons, so don't blame him for not speaking in advance. Tula also spoke. Both of the forces on the Blue Star and their Strange Beast Alliance chose to join forces with the Starry Sky forces in order to eliminate the resources of humans monopolizing the entire Blue Star. Lin Yaotian was silent, and immediately he waved his hand. All the martial arts students who participated in this college entrance examination appeared in the void. He just looked at all the students quietly, and the students also looked at this martial saint. The two garbage on the opposite side said that they brought people to kill you today. What do you think? I'm back. Countless students were speechless. The coercion of the martial saint was too strong, the scene was too serious, and no one stepped forward to speak out. The atmosphere is somewhat solemn. Gyuler and Tula on the side looked here playfully. They selectively ignored the garbage, and the people they brought were also watching jokes. Lin Xiao stood among countless candidates. He looked up at the old man standing in the void. Yang Dragon Kingdom, how could others be noisy? He stepped out, and with each step, a brilliant and dazzling divine luster appeared under his feet. This luster was extremely dazzling, and everyone's eyes were cast. The old man was also watching him. Return to Lord Wusheng. The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom are not afraid of everything. If it's garbage, it's also garbage. For garbage, our Dragon Kingdom has only had one attitude since ancient times. That's all under your feet. Step by step, Lin Zhao's shocking remarks echoed in everyone's ears. The old man looked at him and nodded. At the same time, another place in the crowd also exuded a dazzling golden light. A handsome young man also stepped on the golden auspicious clouds and stepped into the sky. It's Ji Shangnan. At this time, he was filled with the Supreme Emperor's dragon energy, like an emperor on earth, with extraordinary momentum. He saluted Lin Yaotian, and then looked at Lin Zhao's direction, trembling with words. Brother Lin is right. Our generation of warriors, born between heaven and earth, should go against the sky and not be afraid of all enemies. Yang Dragon Kingdom, how can others be allowed to snore? Since you dare to come, then be prepared to bury your bones in a foreign land. Come and kill one, come and kill two. The two had a good heart, and their eyes swept towards the hostile forces at the same time. Don't you want to play? I'll play with you. Come and kill a few. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly became turbulent. Immediately afterwards, some candidates began to respond. Slowly, all the students present looked up to the sky and roared and shouted, come one to kill one, come to kill two. Come one kill one, come two kill two. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, and tens of thousands of martial arts candidates were united at this moment, and the unprecedented cohesion made this time and space tremble. Also known as Wusheng, Tu Yang Tianjiao, and many martial arts candidates at this moment, as if heaven and man are one. This gesture made Gyuler and Tula on the opposite side look extremely gloomy. This is not the picture they want to see. The eyes of the two stared at Lin Xiao and Ji Shangnan, these two boys. They all looked at the cubs in their positions. In the huge fleet, a young man walked out, with a deserted face, distinct facial features, and a pair of dark gray eyes, which made people dare not look at him. He took a step forward, and behind him was a vision, and the demonic aura soared into the sky. He walked to the front, his expression extremely indifferent, and there was a kind of arrogance that looked down on all living beings. Humans are really a lowly race. In one sentence, it directly ignited all the Dragon Kingdom warriors present. Where are you from, bastard? Mad. What kind of junk thing can also be eaten hot? When it was the turn of language arts, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom did not submit to all enemies at all. Not only is it lowly, but it is also very weak. Humble natives, come and greet your master. Sway at the feet of your master to show your loyalty. As a master, I will consider being kind to you. He was talking to himself as if it were all predestined and irreversible. They are a powerful race from the endless universe, with an extremely powerful heritage, a higher race, as lowly as humans, worthy of being slaves only to them. Go! Lin Xiao really couldn't listen anymore. Where did the little deflated three come from? from? Your adult has never taught you to speak. Don't interrupt the little deflated three. Just your mouth is on the anus, and your mouth is a garbage thing that smells like, I think it's dirty to kill you. As soon as these words came out, all the martial arts candidates burst into laughter. The young man immediately looked in Lin Zhao's direction, and a hint of white light flashed in his dark gray eyes. A cold snort directly shocked the young man to the point of spitting blood, and he couldn't stop retreating, looking frightened. Lin Yaotian, do you want to set off a decisive battle? Bueller pointed at Lin Yaotian angrily. Lin Yaotian ignored him, but nodded to Lin Xiao and Ji Shangnan. The two then sank into the large army. The pre-war declaration was over, and it was time to leave these damn guys here forever. The young man's face turned pale, and his eyes revealed a kind of viciousness, staring at the old man in the void. Damn old guy. You wait. And that kid, after you go in, I will let you live or die. His status among the demons is not low. His father is a martial saint-level powerhouse, and he has been like the stars holding the moon since he was born, and these lowly natives dare to insult him and even hurt him. Bueller was also very aggrieved. He wanted to be tough, but in the face of Lin Yaotian, he really didn't have the confidence. Tula on the side chose to be silent, not knowing what he was thinking in his deep pupils. All candidates, listen. There is only one rule for this National College entrance examination. There are different levels of souls in the battlefield outside the domain. The lowest level is 1 order, and the highest level is 7. Kill the soul to get the corresponding points, and finally rank according to the points. Speaking of this, Lin Yaotian paused, and at the same time looked at Bueller and Tula not far away. In addition, if you kill any demon and beast alliance, you will get an additional 1,000 points. The stronger the opponent, the higher the points. This remark made everyone look at each other. Lord Wushing, is it too much for you to be so straightforward? The faces of Bueller and Tula were gloomy, and they laughed angrily. Hee, Lin Yaotian, you're not afraid of popping your teeth. Lin Yaotian ignored it and directly treated the two as air, which made them even more angry. The entrance to the extraterritorial battlefield suddenly fluctuated. The time has come. Lin Yaotian waved his hand and forcibly condensed a space avenue that went straight to the inside of the extraterritorial battlefield. Go! Children, this is your battlefield. All the martial arts candidates rushed up. Lin Xiao stepped on endless time and space and rushed in Lin Yaotian's gaze. When all the candidates entered, Lin Yaotian took back his magical powers. Bueller and Tula looked at each other, and the two exerted force at the same time, and a powerful force of rules surged, tearing a deep opening, just enough to accommodate both of them. Go in. Remember the missions that come. The number of people who came here from the two major forces this time was not too large, about 400 or 500. The two sides also disappeared here. The space was calm again. Inside the extraterritorial battlefield, Lin Xiao walked alone in a dilapidated place. He scanned the surroundings and saw that there was not a single flat ground, potholes everywhere, and some heavy metals mixed in. Lin Xiao stepped forward, just about to pick up a piece of heavy metal. Suddenly, a ghost appeared and attacked him directly, and there were strange rules in the attack. Corrode. This attack contained the power of the corrosive rules. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, an invisible space directly blocked this attack, and at the same time, the ghost was also controlled in place by him, unable to move. He stepped forward and observed carefully. Is this the soul that Senior Lin said? There is no body, like a mass of energy. Looking at its fluctuations, it should be a first-order soul. After the investigation, Lin Xiao froze slightly, directly erasing this soul, and a number suddenly floated out of his portable token. Kill the first-order early soul and get 10 points. Only 10 points for killing a first-order one? So little? Lin Xiao frowned. If I remember correctly, killing a fierce beast or some kind of demon must have at least 1,000 points. At this time, after the soul suspended in the air was killed, it did not dissipate but turned into a ball of energy floating in the air. Lin Xiao stepped forward, his space-time divine eyes flickered slightly. There was nothing wrong. It was an extremely pure energy body. He touched it lightly with his hand, only to see that the ball of energy was absorbed into Lin Zhao's body along Lin Zhao's fingers. It didn't take long for Lin Zhao's eyes to light up. This energy can actually enhance his telekinesis. Although the increase is very small, this is only the first order. After this mass of energy completely disappeared, a phantom appeared in this space, which was the figure of the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. This is an ancestor born in the early days of the Cataclysm, following countless warriors here to fight bloody battles with those invading foreign forces, and finally die on the battlefield. Bang! Boom! This soul is the product of his unwilling will and belief after death, and it is also the last gift to his compatriots in the future. At this moment, he has no regrets. He has completed his final mission, and he has passed on that meager power to future generations, and he can smile at Jiuquan. At the last moment of disappearance, Lin Xiao vaguely saw the ancestor smiling at him, as if to say it again. The future of the Dragon Kingdom depends on you. At this moment, Lin Xiao was actually a little jealous. What kind of belief is this? These ancestors can still have their descendants in such a difficult situation. Is this the real inheritance? Lin Xiao was greatly touched, and at this moment, he really felt that he was a flesh and blood Dragon Kingdom warrior. A raging fire ignited in his heart, and his life was no longer confused and powerful. A grand picture was erected in his heart. I am Lin Xiao. I am a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. At this point, the Dragon Kingdom should rise. The battlefield outside the territory is very large, so big that Lin Xiao walked for a long time without seeing the shadows of others, except for the souls that suddenly appeared. During this time, he had killed a lot of souls and obtained 1,300 points. Inside the token, he can even see his ranking. Lin Xiao, 13,471 points, 1,003. The first place was a guy named Xinli, who had never heard of it but was very fierce. More than 30,000 points have been scored. Suddenly, click, there was movement from the identity token, and there was someone nearby. Lin Xiao spread his telekinesis, and when there were fellow martial arts candidates nearby, the token would send out movement. Really, in Lin Xiao's sense, there were two people running rapidly in a certain direction. Their faces were very ugly, and even a hint of fear. It was as if there was some great horror behind them. Lin Xiao immediately chased after him. Leave me alone, run. A young man was crying and losing his face. One of his arms was gone, and the blood kept flowing again. The person with him was full of nervousness at the moment. He was running forward with all his might. Sweat had soaked his clothes, and his face was very pale. He had been running for too long, and at the moment his body was shaking, a sign that he was about to reach his limit. In the face of his companion's pleas, he turned a deaf ear and still held him and ran forward. Suddenly, his token had a slight flutter. He looked happy. If you persist, we still have hope. We have people nearby. You must hold on. He ran in the direction of the token vibrating, and a faint glimmer of hope appeared in the depths of his eyes full of death. It didn't take long for him and his companions to meet Lin Xiao. Classmate, we are. It's just that his body suddenly got stuck, because in his perception, the juvenile cultivation fluctuation in front of him turned out to be the peak of the late third order. The glimmer of hope that had been ignited was shattered again. He didn't have time to explain, so he immediately turned his head and ran in the other direction, while shouting loudly, "This classmate, this place is dangerous, run." Suddenly, a joking voice sounded, making him stop again. It's over. I saw a young man full of muscles appear. His facial features were extremely ravaged, and his whole body exuded an extremely wild aura. People from the Alliance of Beasts. Run, you're running. Why don't you run away? Hey, is this the partner you are looking for? It's really weak enough. It looked disdainful, spat and licked its tongue. The taste of humans is very good. It has eaten many so-called geniuses, and the taste makes it very aftertaste. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the classmate hugged his companion and no longer wasted his physical strength, and he slowly walked to Lin Xiao's face, entrusted his companion to Lin Xiao. This classmate, I will desperately hold back the other party later. I just ask you to take this companion of mine to escape from here as much as possible. In the northeast, there is our large army. Who? After saying that, he bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, and then the remnants of the ability in his body began to riot. He was planning to self-destruct to delay Lin Xiao and the others to escape. Want to blow yourself up? I can't let you get your wish. Let you blow yourself up. Where can I go to find rations like yours again? You don't know your female companion yet. The skin and tender meat. I ate it one bite at a time. That feeling is really wonderful. This beast-transformed teenager was extremely arrogant. It laughed out loud, and it played from beginning to end, and it liked to see the expression of fear in the face of death and the ridiculous struggle. The three humans here have an early fourth-order stage, a third-order late peak, and a waste which does not pose any threat to it at all. Beast, you deserve to die. The classmate's face was red and purple, his body was bursting with blood, and the corners of his eyes flashed with moisture, and the ability in his body was already in an extreme riot, and he wanted to self-destruct. Even if he couldn't die together, he had to lie down on the other party's skin. Just as he was about to do it, Lin Xiao suddenly walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. The ability to riot in his body suddenly calmed down, and he was a little puzzled. Run. Why don't you run? He regretted it a little, but he didn't expect to meet a fool. This is over. They all have to die here. Ha 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 ha. This scene made the strange beast boy laugh. I thought you found some powerful helper. That's it? Lin Xiao entrusted the seriously injured teenager back to the classmate and said with a smile, "Don't worry, wait for me for a moment." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the young man who was still laughing. He also smiled, his eyes flashed, and his space ability was activated instantly. The strange beast boy was horrified and found that he couldn't move. Its pupils were filled with fear, and in the face of Lin Xiao who was walking towards it step by step, it wanted to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, at this moment, it had been forcibly blocked in place by Lin Xiao. Laugh. Why don't you laugh? You laugh. ITM made you laugh. Are you deaf? Lin Xiao's voice lingered in this space for a long time. His extremely indifferent face exuded an extremely powerful aura. The whole space seemed to freeze. He walked up to the strange beast and looked at it coldly. Is it not funny in the world? Then you go to hell and laugh in front of Yama. After saying that, he punched it on the head and directly hit the other party's head. Ding! If the host is detected and kills the fourth-order late-stage strange beast, 5,000 cultivation points will be rewarded, whether to recover the corpse. Recycle. Ding! Successful recovery will reward 5,000 cultivation points. At the same time, there was also a a change in the identity token, and his points increased from 1003 to 1500 points, reaching 2008. The classmate was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, a little unable to believe the picture. The strange beast boy who put himself to the end was killed like this? But the companion in his arms showed a pale smile. Brotherly, we are saved. At this moment, he came back to his senses, and his nerves that had been tense loosened, and he sat directly on the ground, suddenly having no strength at all. I have been relying on my last belief just now. Lin Xiao stepped forward and asked peacefully, "Are you okay? Thank you for your shot." He immediately stood up and prepared to thank him. "You're welcome. You rest first. You don't have to be afraid when I'm here." After saying that, Lin Xiao also took out some healing pills from his space and handed them to the other party, all of which were obtained by signing in before. "Thank you very much." The classmate hurriedly took the healing pill and handed it to his companion. After understanding, Lin Xiao also learned the reason. This name is Li Chang. There were originally 4 people in their group, and they met unexpectedly during this time, but a few days ago they suddenly bumped into the strange beast boy, and after a fight, they were defeated. The other 2 were given by that beast. Lin Xiao's eyes gradually became cold after hearing this. "These beasts, but don't be touched by yourself. I'll give you a ride." Lin Xiao looked at the 2 of them and decided to give them a ride. Then thank you. Li Chang didn't shirk either. This extraterritorial battlefield was already full of dangers. They were in a very bad state now. If there was such a master to send off, the safety would be much better. It's okay, they're all companions. Under the guidance of Li Chang, Lin Xiao quickly sent them to the large army, he said. A lot of martial arts candidates gathered here, and even built it with intention to form a safety protection. A student came towards him. He looked at Lin Xiao and stretched out his right hand. "Thank you for your help. I am Yuan Ming, and I am temporarily responsible for the daily management here." An explanation. It turned out that they were all martial arts candidates from some ordinary families. In this cruel environment, in the face of internal and external threats, under the leadership of people with hearts, they gathered together to huddle for warmth, which can be regarded as a relatively safe place. Lin Xiao nodded. He didn't expect this. After Yuan Ming learned of Lin Xiao's strength, he tried his best to invite Lin Xiao to stay. "Don't worry, brother Lin, we don't have any cumbersome rules here. You can go out to hunt souls at any time, and we will even help when you are in danger." For the other party's invitation, Lin Xiao still refused. The reason is very simple. He is used to being alone. Yuan Ming didn't force either. "Brother Lin, I wonder if I can leave your contact information?" In the end, after the 2 people left their contact information with each other, Lin Xiao left here, and he had to hurry up and improve his ranking. Took a look. Qinli, 37,500 points, ranked first. Looking at yourself. Lin Xiao, 2,800 points, ranked 9,854. His eyes looked at the vast land in the distance, and he had to speed up next. There was turmoil everywhere on the battlefield outside the territory. All Dragon Kingdom martial arts candidates not only have to face powerful souls, but also be wary of the attacks of demons and strange beasts. This battle between dragons and tigers is being staged every moment. Northwest, there is a fierce fight going on here. 4 or 5 martial arts candidates were besieged by a group of strange beast teenagers in this place. Ice and Snow World. The powerful ice and snow ability spread out from a woman's body. Her whole body emitted a blue glow, and the strange beast boy who besieged her was instantly frozen in place. Under the attack of several other martial arts candidates, these strange beast boys were beheaded here. "Huh, it's really thanks to you. If you weren't here today, we'd probably be more lucky." A teenager looked at the woman with a deserted face, showing a very elegant look. "This woman is Bing Qinru." At this moment, she didn't say too much. A pair of dark blue beautiful eyes looked at the sky, not knowing what she was looking at. A terrifying battle is breaking out here. A handsome young man was filled with an extremely domineering emperor's dragon energy. His eyes exuded golden light, and the fists in his hands kept bombarding. The emperor's dragon chi was roaring, accompanied by the boy's attack to kill. Ji Xiangnan. He was originally looking for a soul, and here he met a demon teenager, and the 2 were about to break out. This demon boy is very terrifying. The demon race is born with a strong body. They cultivate demonic energy, and in the case of the same level, the martial arts candidates of the Dragon Kingdom are not their opponents at all. The demon teenager had dark pupils, 2 corners on the top of his head, and a crimson face that made people feel scared. "I didn't expect there to be a master like you among humans." His body was full of demonic energy, and his cultivation reached the peak of the late 4th order. Ji Xiangnan had a cold face. The emperor's dragon energy was bursting, and powerful abilities filled the area. Emperor Dragon Sword. A peerless sword with a golden body appeared, hovering in the sky, and his emperor dragon energy had a strong suppression power over the demonic energy. This coercion made the demon boy's expression extremely solemn, thinking that he had encountered a weak chicken, but he didn't expect it to be a strong man. He roared loudly, and endless demonic energy surged out, converging into a huge demonic arm. Magic 4 arms. Boom! The 2 terrifying fluctuations collided powerfully with each other. Smoke rose everywhere, and countless white bones around them were scrapped into slag under this fluctuation. Ji Xiangnan closed his hands, and the ability in his body exploded again, and countless emperor dragon second she rushed forward, as if he wanted to pierce this space. Ah! The demon boy was about to lose his bearing. He kept retreating, spitting out thick black blood from his mouth. The Emperor's dragon sword unrivaled through the demon's four arms, and the powerful attack directly killed the defenseless demon boy. The son of the devil will not let you go. This is his last roar before his death. The powerful attack directly shattered his body. Demon boy, pawn. Ji Xiangnan withdrew his ability, and he was as domineering as ever. Son of the devil. With a faint glance at the broken body, he did not fluctuate, and immediately walked not far away. The Emperor of the world, fighting everywhere. This is a boy who seems to have come from hell, and has been fighting nonstop since he came to the battlefield outside the territory. His shot was extremely ruthless and decisive. There were countless souls who died under him, and during this period, many strange beasts and demons encountered each other, and they were all beheaded by him. He is Qinli, currently ranked first. Nearly 10,000 points for the second place. At this time, he was attacking and killing several souls deep in a huge pothole. One knife. The terrifying knife cut through the sky, and a fourth-order soul was directly destroyed under this knife, and an illusory figure appeared. He nodded with a smile, as if he was saying his final goodbye, and then disappeared into this world. Every time at this point, Qin Li's attack will become sharper. Drink! The huge knife slashed horizontally, directly blocking and obliterating all the remaining souls. When they counted the figures appearing, they nodded at Qin Li one after another, and then slowly dissipated. Qin Li was silent for a moment, absorbed these energy bodies, and set off towards the distance again. Suddenly, a young man surrounded by demonic energy appeared here. How much strength do you still have now? He has been following for a long time, knowing that the human strength in front of him is very strong, and he has been dormant, waiting for an opportunity. The answer to him is a sword intent that covers the sky. Qin Li held the Qinglong crescent moon knife in his hand, slashed the sky, and then continued to walk into the distance without looking. The demon boy behind him wanted to raise his arm, but found that he could no longer use his strength. A bloody seam appeared on his entire body from top to bottom, and his whole body was directly cut in half. The body lay on the ground like this, and Qin Li's distant back was reflected on his body. The young man swung his sword to cut through the heavens and the earth. Real men never look back. Breakthrough. Lin Xiao felt the fluctuations coming from his body. Just now, the ability in his body was already full and was about to overflow. He made a quick decision and simply arranged a formation on the spot to break through. At this moment, he had officially broken through to the early stage of the fourth order, and because it was suppressed too hard, it directly reached the peak of the initial stage of the fourth order. Now, no one should be my opponent in the early stage of the sixth order. Extremely powerful feeling. After successfully breaking through, Lin Xiao sensed it. He rose again in the rankings. Lin Xiao, 13,500 points, ranked 138. During this time, he was frantically looking for souls, and by the way, he killed the strange beasts that ambushed him, and now he has come to the position of more than 100. He looked at Qin Li, who was in first place. Qin Li, 40,100 points, ranked first. Where did this fierce man come from? Lin Xiao felt that he had killed fast enough, but he didn't expect that the first place in this row was more than 20,000 points higher than himself. Ha! There is a fluctuation ahead. Lin Xiao suddenly sensed that there were a large number of soul fluctuations in front of him. Ha! It seems that there is a hidden formation here? Lin Xiao carefully explored. This was actually a natural formation. Go! Moreover, if he was not mistaken, there were an extremely large number of souls in the formation. With the Grandmaster level formation attainments, this natural formation was quickly found by Lin Xiao to find the loophole. Immediately afterwards, his whole person disappeared in an instant. I didn't expect that there was a mystery hidden in it. Lin Xiao looked around at the diametrically opposite to the outside world. His expression became slightly solemn. There might be something strange here. Soul. Many souls. In Lin Xiao's field of vision, countless souls suddenly appeared in front of him. From the first order to the fifth order, the number was extremely large. This fluctuation. Sixth order souls. At the front of the soul, there was a powerful soul clad in armor, and the energy fluctuations it emitted had reached the level of the middle sixth order. Hearing the sound, all the souls looked at Lin Xiao in unison. Their eyes were full of dullness, but they did not attack immediately, like a well-trained team. The armored soul spirit at the head slowly floated into the air, and unlike other souls, there was a faint hint of clarity in his eyes. He was a little unspoken. Army. Dragon. 108 inch. Military Dragon 108? Lin Xiao was silent. This was a bit like a number. He had a faint suspicion. This is a number team that used to be a dragon country. The armored soul suddenly let out a sharp roar. With this instruction issued, countless souls rushed up. They were really a well-trained team, with their own rhythm, long-range attacks, and melee combat. Lin Xiao was suddenly surrounded by countless soul spirits in the center, and a powerful attack covered him. It's just that for him now, these attacks can't hurt him at all, and they can't even break his defenses. The armored souls were still commanding inexplicably in the air. Countless instructions were sent out of thin air, and those souls rushed up without fear. Since the attack is useless, then use my dilapidated body to exert the last residual heat. These souls of them actually wanted to fly forward and blow themselves up. Lin Xiao finally did it. Time and space are extinguished. The powerful power of the rules permeated, and this space instantly became shattered, and countless space cracks appeared, tearing apart the afterimages of the souls. This space carried countless souls and disappeared together. Then, countless figures were seen condensed in the sky. They saluted the armored souls, and at the same time, they smiled and nodded to Lin Xiaohan. It was time for them to go. With the restoration of space, the original countless souls have disappeared, leaving only the purest energy body. These energy bodies surged frantically towards Lin Xiao's body, blending together. This was their last mission. Lin Xiao felt that his telekinesis was improving, which was all the bloodline inheritance left by his ancestors. The armor made a crisp sound. The sixth order soul saw that all his subordinates had been killed, and he wanted to play in person. Lin Xiao bowed slightly to him. This bow is to bid farewell to the ancestors who once bravely killed the enemy. Subsequently, the two of them launched a life and death battle in this space. The souls in the middle of the sixth order were extremely powerful, and their strength far exceeded that of ordinary warriors in the early stages of the sixth order. Fortunately, he would only attack blindly, and there was no other means. Lin Xiao's spacetime abilities exploded in full force at this moment, and powerful abilities filled the entire space. The sixth order soul can't bear it. Ancestors, the descendant Lin Xiao will send you on your last journey. Void Sutra. Time and space are extinguished. Bad luck. Punch through the sky. In an instant, Lin Xiao exerted all his strength, which was the greatest respect he could do. Boom! Under such a powerful offensive, the armor was shattered, and the sixth order souls were scattered, and there was actually a sense of relief in the clear eyes. Then, under Lin Xiao's gaze, a middle-aged phantom figure wearing armor appeared in the sky. He looked ordinary, but very peaceful, and his eyes were full of fearless sharpness, but at this moment, he showed a relieved smile. Then, a pair of eyes looked at the land with some nostalgia, and the figure slowly dissipated. The huge energy body flew towards Lin Xiao's body, and Lin Xiao's telekinesis increased again. It's just that he doesn't have the joy of ascending. Some are just infinite killing intent against the starry sky forces and the strange beast alliance. It's time to hunt. Shaoli, why are you doing this? Bing Qinru covered her wound, and she was not in a good state at this time. There were already many scars on her body, and behind her, there were two martial arts candidates who were already lying on the ground like dead people. Bing Qinru was very puzzled. She looked at the boy in front of her. Obviously she was still a companion a second ago. As a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, you actually colluded with foreign enemies. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? Hee hee, that's all nonsense. Why am I colluding? Not all because of you. Shaoli looked at Bing Qinru's face viciously. Along the way, I won't be respectful to you and please you in every way. But what about you? You never looked at me directly, even if it wasn't even a glance. Why, am I, Shaoli, not even as good as the bones on the ground in your eyes? Shaoli's face already showed a touch of evil. He looked at Bing Qinru's beautiful face, a hint of evil smile came out, and his eyes kept scanning the other party's body. I never knew what retribution was, but I'll let you experience what the joy of human relationships is. Shaoli's face suddenly changed, and he looked at the people behind him very humbly. My lord, she is already seriously injured. My lord, you promised me. He rubbed his hands and looked at the figures in front of him extremely carefully. A demon boy at the head suddenly showed a front tooth, and he waved. Shaoli immediately stepped forward flatteringly. My lord, what else do you have to say? His pupils widened, his face was full of fear, and he lowered his head to find that his chest had been pierced, and blood flowed out as if he didn't want money. Great, my lord. 4. His eyes were a little scattered. Why? Obviously said yes, he has done it all, and even betrayed his companions. Why did he end up like this? Bang! I think my hands are dirty if I kill you. The demon boy shook his hand. What a lowly nation, even betraying your companions is so natural. Among their demons, only the strong are worshipped, and they absolutely serve the law of the forest, but they also despise this kind of betrayal of villains. Bing Qinru looked at the dead Shaoli, bit her lip, and wanted to use the abilities in her body again for a final stand. The demon boy quickly flew forward, and the powerful force directly knocked Bing Qinru away. Puff! The blow was too heavy, and her internal organs were extremely seriously injured. Her hands forcibly supported herself from falling. TSK, as expected of the person named by the Lord of the Devil's Child, there are indeed two strokes. The demon boy couldn't help but praise. If it weren't for the help of your waste companion, it would not be easy to take you down. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up, don't let the demon child wait too long. The other demon teenagers stepped forward and hit Bing Qinru hard. Bing Qinru, who was seriously injured, was no match for them at all and fainted. Bah, this is so fierce. The young man wiped the corners of his mouth, and just now he was punched by the other party inadvertently, knocking out a few of his teeth. Several teenagers tied up Bing Qinru and left into the distance. There are many places where similar things are happening in this vast extraterritorial battlefield. Northeast corner. There are a large number of martial arts candidates gathered here, most of whom come from poor families, and their own strength is also in the middle and lower reaches of everyone. There are quite a lot of people. Not far away, a young man exuding demonic energy looked ahead with a smile, and dozens of companions behind him, and people from the Strange Beast Alliance also appeared. How is it? Can you eat it? A teenager from the Strange Beast Alliance stepped forward, and it looked at this scene, its eyes flashing with a stern color. The treasure given by the child of the devil. It is not easy to deal with this garbage. Hearing the son of the demon, the young man of the Strange Beast Alliance was very jealous, but thinking of his own adult, he suppressed that fear. Then find the right time and do it. Don't talk nonsense, look at me. At this time, a candidate who was resting suddenly noticed something was wrong. Why does the sky seem to be a little red? He was very puzzled. This extraterritorial battlefield had always been gray due to the influence of special rules. Why did it suddenly turn red? More and more people noticed this phenomenon, and they stopped and gathered together to look at the increasingly red sky. Yu Wenming and the other people in charge here looked a little solemn. They looked at each other, and they had already noticed something was wrong. Not good. It looks like someone is eyeing us. Yu Wenming looked ugly. He didn't know where the enemy was now. The blood in the air became thicker and thicker, and then, a curtain of light directly enveloped them all. All the candidates here reacted. They were attacked. Someone attacked. Damn, it must be the beasts of the strange beasts and the demons. Don't be afraid. So many of us will go up and kill them together. What does it smell like? No, this is the soul incense. Everyone, cover your nose and don't suck it in. The scene was chaotic, and many people inhaled a lot of soul incense into their bodies without paying attention, became delirious, sluggish, and collapsed to the ground. Sneaky. There is a kind of head-to-head battle. Yu Wenming and others roared loudly towards this area. They had a sense of powerlessness. They didn't even know who the enemy was, where they were, how to fight this battle. Several hours passed, and most of the people here had all collapsed on the ground, and they had lost their combat effectiveness. Yu Wenming and the others were about to be unable to hold on, and at the last moment, he remembered someone. There is no way. The dead horse is used as a living horse doctor. After a while, everyone here fell into a state of coma, and thousands of people gathered, but they didn't even touch the shadow of the enemy. Sad, lamentable. Indigenous people are indigenous. Dozens of figures appeared. They looked condescendingly at the people lying on the ground, their faces mocking. If it weren't for the adult's request, they would not have left a mouth alive. A direction far from here. Lin Xiao was fighting against a strange beast. Certainly, the eyes of the strange beast boy were full of horror. It didn't expect the humans it met to be so terrifying, and it wanted to beg for mercy. But Lin Xiao didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all. Ding! If the host is detected and kills the peak beast in the late stage of the fourth order, 5,000 cultivation points will be rewarded. Please ask if the corpse is recovered. Recycle. Ding! Successful recovery, reward 5,000 cultivation points. Lin Xiao looked at his ranking. At this moment he has come to the second position. Lin Xiao, 43,500 points, ranking second. I have to say that the soul in that secret realm brought him extremely huge points, and rushed to the second place all of a sudden, less than 3,000 miles away from the first Qinli. Suddenly, he noticed a slight vibration coming from his token. It seems to be Yu Wenming's news. Is there anything wrong with him looking for me? Lin Xiao sensed it. His eyes immediately became extremely sharp, and he found his direction and disappeared directly here. Lin Xiao directly activated the space ability and teleported towards the place in his memory. I hope it's too late. He teleported while reaching out his telekinesis and sensed it. The powerful telekinesis envelopes all the directions in 100 miles. Well, it's too late. Lin Xiao sensed the movement in front of him, and dozens of figures were carrying him, and he immediately accelerated with all his might. If you want me to say this garbage, it's better to kill them all, and I don't know what the adults asked me to transport them all over. There was a demon teenager who was pulling a few arms with his hands and shook them hard, and all of these people were tied up like livestock to be slaughtered. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, don't let the adults wait. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, and the huge landing sound seemed very abrupt at this moment. Everyone immediately put down their work and looked at a figure walking by. I am your ancestor. Lin Xiao didn't say a word, and directly opened fire. Great void movement technique. He forcibly pulled dozens of enemies in front of him into a xenoplane space he had created. Before the enemy could react, Lin Xiao immediately went to the body and directly hammered a few figures. No, this is a master. Everyone be careful. This scene surprised the others. They immediately entered a combat state. They had an absolute advantage in numbers. As a higher race, their subconscious was arrogant. In this xenospace, countless Dao Lin Xiao figures suddenly appeared. The people of the Demon and Strange Beast Alliance launched an offensive one after another. Not good. It's a mirror image. Here too. Everyone looked at the mirror that was broken by themselves and immediately became vigilant. A few more people were killed in seconds, and they didn't have time to react. Who are you? How can there be a master like you among humans? A demon teenager couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't believe that there were such people in the lowly and inferior races in their eyes, and killing them was as simple as killing a dog. The answer to him was 4 words of horror. Time and space are extinguished. The space began to collapse, countless cracks were tearing, and the powerful destructive force enveloped all the young men of the Demon and Beasts Alliance, and their proud bodies became fragile under such tearing. I don't believe it. Damn humans, the demon demon child will avenge us. This space was completely sunk into endless darkness, and all the corpses of people were torn into countless pieces and then floated in the deepest part of the universe. Ding, the host has been detected to kill the strange beast. Reward 20 W cultivation points. In the outside world, Lin Zhao's figure appeared, and he suddenly patted his head. It's broken. I got excited. I forgot to leave the body. Wrong. He was a little annoyed, and a full 200,000 cultivation points were wasted by himself. Lin Zhao didn't know that after the fight just now, his points ranking had surpassed Qin Li and came to the first position. Then, his eyes looked ahead, looking at the martial arts candidates who were tied to the chains, and he suddenly became a little angry again. Damn, it's really cheap to die so happily. A long time passed. Those unconscious martial arts candidates finally woke up. Yu Wenming stepped forward excitedly. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your help. Lin Zhao stopped him. What happened? Why are you doing this? It stands to reason that so many people would not be made like this by dozens of enemies. Speaking of this, Yu Wenming was also a little embarrassed. This time they were too underestimating the enemy. Snap. Brother Lin, thank you for your great kindness. If you have anything useful in the future, just open your mouth. Yu Wenming understands that this Lin Zhao is definitely not a simple character. At this moment, each of them received a message on their tokens. After Lin Zhao checked, his expression became extremely calm, and a hint of divine luster flashed in his eyes. Son of the devil? All the martial arts candidates who were still acting on the battlefield outside the territory learned a piece of news. I am the son of the devil. Then, there is a picture. There are countless figures tied to a huge chain in the picture, and they are all martial arts candidates of this session. All the candidates who saw this picture clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. In the picture, martial arts candidates are tortured with chains like beasts, and then dragged by a famous demon or a teenager from the alliance of beasts. The situation is horrible. The figure of the demon child reappeared. He was like a king, with four corners on his head, his body full of demonic energy, and his face was full of extreme confidence. Humans, if you want to save your companions, come here. The picture is gone. Countless people froze in place. What should I do? Suddenly, everyone's identity token trembled inexplicably. They hurriedly probed. My name is Ji Shangnan. Those who invade the Dragon Kingdom will be punished even if they are far away. The sonorous words were full of endless killing energy. Someone knew him. It's Ji Shangnan, the third-ranked peerless Tianjiao. It was like a signal, and the top human powerhouses all expressed their opinions. They took over this battle. With the mobilization of so many strong people, the remaining people all had a lot of confidence. Fuck him. Lao Tzu is worried that it is difficult to earn points. Killing one does not lose. Killing two blood earns. That's right. These beasts are too bullying. I saw a brother being caught by them and had to go. Brothers, rush. With so many of us, are we afraid of those damn beasts? In this way, martial arts candidates from all directions on the entire extraterritorial battlefield all converged in one direction. Each of their faces was full of evil energy. This is a war that belongs to them, and the battle will be won. Brother Lin. Yu Wenming looked at Lin Zhao's face. He had just decided with the other people in charge to go together. This battle must be won. Lin Zhao didn't speak, just nodded, and then dodged and disappeared here. Yu Wenming looked at Lin Zhao who had disappeared. His expression became solemn, and then he turned around. Brothers, pick up the guys. Those who invade the Dragon Kingdom, even if they are far away, will be punished. Another place. A young man held a green dragon crescent knife. The tip of the knife dragged the ground, leaving deep traces, and he walked step by step towards a certain direction. The indifferent face implied endless murderous intent. Are you ready? Lord Demon's son, everything is ready. A demon boy was respectful, his words full of awe. Son of the devil, are you sure your method will work? At this time, a young man with the same demonic aura came over. He had two horns on his head, and he was much worse than the son of the demon in terms of background, but he was not as respectful as others. Kunai, you just need to follow my instructions. The demon child looked at him faintly. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't pay attention to the boy in front of him at all. You. The boy who was called Kunai looked slightly cold, and he wanted to scold him, but he was frightened by a simple look from the demon child. The background of the Kunai is very powerful, and his father is a demon martial saint. But the son of the demon was evaluated by their patriarch as a surely martial saint, and he and the other party were not the same dimension at all. In desperation, he had to throw off his sleeves and leave here. The demon child glanced at him. Trash. Son of the devil, that Qin Li is very difficult to deal with. A strong teenager appeared here, and his aura was extremely powerful. Kilinzi, are you afraid? The demon child smiled faintly. He looked at the boy, waiting for the other party's answer. I'm not afraid of everything. Shilinzi shook his head. It was not afraid. It had its own belief in invincibility, and it was not afraid of all enemies. Then what are you worried about? The demon's son looked into the distance. His ambition was great, and the clan had a lot of expectations for him this time. In that case, then I won't say anything more. The Kilinzi left, and with every step it took, the space around it seemed to tremble. Kilinzi, the leader of the Strange Beast Alliance this time, is unrivaled and powerful. The demon child looked into the distance, his eyes full of demonic energy flashing slightly. It's coming, I saw not far away. More and more figures appeared, each of them exuding an extremely powerful evil aura. Everyone was waiting in place. A golden light shone, and countless Emperor Dragon Chi roared in the air. Ji Shangnan is here. Everyone looked at him. This was an extremely powerful being, and the fluctuations around him alone made many people dare not look at him directly. Oh, and the characters? The demon son stared at Ji Shangnan. He was a little surprised. With every step Ji Shangnan took, the dragon energy on his body became more and more solid. When he reached the front, the dragon energy soared into the sky, and an ancient dragon hovered in the sky, as if it was about to destroy the world. The momentum is really strong. The demon child felt the aura that made him a little disgusted, and his deep pupils flashed. The unicorn also came to his side, and it was also a little surprised. Son of the devil, this guy is not simple. Both of them were peerless heavenly pride, and naturally felt the faint sense of oppression coming from Ji Shangnan. This is a being that can stand alongside them. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound from the earth. This sound was a little faint in the noisy environment, but it made everyone look sideways. It's Qinli. Some of the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom recognized the boy, and they were a little surprised. Qinli was a legend of their generation. Since his birth, he has dominated all the lists, without defeat, and compared with Ji Shangnan and others, Qinli has a higher status in their hearts. It seems that everyone has arrived. Seeing this, the demon son finally spoke. As he spoke, all the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom looked at him, and some people couldn't help but curse. Just you call me the son of the devil? Those who know the face quickly let our people go. After seeing all the big guys on his side appear, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom increased their confidence and shouted one after another. Qinli and Ji Shangnan stood at the forefront. They looked at each other, and everything was silent. The demon child showed a wicked smile, and he waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, there were several screams behind him. I saw a demon boy killing dozens of Dragon Country warriors in an instant, and the desolate voice lingered in this space for a long time. This scene stimulated all the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, and they couldn't help but want to rush up immediately. The demon son just wanted to raise his hand. Qinli suddenly swung a knife. This knife was filled with extremely powerful knife intent and forcibly suppressed everyone. Then, he looked at the child of the devil and asked word by word, "Draw away." He held the Qinglong crescent knife, stood in front of everyone at this moment, and stretched out his finger to the people opposite. The powerful aura actually made many people in the demon and strange beast alliance nervous. Hee, Qinli, you are still the same. The son of the demon looked at the extraordinary Qinli, and it was not the first time the two had met. It's very simple. As long as you cut off an arm, I will immediately let go of these people behind me. How about it? After saying that, the demon son looked at Qinli like this, waiting for his answer. Before Qinli could answer, Ji Shangnan on the side slowly stepped forward. His golden pupils exuded a sharp gaze, and he looked at the other party calmly. I thought it was a character, but I didn't expect it to be such a brainless person. His words made the demon child a little silent. It didn't take long for the demon son's eyes to stop on him. Your name is Ji Shangnan, right? I feel a familiar aura from you. Who is GZ? As soon as these words came out, Ji Shangnan's obvious breath floated a little, his expression became sharp, and his eyes were staring at the son of the demon, as if he was about to burst into flames. It seems that I guessed it. It really has a relationship. The demon child no longer paid attention, and he asked again, Qinli, how are you thinking about it? You talk too much nonsense. The answer to him is a sword intent that covers the sky. Qinli jumped up, and the powerful and unmatched knife intent raged in the air. As Ji Shangnan said, it was impossible for him to agree to such a brainless request. That's a pity. The son of the devil was not surprised, because his purpose had been achieved. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, countless people could not stand steadily, and mysterious lines appeared in this space. At this moment, a smile appeared on the demon child's face. Stupid humans, you only deserve to be my food. The earth was trembling violently. The sudden change plunged all martial arts candidates into chaos. Don't panic, we can't mess up. Many people exude a strong aura. They are all top-ranked beings, and they are stabilizing the situation at the moment. Qinli looked at the lines on the top of his head. Those lines were so profound that he couldn't understand them at all. One knife. He swung his knife and slashed out, and the terrifying knife intent soared into the sky, and there were a few cracks for a short time, but it didn't take long for it to return to its original appearance. Meantime, the martial arts candidates behind the demon children who were tortured by the iron chain seemed to have been attacked by extremely powerful attacks, and their faces turned extremely pale. Some even vomit blood. This scene made Qinli a little afraid to act rashly, and he looked at the demon son coldly. What did you do? The son of the devil smiled indifferently. Qinli, don't you think that my arrest of these people is really just a simple threat to you? He raised the corner of his head, and at this time the lines in the air were becoming more and more solid, and the smile on his face became more and more flamboyant. It's over here, Qinli, I'll give you one last chance. Cut off an arm, and I will spare you. Why talk nonsense with them? Ji Shangnan stepped on the golden auspicious clouds, and the golden dragon hovering in the sky pointed directly at the other party, and he did it directly. Your opponent is me. A teenager blocked his attack. It's It's a unicorn. It was full of infinite power, and it actually took this offensive with its bare hands. The two of them instantly launched a powerful offensive. The Emperor's dragon chi was roaring, and an Emperor's dragon robe appeared on Ji Shangnan's body. His opponent this time was extremely strong, bringing him a lot of pressure. The Kalinzi has a very terrifying bloodline power, and every attack is extremely powerful, and this space is a little distorted. The aftermath of the two fighting even made others dare not step forward. Son of the devil, you will die today. Qinli held a knife in his hand and slashed fiercely at the son of the demon. Slash the sky. This knife could really cut the sky, and an extremely huge knife chi appeared in the air, directly slamming into the yellow dragon and rushing in the direction of the demon son. With a cold snort, an immeasurable Dharma body appeared behind the son of the demon. The terrifying demonic energy condensed behind him. The demon is immeasurable. This huge magic was dozens of feet high, and the figure covering the sky directly confronted the sword chi head-on, emitting unimaginable fluctuations. The battle is about to break out. All the martial arts candidates launched an attack, tens of thousands of people, and the scene was extremely huge. And the alliance between the demons and the strange beasts is only a few hundred, so it stands to reason that it should not be the opponent of humans. However, there was no fear on their faces, but a mocking smile on their faces. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked, and lightning flashed and thundered. I saw that the already solidified lines in the air continued to vibrate, countless attacks appeared, and the power of the four rules of wind, fire, thunder and lightning formed an infinitely terrifying attack that broke out unscrupulously in the crowd. Countless warriors of the Dragon Kingdom were caught off guard and hit, and some were seriously injured on the spot and lost their combat effectiveness. Not good. Defense. Watch out in the air. They looked solemn and raised their heads to become extremely careful. We must break this line first, someone suggested. Most people all agreed. They gathered their full strength, and their powerful abilities launched a fierce attack into the sky. I saw that those captured Dragon Kingdom warriors vomited blood again, their faces even paler, and there were already very few people who were about to be unable to hold on. Some smart people have already thought of something, and their expressions have become ugly. At this point, they already understood that this mysterious pattern was actually connected to the lives of those compatriots. Damn! Someone roared angrily. How can this be good? Leave us alone. Kill these bitches. Some of the arrested people are not afraid of death. They shout angrily. They only hate themselves for their incompetence, and they have become prisoners. Extremely loud slap. These angry people were severely humiliated by the demons, and their faces were crooked by their hands. What to do? What the hell should I do? Many people looked up to the sky and roared. Neither did, nor did they do it. At this time, there were still countless attacks falling on them in the sky, and they could only keep defending. This is not a long-term solution. After a long time, if the abilities in their bodies are exhausted, it will really be fish on the chopping block, and it will be slaughtered. They set their sights on the battlefield at the forefront, hoping for a miracle. At this time, both battlefields erupted in shocking fluctuations. Qinli and the son of the devil are not the first time they have come into contact. Both of them know each other quite well, and the battle is inseparable for a while. And Ji Shangnan here, he has already fallen behind. He, are you so strong? What about the majesty just now? The Kalinzi opened and closed wide, exuding fifth-order fluctuations on his body. The powerful attack overwhelmed Ji Shangnan and could only keep defending. The Emperor's dragon robe on his body was already a little dim, and the opponent's attack was too strong. During this time, he cultivated frantically and frantically improved his cultivation, and only broke through to the fourth order after countless resources were smashed. Among his peers, he was already the best in everything, and even his true strength could touch people in the late fifth order. However, this time the opponent he met was also extremely powerful Tianjia. That's a Kalinzi with ancestral blood. He fought this battle very aggressively, defending all the time, and there was no way to attack at all. The abilities in his body were constantly consumed, and the Emperor's dragon energy around him was rising and falling, a little restless. Seeing this, the demon child on the side showed a satisfied smile, and he launched a verbal attack while attacking. Qinli, your teammates seem to be going to lose. After Qilin Z solves him, it will be your turn next. This time, you humans will lose. He didn't desperately, he just needed to stop this Qinli and wait for a while. He would win this game. 3 battlefields. The two were in an absolute disadvantage, and the balance of this battle really fell in the direction of the demons. Ji Shangnan's pupils flashed with golden light, and his expression became more and more crazy. Regardless of Kalinzi's onslaught, the incomparably rich Emperor Dragon energy formed a terrifying Emperor Dragon sword, attacking a certain place in the air. Qilin Z was a little disappointed. It looked at this opponent. Is this hurting his self-esteem? Have you already begun to give up on yourself? The demon child laughed even louder when he saw this, and victory was already beckoning to him. This terrifying Emperor Dragon sword directly hit the lines in the air, and it actually pierced straight through. This scene made the demon child a little stunned. Something is wrong. How could this happen? With that attack just now, it was impossible to break this formation of his. Qilin Z was also shocked by this sudden scene. He knew the horror of this formation. The cracks in the sky were getting bigger and bigger, and just as everyone's eyes were looking at the sky, an unfamiliar voice appeared at the scene. Blade of nothingness. Countless sharp hidden blades appeared, shattering those iron chains, and then, an incomparably powerful space fluctuation spread out. The captured Dragon Kingdom warrior suddenly disappeared in place. This scene made the demon child let out an incredible exclamation. How is it possible? At the same time, the lines on the sky grew bigger and bigger as the cracks grew, and finally completely shattered in everyone's eyes. A figure appeared in the sky. He stepped on the luster of divinity, and was holding a woman in his arms, only to see his big hand wave. The people who had just been arrested appeared at the same time, and they had already arrived at the position of the Dragon Kingdom at this moment. Who are you? The demon child temporarily withdrew from the battlefield, his eyes fixed on the figure. He was extremely puzzled. The figure didn't pay attention, but looked at the girl in his arms. It's okay. The girl looked at him tightly with a pair of light blue eyes. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I'm holding you back. The girl was Bing Chinru, and she blamed herself very much at this time. As a friend, she felt as if she had embarrassed her friend. This figure was Lin Xiao. He slowly let go of Bing Chinru. He had already appeared here as early as the beginning. As a Grandmaster level formation master, he immediately discovered that something was wrong here, so he cooperated with Ji Xiangnan. Who the hell are you? After the son of the devil saw that Bing Chinru, who was hidden in the mysterious space, was also rescued by the other party, he was even more uneasy. This is impossible. Lin Xiao came to Ji Xiangnan step by step. How is it? Can you still move? Ji Xiangnan's whole body was shaken by dragon energy. Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Leave it to me. You go and solve the other minions. Ji Xiangnan was silent for a moment, turned around and left here. He was not a procrastinator. He knew Lin Xiao's strength. As soon as Qilin Zi wanted to step forward, Lin Xiao immediately stopped it. I heard that you are very good at fighting? This sentence made Qilin laugh. It's been a long time since I've heard anyone talk to me like this. Its face slowly became stern. The power of the incomparably terrifying bloodline was surging, and it was angry. The two immediately broke out in a shocking battle, which was a pure physical battle. Lin Xiao's body exuded a bronze golden on, and his powerful blood and chi soared straight into the sky, and he actually defeated the Kilinzi step by step. Are you so strong? What about the majesty just now? This wording made the face of the retreating Kilinzi extremely ugly. Isn't this what just came out of its mouth? It was instantly furious. The power of the bloodline was boiling, and it forcibly stimulated the ancestral blood in its body. In an instant, its power increased several levels, and the powerful power wanted to shatter this day. The two launched a fierce attack again. Lin Xiao constantly changed his direction. Space teleportation was frequently activated. Countless phantoms appeared in the air. They were like real people, and at the same time merged their fists to launch a powerful offensive against Kilinzi. Ahem. If it weren't for its strong defense, it might have been seriously injured after this attack. The expression of the demon child next to him kept changing at this scene, and he never expected that things would happen to this point. Son of the devil. A knife intent that covered the sky pulled his thoughts back, and Qili held a big knife and killed him. The two broke out again in battle. Ji Xiangnan faced the kunai. The emperor's dragon energy continued to erupt, and the powerful aura pressed the kunai to retreat again and again, and his face was even more ugly. What? How can this human being be so strong? Go to death. He didn't believe that he couldn't even win a single human. Bang! The powerful demonic energy crisscrossed the heavens and the earth, and a huge figure appeared behind him, which was his Dharma appearance. Emperor Dragon Fist. He was greeted by a sky-breaking fist, and the powerful Emperor Dragon Fist became extremely fierce with the blessing of the Golden Dragon. It actually directly penetrated the demonic Dharma body of the kunai. The great pain this brought to him, and the strong backlash made him vomit blood non-stop. Damn! Son of the devil, save me! At this moment, kunai was seriously injured, and the look of horror on his face quickly sent a call for help to the demon child. What a waste! At this time, the demon child swept the battlefield. The unicorn was suppressed by the boy who suddenly appeared, and the general trend is gone. What? Boy, I remember you. He looked at Lin Xiao viciously, remembering his face in his mind. A jade card suddenly appeared in his hand, and he squeezed it hard. A portal suddenly appeared in the sky, and he fled from here alone. Son of the devil, save me! Kunai looked at the fleeing demon son and hissed. He couldn't die here. His father was a martial saint, and he still had a great future. At this moment, the demon child had already stepped into the portal and could not hear his call at all. Emperor Dragon Sword. A powerful golden giant sword appeared and stabbed directly into Kunai's chest. Sting. The imperial dragon sword pierced directly through his body, and the powerful imperial dragon chi wantonly destroyed within his body. How can I die? In this village. The voice became quieter and quieter, and the kunai lay on the ground slowly, breathless. The son of a generation of martial saints died. Another place. The unicorn has revealed its true body. It is a unicorn with mixed blood. Its body was covered with cyan scales, and it roared angrily, constantly attacking. It's just that every attack was blocked by Lin Xiao. Certainly. The powerful spacetime ability once again fixed the other party in place. Lin Xiao blinked and punched again. Punch through the sky. This punch directly shattered countless scales on Kilinzi's body. its body was bleeding, and there was no place where the huge body was good. Its invincibility was abruptly shattered, and now it is a bit of a prodigal dog's shame. Lin Xiao is too strong. The Qilin with ancestral blood was defeated by him in the attack of the body, and the invincible Taoist heart was abruptly broken. The endless fist intent is still being output. The Kalinzi was crying blood, it couldn't bear it anymore, and its huge body collapsed with a bang, shaking the earth. As it died, it barely opened its eyes and looked at the human beings who feared it from the bottom of its heart. What the hell are you? Another punch. This punch hit Kalinzi's head directly blowing its head abruptly. The huge body of the Kalinzi smashed heavily on the ground, like a small hill. This scene really shocked everyone. Ji Shangnan's eyes were a little complicated, and he didn't care when he was pressed and beaten by Kalinzi. Click. Because he knew that if he gave him a little more time, he would definitely surpass the other party. But Lin Xiao, you're getting stronger again. The golden pupils looked at the young man who exuded divine light like a god, and for a moment he felt a little powerless in his heart. Bang! But in the blink of an eye, he exuded an unyielding will. He is Ji Shangnan, the emperor of the world. Someone was in front, and he was worried that he was too invincible to find an opponent. Lin Xiao, one day I will surpass you. Xili also looked at the bright figure. His cold eyes were a little loose, and his body actually exuded a strong fighting spirit. He wanted to fight with this young man. All martial arts candidates stayed in place. That boy is so strong. I remember him. He was the first to stand up and fear everything. He is Lin Xiao. In the crowd, Yuan Ming shouted out Lin Xiao's name loudly. Lin Xiao? The one who ranked first? Even surpassed Qin Li's peerless fierce man? Why have I never heard of this person's name? I remembered. Lin Xiao. He is Lin Xiao, the king of heavenly pride. Isn't the king of Tianjiao Qin Li? Are you brainy? Lin Xiao is the king of this Tianjiao. Nima, he is only 16 years old, just in his first year of high school. More and more people suddenly exclaimed. The name Lin Xiao became more and more divine. There was even a version of Lin Xiao who was less than 10 years old. Ding! It is detected that the host killed the 5th order early stage hybrid unicorn, and the reward is 2W for cultivation points. Do you want to recover the body? No recycling. Ding! Lin Xiao moved slightly. This powerful bloodline of the beast corpse let the system recover him and he would die. With a gentle wave, his huge body was included in the space. The remaining people of the Demon and Strange Beast Alliance were full of fear at the moment. Their bosses died and fled, and they were completely defeated. No, these beasts want to run. Everyone gets up. Hiss! Finally someone reacted. These damn guys, they must not be allowed to escape. Lin Xiao was fast. He came to a strange beast boy in an instant, and his powerful fist intent collapsed directly around. Ding! This scene frightened many martial arts candidates. Is it so sudden? Immediately afterwards, everyone reacted. Brothers, killing one is 1,000 points. At this moment, they turned into bereaved dogs, and hundreds of people were chased and beaten by tens of thousands of people. Lin Xiaoru entered a no man's land, and those strange beast boys were all killed by him alone, and even the corpses were not spared, which made many martial arts candidates put another label in their hearts. Strange beast hunter, Lin Xiao. He does not kill demons, but specializes in killing strange beasts. But only Lin Xiao himself knew the reason. At this time, the sound of the system kept coming out of his mind, and the strange beast boys who came in this time were generally running up to the 4th order, and he was making a lot of money. After a fight, all the demons and strange beasts were slaughtered. In this battle of life and death, the Dragon Kingdom won. At this point, the eyes of all the martial arts candidates of the Dragon Kingdom were all looking at the three figures in front of them, Lin Xiao, Qinli, and Ji Xiangnan. If these three people did not appear, they would have lost this battle. Qinli held a long knife in his hand, walked forward slowly, stopped at a distance of about a meter from Lin Xiao, and looked straight at Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao also looked at the other party flatly. The two of them looked at each other quietly, and there were faint strange fluctuations in the air. These two people won't have a fight. It's not good. One first, one second. Whoever wins is the ultimate winner. I feel that Qin Li's hope is greater. He is too perverted. Lin Xiao is also very fierce. Didn't you see that he killed that unicorn? That's an existence that can go hand in hand with the child of the devil. There are really many people who want to see the two peerless Tianjiao compete for supremacy, which makes them a little hot. Lin Xiao. Qin Li's voice was very hoarse, but his pupils were full of charm. My name is Qin Li. After saying that, Qin Li looked at Lin Xiao again, feeling the strong sense of oppression coming from the other party's body. You are strong. I hope you can fight me if you have the chance. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. This guy? Didn't anyone tell him to be friendly when they first met? As soon as you come up, you are a martial artist. But his gaze was unusually calm, and his eyes were full of confidence and strength, which made Qin Li very satisfied. At the same time, he glanced at Ji Shangnan again. You're okay too. When you catch up with me, let's fight. Ji Shangnan was stunned for a moment, and then an extremely strong imperial aura burst out of his body, and Ji Shangnan took over like this. After saying that, Qin Li held the Qinglong crescent moon knife in his hand and left into the distance, and no one dared to stop him. This is a true peerless swordsman. Ji Shangnan also walked forward slowly, his dragon energy surging. Lin Xiao, now now you are better than me, but one day, I will get my glory back. The golden pupils exude strong self-confidence, and Ji Shangnan believes that one day he will catch up with the boy in front of him, which is the absolute confidence of being the emperor of the world. Lin Xiao was a little speechless, just left, and another one? Let's just say, can we be more friendly? Suddenly, he thought of a sentence. Then, he stood with his hands on his back, his deep pupils looking at the sky, and his brilliant divine luster shining on the earth. I'll give you time to catch up until you can't see it. The tone is plain, but it implies an incomparably domineering power. Ji Shangnan's eyes shrank slightly, and as the emperor of the world, he seemed to feel a tremor from his heart at this moment. This is a kind of fearlessness, grandeur, and invincibility. It seems that the boy in front of him is really invincible in the world, and no one can surpass him. Days have passed since this battle, but there are still martial arts candidates who recall the shocking pictures at that time from time to time. Lin Xiao. This name, which most of them are not familiar with, left an extremely deep impression on everyone in this battle. Some people say that Lin Xiao, the king of Tenjiao, doesn't even know? Please, all our energy is invested in the National College Entrance Examination. Who will have the leisure to pay attention to the king of Tenjiao who will appear every year? At this time, a signal is sent from everyone's token. There is still one last day left in this National College Entrance Examination. All of a sudden, everyone immediately rolled up their sleeves again, ready to rush forward again in their rankings at the last moment. Lin Xiao walked aimlessly in a pothole. He looked at his ranking. Lin Xiao, 60,003 points, ranked first. In second place is still Qin Li, with 50,000 points, which is a full 10,000 less than him. There is still one last day left, and it should be stable. System, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level. Ability, Spacetime Plus, Super SSS level. Spacetime Holy Law. Origin, Awakening level 19.7%. Spacetime Divine Eyes Plus, Top 10 Divine Eyes of the Heavens, Awakening level 18.8%. Level 4 Initial Peak Plus. Blood, 31438 Plus. Wow, I haven't seen you for a long time and you are already a muscular macho with 8-pack abs. Psychokinesis, 1999 Plus. Great, if you do it again, it will become a god-level disease. Technique, Void Sutra Plus, Xiaocheng. Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra, Xiaocheng. Martial Arts, Blade of Nothingness Plus, Peak of Xiaocheng. Eyes of God Plus, Xiaocheng. Fist Breaking the Sky Plus, Xiaocheng. Soul Needle Plus, Xiaocheng. System, Sign In. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster Level Combat Skills. Grandmaster Level Formation Master. Fist, Introductory. Cultivation Points, 710,001 point. It's better to kill the beasts quickly. Lin Xiao looked at the full 710,000 cultivation points, and didn't know how to use them for a while. System, add more talents. Ding. If you add points successfully, 70 W cultivation points will be deducted. In the dark, Lin Xiao felt that he was more comfortable manipulating time and space. The awakening level of his two major talents has exceeded 20%. The origin of the Super SSS level Spacetime Holy Law has reached 29.7%. It's done. The time and space god I also broke through to 28.8%. A full 10% increase. The origin of the holy law of time and space hidden deep in his body changed slightly, and there were actually mysterious ripples on the surface, as if it was giving birth to some kind of powerful power. I really can't help but flower. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that he was raising big households and couldn't afford to raise them at all. He looked at the space in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly. I saw a space crack that was abruptly torn open by him. If he wanted to do this in the past, the ability in his body would have to consume at least 1/5. You must know that after cultivating the Hunyuan Wuji Dao scripture, Lin Xiao's ability is 50 times that of ordinary people. Only this time, he sensed it. Sure enough, the simple consumption is much less than before. Only about 1/5 of the previous alien energy is consumed. Not only space, but also the manipulation of time. Lin Xiao is also more handy than before. It should be able to create 5 times the time flow speed now. Ding, sign in successfully, reward a Grandmaster level Dan Dao Insight. Do you accept it? Well, good stuff. But, Lin Xiao touched his head, is the system going to become an all-rounder? First the formation path, now the Dan path. Good guy. Accept. Ding, the Grandmaster level Dan Dao perception is teleporting. The feeling of familiarity hit me again. Lin Xiao's consciousness came to a strange space, and what came into view was a young man. Mother, how are you? I'm so scared. Woo woo. A sloppily dressed teenager knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, calling out to a young woman in his mouth. That was his own mother, but now she was pale, exuding a deep lifelessness, and she was not long in coming. Buyer, don't cry. The young woman held on to her dilapidated body with a kind face. She gently soothed the boy in front of her. This was her only bond. Mother, the child has found a way to heal you. Mother, hold on. The child met a kind-hearted uncle in the back mountain. He said that on the other side of the mountain, it is said that there is a peerless master, and he will be able to save the mother. The young man held his mother's hand tightly. The temperature of that hand was a little cold, and he kept gasping and holding it in his arms. Buyer, ahem. In the future, you have to be obedient and remember to eat every day. Cough. When you grow up, find a good family, remember to be good to her, you heard it. The young woman's eyes had become a little scattered, and her tone of voice was getting weaker and weaker, and she looked at her child, very reluctant. My son, mother. Mother can't watch you grow up. Mother is really a house. No. What's? The boy was still gasping, but no matter how hot his heart was, he could no longer cover the coldness of his hands. Mother. Lin Xiao looked at this scene quietly. He was a passerby, looking at the life and death of the young man and his mother. He was a little touched. The young man's name was Jun Ruobai, and he wanted to borrow some broken silver from his neighbors to bury his mother. But no one was willing to lend it to him. He had no choice but to take out the only shovel left in his home, shoveled it for a day and a night, and buried his mother in a wilderness. It rained heavily that day, and Jun Ruobai knelt in front of his mother's grave and cried for a long time. Mother, don't worry, Buyer will grow up well. In this way, in Lin Zhao's eyes, the young man named Jun Ruobai walked out of the mountains and continued to struggle upwards in that bustling world. He entered a sect, was favored by a strong man, and became a medicine boy. The young man was extremely talented, and he remembered all the medicine recipes after reading them once, which won the love of the strong man and accepted him as his close disciple. The picture flashed away, and Lin Xiao didn't know how long it had passed, but he knew that Jun Ruobai had grown up. He completely took over the mantle of his master and became a well-known pill master. The first-hand alchemy skills are superb, even surpassing their own masters, and many masters often come to spend a lot of money to ask for only one pill. Time passed faster and faster, and Jun Ruobai's Dan Dao attainments became deeper and deeper. On this day, the thunder god is made. Jun Ruobai opened the furnace to refine alchemy in a place where the vein originated. Countless precious herbs were refined by it, and the incense floating in the air could prolong life for mortals to smell it. This refining is a month. Jun Ruobai's face was already a little pale, and the long-term concentration on alchemy had consumed a lot of his mind. At this time, the alchemy furnace was full of fire. Countless medicinal liquids gathered together under his control, and a peerless elixir was about to appear. There is thunder and lightning flashing in the sky. This is Dan Tribulation. Jun Ruobai's refinement has refined the supreme style of this world. Even the Dan Tribulation that only exists in legends has come to the world, surrounded by countless masters, just to witness the moment of miracles. It's this moment. Jun Ruobai suddenly shouted. His hand continued to seal, and the powerful mana continued to bless him. The thunder tribulation in the air has taken shape, carrying the power of annihilation to attack Jun Ruobai. It wants to destroy this peerless treasure pill that should not be in the world. Jun Ruobai had already made sufficient preparations, and after a fight, the thunder tribulation was broken. So far, Danchen, an elixir exuding endless medicinal fragrance, was suspended in the air, and there were lines on the pill body. Jun Ruobai looked at this pill very excitedly, and at this moment, the wish that had been backlogged in his heart for countless years was finally fulfilled. He called this elixir 9 ranks breaking tribulation pill. Its effect is extremely terrifying. The user can ignore all the diseases in the world. Even if there is still a breath, he can be resurrected on the spot with full blood. You can even live and die with white flesh and bones. This is a true peerless divine pill. All the strong people's eyes were staring at this treasure pill. For them, this was the second life. Jun Ruobai looked at the elixir, he looked at the void, and the picture of his childhood suddenly appeared, and the shadow of his mother lying on the hospital bed appeared. Tears flashed in his eyes. Mother, Buyer has grown up. Buyer finally created a peerless divine pill. It can cure everything in the world. Mother, Buyer misses you so much. At this moment, Jun Ruobai's Dan Dao attainments shook the past and the present, and reached the pinnacle in this world. This is the end of the picture. Lin Xiao was silent. This was the life of a peerless pill master, with peerless talent and talent, nothing more than that. Do you understand? Fatally, a phantom appeared all over him, exuding a strong Dan Dao aura all over him. It was Jun Ruobai. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, bowed respectfully. He understood. Along the way, he was a completely invisible existence, but he experienced the life of a peerless pill master, and he really realized. That's good. Ha 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 ha. The phantom gradually disappeared into nothingness with laughter. Lin Xiao's consciousness also disappeared from this space, and when he opened his eyes again, he actually had some old aura on his body, which was the precipitation of the years. At the same time, countless Dan Dao insights appeared in his mind, as well as countless pill formulas, including the rank 9 calamity-breaking pill formulas. This is the greatest gift that Jun Ruobai left to him. Lin Xiao got up and bowed slightly to the endless starry sky. This bow came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the 16-year-old Lin Xiao once again had an identity that countless people couldn't even think of. Grandmaster Alchemy Master. Lin Xiao. Token Signal. This year's National College entrance examination is coming to an end. At this time, outside the battlefield, outside the territory, all three parties appeared. Lin Yaotian looked into the distance with an indifferent expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Bueller looked at Lin Yaotian's figure, as if he thought of something, and suddenly mocked. Lin Yaotian, you said that if all your Longwu candidates were folded inside, wouldn't it be too exciting? As he spoke, he was observing Lin Yaotian's reaction. For fear that the other party would suddenly give him a little if he didn't talk about martial arts. Tula's footsteps faintly took steps to the side, and the martial saints were also divided into high and low. Obviously, Lin Yaotian is definitely the pinnacle of existence in the ranks of martial saints, and he is ashamed of himself. Lin Yaotian looked at Guler indifferently. I hope you can maintain your current posture while waiting. As Lin Yaotian, who also has the ability of time and space, his ability has been developed to an extremely terrifying level. As long as he thinks, he can completely understand what is happening inside the battlefield outside the domain. At the same time, he also glanced at Tula, and there was an inexplicable smell in his eyes, which made Tula feel a little uneasy. This old guy won't be ready to do it to himself. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation on the battlefield outside the territory. Seeing this, Lin Yaotian waved his hand again, and his powerful ability directly built a road to the sky, directly connecting to the inside of the battlefield outside the domain. At this moment, all the martial arts candidates who received the signal stepped into this avenue to the sky. With the appearance of martial arts candidates, everyone's face was overflowing with different joy. Some people were very excited. They should be more satisfied with the rankings, and some people were a little weaker, and they should be unsatisfactory in the exam. And as more and more people appeared, Goral's expression kept changing, and it faintly felt something was wrong. How could this happen? What the hell is that guy doing in the Devil's Child? When the last person appeared, Lin Yaotian sensed it carefully and took back his means. He looked at the young teenagers in front of him. This college entrance examination was cruel to many of them, and they should not have come into contact with some too cruel battlefields so early. He could sense that many teenagers had disappeared and remained forever in the space of the battlefield outside the territory. He didn't speak, just waved his hand again. All the martial arts candidates were teleported to the aircraft when they came, and nearly 100 martial king powerhouses also all took action, and their mission was not over yet. These future seeds of the Dragon Kingdom still need to be sent back intact. Guler and Tula looked at each other and exerted their strength in unison. The powerful energy directly tore open a huge opening, and they were waiting for their people. Lin Yaotian stood in the distance and did not leave, looking at the two of them with indifferent eyes, and a hint of danger flashed. Guler and Tula waited for a long time, but no figure appeared, and they had sensed that something was wrong. The martial saint powerhouses have the ability to reach the heavens and the earth. They forcibly interfere with the rules of the space here, and they want to find out. Suddenly, Lin Yaotian did it. The powerful spacetime rules opened up a xenoplane space, directly pulling the two foreign martial saints into it. Lin Yaotian, do you dare to? Lin Yaotian, are you crazy? Two exclamations sounded instantly, and they couldn't believe that Lin Yaotian really dared to do it. The three martial saint-level powerhouses broke out in a shocking battle in the time and space of xenoplane, and the aftermath of this battle was even enough to destroy a district. This was the horror of the martial saint-level powerhouse. The martial saint-level powerhouse was already able to fully grasp the power of the rules, and his every move could cause great damage to everything in the world. It is not a special situation. The martial saint-level powerhouses generally will not end up doing it, because once there is a war, it will be a destruction level. The battle did not last long, and Lin Yaotian disappeared here. However, it didn't take long for the Star Forces and the Strange Beast Alliance to jointly launch sanctions against the top management of the Dragon Kingdom, and the two martial saints they led this time were all seriously injured after returning, and they had to die for a long time to recuperate. In other words, it's useless. How can the two major forces bear it? Must ask the Dragon Kingdom to give an explanation. In this regard, the high-level attitude of the Dragon Kingdom is extremely tough. Hit or roll. The three forces became a little subtle, and many people standing at the top suddenly had a sixth sense that the mountain rain was coming. Ultimately, the Starry Sky Forces and the Strange Beast Alliance did not make any other moves, leaving only one sentence. Dragon Kingdom, you can't jump for long. This incident was like a guiding lock, and the originally relatively peaceful relationship was broken in an instant. Many border areas have been in a hurry, countless small battles have occurred, and many battlefields have also set off big wars, and the Dragon Kingdom has been at war for a while. Lin Shao had already come to the sky above the safe area in an aircraft. Looking at the familiar scene below, he was really a little homesick. Mayor Ma and the three principals of Ping'an District have been waiting for a long time, and they have been picking up and dropping off every student. There were also many parents in the crowd waiting for it, and most of them found that their children returned safely and their hanging hearts were relieved. But there are very few parents who have not seen their children for a long time, and they are very anxious. They are afraid that what they are worried about will become a reality, and the white-haired people will send the black-haired people. The Ministry of Education publicly made remarks and released part of the video content of the National College Entrance Examination on the internet. This is the masterpiece of Lord Lin Wuxian. Inside the video, Lin Shao and the others showed great power and fell into everyone's eyes the scene of the destruction of all foreign races. This made the people of the whole country boil, and the internet is now full of praising Lin Shao. Me, is Lin Shao so fierce? Amazing. They should be killed. A bunch of damn beasts. I'm at the wrong age, otherwise I'll have to go in and kill too. Isn't Lin Shao a freshman in high school? boy. Yes, I remember him, Lin Xiao, the king of heavenly pride. How did he come to take the college entrance examination? It's still so fierce. Lin Xiao was really a peerless boss. In the picture of Lin Xiao killing the strange beast Qilin Zi alone is too shocking, and the visual effect of the young man's figure is too shocking compared to the huge Qilinzi. The domineering spirit of Qin Li and Ji Shangnan also made many people remember it in their hearts. The peerless swordsman and the emperor of the world have gained a large number of fans on the internet. The kidnapping of Bing Qinru by the son of the devil reached the ears of the military bosses. In the depths of a certain battlefield, there were extremely powerful peak warriors who were angry, and this anger collapsed, and on that battlefield, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom launched an extremely fierce attack, directly stunning their opponents. No, don't you want to die? Even the bosses behind this battlefield, their respective martial saint powerhouses faintly have traces of their end. Extremely terrifying. Lin Xiao was pulled to the office by Principal Chu. Lin Xiao, is your kid so fierce? Principal Chu changed his previous style. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder heavily. He saw the video on the internet. Seeing his students so powerful, his face as a principal was too face-saving. How is it? Can I feel that I can rank in the top 10 in this college entrance examination? Principal Chu really felt that his ancestral grave was smoking, and a school in a small place in Ping'an district actually had a peerless Tianjiao. On such a stage as the National College Entrance Examination, he won the top 10. In the past, I didn't even dare to dream of doing this. The students don't really understand. Lin Xiao looked at the principal in front of him. He muttered a little, Principal, where is your previous stability? Why are you like a child now? It's okay, you don't have to worry. With my understanding of you, with your strength, even if you don't have the top 10 this time, the top 50 is definitely stable. Top 50 in the country. Lin Xiao, you kid is really powerful. When the results come out, you can choose any college or university across the country. The more Principal Chu spoke, the more excited he became. There is no way their best grades in the past of the third middle school are that they can get 1 or 2 second-rate universities. That's already amazing. He had even imagined that when Lin Xiao's name appeared at the front, the other 2 old guys would envy him. Principal, does the school have any rewards for students who do well in the exam? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. He looked at Principal Chu expectantly. Now I am too poor. Principal Chu waved his hand, and at this time he must put on his demeanor as the head of a school. If you reach the top 50, the school will reward you with 3,000 W. How about it? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. Principal, what if you are in the top 10? 5,000 W. What if it is the best in the country? Principal Chu was stunned for a moment. He looked at Lin Xiao's appearance. First, he really didn't think about this. He didn't dare to think about it. Then, he looked at Lin Xiao's eyes extremely seriously and said word by word, if you can get the national champion, our school will reward you with 100 million. 100 million. When he heard 100 million, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled even more. All right, the principal is so good to me. He quickly raised his hand and high-fived him. A word from a gentleman. This was confused by Principal Chu, and he looked at Lin Xiao seriously again. Really? The high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom moved quickly. Soon the Education Bureau issued an announcement that the ranking of this year's National College Entrance Examination candidates will be announced tomorrow. Although the candidates already know their rankings, others don't. Time slowly passed under this tense anticipation. The next morning, the blazing sun shone on the earth. Countless people are eagerly awaiting the results of the college entrance examination on the internet, looking forward to the upcoming college entrance examination results. Some parents who know their children's grades are also waiting for this moment, and they have already figured out how to show off in front of other parents. The official website of the Ministry of Education has moved. At this moment, everyone rushed in, almost squeezing out the official website server. Let me see, who is the first? Me. Lin Xiao. It's Lin Xiao. I'm not dazzled, right? A freshman in high school who took the college entrance examination is already very perverted, and now you tell me that he has become the national champion? It's really Lin Xiao. Xin Li was only ranked second? Lose your marbles. It's all crazy. Lin Xiao's name once again became popular throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Parents in all streets and alleys are talking about Lin Xiao. Son, when you grow up, you will also become a person like Lin Xiao. Some parents talk to their cubs earnestly, looking forward to their children becoming dragons. Office of the Principal of Number 3 Middle School. Principal Chu looked at the announcement issued by the Ministry of Education, and he once wondered if he was blinded. Why is that name in the first row so familiar? Lin Xiao. He quit the official website, clicked back in, and operated back and forth many times. Finally, he screamed excitedly, dancing in this office like a child. Ha 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 ha. Lao Tzu's school produced a national champion. The laughter was as shocking as rainbow thunder. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door, and the voice of the mayor came from outside the door. Old Chu, congratulations. Mayor Ma is now full of red light, and the third middle school has become the national champion, and he was extremely incredible when he first found out. But what followed was to set off immediately. This is the national champion from their safe area. At this time, Lin Lin Xiao was soaking in the bathtub in his new home, and he hadn't taken a bath for many days. The phone rang suddenly. Lin Xiao. Uncle Lin. My dear uncle. Why are you so powerful? An extremely familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Xiao was very disgusted and clicked on the speakerphone and threw it aside. Dead fat man, just say something if you have something to say. Hey, Lin Xiao, we are brothers. As your best friend, I must report the good news as soon as you pass the national championship. Wang Yi. Lin Xiao is one of the few friends. Wang Yi on the phone was very excited. His friend, his close friend, the national champion. This is so powerful, he can blow it for a lifetime. Hey, when are you free? Come to our house for a meal, my old man said. Spend a lot of money to prepare an extremely sumptuous dinner. No problem. When do you think my uncle will be free? Brother Xiao, you are my own brother. I'll go find the old man now, and I'll contact you immediately when the time is determined. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao was just about to close his eyes to recuperate, and the phone rang again. The caller this time is Principal Chu. Hey, Lin Xiao, where are you? The voice is a little deafening. Lin Xiao quickly removed his ears. Principal, the student is at home now, and he will go to you later. You don't need it. Mayor Ma and I will go directly. Did Ed. Good guy. Lin Xiao looked at the phone that had been hung up. This bath couldn't continue to soak. It didn't take long for two figures to appear outside the door. Lin Xiao, open the door. It's fast. Lin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and opened the door. Principal Chu and District Chief Ma were dusty. Sparks flew over with lightning all the way, and their hairstyles were messed up by the wind. Ha. Lin Xiao, you kid is really. I don't even know what to say. Ha. Principal Chu felt that he had recently used up all his life's smiles, either laughing or on the way to laughing. The more he looked at Lin Xiao, the more he liked it very much. Did you kid know your grades for a long time? National champion. Principal Chu really couldn't believe that his school had produced a national champion, and he was floating when he walked now. District Chief Ma also stepped forward. He looked at Lin Xiao and wanted to say a few words of congratulations, but suddenly he didn't know what to say. As the head of a district, he can be regarded as a person who has seen the world. But even he never dreamed that the national champion would appear in the territory under his jurisdiction. There are hundreds of districts in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and their safe areas are at the end, lacking resources, and they have no advantage compared to those strong areas. Even the entire district doesn't even have a Martial King level powerhouse. Can you believe that this kind of cornered place can produce a national champion? Lin Xiao, I won't say anything superfluous. Congratulations on winning the national championship. District Chief Ma took out a card from his arms, which he decided after discussing with Principal Chu on the road. Knowing that Lin Xiao likes money, then just give the money directly. Lin Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly took the card with both hands, looking at the amount inside, a full 100 million. Thank you, Mayor Ma. The horse area is atmospheric. At the same time, he looked at his principal, and his eyes were self-evident. You boy, can I still run away? Principal Chu waved his hand and also took out a card for Lin Xiao. Another 100 million. A full 200 million has arrived. The two chatted a lot with Lin Xiao, mainly about the topic of choosing a college later, and President Chu asked Lin Xiao not to make a decision in a hurry and sell at a price. The gold content of the national champion is enough for those top universities to grab it even if they bleed. Lin Xiao said that he understood that he had not yet decided which university he should choose. Therefore, President Chu also specially popularized science and introduced the 5 most top-notch universities in the Dragon Kingdom, so that there would be a number in advance. Someone should come to you in the next 2 days. You have a good rest, and contact me at any time if you need it. After saying that, Principal Chu and District Chief Ma left this place, and they were very happy to leave. Ding! It is detected that the host can exchange 200 W for training points. Is it redeemed? Lin Xiao's face darkened. System, are you so impatient? Exchange. Seeing that his cultivation point came to 201 W 1 point, Lin Xiao was a little excited. He had never been so rich. He has to think about how to improve himself. System, open the personal panel. Ding! The personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS level. Ability, Spacetime Plus, Super SSS level. Spacetime Origin, Awakening level 29.7%. Spacetime Divine Eyes Plus, Top 10 Divine Eyes, Awakening level 28.8%. Level 4 Initial Peak Plus. Blood, 31438 Plus. Wow, I haven't seen you for a long time and you are already a muscular macho with 8-pack abs. Psychokinesis, 1999 Plus. Great, if you do it again, it will become a god-level disease. Technique, Void Sutra Plus, Xiaocheng. Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra, Xiaocheng. Martial Arts, Blade of Nothingness Plus, Peak of Xiaocheng. Eyes of God Plus, Xiaocheng. Fist Breaking the Sky Plus, Xiaocheng. Soul Needle Plus, Xiaocheng. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster Level Combat Skills. Grandmaster Level Formation Master. Grandmaster Alchemist. Fist Intent Plus, Introductory. Cultivation Points, 2.01 million and 1 point. Lin Xiao found that there was no plus sign behind the Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra he had cultivated, and he was a little stunned. System, how many cultivation points do I need to add some Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra? Ding, the Hunyuan Wuji Dao Jing Deshang requires a cultivation point of 1000 W. 10 million? That's a billion. Lin Xiao was just a little excited and was immediately extinguished, which was too expensive. The novice area is about to end, and Lin Xiao is about to appear on the magnificent starry sky. That's right. Lin Xiao suddenly thought that there were still many strange beast corpses in his space that had been specially preserved, and this had to be disposed of. He thought of a person. Martial Arts Association Safety Division. There are still countless warriors coming and going here every day. They are the lowest level of awakeners, and their general strength is between the first and second orders. Lin Xiao looked at the familiar scene, a little emotional, and he stepped forward. Welcome to the light. I saw a service staff in the hall looking at Lin Xiao's face a little familiar, as if he thought of something, and he quickly contacted his boss. This noble warrior, please wait a moment. Lin Xiao nodded, he looked around, and the memories of the past were recalled in his mind. Is it Lord Lin Xiaolin? A familiar voice came. Lin Xiao looked over, it was him. The man also looked surprised. He was the one who had been serving Lin Xiao at the beginning, but he didn't expect to meet this nobleman again today. Hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. I don't know what Master Lin did this time. I want to dispose of the corpses of some strange beasts. Then please move, Master Lin. In a huge space, Lin Xiao threw out the corpses in his space one by one. There were so many of them that the staff on the side were stunned. Just when Lin Xiao threw out Kalinzi's body, the person trembled a little. There was no way, he couldn't bear the momentum emanating from Kalinzi's body. He quickly apologized and passed the news to his boss, the head of the branch here, Sun Xian. Upon learning the news, Sun Xian immediately dropped what he was doing. Ah, Brother Lin, you haven't come for a long time. Sun Xian looked at Lin Xiao. A few months have passed, and the young man looks very changed, so big that he can't see through it. This is good for him. It shows that your vision is not wrong. Brother Sun, long time no see. Lin Xiao also stepped forward with a smile. This person can be said to be his nobleman, and he gave himself a lot of help in the early stage. Hua, where did so many corpses come from? Brother Lin, you won't run to any mountain range. Hey, no, this corpse, this. Sun Xian's eyes looked at Kalinzi's body, and his expression became solemn, and the more he looked at it, the more careful he became, the more solemn his expression became. Brother Lin, this corpse is unusual. He had already noticed that the corpse in front of him had at least a fifth-order cultivation in front of him, and it was an extremely rare unicorn, which was amazing. This was the first time he had seen such a corpse. He looked at the young man in front of him and felt unbelievable. What is the situation? Ha, Brother Sun, look at what price these corpses can sell. Lin Xiao pointed to these corpses. He remembered that he still owed Brother Sun 100 million, and this money had to be repaid. Wait a moment, I have to do the math. Sun Xian didn't say a word, and began to calculate carefully. A moment later, he came over with a face full of shock. Brother Lin, these add up to almost 400 million. Among them, this corpse is the most valuable, and this corpse alone can be sold for 300 million. Sun Xian pointed to Kalinzi's corpse. It was so terrifying. Lin Xiao nodded, which was greatly beyond his expectations, but fortunately the system did not accept it at that time. Brother Sun, then you can accept it, and I didn't borrow 100 million from you. You can pay it directly from it and just give me the rest. The 100 million that was scraped off and returned is still 300 million, which is very good. Okay, Brother Lin, wait a moment, I'll start dealing with it now. Sun Xian didn't dare to neglect it. It was the first time he had received such a big order. It didn't take long for Sun Xian to dispose of all these corpses, and at the same time he put 300 million yuan into Lin Xiao's account. Since the matter was over, Lin Xiao was ready to take his leave, and he had other things to deal with. Brother Sun, see you next time. Sun Xian looked at the departing boy. He was still very confused. He didn't know where the corpses came from, and it was not good to ask too much, for fear of destroying the friendship between the two. At this time, the staff on the side stepped forward and told him a message. What did you say? This national champion is also called Lin Xiao? Sun Xian's eyes widened, as if he had heard a big joke. As the head of the branch, he had a lot of things to do every day, and he didn't have time to pay attention to this kind of news. At the moment, he hurriedly appeared on the official website and confirmed again and again that it was really Lin Xiao. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? He was silent. There was no coincidence, that was true. A few months ago, he showed a hint of embarrassment, thinking that the teenager who borrowed 100 million from himself had grown to such a situation. The hidden dragon returns to the sea. The real hidden dragon returns to the sea. Lin Xiao, who returned home, immediately exchanged all 300 million into cultivation points, and he wanted to start to improve himself comprehensively again. System. Ding. Host, please speak. Add me some. The powerful aura kept filling this room, and Lin Xiao began his own comprehensive improvement. The changes brought about by strength are always the most direct. At this time, Lin Xiao exuded extremely strong self-confidence from top to bottom, although he was also very confident in the past, but now he is even more confident. System, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male, age, 16. Race, human. 1. Talent, SSS level ability spacetime, super SSS level spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 36.7%. Divine eyes of time and space, top 10 divine eyes of the heavens, awakening level 35.8%. Level, the peak of the late stage of the fourth order. Blood, 40,800. I have to say, you made me look forward to it. Muscular macho. Telekinesis, 2,134. Another day to miss you. Technique, Void Sutra, Peak of Xiaocheng. Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra, Xiaocheng. Martial arts, Blade of Nothingness, Peak of Xiaocheng. The Eye of the Divine Eyes, Xiaocheng's peak. Fist Breaking the Sky, Xiaocheng peak. Soul Needle, Peak of Xiaocheng. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster level combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Grandmaster alchemist. Fist, Xiaocheng peak. Training points, 30,001 inch. This is my current panel. The cultivation has reached the peak of the late stage of the fourth order. The blood value has also exceeded 40,000, and now he is like a walking beast, more than a strange beast. All martial arts have reached the peak of Xiaocheng, and they are only a little close to Deshang. A real all-round boost. Powerful, incomparably powerful. Lin Xiao felt that he could now punch a strange beast in the early stage of the sixth order, and even the middle of the sixth order could be killed. The later stage of the sixth order is a little uncertain, and the further back, the gap between each small level is very large. Excuse me, is this Lin Xiao's home? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Lin Xiao, meet again. Several warriors exuding powerful fluctuations stood outside Lin Xiao's door, and Lin Xiao had seen them. Directors of the 5 top universities. Lin Xiao, don't you invite us to sit in? Zheng Guoqing of Longwu University looked at Lin Xiao with a smile, but he didn't expect to see the above so soon as he parted that day. Seniors, please come in. Lin Xiao hurriedly invited people in. Lin Xiao, I'll get straight to the point. I officially convey the admission application to you on behalf of Longwu University. If you choose our Longwu University, you will enjoy a cultivation fund of 100 million yuan every year, and there is an additional SSS level cultivation resource every year. Zheng Guoqing looked at Lin Xiao solemnly. This treatment was not low. Lin Xiao thought about it for a while, and did not agree immediately. He had understood the SSS level cultivation resources. The market value was almost hundreds of millions, or the kind that had no market. Lin Xiao, I am Kai Rongguang from Shuguang University. Shuguang University can provide you with 8,000 of cultivation funds every year, and, at the same time, there are many special cultivation environments within Shuguang University. I can apply for a certain free amount for you. Kai Rongguang's expression was a little helpless. In terms of wealth, Longwu ranked second and no one dared to say first. This was already the limit he could strive for. Lin Xiao nodded. The special cultivation environment should be similar to the Sumeru environment in the Tianjia training camp, and the effect is actually very good. Lin Xiao, our Liming University focuses on the field of martial arts research. In addition to the 80 million cultivation funds provided to you every year, we can specially arrange a martial arts level powerhouse to be your teacher. A martial powerhouse is a top powerhouse who has reached the 8th order. Lin Xiao has never seen such a character so far. Lin Xiao, I think you have cultivated a strong physique, so it is better to go with the body. I majored in physical discipline at Deception University. Have you heard of Deception Martial Saints? He is our principal. Deceptive Martial Saint. One of the martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom. The body is sanctified, and one punch can open the sky. Lin Xiao was very shocked. He didn't expect that the president of Deception University turned out to be a martial saint level existence. The others were a little displeased, and Zhang Guoqing retorted, Zhang Gu, Master Deception Wuxing is just a nominal name. I have never heard of Master Wuxing. Appearing in the school on weekdays, such peak figures are not something that anyone can see when they meet. Don't scare people, take out something practical. Zhang Gu smiled awkwardly. Our Deception University can provide you with 8,000 of cultivation funds every year, and at the same time, all martial arts in the school are provided to you for free. Of course, we can also find a martial arts powerhouse for you as a mentor. This made Qin Li's teeth creak at Liming University. Lin Xiao still nodded, and looked at the one with the heaviest evil spirit, that is, Li Long from the Military Martial Arts University. Li Long also looked at him. Lin Xiao, our Military Martial Arts University can only provide you with 5,000 of cultivation funds every year. As soon as these words came out, people from other universities all smiled. Obviously, in their opinion, the competitiveness of Military Martial Arts University was far inferior to their own. Lin Xiao was also waiting for the other party's follow-up. At the same time, our military university does not even dare to guarantee that you can graduate safely, because all the students in the military martial arts school will charge into battle on the real battlefield. This made Lin Xiao a little confused. What does it mean that I can't guarantee that I will graduate safely? Li Long, Lin Xiao's peerless Tianzhou is not suitable for your military martial arts. Who doesn't know that every year the students of the military martial arts university will be killed and injured countless times? If such an unprecedented demon dies in your school, it will be the loss of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Zheng Guoqing denied. The teaching method of the military military martial arts university is very extreme, and they believe that the strong are the iron law of killing. Throughout the university, students will be assigned to the battlefield to participate in countless battles, and one accident can easily die on the battlefield. Li Long didn't pay attention to the other party, but looked at Lin Xiao. Although I can't guarantee that you will graduate safely, what I can guarantee is that every student who graduates from the military martial arts university will be a real powerhouse. There are 3 martial saint powerhouses who have gone out of our military martial arts university. This sentence deeply shocked Lin Xiao. There are less than 10 martial saint level powerhouses on the surface of the Long Kingdom, and there are 3 from the military martial arts university alone? What a terrifying number. Li Long's eyes were a little sharp. He looked at Lin Xiao's face and said a name that shocked Lin Xiao even more word by word. Lin Wuxing. Lin Yaotian was also a student of the military martial arts university. Lin Yaotian. Lin Xiao's first teacher in the true sense, of course. This is what Lin Xiao thinks himself. He really didn't expect that senior Lin Yaotian was also from the military martial arts university. This scene made the other 4 college directors change their expressions a little. Why did Li Long specifically say Lord Lin's name? Is there any news they don't know? Lin Xiao's expression kept changing, and finally took a deep breath. Thank you seniors for taking a fancy to middle school students. Students choose military martial arts university. Now I am anxious for the other people. Lin Xiao, don't worry, if the money is not enough, I can add more. You must think about it. I rank first in terms of comprehensive academic ability of Languo University, and we can still discuss the treatment. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly spoke. He really didn't want to miss such a peerless pride. The other directors also spoke, wanting to make a final struggle. Lin Xiao shook his head. Thank you very much for taking such an interest in me, but I have made up my mind. I choose military martial arts university. Looking at Lin Xiao's unusually firm expression, Zhang Guoqing and the others opened their mouths, and finally sighed, shook their heads and left this place. Li Long was left in place, and he couldn't see anything unusual on his face, as if he was not too surprised by this result. Lin Xiao, I'll give you 3 days, you solve the matter at hand, and someone will come to pick you up in 3 days. Students of the Military Armed Forces University do not have holidays. After saying that, Li Long left the place with a calm step. Lin Xiao scratched his head. This script is not right. He is the national champion. He should not be treated a little differently. That's it. No holidays without holidays. Boy. In the next time, Lin Xiao dealt with his private affairs and went to Wang Yi's house to have a dinner with his uncle's family. During the dinner, Wang Yi kept beating around the bush to make the old man abdicate and give way to the virtuous, and now it is the world of their young people. At the end of the dinner, Lin Xiao left in the eyes of Wang Yi's family. Little rabbit, as long as you have 1/10 of Lin Xiao's ability, I will immediately give way to you now. This made Wang Yi very itchy. Lin Xiao went to school. He came very secretly, and even used his space ability to teleport directly to the principal's office, which startled Principal Chu, and thought that a master had attacked. What? You kid chose military martial arts university? President Chu's expression twisted. The military martial arts university has a certain mortality rate every year, and after seeing Lin Xiao's unusually firm look, he also calmed down, since it was his choice, as the principal, just support it. Real geniuses are unimaginable existences for ordinary people. Lin Xiao, I look forward to the day when you grow into a real peak powerhouse. I will always look at you in the 3rd middle school. Bang! Principal Chu looked at the young man in front of him. The two had been together for a short time, but he had already treated Lin Xiao as his own child. The young eagle will eventually soar in the sky. The hidden dragon finally returns to the sea. The next time we meet again, you will definitely grow into a truly peerless powerhouse. Looking at the departing teenager, Principal Chu was looking forward to that day. Lin Xiao looked at the mansion in Ping'an district that was getting farther and farther away from him, and his bath was still not washed in the end. The military martial arts university has already arrived, and he has officially embarked on a new journey. Silent all the way. Lin Xiao, the destination is about to arrive. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. Are you here? He looked not far away, and what he saw in front of him was an extremely huge infrastructure similar to a fortress. It is full of the atmosphere of the era, made of countless heavy metals, and gives people a very safe feeling when they look at it. He walked in alone with a special letter of introduction. Yo, there's a newcomer again. The one who spoke was a veteran. He had several scars on his arms and one blind eye, but he didn't have a painful expression on his face, but looked at Lin Xiao with interest. Calculate the time. It should be the end of the college entrance examination. It should be the same as the previous batch. These veterans have been here for many years and are very familiar with each other, and they know the reason when they guess. Lin Xiao walked in the middle of them, and he could clearly feel a looming terrifying aura hovering in the air. This is the welcome ceremony here? Lin Xiao's body surface unconsciously exuded a faint golden olive bronze color, and the powerful coercion directly suppressed these evil chi. Oh, something. Most of the veterans nodded slightly when they saw this, and then continued to do their own thing, as if nothing had just happened. Click. Lin Xiao continued to move forward and walked to the door of a hall. At this time, in the center of the hall, there were already several young people who were just like like him, and some of them were still a little nervous. Obviously, the oppressive and tense atmosphere here makes them uncomfortable. Bang! Isn't this Lin Xiao? Unexpectedly, he also chose the Military Martial Arts University. Someone found Lin Xiao and was slightly excited. After the National College entrance examination, Lin Xiao's popularity was very high. Anyway, few people in their class did not know him. Lin Xiao quietly stepped forward and stood in the first column, and the others stood back slightly when they saw this, giving way to the boss. Young men came here one after another, and most of them had a firm look in their eyes, thinking that they already knew their future fate. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. Someone was coming. I saw several people in military uniforms walking towards them. At the head is a Chinese face. He has a serious demeanor and looks at everyone with his own majesty. Letter of introduction? Everyone took out an envelope, and Lin Xiao also handed over his special letter of introduction. You choose your own people. Lin Xiao didn't know why, suddenly heard his name. He hurriedly looked over and saw someone on the stage pointing to him and signaling him to follow. Lin Xiao, 16 years old, the peak of the late Fourth Order, dual SSS level talents? The man walked in front, looking at the information in his hand, especially when he saw the double SSS level ability. He couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Lin Xiao. I didn't expect that I was chosen a peerless genius. He smiled and didn't care. Lin Xiao is right. Let me briefly introduce to you. This is the Southern Battlefield. My name is Xian Yu, the captain of the military 73,843 team. Will also be your captain for a period of time in the future. Welcome to join our military 73,843 team. Military Armed Forces 73843 squad? That's right. Every newcomer will randomly join a squad. Of course, if your strength becomes strong enough in the near future, you can also apply for a new squad number yourself. Xian Yu took Lin Xiao to a camp. Captain, there is a newcomer again? It seems to be a pure recruit egg. How is the strength? Why don't I try it first? There are also several veterans sitting in this camp. They have a strong evil aura on their bodies, and they have been on the battlefield to kill the enemy. Listen to me. This is called Lin Xiao, and he will be a new member of our military 73,843 in the future. Lin Xiao, you say hello to everyone. Some introductions. Lin Xiao and you are simply in contact. In addition to Captain Xian Yu, there are a total of 7 people in this team. Bang! The strength of the entire squad is not weak. Captain Xian Yu had the highest cultivation level, reaching the peak of the late Fifth Order, and the other teammates were basically in the middle of the Fifth Order. Boy, I didn't see it. I'm not old, and my strength is not weak. This person's name is Nia Yang, an A-level ability awakener, who has spent a lot of time on this battlefield, and he has acted as an intelligence officer in this team. This is related to his awakening talent. Okay, everyone is familiar with it. Just received an A-level task. Everyone is ready to prepare immediately. This task is not small. Captain Xian Yu immediately became serious. The movements of the entire team members were extremely sophisticated, and within a moment, everyone was ready to go. Lin Xiao, you just came. You will watch the whole mission of this mission. Remember one thing, anything can happen on the battlefield. You have to protect your own safety as much as possible. After Xian Yu finished speaking to Lin Xiao, he immediately waved his hand and set off with the military 73,843 team. Along the way, Lin Xiao followed closely. His speed was unhurried. He didn't know what the mission was this time, what the goal was. The team arrived at a more secret place under the leadership of Xian Yu. The captain greeted everyone to gather together. Now let me tell you about the goal of this action. It's a tradition for their squad, and everything is communicated at the last minute to make sure nothing goes wrong. This mission is a micromineral. According to the intelligence, only a small number of Qingyi Ingio clans are guarding the scene. We need to kill all the Qingyi Yusu clans and dig up the minerals. Green Wing Feather Clan? Lin Xiao frowned. What kind of thing is this? Strange beasts? Xian Yu didn't explain much. He looked at Nia Yang. Nia Yang immediately nodded and meditated on the spot. There was an extremely secret fluctuation in the air, and under the powerful telekinesis perception, Lin Xiao immediately noticed that this mysterious fluctuation was coming from Nia Yang's body, which was very surprising. Captain, there are a total of 23 Green Wing Feather clans, and their highest cultivation level is a guy from the late Fifth Order, and the others are generally in the early Fifth Order. Well, are there any other hidden enemies? There is no trace of other enemies nearby. It's done. It's the same as the mission intelligence, but it's a bit hard to know. But Xian Yu was already prepared, and he took out a set of array plates from his sleeve. This is the Forbidden Air Array? Some teammates exclaimed. This is a set of formations, and the value is not low. Xian Yu looked at everyone. The advantage of the Qingyi Feather clan is in the air. This set of Forbidden Air formation can suppress them to the death. When the time comes, the late Fifth Order one will be handed over to me, and you will solve the rest. Is there a problem? Resolutely complete the task. Lin Xiao, just stay here and pay attention to your surroundings at any time, and remind us as soon as there is any emergency. Lin Xiao nodded helplessly. He really wanted to say, in fact, my strength is not weak. Nia Yang stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, you can't stay behind the next mission. This may be a kind of protection for newcomers. Everyone, do it. As soon soon as the words fell, everyone immediately rushed towards a smaller vein not far away. Captain Xuanyu took the lead and arrived at the battlefield first, and without saying a word, he directly threw the forbidden air array plate out. A mysterious formation pattern shrouded him, and all the green wing feather clan that was still soaring in the air at the beginning fell to the ground, and the leader looked shocked. No, it's human. Kill them. They struggled to take off again. This was their domain, but there was an inexplicable oppression here, and they couldn't fly. Xianyu burst out with powerful abilities and directly attacked the only green wing feather clan in the late Fifth Order. Kill. The rest of the people pulled 2 or 3 green wing feather clans to engage in a crazy battle, and without an advantage, the green wing feather clan could not exert much strength at all. Not far away, Lin Xiao was carefully inspecting his surroundings, and his eyes swept towards those green wing feather clans. Is this a strange beast? In the fierce battle, everyone in the military squad gave their all, and on the battlefield, accidents could happen every second, and they did not dare to delay. At this time, several green-winged feather clans had already been killed, and this scene stimulated their leaders. The powerful cry resounded through the earth, and the sound contained endless anger and sorrow. No, he is asking for help. Everyone, make a quick decision immediately. Xianyu secretly said that it was not good. He broke out with all his might. If he dragged the other party's support to come, their entire team would even fall into danger. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly at this time. He was ready to do it. Lin Xiao, pay attention to the surroundings. If there is any movement, report it immediately. Bang! Xianyu didn't have time to say more. He wanted to kill this miscellaneous piece as soon as possible. Only in this way could he break the game. Other teammates are also breaking out at the limit, and even began to exchange injuries for injuries. Hold on. Our help is just around the corner. The late Fifth Order Green Wing Feather clan was defending hard. He was roaring wildly, watching his people keep falling. His eyes were full of hatred. He had to kill all these damn humans here. Hold on for a while. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, Lin Xiao's figure appeared on the battlefield. Lin Xiao, didn't I ask you to observe the surroundings? What are you doing here? Xianyu was furious. He hadn't killed the chop in front of him yet. He was very anxious. Captain, their rescue seems to be coming. Lin Xiao's eyes looked west, and under his powerful telekinesis, he clearly sensed that there was a wave rushing towards here, very fast. What? Why so fast? Hearing this, Xianyu's expression was extremely ugly. Could it be that this mission was going to fail? Damn, I used the forbidden air array. However, if you don't withdraw now, didn't the intelligence say that there were other enemies nearby? In desperation, he had to say to everyone, withdraw. The teammates also had unwillingness on their faces, but no one refuted that on the battlefield, the duty of soldiers is to obey commands. Just as everyone was about to withdraw from the battlefield, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Captain, I think we still have a chance. Boom! Lin Xiao, listen to the captain, retreat. Nia Yang quickly stepped forward, took Lin Xiao's arm and prepared to escape. Disobedience on the battlefield is a very serious violation of discipline. Even if it is a newcomer, it will be severely punished. Xianyu was silent. Obviously, his meaning was very clear. Retreat. He didn't want to say it a second time. Lin Xiao suddenly broke out. He blinked, and when everyone didn't react, he appeared in front of the late Fifth Order Green Wing Feather Clan, and a shocking fist broke out. The powerful attack shook the heavens and the earth, and the Qingyi Feather Clan had no way to dodge it. In his vision, it was as if God had come to give him death. The Qingyi Feather Clan, which had just fought fiercely with Xianyu, disappeared like this, and there were no bones left. This scene stunned everyone. Xianyu even stopped running away, his eyes full of incredulity. Lin Xiao, you. Nia Yang covered his mouth. He was stunned. Could it be that he was hallucinating? The other team members also stood in place, and this scene was too shocking. Captain, why don't we try again? Lin Xiao withdrew his fist, and the ability in his body began to riot, and the powerful coercion invaded, and this coercion made everyone tremble. In this moment, the enemy's rescue forces were already not far from them. Not good. Captain, it's a pseudo-immortal. Nia Yang was the first to detect the other party's aura, and he became a little panicked. Pseudo-immortals? Lin Xiao heard an unfamiliar name again, and Xianyu also recovered from the shock just now, and when he learned that it was the pseudo-immortal race that was being rescued, he became ugly again. Seeing that the best time to escape had been lost, he issued an order again, and everyone huddled in pairs and withdrew while fighting. But he didn't have time to think about it, and appeared beside Lin Xiao, looking at Lin Xiao with sharp eyes. Lin Xiao was really a little helpless. He didn't want to disobey. He really didn't feel the need to run. Captain, trust me. After saying that, Lin Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He took one step at a time. The eyes radiated divine brilliance, and the endless distorted space stepped on their feet. This scene stunned Nia Yang, and Lin Xiao, who was standing on the void, looked at the rushing enemy. His eyes were extremely indifferent, and powerful space abilities were emitted. Bang! Time and space are extinguished. Like the pronouncement of death, the space not far away trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared, cutting the entire space into countless pieces. Those pseudo-immortals let out a shrill scream. They didn't know what was happening, why there was such a terrifying change in this space. Tear up. Their bodies are being torn apart as if they were being destroyed, sinking into the deepest depths of this shattered plane as the abyss of endless darkness falls. This terrifying scene silenced everyone in the military squad again, and they were a little at a loss, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Lin Xiaozai, who was standing above the void, saw that all the pseudo-immortal clans that had arrived had all been wiped out, and he swept his gaze to the remnants of the Green Wing Feather clan below. He raised his right hand. Get up! He is manipulating the space here. All the Green Winged Feather clan, under Lin Zhao's manipulation, forcibly floated into the air. Their expressions were frightened and panicked, as if they knew their fate. They were trembling violently, trying to break free from the chains of death. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed again. I saw countless void fragments appear in the air, converging into sharp hidden blades. These hidden blades ignored the time and space of this place and slashed directly at the Green Wing Feather clan. Tear up! The terrifying scene appeared again, and in the eyes of the military squad, Lin Xiao was like a god descending to earth, standing in the void, and with just a slight blink, all the enemies were buried in nothingness. What a terrifying picture. Their bodies are shaking. It's incredible. And Lin Xiao's brain actually sounded with the sound of the system. Ding! Detect the host and kill the Starry Sky race. Reward 30W of training points. Lin Xiao's expression froze. Starry Sky 10,000 tribes? He slowly fell, and there was no enemy on the battlefield at this time. All the team members looked at him. Xian Yu also looked at him, his hands trembling. Captain Lin Xiaohe. Nya Yang couldn't help but look at his captain, and he didn't know what he wanted to say. After all, he was the leader of the team, and Xian Yu quickly came back to his senses. Everyone, dig out the veins here as quickly as possible. The team members have also come to their senses, and their task has not yet been completed. Lin Xiao walked to the captain. Captain, Xian Yu stopped him. You don't need to say more, it's my problem. I don't understand your true strength clearly. After saying that, he looked at the boy in front of him with a look of amazement, couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I just said, I didn't expect that I really chose a peerless Tianjiao. Lin Xiao thought that the captain would be angry. After all, he was doing it when he first arrived, which was really unreasonable. Lin Xiao, you think too much. Xian Yu waved his hand. He knew what the other party was thinking. As a soldier, obeying orders is indeed a duty, but on the battlefield, as long as you have the strength to crush everything, then what you say is an instruction. This time, you're right. Not only are you right, but you are also doing it very beautifully. If I had the strength of yours, I would have turned the sky ahead. You're still too low-key. Here, it's not a good thing to be too low-key. Soldiers have always worshipped the strong. These words shocked Lin Xiao. Indeed, I have been keeping a low profile so far, but it seems that this is different from what he thinks. Bang! It didn't take long. The micro veins here were all excavated. This mission was successfully completed. None of the military squad was injured. On the way back, everyone was talking and laughing. Lin Xiao was praised by them uncontrollably, and there was even a faint trace of awe in his words. The strong will be respected everywhere. In the next period of time, the military squad had surprisingly many tasks, but each of them was not surprised but happy. Only Captain Xian Yu was thoughtful. No way, there is a big guy in the team. In every mission, Lin Xiao solved all those enemies alone. The figure standing above the void, the young man who exuded a brilliant aura, refreshed everyone's impression of him again and again. During this period, Lin Xiao kept asking everyone about the situation here. Xian Yu told Lin Xiao what he knew. We can only be regarded as the edge of the battlefield here. In addition to our dragon kingdom, there are countless races here, all of which are from outside the starry sky. This opened Lin Xiao's eyes. He always thought that the only force in the starry sky was the demon family. As for the deeper ones, they don't know. Their strength is limited, and there are some things they are not qualified to know, or they may not be able to touch them. And these days didn't last long. On this day, Xian Yu came to everyone. He looked in Lin Xiao's direction, and his eyes were a little reluctant. I knew you kid would leave here sooner or later. Bang! Lin Xiao frowned. What do you mean? Who? The other teammates also stepped forward. What? Lin Xiao is leaving their team? I saw Xian Yu tell everyone the news he had just gotten. It turned out that a big man above was going to transfer Lin Xiao out of this place. Today is his last day on the team. For a while, everyone was a little reluctant. After so many days of getting along, Lin Xiao's personality was also very in line with their temperament, strong strength, and not pretentious, which was very rare. Okay, don't let Lin Xiao see jokes. Xian Yu waved his hand. He looked at Lin Xiao and patted him on the shoulder. Lin Xiao, you are different from us. You are a true peerless Tianjiao. Release your brilliance to your heart's content on the battlefield that belongs to you. The teenager, who is about to turn 17, has won the respect of all of them in a short period of time. Lin Xiao looked at his teammates in front of him, and he felt very happy to get along these days. Bang! Go! Someone is waiting for you outside. Lin Xiao nodded, finally said goodbye, and left here. On a towering lookout, a figure turned its back to Lin Xiao, and the fluctuations emanating from that figure made Lin Xiao a little unbearable. After a while, the coercion disappeared, and the figure turned to look at Lin Xiao. Put! Senior Lin. Lin Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect to meet that old-timer here again. This person is the current martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yaotian. Lin Xiaoyu, meet again. Lin Yaotian seemed to to have become an ordinary person again, without the pretense of a martial saint powerhouse, and he waved to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stepped forward quickly. For this old-timer, he respected it from the bottom of his heart. Lin Xiaoyu, do you know how many races exist in this vast starry sky? How many are enemies of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Xiaoyibing, Starry Sky 10,000 clans? Lin Yaotian glanced at it in surprise, but he didn't expect the other party to know the word Starry Sky 10,000 tribes. Not bad. Hundreds of years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky of the blue star, opening the era of the Awakened One. Immediately afterwards, the Starry Sky forces began to attack our homeland. Lin Xiao was listening carefully. He felt that he was about to come into contact with part of the truth of this world. Starry Sky 10,000 clans, Starry Sky 10,000 clans. That's really tens of thousands of races. These races are strong and weak. The weak are born into this world as original sin, just like the original Dragon Kingdom. As if recalling the glorious years of the past, Lin Yaotian's usually plain eyes actually showed a slight fluctuation. But it was that cataclysm that completely changed the fate of our Dragon Kingdom. Countless compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom rushed to the death and finally saved our homeland. It's just that the Starry Sky race has never given up the idea of attacking us, but fortunately, they are not one with each other. If all the Starry Sky clans had worked together, the Dragon Kingdom would have dissipated in the long river of history. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiao inexplicably felt a palpitation, as if his fate was not under his control, and accidents could happen at any time. This made him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Yaotian's words were not finished yet. As our Dragon Kingdom becomes stronger and stronger, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom feel a kind of luck in the dark, which we call racial luck. Those powerful races in the Starry Sky also have this luck, and they are deeper than ours. The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom finally understood that this was a confrontation between races, a destined trend. The racial atmosphere is long-lasting, and it can last for a long time, but if the energy dissipates, it will lead to genocide. Do you know how far our Dragon Kingdom's current luck has grown? Lin Yaotian looked at Lin Zhao's face. The students don't know. The current racial luck of the Dragon Kingdom has reached its highest peak ever. Lin Yaotian raised his forehead and looked into the depths of the starry sky of the universe. It's good for us, but bad for them, so they are in a hurry. I don't know what students can do. Lin Xiao felt the infinite general trend of heaven and earth at this moment, and at the same time, it was accompanied by an inexplicable throbbing. Grow up as soon as possible, there is not much time left for you. Lin Yaotian suddenly waved his hand into the air, and an illusory space appeared, and the aura of a peak powerhouse appeared on his body again. Lin Xiao, how is the space-time ability controlled during this time? Such a gesture made Lin Xiao's eyes shine. This was to prepare to point out himself. The guidance from a martial saint powerhouse is something that many people dream of. Lin Xiao was not pretentious, his divine luster shone all over his body, and he stepped into the void with a step. Please give me some guidance. At this time, the teacher, he shouted a little softly. Lin Yaotian nodded, which was considered a default. Perhaps, when he was on the battlefield outside the territory, the moment Lin Xiao stepped on his feet, he recognized the other party. In a different dimension of time and space, Lin Xiao was suppressed throughout the whole process, and the two super SSS level talents on his body were suppressed. After a while, Lin Yaotian stopped. He was very satisfied with this student, and he could sense from the fight just now that his control over his abilities had far exceeded that of his peers. That's all for today. There is a task next that you need to go. Teacher, please speak. Some time ago, a secret realm appeared in the depths of this battlefield, which we call the source of the Gung vein, and the secret realm is rich in a resource called Gangjin. Lin Xiao listened quietly. This Gangjin has a huge effect. It can be called a strategic material, and this secret realm is also stared at by the Starry Sky tribes. The source of the Gung vein has inexplicable rules, and there are actually restrictions on cultivation, and all warriors who exceed the sixth order cannot enter. This has also led to the fact that our Dragon Kingdom has always been in a weak position in this secret realm, and the lack of Gangjin also makes many domestic actions unable to be carried out at full strength. Speaking of this, Lin Yaotian looked at his student. I need you to enter the source of the Gung vein and reverse the weak position of the Dragon Kingdom. Can you do it? This task is extremely difficult. In that secret realm, there is the strongest sixth order among all the Starry Sky races, and in this regard, the Dragon Kingdom is not as good as the 10,000 races. Lin Xiao raised his head, showing a touch of strong confidence. Please rest assured, teacher, this task has been accepted by the students. Is this the source of the Gung vein? Lin Xiao felt a faint fluctuation in front of him, as if he was walking forward, he would enter a new space. Lin Xiao, it's time for you to go the next way. The one who spoke was a strong man at the level of King Wu, a senior officer here, and he had a general impression of Lin Xiao, and guessed that it should be a certain wealthy child who wanted to come to guild. Very good. Otherwise, why did the above send a martial king like him to escort him? This kind of thing has happened a lot in the past. Lin Xiao was just about to thank him, but the other party had already turned around and left. That's it. Step in. Mysterious fluctuations passed through Lin Xiao's body, as if detecting whether they met the standards. When he appeared again, Lin Xiao had already come come to a brand new space. Even the air has a strong metallic smell. According to the teacher, there are also warriors of the Dragon Kingdom in this secret realm. The top priority is to find your own people to understand the situation. Lin Xiao spread his telekinesis, and suddenly, an extremely powerful rule suppressed in his direction. It seems that all matters beyond the sixth order are not allowed to appear here. Telekinesis is only born from a martial king-level powerhouse. This made Lin Xiao feel a little uncomfortable, and he couldn't use telekinesis? I can only use that move. Immediately, Lin Xiao closed his eyes silently, and a huge divine eye gradually appeared in the void, and its whole body exuded an incomparably dazzling light, as if overlooking the heavens and the earth. It is the eye of the divine eye, a move that Lin Xiao hadn't used for a long time. Lin Xiao's eyes did not open, and the huge divine eyes above the sky actually began to shrink, and at the same time, the originally illusory shadow became solid. Soon after, an eye-sized eye appeared in the palm of Lin Xiao's hand, which was a smaller version of the divine eye. Lin Xiao threw this eye above his head, and in an instant, all the scenes within 100 miles appeared in his mind. Soon after, found it. Lin Xiao aimed at a certain direction and quickly dodged over. Don't go too far. We were the first to find out here. Are you trying to break the agreement between us? A woman's face was full of anger, and behind her were many warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, and everyone's face was full of coldness. Xu Meng, what evidence do you have to prove that this place was discovered by the warriors of your Dragon Kingdom first? If you can't take it out, get out. Don't force us to do it. The person who spoke was a man with a beautiful face, and behind him was a pair of wings, which were extremely white. Immortal Gu, you immortal race are bullying people too much. Xu Meng's face was already purple. This Gengjin Vane and their team had explored many times and done a lot of work, and just when they were about to kick in, they were discovered by the people of the Immortal Clan. Immortals, one of the strong clans of the Starry Sky. Looking at the Immortal Gu and the others who kept surrounding this place, Xu Meng's heart had already nurtured the intention to retreat. The strength of the other party was stronger than his own. If he did it, they would definitely be the ones who suffered. Sister Meng, why don't we withdraw first? The companions on the side became a little nervous and angry, but when they really wanted to do it, they felt a little corning in their hearts. Xu Meng looked at each other coldly again. I just want to leave now. It's too late. Suddenly, the people of the Immortal Clan directly surrounded Xu Meng and the other warriors of the Dragon Kingdom in the center. Their expressions were a little mocking, their wings were spread behind them, and their powerful aura was frantically pressing towards Xu Meng and the others. Xiangu, what do you want? Have you forgotten the agreement between you? Xu Meng immediately made a defensive posture. Her expression was solemn. She was still greedy just now. She should retreat immediately. If the other party really starts to do it now, there is a possibility that someone will die on his side. Xu Meng, you think too highly of your Dragon Kingdom. You just asked you to leave. You don't want to leave. Now you want to leave? Take out 50 kilograms of Gengjin, and I will let you go. Otherwise don't think about leaving easily today. The leader Xiangu looked condescendingly at the Dragon Kingdom warriors who were surrounded by them. In their eyes, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were natives, and the natives were slaves, and they should be called back and forth by them by nature. 50 kilograms. You are crazy. Whether there are so many veins in this mine is a problem. I advise you to let us go immediately. You can't afford the consequences of tearing up the agreement. Xu Meng tried her best to suppress the riot in her heart, and now she just wanted to leave with her own people. If you don't have 50 kilograms today, don't want to leave, or contact Jun Nantian and ask him to send it over in person. He. At this moment, Xu Meng finally realized that something was wrong. Jun Nantian is the strongest person arranged here by the Dragon Kingdom. The existence of the peak of the late Sixth Order. The other party actually asked Jun Nantian to send something so bluntly. This is so abnormal. Suddenly, a voice appeared out of thin air in the field. Great void movement technique. All the immortal powerhouses present disappeared, and in a different time and space, they looked terrified and kept roaring. Who are you? You know what you're doing. Let us go. We don't want this vein. The powerful space-time ability was constantly compressing this space, and the distorted space was filled with the power of destruction, which made Xiangu and the others more and more afraid. Human, are you going to break the agreement between us? The voice became weaker and weaker. Fear was accompanied by unwillingness, and these immortal people fell into a different land. Lin Zhao's figure slowly appeared, and he stepped forward to look at Xu Meng and the others. It's okay. And Xu Meng looked at Lin Xiao, who was extremely unfamiliar, as if he thought of something. Where are those immortal people just now? Dead. All dead? You killed? It's over. You're in big trouble. It's over. How can you kill them all? Xu Meng became panicked again, as if he thought of something terrible. This made Lin Xiao very puzzled. Are they all ready to do something to you just now? Why can't I kill? Oh, I can't explain it to you for a while. Anyway, you got into a big disaster this time. Wait, don't leave yet. You can't go. I have to think of a way. Right. Jun Nantian. Find Jun Nantian. Xu Meng looked at Lin Xiao, who was about to leave, and immediately stopped him. Wait, you can't go. Seeing Xu Meng and others blocking him in front of him, Lin Xiao's face had slowly cooled down. Xu Meng was still stalking. She was afraid that the death of Xiangu and others would bring extremely terrible consequences. consequences, which she could not bear. She must keep Lin Xiao, at least after Jun Nantian arrives, to prove that it has nothing to do with her. I said get out of the way. The cold tone was released from Lin Xiao's mouth. His heart became cold, and his cold gaze swept towards Chu Meng. Feeling Lin Xiao's expression, Chu Meng's heart trembled, and a sense of fear deep in her heart spread throughout her body. She was a little scared and didn't dare to look directly at the other party, but her body didn't move, and she still stayed in front of Lin Xiao, blocking the way and not letting the other party leave. You, don't go, please, wait a little longer. She changed her tough tone, became weak, and showed her weakest side to the fullest, hoping to get the pity of the strange man in front of her. I'll say it one last time, get out of the way. Lin Xiao was unmoved, watching the woman's performance indifferently. He had become a little impatient. If it was an enemy, he would have died under his fist. I see who dares to go. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the sky. This sound resounded through the sky, accompanied by strong sound waves, shaking the space here. I saw countless figures flying from afar. They were dressed in white, their wings were trembling behind them, covering the sky and the sun, and the space for battle was huge. Seeing this scene, Chu Meng and the others' faces became even more frightened, and even a little frightened. It's over. They are coming. This is over. Lin Xiao swept his cold gaze towards the sky. His eyes were flickering, and his heart was unusually calm, which was a sign that he was about to get angry. No one is allowed to leave. The voice rang out again. Only this time, everyone's eyes were on the sky, where a large number of immortal people appeared. Every immortal race person exuded powerful fluctuations. All of them were strong people above the sixth order. The aura at the forefront was even more unfathomable. All of them were the existence of the late sixth order peak. They looked at the Dragon Kingdom warriors below condescendingly, as if they were looking at ants again, their eyes full of disdain, and they were not even as serious as the pets they raised. The leader looked at Lin Xiao and the others coldly and arrogantly. Who killed us? After speaking, all the immortal clan people suspended in the air immediately looked at the people below with cold eyes, and the powerful aura pressed Chu Meng and the others so hard that they couldn't raise their heads, and even some of them couldn't resist and knelt down. This scene made the immortal race come to mock from the bottom of their hearts. They have never looked down on this group of natives, lowly races, and the weakness engraved in their bones. Lin Xiao looked at the sudden appearance of the enemy, and was calculating the difference in strength between them in his heart. With his current strength, the middle stage of the sixth order could no longer pose the slightest threat to him, and he could completely destroy it. It's just that those sixth order late peaks are a bit difficult to deal with. Even if they can't beat them, they can use their space abilities to escape. However, he swept his eyes to Chu Meng and the others on the side. If he ran away from these people, it's him. Suddenly, Lin Xiao found that Chu Meng was pointing at herself, and she had just shown a weak look, but now her face was full of viciousness. Friends of the immortal race, he was the one who just killed your clan. It's not about us. He's new here. He doesn't know the rules here. You can just take him away. Another voice came, and a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom rushed here quickly. He was full of righteousness, and he also exuded fluctuations that belonged to the peak of the late sixth order, and his powerful aura directly shocked those immortal race people back a few steps. He is Jun Nantian, the strongest person in the secret realm Dragon Kingdom here. I saw the anger on his face, and there was still a trace of helplessness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Brother Jun. When Chu Meng saw the visitor, she just wanted to step forward and tell the other party what happened. As a result, Jun Nantian looked at her coldly, and her cold look made her froze in place, not knowing what she had done wrong. She just wants to live well. Is there anything wrong with her? Lin Xiao stood in place, just watching quietly. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Jun Nantian, what do you want to do? Do you want to go to war? It was your people who killed us. Poof. The leading immortal clan had a slight trace of fear on their faces. Although they were in the same realm, Jun Nantian was much stronger than them. Not good. Which of your eyes saw that it was our people who killed you? Jun Nantian glared at Chu Meng and the others fiercely, and immediately soared into the sky, confronting all the immortals here alone, without fear at all. Jun Nantian, don't rely on your strength to ignore everything. Obviously you say it yourself, you don't admit it? The popularity of the immortal race leader went crazy, and he pointed at Chu Meng with his finger. Jun Nantian didn't speak, but his eyes were still looking at the immortals and the others, which meant to say, I said no, no. Snap. Jun Nantian, you. Angrily laughing, after the people of the immortal race confronted each other, they saw Jun Nantian's tough attitude and had no room to attack, so they were ready to leave. Jun Nantian, don't be proud. Today's events have been recorded by our immortals. After saying this, he said, they waved their wings and left the place. Before leaving, their eyes swept in Lin Xiao's direction, their lips trembling slightly. Lin Xiao understood. Boy, you're dead. They had already remembered Lin Xiao's appearance in their minds, and in their hearts, Lin Xiao's future fate was already predetermined, and he could not leave here alive. Similarly, Lin Xiao also remembered these immortal people. Brother Jun. Seeing the enemy leaving, Chu Meng breathed a sigh of relief, and she hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to tell Jun Nantian what she thought in her heart. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't even look at her, and walked directly in Lin Xiao's direction. Newcomer, what is your name? Jun Nantian looked at Lin Xiao. He could feel that there was a powerful energy energy in Lin Zhao's body, although it was not as good as himself, but it was quite not weak. It could be the Tinzhou of a certain family. Lin Xiao, Lin's family? In his impression, there seemed to be no Lin clan. Alone? Well, it seems that he should be a casual cultivator with no background, but his strength is not too weak. Jun Nantian nodded, his expression becoming a little indifferent. You just came, it's not as good as outside. Don't kill as a last resort. I can save you once, and the next time you won't be so lucky. Ha 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 ha. He shook his head a little. There were too many forces here, it was intricate, and he couldn't support it alone. Lin Xiao was indifferent, but nodded his head, and at the same time swept his eyes in the direction of Chu Meng. Jun Nantian also noticed Lin Zhao's eyes. He looked at Chu Meng, and disgust flashed in his eyes. Chu Meng, get out of here. Jun Nantian scolded Chu Meng and almost did it, and Lin Xiao saw all this scene. He smiled. Both are clear. Click. This sentence made Jun Nantian's face change a little. He just deliberately hoped that Lin Xiao could let her go for his own sake, but he didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so strong. Two clears? Is this repaying the favor he just relieved? This made him feel that he was making too much of a fuss. As the first person here, he had his own arrogance, glanced at him lightly, didn't say anything, and left this place directly. Chu Meng and the others also left in a panic. Only Lin Xiao was left alone. Perhaps, this is the real purpose of the teacher asking me to come here. Lin Zhao's expression became indifferent. Feel the turbidity in the air, close to red and black to black. What? Big brother, are we going to let that damn human go like this? A person from the immortal race looked indifferent. If it weren't for Jun Nantian's sudden appearance, all those humans would have to die. Don't worry, none of them can run away. Ants don't last long. The immortal race called the eldest brother is named Xiansong. His strength is very strong, and he is a first-class existence in the entire Gung vein source. Of course, as a starry sky powerhouse, the strongest person here was not him. He is at most the second echelon. It's just that the situation here is complicated. The people of the major powerful clans have their own ideas, and it is difficult for the starry sky tribes to reach an agreement, which gives Jun Nantian and the others room to breathe. They flew towards their base. This secret land was very large and extremely rich in mineral resources. For the race behind them, this gangjin is also a scarce resource and one of the essential raw materials for crafting weapons. Soon they arrived at a medium-sized mineral land. This is the category of power controlled by the immortals. It is a resource land occupied by them, and a large amount of gangjin can be produced every day. Xiansong and the others returned, and after they looked around, they walked into the splendid hall. Not far away, a figure kept flickering, his eyes staring at the area, and the light of divinity flashed away. Of course, Lin Xiao. He had never been a generous person, and those immortals had already been labeled as mortal in his eyes. Following along the way, Lin Xiao saw a lot of forces from the starry sky in all races. The strong occupy a large area of resources, and the weak are dominated by the strong, ruthlessly treated as slaves, and do the work of inferior people. Looking at the immortal hall in front of him, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and had an idea in his heart. Let me teach you a lesson first. I saw him walking in a circle. Boom! At the same time to time, mysterious runes appeared on the palms of his hands, blending into the earth under his feet. Half a day passed. Lin Xiao exhaled lightly, now only waiting for night to fall. It was getting dark. Aha! Xiansong and the others had already entered the cultivation. In addition to having many mineral resources, this place also had strong energy floating. It was a good place for cultivation. Suddenly, you are looking for death. Boom! There was a loud noise outside the hall, and this sound woke them all. Who is it? They immediately rushed outside angrily. Who the hell dared to be so bold and invade their immortal race's territory? And they would not die? I saw that the originally dark sky was draped in a shiny coat, and every time that coat flashed, a powerful attack would appear and attack the ground. It's a formation. Damn, someone sneaked up. Who is it? Xiansong's face was extremely ugly. Which force was it? He saw that the ore veins in front of him had been slightly damaged, and his heart was extremely frightened. Why don't you hurry up and break this formation? He immediately flew into the air and kept attacking the light curtain. He was worthy of being the peak of the late Sixth Order. His strength was extremely strong, and an attack made the entire light curtain start to shake. Seeing this scene, Xiansong was overjoyed, and immediately the attack on his hand became more and more ferocious. Attack with me, this formation is not very strong. Just as they were working together to break the formation, a figure slipped into the splendid hall under their noses. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed with divine light, and he teleported directly to the inside of the main hall. Kill! Here! In Lin Zhao's gaze, a large amount of heavy metal with golden flashes appeared, which piled up like small hills, emitting a dazzling light. It's gangjin. Roughly calculated, there are at least thousands of kilograms of gangjin here. All of them are the accumulation of the immortal race in recent times. I'll collect some interest first. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and all these gangjin were included in his own space, and the originally extremely brilliant palace suddenly seemed to have lost its color and became extremely dark. It's almost time to go. Lin Xiao sensed it. That formation won't last long. It's time to go. As if thinking of something, Lin Xiao's divine eyes flashed again. The sky above this place suddenly distorted, and then calm returned. In an instant, Lin Xiao disappeared here, and the thousands of kilograms of gangjin also disappeared. Outside at this time, under the powerful bombardment of Immortal Tsang and other immortal clans, the formation was broken. Immortal Tsang scanned the surroundings for the first time. He wanted to see which force was so bold that it was presumptuous to go to the chassis of their immortal race. Big brother, I didn't find the shadow of the enemy. The others searched everything around them and found no clues, which made them very annoyed. The clown can only do some little tricks to show his existence. Immortal Tsang looked around majestically, and his voice was extremely loud in this dim space. It seems to be satirizing the enemy in the shadows. Your tricks are too pediatric, and we immortals don't disdain it at all. After inspecting several times again, they walked into the hall with cold eyes, thinking about which force it would be. Any clan of the Starry Sky Strong clan is possible. Big brother. Ha, what's wrong? Xian Song was still bowing his head in contemplation, and after hearing his little brother's call, he looked at him impatiently. Great, big brother, it's gone. It's all gone. What's missing? Well, Xian Song hasn't noticed the seriousness of the matter yet. A little brother looked at him with a somewhat crying face. Gangjin, we have saved up a full year of gangjin. It's gone. As soon as these words came out, Xian Song's brain buzzed, and he hurriedly ran to the place where gangjin was placed. Looking at the empty hall, he was stunned, and Lin Xiao, who had already walked away, suddenly heard an endless roar from behind him. The voice was full of misery, anger, and murderous intent. He seems to be a normal person, walking while thinking about the next victim. This method worked well, and he decided to be a good person who robbed the rich and helped the poor. In the following time, there have been several shocking cases at the source of the Gung vein. Bang! Thefts have occurred on the territory of many Starry Sky powerhouses, and all kinds of traces indicate that the case was committed by the same person. It's just that there is no trace left at the scene, which makes many races that have suffered a big loss think about breaking their heads and don't understand which force is doing the ghost. All of a sudden, all the strong clans apply to the clan to transfer more manpower, and this damn guy had to be caught. This person is Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao was in an open area, and he scanned his system space. It's almost tens of thousands of kilograms. During this time, he kept snatching the gangjin of the major races, and the amount he had accumulated was quite amazing, almost the output of the Dragon Kingdom for nearly 3 years. While feeling gloomy, he also let himself be successfully put on the mortal list by the Starry Sky Tribe. Lin Xiao still wanted to continue acting, but suddenly found that there were many more defense personnel from the major forces, which made him dare not do it easily for a while. This is the territory of the demons. A demon with 4 corners above his head and a demonic aura full of demonic energy kept looking around. Fluctuations in space. His eyes flashed with endless black energy, his eyeballs were constantly changing, and a figure appeared in his mind. Is it him? This demon with 4 horns on his head was the son of the demon not long ago. The last failure caused many people in the tribe to speak ill of him, believing that he was not worthy of his virtue. The son of the devil is not his real name is Gulis. The son of the demon is the crowning of the strongest demon of each generation by the top of the demon race, and the demon race is a race that advocates strength extremely. Who is he? As long as you are strong enough, you can earn the respect you deserve. After the last defeat, Gulis brought a lot of losses to the demons, and even indirectly led to the loss of a demon martial saint. So as to whether he can still serve as the son of this generation of demons, there are many other voices in the demons. A powerful race with equally fierce internal competition. The demon tribe where Gulis belonged was also looted by Lin Xiao for a lot of resources, and he was ordered to come, which was an opportunity to make up for his mistakes. At this time, a figure appeared in his mind, and with his judgment, this figure became clearer and clearer. It's a formation again, and there are fluctuations in space. Me, damn guy, finally let me run into you again. At this time, Gulis was already very sure that this person who caused headaches for countless forces was Lin Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, a damn human who made him suffer a big loss, and was even severely criticized by the top of the clan because of it. Now that the murderer is known, it's much easier. An extremely insidious plan appeared in his mind. The base camp of the immortal race. Gulis, what are you doing here? Run! The immortal clan sitting in the center frowned. The immortal clan and the demon clan were both Starry Sky powerhouses, and their relationship with each other was not good. Xianling, I already know which force is the hand. Gulis came here alone, his demonic aura raging, and his eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Hearing this, Xianling got up and flew in front of Gulis, staring at the demon child in front of him with a pair of eyes. What trick do you want to play? He didn't believe that the other person could be so kind. Gulis shook his head. He came sincerely this time, just to not give that damn human a chance of survival. After some explanation, Xianling showed a mockery. Gulis, you are still the son of the devil, but you were actually played around by a native. He smiled, a little unscrupulous, not caring about Gulis' blackened face at all. It's just an ant, I don't know, since it has been discovered, it is a plaything in our eyes. Gulis, you are really getting more and more cowardly the more you live. After Xianling learned that the figurines were warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, he completely ignored them, and the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom were no different from ants in his eyes. As everyone knows, he has forgotten how he scratched his ears and cheeks not long ago, watching his own resources being robbed and helpless. Xianling, I told you that I hope you can cooperate with me, that human is not simple. Gulis held back his anger and repeatedly emphasized to Xianling in front of him not to underestimate the enemy, because he had already suffered a loss. But in addition to ridicule, what comes back is contempt. Galisi, you go back, just a native, my immortal clan can kill each other in minutes. Xianling waved his hand and issued an eviction order, and a faint killing intent flashed in the depths of his bright eyes, but it was just a flash of gone. The banished Gulis had a black face like the bottom of a pot, and he left here angrily. No one saw the peace hidden in the depths of his heart, as if he had expected it. After this, Gulis went to another place. There was a terrifying ghostly power everywhere here, and this power was extremely dark, as if it could infinitely magnify the deepest desires of the human body. Gulis, what's the point? A young man in a black robe appeared, and the aura he exuded made people dare not approach, not even look at each other. Yu Ming, I have found out the person who destroyed the source of your shaping Hades clan. Gulis looked at the person in front of him with a slight fear, and he said all his inferences. The man's eyes were extremely deep, and others could not judge his inner thoughts at all. It's gone. You can go. The unusually indifferent reply made Gulis stunned for a moment. Looking at the man who kept looking at him, he felt a little uncomfortable, and immediately stopped staying. Nether looked at the distant Gulis, and fell into cultivation again, as if nothing had happened. What an incomprehensible guy. Gulis's heart was very deep, and he thought he could use this to muddy the water here, but he didn't expect it to be unsatisfactory. Forget it, let the idiots of the immortal clan take the lead first. Is the Dragon Kingdom weak? If these foreign forces unite, then the Dragon Kingdom will be vulnerable. But the reality is simply impossible, and no single force dares to say that it is stable at the end of the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom were really so weak, it would have been destroyed by them long ago. The arrogant guys of the immortal race will suffer a big loss sooner or later because of this arrogance. But these are not things that Gulis should consider, and his goal has been achieved. Below is the situation of the clan fighting, and he is the last fisherman. Very good. And at this time, in the immortal clan's base camp, Xianling, sitting in the very center, that is, the strongest of the immortal clan, was contemplating. Since he can be entrusted here by the big man in the clan, it is naturally not that simple. Gulis, garbage that doesn't come on the table. He knows exactly what Gulis thinks. It's nothing more than picking peaches. It's just that if you are really from the Dragon Kingdom, then you are a little too presumptuous. He got the news from Immortal Tsang that a warrior from the Dragon Kingdom had killed many of their compatriots, and now that such a thing was happening, he really didn't take their immortal race seriously. In that case, what if my immortal clan is a gun? Come on, send me a message. Have you heard? The small Gangjin vein in the western area has been encroached upon by the immortal race again. This is the base camp of the Dragon Kingdom warriors and the source of the Gung vein, and it is also the only place in the Dragon Kingdom in this secret realm to recuperate. Many warriors from the Dragon Kingdom gathered together to discuss recent events. There have already been several veins belonging to their Dragon Kingdom that have been forcibly occupied by the immortal clan. Even those Dragon Kingdom warriors who were in charge of guarding were all arrested. The only good news is that the immortal clan did not kill those warriors, but all of them were imprisoned, temporarily acting as slaves to mine for their own clan. What does Xianling want to do? Do you really think that my Jun Nantian is afraid of him? Jun Nantian, who was the leader, slapped the table next to him, and he slapped the table directly to pieces in anger. A familiar figure stepped forward below. Brother Jun, there is news from the immortal race that they have sufficient evidence to prove that the theft not long ago was done by our Dragon Kingdom warriors. They asked us to hand this man over to them within 3 days. Otherwise, the person who spoke was Chu Meng, and she had been inquiring about this during this time. Otherwise, what? Is there a war? I really thought that our Dragon Kingdom was afraid of them. There were also many powerful warriors gathered in the hall. All of their fluctuations were above the 6th order, and there were even many late 6th order beings. After Jun Nantian heard this, his expression froze. You said that the people of the immortal race said that their theft of Gangjin was done by our people? Is there any evidence? He didn't know about this matter at all. His eyes swept to the other people in the hall. They are slandering. I don't know about this. It's not ours at all. All the people refuted and joked. How could they do such a thing? Xu Meng spoke again. Brother Jun, it seems that it was really made by our people. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall looked at her, and the powerful coercion dispersed wantonly. Jun Nantian had sharp eyes. He stared at Xu Meng's eyes, and the terrifying aura overwhelmed the other party. Yes, it's Lin Xiao. It's the new person last time, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Who is Lin Xiao? You know what? I don't know. I've never heard of this person. Many people in the hall whispered to each other, and they all showed puzzled looks. Most of them were commissioned by the family to come here to station, and there were also a very small number of them who came to do tasks. It's Lin Xiao. Some of our people have seen it from a distance, and it was Lin Xiaodong who did it. Xu Meng was extremely sure. She was a little dark in her heart, heart. Since the last incident, she always felt as if she was being targeted by something very uneasy. Lin Xiao. Jun Nantian saw that Chu Meng didn't look like a lie, so he sat back, but his face was a little ugly. If he really did it, he would undoubtedly put the Dragon Kingdom on the passive side. The figure appeared in his mind, and Jun Nantian was a little silent. And those who know him know that this gesture means that he doesn't want to care about it. But there were many people of the same clan on his side who were detained by the immortal race, which made him extremely irritable. Damn guy, what can they say to free our people? Jun Nantian was very impatient. Why did he appear so stunned? They said that if we give that person to them, it will be over. Damn it. Jun Nantian became angry again. This is a naked conspiracy. Although he was also extremely unhappy to see that Lin Xiao now, it was impossible for him to hand over his people in person. Others are not fools, and the stakes are known at a glance. But if you don't hand over people, the final result will only be a battle. Once a fight breaks out, anything can happen in this mixed place, and even if they are not careful, they are in danger of death. For a while, I was in a dilemma. Brother Jun, we might as well hand over Lin Xiao. This is a disaster caused by him alone from beginning to end. Why should we have so many of us pay for him? Chu Meng said bluntly. She had just suddenly realized that the source of her restless sleep and food these days was that man. As long as he dies, he will return to his former state of life, and this opportunity at the moment seems to her to be the most perfect. Jun Nantian looked at her coldly again. If it weren't for the power behind it, he would have wanted to slap this stupid woman to death. As a Dragon Kingdom person, Jun Nantian would not do anything that would harm the Dragon Kingdom in the current situation of foreign enemies, let alone hand over his compatriots in front of all forces, which would extremely damage the belief of the Dragon Kingdom. If you mention it again, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Meng could clearly feel the danger coming from the other party. She really couldn't figure it out. Why? Obviously, as long as that guy is handed over, everything will be over. Why doesn't he agree? Doesn't he want me to have a good time? System, sign in. Once a woman's heart falls into a certain blind spot, she will fall into it endlessly. Time passed day by day. There is still one last day left before the day given by the immortal race. The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom didn't make too many moves, but called all the people outside back and reduced some unnecessary chassis. It looks like you're ready for long-term defense. Lin Xiao naturally got the news. At first, he thought that the people in this place would be pressured to hand him over, although he would appear at that time, but the nature of active and passive was different. But so far, no one has come to him. This made him feel a little emotional. One person does things. Lin Xiao will not let so many innocent people suffer because of himself. System. Ding, the host is here. How many cultivation points do I have? Ding, the host has a cultivation point 870,001. 87W, too little. System. Ding, the host is here. Can Gangjin be exchanged for cultivation points? Ding, it was detected that the host has a large amount of rare metals, which can be exchanged for 200W points of cultivation points. May I ask if it can be exchanged? Tens of thousands of kilograms of Gangjin can only be exchanged for 200W? System, are you too dark? Lin Xiao has some black lines. This Gangjin is very precious at first glance. Why is the exchange ratio so low? 1 to 50. Ding, this system is fair and just. Please don't spit on the host and lower your grade. After thinking about it repeatedly, Lin Xiao exchanged half of the Gangjin. At this time, the cultivation points had reached 1,870,001 point. System, add points to cultivation. Ding, successfully deducted 800,000 cultivation points, and the cultivation points have been successful. The powerful energy emanated from Lin Xiao's body, and he successfully broke through from the peak of the late 4th order to the 5th order. His combat power has improved by leaps and bounds again, and now he is no longer afraid of the existence of the ordinary late 6th order. Not enough. System, plus. Ding, successfully deducted 1 million cultivation points. The cultivation point has been successful. The space here came with surging energy again, and Lin Xiao made another breakthrough. Now it has come to the middle of the 5th order. Feeling the abundant energy in his body, Lin Xiao suddenly had an invincible mentality emerged. So strong, he was really strong now. The breakthrough in cultivation brought him unparalleled self-confidence. At this moment, the peak of the late 6th order of the normal level was no longer seen by him. System. Ding, the host is here. Am I strong? Please don't indulge in self-hypnosis too much. This is not good. Lin Xiao's surging mood just now was instantly extinguished by the system. Nima, do you flatter me and stop the machine? System. Ding, the host is here. Can you tell fortunes? Calculate how dangerous is my battle? Ding, detecting that the host has the desire to divine the future, the system is grabbing, searching. Ding, the system thinks that the host has tailored a supreme exercise, great dream reincarnation Tianyin scripture, and those who practice this technique can spy on the sun and moon, and go down to the other side of endless reincarnation, and can coexist in the long river of time and space. Only 1000 W training points. System. Ding, the host is here. Do you owe too much money in your system world? Lin Xiao really felt the helplessness of of the workers, as if there was no end to his life. He stopped talking nonsense, and he didn't want to say anything more about this damn system, although the Great Dream Reincarnation Tianyin scripture sounded powerful. But it's too expensive. He is poor. Can't afford it. I can't afford to raise it. His eyes looked at the sky, where it seemed that there were many immortal people in the air. Each of them looked extremely arrogant, looking condescendingly at the human race below. Watching them mine with their bare hands one by one, looking at the indignant and helpless expressions on their faces, it seems to be very enjoyable. Grandchildren of the immortal race, aren't you looking for your Grandpa Lin? Grandpa Lin is here. Jun Nantian, today is the last day. If you Dragon Kingdom don't hand over that human, you will bear the consequences. Immortal Tsang stood in the void, his tone extremely arrogant. This time, under the instruction of Xianling, hundreds of immortal clan people came, and each of them had reached the initial stage of the Sixth Order. There are more than 10 people in the late stage of the Sixth Order, and this lineup is already quite not weak. He was extremely domineering and sent signals in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Jun Nantian stood on the void, staring at the other party. He showed no signs of flinching. Let Xianling come. The powerful coercion spread from Jun Nantian's body. His strength was undoubted, although he was not the strongest in this secret realm, but it was not something that a mere immortal could provoke. Xian Song choked a little. It's all at this point. You, Jun Nantian is still so hard. Who gave you the confidence? He was a little puzzled. Why did the weak ant have to resist? Isn't it good to be trampled to death safely? Jun Nantian, don't you care about the people below? He pointed to the many imprisoned Dragon Kingdom warriors below, and there were hundreds of them. Jun Nantian was silent. In the past 2 days, he has conveyed to the people above, and the news he got is that Gengjin is urgently needed in China recently. The implication is that now is not the time to completely tear your face. Endure. He was a little aggrieved. Suddenly, a scream sounded in the air. That man's name is Lin Xiao. You go to him. He did everything. We can't find anyone from him at all. Jun Nantian looked at the person who spoke incredulously. It was Chu Meng. He didn't understand. Why was there such a stupid woman? Xian Song was also slightly stunned after hearing the sound, and then burst into laughter with a group of immortal people. Haha, I thought you warriors of the Dragon Kingdom had such backbone. It turns out that's just that. Jun Nantian, do you want me to forgive you for some more time, but you have to send more people. This place is so big. Ha 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 ha. In addition to the Immortal Clan and the Dragon Kingdom, there are also some people of the Starry Sky 10,000 races hiding in the shadows. It can be said that the Immortal Clan's move is to make the Dragon Kingdom lose its dignity in front of all the forces. At this moment, their plan succeeded. They laughed unbridledly. On the other hand, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone had no brilliance on their faces, and some of them looked extremely angry and wanted to rush forward and do a big job. Jun Nantian's face was already dark to the extreme, and at this moment he said nothing had any effect. It's just that everyone present doesn't know. In a different time and space, there was a figure observing everything that was happening here. He is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's indifferent expression moved away from Chu Meng. He let this person go for the first time, and there will be no second time. It's almost over. I saw that this time and space suddenly appeared, and a figure appeared out of thin air. He stepped on the light of divinity, standing proudly in the void, looking at everyone with a very calm expression. Grandchildren of the immortal race, your Grandpa Lin is here. Lin Zhao's sudden appearance startled Xian Song and the others. Sure enough, it's you. Damn human, I let you go last time, and this time you will surely die. After Xian Song saw Lin Zhao's face clearly, his face roared, it was this human, it was him. After saying that, he immediately beckoned all the immortals to surround Lin Xiao to death. The entire sky was surrounded by water, and the breath of hundreds of sixth-order powerhouses rioted wildly. Lin Xiao looked at the countless enemies, but was a little leisurely. This was just a small scene for him. I've seen anything more terrifying than this. Xian Song right. Since I appeared, let the people below go. I won't run away. Lin Xiao spoke to Xian Song. The main purpose of his appearance was to rescue the people below. What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me? Even if the gods come today, they can't save you. At the same time, Jun Nantian soared into the air again. His aura was fully open, and he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Let him go. A cold voice sounded in the air. Behind Jun Nantian stood countless warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. They all looked at Xian Song and the others, staring at them with angry eyes. Immortal Tsong waved his hand extremely reluctantly, letting go of the hundreds of human races below. His only target today was the damn human in front of him. I see who else can save you now. The battle starts straight away. Hundreds of immortals launched an attack on Lin Xiao at the same time. This was an attack from hundreds of rank 6 powerhouses. Even the existence of the 6th Order peak did not dare to say that he could last a round. Their offensive was extremely ferocious, and every move exuded a unique charm, which was a rule inheritance born of the immortal race. All immortal race people are born with the ability to manipulate the rules of heaven and earth. They are like the darlings of the great Tao and are favored by the power of the rules. Lin Xiao, who was in the center, suffered hundreds of attacks at the same time, and his divine eyes were flickering wildly. The space here is constantly twisting and changing. forming a series of space defenses. At the same time, he also divided his mind and launched an offensive against the immortal race in the early stage of the Sixth Order. The origin of the holy law of time and space was trembling, and the time and space here became different. Lin Zhao's movements became extremely slow in everyone's eyes, as if he would be hit by the immortal race's attack in the next second. But the fact is that there have been casualties here in the immortal clan. The dead cultivation was in the early stage of the Sixth Order, and there was a crack in their necks, which was directly killed in seconds. Everyone, be careful. This guy can manipulate time and space. Immortal Tsang roared loudly, and the power of time and space made him a little scared. As the immortal race, they were born close to the rules, and there were very few people who could manipulate the rules of time and space. This is the power of the supreme rule. Their attacks continued, and countless regular attacks from wind, rain, thunder, and lightning raged here. Everyone showed their housekeeping skills. They are a higher race. How can they be compared to a human being? Immortal Tsang was roaring. The cultivation of the peak of the late Sixth Order had been exerted to the extreme, and he was constantly bombarding. This space has suffered from the battle between them, and there have been traces of shattering, and the battle is too fierce. Great void movement technique. A cold and murderous voice sounded, and Lin Zhao's divine eyes were trembling wildly. This time, he did not move everyone all into the mysterious space, but locked the group with the weakest cultivation among them. In less than 10 seconds, all those immortals in the early stage of the Sixth Order disappeared, and Lin Zhao, who reappeared, was already covered with blood, and the blood looked a little different from that of humans. Because it was immortal blood, the blood of the immortal race. The sky seems to be crying, and its children are killed. Lin Zhao, what about my immortal race? Where did you get them? Xian Song saw that dozens of his men disappeared in an instant. He was a little frightened. What kind of method was this? After suffering so many attacks, how can you do this? Who is this human being? Lin Zhao's cold eyes did not look at him, but at those dozens of people in the middle of the Sixth Order. The powerful rules of time and space were permeating, and these dozens of immortal race people could not resist this inexplicable space pull. When it reappeared, it had already come to Lin Zhao's xenotime and space. This time it took a little longer, and more than a minute passed, and Lin Zhao appeared again. At this time, his hands were stained with blood, his hair was flying in the air, and his feet exuded an extremely bright divine light, and his aura was too powerful. Lin Zhao finally looked at the remaining 10 or so immortal clan people who were at the peak of the late Sixth Order here. The abilities in the body are rioting, and the eyes of the gods of time and space are trembling wildly. This space became extremely depressing, as if it had been forcibly distorted, and gradually lost the concept of time and space. It's your turn. A cold voice sounded in the air. Many onlookers couldn't help but gasp. What do they see? Nearly 100 immortal people attacked a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, which was a battle without suspense in everyone's eyes. But this, Jun Nanshan's mood was a little ups and downs, and all the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom here looked at the young man in the air. That domineering heroic posture and strong strength seemed to arouse the sonorous blood hidden deep in everyone's hearts. Jun Nantian, aren't we going up? A martial artist in the late Sixth Order said deeply. He was a little depressed, watching his people being beaten by other forces, but he couldn't do it, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. Many people looked at Jun Nantian at the leader, their eyes flashing with fighting intent. Jun Nantian struggled a little in his heart, but in order to take care of the overall situation, he could only suppress the urge to make a move and shook his head at everyone. If they make a move this time, it will give other forces a good excuse. At that time, it will be difficult for the Dragon Kingdom to move an inch at the source of this gung vein. Yes, of course. Shu Meng, who was hiding in the middle of the crowd, revealed viciousness in his eyes at this moment, and there was a hint of fear. Why is he so strong? No, he must die. Looking at Lin Zhao's extremely strong posture, she was extremely afraid in her heart. This person had become a nightmare in her heart. He was not dead, and he could not sleep and eat peacefully. Above the sky, Xian Song and the others slowly curled up together. Although each of them has the strength of the peak of the late Sixth Order, although they boast of being a higher race and boasting of their destiny is extraordinary, but at this moment, they were a little afraid of the man in front of them. This native, who has never been looked down upon by them. Lin Zhao, you're dead. You actually slaughtered the people of our immortal race like this. Even if Jun Nantian took action to protect you, it would be impossible. Xian Song forced his mouth. He was suppressing the fear in his heart. There were still more than a dozen people on his side at the moment, and the victory or defeat was not yet the final moment. The remaining immortal race people all defended to the extreme under his command. Lin Zhao just looked at them indifferently. The origin of the time-space holy law in his body was flickering, and the mysterious lines attached to its surface became clearer and clearer, shining with light. Lin Zhao closed his eyes and raised his right hand to point at the enemy. His move actually made the hearts of everyone present tremble. Time and space storm. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were already fully covered with divine light. From the origin trembling of the two super SSS level abilities of the divine eye of time and space and the origin of the holy law of time and space, an epic fusion is taking place in this spacetime, and Xian Song and the others in the middle of the storm all felt strong uneasiness at this moment. It was a throbbing coming from the depths of the bloodline, as if a great terror was about to descend here. What is that? Someone exclaimed. What do they see? That space is distorting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Space is cracking, void cracks are tearing, time seems to no longer exist. This is a divine skill. In the sky above them, a powerful storm appeared, which was the power of the storm generated by the supreme time and space rules. Someone couldn't help but look over, his eyes slowly blurred, and the whole person completely sank into it. When I opened my eyes again, I found that my hair was pale and my face was wrinkled, which was the power of time. Ah, not good. Don't stare for a long time. Jun Nantian immediately exclaimed. He quickly asked the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom not to perceive that time and space, the rules of time and space there were too terrifying. Lin Xiao had blood flowing on his cheeks, and this trick was still a bit reluctant for him now. But the power is extremely terrifying. The immortals such as Xin Sung in the center of the spacetime storm seem to not exist in this spacetime, and they still maintained their previous defense. It's just that their bodies began to become illusory, and everyone's expression slowly changed from fear just now to silence, and finally grew old. In a short period of time, they seem to have passed an incomparably long time, and their consciousness, their hearts, and everything about them have been corrupted by time. The twisted space kept their young bodies, but their hearts were dead. Scatter! Lin Zhao's voice was like a natural sound at the moment. This voice is like the last blessing given to them by heaven, and all of them disperse in this sound. The dozen powerhouses that were at the peak of the late Sixth Order dissipated in the air like this, and their bodies disappeared into this world in everyone's eyes bit by bit. Not even a drop of blood, not a single dust left. Quiescence. There is incomparable silence at this moment. Everyone stared at the young man who exuded a brilliant divine aura in the air, not daring to make the slightest sound. That boy is terrifying. Like the supreme god, endless shine. Among them, they were all spies from various starry sky races, including immortals, demons, and even some slightly weaker races. Dragon, is this a peerless fierce man in the Dragon Kingdom? In the eyes of these people, the strength shown by the young man was enough to dominate one side within the source of the Gung vein. Has the Dragon Kingdom finally made a move? They didn't know that all the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom were looking at the young man incredulously at this moment. The strong among them had already compared themselves to them, and the final conclusion was all four words. I'm not as good as him. Jun Nantian is silent. Xu Meng is afraid. At this moment, everything in the world is bowing down to the young man in the sky. Lin Xiao stepped on the divine light. He slowly closed his eyes, hiding the divine light. This attack was extremely burdensome to him, and the consumption was also extremely scary. He has broken through 2 small realms in a row, and he also feels a little unbearable with 50 times the heritage of ordinary people. Fortunately, this time the enemy has been solved. Gone? He opened his eyes again and looked around with a sharp expression. My name is Lin Xiao. Everything I do has nothing to do with the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom here. I personally take it all if you have any means. But if something like this happens today, I, Lin Xiao, swear that I will fight the forces behind you to death in this life so that you will never have peace at the source of the Skung vein. This word is domineering leaking, and Lin Xiao stands in the void. Alone he defeated hundreds of immortal clan powerhouses, and through bold words. This is declaring war on the starry sky and all races. He Lin Xiao fought alone in the starry sky and all the tribes. What an invincible spirit. The voice still echoed in the air, and the spies of various races hiding in the shadows passed the news to the people in the rear, and they looked at the young man with solemn expressions. But there are also people who scoff and want to fight their races alone? Do you really regard yourself as an invincible Tianjiao? As everyone knows, the strongest of their races have never shown up, and the immortal Song who was killed by the young man is just a second-rate level here. Lin Xiao didn't care what these people thought. Since he dared to show up, he was already prepared for the worst. Since there is trouble, then it will be turned upside down, and he is not afraid of everything. Heaven and earth gradually returned to calm, and all the spies slowly disappeared here. Lin Xiao, who was standing in the void, looked at Jun Nantian and the others, and didn't say much. His attitude was already very clear, and Jun Nantian and others were speechless. As the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom here, they all had important tasks, not that they couldn't do it, but that they couldn't help it. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed with a faint glow again, and his gaze swept towards a woman, Xu Meng, and noticing that Lin Zhao's eyes were fixed on her, Xu Meng's face turned pale instantly, her legs and feet were weak, and her heart was full of infinite fear. She desperately crawled to Jun Nantian's side, looking for her ridiculous sense of security. In this regard, Jun Nantian was silent, and all the other Dragon Kingdom warriors also showed a faint thought, or turned a blind eye. You want to kill me? You want to kill me? No, you can't kill me. I am from the Chu family. I am the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. The space became quieter and quieter, and Xu Meng's heart became more and more fearful. She was a little devastated and heartbroken, and she roared at the boy in the air desperately. She moved out of her family background. Chu family, a wealthy family. Only those who exist at the level of Wu Zun in the family can be called a wealthy family. Behind Xu Meng is the shadow of Wu Zun. Faced with the threat of death, Xu Meng could only say his final life-saving trump card. She had already decided that as long as she didn't die this time, she would leave here. earlier, and then return to the family to launch all means. She must kill this Lin Xiao's teenager. Only in this way can she feel at ease. Refreshing. It's just that she thinks too much. The divine eyes of time and space had the ability to see into all illusions, and Lin Xiao sensed the trace of murderous intent hidden in the depths of the other party. He murmured softly, his voice was faint, and the divine light in his eyes flashed away. Tear up. When Chu Meng wanted to say something more, she suddenly felt dizzy, her eyes were spinning up and down, and she forcibly commanded her hands to touch up. Why is there a crack in my neck? This was the last line in her life, and with the appearance of blood, her consciousness gradually disappeared. Chu Meng's death did not cause too many waves. The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom here are still repeating their past work. Lin Xiao has also disappeared here, but this incident caused quite a stir in the source of the Gung vein. Lin Xiao? Just an arrogant person. But since he dares to steal our things, if he falls into our hands, he will definitely be unable to die. A native of the Dragon Kingdom, we can't make any waves. We don't need to make a move, just wait for a good show. True. This time, Lin Xiao showed very strong strength, but this kind of strength was still not enough to attract their attention in the eyes of the strongest of all races. What's more, although they are angry, there are people who are even more angry than them right now. Immortal Race Base Camp. At this time, Xianling's face was about to be cold. He didn't expect such a result. For the sake of preservation, he sent hundreds of sixth-order powerhouses, and he already looked up to that native. What a waste thing. At this time, he was extremely tyrannical. That was the sixth order of hundreds of people, and even the peak of the late sixth order, and they died like this. This loss is not small. Who will bear this responsibility? It can only be himself. Damn Aunt, you're completely angry with me. At this moment, Xianling was extremely furious. He now didn't care what happened that was not picked peaches. If this matter is not handled well, then he will definitely receive extremely severe punishment from the clan, which is something he does not want to see. He had already decided to take action personally, and only by taking down this human before the clan could he react could the punishment be minimized. During this time, the people of the immortal race seemed to be crazy. A few of them formed a group and began a large-scale search for the source of the Gung vein, which made many forces look unhappy. Get out! This is not the place you should be. Several immortals were brought to a realm full of netherworld aura, which was the chassis of the Shaping Hades. A Shaping Hades clan screamed, they don't give face. Both are strong starry clans. The comprehensive strength of the Shaping underworld is above that of the immortal clan, and they are not afraid of the immortal clan. In desperation, these immortals had to leave in embarrassment. They were here to find someone, not to fight with others. But before they had gone far, a look of horror appeared on their faces. A figure quietly appeared aside, and the light that exuded divinity flashed away. These immortals were not very strong. They were all in the early stage of the sixth order, and they disappeared without even hearing the voice of help. Ding! If the host is detected and kills the starry sky 10,000 tribes, 30,000 training points will be rewarded. Do you recycle the body? Recycle. Ding! Successful recovery, reward 30,000 cultivation points. This was already the third batch of immortals he had killed, and for him, there was no threat at all in these initial sixth order beginnings. What are you thinking? He didn't understand a little. Wouldn't this be giving him a chance to break one by one? At first, he thought there was a trap waiting for him, but after observing for a long time, this is really a comprehensive search? Forget it. Don't let the cultivation point delivered to your door be in vain. Since the system reached version 2.0, there are also cultivation points for killing these starry sky tribes. During this period of time, just killing the immortals, his cultivation points once again exceeded 1 million, reaching 1,007,001 point. This is much faster than selling things to make money. And Xianling, who was far away in the base camp, suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze looked in a certain direction. Finally found you. He immediately waved his hand, and all the immortals in the entire base camp were summoned and flew in a certain direction in unison. Lin Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong, and under the eyes of his divine eyes, he noticed that countless immortals around him were rushing in his direction at the same time. He immediately thought that he had exposed his position. In an instant, he immediately disappeared here. His space abilities kept flashing. Lin Xiao was jumping everywhere, and at the moment he didn't know why he was exposed, so he could only hide it first. However, no matter how he changed his position, those immortal race people kept chasing him in his direction as if they had installed a tracker. Something is wrong. This is very wrong. Lin Xiao, who noticed something was wrong, carefully scanned his whole body, and the space-time divine eyes checked the entire body inside and out, which really made him see strange things. There was a strange fluctuation outside his body all the time, which was imperceptible to ordinary people, as if it didn't exist. What the hell is this? Lin Xiao, who had already found out the problem, was a little difficult. He didn't know how to get rid of this thing at all, as if it was invisibly attached to himself. System. Ding. The host is here. What is the strange fluctuation that appears on my body, and how to get rid of it? Ding. It is detected that the host is attached to the fairy tea poison smell, which can be directly eliminated by some secret method. Fairy tea poison? What kind of thing is this? Ding. This is the product of some kind of secret method of the immortal clan, and anyone who kills such a foreign race space will be invisibly contaminated with the poison of immortal tea. Lin Xiao understood. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. Using the lives of people of the same clan as bait is ruthless enough. It's too late. Under the induction of the divine eye's eye, Lin Xiao had already noticed that many immortal people were about to come here, and many of them exuded extremely powerful aura. He quickly hid himself in the xenoplane space. System, tell me the secret method quickly. Ding. This secret method is called reverse immortal, only 10 W cultivation points. Please ask if you want to redeem it. Exchange. At this time, Lin Xiao didn't want to argue with the system anymore, so he hurried up to solve this fairy tea poison. 10 W was 10 W. Ding. The reverse immortal is being transmitted. At this time, Lin Xiao, who was in the middle of a different plane time and space, was closing his eyes, and words kept flashing in his mind. Outside. Gone. People disappear here. Many immortal people appeared here. They kept sensing and pointing here in unison, but they couldn't see anyone. Xianling had also arrived at the scene, and after his careful sensing, his cold gaze swept towards this space. People are here. He knew that the other party had the ability to manipulate space, and he should hide in a certain space now. Lin Xiao, I know you're hiding here. Don't think I'll be able to do anything about you. If you have the courage to kill my immortal race, be prepared to die. I saw him take out a rune from his cuff, and this rune was full of the power of the laws of time and space. Lin Xiao, today is your dead day. Xianling looked at the rune in his hand with a slight distress, but the movement in his hand did not slow down at all, and he immediately threw the rune out. Suddenly, extremely dazzling light emanated from the runes, and countless mysterious waves spread out, and these waves actually ignored the space barriers and penetrated the space here. The xenotime and space where Lin Xiao was located was actually found by him, and the indiscriminate attack directly attacked Lin Xiao, who was still in the realization of it. From the spontaneous danger of his body, Lin Xiao forcibly opened his eyes, and the space-time ability was suddenly activated, and he was suppressed by surprise. The forces of the two spaces collided with each other, distorting the space here in an unbelievable way. An unknown void crack appeared, and the powerful suction directly sucked Lin Xiao in. In the turbulence of time and space, Lin Xiao's divine eyes flashed wildly. There was an abnormal danger here. He had to find the coordinates to go back as soon as possible. If he was lost in this endless nothingness, it would be over. I can't control so much. The powerful telekinesis directly dispersed. Lin Xiao resisted the endless tearing from nothingness while looking for the coordinates of the Dragon Kingdom. The power of telekinesis is fully revealed at this moment, and there is a mysterious call guiding in the dark. Found it. Lin Xiao quickly moved towards the coordinate land. Appearing again, Lin Xiao found that he had left the source of the Gung vein and appeared in a place he had never seen before. There is a desert here, and it is a bit desolate. After induction, this is indeed the boundary of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xiao looked not far away and frowned slightly. This is the north? Lin Xiao didn't expect a void turbulence to allow himself to cross most of the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the desert everywhere, before Lin Xiao could react, there was a sudden vibration in the distance. The sand under my feet was shaken everywhere, as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xiao immediately looked not far away. There is a figure. There are some other shadows that seem to be fierce beasts. It's the fluctuations of the battle. Lin Xiao didn't have time to recover his strength, so he immediately rushed up. Captain, the skin of these beasts is a bit hard and can't be beaten. This is a border defense team. Their daily job is daily patrol, but they didn't expect to encounter a group of fierce beasts today. At this moment, both sides are engaged in fierce fighting. The strength of the border defense team is not very strong, and the beasts of the same level have more advantages, and their bodies are very hard. Captain, send a distress signal. Brothers can't last long. The man called the captain also made a quick decision, and he immediately took out a flare gun and was just about to call for help. Suddenly, a figure appeared here out of thin air. Before everyone could react, the figure's eyes flickered slightly. I saw countless sharp blades exuding extremely terrifying appearances in the air, slashing at those beasts under the control of the figures. Moment. Blood flows like a river. The blood on the ground stained the sand red, and it also made the hearts of the border guard team members beat a little. Then the corpses of these beasts disappeared under their noses, leaving only a back, slightly thin. The captain of the border defense team hurriedly stepped forward, and he leaned over and bent over. Thank you for your help. He only thought that he was a senior master who happened to pass by here, and quickly thanked him. The thin figure turned to look at them. You're welcome. Also, my name is Lin Xiao, not the officer you say. The slightly green voice made him can't help but look up. Is such a young and handsome boy. Lin Xiao looked at the team in front of him and couldn't help but ask, where is this place? Why are you attacked by a fierce beast? Along. Lin Xiao knew a lot of news from the mouth of the border captain. This is the northern front of the Dragon Kingdom, a great desert divided by a long river running through the poles, and on the the other side of the river is the dark forest. That's the territory of the Alliance of Beasts. Captain Li, why are you attacked by fierce beasts? Lin Xiao was a little confused, because according to what the other party said, there has been no friction between the Strange Beast Alliance and their Dragon Kingdom in recent years, and there is still an agreement, so there should be no such temptation. I don't know, this is too weird. I've already passed the news back. Captain Li's expression was a little solemn. He had been patrolling here for several years, and this was the first time he had been attacked. His strength is not strong. He is a mid-order martial artist. There are many people like him on the huge northern front, and some of the above news is not something that a small person like him can know. Brother Lin, we're here. The architecture here reminded Lin Xiao of a very famous miracle in his previous life. The Great Wall. What came into his field of vision was a border city that ran across the endless area, with towers hundreds of meters high, endlessly majestic, and soaring into the sky. Standing on the ground, he actually felt his own insignificance at this moment. With the support of Captain Li and others, Lin Xiao also entered the city. Lin Xiao? A somewhat familiar voice sounded, and the tone revealed surprise. General Li. When the border captain next to him saw the visitor, he immediately made a very standard posture. Lin Xiao looked over and was also very surprised. The person who spoke was the director of the Academic Affairs Office of Military Martial Arts University, and he was also his guide, Li Long. Senior Li. Lin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward. He didn't expect to meet this senior here. You said you came here because of the turbulence of the void? Li Long looked at Lin Xiao in front of him incredulously. Void turbulence? What a terrifying place that's there. With his strength as King Wu, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to retreat if he encountered such danger. What is his strength? He is a 7th order, King Wu level powerhouse. But when he thought that Lin Xiao had dual SSS level spacetime abilities, and at the same time had the shadow of that adult, he understood a little. Senior Li, is there an entrance to the source of the Gung vein here? Lin Xiao looked at the other party. He wanted to go back. He would kill those immortal people. Li Long shook his head. The source of the Gung vein is the secret realm in the south. This is the north. The distance is too far. Okay. However, Lin Xiao, there is something that needs to trouble you right now. As if remembering something, Li Long's eyes lit up slightly and looked at Lin Xiao. Senior Li, please speak. Your freshmen have been admitted one after another. According to the previous rules, the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom will hold a freshman competition between each other. Freshman competition? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. To be honest, after this period of time, his vision pattern is no longer at the level of the school, but facing the entire starry sky. Within the source of the Gung vein, he saw too many starry sky powerhouses, some of whom were extremely strong enough to even touch porcelain with his current strength. Li Long had already noticed Lin Xiao's thoughts, and he said calmly, the rewards for the first place in the previous freshman competition are extremely generous. Oh, what are the rewards? Lin Xiao suddenly became interested. If you say this, then I will be excited. Last year, the cultivation fund alone was 100 million, and there were other top-notch weapon techniques and the like. Anyway, there were a lot of benefits. Li Long looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. Sure enough, when he heard that there was 100 million, Lin Xiao was already moved. Senior Li, the student is also a freshman of the Military Martial Arts University, and he is just qualified to participate in this freshman competition. Well, but our Military Martial Arts University is relatively special, and we generally would not participate in such competitions in the past. If you have the heart this time, you must not lose the face of our Military Martial Arts University. Please rest assured. Senior Li, Lin Xiao is very serious. This is related to a reward of 100 million. He will not take it lightly. In that case, then you go back as soon as possible. I will tell you the time and place later. Yes. Then the student quit first. Lin Xiao said goodbye to Li Long, and also waved to the border captain and others who came. He was ready to return to the mainland and win the first place in the competition. Lin Xiao already knew the time and place. He needed to rush back immediately. Don't ask how to go, just take a helicopter. He is Lin Xiao? A steady voice sounded. Li Long immediately turned around and bowed to the person behind him, who waved his hand and looked at Lin Xiao's back. Back to the minister. He is Lin Xiao, a freshman of our Military Martial Arts University. Speaking of this, Li Long's waist was slightly tough. After all, he pulled such a peerless pride from him. The man nodded slightly, and then left here. Recently, they have been making small moves and sending people to keep an eye on them. Li Long's eyes were extremely sharp, and at the same time, the man's praise made him enjoy it very much in his heart. But not everyone could get the praise of the man just now. After all, he is the supreme commander of the entire northern front. At the same time, he is also a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th order. Tuoba family. Tuoba Mu. A man who can be called the first person under the martial saint. On the way back, Lin Xiao took out his mobile phone. The hottest topic on the internet now is the college freshman competition. Who is the rookie king? The unheard of two kings of Tianjiao competing on the same stage? Many hot topics are being stirred up on the internet, some about him and others. It's just that as soon as the news of Lin Xiao's choice of the Military Martial Arts University was exposed, the news about him was bleak. Because in the past, the Military Martial Arts University basically would not participate in such such competitions, which disappointed many Lin Xiao's fans. Of course, some insiders broke the news that this freshman competition will be very unusual, and even some people's names have been exposed. Who is the little overlord? This name is really arrogant enough. Those who don't know think he is the Decepticon martial saint. Don't say it, he really comes from Deception University. A young man who called himself a little bully was popular with many people as soon as he appeared. In the context of such an era, daring to give yourself such a title is either stunned, or there are really two brushes. There was really gossip. It is said that this man named Xiaobawang did not take the National College Entrance Examination, but was a student who was appointed by Deception University, and was fatally inextricably linked with that deceptive martial saint. Martial saint. Anything that can get involved with the martial saint is definitely something that ordinary people can speculate, because this kind of person has already stood at the top of the world. This little overlord was actually able to get involved with the legendary martial saint, which made him instantly popular all over the internet. Could it be that he is the biological son of Lord Wuxing? Some people say that Xiaobawang is the biological son of Wuxing, and some people say that he is the apprentice of Lord Wuxing. But no matter what it is, everyone knows that there seems to be a fierce man in this session. So what? Qin Li's eternal god. Qin Li. In the eyes of many freshmen, he is invincible. He has not been defeated since his birth, although he is not the national champion of this session. But Qin Li has not played with Lin Xiao. If it is about the background, Qin Li is also not afraid of everything, because he is from the Qin family in the imperial capital. This is a real peerless giant, a top family with a martial saint. Actually, I think Ji Shangnan is also very strong. Speaking of Ji Shangnan, some people can't help but think of the young man who was surrounded by the emperor's dragon energy like the emperor in the world. That domineering spirit really impressed many people. This freshman competition is interesting. If these hotly discussed teenagers Tianjia were placed in any previous session, they would be strong competitors for the rookie king. And at the same time, the intensity will definitely be far beyond imagination. Some people can't wait to launch a voting session on the internet. Who is the king of newcomers that everyone expects? Lin Xiao also smiled indifferently when he saw these comments. Qin Li's appearance appeared in his mind. The swordsman who only had a knife in his eyes should be much stronger now than before. There is also Ji Shangnan. This was the first real Tianjia that Lin Xiao came into contact with, and this kind of Tianjia was far from being looked at with the eyes of ordinary people. Little overlord? Descendants of the Decepticons? The appearance of this person really made Lin Xiao very interested. Lin Xiao, a peerless powerhouse like the martial saint, has already been in contact. If the other party is really the martial saint's parent and son or apprentice, then the strength must be far beyond ordinary people. Interesting, it seems that this time the newcomer competition will not be too boring. For strength, Lin Xiao is still very confident. Yes, only 2 months before the end of the college entrance examination, he has broken through from the initial stage of the 4th order to the middle of the 5th order now. If this kind of cultivation speed is said, it can scare a large number of people to death. He also saw that many people were looking forward to appearing on the big competition. Lin Xiao didn't know what kind of status he had in the minds of the young people of the entire Dragon Kingdom at all. A teenager from a humble background. No resources, no background. Awaken unprecedented double SSS level talents. Crushed and won the title of the current king of Tianzhou. Then he took the National College Entrance Examination as a freshman in high school. In the secret territory, the Supermaster Qilinzi, who killed the strange beast side with an extremely violent attitude, also won the national champion in one fell swoop. It can be said that the name Lin Xiao represents a peerless demon. Elders often encourage their children and grandchildren, when you grow up, strive to be on par with Lin Xiao. This is not an isolated situation, but a situation that occurs all over the country. Media and public opinion even have the shadow of fueling the wave, as if there is an invisible hand behind all this. Lin Xiao is now a godlike existence in the eyes of many poor people. There are pros and cons to this. The disadvantage is that in the eyes of some wealthy families, Lin Xiao, an outlier, has somewhat infringed on the interests behind them. It's just that the other party is in the limelight right now, so it's not appropriate to do it. Patriarch, there is news from the secret realm that your daughter was killed by Lin Xiao. The evidence is conclusive. It was Lin Xiao who killed in front of everyone, and even after Chu Meng had already broken the name of the family, he was still beheaded. In a magnificent territory, a servant was bending over to explain to the middle-aged man in front of him. There was a trace of sweat on his forehead, and he was very nervous at this moment, for fear that the middle-aged man in front of him would be overly emotional and make a move. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He was Chu Meng's father, and he was also the contemporary head of the Chu family, Chu Jifeng. When he learned that his own daughter died at the source of the Gung vein, he was even ready to break into the secret realm. Chu Meng is his only blood and flesh and blood. He has been cared for since he was a child, and he has never even scolded him when he is so old. Lin Xiao. Chu Jifeng's eyes were full of murderous intent, and Lin Xiao was already on the list of death in his heart. What a peerless arrogance. Dare to kill his Chu Jifeng's daughter. No matter how demonic the genius is, he will have to lose his life. How can the dignity of a wealthy family be trampled on by a poor child. If this matter is not resolved, then his Chu family will be ridiculed by other families and will never be able to raise their heads. Do you think that if you enter the military, you will become a master? An ant, I don't know how high the sky is, who gave you the courage to kill my Chu Jifeng's daughter? Chu Jifeng's mood became more and more tyrannical. His Chu family had been deeply involved in the Dragon Kingdom for so many years, and the energy behind it was not something a small genius could fight. Brothers, kill. Damn guy, when this rumor passes, it will be your death. Lin Xiao was already a dead man in his eyes. This kind of ant-like little person, he could pinch a few to death if he wanted to. Is this the imperial capital? What a rich ability of heaven and earth. Lin Xiao found that the imperial capital was not only more prosperous than the outside, but even the abilities suspended in the air were much richer. No wonder there are so many strong people in the imperial capital. Along the way, Lin Xiao had already discovered a lot just as a sixth-order warrior. You know, in his hometown of Ping'an Zone, except for the existence of the principal level and the horse district chief, Lin Xiao has never seen any other sixth-order warriors. The venue for this competition is Shuguang University. Lin Xiao found the right direction. Freshmen are rotated once a year, and this year it is the turn of Shuguang University to be the organizer. At this moment, Dawn University is already overcrowded. It's here. Lin Xiao stood at the door of Shuguang University, feeling the aura of warriors coming from all directions, and he took a step forward. Freshman competition. I, Lin Xiao, are here. It is worthy of being the top 5 top universities in the entire Dragon Kingdom. As soon as Lin Xiao stepped in, he felt a hint of restlessness coming from his body. The concentration of abilities here is at least twice as high as the one outside. Excuse me, are you visiting the freshman competition? Lin Xiao saw a handsome young man in a school uniform greeting him. No, I'm a freshman participating in the freshman competition. Well, over here. Ah, are you a freshman in the competition? What about your school's team? The young man looked left and right and found that Lin Xiao was very puzzled. I should be the only one in our school. Lin Xiao said a little uncertainly. No way. According to Senior Li's meaning, if he hadn't just appeared, maybe no one would have come. Which school are you? Military Martial Arts University, Lin Xiao. The young man was obviously a little confused. He plucked out his ears, thinking he had heard it wrong. What school do you think you are from? Military Martial Arts. The young man was very shocked. There were freshmen in the Military Martial Arts University participating in the freshman competition? Isn't this a fake from other second-rate universities? There should be no student who is so second-rated. Boom. Wait, Lin Xiao? The name is somewhat familiar. Lin Xiao? You say you are Lin Xiao from the military? The young man confirmed again, and after getting Lin Xiao's nod, he was a little excited. Bang! Yes, you are Lin Xiao. Like, too similar. Lin Xiao looks exactly like you. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, making Lin Xiao embarrassed. What does it mean that Lin Xiao looks exactly like me? I am Lin Xiao. How do you go to the freshman competition? Here, please. Lin Xiao, God, is it convenient for you to sign my name? Lin Xiao didn't expect that he still had fans. This is the scene of the freshman competition. Lin Dashan, I will cheer you on. The young man's excited and trembling hands, he can be regarded as climbing up from the bottom, and he was admitted to Shuguang University with the ultimate efforts of the day after tomorrow. Lin Xiao is the god in the hearts of people like them. Lin Xiao walked in, and the news of Lin Xiao's participation in the freshman competition of the Military Martial Arts University has also disappeared. The pot exploded again on the internet. Me, is it really fake? Lin Dashan is coming to participate in the freshman competition? Who knows if it's true or not? In previous years, the Military Martial Arts University would never participate in such competitions. You don't understand upstairs. It is disdainful that the Military Martial Arts University did not participate in the past. This year, Lin Dashan is saying that if our Military Martial Arts University does not participate, if it does, even if only one person comes, it can be the best in the audience. Me, you talk a lot about messing with you. The ring of the freshman competition is very big, and there is even a formation to surround the entire ring. It's just that this formation is full of loopholes in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he wants to go up and do it twice, and he is an occupational disease. Seeing that the boundaries of several other campuses were full of new students, Lin Xiao silently walked to a very empty place. This is the player area representing the Military Martial Arts University, and there is no one except Lin Xiao. Ha! Someone is coming from the Military Martial Arts University? Lin Xiao's appearance surprised the freshmen of the other 4 universities. They didn't expect that the Military Martial Arts would come to participate in the competition this year. Me, it's Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? It's really him. When it was clear that the military martial artist was Lin Xiao, many people had solemn faces, and most of them participated in the original battle. At that time, Lin Xiao's strength was extremely terrifying, and his aura alone could suppress many people. In the direction of Deception University, a very tough young man looked at Lin Xiao. The surface of his body has a faint golden bronze color, and the oppressive power is very strong. There was a man with a knife in the boundary of Longwu University who also looked at Lin Xiao with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Lin Xiao noticed that some familiar faces were looking at his side, and he waved in response one by one. Oh, I didn't expect that this year's military martial arts would send students to participate in the competition. Distance. There were several strong people gathered together, all of whom were leading teachers from various universities. Looking at his breath, he was actually a strong warrior of the king of martial arts. That newcomer seems to be called Lin Xiao. He is this year's champion, and his strength is not weak. Those who dare to go to the military, not to mention the strength, this courage is not comparable to that of ordinary students, but isn't it a little too arrogant to send him alone in the military? They talked loudly on the platform, and at the same time, they did not forget to show the strength of their students, and there was an undercurrent surging with each other. This year's top university freshman competition is about to begin. Please enter the candidate area. A thick voice sounded, and all the freshmen walked into the player area in an orderly manner. This freshman competition is divided into two categories: individual competition and team competition. The top 32 will be determined by drawing lots, and then the final ranking will be determined through the points battle. Team competitions: each university can send 3 teams to compete, and each team is limited to 5 members. In the end, the ranking will be determined by the number of victories. Lin Xiao listened quietly. And there was a team competition? Can he fight alone? If he could, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. Not for anything else, because he heard that the first place in the team competition also has rich rewards. I announce, the single competition starts now. A huge screen instantly appeared in the sky, and the names of all the contestants appeared on the screen. Completely random drawing. Lin Xiao saw his name. Arena 16, Lin Xiao vs. Zhang Fan. Walking to the ring, Lin Xiao looked at the player opposite. His eyes were red. He didn't know him. But Zhang Fan on the opposite side knew Lin Xiao, and he secretly complained. I'm going out to read the yellow calendar today. It's obviously good luck. The referee saw that the contestants had already taken the stage and quickly spoke. Lin Xiao immediately appeared behind Zhang Fan in an instant. A punch. This punch was neither light nor heavy, and the strength was just right. Zhang Fan was directly blown out and fell under the ring. The game is over. Lin Xiao wins. Zhang Fan run is numb. I'm not ready yet. What about the good experience? He looked around, and the nearby rings were fighting very fiercely, regardless of whether he was up or down, and he was the first to be eliminated. His face turned red, and he hurriedly covered his face and ran away in disgrace, for fear that his face would be photographed by those media. But he thought too simply. As a popular public figure on the whole network, the news of Lin Xiao's participation in this competition has long been known to all netizens. The moment Lin Xiao appeared on the ring, a large number of cameras were all focused on the 16th ring. Me, Lin Xiaolin God. He's really here. He's still so handsome. Let me see which unlucky guy met Lin Dashin in the first game. Oh, it turned out to be this unlucky guy. Yo, it's not bad. It survived under Lin Dashin for a second. It's worthy of recognition. For Lin Xiao to have such strength, many people think it is very normal. They shouted and cheered wildly outside the venue, and many live broadcast screens were filled with Lin Xiao's name. Lin Xiao is powerful. One in the ring. The two players are looking at each other. One of them exuded an extremely terrifying coercion, and his powerful body made the space around him faintly tremble. I admit defeat. His opponent didn't dare to do it at all, and no one knew how scared he was at this time. It seems that he is not facing a human, but an ancient beast. Overlord. Overlord. It's too strong. There were cheers outside the field, and the sense of oppression of this little bully was really strong, and just standing there made many players afraid. I don't even have the courage to make a move. Wah! On a certain ring, a man with a knife stood quietly. He looked indifferent and his face was very calm, but he exuded a powerful aura between his gestures. And his opponent was also unlucky. As soon as he came on the field, he didn't do anything, and he felt a sky-high knife intent. It seems to split this day. Swordsman. This is a true peerless swordsman. The entire ring is crisscrossed, and the cold sword chi is unconscious friction, and many people can't bear it. Less than a second after the start of the game, the man's enemy raised his hand and admitted defeat. Qin Li Sheng. He is Qin Li. From Longwu University, it can be said that he is the first among the freshmen of Longwu University. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. In a ring that was watched by many spectators, a teenager looked up to the sky. His eyes exuded a strong golden light. The aura he exuded was unparalleled, and he was surrounded by an imperial aura. He is Ji Shangnan. It is called the peerless pride of the Emperor of the world. Today he represents Dawn University, and in the eyes of all Dawn freshmen, he is a real emperor on earth. These truly peerless Tianjiao are extremely powerful, and all the players who drew them by lottery basically chose to surrender. Can't fight. This year's Tianjiao is too terrifying. This is the general trend of gold. Is the Dragon Kingdom going to rise again? There are experts on the internet who believe that the Dragon Kingdom is about to usher in a golden trend, and all kinds of demons will emerge one after another, and they will lead the Dragon Kingdom to a new height. That's true. In the past, the annual freshman competition was not as good as this year, which made countless people full of expectations. Lin Xiao is really fierce. Some people saw that Lin Xiao's opponent opponent also conceded defeat, and he didn't even dare to go up to the ring. Is this the oppressive feeling of the peerless Tianjiao? People have already won before they even go up. I'm really looking forward to it. Who will be the most likely to win the first place in the single at present? That must be the little overlord. He has been confirmed to be the biological son of the deceptive martial saint. This is the biological son of the martial saint. Strength must be 1. Hiss. Is he really the son of the martial saint? Envy plus 10,086. That's right, a teenager who was born in Rome still has a natural strength that far exceeds that of ordinary people. I don't dare to disagree. I think Qin Li's chances of winning are greater. He is a peerless swordsman in the true sense of the word. There has never been a defeat since its birth. Oh, then you will see it today. Which faction are you from? Lin Shao sect. Lin Shao YYDS. Do you know the gold content of a peerless swordsman? Lin Shao will win. Do you know the gold content of being invincible and undefeated all the way? Lin Shao will win. Do you know that behind Qin Li is the support of a martial saint family? Whooshing, you little deflated 3, don't blow Lin Shao. Lin Shao will win. UTM. You won't say anything else but this sentence, right? Lin Shao YYDS. Don't argue. If you want me to say, it must be the emperor of the world. Don't you think he's very handsome? Get out. Where did the little deflated 3 come from? Lin Shao will win. The internet has begun to quarrel, and there is a large number of fans behind every peerless Tianjiao, all of whom brainlessly support the invincible Tianjiao in their hearts. Of course, in addition to the recognized strong players, some dark horses will also emerge in the entire freshman competition. They used to hide and tuck in, ready to take this opportunity to soar into the sky and get the appreciation of those big people, and from then on, they will be calm. Zhuge Kongming won this battle. This is a graceful young man, holding an ink fan, dressed in an ancient style, looking quite a high-ranking atmosphere, and his opponent's face was full of cold sweat, and others didn't know what had just happened. He was like being arranged, all the movements, all the offensives were predicted by the boy in front of him, not even the slightest deviation. Why are there such terrifying people in this world? It's like a kind of dimensional crushing. No matter what you do, no matter how hard you struggle, it seems to have been anticipated in the eyes of the other party. Everything seems to be arranged. I am completely a clown in the eyes of the other party. What is the origin of this Zhuge Kongming? It looks average. How can it feel a little powerful? There are many people outside the field who pay attention to this man named Zhuge Kongming, and every battle he fights is like a performance rehearsed in advance, without a trace of battle. I don't know. I only know that the other party is from Shuguan University, and even the contestants of Shuguan University don't know this person. Appeared out of nowhere? Could it be that he is another little bully? It's hard to say. This session is too scary. Look, they will meet sooner or later. The competition is too fierce, and as the progress is more than halfway, more and more players no longer hold back and show their housekeeping skills. Lin Shao, I know you are very strong, but I, Wang Daoran, will not admit defeat like this. Wang Daoran looked at his opponent in this game. He can be regarded as a member of the dark horse ranks. During the competition, it suddenly broke out, and the strength cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of the fourth order, and it was almost one step away from the late stage of the fourth order. This kind of strength can be said to be quite good. I thought my ranking could still move forward, but I drew Lin Shao. Lin Shao also looked at his opponent in this game. His expression was very indifferent, because there was no pressure at the moment. The referee's whistle immediately blew. Wang Daoran had already been ready. He looked at Lin Shao intently. The ability in his body was always ready to go. Even if he was defeated, he had to fight with all his might. You take action first, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Lin Shao bowed lightly to his opponent and asked the other party to make the first move. Wang Daoran did not refuse. He was destined not to win, so he would fight with all his might to at least prove his strength. Heavenly Thunder Sword. His talent is related to thunder, and this move is his most powerful move so far. Countless powerful thunder and lightning condensed into a sword in the sky, a heavenly thunder sword composed of thunder. The sword body was entangled in endless thunder and lightning, and most people felt their scalp tingle just by looking at it. Lin Shao, take the move. With Wang Daoran's order, the heavenly thunder sword rushed towards Lin Shao with a powerful attack, and the roar of thunder and lightning flashed everywhere in the space, which was very extraordinary. And for this attack, Lin Shao didn't move much. His eyes flickered slightly, and an invisible space directly trapped the heavenly thunder sword inside. Ah, break it for me. Seeing this, Wang Daoran continued to exert force, and the abilities in his body were frantically consumed, and he wanted to break through the opponent's defenses. It's just that he didn't expect the defense of this invisible space barrier to be so terrifying. He couldn't break it. Even if you use all your strength, you still can't break it. Watching the abilities in his body gradually bottoming out, Wang Daoran finally knew how big the gap between them was. He smiled a little bitterly. This Lin Shao is not something a person like him can compare with at all. I admit defeat. In the end, he threw in the towel. There is no way. It is too strong. The strength of the two is not on the same level at all. If he was a drop of water, then he only felt that Lin Shao was like a vast ocean. He jumped with all his might, but it seemed that he couldn't even splash a little water player on the other side. Lin Xiao's strength. Lin Xiao, this son is really extraordinary. This was the voice of a martial king. His eyes were a little solemn at the moment, because in Lin Xiao's body, he actually faintly sensed a familiar feeling. Although he is the leading teacher of Longwu University this time, he has also been on the battlefield. In his memory, he was fortunate to see the adults shot and heard about some of the glorious history of that adult. At this moment, he actually saw a trace of signs from Lin Xiao's body, which made him a little suspicious. Could it be that Lin Xiao is related to that adult? It's really the same surname, but Lin Xiao's identity is not a problem. Zhuge Kongming, I didn't expect them to be willing to let it go. King Wu of Shuguang University made a sound. He looked at the graceful young man somewhere in the field, as if he thought of something, and he was a little emotional. Funny, really funny. It seems that this year's freshman competition will be the most exciting ever. These martial arts kings of major universities stand in the void. Everyone has expectations on their faces, and they also have strong confidence in their own players. On the web, this is the most popular live broadcast room on the whole network. The number of online viewers has exceeded 100 million, and the server was almost stuck. The barrage in the live broadcast room is flying all over the sky, and there are some gifts from the Big Brother of the Divine Hero level that have not been broken, and the special effects even block the picture. If you look closely, they are all fights between various fan parties, and the intensity is no less than the battle in the live ring. It has even surpassed in terms of scale. The Overlord will win. Lin Xiao YYDS. The newcomer king is none other than Qinli. Let's go. For now, the popular players of the Rookie King are still these three. As for Ji Shangnan, there are actually not many fans, but they once fought with Lin Xiao and lost. Coupled with the video of the National College entrance examination that was circulating wildly on the internet before, his fans were not very confident. But he is already at the forefront. It is a powerful Tianjiao recognized by the public. Today's individual competition is coming to an end. The top 32 players have been released, and the final will be held tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. Today's game is already so intense. How hot it will be tomorrow. I want to go to the scene. Is there a scalper who can get a ticket over? I will pay a high price. Many people watching the game online are hot in their hearts and want to go to the final live. The few tickets left in the hands of scalpers were instantly speculated to an extremely expensive price, and ordinary people may not be able to afford them in their lifetime. Time flies. As night falls, many people toss and turn and can't sleep, and their hearts are looking forward to the time passing quickly. The next day, before the contestants entered, the audience was already full. Lin Xiao walked to the candidate area. He was still the only one here, empty, as if a little lonely. The final of the individual competition starts now. This round of finals will be based on the results of the previous round of the players as a reference, and the draw will be held, and the winner will get 1 point, and the loser will have no points. Finally, the ranking of the freshman competition will be determined according to the points. Let's invite the top 32 players to enter. The first round of draws is about to take place. Lin Xiao saw his opponent. It was a man named Xia Qing who was ranked 28th. Please, Lin Xiao and Xia Qing are in the ring. Lin Xiao's figure instantly appeared on the ring. This move alone attracted countless cheers. I'm so handsome. This hand teleportation makes many people envious. Lin Xiao's opponent in this round is also not weak. He is a freshman at the peak of the late 4th order, and he has awakened the S-level ability, Qingming Thunder. Another thunder-type superpower. Xia Qing looked at his opponent in this round. His expression was extremely solemn. Only when he really faced it, he knew how powerful this peerless demon was. At this moment, he has a lot to say, because he had already felt that extremely terrifying oppressive force, and just standing there, countless pressures were already coming towards him. The battle is about to break out. Lin Xiao stood in place and still didn't take the lead. He was waiting for his opponent to make a move first. Forget it. Qingming Thunder. Xia Qing can't control so much now. The arrow is on the string, and he has to send it. You can't go. Thunder and sensation in the sky, lightning bombardment. Thunder is the most powerful ability means to attack in the world, and the Thunder ability Awakener is also called the absolute main C by many people. At this moment, Xia Qing was interpreting the gold content of the Thunder-type ability Awakener. The entire ring has been covered by his ability, and the Cyan Thunder appeared on the scene, containing a very amazing offensive power. Xia Qing has already pushed the abilities in his body to the extreme. This is a state of going all out as soon as he comes up. This is to decide the winner with one move. Lin Xiao nodded. As expected of the top 32 players in the freshman competition, there is no weak one. According to his estimation, this level of attack far exceeded the 4th order, and had reached the level of the 5th order. There are indeed no weak people who can be admitted to top universities. Out of respect, he decided to use some strength. Blade of Nothingness. Above his head, a crack shattered out of thin air, and countless void fragments formed an extremely sharp hidden blade. This hidden blade was filled with terrifying fluctuations. It could really split space. Up. The two attacks hit together in everyone's eyes, and a huge explosion occurred at the scene instantly. Countless people exclaimed, "This is the first time Lin Xiao has launched an attack so far." It seems that the opponent this time is also very unusual. The two attacks briefly confronted each other for a second. In everyone's eyes, the hidden blade that exuded terrifying fluctuations and could split the space directly split the Qingning thunder in half from the middle. Lei was also split in half. At the same time, it also slashed towards its owner, Xia Qing, so fast that the other party couldn't react at all. The space that directly crossed this place appeared above Xia Qing's head, and it was about to split down. It's over. I'm going to die. This is the most straightforward feeling in Xia Qing's heart. The fluctuations coming from the sky above his head are like the god of death waving a knife at him. Your time in the world is over here. It's time to follow me. How to stop it? There's no way to stop it. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. He had closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Hey, hey, hey! Don't you admit defeat yet? Are you really waiting for me to cut it down? Suddenly, a young man's voice came from the outside world, which suddenly woke him up. Seeing the young man in front of him appear in his eyes, his slightly youthful voice, but with domineering words couldn't help but make him a little fascinated. Is this the peerless pride of this era? I admit defeat. Ji Shangnan against Zhuge Kongming. It's coming. It's coming. My emperor is invincible. Although I admit that your human emperor is very handsome, I have to say that Zhuge Kongming is definitely a dark horse underestimated by everyone. When the words of Ji Shangnan versus Zhuge Kongming appeared, the atmosphere of the scene came to a climax. Shut up. One is recognized as the emperor of the world, the true supreme emperor. One is the biggest dark horse in this competition, and so far no game has been able to force out the full strength of the opponent. Both of these players have extremely strong strength. Who will win and who will lose in this competition? Is it the emperor of the world to continue the legend, or is it a dark horse to the end? Even Lin Xiao, Xiao Boang, and Qi Li all swept their eyes to this battlefield. Xia Baoang looked at Zhuge Kongming, and there was some inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Qi Li looked at the two people. The knife in his hand was clenched by them, and a natural knife intention was permeated. Lin Xiao also looked at these two people. Ji Shangnan was very familiar with him, but this guy named Zhuge Kongming did surprise him a little. The referee immediately sounded the battle horn. Ji Shangnan stepped out, and the Emperor's dragon aura roared wantonly, and the terrifying coercion emanating from the Golden Emperor dragon aura even spread to the audience, making many people almost unable to hold back their knees. He is still the peerless emperor of the world. Ji Shangnan looked at his opponent with golden pupils. He did not underestimate the other party, or he would not underestimate any Tianjia now. Emperor Dragon Fist. He took the lead in attacking, and the master-level combat consciousness did not find the other party's loopholes, so there was no need to look for it anymore. The unrivaled attack carried a great force and rushed towards Zhuge Kongming on the opposite side. Many people didn't dare to blink, but when they saw that Zhuge Kongming was not prepared at all, they exclaimed at the same time, "What's wrong with Zhuge Kongming? Was he frightened by the coercion of the emperor in the world?" And at this moment, a voice sounded from the field. "I said that all attacks here do not exist. Who's talking? What's going on? What happened?" This inexplicable sound made everyone pause. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, had constricted his pupils, and he hurriedly stepped back, because in his perception, the attack he had just sent disappeared. It's like disappearing out of thin air and being erased from this world by someone. What's going on? What the hell was that just now? His face was extremely solemn, and he didn't know what was going on. His opponent stood opposite him like a normal person, holding a fan in his hand. Could it be that he was doing it? The Emperor's dragon energy in his body converged again, and the Emperor's clothes had been activated by him, and this battle was not as simple as he thought. Emperor Dragon Sword. This time, Ji Shangnan launched an even more powerful offensive. A golden giant sword was swirled by countless dragon chi, and the momentum soared straight into the sky, and the majestic Emperor Dragon Sword was held by Ji Shangnan in his hand, which was the sword that symbolized the Supreme Emperor. Ji Shangnan slashed at Zhuge Kongming fiercely. The space was faintly whispering, as if he was meeting this emperor, as if he was giving way to it. The momentum of this attack was so grand that there were already people in the audience who were resisting this remnant fluctuation with all their might. I said, disappear. The mysterious voice sounded again, this time clearer. Disappear? What disappears? It was the Emperor's dragon sword that disappeared. The Emperor Dragon Sword, which had just exuded incomparable horror, disappeared after the sentence appeared. Everyone doesn't know why. What happened? Why did it disappear again? Ji Shangnan looked at the disappearing Emperor Dragon Sword and fell silent. Xiao Baoang's eyes narrowed slightly, and Qin Li's knife was held tighter. How could this be? Lin Xiao frowned. He looked at this scene that appeared in the field. The attack could not disappear out of thin air. Then there is only one possibility, that is, Zhuge Kongming. In the void, there was a look of King Wu sighing, and he looked at the young man below in admiration. Finally reappeared. SSS level ability, follow the word. He looked at the dancing boy below, remembering that when he was very young, he heard the adults say that there was a peerless Tianjia who had awakened SSS level abilities in the Dragon Kingdom before. That Tianjia was extremely terrifying, and even once caused the Starry Sky 10,000 tribes to lose on the battlefield. Just because it was too terrifying, the Starry Sky 10,000 clans even killed the Tianjia who was still in the seventh order at that time at the cost of dozens of wuzun. And the ability awakened by that Tianzhou is the same talent ability as Zhuge Kongming below. SSS level, speak out of the law. This supernatural talent is so powerful that it cannot be expressed in words, and it can even be said that it is like a creator god. Its ability is simple and direct. It's just the words that follow. Even if the owner's strength is infinitely strong, it can be called a concept level. At this moment, Ji Shangnan, the emperor of the world, is facing the so-called creator god. His life, the emperor of the world, had some twists and turns, and he encountered countless strong enemies on the way to the top. First Lin Xiao defeated his first debut. Then the unicorn of the extraterritorial battlefield Strange Beast Alliance forcibly pressed him to fight, although his age was weak. And this time the college newcomer competition has appeared again. It seems that history is reincarnated, and God is destined not to let his martial arts journey as the emperor of the world go too smoothly. I don't believe it. I am Ji Shangnan. I am the emperor of the world. I don't believe I will stop here. Enough. Ji Shangnan stimulated all the emperor dragon chi in his body, and countless dragon chi gathered into golden dragons in the sky above him. There were dozens of dragons hovering in the sky. They were majestic and intimidating like eternity. The terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. Ji Shangnan's body was shaking. This was the limit of what he could drive at the moment. It emits a dazzling golden light. Ji Shangnan's eyes were full of the majesty of the Imperial Road powerhouse, and he urged the last dragon energy to attack Zhuge Kongming. Dozens of ancient golden dragons hovering in the air intertwined with each other, and the momentum was extremely huge, making people unable to take their eyes off it. This is the emperor of the world, Ji Shangnan? This scene stunned all the audience. Without him, it was too shocking. Fans who belonged to Ji Shangnan have gone completely crazy. They kept shouting and shouting. The emperor was invincible. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Zhuge Kongming's usual calm face changed slightly. Merely, I said, there is no emperor here. If Ji Shangnan's words can be regarded as imperial decrees, then Zhuge Kongming's words are like heavenly words. This is a verdict from heaven. Here, no emperor. Dozens of roaring ancient golden dragons were constantly roaring. They seemed to be fighting against inexplicable things, hissing exhausted. It's just in the eyes of everyone. But after that sentence appeared, they slowly disappeared one by one. There is no emperor here. There is no emperor here. Zhuge Kongming's light words actually dismantled Ji Shangnan, the emperor of the world, with all his might. On the surface, it seems to be so calm, quiescence. The scene was extremely silent. Ji Shangnan's hurried gaze looked at his opponent. Is this feeling again? It's such a feeling of powerlessness again. It seems that no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you work, it seems that there will always be people standing in front of them, erasing the traces of their efforts in an extremely light way. As if he really only deserves to be a green leaf, he is used as a stepping stone by others. I'm Ji Shangnan. Why am I so weak? Or has I, Ji Shangnan, never been strong? Let's go. Ji Shangnan saw that his opponent defused his all-out attack so easily, and once again fell into deep confusion and introspection. Is my Ji Shangnan really so weak? The Emperor Dragon energy in his body was flickering slightly. It was not dissipating, but condensing. Emperor, fight with the sky, fight with the earth, fight with everything in the world. The Emperor is never afraid. Since Lin Zhao's tragic blow last time, Ji Shangnan has been precipitating for a long time, and he is just one opportunity away. An opportunity to completely smash the past and face the world again with a new dominant attitude. Ji Shangnan lowered his head and looked at his fists. He had vowed to crush all enemies in the world with his fists. So, Ji Shangnan, how could it be so weak? How could it be defeated like this? Vision of heaven and earth. Countless auspicious clouds appeared in the void. Dragons flew and phoenixes danced. The sound of nature continued, and countless phantoms of auspicious cloud blessings appeared in the air. God seems to be cheering and cheering. This is. The strong men of King Wu in the void looked extremely shocked, and they looked at Ji Shangnan below in disbelief. All kinds of strange signs are all pointing towards him. This is the second awakening. Ability advancement? Several martial king powerhouses stared at Ji Shangnan with their eyes intent. They were shocked and incredulous, having lived for so long. This was the first time they had seen someone awaken for the second time. The people in the audience didn't know why. They just thought this scene was very handsome. Me, what happened? What's going on? Is the game over? Who won? No, look, Ji Huang seems to. It seems. What's wrong? What's wrong with Ji Huang? Everyone all turned their attention to Ji Shangnan on the ring. Now, under the eyes of everyone, Ji Shangnan flashed with golden light throughout his body, and he came to worship in all directions, and countless ancient holy beast phantoms kept circling and flying above his head. Not far away, the sky is full of glow, and auspicious clouds cover the entire sky, as if a saint has been born. The Emperor Dragon energy on his body was transforming, constantly condensing, constantly deriving, from the inside out, rejuvenating. Born from the heart, he awakened for the second time. This is a real awakening. From then on, the road opened to the sky, and there was no threshold or obstacle. He really did it. This is the way of a fearless and magnificent emperor. It really belongs to his was Ji Shangnan's martial arts. At this moment, his heart was clear. What invincible heavenly pride, what worldly talent, was no longer in his consideration at all. He had the invincible spirit of encompassing the people of the world in his heart. His talent has changed. The whole body exudes an unparalleled light, which makes people dare not look directly at it. That is the most generous reward given by God to this person. The SS-level emperor broke through the shackles, and a crisp voice sounded from the depths of his heart, breaking the limits of his talent and breaking the laws of nature. There is no one above the emperor. It's for heaven. SSS level ability, Heavenly Emperor. Ji Shangnan is like a peerless heavenly emperor who runs through ancient and modern times at this moment, and he is the same as before. The emperor dragon chi that was coiled around it also completely disappeared, replaced by the supreme heavenly emperor chi. The original emperor's clothes have also changed, and this time it should be called the clothes of the heavenly emperor, unparalleled elegance. Ji Shangnan has really changed. He changed from the original emperor of the world to the current peerless emperor, and this change directly made his opponent Zhuge Kongming's expression instantly become extremely solemn. Ji Shangnan, what a Ji Shangnan! The ink fan he was playing with in his hand had disappeared, and at this moment he really began to get serious, because he is now facing an invincible heavenly emperor. Heavenly Emperor Fist. I said, disappear. This collision is a clash between two SSS level abilities. It is no longer as weird as it was just now, but it is concrete in everyone's eyes, and a shocking fist is colliding with the nameless rules. Oh, there is no distinction between the two, and each other is breaking out the most extreme attack. Ji Shangnan kept swinging his fists, and he really became a young heavenly emperor who was extremely powerful and not afraid of all enemies. Zhuge Kongming's words were so terrifying, he didn't make a move, or he was shooting all the time. Every instruction is a rule given by God. A powerful battle broke out again between the two. The intensity is indescribable. Such a terrifying battle, the consumption of the two is extremely large. Zhuge Kongming's hands have begun to tremble, and his words and methods do not have absolute suppression power for people of the same level. Long-term use has already put a great load on him. Ji Shangnan is the same. The SSS level supernatural ability Heavenly Emperor has just awakened, and what he needs most now is retreat, to master it perfectly, so as to completely turn it into his own powerful strength. In the dark, the two looked at each other. This is the last move of the game. It is also a trick that determines the outcome. Heavenly Emperor Sword. I said, there is no sky here. Both of them have taken their talents to the extreme. Who is the balance of victory or defeat leaning towards? Ji Shangnan's eyes were burning. He was no longer worried about gains and losses. His mind was infinite, and he should be invincible and always strong. Zhuge Kongming's eyes are awe-inspiring, and he is also invincible in the world. Countless people have deeply remembered the faces of the two in their hearts, and these two peerless teenagers are destined to be extraordinary. There is a result. Who won? All are looking forward to the final result. Gone? Lin Xiao was also watching. He didn't expect Zhuge Kongming to have such an incredible ability. Similarly, he looked at Ji Shangnan's back. He didn't expect this former opponent to break through again, and if he didn't feel wrong, his talent should have come to the SSS level. No wonder when he did it for the first time, Lin Xiao felt that the other party's talent was a little strange. In the field, the voices of the two gradually became clear. Both sides stood in the ring of the game, their eyes locking each other, and none of them fell. The final result of this match is a draw. No one can do anything to each other. Zhuge Kongming's words are actually more inclined to assist. Strictly speaking, his own hard power is not as good as Ji Shangnan, but his abilities are too perverted. Although Ji Shangnan is strong, at present, the terrorist ability to resist the other party has exhausted its own abilities and cannot have a substantive attack on the other party. Draw. Many people are not satisfied with this result. How is that possible? My Ji Huang is invincible. It must be Ji Huang who won. Upstairs, can't you see Zhuge Kongming's horror? The whole game always feels so light from start to finish. If you want me to say, in the end, Zhuge Kongming will definitely win. These brainless fans are all roaring wildly for their idols, and the two people in the field have long since disappeared, and they immediately stepped out of the ring to seize the time to recover their strength and welcome the arrival of the next match. After the scene, Xinli was a little clumsy. He was a natural martial arts idiot, and when he saw the strong man, he couldn't help but want to step forward and compete. The sudden appearance of Zhuge Kongming made him feel very interesting, and he really wanted to fight with the other party. As for Ji Shangnan, his eyes looked over, and the teenager had already caught up, which also made him extremely excited. Xinli versus Yang Yi. Hear yourself. Xinli immediately clenched the Qinglong Crescent sword, his eyes fixed on a certain figure in the Deception University. Similarly, there was a teenager looking at him, and their eyes met in the air. This will be another extremely fierce battle. Yang Yi is the little overlord. Xinli versus Xiaoboang. Bang! Both sides have all entered, and the atmosphere at the scene is hot again. There is no way, even the referee is looking forward to this kind of game. Xinli took the lead in cutting a knife. One knife. The knife intent crisscrosses the battlefield, powerful and unmatched. This slash contains Qin Li's indomitable knife intent, and ordinary people can't catch it at all. Yang Yi is also extremely domineering. His whole body flashed with golden light, and he swung his punch directly, without dragging his feet. He was using his fist to catch Qin Li's knife. Catched. Like a test before the game, the two smiled slightly at each other. Qin Li's talent is one word: knife. No grade. Even when the test was initially conducted, the inspector once thought that the machine was faulty, because Qin Li comes from the top wealthy family, the Qin family. How could a genius of the Qin family awaken to a talent without grade? But that's what it is. Countless tests, all the same result. Qin Li seems to have awakened an extremely garbage ability: knife. Who is it? And this situation is not a good thing for people born into wealthy families. Qin Li's mother was ridiculed by countless people in the family, and her father was also found by the hostile faction to arrange to kill the enemy on the battlefield, and finally died on the battlefield. And the Qin state was fierce. Since awakening, the whole person has changed, become taciturn, and become extremely belligerent. He was indifferent to the misfortunes of his family, he was silent about his father's death, and he didn't know what to do about his mother's embarrassment. There seems to be only one thing left in his life, and that is a knife. Later, it was proved that his talent in the knife was very powerful, and even no one in the Dragon Kingdom was able to do it at present. At this moment, he is releasing to his heart's content in the ring. Battle! The extremely powerful sword intent released a bright light in Qin Li's hand, and he kept swinging the knife. The entire ring was filled with his knife intent. What is a real swordsman? There seems to be a clear demonstration here in Qin Li, that is, he only has a knife in his heart. Loyal to the knife, obsessed with the knife. Because of this, Qin Li's knife skills are very strong. It is enough for him to surpass countless people of his generation, and he has not been defeated since he was born. He kept swinging his sword, constantly attacking Yang Yi. Every time he slashed, the space seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The referee has strengthened the protective formation of this ring many times, for fear that the aftermath of the battle between these two will be too strong and cause the audience to suffer unwarranted disasters. And Qin Li's opponent, Poplar leaves. He is also not a simple character. Can the parent-child of the martial saint be simple? Yang Yi's physical extreme horror. So far, he has been fighting against Qin Li with his bare hands, and his powerful physical power makes him fearless and open and close. His natural abilities seem to be related to the flesh, and because of his father. Yang Yi's physical strength once made many insiders despair. Is this really a body that only the same generation can have? What is the difference between you and the flood beast? Both of them are launching a powerful offensive against each other, and neither will let the other slash the sky. The domineering body is unparalleled. The two sides are constantly fighting, and this battle is much more exciting than the one between Ji Shangnan and Zhuge Kongming. The audience was already boiling, and they even brought themselves in, screaming non-stop. Their battle has also made many contestants daunted. Not the son of man, how can they play? Wang Daoran looked at this scene and smiled bitterly. He was still too far away from the top Tianzhou of their kind, and he might not be able to bear the aftermath of the scene alone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhao's direction again. That one was also fiercely compared to him. Even he personally felt that the feeling of powerlessness that Lin Zhao gave him was the most incomprehensible among everyone. There was no reason, it was intuition. He felt that perhaps Lin Zhao was the real rookie king. Lin Zhao was watching. He didn't expect that not long after the final began, someone realized that he could win. Very strong. He looked at both sides of the court and gave a very pertinent idea. It is indeed very strong. The offensive of the two people is extremely fierce. If there is no mistaken induction, the cultivation of both people is at the level of the middle of the fifth order. The real strength must be about the middle of the sixth order. A big realm, worthy of the top Tianzhou. In Lin Zhao's eyes, the gap between the two people on the field is really not big. It depends on who can consume whom. It was. Qin Li and Yang Yi in the field are both quite fierce. The two sides are inseparable. You punch me a knife. Such a battle makes the two people extremely refreshing. Yang Yi roared. He hadn't fought such a cool battle for a long time, and in the past, at home, he was either ruthlessly abused by his father, or he played with some people who had little strength, which was very boring. The fighting spirit in the eyes of his opponent Qin Li also became more and more turbulent. Needless to say, both of them have already shown their housekeeping skills, and this battle can be called a chess match for the two of them. But at this point in the battle, they all realized that the only way to win, that is to see who can make it to the end. Yang Yi is extremely confident in this. He is the son of the martial saint, and he is taking the path of refining his body, and he is confident that he will not lose to anyone in terms of durability. In contrast, Qin Li wants to be a little weak. He has always maintained an absolute peak state until now. Every powerful attack is output with all his might. This fierce attack, he can't last long, but he is not afraid. In his heart, the real swordsman is never afraid of everything. Even if he knows that he will lose, he will still hold the knife in his hand and move forward. The knife is coming. This cry was accompanied by a shocking knife intent. It seems to be calling. The green dragon crescent moon knife in his hand came out of his hand and floated above the void, and at the same time, many warriors carrying knives in the audience felt something was wrong. His knife flew uncontrollably towards the battlefield. Countless knives flew into the sky above Qinli, and thousands of knives fell into the sky. Yang Yi, this is my last move. If you take it, you win. At this moment, Qinli's body was full of endless knife intent, and as Lin Xiao, who also had a fist intent, could feel it, that was the peak intention of Xiaocheng. Like himself, he is one step away from great achievements. Yang Yi looked at the knife in the sky, his face became extremely solemn. If this move was not careful, it was easy to cause a big problem. He no longer hesitated, his whole body burst out with golden light, and the extremely powerful flesh and blood energy condensed into a supreme barrier. Heaven and earth hegemony. This is his strongest defense, and he wants to take this move head on. The knife is pouring out the world. Countless knives launched the most violent blow at Yang Yi. The referee who had been watching outside the court secretly said that it was not good, and he hurriedly took action to strengthen the formation on this ring, and this time the power of the match was a little fierce. Thick smoke rose in the field, and the shocking explosion sounded in the air for a long time. Even with the blessing of the formation, the powerful impact still made some people who were closer to eat a mouthful of dust. But these are not the focus of their attention. Who wins? The smoke slowly dissipated, and people's eyes did not dare to take their eyes off for a moment. In the ring, both of them stood in place, maintaining their last-minute attack moves. Qinli looked at the knife that fell to the ground. He was a little complicated, slowly stepped forward to pick up his Qinglong crescent knife, and walked out of the ring without looking back. You won. In this battle, Yang Yi won. Yang Yi finally withstood Qin Li's frontal blow, and such a sky-high offensive was carried down by him. Yang Yi looked at Qin Li, who walked out of the ring, and he also grinned a little. The blow just now was not easy to catch. His current internal organs were protesting, but he was just suppressed by him. Qin Li, your knife is very strong. It's just that it seems to me that something is missing. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi spoke. He didn't know if he should say this. He had fought with some of the top swordsmen in the Dragon Kingdom, and he found that the knives of those top swordsmen were different from Qin Li's. It's as if one is alive and the other is dead. He didn't know how to describe it, but Qin Li paused slightly when he heard this, and left this place again. No matter what. In the end, Yang Yi won this competition. Fans from Yang Yi are shouting and cheering wildly, and the little bully in their hearts is absolutely invincible. The next game seemed to have entered a plateau, not too intense, and the audience just eased the previous tense atmosphere. Lin Xiao versus Zhuge Kongming. The audience at the scene burst into shocking noises again. The climax is coming. Their hearts, which had just been silent, began to stir again. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao has too many fans, and most of them support him at a glance, and Zhuge Kongming also has them, but slightly less. In the same way of appearing, Lin Xiao appeared in the ring in an instant, which almost became his signature action, making many girls exclaim that they are so handsome. I want to give you a monkey. Lin Xiao looked at his opponent Zhuge Kongming, who kept imagining what it would be like to fight the opponent off the field. Zhuge Kongming also looked at this young man who became famous when he was born. He knew that the other party was a demon who had awakened to dual SSS level abilities, and his talent was better than his own, and this battle might be a tough battle, and he was ready. The referee gave an order. The atmosphere in the venue instantly became solemn. Lin Xiao looked at Zhuge Kongming, and his opponent was also looking at him. Aren't you going to make a move? Lin Xiao was a little curious. He wanted to see how the other party attacked. Zhuge Kongming was slightly stunned, and immediately understood the opponent's thoughts. Since you want to test it, then come. I said, wind, rain, thunder and lightning appear. In other words, the four rules of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appear at the same time. This scene really stunned many people, and the power of the four rules appeared in one ring at the same time. Under the summons of Zhuge Kongming, the power of the four rules kept surging out, and they exuded strong coercion and launched an attack on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand forward, pointed out, everything condensed. An invisible space barrier controlled the power of the four rules of wind, fire, thunder and lightning, and could no longer advance in the slightest. I said, disappear. A cold voice sounded. A strange rule power escaped. Lin Xiao suddenly sensed something was wrong. In his sense, the space he had condensed seemed to be slowly being consumed by an invisible rule. How could this be possible? And as the space barrier gradually dimmed, the power of the four rules launched an attack on Lin Xiao again. A hidden blade appeared instantly, directly breaking through the space of this place, slashing at the wind, fire, thunder and lightning, and the powerful force directly annihilated the power of the four rules on the spot. Lin Xiao took the initiative to attack this time. He swung several attacks at Zhuge Kongming, and several blades of nothingness appeared in the void in an instant, carrying infinite terrifying attacks and slashing at Zhuge Kongming. I said, disappear. This time, Zhuge Kongming was obviously struggling. His ability was consumed a little fast, and after disintegrating Lin Xiao's move again, he stepped back and gasped heavily. His expression became extremely solemn. Looking at the young man in front of him, he didn't expect the other party's strength to be so terrifying. Just a simple fight. He was at an absolute disadvantage. He didn't have any ability to resist at all, and the ability in his body consumed as if he didn't want money, so he had no chance of winning at all. Space ability can disappear. What about time? Lin Xiao murmured in a low voice, only to see his divine eyes flickering slightly, and the power of the supreme rule belonging to time appeared in the field. Time here seems to have changed. Fast fast and slow, stopping and slowing. The strange scene made Zhuge Kongming's pupils constrict, and in his vision, it seemed that everything had slowed down, and even the trajectory of the dust floating in the air was clearer than usual. Even his own thoughts seemed to be dull. I said, time and space do not exist. This time he spoke, and it took him several times longer than usual. And at the moment when his voice sounded, Zhuge Kongming instantly became extremely pale, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and there was an obvious sense of weakness all over his body. He held his body and gasped heavily. This movement surprised many people. Match fixing? It's you! But only Zhuge Kongming himself knew that at that moment, the ability in his body almost bottomed out. This made him very panicked, something that had never happened. This young man named Lin Xiao was so strong. He slowly looked up and looked at the boy in front of him. The fear in his eyes had reached the extreme, and he didn't know how to win this game at all. Lin Xiao silently sensed what was happening in the field, and there was a faint trace of suspicion. Are you following the rules? He thought about all the battles of Zhuge Kongming in his mind, including his own personal experience. Like, it's so similar. There is something to be able to eliminate the ability that comes out of his hand with one sentence. You know, what he uses is the supreme power of time and space. And in the dark, he could sense that there was an inexplicable rule here that forcibly prevented the appearance of the rules of time and space, which made Lin Xiao even more surprised. He doesn't believe in evil. The divine eyes of time and space flashed again, and Lin Xiao exerted a slight force. This voice was only heard by Lin Xiao and Zhuge Kongming. That inexplicable rule was broken, and then, Zhuge Kongming instantly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His weakness directly reached the extreme, and there was no trace of supernatural ability all over his body, and it was consumed to the extreme. His eyes were slightly white, and he fell straight on the ring. Seeing this, the referee hurriedly announced the result of the game. Lin Xiao wins. At the same time, he immediately called for medical personnel to carry Zhuge Kongming down, but he knew some news. This kind of Tianzhou must not have an accident. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xiao, who seemed to be a nothing, a little incredible. Is it like a person? In his opinion, no matter how demonic Lin Xiao is, he shouldn't be so demonic, right? Can't a genius like Zhuge Kongming even let him go all out? In the eyes of the referee, he did feel that Lin Xiao did not show all his strength in this battle, and won the victory very easily. He guessed right, Lin Xiao really didn't put out all his strength. The combination of the two super SSS level spacetime abilities, coupled with the blessing of his ability heritage that surpasses that of ordinary people 50 times, Zhuge Kongming has no possibility of winning at all. Even if it is the same SSS level, it can't be. After seeing Zhuge Kongming's end, Ji Xiangnan in the rest area looked at Lin Xiao expressionlessly. This teenager is still peerless, worthy of being the one who can defeat himself. Although he successfully awakened for the second time and advanced his abilities to the SSS level Heavenly Emperor, it seems that his own strength is still inferior to that of the other party. But he was not discouraged. His martial arts road had reached the sky, and it would be a good thing if someone had been in front of him along the way to let himself catch up. The eyes of Yang Yi and Qin Li looked at Lin Xiao a little. Yang Yi's eyes were full of solemnity. He knew Zhuge Kongming. He had dealt with him a lot in private, and the terrifying ability was still fresh in his memory, but he didn't expect to lose to this young man named Lin Xiao so easily. Sure enough, there are no false people under the fame. Zhuge Kongming, who was carried down, slowly opened his eyes after receiving treatment. His current state is a bit not very good. His whole body is collapsed, and he is tired like never before. What a scary guy. At this time, he hadn't recovered from the battle just now, and the final impact was too violent. There is no room for him to breathe. It was like a person standing on the shore without the power to bind a chicken, suddenly facing the waves, without the ability to resist at all. He barely looked at Lin Xiao, who was sitting in no man's land, and Xiaose's figure actually contained such amazing strength. The game is still ongoing. The difference in strength between most of the players is not too big, and at this moment, everyone's true strength has already been exposed. Now the comparison is who has stronger actual combat ability, the greater the probability of winning. Of course, except for a very small number of players who stand at the top of the pyramid. Xin Li versus Xiao Hong. This time, Xin Li's opponent is a player who is temporarily ranked in the top 20, and his strength is quite good. Wah! The incomparably powerful knife intent was raging in all directions, and the ring was instantly fully covered by Xin Li's knife intent, and the terrifying coercion directly made his opponent sweat. One knife. Xin Li held the Qinglong crescent moon knife, his eyes full of indifference. Xiao Cheng's peak knife intent spread directly with his wave of his hand, and the terrifying attack directly shattered Xiao Heng's defense front. Meantime, the remnants of the attack still attacked Xiao Hong and directly took him out of the ring. Xiao Hong, who ranked 20th, couldn't stop Qin Li's ordinary knife. This is the strength of the top Tianjiao. Fault crushing. After winning the game, Qin Li didn't look excited, because the opponent was too weak to bring him much excitement. At this moment, he kept thinking about what Yang Yi had just said. What is missing in my knife? He was extremely obsessed with knives, even to the point of madness. The knife does not leave the person, and the person does not leave the knife. Even when he sleeps, he can sleep peacefully with his knife in his arms, so where is his difference? Isn't he loyal enough off to the knife? He kept thinking. The more I thought about it, the more fascinated I became, but I just couldn't figure out what was wrong. He even walked directly to Yang Yi and humbly asked for advice, because Yang Yi said that his knife was missing something. I'm not sure, it's just that your knife is really a little different from those top swordsmen. Yang Yi scratched his head. He didn't expect the other party to be so serious. He just felt it. After all, he himself was not a knife practitioner, and he didn't understand the mystery. It's just that as a bystander, his most intuitive feeling is this. Ji Xiangnan against Yang Yi. The game has reached a climax again. It was another duel between two peerless heavenly pride. This kind of competition made the audience, which had been calm for a long time, boil again. Ji Huang, Overlord, Overlord. The two protagonists looked at each other, and the depths of each other's eyes exuded a strong fighting spirit, which was the joy of chess and opponents. Heavenly Emperor Fist. The domineering body is unparalleled. The two immediately fought together. The powerful aura instantly escaped, and the roar in the field continued. This was the two teenagers Tianzhou in a fierce battle. Ji Xiangnan is worthy of being a peerless pride. Just taking advantage of a moment of rest has stabilized all the abilities after the breakthrough. At this moment, he bombarded with both hands, and the powerful Heavenly Emperor's aura was even more than before. It was the coercion of the Heavenly Emperor with an infinite future, extremely powerful, and suddenly it was a mess. His opponent is a martial saint parent son, Yang Yi. The golden light flashes, and the body is unparalleled. Yang Yi was like a humanoid beast. His powerful physique abruptly withstood the supreme coercion of the young emperor on the opposite side, and every move contained extremely terrifying power. This is the first time the two have met, and it is also the first time they have faced each other head-on. Powerful fluctuations came and went. The formation on the edge of the competition ring was on the verge of collapse again and again. The referee strengthened over and over again. He looked at the two teenagers in the field, and he was a little emotional. With another blow, the two retreated one after another. So far, the battle between the two can be described as quite fierce, and at the same time, there is no distinction between superiority and inferiority. The tricks between masters are often like this: either they win or lose, or they fight until the sea is dry and rotten. It's too intense. The fans outside the field called it wonderful, and they were so excited to watch this evenly matched battle of geniuses that they didn't know who they should cheer for a while. Ji Xiangnan looked at his opponent. His face was filled with an extremely satisfied smile. Such a martial arts path was the Tao he was pursuing. As a peerless Tianjiao, it is a blessing to have a close opponent. Heavenly Emperor Sword. He looked up to the sky and laughed. The Heavenly Emperor's aura surged wildly, and a Heavenly Emperor's sword that symbolized the world's unparalleled appeared, which was the peerless attack of the young Heavenly Emperor. Heaven and Earth Hegemony. This is the pinnacle showdown between the two Tianjiao, and the fighting spirit in the hearts of both sides at this moment has reached its peak, and they are lucky to be born in this era. The powerful impact shook the entire ring again. Countless floors were destroyed and smashed, and their disappearance seemed to silently interpret the invincible power of the two Tianjiao. Ahem cough. The smoke was overflowing, and the people standing in the first row were very choked and couldn't stop coughing, but their eyes were still staring at the scene in the ring. Is the battle between these two top Tianjiao going to have a result? Everyone's eyes were on this ring. No, or look at this big pit. The attack just now directly blasted out a huge pit here. If it weren't for the blessing of the formation, maybe this pit would be boundless. The smoke slowly dissipated, and two figures appeared at the same time. Their postures were very handsome, and the arrogance of the young man was unobstructed. Ji Xiangnan looked at Yang Yi expressionlessly. At this moment the Supreme Heavenly Emperor's aura had become very thin. He tried his best in this battle, but it was still a strange move. But it's okay, I've caught up. There was an extremely strong confidence in his eyes when he looked at Yang Yi, which was an infinitely positive confidence in his future. Next time we meet, fight again. After saying that, Ji turned to the south and left. He lost this battle, not to the point of being exhausted. In the last attack, his strongest killer move did not break through the opponent's defense, which meant that this battle could no longer be won. Yang Yi is indeed a strong opponent. Yang Yi wins. Yang Yi, the parent and son of the deceptive martial saint, won again. Such a strong strength has attracted many fans to go crazy, and his popularity even surpassed Lin Xiao for a while and came to the top of the list. So far, there are only two players who have not been defeated. One is Lin Xiao, and the other is Yang Yi. Many people are looking forward to the duel between these two geniuses, and the intensity is definitely the pinnacle of this competition. Lin Xiao versus Qinli. Hear the sound. The audience was not excited yet. Qinli took the lead in getting excited. He immediately pulled his thoughts back to reality, and he had been looking forward to the duel with Lin Xiao for a long time. Lin Xiao's signature move, instantaneous. Papa. Applause resounded throughout the world. The tip of the knife cut through the ground, leaving a deep mark, and Qinli walked into the ring step by step with the Qinglong crescent knife in his hand. This may be another fierce battle of Tianjiao. Let me see how strong your strength is. Yang Yi outside the field looked at him seriously, and from the perspective of the players present, only Lin Xiao gave him the most mysterious feeling. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Qinli's Xi's fighting spirit had already soared into the sky. He stood with a knife, and the knife intent that permeated his body was about to be uncontrollable. Xi Li took the lead in drawing a knife back. He didn't mean to test this knife at all. It was the unity of man and sword. Xiao Cheng's peak knife intent perfectly showed its terrifying power under his manipulation, and this knife could directly split a 6th-order warrior in half. Punch through the sky. Lin Xiao also released his fist. This is the peak fist of Xiao Cheng. This punch directly shocked Ji Shangnan off the field. When did Lin Xiao know boxing? The more Yang Yi looked, the more solemn he became, because he found that many people seemed to be blinded by Lin Xiao's peerless talent. Lin Xiao's physical power is also extremely terrifying. As a person who also walked the way of the flesh, he knew the difficulty of this path, and outsiders could not understand the hardships he had suffered in the middle of getting to this point today. Lin Xiao, how many trump cards do you have hidden? Yang Yi murmured in a low voice. He didn't expect that he would meet such a young man in his life this time. In the ring, Lin Xiao's powerful body was exerting extremely terrifying fluctuations at this moment. A faint golden luster emerged, and the powerful qi and blood made every attack of him unimaginably strong. Xi Li became more and more fierce the more he fought, the more happy he felt, and he hadn't fought as happily as he did today for a long time. You are really strong enough. The swordsman's knife always has an indomitable belief, Xi Li shouted. The Qinglong crescent moon knife in his hand flew into the air, and at the same time, with the blessing of Qin Li's cultivation, countless blade shadows evolved. This move was his strongest attack. The knife is pouring out the world. He never drags his feet, and directly wins or loses with one move. Lin Xiao looked up at the countless blades in the air. He did not retreat, but took a step forward, his eyes flashing. A divine luster flashed away. I saw that countless sharp hidden blades also appeared above his head. Go, blade of nothingness. The space here was directly broken by two people, and many broken cracks appeared, and countless dusts were sucked in and floated in the deepest part of the universe. This time the audience didn't wait long. Not even the smoke appeared. Lin Xiao's blade of nothingness broke through Qin Li's knife with an incomparably strong attitude. There was a faint mournful sound in the air. Qin Li frowned slightly. It was the whining of pain from the Qinglong crescent moon knife. It couldn't withstand the opponent's powerful offensive, and there were many cracks on the blade. Seeing this, he had a complicated expression, and immediately forcibly interrupted this move, and the powerful backlash made him vomit a mouthful of blood. I lost. Xi Li looked at the Qinglong crescent moon knife in his hand. After the battle just now, there were many scars on the blade, which made him very distressed as he loved knives. Lin Xiao stood in place. He looked at Qin Li and did not speak. The other party's knife was indeed sharp, but he also felt that it was almost interesting. With the help of the system, although his life has just begun, he has already experienced the life experience of several grandmasters. Qin Li's knife, in his opinion, has no soul. He won this battle very easily, not even as much as Zhuge Kongming's effort. He looked around and saw that there was only one player left who deserved his attention. Yang Yi. His eyes swept over, and coincidentally, Yang Yi was also looking at him at the moment. This time the individual competition is coming to an end. The passion of the audience has also been consumed too much, and the intensity of today's battle can be described as the peak of recent years, and many people have already shouted smoke in their throats. Lin Xiao versus Yang Yi. The fans in the audience have already used their strength to do the final madness, and this game is the final expectation that they can still stay on the scene. Many judges also looked here. The result of this game may directly be destined to be the final candidate for the Rookie of the Year in this freshman competition. It is the biological son of Wu Sheng, Yang Yi, or Lin Xiao, who is the most talented in ancient and modern times. These two are also the only two who have not lost in the competition so far. Lin Xiao, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yang Yi showed a solemn look for the first time. He walked into the ring and looked at Lin Xiao, who appeared in an instant. After watching so many competitions from the other party, he still didn't notice where the bottom line of the teenager in front of him was, and the whole competition gave him the feeling that he was going through the motions. Lin Xiao bowed slightly to Yang Yi, looking calm. Lin Xiao, if nothing else, the rookie king is either you or me, so I have a request. Before the game started, Yang Yi suddenly spoke to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at him with some doubts. What request? In this battle, please use all your might. As soon as this statement came out, many viewers were stunned. Didn't Lin Xiao use all his strength in the previous battle? Me. What does the little overlord sentence mean? I didn't understand. Are you stupid? It means that he didn't look down on Lin Xiao's strength at all, so he went all out as soon as he came up. Get out. Where did the sunspot come from? Obviously, he was aware that Lin Xiao had not used all his strength to make a request before. Whooshing parent and son have the dignity of whooshing parent and son. But, such a simple sentence really made many people fall silent. Even the little overlord Yang Yi said this, which means that Lin Xiao's previous battle was really useless. Many people looked at the young man who was calm in the field with an extremely complicated expression. Lin Xiao, how strong are you? Lin Xiao was stunned. This request seemed a little familiar, and he glanced at Ji Shangnan outside the field without a trace. After a moment of silence, he nodded. I had an idea in my heart. Seeing that the other party agreed, Yang Yi was happy at the same time, but also became more and more solemn. This battle is probably not that simple. The referee saw that the two men were ready. Come on, Lin Xiao, Yang Yi shouted. He had adjusted his state to the best level, and at this moment, Lin Xiao, who was still standing in place, suddenly disappeared. This made Yang Yi a little nervous. He quickly looked around. No, look, in the sky, someone outside the venue exclaimed, and many people looked at this scene in great surprise. I saw that in the sky above the ring, there was a young man stepping on the divine light, and his brilliant figure was like a god descending to earth. Yang Yi looked up and looked at this scene incredulously. Ha, have you reached the sixth order? He couldn't believe his judgment. Wasn't it only the sixth order powerhouse that could stand in the void? Lin Xiao is younger than himself. Has he already broken through to the sixth order? This Nima hit AP. And about this, Lin Xiao did not explain. He raised his right hand slightly. The divine eyes of time and space were flashing, and the powerful rules of space came and went. A voice sounded from the void. Deep, indifferent, plain, fearless. Space is extinguished. The powerful space rules are wantonly destroying the entire competition scene, and countless spaces are destroyed by an invisible big hand. They are dying. The space is gone, and there is only darkness at a glance. Endless darkness, from the deepest darkness of the universe, the blackness that cannot be seen at a glance. This scene can't help but daunt many people. What a terrifying scene. In the endless abyss, life is worse than death. Yang Yi wanted to slap himself at the moment. What are you calling when you say you have nothing to do? And this is what makes people show all their strength. He looked at the constantly destroyed space in front of him, and the endless darkness, with no room for resistance. No matter how confident he was in his body, he was not confident enough to live in the depths of the void of the universe. Just when he was about to get close to himself, Yang Yash completely felt that boundless horror and infinite fear. He couldn't bear it anymore and surrendered. My life is important. And the referee, who was already stunned, did not react immediately, and Yang Yi shouted again, and he hurriedly announced the result of the game. Lin Xiao wins. Boom. Everyone outside the field completely let themselves go. Although this battle was fast, but the visual effect it brought to them was too terrifying. Lin Xiao's terrifying attack left an extremely deep impression on everyone. Powerful, unfathomable, like a god. This is Lin Xiao in everyone's hearts, a mysterious and powerful spokesperson. The rookie king of this freshman competition was born at this moment. No one will question him. With absolute crushing strength, he won the most competitive rookie king. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao slowly descended. The space here had been restored to its original state by him, and as soon as he landed, he saw Yang Yi's somewhat unbelievable eyes. You have broken through to the sixth order? Yang Yi still can't believe it. How could there be such a demonic person? Lin Xiao knew what the other party wanted to ask, shook his head, and said that it was a deep use of superpowers. This calmed Yang Yi's heart a little. It's not unacceptable for him to be stronger than himself, but if it's unreasonable and strong, it's too much. He subconsciously thought that it was Lin Xiao's full strength just now, although it was very terrifying, but it was not to the extent that made him despair. Above the void, several martial kings looked at each other, and they were also a little shocked. Fortunately, the military people didn't come, otherwise, it would be indispensable. One of the martial kings said with some sadness, either don't participate. If you want to participate, you will directly take the first place. Not good. This time, I really let those guys pretend. Who said that no one in my military is coming? Suddenly a voice appeared in their ears, and the familiar voice stunned them. Damn, it's you, Li Long. They looked at this sudden appearance of the martial king powerhouse. It was Li Long of the Military Martial Arts University. Li Long was looking at the young man below. He nodded with satisfaction, worthy of being the genius favored by the adult. Li Long, aren't you guarding the northern border? Why did you suddenly appear here? King Wu of Longwu University asked with some doubts. He didn't believe that the other party came to watch the game. Hearing this, Li Long shook his head. He did come with a mission. Whoosh! There has been a small move on the side of the Strange Beast Alliance recently, and I was ordered by the minister to come and see how the progress of that batch of equipment is. I see, a bunch of beasts. They still want to collude with outsiders. I really don't know what they're thinking in their heads. There was a disdain for the Martial King, for the Strange Beast Alliance. The Dragon Kingdom was not afraid. If it weren't for the support of the Starry Sky race, the Dragon Kingdom would have destroyed those beasts long ago. But I seem to have heard the news that there is an urgent shortage of Gangjin over there recently, and many processes cannot be carried out. In this regard, as King Wu, they have no way. After all, there is only one place of origin of Gangjin, and that is the source of Gangjin, and the Dragon Kingdom has always been a weak side. The resources available are extremely limited, which really gives many people a headache. A team competition is coming soon. Please report your team members and team names to each team participating in the competition. The team competition is about to begin. What's going on? The freshman competition has come to an end. The final newcomer king is undoubtedly Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao was sitting in no man's land at the moment, listening to the sound in the air. He had an idea. Well, can a person participate in a team competition? He walked to the registration place and asked the other party. If possible, he also wants the reward of the team competition. Lin Xiao, wait a moment. moment, I'll help you ask. This problem also stumped the staff, and they have never encountered a similar situation. Soon, news came from the judges, as if someone from above had instructed it. Lin Xiao, after the decision, allow one person to participate in the competition for a team. Then I'll sign up. May I ask what the name of the group is? After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao decided to use that name. Just call it a military dragon. Okay, Dragon Squad, Lin Xiao. Bang! In this way, Lin Xiao started a team competition alone for a team. Military dragon? Li Lon, did your military so quickly let Lin Xiao come into contact with those things? There was a martial king frowning slightly. He heard the voice inside and below. The meaning of the word military dragon was extraordinary. Li Lon was a little silent. He looked down expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. As everyone knows, he himself is a little confused. What the hell? He didn't say anything. Where did that kid know the word military dragon? Team competitions test the tacit understanding and combination of a team. When a person does not have absolute crushing strength, there is no substitute for the role that a good team can play. It's just that someone doesn't seem to need it very much. The Dragon Squad versus the Dawn Team 3. When Lin Xiao walked to the ring alone, and 5 players appeared opposite him at the same time. Not surprisingly, the audience was boiling again. Is Lin Xiao God preparing to overturn a team by himself? Isn't it a bit big? After all, the strength of the 5 opponents who can come to this point as a player will definitely not be too weak. Are you denying the gold content of the Rookie King? Do you know what kind of existence is the national champion and Rookie King who won the King of Tianzhou in the same year? Some people counted Lin Xiao's achievements over the years. If you don't say it, you don't know. It's just scared to death. Only then did they realize that this Tianzhou, who had crushed an era, had so many honors in just 1 year. Each of these honors is enough to create a top Tianzhou, and Lin Xiao alone occupies everything. There are 5 members of the Shuguang 3 team. Each of them is not weak, and 2 of them are in the top 32. But at this moment, the 5 of them were like facing a great enemy. 5 to 1, the advantage is not with them. This is the funniest thing. What should I do? Some of them asked nervously, and I have to say that Lin Xiao's sense of oppression was really too strong. The strongest among the 5 is called Jilan, who can rank in the top 15 in individual competitions, and his strength is quite not weak. He looked at his teammates with a solemn face. In a while, I will go all out to entangle Lin Xiao head on. The 4 of you will immediately disperse around Lin Xiao, and at the same time launch the most powerful attack. No matter what, we must try our best. Jilan didn't know how long she could last, but that's all she could do for now. Remember, you must be fast. I may not last long. Jilan rushed to Lin Xiao first. He had already activated the abilities in his body to the extreme, and the powerful attack condensed out. I have to say that there are few weak people who can rank in the top 15 in individual competitions, and they are all geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people. However, he still underestimated Lin Xiao a little, or overestimated himself. At the moment when he just launched an attack, he quickly spoke out to his other teammates. The other 4 teammates immediately rushed to the 4 corners of the ring after hearing the sound, and the 4 powerful attacks directly blocked all the space where Lin Xiao was dodging. Lin Xiao looked at this scene, and there were not too many waves on his face, because the attack in front of him was almost there. Jilan's attack had already come in front of him, and the powerful offensive made the airflow in the air rapid, and this attack had reached the level of the 5th order. At the same time, the attack from the 4 corners was also launched instantly, attacking Lin Xiao in unison. Whatever else, the cooperation and tacit understanding reached at this moment are worthy of recognition. Merely, I saw Lin Xiao's figure not moving, standing behind him with one hand, raising his right hand and gently tapping the attack in front of him. At the same time, his divine eyes flickered slightly, and an invisible space barrier appeared, forming an absolute defense around him. The powerful attack from the 5 people of the Dawn Team 3 was easily blocked by him head-on. Lin Xiao stood with his hands on his back, and his relaxed posture all interpreted his strength. Jilan's face darkened, and he watched with his own eyes that the all-out attack of his 5 people was blocked by the opponent in front of him so easily, and his heart had sunk to the bottom of the sea. There is a deep sense of powerlessness. He thought that his strength was not weak, but compared with Lin Xiao, it was not at the same level. It's my turn, Lin Xiao whispered. He was still standing in place, but the divine light in his eyes flashed even more powerfully. The powerful space rules instantly permeated the room, and at the same time, Jilan and other 5 players were enveloped at the same time. Jilan and the others, who were trapped by the invisible space, were frantically resisting, but the invisible control was too strong for them to resist at all. Just watching himself and others being thrown from the ring to the ring by Lin Xiao, he couldn't resist the whole time. It's not that they don't resist, but they can't resist at all. Whether it was a confrontation of supernatural abilities or a battle of strength, Lin Xiao gave the 5 of them a feeling of looking up at the moat. It's as if the 5 of them are not facing a teenager of the same generation as them, but facing an endless abyss. Unfathomable, powerful, powerless. Lin Xiao wins. It's easy. Lin Xiao returned to his position. He now wanted to enter the Dao space and practice with the invincible Tianzhou of other planes. He felt as if he was invincible. System. Ding, the host is here. If I open the universal endless avenue space now, remember to call me when it's my turn to compete outside. Ding, the on-call service has been turned on. What is the genius object selected this time? Lin Xiao thought for a while. Suddenly his eyes lit up slightly, and he thought of a supreme Tianjiao, who seemed to be somewhat similar to himself. I choose Yi Wuk. The game outside is ongoing. Lin Xiao's ideology has come to a wonderful space. This is the universe space. He looked at the handsome young man who appeared in front of him, his whole body full of fighting spirit. Lin Xiao is dead. Lin Xiao, who had recovered again, scratched his head. Why was he still so vulnerable? The young man in front of him is worthy of being invincible and peerless in the cross-border world. The strength is really extremely terrifying. Not bad. Lin Xiao felt the terrifying fluctuations coming from the other party's body, knowing that it was the glory of the supreme realm exclusive to his time and space. Battle. Yes. From the outside, everyone only thought that Lin Xiao was closing his eyes and cultivating his life. But I don't know that in this short period of time, Lin Xiao may have died several times. This kind of sparring with the invincible Tianjiao of various planes not only made Lin Xiao's strength stronger, but also allowed him to constantly discover his weaknesses. At the same time, only by constantly breaking through the limits of the moment can you not be too easy to be tortured. Lin Xiao's strength, in addition to the blessing of the system, comes more from his lifeless cultivation. Although death in the space of the great Tao is not real death, every death experience is real. Without the belief of absolute invincibility and the incomparably tenacious will, it has long been crazy. Lin Xiao became stronger step by step in this situation, so strong that his peers were discouraged, and he was so strong that he was the best of his generation. At this moment, he was fighting to the death with the boy named Yi Wuk. Lin Xiao is dead again. Lin Xiao's eyes were full of flames when he was resurrected again, and he was extremely angry. Ding! Host, it's your turn to fight. The space of the endless avenue of the universe is temporarily still. Lin Xiao's consciousness returned to the main body, and there was no difference on the outside, but he was still very indifferent. But his heart was a little riotous. Hear your name. He walked into the ring without saying a word. This time, the opponent is the second team of Longwu University, also known as the second team of Longwu. It's also 5 players fighting against him alone. In contrast, the overall strength of the opponent this time is one notch stronger than the 3 teams of Shuguang. The strongest is the 9th-ranked single being, named Wu Dongfeng, and his strength is very strong. Captain, how to fight this battle? At this time, his teammates were asking in a low voice, facing Lin Xiao. Even if their side had a numerical advantage, they were all a little corny. Wu Dongfeng, as a top 10 existence, is very aware of the strength gap between himself and this kind of top Tianjiao. In this game, according to his ideas, as long as he can hold out for a minute, it will be a victory. After the game starts, we will defend with all our might, and we can hold on for as long as we can. According to Lin Xiao's previous style, he would let his opponent do it first, and he couldn't win in the end anyway, so it would be better to hold on in the ring for a longer time, so that he would have face when it was spread. His teammates also lit up their eyes and immediately knew what it meant. I saw that Lin Xiao, who was still standing still, disappeared in an instant, and Wu Dongfeng and the others were still waiting in place with all their might. Not good. Lin Xiao was gone. Wu Dongfeng suddenly discovered that something was wrong, and he quickly exclaimed, while the defensive action in his hand was speeding up. It's just that for Lin Xiao, there is no use. He is a little anxious now, or a little angry in his heart, and he needs to vent urgently, and the target of venting must not be these players in front of him. Bang bang. Simple and crude. The 5 players of the second team of Longwu all ate Lin Xiao's punch firmly, and their all-out defense was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Lin Xiao's attack, and it would break with a touch. 5 people were blasted out of the ring at the same time. Lin Xiaoshan. Lin Xiao, who had won, quickly disappeared into his rest area and closed his eyes again. And this scene made many people a little stunned. Lin Ashen, is he? Me. It has to be my forest god. It's really fierce. One moved directly past the 5 players of the second team of Longwu, and the scene of the second team of Longwu and the second team of Shuguang just now was extremely intense. How strong is Lin Shen? Can anyone explain it? I kind of can't think of it. Do you still need to think about this? Just kneel down and you're done. Lin Xiao's resolute move this time, the powerful strength of directly killing a team in seconds, made many people open their eyes again. There is no harm without comparison, and before he knew it, Lin Xiao's status in everyone's hearts had risen to another level. The other peerless Tianjiao were all sitting in place. They looked at each other. As a peerless Tianjiao, they have the arrogance of Tianjiao, but this is a team competition. If a group beating can't beat one person, it will be a bit too chilling. Even if that person is Lin Xiao, it won't work. But judging from the current situation, it seems that the probability of losing is greater, and it really has no impact on the small number of Tianjiao of their level. Looking at Lin Xiao with his eyes closed, Yang Yi and the others had an indescribable feeling. No, I can't let this guy be so arrogant. Yang Yi suddenly stood up, and he walked towards Qinli, Zhuge Kongming, and Ji Shangnan, as if discussing something. The other 3 frowned and were silent at times, and after some ideological struggle, the 4 reached an agreement. Yang Yi showed a smile. He walked up to the referee and told him what he thought. The referee was was also stunned. This year's competition is really fickle. However, if this is the case, it will be really interesting. Soon, the judges of the competition also agreed with Yang Ye's idea, and Yang Yi, who got the answer, walked to his position with satisfaction. His eyes looked at Lin Xiao, who closed his eyebrows. Although it's a bit inauthentic, in order to win, you can only do this, but it's a bit unfair to you. He had already thought that he would find Lin Xiao alone after the game, and Lin Xiao didn't know these actions at all. At this moment he was still fighting hard in the avenue space. Yu Wu's strength is really strong in all aspects. The body, martial arts, and even mental strength are unmatched. Lin Xiao once again experienced what it means to be crushed in all directions, just like Wu Dongfeng and others just felt. He also felt this sense of powerlessness. It's like no matter how you fight, you can't win. Is this really the strength that a teenager of the same age as himself can have? This is the Dragon Clan's magical power? Looking at the powerful martial arts of the young man opposite, the overwhelming terrifying coercion was a martial art that Lin Xiao had never encountered. The powerful move directly cut him down again on the spot. After being resurrected again, Lin Xiao felt the dragon magical power permeating the air, and the telekinesis that belonged to the powerful King Wu deeply remembered that scene in his mind. Dragon Clan supernatural powers. Dragon supernatural powers. It's terrifying. Lin Xiao looked at his fists, feeling the indomitable belief exuded by the boy opposite, the invincible confidence, and the powerful oppressive force that opened the sky with a punch. It turns out that I am still too far from being invincible in my generation. He once again realized his own weakness, thinking that with his current strength, no one should be able to beat him, but he still underestimated this universe. But he was not discouraged, but became more and more courageous. Since he was not strong enough at the moment, he was trying to become stronger. This stronger belief never disappeared, but became harder after dying again and again, and it seemed that there was nothing in this world that could shatter Lin Xiao's stronger Taoist heart. Xiao Cheng's peak fist intent broke through. With such a powerful and unparalleled belief, the fist intent broke through to the state of Deshang. This is the first time that Lin Xiao has not broken through by adding points, and the terrifying increase brought about by the great success of the fist is also quite amazing. Lin Xiao waved his fists again, and his powerful fist intent could really break through the sky. Punch through the sky. This is the S-level martial arts that were awarded at that time, and with the breakthrough of Deshang's boxing intent, it has also reached the realm of Deshang. It's really too strong. This punch directly hit the opponent's dragon supernatural power. Fortunately, the space here is extremely strong. If it is outside, it will already be broken and not look like it. Lin Xiao finally carried it this time, and the limit breakthrough brought by Deshang's fist intent and Deshang's martial arts made him tie with that boy in a short period of time. This is already quite a terrifying result. Ding! Host, the outside world is calling you again. Lin Xiao's consciousness returned to reality again, but if you look closely, you will find that the original indifferent posture is inadvertently exuding a sharp aura. This is the influence of Deshang's fist intent that is not completely stable. Lin Xiao appeared on the competition ring in an instant. Which team would the opponent be this time? In his slightly surprised gaze, Yang Yi, Xinli, Zhuge Kongming, and Ji Shangnan appeared opposite at the same time. Each of them had a fighting spirit on their faces. Lin Xiao's opponent in this battle turned out to be their four peerless heavenly pride? What? The four peerless Tianjiao are fighting against the forest god at the same time? Me! Is Lin Shen going to encounter the biggest challenge since he was born? How could he face the four peerless heavenly arrogance alone? I think Lin Xiao may lose this time. Those four geniuses are definitely unique if they are in normal times. When they saw this scene, the young people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who were paying attention to this battle couldn't hold back. What a fierce battle this is. One god fights four hegemons? In an ordinary house, there was an ordinary old man squatting in front of a stove. His hands kept warming, but a pair of eyes had already left the place he was watching. Equally, in an office, an old man was constantly checking documents from all over the world, and at this moment he also temporarily put down the documents in his hand, just sitting on the chair. The scene of Lin Xiao's competition was reflected in his deep pupils. This battle came suddenly, but it seems to be destined again. Lin Xiao looked at the four people opposite and felt slightly surprised. When did these four guys get together? Is this going to hit me one of the four? Yang Yi took the lead in speaking. Lin Xiao, I know that your personal strength is stronger than any of us. If this continues, you will definitely win the team game. But that's too boring. This battle has nothing to do with winning or losing the game. Of course, if you win the four of us, then the champion of this team competition will not have to think about others. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, this competition seemed a little too boring to him, and if it weren't for those rewards, he wouldn't have participated at all. In that case, I will take this battle. Lin Xiao responded to this battle. Yang Yi shouted, this game is destined to become a legend. The referee hurriedly blew the whistle at the beginning, and then gave up this pinnacle battlefield to these peerless teenagers. Battle! The four teenagers Tianjia took a step forward at the same time, and the powerful aura instantly filled the entire venue, and the incomparably powerful aura oppression had to make some of the audience who were close to retreat. Yang Yi and Ji Shangnan launched a fierce attack at the same time, and their physical attacks destroyed the world. Lin Xiao didn't dare to be too careless. The current opponent was not those people just now. The powerful aura of the Heavenly Emperor entangled Lin Xiao tightly, and Yang Ye's fist also exploded, and the two cooperated quite well. The divine eyes of time and space were flickering, and Lin Xiao urged the abilities in his body to prepare for forcibly isolation. I said, time and space do not exist. An indifferent voice sounded. Zhuge Kongming had recovered to the same level again. He looked at Lin Xiao with a solemn expression, and he tried his best to activate the supernatural abilities in his body, and he followed the words. With the appearance of this voice of his, Lin Xiao's space ability was disappearing, or it was because some kind of rule was competing with it, and it could not play a role in a short period of time. Thank you, the knife is coming. The surging Xiaoqing peak knife intent burst out from Qin Li's body, and the Qinglong crescent moon knife felt the powerful fighting intent coming from its master's body, and it was also responding positively. A terrifying knife style appeared, and this knife directly split the space and slashed towards Lin Xiao. In an instant, Lin Xiao was attacked on all sides. Yang Yi and Ji Shangnan's frontal attack, Zhuge Kongming's assistance, Qin Li's knife slash, attacked him at the same time. Many viewers who watched the scene became extremely nervous, and most of them belonged to Lin Xiao's fans, and they deeply prayed for their idols when they saw this scene. And Lin Xiao, who was in the middle of the war, did not show the slightest nervousness on his face, and such a scene could only be said to be acceptable. Punch through the sky. The plain voice is full of invincibility that breaks everything. De Shang's fist intent came out at the same time, and this fist intent soared into the sky, breaking through the attacks of Yang Yi and Ji Shangnan, and blasting towards Qin Li's sword. No matter how strong Xiaoqing's peak knife intent is, it can't be as strong as De Shang's fist intent. This punch directly smashed Qin Li's attack, and this punch really opened the sky. With just one move, it broke the joint attack of the three Tianjiao. Yang Yi and Ji Shangnan looked at each other, and the two launched an attack again. Heavenly Emperor Sword. King's Hegemony. The surging aura of the Heavenly Emperor condensed out, symbolizing that the Supreme Heavenly Emperor's sword was unrivaled and slashed at Lin Xiao. Yang Ye's fists were swinging at a super high speed, and the impact of each punch was extremely powerful, and he swung dozens of punches in 1 second. The hegemony of the royal map formed by the convergence of thousands of fist forces can really expand the territory and achieve a hegemony. The two peerless Tianjiao once again blasted out an extremely powerful attack. Their incomparable elegance at the moment was bound to defeat the godlike boy in front of them. Qin Li was repelled by De Shang's fist intent a few steps, and the hand holding the knife trembled and trembled. What a powerful will. The fighting spirit in his eyes has reached its peak. Knife, knife. After calling 3 times, the green dragon crescent knife in its hand was also completely crazy, and it wanted to accompany its owner to fight in the sky again. An earth-shattering knife shadow appeared in the air, and Xiaoqing's peak knife intention reached the pinnacle at this moment. Man and sword are one. Qin Li jumped up, his figure merged with the huge knife shadow in the sky. This was his ultimate knife. I said, Wuxuan. Zhuge Kongming shouted loudly in the rear. He had already pushed the abilities in his body to the limit. This unparalleled sound directly doubled the state of his 3 teammates. This has reached the limit of what he can achieve at the moment. As everyone knows, he is still secretly tearing up with Lin Zhao's spacetime ability. After the blessing of Zhuge Kongming, Yang Yi, Ji Shangnan, and Qin Li are like gods. Their peak strength has directly reached its peak, and their powerful attacks have reached a higher level. Outside the field, there were warriors at the peak of the late 6th order, and their expressions became extremely solemn, and this attack was enough to threaten people like them. Lin Zhao's calm face finally flashed with a trace of emotion. Very strong. At this moment, he was still judging his opponent from the perspective of a third person, and those attacks were about to kill. In that case, he decided to show some real strength a little. The originally calm source of the holy law of time and space became trembling at this moment, and the divine eyes of time and space also flashed out at the same time. Zhuge Kongming, who was in the rear, instantly turned pale. He vomited blood, took a few steps back, and his hands couldn't stop closing, forcibly so that he didn't pass out. The spacetime ability once again broke through his words. The game is on. Whoosh! And Yang Yi and the 3 did not flinch. At this moment they could no longer retreat. They had reached their peak state so far. This move was to divide the high, and also to win or lose. Bang! The spacetime ability is permeating again. Lin Zhao's mouth spoke slightly. Slow. It symbolizes the appearance of the supreme rule of time, and everything in the field seems to have slowed down a lot. Immediately afterwards, he stepped into the sky, and the extremely bright divine light shone over this competition venue, so dazzling. The extremely cold voice sounded. Time and space storm. Uneasy emotions appeared in the hearts of Yang Yi and others. At this moment, for some reason, even though they have reached the most powerful moment ever, these genius teenagers are still a little flustered. There was even a slight delay in their thoughts, their consciousness. Their eyes looked at the figure above their heads. The powerful spacetime abilities had spread throughout the field, and they had to do everything in their power to resist the power of the rules, which symbolized supremacy. Zhuge Kongming's whole body had collapsed, and he swore that he would never want to experience this feeling again. This is a storm of time and space. The endless twisted spacetime storm enveloped all 4 of Yang Yi together. Yang Yi looked around and said that it was fake not to panic. The terrifying and boundless power of the rules was constantly tearing his body, and the abilities in his body were frantically consumed every second. Ji Shangnan and Qin Li's eyes were very solemn. The powerful Heavenly Emperor's aura and Xiao Cheng's peak sword intent were unreservedly released. A huge protective film was formed that protected several people together. But Lin Xiao would not give them a chance to rest. This time the spacetime storm was not as perverted as the last time, but the power was also quite good. He was slowly applying pressure, and the strange energy in his body was surging wildly. The spacetime storm was raging relentlessly. This spacetime was completely in Lin Xiao's control, and Yang Yi and the others completely fell into the palm of his hand. The terrifying power of time and space is devouring this protective film step by step. The Heavenly Emperor's aura is dim, and Ji Shangnan can't resist for too long. Is this your real strength now? He looked up at the boy above, and for the first time realized that the gap between himself and the other party was so big, far bigger than he thought. Yang Yi also smiled a little bitterly. Who is the genius of this Nima? He has always felt that he is demonic enough, but from today onwards, if anyone says that Yang Yi is a demon, he will definitely think that the other party is mocking him. Qin Li was the opposite of them, and the fighting spirit in his eyes did not dissipate, but became more and more intense, although tens of millions of people were gone. As a swordsman, he was never afraid, even if he might lose a head, even if it cost his life. We have to fight once. It's not my style to just wait to die. He held a sword, and the knife intent on his body became more and more violent, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. What is the meaning of Deshang knife? With Qin Li's step, Deshang knife intent it came. Qin Li's knife intent actually broke through to the realm of Deshang at this moment, and his strength became even stronger. This fearless, and courageous attitude directly stimulated the belligerent heart of Yang Yi and others. Battle! I'll carry it, you guys! Yang Yi roared. He had already used his body to the limit, and his most powerful body was his own body. King's hegemony. Qin Li held the Qinglong mooncutter, and with the blessing of Deshang's knife intent, each knife far exceeded the previous one. The knife is pouring out the world. Countless sword shadows appeared again, and this time they no longer flinched, or there was no way out, either alive or dead. Heavenly Emperor sword. Ji Shangnan roared wildly. The Heavenly Emperor's garment reappeared. This was his strongest defense, and at the same time, the Heavenly Emperor's aura in his body was desperately condensed, and a sword shadow emerged, vast, powerful, majestic, and unparalleled. Come on! Zhuge Kongming was roaring. He ignored the blood on the corner of his mouth, put his hands together, and once again launched a silent fight with Lin Zhao's time and space rules. At the same time, the shining light symbolizing Wushuang once again shrouded Yang Yi and others. This is their ultimate blow. This blow was too strong. An ordinary 6th order peak powerhouse couldn't bear it at all. The 4 unparalleled geniuses of this era have used all their strength at this moment, and they are fully impacting the godlike teenager. It is bound to pull the other party off the altar. This scene has stunned everyone, including the judges of the competition, the king of martial arts and the void. In a simple house, an ordinary old man slowly stood up. What the Dragon Kingdom needs most is not a peerless genius, but an invincible Tianjiu in the true sense. A young man's figure appeared in his old eyes, some peerless elegance. At the desk, the old man sitting in the seat didn't care about those urgent documents at all, and his eyes, which were originally a little cloudy, briefly appeared with a hint of clarity at this moment. Will it be you? Lin Xiao, standing above the void, looked at the scene below. The spacetime storm was colliding extremely violently with the previous attacks, symbolizing that the supreme spacetime rules had formed a stalemate with the other party for a while. He looked at this scene and stepped forward with his right foot again. The divine eyes of time and space flashed wildly, and countless blades of nothingness appeared. They rushed towards the area where time and space did not exist, killing Yang Yi and the others. Block it for me. Yang Yi's eyes turned scarlet, and there were already many cracks in his body, and even a powerful man like him couldn't resist such a terrifying attack. It's not over yet. Lin Zhao's left hand raised again and pointed at them. The voice in his mouth was a little soft, but at this moment, it made countless people a little desperate. Space is extinguished. The origin of the holy law of time and space was trembling, and the power of the space rules here expanded again under Lin Zhao's manipulation. The already distorted space is disappearing. Time does not exist. Space does not exist. The entire competition ring was cut by Lin Xiao at this moment, and this knife directly cut off the connection with the real world. This time and space were abandoned by this heaven and earth, and its true owner at this moment was Lin Xiao. At this moment, Yang Yi and the others felt a sense of despair very clearly. That feeling makes them feel that their life in the world has no meaning or value. Because they seem to no longer belong to this time and space, they have been abandoned by this time and space. Zhuge Kongming foamed at the mouth. He reached his limit, collapsed again, and completely passed out. Yang Yi's body was no longer good. His body was covered in blood, and his handsome face was a little scary at the moment, and he couldn't bear it. Ji Shangnan and Qin Li kept retreating. This battle has come to this point. They have already given everything, no regrets. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the space completely disappeared, and a huge black hole appeared, which had an extremely powerful suction force. force. It is frantically absorbing everything around it, and it is mercilessly devouring. Certainly. In the void, Lin Xiao stepped on the divine light, and the sharp sound came out on its own. The black hole disappeared under his control, and the space here slowly stabilized. With a wave of his hand, a xenoplane space appeared, and several young figures slowly walked out, one of whom was even carried out. They had complex expressions and scars on their bodies. Lin Xiao, you won. Yang Yi, who was about to become a bloody man, supported his body, and he looked at Lin Xiao, who was still standing in the void. This time he was convinced. Since he was a child, he has really never served anyone, even his own father, the deceptive martial saint. He only worships and does not obey. But in today's battle, Lin Xiao subdued him. The clothes of the heavenly emperor on Ji Shangnan's body were about to disappear, and he, the young heavenly emperor, was destined to have a bumpy road to the road. The young man in front of him can be called his biggest opponent on the road to the heavenly emperor. Xinli held the knife in his hand tightly. He was not too frustrated, but the fighting spirit was even stronger. He broke through himself in this battle, and the knife intent came to Deshang. The Tao in his heart took another big step forward. Since he lost today, then wait for the future. Zhuge Kongming fainted again. He was a little miserable, and fought Lin Xiao twice. Both times he was seriously injured and unconscious. He has even vowed not to fight this demon again in the future. In this competition, Lin Xiao won. After a while, the referee, who had been waiting and watching, finally blew the whistle and announced the final result of the competition. The game is on. Lin Xiao won. One god fights the four hegemons. God is God after all. Lin Xiao once again used his strength to prove to the world that he was the invincible Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom's generation. A boy who is invincible when he is born. Okay. Woo. The fans who belonged to Lin Xiao were enthusiastic off the field, and some of them followed Lin Xiao from the beginning. Watching Lin Xiao step by step from the remote safe area to the big stage of the entire Dragon Kingdom, this moment really stood at the peak. They cried with joy, not because they chased the right person, but because the person they chased became the god of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xiao exhaled softly. He fell to the ground, looked at the four people opposite, and smiled softly. He didn't win this battle so easily. The four people in front of him are really strong. Lin Xiao, how did you practice? Yang Yi ignored his injuries. He quickly stepped forward, leaving bright red footprints with every step he took under his feet. He was really curious. His cultivation method was already regional. No matter how strong Lin Xiao's talent is, he won't beat the four of them alone, right? Let's keep fighting to the death. After Lin Xiao thought briefly for a moment, he said a more pertinent idea. Putting aside the system, he did go through countless trials of life and death, which was really dead, the kind that could not live without becoming stronger. But when this explanation reached Yang Yi and the others' ears, they were suddenly stunned, and then fell silent. As Tianjiao, they are confident that their future will be able to climb to the top. But how many life and death battles have they encountered along the way? Or in the Dragon Kingdom, they don't encounter too much danger to their lives at all. Thinking of Lin Xiao's background, plus the strength he showed, they immediately imagined countless scenes. Lin Xiao, who had no background at all, only came to this point step by step in the midst of countless tests of life and death. The difference is that behind them stands a family or force with a deep heritage. Precious cultivation resources are just a matter of opening your mouth. Even Qinli, after he showed his strong talent power, he also received funding from many Qin families. It's so terrifying. And what about Lin Xiao? One has no background, and the other has no resources. But it overtook them in a very short period of time. Several people looked at Lin Xiao with different eyes. Lin Xiao sensed their strange looks. He couldn't say that he had a system. Lin Xiao didn't have to participate in the next game. This is the result of the unanimous vote of the judges of the competition, because it means nothing whether to participate or not, and no team will win him. This time, the freshman competition of the 5 universities has reached this point. The champions of individual competitions and team competitions can be said to have been determined. That is Lin Xiao from the Military Martial Arts University. One person won 2 major championships. Is this the gold content of the Military Armed Forces University? The corners of Li Long's mouth and the air have been grinning to the roots of his ears. The Military Martial Arts University has never participated in this kind of competition before, and this year he sent a Lin Xiao to directly win the first place in the double list. Does this gold content still need to be modified by him Li Long too much? Next year's Military University enrollment is stable. Lin Xiao is a golden signboard in the future of the Military Martial Arts University, and I don't know how many Lin Xiao fans there are all over the country. He has even imagined that when he will enroll again next year, those high-quality martial arts candidates will line up to sign up for the Military Martial Arts University, which is one of the absolute boasts of him as the director of the Academic Affairs Office. I didn't expect that Lin Xiao's son would be so demonic. King Wu sighed again and again. Maybe it won't be long before the strength of the young man below will be on par with himself, or even surpass himself. The strong king of martial arts is already an extremely powerful existence. Ordinary people can't see a martial king in their lives. How many warriors are stuck in the 6th order, and even if they work hard for a lifetime, they cannot break through the threshold to reach the 7th level. The 7th order warrior is called the king of martial arts, not only because of his strong and unparalleled strength but more importantly, all those who can break through to the 7th order are kings of the same class. Only the king can break through that threshold. Therefore, there is often a saying in the circle of awakened people, all under King Wu are ants. The world has never heard of a 6th order warrior who can reverse the 7th order martial king. No matter how strong your combat power is, no matter how demonic your talent is, there is no way to break through this shackle. Perhaps the legendary Emperor Wu who led the rise of the Dragon Kingdom did it when he was young, but everything about Emperor Wu was already top secret, and ordinary people couldn't touch it at all. Lin Xiao sat alone in no man's land, and he didn't need to compete anymore. He could practice with peace of mind and wait for the reward. System, open the universal endless avenue space for me. I'm going to fight. Lin Xiao didn't have a lot of fun in the battle just now. After all, it was not a life and death battle, and the shot was still a little restrained, and even had to control the strength. If you accidentally use too much force, it is easy to kill someone. In the mysterious time and space, the phantom had not yet disappeared, and the phantom's whole body exuded the ultimate glory and invincible oppression. Lin Xiao's gaze became fierce again. Come to fight. The two killed again. There were dragon supernatural powers roaring in this space, time and space abilities were fermenting, and even Lin Xiao had already used the telekinesis he had never used. Soul Needle. This kind of spiritual attack Lin Xiao had never been used in front of people, but its horror was no less terrifying. Lin Xiao, whose spiritual power reached the level of the king of martial arts, used the Soul Needle, and it is no exaggeration to say that he could instantly kill a martial artist at the peak of the late 6th order. But his opponent was also not weak at all in this one, and even surpassed. That devastating spiritual power directly destroyed Lin Xiao's Soul Needle. Whoosh! Lin Xiao, dead again. This freshman competition is also coming to an end. Lin Xiao won the championship of 2 competitions alone. The rewards are extremely generous, and the cultivation fund alone is a full 300 million. It also rewarded a lot of ability stones and awakening stones. There is also an SS level martial art, Eternal Tribulation, which is a martial art about space abilities, which is just suitable for Lin Xiao. At the same time, the organizers also gave Lin Xiao a chance. They specially found the blacksmith of the Dragon Kingdom, ready to tailor a weapon for Lin Xiao exclusive to him. This wave really made Lin Xiao comfortable. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao decided to make a fist glove. The game is on. This blacksmith is the top existence of the Dragon Kingdom, and on weekdays, many children of the family rush to spend a lot of money to visit, just asking this master to make a move. This master blacksmith is named Deng Ping. At this time, Lin Xiao had already left the competition site and was taken to a more remote place by Li Long. Lin Xiao, this master Deng has a bit of a grumpy temper. You have to be careful, don't make him angry. Li Long looked at Lin Xiao cautiously, mentioning that this master, even if he had been fighting on the battlefield for a long time, there was something unnatural. Damn, which old thing is talking bad about me behind my back? Well, it turns out to be Xiaoli. Are you itchy again? A slightly irritable voice came from the front. I saw a burly middle-aged man walk out. His hands had many calluses, a pair of eyes were extremely bright, and his hair was a little messy. This is Master Deng Ping Deng, the premier blacksmith of the Dragon Kingdom. Master Deng, the junior Li Longta is here to visit you. Li Long looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Regardless of strength, identity, or anything else, he was a little karami in front of this person. He was a little embarrassed, but he didn't expect those words to be heard by the other party. Go. I'll talk to that guy to Obamu when I go back. What kind of soldiers he brought out? Deng Ping waved his hand impatiently, and looked at Lin Xiao at the same time. You are Lin Xiao? He has already received the news that this time he will make a pair of gloves for a teenager named Lin Xiao. What is the ability attribute? What are the requirements for the appearance of the weapon? Deng Ping asked simply. As a master blacksmith, he wants to make sure that every piece of his work is as perfect as possible. Come on, space-time attributes, there are no requirements for appearance. Lin Xiao was very direct. Oh, space-time ability? Hearing this, Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. He didn't pay attention to the news from the outside world during this time, but he didn't expect that a young man with dual space-time abilities appeared again in the Dragon Kingdom. Okay, I know, you will come here again in a week. Deng Ping waved his hand. This is ready to see off the guests. And then, that, Master Deng, the junior actually has one more thing to do this time. Li Long hurriedly stepped forward. He came back with a mission this time. I know what you want to say, but there is no way. Those weapons and equipment are missing the last process, but there is no way. The stock of Gengjin has been exhausted. Deng Ping shook his head. He couldn't do anything about the lack of raw materials. Li Long's face changed again and again. He had thought of this situation for a long time, but he didn't expect that the current Dragon Kingdom would be so short of Gengjin. Master Deng, is there no other way? He was a little unwilling. There is no way. The source of the Gung vein has been producing less and less Gung gold every day recently, and it is completely in short supply. Deng Ping also expressed helplessness. He and Tuobamu are old friends. Of course he will not be stingy if his old friend has difficulties, but he has also thought of many ways, but it is just a drop in the bucket. Lin Xiao, who was standing on on the side, was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two. "Excuse me, is this what you are talking about?" A voice disrupted the conversation between Deng Ping and Li Long, and the two looked at Lin Xiao at the same time. I saw that Lin Xiao was holding a piece of heavy metal that emitted golden light in his hand at this moment. "It's Gungjin." "Good guy, such a large piece of Gungjin must be at least 50 kilograms. Boy, where did you get it from?" Deng Ping looked at the Gangjin in Lin Xiao's hand with a shocked expression. Such a big piece is not common. Last year, the production of Gangjin in the Dragon Kingdom was only 3,000 kilograms, and now the piece in Lin Xiao's hand must be a full 50 kilograms. "Lin Xiao, you?" Li Long also looked surprised, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and he hurriedly looked at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, do you still have this thing? How many are there?" He remembered that Lin Xiao had told him that he had made a big fuss at the source of the Gangmai, and the specific reason was not detailed at the time, but it was definitely inseparable from Gungjin. There is still about 5,000 kilograms. Lin Xiao thought about it. Except for what he had exchanged before, there were almost so much left. "How much? How much?" Deng Ping and Li Long exclaimed at the same time. "It's about 5,000 kilograms. Lin Xiao also took a look at it. "There are indeed so many left, and I don't know if it's enough." "Boy, do you know how scarce this Gangjin is? The entire Dragon Kingdom was only about 3,000 kilograms a year last year. You said you had 5,000? Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao like a fool, feeling as if he had been fooled by this kid. He was a little angry. "The game is on. Lin Xiao, you can't talk nonsense about this." Sensing the fluctuations in Master Deng's mood, Li Long hurriedly stepped forward to greet Lin Xiao, but he couldn't offend Master Deng in front of him. "I really have so much left on me." Lin Xiao stopped talking nonsense, his consciousness condensed slightly, and this space suddenly burst out with an extremely brilliant dazzling golden light. "Gungjin! It's all Gungjin!" The shining golden light continued to erupt. Deng Ping was stunned by this sudden change scene. He swore that he had never seen so much Gangjin in his life. "This is Gangjin, the top metal of strategic resources. At most, I was assigned less than 500 kilograms, and that time I participated in a major plan to get so much." "How much do you have to do here now? There are really 5,000? Li Long stood aside. He was not as professional as Deng Ping, and he didn't know the gold content of 5,000 kilograms of Gangjin, but he was a little surprised. I didn't expect this kid Lin Xiao to bring him so many surprises. Boy, how did you get these Gangjin?" Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao solemnly. "This amount is so amazing that he has to be careful." "I see. Ha 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 ha, well done. I've long been unpleasing to the eyes of those bullshit tribes." Deng Ping couldn't stop laughing after listening to Lin Xiao's experience, and praised Lin Xiao one after another. "Li Long, you kids study hard. You are all born in the military. Don't be compared by a student." Deng Ping looked at Li Long next to him with great interest. "Lin Xiao, what are you going to do with these Gangjin now?" Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao. As a senior, he didn't do that kind of shameful thing, but the amount of Gangjin was too amazing. Lin Xiao looked at Deng Ping and then at Li Long. After thinking for a while, he bowed his fist. "If the country needs it, students are willing to dedicate it to the country free of charge." Hearing this, Deng Ping looked at the young man in front of him with some relief, and after the explanation just now, the preciousness of Gangjin was already obvious. "And such a huge amount of Gangjin is immeasurable, and the point is that this resource is priceless. That's just the amount of output per day. You have a heart." Deng Ping showed a smile, but the number was a little too large, and he didn't dare to make up his mind easily. There was silence for a moment. "Well, if you can trust me, I will help you deal with these Gangjin and strive to give you the greatest benefit. The Dragon Kingdom will not take your things for nothing. Do you think it is feasible?" Lin Xiao bowed respectfully. "Then the student is not as respectful as obeying his orders. Refreshing. In a week, I'll give you your weapon and what belongs to you." "Old Deng, what did you say?" The speaker was Qian Guoming, the minister in charge of the logistics department of the Long Kingdom. At this moment, he listened to the news coming from his ears, and the other end of the phone was Master Deng Ping. "Say it again. How much Gangjin do you have?" Qian Guoming plucked his ears, thinking that he had heard it wrong. 5,000 kilograms. There was a hint of flatness in the voice, a hint of indifference, and a hint of show-off. "I said Lao Deng, did you knock your head off with an iron? Do you know what you're talking about? 5,000 kilograms of Gungjin?" Qian Guoming was a little speechless. What is the concept of 5,000 kilograms, almost catching up with the output of the entire Dragon Kingdom in the past 2 years? Even he, the minister of the later department, has not seen so much at once. "Old money, don't you know what my personality is? When have I ever joked about it all these years?" "Old Deng, are you serious?" Qian Guoming was a little uneasy. He thought that Deng Ping had something to ask him for help, so he deliberately teased him. "You wait, I'll go find you now." Not long after, a middle-aged man fell from the sky, and as soon as he landed, he shouted loudly, Old Deng, stop shouting. Here, Old Deng, hurry up, show me." Qian Guoming was like a 3.5-year-old child, very excited, and hurriedly urged. "Anyway, he is also the leader of a department, a strong man at the level of a dignified martial master. You really make me look down on him." Deng Ping looked disgusted. He really had never seen the world. "Hurry up!" Under the leadership of Deng Ping, Qian Chen Guoming came to a small cubicle, and as soon as he opened the door, the extremely bright light was completely exposed to Chen Guoming's eyes. Chen Guoming saw this scene and took a breath slowly, and after seeing the real thing, he was not in a hurry. Hooked up with a backhand and put his arm on Deng Ping's shoulder. Yes, Lao Deng, the means are sky high. How did you come here? Such an amount of gangjin can be described as a charcoal in the snow for the current Dragon Kingdom. Chen Guoming thought a lot in an instant. Since people have informed himself, the meaning could not be more obvious. Old money, how is it? I didn't fool you. Lao Deng waved his hand. Quite a bit of wealth and generosity, only 5,000 kilograms. Look at you like that. Look at what you said. Who doesn't know that your master Deng is a person of 9 tripods? To be honest, there are few people I Chen Guoming admire in my life. You Deng Ping is definitely one. Chen Guoming's face instantly became serious, his eyes were deep, his words were calm, and he spoke extremely seriously. Deng Ping smiled contemptuously. After knowing each other for so many years, who still doesn't know whom? I know what you are going to do if you Chen Guoming farts. Old Deng. Chen Guoming changed his mind. He slowly walked to the window and looked out the window, his eyes full of solemnity. Old Deng, you also know that those 10,000 races have been making small moves recently, and the Strange Beast Alliance is also unstable there, and the Dragon Kingdom is now attacked on all sides, and life is not easy. He sighed softly, and his attitude became a little negative. As the minister in charge of the entire logistics department, I think about how to provide the best treatment for those soldiers who rush to the front every day. But you also know that such a big stall, feed a bite here and cut a knife there. I'm under a lot of pressure. As he spoke, Chen Guoming glanced at Deng Ping's face, and when he saw that the other party still looked expressionless, he sighed deeply again. Lao Deng, there is one thing you may not know yet. The progress of many key projects has been stuck recently, and it is about to be successfully produced, which can provide better safety protection for those soldiers, but it has to stop, and I, as a minister, am to blame. Old Deng, you have been my friend for so many years. As a brother who has passed away, you have to help me, brother. Chen Guoming put his posture very low. I have to say that this acting skills are very good. Deng Ping couldn't help but grin. Could he not tell that his old friend was acting? However, this feeling is still quite cool. Okay, you're here. You have to take some back, don't you? He waved his hand, very generous. Hearing this, Chen Guoming finally showed a satisfied smile. As for bringing some, in his opinion, 4,999 is also a little. Old Deng, you haven't said how you got here with these gangjin. Good guy, 5,000 kilograms, you are doing me a big favor. Chen Guoming was still a little curious. Such a large amount of gangjin was not something ordinary people could get. In the previous peaceful period, their high-level Dragon Kingdom had also had some simple trade dealings with those starry sky tribes, but when it came to such strategic resources, the transaction difficulty was not ordinary. These are all things Lin Xiao put here with me. Lin Xiao? Chen Guoming was stunned. Old Deng, is the Lin Xiao you are talking about the invincible Tianjiao boy Lin Xiao who has gone crazy on the internet recently? He also often pays attention to the internet, especially these Tianjiao competitions. Recently a talented teenager suddenly broke out on the internet, all the way to the level, talent and love are extremely evil. Yes, it's him. Deng Ping nodded. Oh, tell me, what did that kid do, and how did he get it? Chen Guoming suddenly became interested. His peerless Tianjiao, the more demonic he was, the happier he was. Nothing, that is, a half-hearted conversation. Okay, it is worthy of being the invincible Tianjiao of my Dragon Kingdom. Chen Guoming smiled very happily. About the source of the Gung vein, he had already reported to the highest level, but there was no way the Dragon Kingdom was unable to support itself in that secret realm. Although the Wan race also had ill intentions towards each other, they still had a simple alliance on the surface to jointly suppress the development of their Dragon Kingdom. I really want to meet this young man named Lin Xiao. Chen Guoming, as a strong man at the level of Wu Zun, the geniuses he has seen can be said to be as many as cow hair, and it is rare to see him praise a teenager so much. I said old money, it's not nonsense for me to tell you so much. You can take these gangjin if you want, but you can't take them in vain. This is what a child desperately gets. As an elder, you shouldn't be able to take it in vain, right? Deng Ping frowned. He reminded his old friend, don't patronize and think about good things. This thing can be taken away. You have to give the corresponding benefits. After all, he had already promised the boy. Chen Guoming saw that he had not fooled over, and he was a little confused. Then tell me, what do you want? First of all, although these gangjin are very precious, don't be a lion. Forget it. You go back. I'll find someone else to take a look. Oh, look at you. I didn't say no. Isn't this negotiable? Seniorly, are you saying that the Strange Beast Alliance has been secretly making small moves? Lin Xiao listened carefully to Li Long's words. Recently, some inspection teams in the northern desert have been attacked by strange beasts every day. Obviously, this is not accidental, but the Strange Beast Alliance deliberately did it, and their desire to destroy the Dragon Kingdom has always been there. It's just a bunch of beasts. I want to rely on the big tree to enjoy the shade. Is this big tree so easy to rely on? Li Long's face was disdainful. In his opinion, a beast is a beast. Even if he has wisdom, he is stupid. Lin Xiao, I heard that you seem to be on the kill list of the Strange Beast Alliance. Li Long suddenly looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was a little little confused. He didn't care much about those people from the Strange Beast Alliance? Yes. Do you remember a man named Kalinzi? Oh, it's the hybrid unicorn that I killed in the extraterritorial battlefield? Lin Xiao remembered. There is indeed such a number one person. His strength is not bad, but it is a pity to meet him. Yes, this unicorn is the only son of a martial virtuous level strange beast, and the beast made a lot of noise after hearing that his child died on the battlefield outside the territory. But at present, you can rest assured that no matter how bold the Strange Beast Alliance is, it will not dare to come to the territory of my Dragon Kingdom to kill you. Speaking of this, an extremely powerful self-confidence suddenly appeared on Li Long's body, which was the self-confidence that came from the bloodline. We'll meet here in a few days. If you have anything to contact me in the next few days. After saying that, Li Long flew away and left here. He was going to meet other friends. Lin Xiao found a hotel and stayed temporarily. He hadn't signed in for a while. Let's see if he could save something good. Ding, sign in successfully, reward a drop of Pangu essence blood. I saw an extremely rich drop of blood appear in Lin Xiao's system space, and the blood exuded terrifying energy. Pangu essence blood? Lin Xiao was stunned. Good thing. He quickly sensed it. When he sensed the drop of essence and blood in the system space, even under the shield of the system, Lin Xiao could feel that the drop of blood contained extremely surging energy. System, will this essence and blood burst me? Lin Xiao was a little scared. That was the great god of Pangu, and he was an earth-shattering existence in his previous life. Can you bear a drop of essence and blood? Don't look back and burst yourself. Ding, it has been detected that the host's physical body is mortal, and it cannot perfectly absorb Pangu's essence and blood, so I specially tailor a physical martial art for the host 8 or 9 mysterious skills. This technique is the exclusive technique of the Pangu great god who opened up the world, the one who has achieved great cultivation. The body becomes holy, crosses the endless void with the ability of the body, the full circle. The body is immortal, cause in effect do not touch the body, and the years do not leave traces. Just say how much it costs. Ding, this technique goes directly to the realm of the Supreme Avenue, and it is the supreme technique of the physical lineage, and only needs 5 million cultivation points. Lin Xiao has discovered that he must have owed the system money in his previous life. 5 million cultivation points is 500 million. His whole body is now the 300 million he just got in the game, which is not enough at all. Too bad. I have to say that he is really a little excited about this exercise. Not to mention anything else, the name of Pangu God alone is enough to make him think about it. Plus if he cultivates to a full circle, his body will be immortal, cause in effect will not touch his body, and the years will not leave a trace. Doesn't this mean that if he practices to a full circle, he will be completely invincible? At that time, with an invincible body, coupled with the supreme power of time and space, who else in the world would be his opponent? Unlike other awakeners, Lin Xiao does not rely too much on his own natural abilities, he prefers his own strength. System, can you bargain? Ding, this transaction refuses to counteroffer. System, then you help me keep this exercise, as well as the drop of Pangu essence blood, but don't let the energy inside flow. Ding, it has been reserved for the host. Please work hard to make money. Invincibility is right in front of you. 7 days passed quickly. During this time, Lin Xiao has been concentrating on cultivation. His cultivation has approached a saturated state, and he may break through again at any time. Lin Xiao, it's time to go. A message popped out. It was Senior Li Long. Lin Xiao immediately went to the agreed place, and he had been looking forward to this day for a week. Let's go. It didn't take long for the two to come to the place where Master Deng was. Before they could speak, a middle-aged man walked out first. Seeing the faces of the visitors, Li Long immediately stood up straight and put on an extremely standardized posture. Hello Minister Qian. The middle-aged man in front of him was Qian Guoming, the director of the logistics department. Li Long had seen it. This was an old martial arts powerhouse, and he was also a high-level figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Qian Guoming nodded lightly, and then looked at Lin Xiao. You are Lin Xiao? Sure enough, heroes come out of teenagers. His deep pupils kept staring at Lin Xiao's figure. Not bad. The cultivation in the middle of the fifth order. The real strength should far exceed the present. Double SSS level ability talent, and strong physical strength. Not bad, not bad. The more Qian Guoming looked, the more satisfied he became. If the Tianzhou of the Dragon Kingdom are like you, then my Dragon Kingdom will no longer be a dream to dominate the starry sky. Old money, let's get down to business. Don't fool you. Deng Ping walked over slowly from behind. He looked at Lin Xiao and smiled. He also admired this young man very much. Lin Xiao, your weapon is ready. Deng Ping took out a box from his arms and handed it to Lin Xiao. The box was very simple, but Lin Xiao felt heavy when he took it. He looked at Master Deng in front of him. Open it and take a look. Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao with a smile on his face. He put a lot of thought into this pair of gloves, and he hadn't closed his eyes for a week. After getting the approval, Lin Xiao slowly opened it. At just one glance, he fell in love with the contents of the box. The black and gold appearance, if you look closely, it is full of complex lines, which is a kind of formation that sets off the whole pair of gloves and is otherworldly. As a grandmaster of formations, Lin Xiao could see the role of the formation at a glance. It could bless the owner's ability to attach to the weapon, which was very strong. Long. He put this pair of gloves on his hands, a little cold, but full of weight. Boom! At the same time, that pair of gloves also fits him perfectly, and he can hide if there is no fight on weekdays. Dare to ask Master Deng, does it have a name? Lin Xiao looked at his fists and was very satisfied with this pair of gloves. Deng Ping shook his head. He had a habit that all the weapons he created would be given a real name by the other party's master. Lin Xiao, I have added a lot of rare materials to this pair of gloves. It is extremely tough, and it has a characteristic. It is a growth weapon, which can continue to become stronger with the strength of the owner. So, as its first owner, Lin Xiao, come up with a name for this pair of gloves. Then call it Dao Annihilation. Dao Annihilation? The name is quite domineering. Deng Ping looked at the young man in front of him, but his heart was higher than the sky. It's just that the young man should be more crazy than the sky. One day, it seems to be at the peak. What does it matter if the Great Way is completely destroyed? Then, he looked at Qian Guoming on the side and coughed gently. Qian Guoming finally spoke. Lin Xiao, first time we meet. My name is Qian Guoming. Qian Guoming? Lin Xiao heard this name a little familiar, as if he had heard it on TV. Li Long on the side hurriedly stepped forward. Lin Xiao, this is a real big man, the minister of the Dragon Kingdom's logistics department. Qian Guoming, Minister Qian. Lin Xiao was slightly cold. Good guy, a minister-level big man. He was seeing it for the first time. Hello, Minister Qian. He immediately learned Li Long's posture just now and made an informal military posture. Hee, don't be so restrained, Lin Xiao. I heard about your actions in the source of the Gung vein, and you did a very good job. Thank you, Minister Qian, for praise. This is what students should do. Su saw Lin Xiao's discomfort, and Qian Guoming no longer went around the corner. Lin Xiao, regarding your batch of Gangjin, I am willing to pay 1 billion yuan to acquire on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom government. What do you think? Hearing that there was a billion, Lin Xiao was slightly excited, which was twice as much as directly recycling the system. Merely, Minister Qian, it is what students should do to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, and students are not looking for rewards. Lin Xiao's answer was not a drop, and his words and expressions were very calm, which made Qian Guoming take a look. You kid, what are you talking about? The huge Dragon Kingdom won't take your things for nothing. Deng Ping stepped forward and knocked Lin Xiao's head. 1 billion don't want it in vain, you prodigal boy. The game is on. Ha, old Deng, look at people, they are much more generous than you. Qian Guoming laughed. Cut. Deng Ping glared at him. Lin Xiao, I thank you on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, but these are the resources you risked your life to get, and I won't take them in vain. Moreover, in addition to the billion cultivation funds, I have also prepared an opportunity for you. Qian Guoming slowly exited. When your cultivation reaches the peak of the late 6th order, you can have a chance to enter the realm of the ancient altar. Lin Xiao didn't know what this ancient altar realm was, but Li Long, who was standing next to him, was extremely shocked. Come again. The realm of the ancient altar? Minister Qian, are you talking about the realm of the ancient altar? Li Long was extremely shocked. He looked at Lin Xiao a little incredulously. What a great opportunity. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also asked curiously, may I ask the seniors, what is the realm of the ancient altar? Qian Guoming glanced at Li Long slightly, and Li Long immediately explained to Lin Xiao. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors were just ordinary mortals, and a meteorite fell from the sky, opening the era of the awakened. Later, with the development of the awakened one, our strength continued to grow, and we were also pursuing the meteorite that fell from the sky, wanting to explore the mystery in it, but that meteorite mysteriously disappeared, leaving only a tide. After countless tests, that tide has an extremely mysterious power. It can greatly improve the development of the awakened person's ability to a great extent, and some people have even directly increased the development level by 10%. But that tide only appears with a small amount of energy every 50 years, so that area was also completely banned by the high level of the Dragon Kingdom and named the Ancient Altar Realm. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth there is extremely strong, and it is the best place for 6th order martial artists to break through to the 7th order martial king. This is the realm of the Ancient Altar. It can be called one of the most extraordinary secret places. After listening, Lin Zhao's eyes also lit up a little, which could improve the level of development of the ability. This is great, it can save him a lot of money. And after saying that, Li Long still looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. He had only heard of this level of secret realm, and ordinary people were not qualified to contact it. Su thought of a certain adult, and he was slightly relieved. If that adult secretly contributed, there would be no problem. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xiao with some envy, and Qian Guoming also looked at Lin Xiao. How, it must not be considered to be taking advantage of you. No, senior is joking. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. This was far beyond his expectations, and he was already very satisfied with that billion yuan alone. In that case, then I will stay for a while. There are still a bunch of things to deal with over there, and when you reach the state I just mentioned, you can ask Lao Deng to take you to me. After saying that, Qian Guoming waved his hand and disappeared in place. Lin Xiao felt the fluctuations in space, and he could no longer see the minister's figure when he looked up. Is Minister Qian also a space ability awakener? He was a little curious. No, this is the unique symbol of the martial powerhouse, space teleportation. Li Long explained on the side. Just like a 6th order warrior can soar through the clouds and mist, the telekinesis of the 7th order martial king. The symbol of the 8th order martial master is space teleportation. Lin Zhao's has been solved. Li Long looked at Master Deng. He also has a task this time. You are thanks to this student of yours. If he hadn't provided Gung Jin, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Master Deng took out several rings, which contained the weapons and equipment that Li Long needed, and they were all completed with sufficient resources. Thank you, Master Deng. Li Long hurriedly caught it and kept expressing his gratitude. With this batch of equipment, the mortality rate of those low-level warriors can be greatly reduced. Okay, you can leave if there's nothing wrong. Old man, I want to be clean and clean. Farewell, Junior. Students leave. Li Long and Lin Xiao bowed to Master Deng and left here. Lin Xiao, are you staying here? Li Long looked at Lin Xiao. He didn't know that Lin Xiao had a task. As a teacher at the Military Armed Forces University, he still cares about his own students. Seniorly, I don't know where the school of our military martial arts university is. Lin Xiao thought about going to school for a while first. Where there is a battlefield, there is a military university. Seeing this, Li Long explained that military university is not like other universities and institutions. It has its own base area, or military martial arts university has countless base areas. That's the battlefield. Okay. Lin Xiao finally woke up. Good guy, it's really worthy of being a military weapon. Li Long was silent for a moment and looked at Lin Xiao. Otherwise, you go with me to the northern battlefield. There is only one enemy there, that is, a strange beast, but if you go, it may be a little troublesome. No trouble. Students go. Oh, you don't think about it anymore? Don't forget, you are already on the must-kill list on the side of the beast. Li Long didn't expect Lin Xiao to answer so simply. Students are not afraid, they are just beasts. This answer made Li Long's eyes light up. Yes, it really deserves to be his military weapon. Lin Xiao followed Li Long on a special plane to the northern battlefield. Cool. On the plane, Lin Xiao closed his eyes. System. Ding, the host is here. Knife. Exchange all the money on me for cultivation points. Ding, it was detected that the host currently holds 1.3 billion gold coins, which have been exchanged for 13 million cultivation points. Get rich in an instant. Lin Xiao looked at the cultivation points that broke tens of millions and became excited. Very good. I am very rich now. System, exchange me for 8 or 9 mysterious skills. Ding, the 8 and 9 mysterious skills have been redeemed, and 5 million cultivation points will be deducted. At the same time, a large number of complicated and mysterious scriptures appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, and the words all revealed the mysteries of heaven and earth, which were jerky and difficult to understand. He only felt a burst of pain and dizziness. This was still after his mental power had been transformed into telekinesis. If he was at the beginning, he was likely to be brain dead on the spot. Lin Xiao's calm face frowned slightly, although this kind of torture was harmless to him. However, he couldn't understand it. Isn't I a genius? Why is the ability to perceive so badly? The 8 and 9 mysterious skills have been completely imprinted in his mind, and he really deserves to be the first divine skill that opens up the world. There was silence for a while. System, is there anything that can improve understanding? Ding, the host doesn't have to force himself too much. The god-level service will escort you. Point to where to add it. Lin Xiao felt a kind of humiliation inexplicably. He sensed the drop of Pangu essence blood suspended in the air in the system space, and his body was already greedy and unparalleled. He almost jumped out and pointed at his Lin Xiao's brain and said, I'm going to swallow it. He looked at the plus sign behind the 8 or 9 mysterious skills that appeared on the panel, and finally clicked it lightly. The cultivation section disappeared 5 million in an instant, and the originally dim 8 or 9 Xiangong immediately lit up, and the word Xiao Cheng appeared in the back. Not good. At the same time, the originally jerky and incomprehensible words suddenly became very rhythmic, and Lin Xiao actually felt some kind of trace of the operation of the Great Tao from it. He had an epiphany. Outside. Since Lin Xiao came up, he began to close his eyes and adjust his breath. Li Long also nodded when he saw this. Where is there any peerless pride, and the glory in front of people is all exchanged for the efforts behind it. With such an ancient and desperate talent, if it were for ordinary people, their tails would have been raised to the sky, but Lin Xiao still maintained his heart, which was very good. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable rhythm around Lin Xiao's body, which was very mysterious. Li Long, who noticed this scene, widened his eyes. Right? Is this kid really so demonic? His heart was crazy. If Nima was not mistaken, this should be an epiphany. He is also a strong man at the level of the king of martial arts, and he was also a genius in his time, a handsome student in 10 miles and 8 townships. But he had only heard of such an epiphany, and had never experienced it. Feeling the increasingly mysterious airflow in the air, as well as Lin Xiao's increasingly impenetrable figure, Li Long finally bowed down. At this moment, he really felt a change of the times. This era no longer belongs to their generation, but to the world of young people. Counting the romantic figures, look at the present. It seems that in the near future, there will be another peak powerhouse at the level of a martial saint in our military. Li Long looked at Lin Xiao's face, such a young man, so magnificent. After a while, here it comes. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. The strength of the 8 and 9 mysterious skills is only known to those who have cultivated its true horror. After his unremitting efforts, he finally cultivated this Tao technique to the realm of Xiaocheng. Feeling the changes taking place deep in his body, he felt that his body was sublimated, as if every drop of blood in every cell was full of endless power. That drop of Pangu essence blood had not yet been absorbed, and he was worried that something would happen if he absorbed it on the plane. Lin Xiao, was that an epiphany just now? Senior Li's greeting came from his ears, and there was a faint hint of envy in his voice. Lin Xiao raised his head. He didn't know very well, but he felt that the whole person was in a very wonderful environment just now, and the places he didn't understand were suddenly enlightened. Listening to Lin Xiao's explanation, Li Long nodded. Yes, it was an epiphany. The game is on. The envy can no longer be hidden. It seems that you kid has become stronger again. At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to be a little more restrained than before, and he couldn't feel the absolutely strong fluctuations in the past, but Li Long wouldn't think like this. Lin Xiao, this kid, is even more terrifying. Senior Li, how long is left? Well, it's been about an hour. Lin Xiao, your cultivation has reached the middle stage of the 5th order, and you are not far from breaking through the 6th order. Do you know anything about the 6th order above? Hearing this, Lin Xiao shook his head. In less than a year, his progress was too fast, and he had grown directly from an ordinary person who was nothing to a powerful martial artist in the middle of the 5th order. It can be said that his year may be an achievement that ordinary people cannot achieve in their lifetime. But this also has a fatal flaw, that is, his knowledge is too scarce. Ning. He directly skipped the accumulation of 3 years of high school. He didn't touch a lot of the knowledge in books at all, and he didn't even know what the concept of the starry sky was when he first entered the source of the Gung vein. I just have time now, let me tell you briefly. Li Long sat down. He looked at the boy in front of him. The 1st to 6th order of a warrior is considered the first stage, or when it breaks through to the 6th order, everyone's trajectory may have been determined. Many martial artists may only be able to break through to the 6th order in their lives, or even the 6th rank. The fundamental reason is their talent. And once you break through to the 6th order, then a gap will appear. 6th order warriors can soar through the clouds and mist. This is a sign, and it is also the first threshold for our awakened people to go to the Tongtian Avenue, or it can be understood as a watershed. Go! 1 order above the 6th order, 1 heaven. Come again. Breaking through from the 6th order to the 7th order, there is a hard requirement, that is, spiritual power. That's why I said at the beginning that everyone's trajectory will be qualitative. Spiritual power is born when it breaks through the 4th order, and it can be understood as a kind of embodiment of human consciousness. But most people only know that they have this kind of thing, but they don't know how to use it, or they can't use it. And the 7th order powerhouses, their spiritual power has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the strong people who have reached this level have undergone qualitative changes in their spiritual power, and they are no longer the original puddle of silt. In the world of the 7th order, they have a new exclusive term, called spiritual telekinesis. Lin Xiao, do you know how terrifying the power of a martial king-level spiritual telekinesis is? Halfway through, Li Long looked at Lin Xiao, who was thinking carefully, and smiled slightly. The existence of telekinesis is untouchable to people who have not reached this level, which is why there have always been examples of low-level warriors who have overcome the 7th order, but the 6th order has never been able to overcome the 7th order. Li Long, as a person who has been there, although Lin Xiao has already performed very extraordinary, he still adheres to an old idea of a person who has been there, and newcomers still need to be constantly encouraged. He suddenly frowned his eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and his tone seemed a little cold. Which Taoist friend is it? Please show up. In his perception, a strange spiritual telekinesis appeared. Could it be that there was King Wu ambushing on the way? But Lin Xiao's words almost choked him to death. That's Senior Li, is this what you mean by mental power? Li Long looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief. He also released his spiritual telekinesis and sensed it carefully again. That's right, it's Lin Xiao. This scene somewhat subverted his cognition and his outlook on life. How could a 5th order warrior have spiritual telekinesis? Who is he? Where is he? This seems to have touched his knowledge blind spot. Lin Xiao, where did you get your mental power? Ha, Senior Li, students practice it and have it. Lin Xiao replied extremely affirmatively. This was what he had worked so hard to cultivate, and it had nothing to do with everything else. Silent. Click. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Li Long suddenly had an idea. Looking at Lin Xiao's somewhat innocent expression, his idea became more and more intense. But in the end, I held back. Your own students, you have to hold back. In other words, Lin Xiao, you have already given birth to spiritual telekinesis in the middle of the 5th order, right? He forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and asked as calmly as possible. Senior Li, the student has broken through to the late 5th order, just now. Lin Xiao leaked out his breath slightly, and at the moment when the 8 or 9 mysterious skills reached Xiaocheng, the cultivation in his body could not be suppressed, and he broke through with nature. It's just that because he didn't deliberately highlight it, Li Long didn't care too much, but ignored it. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao clearly felt that Senior Li on the opposite side seemed to be forcibly controlling something, and he looked puzzled. puzzled. Senior Li, you continued, what is the function of this spiritual telekinesis? The students really didn't put much thought into this, and asked Senior Li to teach them. No way. Li Long couldn't bear it. He turned around, disappeared into the cabin, and appeared outside. His eyes looked around, which was already far away from the city, surrounded by dense shrubs and deep forests. In his perception, he found a sixth-order strange beast. Squinting his eyes, he disappeared directly here without saying a word. Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the cabin, vaguely seemed to hear a roar from the outside world, mixed with some kind of heart-wrenching plea for mercy, extremely humble. After a while, Li Long reappeared. At this time, he was a little refreshed, and Lin Xiao didn't have the same expression as just now. Of course, only he knows what happened in the middle. Senior Li, you just came. It's okay, something small happened, it's been solved, let's continue talking. Where did we just chat? You say mental power. Well, yes, I didn't expect you kid to be really a monster. At this moment, Li Long only had infinite emotion, and sure enough, people were more popular than people. Thinking back to the beginning, he worked hard to break through to mental telekinesis. Since you already have spiritual telekinesis, then you already have a direct ticket to King Wu. Spiritual telekinesis is the symbol of the 7th order martial king powerhouse. It has an extremely powerful effect. As your spiritual telekinesis continues to grow stronger, it can form a kind of martial king coercion. This kind of coercion has an extremely powerful suppression effect on beings below King Wu, because it comes from the spiritual level. At the same time, mental telekinesis can do a lot of incredible things, and can even be used as a means of attack, which requires you to explore it slowly. Finally, mental power can isolate the survey of people lower than oneself. In other words, if your mental telekinesis is strong enough, no one can see through you. Lin Xiao listened very carefully. He was indeed a little weak in this regard, and at present, this was a weakness of his. As Li Long spoke, he suddenly thought of an extremely terrible thing. He looked at Lin Xiao. Why is it said that no one has ever been able to break the curse, and no 6th order warrior can leapfrog over the 7th order? The game is on. Because since the era of the awakened people, the Dragon Kingdom has never heard of anyone below the 7th order who can have spiritual telekinesis, which is the most fundamental reason. And once a 6th order invincible warrior has spiritual telekinesis, will the 6th order warrior's rebellion against the 7th order martial king still be a curse that cannot be broken? The more I think about him, the more excited I become, and the more I think about him, the more shocked he becomes. Lin Xiao, this kid, is really breaking his previous cognition step by step. Is he really the legendary true son? An invincible Tianjia who pushed the Dragon Kingdom to the extreme, a teenager who has run through the ages will finally break the curse? Senior Li, what about the 8th order? 8th order. Once the warrior breaks through to the 8th order, it will be another qualitative leap. The 7th order is the king, and the 8th order is honored, which is the martial honor. What is respect? One domain supreme. The strength of the martial lord level has transcended the world, and ordinary people may not even be able to touch the martial king in their lifetime, let alone the martial master above the martial king. The martial power is truly powerful. In the Dragon Kingdom, as long as there is a martial artist in a family, it can immediately become a wealthy family and surpass all living beings. Wu Zun is not only an existence that ordinary people cannot touch, but also a realm where most geniuses spend their lives fighting hard. Wu Zun's level is a little far away from you. You just need to know that many Tianjiao who claim to be demons may not be able to break through to this realm even if they work hard for a lifetime. Li Long's eyes were also slightly fixed, because this level was also his pursuit at the moment. He was now the peak of the late 7th order, and he had been at the level of King Wu for many years, and there was no opportunity to break through. As for the martial saint, that kind of realm above 10,000 venerables is no longer something that a person like him can extravade. Wu Sheng is already the pinnacle of existence in this world. Their words and deeds will determine the fate of countless people, and their every move may bring endless danger to this world. Lin Xiao seemed to understand. King Wu has seen a lot. That kind of overlord's aura is indeed extremely powerful, and the eyes of Nahimo are indeed very strong. Wu Sheng he also came into contact with it. It was his teacher Lin Yaotian. But Wu Sheng was too far away from him now. He could only feel powerful, unfathomably powerful, but he didn't know how strong it was. And Wu Zun, he really hasn't touched it. We're here. The destination has arrived, the northern battlefield. This is the most important border battlefield in the Dragon Kingdom, because the other side is the territory of the Strange Beast Alliance. And in charge of this is the ultimate powerhouse of a martial statue, who is known as the first person under the martial saint by countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. Even its strength can vaguely compete with the general martial saint level powerhouse. It is precisely because of him sitting here that the northern battlefield is relatively stable, and during the period when the martial saint does not come out, he is a sea god needle. It's back. Boom. Lin Xiao looked at the endless desert, the endless dark area in the distance. He could feel that it was filled with a huge number of strange beasts. Patriarch, Lin Zhao's son has arrived at the northern battlefield. A middle-aged man lowered his head and reported to the person in front of him. Very good. The person who contacted us. I want Lin Xiao to completely disappear from the northern battlefield. Lin Xiao, Xiao, if you dare to kill my daughter, then use your life to repay it. When you die, I will arrest everyone related to you. I want the world to know that if I dare to touch my daughter of Chu Jifeng, no matter how genius the demon is, there will only be one end. That's death. Lin Xiao, I have arranged a temporary residence for you. You go first, and I will find you when I come back. Li Long said briefly and left. He was going to report on this mission. Bang! Oh, okay. Lin Xiao nodded. He also had something to do, that is, to absorb Pangu essence blood. Coming to his room, in order to be conservative, he spent some effort to simply arrange a small formation that could isolate the movement here. So, let's start. He adjusted his state to the best, and the 8 or 9 mysterious skills had already begun to operate. The original bronze gold body already had a bit of a return to basics, no longer emitting dazzling light, but more restrained. But the terrifying coercion emitted from its body directly made the space tremble a little. Everything good coming. Lin Xiao took out the drop of Pangu essence blood in the system space, and as soon as the Pangu essence blood that was extremely rich appeared, Lin Xiao's body showed a strong desire. Swallow it, boom. Every pore is urging to their heart's content, and they are hungry. Without saying a word, Lin Xiao swallowed it directly into his belly. Pangu essence blood exploded directly in his body, and the extremely powerful energy was ramming around Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao's face was already flushed, and there were many bruises on his body. The 8 or 9 mysterious skills were running wildly, and countless energies were slowly being absorbed. The blood energy possessed by this drop of Pangu essence blood is too huge. Lin Xiao's blood value is increasing at a terrifying speed. In a short period of time, it has broken through the 50,000 mark, and it is still improving wildly. The space here is filled with endless blood. Is this the horror of Pangu's essence and blood? Time passed minute by minute. The energy of that drop of Pangu essence blood did not weaken much at all, but Lin Xiao's body was about to be saturated. System, ding, the host is here. Help me, this Pangu essence blood energy is too much. I'm going to explode. Ding, it is detected that the host's body is filled with extremely huge energy, and it is being suppressed. Ding, the crisis is lifted. This time for the host to take the initiative to request, deduct 1 million cultivation points. Please don't pretend to be dead again. After feeling that the majestic energy disappear from his body, Lin Xiao's nervous heart finally calmed down. This is too scary. Is this Pangu essence blood? Lin Xiao was carefully feeling the changes in his body, and his blood value had exceeded 100,000. It directly increased his blood value by 60,000. The cultivation level that had just broken through had directly reached its peak, and it was just one step away from the 6th order. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. System, thank you just now. Whoosh. Ding, you're welcome. This system is committed to escorting the host. By the way, the energy of the remaining Pangu essence and blood was transferred by you? Lin Xiao suddenly felt extremely lost in his heart, and he only absorbed about 1% of that drop of essence and blood at most. Ding, this system has spent a lot of money to lurk all the remaining energy in the host's body. The host only needs to spend 1 million cultivation points to fully absorb the remaining energy again. Ha! Lin Xiao nodded. This time he didn't care about the cultivation points the system demanded. At least this time, if there is no help from the system, he may be GG. Feel the power emanating from the depths of your body. The game is on. Bang! This breakthrough brought him an incomparably great sense of satisfaction, and this strength from the bottom of his heart made him enjoy it very much. Clenched his fist slightly, Lin Xiao felt that his punch could break the space now. And this body. He raised his fist, and Dao Mia came out with his thoughts and punched him in the chest. It just left a fist mark, and it didn't hurt much. Good guy. Is this the strength of the 8-9 mysterious skills? Lin Xiao felt that with his current physical body, he dared to take on the attack of the king of martial arts. It's time to go out and take a walk. Leaving the room, Lin Xiao walked on the road. This is the base camp, a place where many soldiers rest, but Lin Xiao doesn't seem to see too many people. What's going on? I remember when I first came, there were quite a lot of people. Lin Xiao frowned a little. Could it be that something happened? He hurriedly stepped forward and appeared on the city gate. Lin Xiao, are you out of customs? Li Long was standing on the gate of the guarding city. He saw Lin Xiao nodding. Originally wanted to look for him, but this kid went directly to retreat. This is too hard. Senior Li, what happened? Knife. Lin Xiao took a step forward, and he clearly felt that the atmosphere was a little depressing. It's nothing, it's just that those beasts started to make small moves. Li Long's voice was slightly cold. Since he left, many survey teams have been attacked by strange beasts, and even many people have lost their lives because of this. How did they endure it? Immediately, a strong man of King Wu appeared and scolded the other party sternly, asking if he wanted to tear up the agreement. Come, the Dragon Kingdom is not afraid of everything. Boom! On the other hand, the Strange Beast Alliance did not have a strong man to explain and chose to remain silent, which made the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom laugh angrily. Do you think silence can get rid of the relationship? With the consent of Tuoba Mu, many people have launched a counterattack against the Strange Beast Alliance. Under the leadership of the strong King Wu, he once hit the other side. Like a signal, the Strange Beast Alliance finally made a move, and many martial king-level strange beasts led their subordinates subordinates to start a counterattack. This battlefield is too big. The front line was stretched a little long, and all the strong men of King Wu who were originally guarding the city went out of the city to fight. The Strange Beast Alliance did not flinch, and also dispatched a large number of strange beasts to counterattack. Fortunately, the highest combat power of the two forces that have appeared on the battlefield so far is still controlled at the level of King Wu, and they have not completely torn their faces after all. Do you really think that my Dragon Kingdom is afraid of them? If you want to fight, hit it. Li Long has already sent out the weapons and equipment he brought, which has greatly improved the combat ability of the warriors. Now countless battles are taking place every day, and the northern battlefield has entered a state of secondary combat. He was the only one left in the city, and he was worried that a fish that escaped the net would come to sneak attack. By the way, Lin Xiao, since you have left the customs, go fight. The real strong are all killed on the battlefield. As soon as Li Long turned around, he looked at Lin Xiao. He believed that the boy in front of him would definitely bloom with his peerless brilliance. Lin Xiao put on a standard military posture. When you were in retreat, the above had already made arrangements for you. You are now affiliated with the Military Soul 7038 Squad. The captain is a 7th Order Martial King named Shu Tian. They have already set off for the south. You should immediately go to join them at this moment. Remember, everything on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Protect yourself while killing the enemy. It's finally here. Li Long became serious, although he was the director of military martial arts. Although Lin Xiao was a student of military martial arts, he would not deliberately protect it because of this. Just like the iron law that the military martial arts university has always followed, the strong are killed. Received. After Lin Xiao received the order, he immediately set off for the south. At this moment, his silent heart began to become restless. The battlefield was full of blood and bones, and the air was filled with bloody rot and strong evil energy. This made his heart extremely cold. Along the way, he encountered many lonely beasts. The strength is very weak, and the strongest is only about the 3rd order. Ding, detect the host and kill the strange beast, reward 10 cultivation points. As his strength became stronger and stronger, killing weak strange beasts could no longer give him too many cultivation points, but mosquito legs were also meat. Running all the way, Lin Xiao quickly penetrated deep into the interior of the battlefield. There is a huge battle fluctuation ahead. Captain, it seems that someone is coming. Is it reinforcements? But we didn't send a distress signal either? A warrior who was fighting noticed Lin Xiao's figure, and he immediately became vigilant. This figure was very strange. I'm Lin Xiao. Is it the 7038 squad? What do you mean? Lin Xiao's voice came from a distance. The head of a martial king flashed slightly. He looked expressionlessly at the young man who was constantly rushing not far away, and there was a trace of coldness hidden in the depths of his eyes. The target has appeared. Lin Xiao, I am the person in charge of the 7038 team of the military soul, Shu Tian. Shu Tian's face did not change. As a martial king, this battlefield was completely commanded by him. Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward to confirm his identity and gave a military salute at the same time. Captain Shu, Lin Xiao is late. Please forgive me. It's okay. I've got the news that the enemy will organize a strange beast tide soon. You hurry to the west. Be sure to hold on. Shu Tian looked at Lin Xiao deeply. Is the war already so tense? Lin Xiao nodded and took the order. He did not dare to delay, and immediately set off in the direction of the west. Looking at Lin Xiao's departing back, Shu Tian's eyes flashed slightly, very vague. On the battlefield on the west side, there are also many members of the military soul 7038 squad here, and they have already had a lot of fights with strange beasts here. Everyone, be careful. The captain just sent the news that there might be a beast tide later. A strong man whose strength had reached the late 6th order spoke to everyone, his voice full of sharpness. The game is on. Beast tide? Damn it. How could there be a beast tide? The voice trembled slightly, and some team members looked worried. It can be called a beast tide. The number of strange beasts is not as good as usual. They are a little worried. Someone is here again. Someone noticed Lin Xiao's figure. I'm Lin Xiao. It's your teammates. As soon as Lin Xiao appeared, he immediately revealed his identity. On the battlefield, this is very important. Everyone noticed that Lin Xiao's strength would no longer pay attention to it after the late 5th order, and this kind of strength could only be ranked below average among them. The warrior at the peak of the late 6th order stood in the void. His eyes kept looking into the distance. Suddenly, a black spot appeared in his field of vision. This black spot is getting bigger, and at this time the ground trembles, and the vibration is getting bigger and bigger. Not good. It's a beast tide. The warriors of the late 6th order immediately conveyed the news to all the warriors here. The beast tide is coming. Without his reminder, everyone had already felt the oppressive feeling that came to their faces, and a black shadow appeared in their field of vision. Everyone, be careful. The strength of this wave of strange beast tides is not high, and the powerful ones are behind. Lin Xiao had also quietly radiated his spiritual telekinesis. Good guys, they were all strange beasts. Click. Countless strange beasts were rushing towards them, and ordinary people might have begun to weaken their legs when they saw this scene. Boom boom. The earth was trembling. The distance between the two men and horses was getting closer and closer, and countless low-level strange beasts were charging frantically. Their eyes were were full of bloodshot blood. Everyone! The horn of battle sounded, and countless attacks soared into the sky, chaos and dust, and blood flowed into rivers in an instant. The strength of the warriors who can appear here is the lowest and the strength of the fifth order. Although the number of strange beasts in the first wave was very large, they were all first to third order beasts, and there was no room for them to fight back. Lin Xiao had already rushed in. He was like a god of war. Stop, stop. I admit defeat. With a punch, the terrifying fist directly killed hundreds of strange beasts, and a blank area appeared briefly. It's just that the number of strange beasts is too much. They are not afraid of death at all, and they rush forward mindlessly, even if they know they will die. Space is extinguished. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed, and powerful space abilities burst out. Countless strange beasts instantly lost their bones, and the lethality of this move was invincible on this kind of battlefield. In just an instant, Lin Xiao killed an unknown number of people again. Only a blank area suddenly appeared to show his horror. Many people noticed this scene, and they looked at the boy incredulously while killing the strange beast. Who is this person? Where did the fierce man come from? I've never heard of it. It seems to be called Lin Xiao. What a terrifying boy. Some of them have already killed a lot of strange beasts, and it is not difficult for them to kill this low-level beast, but it also takes time. Lin Xiao is about to go crazy. He kept waving his fists, and black gold appeared on top of his fists, and the Dao was destroyed. This is a weapon tailored for him by Deng Ping, the master of refining, and at this moment, it is releasing its peerless brilliance on this battlefield. With the blessing of Deshang Fist intent, every time Lin Xiao threw a punch, countless strange beasts were blown up. The sound of the system in his head was dripping wildly. Ding detected that the host killed the strange beast. Finally, his killing finally made those strange beasts look afraid, and after blasting out countless punches again, a blank area appeared around Lin Xiao again. Only this time, those low-level strange beasts didn't dare to rush forward. They were a little afraid of the young man in front of them. Countless corpses were piled up higher than the city towers. The sand here was dyed scarlet, and the air was full of blood. Lin Xiao looked at the strange beast that did not dare to step forward, and stepped out. He is already excited. This is just a moment of effort, and he doesn't know how much more his cultivation points are. Blade of nothingness. Countless hidden blades appeared out of thin air. They cut through the space and slaughtered wantonly among the strange beasts. No strange beast can escape the call of death. Under the peerless killing of the void blade, the heads of countless strange beasts were cut off, their corpses were separated, and their bright red blood stained half the sky. Lin Xiao really went crazy. He stepped on the sky step by step, and gave birth to lotus step by step. The divine light condensed a brilliant and dazzling style in the air. Lin Xiao's feet were gorgeous, and the eyes of the gods of time and space were flickering wildly. Such a gesture attracted everyone's attention. What is he going to do? Everyone looked at that figure, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, feeling as if they had seen the boy of God. Lin Xiao's eyes looked at the strange beasts that had begun to slowly retreat, and a cold voice slowly blurted out, "Time and space storm." The twisted power of space-time reappears. Under Lin Xiao's manipulation, the origin of the time-space holy law and the time-space divine eyes were trembling, and the infinite time-space rules instantly permeated out. That space was shrouded in the ruthless power of time and space. Countless strange beasts couldn't stop trembling. Their eyes slowly became clear, and the hair on their bodies all stood straight. All the human soldiers rubbed their eyes. What did they see? An invisible storm appeared in that twisted space. The strange beasts disappeared mysteriously in their eyes, their bodies turned into a speck of dust, and the power of time made them completely disappear from this world, leaving no trace. What a terrifying method. Many of the powerhouses at the peak of the late Sixth Order were terrified when they saw it. Even from a distance, they could feel the peerless horror in it. Looking at the boy in the sky, there was a trace of fear in their eyes, but more of it was awe from the heart. In the army, the strong are respected wherever they go. Ha! In the void, Lin Xiao gently blew a breath. With his current strength, releasing this move no longer needed to be as tired as before. It's just a pity for those corpses. Immediately, he swept his gaze to the other corpses on the ground. System, all recycled. Ding! Recycling successful. I saw him wave his hand, and countless strange beast corpses disappeared instantly, and many people looked at this scene and changed their expressions a little, but no one made a sound. On the battlefield, as long as your strength is strong enough, no one will find trouble. Everyone, hurry up and recover your strength. The beast tide is not over yet. Someone reminded aloud. This is only the first wave, and there are more to come. Lin Xiao sensed the situation in his body, and the ocean-like ability and endless physical strength were his real confidence. Today, I'm going to kill enough. Everyone is seizing the time to regain their strength. It will be a protracted battle. This beast tide is not only happening here, but countless other battlefields are rioting. This is a premeditated attack. Everyone, be careful. It's coming. There was a trembling vibration on the ground again. This time the black shadow seemed to be a little thinner than just now, but the sense of oppression in the air did not weaken, but seemed to be stronger. In Lin Zhao's sense, the strength of the strange beast this time was one notch stronger than just now. There were already fourth-order strange beasts appearing in the black beast group, and there were quite a few of them. This is not good news, because no one knows if there will be stronger ones waiting for them later. fear. Needless to say, everyone has already felt that kind of fluctuation, and this time the strange beast group is even more strange than the previous wave. They are still crazy, but they are crazy and have order at the same time. No longer as chaotic as just now, as if someone was commanding from behind. Everyone, someone looked up to the sky and roared. The deep blood feud engraved in the bones does not need any catalyst to ferment at all. As long as they meet, it will inevitably be the result of life and death. A shocking battle broke out here again, and after the battle just now, there were even more strange beasts besieging Lin Xiao. The level of strength was also much stronger than others, and even many fourth-order strange beasts launched a fierce attack in his direction. Lin Xiao was targeted. It's so terrifying. The clarity in their eyes has completely disappeared. This is a death squad. Their only purpose is to use their bodies to consume the human in front of them. Countless strange beasts charged towards Lin Xiao and desperately punched through the sky. One punch to the sky. The powerful fist force seemed to blast open the void and shatter the sky. There was no fluctuation in Lin Xiao's extremely indifferent face. He was attacking, regardless of the attack of consumption. With every punch, countless strange beasts fell, and with every look, countless corpses would appear in an instant. Real blood flows into the sea. Lin Xiao, who was standing in the center, had already turned scarlet on his body. Boundless evil energy filled his body, and the ultimate killing set him off as a peerless killing god. On the battlefield, he is the wielder of death and the arbiter of fate. The game is on. Every strange beast locked by him could not escape the fateful arrangement. Void Sutra, he yelled. There is no beginning and no end, and it will never perish. Action. It seems that a figure appeared in the void, with his back to the common people, with his own invincibility in his heart, and he was not afraid of all enemies. Oh, the phantom moved. He raised a hand and patted it gently. The powerful fluctuations instantly annihilated countless strange beasts that rushed to kill them. A vacuum zone appeared again around Lin Xiao. This situation has made countless people confused again. Ning. Just now. What is the existence of that figure just now? Some stammered and couldn't believe their eyes. Some people are silent and maybe shocked and speechless. They fought with all their might here, and there was no time to rest, and the young man was shattered as soon as he made a move. In the deepest part of the beast tide, a shadow with terrifying fluctuations all over his body was watching every move on the battlefield. It's too strong, and its eyes were also attracted by Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao's face appeared clearly in its field of vision, the airflow in the space here actually fluctuated extremely strongly. Damn human, you finally appear. Its heart was extremely angry the moment it saw Lin Xiao's face. Its body exuded extremely terrifying fluctuations, and the surrounding trees and straw mats were shattered. Countless instructions are hidden in the void. Go! It was still staring at Lin Xiao, who was constantly killing, extremely fierce. Equally, Chu Tian has also been secretly observing Lin Xiao's every move. It's really worthy of being a peerless pride. He was also shocked by Lin Xiao's strength. If he hadn't gotten the news in advance, he would have been relatively happy if such a peerless demon appeared in his team. It's just that if you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you are destined not to live. The air was slightly cold. Chu Tian had been fighting on the northern battlefield for many years, and since he graduated from school, he had been arranged here by his family, step by step to where it is today. The strength also broke through to the 7th order with the support of the family. Originally, with his talent, he might not be able to break through King Wu for the rest of his life, so he was grateful to the family. He is a wealthy family from the imperial capital, the Chu family. The status of the Chu family in the entire Dragon Kingdom is not low, and its ranking among wealthy families is also above average, because the Chu family does not have only one Wu Zun. Looking at Lin Xiao's figure fighting hard, the murderous intent suddenly appeared in the depths of Chu Tian's eyes. It's not time yet. Lin Xiao was still killing like crazy. He was like a tireless killing machine. No matter how many strange beasts came, he did as he pleased. The strange beasts of this wave of strange beasts were actually slaughtered by him alone. Everyone guarding this place couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when they looked at him, which was absolute awe for the strong and respectful from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xiao used his strength to win the respect of everyone here. Bang! It's too fierce. Peerless killing god. Strange beast reaper. No one paid attention to Lin Xiao's cultivation level anymore. In their eyes, Lin Xiao was a peerless killer god on the battlefield. Lin Xiao's great power made this beast tide, which should be in a protracted war, short-lived again. While everyone was recovering their strength, they did not forget to cast their awe at that figure. After 2 rounds of battles, the abilities in Lin Xiao's body finally had some consumption, but he still didn't sit on the ground like the others, because in this moment, those consumed abilities had been restored to their original state. The 8-9 mysterious skills brought him an incomparably powerful physique, and the Hunyuan Wuji Dao scripture brought him a peerless heritage and unimaginable resilience. And those battles in the endless avenue space of the universe honed his willpower to the limit beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Perhaps as he himself said, except for his mental power, it is barely his weakness. In other aspects, he has surpassed any Tianzhou in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the Starry Sky Clan. The ultimate majesty of the teenager has begun to be shown step by step to the world. Is it over? Many people looked into the distance distance, it had been half a day, and there had been no movement on the side of the strange beast. Bang! Could it be that the strange beast tide is over? But the extreme depression in the air made everyone dare not slack off in the slightest. Such scenes are like the last calm before a storm. There are already many careful people who reminded aloud, everyone, pay attention, the tide of strange beasts is not over yet. They look into the distance with solemn eyes. It seems to be condensing there. There were many extremely powerful auras constantly converging together, and there was even a sixth-order fluctuation. Someone's face already showed a strong look of worry. The sixth-order beast tide? This is terrifying. Is the Strange Beast Alliance going to launch a general attack? Even the other side of the riverbank sounded an earth-shattering roar. The voice was full of extreme killing intent. They're coming. Everyone's expressions were solemn to the extreme, because in their perception, this strange beast tide is unprecedentedly powerful. The thousands of shadows standing at the back of the beast tide all emitted fluctuations were all sixth order, plus countless third, fourth, and fifth orders. Understood. It's too scary. The game is on. Whoosh. What should I do? When someone saw this scene, there was a trace of fear in his heart. He was afraid that he would die. A bunch of miscellaneous pieces. I've killed enough. Kill one more and don't lose. Kill 2 blood to earn. Quick. Request support. Everyone had different ideas, but everyone realized that it would be an uphill battle. Bang. Even they might die in this wave of beasts. Someone has already sent a distress signal into the air, hoping that a large force will come to support, and they may not be able to stop it. But they were disappointed. At this moment, the entire northern battlefield fell into a bitter battle. An incomparably powerful beast tide appeared in every area, and it was definitely a premeditated war. Li Long, who was far away on the protective city, was also extremely indifferent, and the position he occupied was covered by the entire northern battlefield at a glance. In the field of vision, the strange beast tide broke out in full swing. All the squads they dispatched were met with a fierce attack by strange beasts. There have been many battlefields where they have been jealous, and even the strong King Wu has ended. On the battlefield, their human side was actually caught in a bitter battle for a while. After all, they were facing the entire alliance of strange beasts. What the hell do you want to do? Li Long's stern gaze looked at the deepest part of the dark forest. This kind of battle situation was not a small fight. He immediately reported the situation to the highest level of the place. As the base camp guarding the northern battlefield, the high-end strength here should not be underestimated. In addition to Tuobamu, the first person under the martial saint, there are also many strong people at the level of Wu Zun. Each of them stomped their feet, and the entire dragon kingdom might be shaken. Above a large hall, several figures appeared at the same time. The aura fluctuations emanating from everyone's body were extremely terrifying, and King Wu did not dare to be presumptuous in front of them. The leader Tuobamu sat in his seat. He looked at the news coming from below, and there was no fluctuation in his indifferent face. Do these beasts want to tear up the agreement? The speaker's name is Gongsun Ming, and his strength has reached the middle of the 8th order. He is a veteran martial arts powerhouse. He also has another identity, the ancestor of the Gongsun family, a wealthy family. At this moment, his face was cold, his face was full of murderous intent, and his cultivation was truly killed from the battlefield. Brother Gongsun, don't be angry because of these beasts. If they really dare to tear up the agreement, then take this opportunity to destroy them directly. This person's name is Bingli, and she is the only woman among the many martial artists present, with a stunning face. But if anyone who is familiar with her knows that when she fights, she is a fierce mess, and the real woman does not let her eyebrows be bearded. Everyone, I just sensed that the other party had the aura of a martial master. Tuobamu looked at everyone, and in the moment just now, his powerful divine consciousness sensed an extremely subtle fluctuation from the space. What? Are they really going to start a big war? The martial power is already extremely strong. If there is a martial mirror on the battlefield, it is no longer a small fight, but a killing anger. In the era when the martial saint did not come out, the martial master was already at the peak. The Strange Beast Alliance actually dispatched a martial artist? They can't sit still. The martial power has been able to forcibly control one side of the world. For the people under the martial dignity, it is a dimensionality reduction blow. The only one who can fight Wu Zun is Wu Zun. Which of you will go to this battle? Since the other party has the shadow of Wu Zun, then we must also dispatch a Wu Zun. The people present recommended themselves, and they had murderous intent in their eyes. Who can cultivate to Wu Zun? Which one has no blood on his hands? I'll go. A figure stood up. It was the only female Wu Zun among everyone, Bingli. Her strength was enough to rank above average among everyone, and her cultivation reached the peak of the middle 8th order. The others were also silent for a moment after seeing her. Then Bingli, you can go this time. Tuobamu directly finalized, and he was more relieved about Bingli's strength. On the battlefield, bang! Countless attacks were raging, the air echoed with endless fighting sounds, and the river that ran through the two realms was already stained red with scarlet blood. The originally gloomy sky became even more desolate under the infection of endless evil energy. There are bones everywhere. In addition to strange beasts, there are also humans. Weapon fragments can be seen everywhere, and everyone has given their all in this battle. Lin Xiao Xiao was surrounded by countless strange beasts from the beginning. The strength of the strange beasts besieging him was also at the lowest level 4, and there were a large number of 5th order beasts, and these strange beasts trapped Lin Xiao dead in place. And Lin Xiao was surrounded by countless corpses, all of which were of strange beasts. His eyes had already become extremely indifferent to the extreme, and his killing intent was endless. His attacks punched after punch, and the corpses in front of him were stacked one after another. This space has been completely controlled by him. The origin of the holy law of time and space is trembling, and the rules of time and space here have been tampered with by Lin Xiao. His attack is fast, and in the eyes of the strange beast, his attack is slow. Therefore, countless strange beasts rushed forward regardless of life and death, but they couldn't even get close to Lin Xiao within a radius of 5 meters, and they died unknown. De Shang's fist intent showed its supreme edge on the battlefield, and the fist intent ran through the heavens and the earth, and I was invincible. Finally, there is a 6th order strange beast that can't help it. They blew the horn of attack, and hundreds of strange beasts exuding 6th order fluctuations rushed towards Lin Xiao. The terrifying coercion that made people's hearts palpitate made many Dragon Kingdom warriors who were close to Lin Xiao retreat involuntarily. It's over. Can the peerless killing god hold on? Many people looked at Lin Xiao, their eyes full of worry. Such a powerful number of strange beasts attacked and killed in groups. If the target was them, then they would die without a place to be buried. There were also many 6th order powerhouses rushing in the direction of Lin Xiao. They couldn't just watch their comrades die here. No need to come here. An indifferent voice sounded. Lin Xiao stepped into the sky, and he stopped everyone who wanted to help. He swept his gaze towards the group of 6th order strange beasts. The divine light in his eyes was shining wildly. He raised his hands, indifferent and infinitely killing. Eternal catastrophe. SS level martial arts, indestructible. 10,000 calamities, no destruction. This is a powerful space martial art. Under the display of Lin Xiao's super SSS level spacetime ability, it burst out with its extremely terrifying lethality. You may have experienced countless calamities in your life, and your final calamity will be destruction. If not, then I will destroy you. Truly indestructible. This is a domain-type space martial art. Lin Xiao's hands directly trapped all the hundreds of 6th order strange beasts in the 10,000 tribulation space, and each of them was experiencing countless calamities. They roared, they were bleeding, they began to retreat, they showed fear. 10,000 calamities are indestructible, and one seal is destroyed for 10,000 calamities. They eventually went to destruction. Hundreds of 6th order strange beasts were annihilated on the spot by Lin Xiao's move, and not even the bones were left. This scene frightened everyone, not only the strange beasts, but also the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Okay, is this the true strength of the peerless god killer? Someone rubbed his eyes, and the impact of this scene on him was too strong, making him doubt himself. The game is on. Some people were excited. They had reached the limit at the moment, but they were still boiled by Lin Xiao's move, and regardless of the weakness of their bodies, they fought with strange beasts again. They see hope. The distress signal has been sent out for so long, and no one has come, and many people have begun to despair. But Lin Xiao suddenly burst out with the ultimate brilliant light. He was like a ray of hope, instantly illuminating the haze in everyone's hearts. There is still hope for this battle. Lin Xiao showed great power and killed hundreds of 6th order strange beasts in one blow, giving many people hope of survival. Ning. However, he has completely become a thorn in the side of all strange beasts. The endless roar resounded through the sky, and the remaining thousands of 6th order strange beasts all stared at Lin Xiao's figure, and a strange voice appeared in their minds. Kill the humans in front of you. The appearance of this voice made all the strange beasts lose their minds, and they showed their ontological forms one after another, launching the most fierce attack on Lin Xiao. Thousands of huge bodies were rushing towards Lin Xiao. The slightly bleak back of the young man seemed a little small at this moment, like a speck of dust in the universe. But he is Lin Xiao, a teenager destined to stand on top of the world. Indifference to the extreme is ruthlessness. On this battlefield, Lin Xiao has completely killed the sky. Countless strange beasts died under his hands, and under such a terrifying killing, if there was not enough perseverance and willpower, ordinary people would have gone mad. The killing is still going on. Thousands of 6th order strange beasts were besieging and killing Lin Xiao, and they launched an attack on Lin Xiao desperately. The entire battle situation on the west side actually entered a white-hot stage because Lin Xiao alone and all the strange beasts fell into an endless madness state. They completely ignored the existence of other human warriors, and all of them launched an attack on Lin Xiao. Stop! Someone is desperately trying to stop it. Lin Xiao is the hope of all of them, and he must not be surrounded and killed by strange beasts. The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom are also crazy. The entire battlefield was in chaos. There were more and more strange beasts besieging Lin Xiao, and the young man was fighting to the death with tens of thousands of strange beasts alone. Every second, the huge body of the strange beast was wantonly sprinkled, and there was no safe place to settle in this area. It was full of stumps and broken corpses. Quick, hurry up and help. Someone was lying on the ground and heart-wrenching. He had completely lost his strength. The abilities in his body had already been exhausted, and he couldn't even move. His whole body was covered in scars, and there was a bloodstain on his back that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Originally, he was going to be killed by a strange beast, but his opponent suddenly turned the spear to Lin Xiao, and even gave up killing him and rushed towards Lin Xiao. He lay on the ground shouting hoarsely, his right hand was still beating his legs. He wanted to stand up, he could fight again. Time passes minute by minute. Many warriors of the Dragon Kingdom have died on the battlefield, and many ancestors are buried in this desert, and their descendants have not disappointed them. Knife. This is the inheritance hidden in the depths of the bloodline of every bloody Dragon Kingdom warrior. They inherited the will of their ancestors, and in order to protect the lights of thousands of families behind them, they threw their heads and shed blood on this battlefield. Perhaps unlike my ancestors. The ancestors died in battle to delay time with their own lives, just for the slightest hope that did not exist. And they died for hope, because they seemed to have waited for the slightest hope that did not exist. Lin Xiao, an extremely young teenager, but with the strength to make countless people look at him. On the battlefield, the gods are powerful, and the strange beasts killed cannot be defeated. In his body, many veterans on the battlefield all saw a glimmer of hope. The young man standing on the void, his feet were brilliant, shining with endless dazzling aura. At this moment, he actually embodied the hope in the hearts of all of them. There were more and more strange beasts gathered here, all coming from all directions, all rushing towards the boy regardless of life and death. Similarly, there are more and more warriors gathered here. It is no longer a small front, but has evolved into a large battlefield. Not good. There are 7th order strange beasts. Lin Xiao, who was still being surrounded by many strange beasts, didn't know that he had already been targeted by the 7th order strange beasts. He is now killing every moment. The evil energy on his body is getting bigger and bigger, and he has already killed Red-Eyed. The surrounding strange beasts seem to be inexhaustible, killing one piece and another one. Thousands of 6th order strange beasts were killed by him alone, and less than 100. The scarlet blood filled the air, dyeing the sky blood red. God seems to be crying. He's still killing. Everyone, be careful. At this point, he couldn't stop, and the abilities in his body had been consumed more than halfway. Space is extinguished. The eyes of the time and space god were trembling. He manipulated the space again, and in an instant, dozens of strange beasts were taken away by him. Suddenly, an extremely strong attack appeared in the void and hit him. He was caught off guard by the sudden killer move attack and was repelled hundreds of meters on the spot, leaving a deep trail on the ground. Lin Xiao, who was repulsed, spat lightly. His attack was very strong, but his body was stronger. Indifferent eyes looked into the distance. The attack just now had exceeded the scope of the 6th order strange beast, and as 7th order martial king level strange beast attacked him, he completely released his spiritual telekinesis. Unknowingly, this battlefield has already had the end of King Wu. In his perception, there were already no less than double-digit 7th order strange beasts aura appearing, and similarly, there were also martial king powerhouses on their side who were checking and balancing. The blow just now was a 7th order strange beast that approached him and took the opportunity to sneak attack. Lin Xiao, are you okay? Chu Tian's voice came from the air, and the strange beast that sneaked up on Lin Xiao was his opponent, the flame-killing Qin demon beast. He looked at Lin Xiao with great concern, and an apologetic look appeared on his face. Lin Xiao shook his head. That's good, you are strong, you are invincible under King Wu, and we will hold back the strange beasts of the King Wu level. You take the opportunity to kill as many of these beasts as possible. Everyone, be careful. Chu Tian gave the order. His expression was sharp, and while stopping the flame-killing demon beast in front of him, he sent a message to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at him. There was no fluctuation in his calm gaze, and nodded slightly. He instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield again. Blade of nothingness. Countless sharp hidden blades appeared, unleashing merciless killing among the strange beasts. And Chu Tian, who was looking at this scene, kept flickering. While dragging the enemy, he was subtly approaching Lin Xiao, as if looking for an opportunity. Lin Xiao was still immersed in killing. Thousands of 6th order strange beasts were about to be slaughtered by him alone. Kill this human. This voice appeared again in the brains of all the 7th order strange beasts. They did not lose their minds like other strange beasts, but they still looked at Lin Xiao with dead eyes, and the owner who didn't need a voice reminded him that this boy would also die. He had too many strange beasts under his command, so young but so magnificent. His astonishment made countless strange beasts terrify. If this child is not eliminated, it will become a great disaster. But the king of martial arts among humans is not a vegetarian. He can cultivate to the level of the king of martial arts. Which one was not the tianjiu in his mouth when he was young? They also noticed Lin Xiao. The strength of this young man shocked them incomparably greatly. At the same time, he also noticed the crazy actions of the strange beasts, and the attacks on their hands became more intense. How could the tianjiu of the Dragon Kingdom be touched by you beasts? A figure fell from the sky, and the ground was smashed out of a huge pit. Lin Xiao, run! The voice was full of weakness, as if he had suffered an extremely serious injury. Lin Xiao raised his eyes. It was Chu Tian. At this time, Chu Tian was very miserable. His body was covered in scars, his face was extremely pale, and he kept vomiting blood from his mouth, and he was defeated by his opponent. Quick, run! He shouted at Lin Xiao, his eyes full of eagerness. And his opponent, the flame-killing Qin demon beast, also also looked at Lin Xiao, with powerful coercion coming to his face, full of killing intent. King Wu felt bad when he saw this scene. They wanted to step forward and hold the strange beast, but their opponents became even more crazy and entangled them to death, preventing them from stepping forward to help. Shu Tian, this waste. There was King Wu extremely angry. Shu Tian was defeated too quickly, and the other kings were still on the way to support. They looked at Lin Xiao. There was worry in their eyes. This young man was definitely the real supreme pride. If he fell like this, it would be a loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. After Lin Xiao punched out again and killed the strange beast in front of him, no strange beast was approaching him. Some are just flame-killing demonic beasts that emit powerful coercion in the air. Boy, your life ends here. The rough voice is mixed with bloodthirsty arrogance. Lin Xiao looked up. This was the second time he faced the existence of the Seventh Order. But now, he is no longer the young boy he used to be. The terrifying coercion from the air could not suppress him in any way, and his extremely strong physique directly ignored the other party's coercion. He stepped on the sky, the light of divinity shone on the earth, his blood-stained hair was messy in the air, and his endless unruliness sounded on the battlefield. Today, I, Lin Xiao, want to kill the king. The young man's domineering words did not dissipate in the air for a long time, and his peerless style officially kicked off from here. What did he just say? He said he wanted to kill the king. Countless people were stunned. Lin Xiao, retreat quickly, the support will arrive soon, don't show off. With King Wu speaking deeply, he felt that this peerless Tianzhu was a little arrogant. In the entire hundreds of years of the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there has never been a figure who rebelled against King Wu. What's more, this martial king had already noticed that Lin Xiao's strength had not yet broken through to the Sixth Order, which made him have slight ups and downs in his heart. After all, he is still young and loves to be in the limelight, but this is a battlefield, and he can't be petty. Lin Xiao, your task is to kill more low-level beasts. A martial king had already freed his hand, and he quickly approached Lin Xiao. This was a battlefield belonging to the martial king level. He looked at the young man's figure and did not deny the other party's talent, but he didn't say some things, for fear of hitting this Tianzhuo's heart. The reason why the existence of the martial king level is revered by the world as a king is very simple. Boom! Everyone who breaks through to this level with their own abilities is the king of 10,000. That is truly one of 1,000 Tianzhuo. If you don't reach this level, you will never know how powerful King Wu is. Lin Xiao, get out of here, leave this beast to me. Seeing that Lin Xiao was standing in place and not leaving, the martial king scolded again. Senior, Lin Xiao still wanted to explain, but was stopped by a look from the martial king. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Since Lin Xiao has this strength, he must expand his advantage infinitely, instead of losing his life here in order to be in the limelight. Human race martial king, do you think you have eaten me? Poof! The flame slayer demon beast opened its bloody mouth, and its unruly eyes kept scanning the two humans standing in front of it. It stared at Lin Xiao's body and kept licking its tongue, and today Lin Xiao killed it. The human martial king also had sharp eyes. He was not a vegetarian, and he already had powerful abilities in his hands that began to condense. Come out! The flame-killing piano demon beast looked at the two of them fiercely, and a phantom that exuded powerful fluctuations appeared, and it turned out to be a seventh-order strange beast. The human martial king looked at this scene and felt bad. This was wrong. Their support should not be so fast. The seventh-order strange beast that had just appeared immediately fought with this martial king powerhouse, and only Lin Xiao and the flame-killing Qin demon beast were left at the scene. Human boy, I said that no one can save you today. The flame-killing piano demon beast was laughing very arrogantly. Meanwhile, on the ground, Shu Tian, who was quite fragile, was still struggling, as if he wanted to fight hard. The other martial kings were also entangled by the seventh-order strange beasts. Many warriors are still fighting to the death with other strange beasts. The only ones who spared their hands were Lin Xiao and this flame-killing demonic beast. In the face of the threat from the enemy, Lin Xiao's face did not change. As he said before, Lin Xiao, today he wants to kill the king. The incomparably powerful coercion emanated from the body of the strange beast on the opposite side, even more terrifying than the previous one. It wanted to crush the human in front of it. It's useless. Lin Xiao stepped forward again. The so-called Wu Wang coercion had no effect on him at all. Oh, sure enough, there are two downs. This scene made many human martial kings who were still fighting breathe a sigh of relief, and there was still a chance. The flame-killing piano demon beast is not in a hurry. As a seventh-order being, it has its own arrogance. It is simply playing. But Lin Xiao didn't have this idleness, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. Punch through the sky. The shocking fist intent rushed to kill. Lin Xiao completely let himself go at this moment. He no longer suppressed his own strength and went all out. This attack was more than several times more terrifying than before. The Shang fist intent attacked the flame-killing Qin demon beast with an unmatched killing intent. This fist penetrated the space and directly hit the flame-killing Qin demon beast that was still frolicking in place. The powerful attack hit the opponent firmly, and a huge roar sounded on the battlefield. And the flame-killing piano demon beast, which was still laughing, changed the moment Lin Xiao attacked. Before it could react, the attack had already arrived, and the violent impact directly hit its huge body. This attack was too strong. It was not something that a person person in the late 5th order could use at all, and even the space was a little unstable. The flame-killing piano demon beast retreated several feet away, and the place where it was hit was deeply sunken, and there was blood at the corner of its mouth that couldn't stop flowing. The expression was extremely ugly. Its dignified martial king powerhouse was actually injured by a hairy boy? Unbearable, unbearable. An angry roar sounded, and it was angry. This small and lowly human being completely enraged it. It vowed to kill this ant-like human to eat all the bones. What the strong King Wu thinks, the mountains and seas are moving. The powerful spiritual telekinesis pressed towards Lin Xiao, and the flame-killing Qin demonic beast moved. Its body was very huge, it actually covered the sky, and it stretched out its giant hand and slapped it down, like 5 thunderbolts. Lin Xiao's figure looked very weak under this palm print that covered the sky, but he still did not change his face, and his whole body was awe-inspiring. His body was shining with golden light, and he rushed up directly, raised his right fist, and punched out. Seeing this scene, the flame-killing Qin demon beast became even more angry. How dare this human underestimate it? Who is it? It is a generation of beast kings. The endless anger made the strength of his subordinates even thicker, and no 6th order warrior could hold on to this palm power. Punched through the sky. In its unbelievable gaze, its own attack was actually blocked by the ant, even to be counterattacked. It's roaring. The power of the flood had been completely stimulated, and it did not believe in this scene. Lin Xiao's attack seemed to be breaking the eternal law. It's broken. Lin Xiao's punch completely shattered the attack of the martial king's powerhouse. This was a powerful blow from a 7th order martial king level strange beast, and even surpassed ordinary human martial kings in terms of attack. This scene even made many human martial kings who paid attention to this battle tremble. What did they see? Doesn't it mean that King Wu cannot be reversed? So what do they see? Lin Xiao's attack once again accurately hit the huge body of the flame slayer demon beast, and this attack brought indelible scars to the other party's heart. Lin Xiao came in an instant. Aim at its head again and strike it with all your might. De Shang's fist intent was unparalleled under the blessing of Dao annihilation, and the flame-killing Qin demon beast couldn't stop trembling. This attack was too fierce. It couldn't bear it. Blade of nothingness. The light of divinity was flickering. Countless cracks appeared in the air, and the fragments recombined to form a sharp hidden blade. These hidden blades swung their knives at the body below, and with each cut, the roar of the flame slayer demonic beast would be even more miserable. A full 9981 knives. These hidden blades could even cut through space, and the huge body of the flame slayer demon beast was already miserable, scarred, and scarlet blood flowed all over the body. Not enough. Lin Zhao's expression was slightly condensed. King Wu is King Wu, not so easy to kill. I saw him raise his hands. The rules of space were crazy, and a huge space field was formed instantly. Eternal catastrophe. The flame-killing Qin demonic beast was completely suppressed by Lin Xiao. It kept twisting its huge body, and its eyes were no longer as indifferent as before, invincible. It is afraid in its heart. Everything around it was constantly attacking its body, and it seemed to have experienced 1,000 tribulations in an instant. It's crying. It's scared. Why is this human so strong? It was so strong that it didn't have the power to resist. That's impossible. It's heartbreaking. It's calling for help. It doesn't want to die here. Suddenly, this space controlled by Lin Xiao was broken by an extremely powerful force. The flame-killing Qin demon beast immediately escaped. Lin Xiao instantly sensed a great fear, and someone was staring at him. At this time, Lin Xiao couldn't care so much, and that inexplicable sense of fear lingered in his heart. In an instant, he disappeared in place, and at the moment of its disappearance, an extremely powerful attack appeared, and the space was completely shattered. If Lin Xiao took a step slower, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Xiao's heart was shocked again. With this kind of strength, is there a peerless powerhouse that has made a move? With Lin Xiao's current strength, if he encountered an ordinary mid-7th order mid-game, he could have the power to fight, and if Lin Xiao didn't dodge the attack just now. Lin Xiao, who appeared not far away, stared at the air with his eyes fixed on it. A huge figure slowly appeared. The surrounding space was faintly unstable, and the fluctuations emanating from that body were too terrifying. Not King Wu. The phantom gradually solidified, and Lin Xiao looked a little familiar, because he seemed familiar with the appearance of this phantom. The phantom's gaze looked at Lin Xiao again, and with a little of his finger, the power of the rules was trembling wildly. Lin Xiao felt bad, because his body was warning. It's just that before he could escape, another figure appeared in the battlefield, easily blocking this attack. What followed was a somewhat mocking ridicule. A dignified blood Qilin, a martial married being, would actually take action against a low-level warrior. Lin Xiao looked at the Qianying standing in front of him, and breathed a sigh of relief while his body was a little tense. This is the natural reaction to encountering a strong person. Bingley, I didn't expect it to be you. The phantom was no longer hidden, revealing the true face of Lushan. Blood unicorn, an 8th order level strange beast, a martial powerhouse. Bingley, I won't talk nonsense to you. Hand over this kid. I will retreat immediately, otherwise, how would you treat? Before the other party could finish speaking, Bingley interrupted directly, and immediately turned to look at Lin Xiao with the anger on the other party's face. Young man, good job. job, Bingley. The blood unicorn held back the killing intent in its heart. It knew that the woman in front of it was not easy to mess with, but this human would kill it. As long as you hand over this human, our strange beast alliance will immediately retreat. Your dragon kingdom is not in a good situation. Now, if you offend our strange beast alliance again, you have to think clearly about whether it is worth it for an ant-like boy. A cold and angry voice sounded in the air. Because of its appearance, the side of the strange beast all retreated behind it. Even if the battle reached this moment, the side of the strange beast alliance still had the advantage in numbers. Its voice spread throughout the battlefield, and countless warriors of the dragon kingdom heard it, and they looked up into the distance and saw the boy. As warriors of the dragon kingdom, when did they fall into the trap of sacrificing a teenager to take care of the overall situation? Someone immediately stepped forward and became impassioned. Master Bing, don't do it. Our warriors of the dragon kingdom can die on the battlefield, and they must not exchange the lives of their compatriots for shame. As soon as these words came out, they immediately received the support of most people. What scene had they never seen? Fight to fight. Who was afraid of who was a scoundrel? The blood unicorn scene in this scene was a little itchy. If it weren't for Bingley, it would have wished it could slap these damn humans to death with one palm. Similarly, Lin Xiao was also slightly touched, and this scene made him more determined in his heart. Only Chu Tian's pupils that were still lying on the ground kept flickering. He seemed to be seriously injured, and he was still in a half-dead state. A hint of satisfaction flashed on Bingley's beautiful face, and then she looked opposite. Otherwise, let's keep fighting. The words were full of arrogance. At this moment, she was no longer a stunning immortal, but a domineering empress. As soon as the words fell, Bingley stopped talking nonsense, and directly pulled the blood unicorn to another space. Regardless of the other party's ugly look at all, do it directly. The two sides broke out again, soldiers against soldiers, and generals against generals. There is only one exception. That's Lin Xiao. On this battlefield, he is an alternative, and his strong strength has led to the fact that no strange beast below King Wu dares to take the initiative to step forward, and the existence of the king of martial arts level has its own opponents. There is also a fish that escaped the net, the Flame Chin Warcraft. At this time, the Flame Slayer demon beast was secretly retreating towards the rear. It wanted to leave this battlefield, and its heart that was extremely arrogant at first had now become a little weak. Lin Xiao appeared in front of the other party again in an instant. I said, today I want to kill the king. The incomparably powerful abilities were condensing, and the divine eyes of time and space were flashing, shining with a huge luster. In an instant, the flame-killing Qin demonic beast was trapped by Lin Xiao again. Its huge body is struggling. This human is too terrifying. It just wants to escape from here now, and it has no intention of fighting at all. Time and space storm. The cold voice spread all over the world. The endless distortion of time and space trapped the flame-killer demon beast. Watching the surrounding space continue to disappear in some strange way, the flame-killing demon beast was completely terrified. It struggled desperately, and its huge body became a huge burden at this moment. It's not reconciled. It's King Wu. It hasn't lived enough. There are still many good lives waiting for it in the future, and its harem beauties haven't finished enjoying it yet. It regrets it. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. This moment, the history of the Dragon Kingdom will be rewritten, and a curse that cannot be broken in the eyes of the world will be dissipated. A peerless teenager is using his ultimate glory to shine brilliantly on this battlefield. The Seventh Order strange beast disappeared with that strange space in the eyes of many people, and the bones were gone. Ding! The host is detected to kill the Seventh Order strange beast, kill the Flame Qin demonic beast, and reward 50 W of cultivation points. The voice of the system appeared in his mind, and Lin Xiao exhaled lightly. He looked at his fists, and he did it. With the strength of the late Fifth Order, reversed the attack on King Wu. All the warriors who paid attention to him were completely stunned. Who is this young man? He killed King Wu. He actually killed King Wu. This teenager made history. Our Dragon Kingdom has finally given birth to a truly invincible demon against the sky. Everyone cried with joy, even in the middle of the battle, but they still couldn't change that throbbing heart. Lin Xiao used his cultivation in the late Fifth Order to reverse the martial king, and this move gave all the Dragon Kingdom warriors present a strong medicine. Even their attacks became more and more violent. King Wu, who had scolded Lin Xiao before, had an extremely complicated expression. He looked at the young man whose hair was stained red with blood, and this scene completely broke his cognition of Tenjiao. In the void. Bingley, you crazy woman. The blood Qilin kept fighting with the female martial venerable in front of her, but the other party's strength was very strong, and it was crushed to death. The scene outside was also seen by it, and the murderous intent in its eyes was even stronger. This human must be completely killed, otherwise it will definitely become a big problem for their strange beast alliance in the future. Now it has nothing to do with its personal affairs, and the talent displayed by this human makes it feel terrifying. The late Fifth Order rebellion against King Wu? What kind of groundbreaking joke is this? And because of Lin Xiao, the fighting spirit of the Dragon Kingdom side reached its peak. Once suppressed the side of the strange beast alliance, the balance of the battlefield began to tilt, and the smile on Bingley's face became even stronger. But the cold and extremely extremely murderous intent that followed. Blood unicorn, accept death. An extremely terrifying fluctuation is condensing, the space is falling apart. The battle of the Wu Zun level can be called devastating. If not controlled, it will bring great destruction to heaven and earth. The blood Qilin felt this attack, and a trace of panic appeared in its eyes. Crazy woman. Damn it. It immediately transformed into the main body, and the powerful cultivation was permeated, piling up the defense to the extreme. Everyone outside heard a violent roar from above. I only heard a very miserable voice fleeing into the distance. Bingley, you wait for the deity. With the rout of the blood Qilin, all the strange beasts panicked, no longer as desperate as at the beginning, and began to retreat towards the rear. And the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom would not let these beasts leave so easily. Chase all the way to the opposite side of the riverbank. Countless strange beasts were killed and injured, and even several 7th Order Martial King level strange beasts were besieged to death. On the battlefield, looking at the corpses on the ground, some people cried with joy, some cheered, and some shed sad tears. Although they won, many brothers also disappeared. Someone walked somewhere with the corpse of a strange beast and yelled loudly at the motionless figure lying on the ground, "Brother, I will help you take revenge." This time the strange beast tide came too suddenly and too violently. Broken walls and ruins can be seen everywhere throughout the northern battlefield. Everyone obeys orders. Bingley stood in the void, her body was stained with blood, and her eyes were extremely sharp. Immediately deal with the battlefield and transport all the bodies of the sacrificed warriors back to the base camp for a thick burial. After saying that, she disappeared from this battlefield, and before leaving, her eyes looked at Lin Xiao slightly. She saw the scene of Lin Xiao's rebellion and slaying the king just now. What a little guy who defied the sky. Lin Xiao's upper body clothes had already been completely shattered in the battle, revealing an extremely tough body, and at this moment, he was also following the movements of the large army, looking for the bodies of his comrades everywhere. Not far away, Shu Tian staggered to his feet and walked into the distance without saying a word. Lin Xiao's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination, and even made him feel a touch of fear deep in his heart. As King Wu, he knew how strong King Wu was. If he was in the late 5th Order stage, 100 of them would not be the opponent of a 7th Order martial king, and he might not even be able to hold out one move. And the forest is desolate. He was actually pressing the martial king level strange beast all the way through. He is only the 5th Order. For some reason, Shu Tian suddenly felt that killing Lin Xiao was the most stupid decision the family had made. He even felt that this decision might have unimaginable consequences for his family, and he wanted to report the matter to the emperor and then try to convince his family. Stop now while you haven't made a move yet. He left the battlefield, and along the way, many Wu kings frowned when they saw his shadow. Obviously, Shu Tian's performance this time made them very dissatisfied, and almost caused the Dragon Kingdom to lose an ancient and modern Tianzhou. This, Lin Xiao, the figure of this young man was remembered in his mind by all the warriors who participated in this strange beast tide, and his peerless posture and unbelievably powerful hard power made Lin Xiao recognized by everyone present. That's a 7th Order strange beast, a real martial king. His subordinates were so fragile. Someone saw Lin Xiao's figure and couldn't help but admire. What kind of elegance does this need to break the eternal law? Some people have even spread the news on the internet. Originally, Lin Xiao had a huge fan base on the internet, and a blogger suddenly noticed a post. The young man of the gods of the Dragon Kingdom. With the most arrogant posture and great strength, he broke the curse of irreversibility. The blogger was still very curious when he saw the title, and he was instantly excited after clicking in. It's Lin Xiao, Lin Ashen. What do you mean? Did Lin Dashan kill a 7th Order martial king? He read it several times over and over again, and even had pictures. The figure on the picture is a little blurry, but if you have seen Lin Xiao, you can see it by comparing it. It is Lin Xiao. The blogger is crazy. He immediately retweeted the post, and even moved his own relationship, pushing it to the top of the topic out of his own pocket. The click-through rate skyrocketed instantly. In just half a day, the number of views of this post exceeded 1 billion, and it is even rising wildly. Who else? I asked who else. All of the following are Lin Xiao's avid fans, and some trolls were immediately blown up as soon as they said something different. It's too scary. King Wu is full of ants. This was an iron law before. No one has ever broken this law, never. But a teenager was born. His appearance was a miracle, and he implemented the word demon to the extreme along the way. What is a demon? Perhaps there have been countless standards, but after the fermentation of this incident, perhaps everyone in the entire Dragon Kingdom has a relatively clear concept in their hearts. What? You say you are amazingly talented, you can be called a demon? Do you think you are Lin Xiao? In one room, Yang Yi stared at this post, looking at it fascinatedly, and then threw his phone on the bed without saying a word, and walked into a training room. Uncle Li, please turn the difficulty to hell. A figure appeared behind him, slightly old, looking at Yang Yi's shadow. There was no emotion on his face. When Qin Li heard the news, his eyes burst with fighting spirit, but they were extinguished in an instant. Lin Xiao, you are already so strong. The hand holding the knife became even harder, and it seemed that it was time to go to that place. In a certain golden hall, a young man exuded exuded an extremely powerful aura of the heavenly emperor. His god was majestic and he was domineering. Not enough. He kept practicing. He had read the post on the internet, and he didn't have any thoughts after reading it. His Taoist heart was almost complete, and it was difficult for external interference to shake him. Brother Lin, it is my Ji Shangnan's luck to be born in the same era as you. This person is Ji Shangnan. He can now be called a real young emperor, with a fearless heart and a smooth road. Lin Xiao reversed and killed the king. This news is known to the entire Dragon Kingdom, and King Wu is no longer a nightmare for all low-level warriors. It is no longer an invincible spokesperson, because in this era, there is a teenager who completely shattered this curse. Many Wu kings had complicated eyes. They did not participate in that battle, and they did not know what kind of peerless talent this young man named Lin Xiao had. There are also a very small number of King Wu who think this news is fake and too funny. Today's young people really dare to lie about anything in order to be in the limelight. Most of these martial kings have reached their limits, and the martial king is the end of their lives, but they are also very satisfied, because the martial king is already a hegemon, enjoys the respect of thousands of people, and is already a big man in the hearts of many people. But now suddenly a teenager broke the shackles directly, which they must not be convinced. But no matter how unwilling they were, they would not deliberately look for trouble, because Lin Zhao's talent was not something they could compare, and they didn't dare to offend this kind of heaven-defying demon in full swing. The emperor established his capital in the Chu family. The floor of the hall was full of broken wood slag, and Chu Jifeng's face was extremely ugly, because the news of Chu Tian had reached his ears. Damn waste, my Chu family spent so much money to train you to King Wu, but I couldn't even complete a small thing. He was extremely angry. How dare the damn guy teach him to do things? Rebellion against King Wu? He didn't expect that Lin Zhao's strength would be so strong. If the other party hadn't offended his Chu family and not killed his most doting daughter, the two sides might have a good relationship. With a calm face, he took out a token from his arms and exerted force gently, and it didn't take long for the token to glow with a faint golden light. Me, a phantom of a golden robe appeared in the sky. Master Chu, I haven't seen you for a long time. The voice of this phantom was a little hoarse. The golden robe blocked its face, and the deep and dark face could not see what it looked like. I need you to help me with something. Kill someone? I see. Lin Xiao? But the Lin Xiao who has been in the limelight recently to reverse the martial king? The golden robe phantom was very flat. Obviously, this kind of transaction was not the first time. That's right, it's him. What conditions do you need? Master Chu, this young man named Lin Xiao is not weak. You. Okay, 1,000 boys and girls. System, sign in. The head of the Chu family is refreshing. In that case, our Destiny sect has taken over this task. Destiny sect. This golden robe phantom was a person from the Heavenly Mandate sect, and judging from its appearance, it should be the highest status golden robe. Looking at the disappearing phantom, Chu Jifeng's calm eyes flashed with madness, and it was difficult to solve the hatred in his heart without killing Lin Xiao. Northern. Inside the base camp. Good boy. I guessed it a long time ago. Li Long patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder heavily, and at this moment he was still a little shocked. Lin Xiao killed the king. He had thought about this matter in his mind a few days ago, thinking that there would be a glimmer of possibility when Lin Xiao was completely invincible in the Sixth Order. I still underestimate you. You are too perverted. Do you know how crazy you are about killing King Wu? Li Long spat and nailed. He was very excited. This is the student he personally recruited. His own student is so demonic. The face on his face is very good. Senior Li, don't get excited. Lin Xiao looked at Li Long, who was extremely excited and didn't know what to say. In his opinion, the flame-killing demonic beast was not as strong as he imagined. But he didn't say this. It was a little too much for Sai. Can I not be excited? Lin Xiao, this time you have made great contributions. I got the news. The Lord is ready to promote you. With your performance this time, it is very likely that you will be directly named a colonel. Speaking of this, Li Long's eyes suddenly had a lot of envy. He has been in the army for so many years. The number of battles he has participated in is uncountable, and he has accumulated for such a long time and has a lot of military merit to get the rank of Major General. It's really more popular than people. But when he saw Lin Zhao's slightly frowning expression, he couldn't get angry and knocked his head directly. Boy, what kind of expression are you? That's a colonel. After knocking, Li Long hid his hand behind his back without changing his face, as if he was a little red. Lin Xiao grinned a little and asked him to say that if a colonel is not a colonel, it is better to order it directly and give him 18 billion, then he will kneel down directly. Go. What should you do? I'm angry when I see you. Li Long's face was a little unsightly, and he drove people away. Lin Xiao left very consciously, and after he left, Li Long finally stopped holding back. He shook off the hand that had just hit Lin Zhao's head, and his fingers were a little red and swollen. Mad, this kid grew up eating iron? Why is it so hard? Li Long gritted his teeth and kept blowing on his fingers. Lin Xiao came to his residence. System. Ding, the host is here. Open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 17 Su. Race, human. Talent, SSS level ability spacetime plus, super SSS level spacetime holy law origin, awakening awakening level 39.9%. Spacetime divine eyes plus, top 10 divine eyes of the heavens, awakening level 39.9%. Level, late 5th order peak plus, blood, 100000 plus, wow, man, do you have 8 abs? Telekinesis, 2289 plus, emptiness, especially emptiness. Technique, Void Sutra plus, peak of Xiaochang. Hanyuan Wuji Dao Sutra plus, Xiaochang. 8-9 mysterious skills, Xiaochang. Martial arts, Blade of Nothingness plus, peak of Xiaochang. Eye of God plus, peak of Xiaochang. Fist Breaking the Sky plus, Deshang. Soul Needle plus, peak of Xiaochang. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster level combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Grandmaster alchemist. Fist, Deshang. Cultivation point, 180700001 inch. A wave of strange beasts brought his cultivation point to 18 million. Simply perfect. Lin Xiao looked at his panel. If this 18 million was used well, his strength would rise to another level. The spacetime ability is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Xiao had already noticed that as his understanding of spacetime talent became deeper and deeper, the destructive power it displayed in battle became more and more powerful. He still can't forget the experience of 100% spacetime ability. That's really invincible. In just 3 minutes, he felt that he could ignore all existence in the world and be invincible. System, add me some double talent. Ding. The points were successfully added, and a total of 10 million cultivation points were deducted this time. Lin Xiao thought he had heard it wrong. What the hell? 10 million? When he saw that there were 8,070,000 left in the column of the cultivation point, he was really confused. Really 10 million was gone? Don't think about it too much. I saw that the origin of the time-space holy law in the body began to change, and the mysterious lines that were originally attached to its surface became clearer, shining continuously, incomparably mysterious. At the same time, the time and space god eyes were also trembling, and the time and space god eyes, one of the top 10 god eyes in the universe, were already slowly showing their magnificence. The rules of time and space here were uncontrollably permeating the air, and Lin Xiao had fallen into some kind of mysterious place. If Li Long was present, he would have to swear again. You kid has an epiphany again? Does this still allow others to live? In the deep perception of the rules of time and space, Lin Xiao forgot time and blurred space. I don't know how long it has passed. It seems like a century, or maybe it's just a moment. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, and at this moment he seemed to have become more divine. There is the blessing of the power of rules between every gesture. At this time, the awakening level of his 2 super SSS level spacetime talents has reached 50%. In other words, 10 million cultivation points have allowed the 2 talents to develop 10% of the strength, and this wave is not a loss. Lin Xiao, as the master of the 2 great talents, had a faint feeling of controlling heaven and earth at the moment he opened his eyes. His understanding of the way of time and space has become even more profound. Moreover, he whispered, this time the talent awakened to 50%, and many unfamiliar methods appeared in his mind, but he felt as if he had completely mastered it. Look at the remaining 8 million. His gaze shifted to the level column. It's time to break through to the 6th order. After the 6th order, it will fly, which has made Lin Xiao look forward to it for a long time. Before relying on the particularity of space ability to allow himself to stand in the void, the feeling of real flying is definitely different. System, level plus points. Ding. If you succeed in adding points, deduct 2 million cultivation points. Million. It's okay, it's acceptable. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiao's body came with extremely powerful fluctuations, and his cultivation officially broke through at this moment, finally reaching the 6th order. His strength has changed again, and it feels extremely powerful. Every time this feeling appeared, Lin Xiao felt that he was one step closer to invincibility. System, I'm going to fight. Ding. The space of the endless avenue of the universe has been opened. May I ask who the opponent the host chooses this time? Get me a girl named Qinger who plays with a sword, and I'll see if she's really so invincible. In the universe. Lin Xiao looked at his strong body, coupled with the extremely strong mentality he had just brought after breaking through. He wanted to try whether that woman's sword could break through his body. A sword falling from the sky pierced the sky. Simple and unpretentious, but it is the ultimate edge in the world. Lin Xiao's proud body just now was directly cut in half by this sword from the middle. A man who was only handsome for 3 seconds. Lin Xiao, die. After being resurrected, Lin Xiao looked at the sword that appeared out of thin air, and didn't even see the shadow of the other party. Damn, do you want to be so arrogant? No one showed up. Did he really think that he could defeat him, Lin Xiao, with a broken sword? In this space, one person and one sword are fighting. Lin Xiao's fists were about to smoke, and he didn't know how many times this fist glove was shattered with Lin Xiao's death. Every time that sword slashed at his body, the power was strong enough to cut through his body. And in the sky above this battlefield, a beautiful shadow appeared. A green robe was added. Her face was extremely indifferent. Her eyes were scanning this space, faintly wanting to split with a sword. I don't know how long it took. Lin Xiao finally saw the owner of this sword. Maybe it was countless deaths, countless resurrections, which made this Qingying look at it twice, or maybe something else. But the moment this woman in the blue robe appeared, Lin Xiao Xiao only felt a trace of weakness. This feeling is like no matter what he does, it seems that he can't beat the woman in front of him. I don't believe it. The powerful spacetime rules spread out. Lin Xiao's eyes were trembling wildly, and the endless distorted power of spacetime was eroding towards the woman. However, the woman in the blue robe just glanced at it extremely plainly, and then the power of time and space completely dissipated. Lin Xiao also retreated countless meters away, and the blood couldn't stop spitting out. I'm so strong. The battle continues. The battle is still a one-sided crushing. The lethality of that sword is too strong. Lin Xiao's body was already so strong, but he still couldn't bear its sharpness. I don't believe in this evil today. I see. Lin Xiao is roaring. His body surface had already begun to bleed, and the 8 or 9 mysterious skills were running wildly in his body, and the Pangu essence blood hidden in the deepest part of his body actually had traces of recovery. A very small part of the energy of Pangu essence blood emerged under the powerful summoning of the 8 and 9 mysterious skills, and Lin Xiao completely entered madness. He is frantically engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the other party. There is endless energy in the body that is absorbed and refined. The powerful 8 or 9 mysterious skills have reached their limits. Breakthrough. With such an intensity of battle and the support of endless blood, the 8-9 mysterious skills reached the peak of Xiaocheng and other states. Lin Xiao's body became unprecedentedly powerful. It can even be reborn with a severed limb, fatally about to be sanctified in the flesh. He was finally no longer in a state of defeat. No matter how sharp that sword was, he couldn't kill with one sword. At this moment, there was a trace of surprise in Qing Pao's eyes. She didn't expect this man to be extremely sublimated. Rarely opened his mouth. The crisp voice made Lin Xiao's gaze sweep over, waving his fist and rushing directly towards the other party. Slow. The power of time. Lin Xiao tried his best, and only here could he release so unscrupulously, not afraid of life and death, desperate. After a long time, Lin Xiao left the avenue space. Absorbing the fresh air from outside, Lin Xiao's depressed mood improved a lot, and in the end he still did not defeat that woman. And after 100 days of life and death experience, he has now completely mastered the changes brought about by his own strength breakthrough. It can be said that it is very strong. Similar to the strength of the previous flame killer demonic beast, Lin Xiao felt that he didn't even need to release his ability, he could hammer it with one punch. With my current strength, no one at the level of King Wu should be able to kill me. Maybe there is a strong old martial king powerhouse, maybe the other party's comprehensive strength is a little stronger than the current Lin Xiao. But with Lin Xiao's body at the moment, it was difficult for King Wu to kill him. Okay, for if his flesh goes further, the flesh will be sanctified. There is only one person who has been sanctified in the body that the Dragon Kingdom currently knows, the deceptive martial saint. Lin Xiao seemed to be only one step away from this deceptive martial saint. Lin Xiao, are you inside? Li Long's voice came from outside the door, and there was some surprise in the voice. Lin Xiao opened the door. Senior Li, but do you have something to look for a student? Lin Xiao, your rewards are down. Li Long was still a little excited at the moment, and did not feel the change in Lin Xiao. He walked in by himself, found a bench and sat down. Lin Xiao, after the final decision above, combined with the military exploits you have made, you are specially promoted to Major General. Li Long looked at Lin Xiao excitedly. Major General. There has never been such a young Major General in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom. 17-year-old Major General. It's just a fantasy. Lin Xiao didn't feel much. The Major General was the Major General. It didn't seem to be of much help to himself. Hey, what kind of expression do you have? Major General. Do you know the gold content of the rank of Major General? Li Long looked at the expressionless Lin Xiao, only feeling itchy teeth. Good guy, he was excited here for a long time, but you, the client, didn't react at all? He just wanted to raise his hand and hit it, but he thought of something and shrank back. Lin Xiao, don't underestimate the rank of Major General. It is not only a symbol of strength but also a proof of status. Li Long handed Lin Xiao's Major General's costume to Lin Xiao, which was specially tailored for Lin Xiao. Put it on and see if it fits. Lin Xiao nodded. The clothes fit quite well, and a red star belonging to the rank of Major General shone on his shoulders. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lin Xiao's height was almost 184, and his already handsome face looked even more handsome under this costume. Li Long was deeply moved. It was also at this time that he finally noticed something was wrong and felt the strong fluctuations coming from Lin Xiao's body. He asked a little uncertainly, Lin Xiao, have you broken through again? His expression was a little uncertain, because at this moment he actually faintly sensed a trace of oppression from Lin Xiao's body. What is his cultivation? The martial king at the peak of the late 7th order. And it's not that he has just stepped into this field, he is an old martial king who has been in this field for many years. You told me that you felt oppression in a 17-year-old boy? Ha, well, just now, I accidentally broke through to the 6th order. Lin Xiao nodded. Accidentally. Li Long was silent. He suddenly felt that he was old and useless. I saw him wave his hand and leave here without saying anything. For Lin Xiao, he was completely speechless, and the more he talked, the more he hit people. Senior Li, wait a minute, the student is going home soon. Do you need to report it to the above? Lin Xiao called out loudly from the rear. He hadn't been back for a long long time. He wanted to go back and take a look. Take a bath. Go back. I will help you and apply above. Li Long too didn't look back, and the voice gradually spread away. Ping'an District. There hasn't been much change here compared to before, but there is an endless stream of people coming here every day from other areas, all of whom share a common goal. Number 3 Middle School. I don't know when the onlookers at the school gate began to crowd the place, and many people wanted to rush in. Let me in. I am the ultimate fan of Lin Xiao. I want to go in and observe the traces of the past of the great god Lin. Similar words echo in the air all the time. At first, Principal Chu, who was the head of a school, was extremely happy to see this scene. Lin Xiao is now the golden signboard of the number 3 Middle School, and because of Lin Xiao, he personally and the entire school have received a lot of resources from above. In this short period of time, relying on the resource pile alone, his cultivation base was piled up to the peak of the late 6th Order, and he was only one step away from the 7th Order Martial King. But as there were more and more people, Principal Chu gradually realized that something was wrong, and once there were more people, accidents would occur. It's not just the 3rd Middle School. Even Lin Zhao's hometown, the original dilapidated old house, was surrounded by people. This place has been sealed by the mayor of my district after Lin Xiao was attacked last time, but Lin Zhao's charm is really too great. In addition, the incident of Lin Zhao's rebellion against King Wu that has been wildly spread on the internet in recent days has been exposed, and young people are even more excited. At this time, Mayor Ma and Principal Chu were sitting together. Old horse, you have to thank me. If it weren't for me, the safe district you are responsible for might never have such a lively scene in this life. Principal Chu took a sip of tea gently, his demeanor calm, and his face was calm with a hint of pride. Hee, Lao Chu, this is Lin Zhao's credit. Why did it all become yours in your mouth? District Chief Ma shook his head. This old guy now talks about this kind of thing every day. He also secretly mentioned that Lin Xiao was his discerning eye, and he was the Tianjiu he cultivated desperately. It can be regarded as making him arrogant once. So what? Lin Xiao is my student. Why has nothing to do with me? Principal Chu's face does not change. This label is enough for him to be proud for a lifetime. You. District Chief Ma was a little helpless, but because of Lin Xiao, not only his old Chu, but also District Chief Ma himself and the entire Ping'an district received special care from above. The most direct is the annual resource allocation amount, which is more than several times more than before. If it can last for 10 or 8 years, then Ping'an district is really going to rise. I really miss that kid, and I don't know where he is now. Principal Chu looked out the window and saw the crowded scene at the gate of the number 3 Middle School, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. It should be on the battlefield, like Lin Xiao, who is not on the same level as us old guys. District Chief Ma was a little emotional. How long has it been? The boy, who was still a little cramped when he saw himself, has grown to this point. He also pays attention to the internet. He also saw Lin Zhao's post about the rebellion against King Wu, and he said that it was fake if he was not shocked. King Wu. It's just that. Even if there is no Wu Wan level in the entire Ping'an district now, even if the Dragon Kingdom government has allocated a lot of resources, the level of Wu Wang is not something that can be said in a short time. District Chief Ma originally had no hope of King Wu in his life, but because of Lin Xiao, he was expected to attack King Wu within 3 years. In other words, Lin Xiao is now the number 1 master in Ping'an district. It's been more than half a year, right? He also looked out the window. The climate was getting warmer, and the new year was coming. Suddenly, Principal Chu took out his mobile phone, and a message appeared on it. Principal, the students are back. The short 7 words made this Principal Chu instantly excited. Old horse, it's back. What's back? Who is back? Who else can there be? Lin Xiao, my proudest student, the king of heavenly pride, the national champion, the rookie king, Lin Xiao. Is it really fake? Old Chu, Lin Xiao sent you a message saying that he was coming back? Principal Chu looked at District Chief Ma, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Mayor Ma understood that he did not dare to be careless about Lin Xiao today. Immediately afterwards, all the people in the Ping'an district received a message from the official Ping'an district. Lin Xiao is about to return. A simple sentence made the entire Ping'an district boil. Those who came here were even more excited. Me, Lin Xiao is home? Nima Lao Tzu is also too lucky. Look at me. See how my makeup looks. Hurry up. You, wave hooves. Brother Lin will take a fancy to you like this? If you want breasts without breasts, you want to have buttocks without buttocks, but I'm different. I have everything. What did you say? Is Lin Dashan really coming? I really want a signed photo of him. The mayor moved very quickly. All households basically received the news, and many people spontaneously made banners, which probably means to welcome Lin Xiao from Ping'an district home. Number 3 Middle School. A slightly thin teenager is more excited than everyone else. There was still some grease on his face, but it was much better than before. Uncle, my uncle is coming back. You all know that my only living uncle Wang Yi is coming back soon. Cheer me up. This teenager is Lin Xiao's close friend, Wang Yi. There is one thing to say, after half a year of training, his fat has disappeared. This is his father's mandatory requirement when he lost weight, when he handed over the family business to him. Many students from number 3 Middle School school looked at him with a hint of disdain, fighting with people. Of course, there are also many people who will follow his ass every day, and they are called back and forth by him. After all, the relationship between Wang Yi and Lin Xiao is real. Who is Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao has long been a godlike existence in the hearts of all the students of the number 3 middle school. Even the school specially built a huge statue for Lin Xiao and placed it in the very center of the school. Wang Yi is constantly commanding his followers at this moment, and he must arrange things in place, and when his own brother comes back, he must give full face. He enjoys his current life very much and feels that his life has reached its peak. Because of one person, the entire Pinyin district has fallen into an extremely passionate atmosphere. A roadside stall. There are several figures sitting here drinking tea quietly. The owner of this stall said to several guests, "Yo, I'm sorry, I'm getting ready to close here." Several figures did not speak, threw down a stack of bills, got up and left. The stall owner looked at the money on the table, a little overwhelmed, and gave too much. He picked up the money and just wanted to tell those people that you gave too much money, so you don't need to do this, and those figures have disappeared. What a strange guy. These people didn't want anything when they came to him, so they ordered a pot of tea, covering their faces in broad daylight, and their speech was extremely hoarse. "Forget it, my wife and children are still urging me. I have to clean up quickly. The target has appeared." In the depths of the wine alley, there was an inexplicable echo of a hoarse voice, and 3 figures in golden robes appeared. Everyone has extremely strong fluctuations escaped. According to the information, this child's strength is at its peak in the early stage of the 7th order, so it must be killed with one blow. One of the golden robes looked at the other two, his expression extremely indifferent, and his eyes were full of ruthless coldness. "Recently, the official actions of the Dragon Kingdom are getting bigger and bigger. This time we try not to have irrelevant killings. Our goal is only Lin Xiao." Another golden robe spoke. If they had been on a mission in the past, they would not care about ordinary people, but this time the above specifically asked for it. Don't go too far. Obviously, the Dragon Kingdom officials have begun to exert their efforts. At this time, you can't make extraneous branches. The remaining golden robe took out a set of compasses from his bosom, and he looked at his 2 companions. "I brought this here." "That's great." Seeing this thing, the other 2 golden robes nodded. "Everything is ready, just wait for Lin Xiao." Above the clouds, Lin Xiao was flying unscrupulously. This time he did not take a special plane to return home from the northern battlefield, but flew back directly. This feeling is really cool. Lin Xiao was in the endless clouds. He could look up at the starry sky, and he could also see the great rivers and mountains of the Dragon Kingdom when he looked down, which was a very wonderful feeling. I sensed it, and I was about to be home. He exerted a slight force, and his speed soared instantly, leaving countless afterimages in the air, disturbing the natural beauty of Shangyun, but creating another different flavor. "It's here. Stand over the safe area." Lin Xiao looked down. He didn't even need to sense. The fiery atmosphere from the inside out once made him think that he was doing some large-scale event recently. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the phone. "Principal, is there any large-scale event being held in Pinyin District? Lin Xiao, are you there yet? Where are you?" On the other end of the phone, Principal Chu's words were a little excited, and Mayor Ma on the side kept urging, "Lin Xiao, where are you? I'll go find you now." Students are right above now. Did the phone was hung up directly. Lin Xiao was a little speechless. Is it necessary to be so excited? His principal is really, the boss is not a small person, and he is still in a hurry when things happen. It didn't take long. Principal Chu and District Chief Ma appeared in front of Lin Xiao. "Yes. Hello Principal. Hello Mayor Ma." Lin Xiao bowed slightly. No matter how much he became, these two will always be seniors in his eyes, and they have helped him at the beginning. "Ha, you kid still knows how to come back." Principal Chu laughed. The moment he saw Lin Xiao, he didn't mention how happy he was. Fly forward and pat him on the shoulder. "Good guy, how long has it been since you broke through to the 6th order?" Looking at the young man in front of him, Principal Chu's face was full of pride, and he couldn't stop nodding. "Lin Xiao, welcome home." District Chief Ma also took a step forward, very happy. The relationship between him and Lin Xiao was not as close as Lao Chu. "The 2 seniors really lifted me up." Lin Xiao asked again. "Mayor Ma, are we preparing for any large-scale activities in the Pinyin District? Why is the atmosphere so warm, and there are too many people like this?" Under Lin Xiao's powerful telekinesis, the situation of the entire Pinyin District was clear at a glance. "What is the situation? Did you sense it?" Principal Chu looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. Lin Xiao did not know why. "Come with us. Let you see the aspirations of the people of our safe area." Boom! Principal Chu did not give a reply immediately, but looked at District Chief Ma. This kind of thing is most appropriate for him. Mayor Ma nodded. The news has been issued, and the protagonist is about to appear. He and Lao Chu flew forward and flew towards the entrance of the safe area with Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao!" Before he arrived, the call of the crowd resounded in the sky. Lin Xiao glanced away. All our people. Everyone was calling his name, banners welcoming him all over the city, adults shouting passionately, and young people were even more crazy. His pace paused slightly. Wang Yi, who was standing at the front of the crowd, was shouting hard, and the strength of breastfeeding may not be comparable, and the moment he saw Lin Xiao, his voice became even louder, and he waved his big hand. Countless fireworks bloom at this moment, flashing in the air with dazzling pictures, which are specially customized. After blooming in the air, Lin Xiao's appearance and the blessings of the people from the entire Ping'an district were reflected. Lin Xiao, welcome home. Seeing this, Principal Chu and District Mayor Ma said this sentence to Lin Xiao at the same time. Behind the two are the lights of thousands of homes, and shining in the air is the most sincere blessing of the people of the entire Ping'an district. At this moment, from time travel to the present, Lin Xiao felt the warmth of home for the first time. This is his Lin Xiao's home. The Dragon Kingdom is everyone, and Ping'an district is his little home. How about it, as my student of Chuhantian, are you satisfied with this homecoming gift? Principal Chu looked at the student in front of him with a smile. He really treated the other party as his own child. Lin Xiao was very moved, and even the cold heart brought about by the endless killing on the battlefield showed some signs of melting. The call in the air is still echoing, and this moment belongs to him. Lin Xiao. I said, Principal, don't make it so grand next time. Lin Xiao's face was full of resentment. In order to respond to everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Xiao suffered a lot, and the short distance just now actually made him feel as if he had experienced countless hardships. Every part of the body was attacked by people, and there were even many red marks on the face. This is the first time in his history that he can't do it yet. Ha, you kid, don't get cheap and sell well. Don't you know how popular you are? Chu Hantian laughed, smiling very happily. It seems that since Lin Xiao appeared, the smile on his face has never stopped. How long are you going to stay when you come back this time? Celebrate the new year. Time flies. It has been more than half a year since Lin Xiao came to this world, and this will be the first year he has spent. That's just right. On the day of the Chinese New Year, you come to my house for Chinese New Year's Eve dinner, and it just so happens that the one in my family has been yelling at me to see you. Chu Hantian knew Lin Xiao's situation, and he was the only one left in the family. It won't bother, right? Lin Xiao looked up. If he could, he didn't want to spend the new year alone. It would be too lonely. Okay, that's it. Looking at Lin Xiao's dusty appearance, Chu Hantian also let him go and let him go home to rest. Then the student will leave first. Lin Xiao wants to go back and take a good milk bath now. When he thought that he had not enjoyed the villa given to him by District Chief Ma, he felt very bad inexplicably. Walking, Lin Xiao stopped. It's really ghostly. The divine light in his eyes flashed away. Lin Xiao looked around, and the air was filled with an aura that made him extremely disgusted. Destiny sect miscellaneous people. Just can't wait to rush forward to die? The voice fell. 3 golden robes exuding powerful fluctuations appeared. Lin Xiao's eyes were slightly cold. This fluctuates. 3 martial king powerhouses. The fluctuations emanating from the 3 golden robes in front of him suddenly reached the level of the king of martial arts. Lin Xiao's eyes became more and more indifferent. These damn guys, who came to find their troubles again and again, really thought that Lin Xiao was a soft persimmon. Lin Xiao, you are too arrogant. No wonder someone wants your life. The head of a golden robe was extremely vicissitudes, and his covered face made it impossible to see his face clearly, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Lin Xiao moved slightly. He thought it was the meaning of the top management of the Destiny sect, but he didn't expect that there was another person behind him. What do you mean? Who is going to kill me? Lin Xiao spoke. He didn't seem to have offended anyone. Wait for you to go to hell and ask hell. The battle broke out instantly. 3 martial king powerhouses dealt with a martial artist in the early stage of the 6th order, which was a battle without suspense for everyone. But this 6th order martial artist is Lin Xiao. In the face of the attack from the 3 martial king powerhouses, Lin Xiao's face did not change. If he had met a few days earlier, it might have been really a hard battle. Blade of nothingness. Powerful space martial arts. Lin Xiao can already achieve instantaneousness. He stood in place, his space-time divine eyes kept turning, and countless hidden blades appeared in the sky above him, exuding extremely sharp blade energy. Yes, the blade of nothingness directly broke through the space and slashed towards the 3 golden-robed martial kings. The fluctuations contained in this attack frightened the 3 golden robes. No, the intelligence is wrong, and the strength of the target is far more than the peak of the initial stage of the 7th order. One of the golden robes had an extremely ugly face. His strength was in the middle of the 7th order. It stands to reason that Lin Xiao's attack could not bring him such a great sense of oppression. The aura emitted by the blade slashing at him made him a little frightened. Similarly, the expressions of the other 2 golden robes were also solemn to the extreme, and this attack put too much pressure on them. After the blow, the 3 golden robes were repelled dozens of meters away, and cracks had appeared on the ground, and the golden robes that symbolized status had already been damaged. So, do you use this strength to kill me? Lin Xiao's face was cold, his words were extremely indifferent. He walked towards the enemy step by step, and the coercion in the air was unimaginably strong. It's hard to imagine. The 3 martial king powerhouses faced a 6th order warrior and were actually repelled by a move, which no one believed when it came out. Give you another chance. Who wants to kill me? Say it, I can let you go. Lin Xiao was jealous of the people behind this. The enemy was in the dark. He didn't know who the opponent was at all. It's okay to come to find yourself. If you attack your friends, he will fall into an extremely passive oppressive state, which he can't tolerate. He is too familiar with this situation. Therefore, it must not happen to you. The three golden robes were silent. This time it was too much of a mistake. Lin Zhao's strength was a little beyond their expectations. Don't you say it? Lin Zhao stopped, raised his right hand, and pointed at one of the golden robes. Space is extinguished. The golden robe pointed out by Lin Zhao instantly felt a great horror. He let out an angry roar, only because the space around him began to collapse and disappear. And he was controlled by inexplicable rules and couldn't move at all, so he could only watch the space disappear little by little, watching his chronic death. The other two golden robes saw this and blasted out their full strength. They couldn't just watch this person being killed. Countless powerful attacks hit the space barrier, but that space barrier was too strong. Or at this moment, Lin Zhao's understanding of space has reached an incredible point. An ordinary King Wu can't break his moves at all. Seeing that death was getting closer and closer to him, the two companions had no choice. The heart of this golden robe was gradually invaded by fear. Quick, stop it, I say, I say. He couldn't stop roaring, and the fear of death made him desperate. Damn, have you forgotten our cannons? The other two golden robes instantly became ugly, and even their movements stopped. The Destiny sect had extremely strict cannons. Even with their status as golden robes, if they violated the cannons, they would be punished extremely severely. Lin Zhao's cold gaze looked at the two of them. The divine eyes of time and space trembled, and the powerful space rules directly fixed the two of them in place and could not move. At this moment, the two of them also panicked. How can it be so strong? They are King Wu. When did a sixth-order warrior's eye turn out to be so terrifying? It was so terrifying that even as the king of martial arts, there was no room for resistance. When did this world become so ridiculous? Lin Zhao walked forward slowly. He stared at the golden robe. His voice was extremely cold. Give you 3 seconds. Don't say it. Die. The ultimate cold. How could a teenager have such cold eyes? This golden robe has been completely invaded by fear. I said you would let me go? You still have 2 seconds. I said, it's the Chu family. It is the imperial capital Chu family who wants your life at a great price. The golden robe's eyes were full of fear of death, and he explained the person behind it. The imperial capital of Chu. Hearing this name, Lin Zhao frowned slightly. When did he have a conflict with this Chu family? Imperial capital Chu family. Lin Zhao was silent, a little familiar, and after a while, he seemed to remember. The Chu family in the imperial capital. It turns out to be you. He remembered that he had once killed a man named Chu Meng at the source of the Gung vein, and it was from this imperial capital Chu family. What kind of price did they pay to invite 3 kings of martial arts to kill me? King Wu is not Chinese cabbage. Don't look at him, Lin Zhao, so easy. That's because he has a hang. Ordinary people may not be able to see the shadow of King Wu in their lives. The golden robe was a little silent. He had already violated the canon, exposing the employer behind it, which is a big taboo in the industry. But as a golden robe, he was different from other low-level Destiny sects. He could find a place where no one was there to hide, and the big deal was to hide away. Don't say it. Die. Lin Zhao's voice was cold and biting. The other two golden robes could only stare at this rebel. They were fixed in the distance and unable to move. This powerful control they needed to spend a lot of effort to crack. Yes, it is the life of 1,000 boys and girls. Lin Zhao was silent again. No one knows how angry he is at the moment. In order to kill him, this so-called imperial capital Chu family was so crazy? That's the life of 1,000 children. Just because he killed that crazy woman, did these high-ranking families dare to be so unscrupulous? This was just a coincidence with him, and he didn't believe it was the only time. Thinking of the scenes he saw in Fuzhou district that made his heart palpitate, he became more and more cold and violent. And the golden robe standing in front of him felt the terrifying killing intent emanating from the young man in front of him, and he was panicked. He just wanted to escape from here now. This teenager is terrifying. He wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but he didn't dare to speak. This space was covered by their formation at first. At first it was just to produce unnecessary killing, but unexpectedly it was a death chain for themselves. The other two golden robes were resisting this space suppression with all their might, and they were still a little short. Lin Zhao was still immersed in extreme anger, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. I don't know if Lin Zhao didn't sleep this nap. Suddenly, a familiar figure broke in. Lin Zhao was stunned when he heard this voice. Why does this voice sound so much like the principal? And at the moment when he was stunned, the two golden robes immediately rushed forward, breaking through Lin Zhao's shackles and controlling the figure that suddenly appeared. All actions are done in an instant. The figure that suddenly appeared was Lin Zhao's principal, Zhu Hantian. At this moment, he was also stunned, but when he felt the terrifying killing intent coming from behind him, and the palm attached to his back, he realized that he shouldn't have appeared. Lin Zhao immediately came back to his senses, and there was a little panic on his face. Lin Zhao, I didn't expect it. It seems that God wants you to die. The golden robe that controlled Zhu Hantian looked at Lin Zhao viciously. If you don't want this old guy to die, you will immediately abandon your cultivation. I'll only give you 30 seconds to think about it. The golden robe looked at Lin Zhao intently. As long as Lin Zhao dared to move a hair, he would immediately attack. And Zhu Hantian, Tian, who was controlled by him, had completely eased his senses. Feeling the endless killing intent coming from behind him, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, but he just looked at the young man standing in front of him. At this moment, countless pictures seemed to flash in his eyes. When the two first met, the young man showed his peerless talent, which made him ecstatic. Meeting again, the boy won the King of Heavenly Pride, and the double SSS level ability shocked the entire dragon country, and he was also proud of the boy. National College Entrance Examination. The young man showed his brilliant majestic posture like a comet, domineering and awe-inspiring, competing with the Tianzhou all over the country, tearing apart the enemy forces Tianzhou, and winning the title of champion with absolute crushing strength. In the top college competition, the teenager once again showed the world his own domineering, and this era belonged to him alone. And now he is. It is no longer something that my old bones can see through. The overwhelming arrogance that permeated the air came from the terrifying fluctuations behind him. Chu Hantian knew that the strength of this group of enemies was at least at the level of King Wu, but they were beaten and defeated in front of their own students. If it weren't for his sudden appearance, maybe this battle would have been over. His students are destined to stand at the top of this world. Chu Hantian didn't have much shining point in his life, but with this student, it was enough. Thereupon, in Lin Zhao's gaze, he saw a smile on Chu Hantian's face. Principal Chu did not resist, because he knew that it was meaningless, and the telekinesis coercion of the king of martial arts level in the air suppressed him to death. A hint of apology flashed in his eyes, and it flashed away, but it was still noticed by Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao suddenly felt bad. Principal Chu, students have a way. He shouted quickly, and at this moment, he really panicked. The person in front of him was the first person he felt cared for in this world, and he didn't dare to think about those pictures that could not appear. And the golden robe that controlled Chu Hantian heard Lin Zhao's voice, and the strength in his hand was even greater. Lin Zhao, your time is running out. If you don't want this old thing to die, you will immediately abandon your cultivation. At the same time, he looked at Chu Hantian in front of him. Old guy, if you dare to move, I will abolish you immediately. Chu Hantian didn't care about this intimidation, although King Wu's coercion suppressed his actions, but because of his own students, he could not completely control his body. That is, he can blow himself up. Glancing at Lin Zhao again, he seemed to be unable to see him reaching the top, so it must be extremely dazzling. A violent strange energy began to stir in his body. Lin Zhao's eyes, which sensed this fluctuation, instantly turned scarlet, and he was completely panicked. Principal Chu, stop, stop. His voice trembled a little, and the scene in front of him made him understand how determined the old man was. And Jin Pao also sensed that something was wrong. He was even more panicked than Lin Zhao. This ad-like hostage is the only way for him to survive at the moment. Old guy, you don't want to die. Don't worry, as long as Lin Zhao does what I say, I will definitely let you go. I will even give you a precious resource to help you break through the martial king. But his temptation was exchanged for a huge explosion. It's coming. The self-detonation of a sixth-order warrior is quite powerful. Lin Zhao, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was like a madman, looking at the flesh and blood left in the air. Chu Hantian did not leave a way out for himself at all, and he blew himself up very thoroughly. The body had been blown to pieces, leaving only one head rolling to Lin Zhao's side. After all, he was a sixth-order powerhouse. Even if only one head was left in the self-detonation, his consciousness did not completely disappear. The blood blurred his eyes, and the breath that was already so weak that it was imperceptible was trying to open his lips, as if he was trying his best to say goodbye to his proudest student. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. He hurriedly picked up the principal's head, and the divine eyes of time and space were instantly activated. The powerful power of the supreme rule wrapped Chu Hantian's head, and the strange space ignored everything, without any feelings, and actually forcibly suspended Chu Hantian's last breath. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao's heart finally calmed down a little. As long as people are not completely dead, there is still hope. He was extremely careful to put Chu Hantian's head into his system space, which was an absolutely safe place, and the golden robe that ate Chu Hantian's self-destruct was also injured a lot. He was the closest, and his internal organs were damaged by the violent energy explosion. Kill. Damn it. He lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect this old guy to be so strong. He said that he would blow himself up. Are people so deadly now? But it seems that something has come to mind. He slowly raised his head, and the figure of the young man had already appeared in front of him. Lin. Before he finished speaking, he was strangled by a strong hand and lifted into the air. The powerful force suppressed him to death, and the ability in his body could not be activated at all, and he kept struggling to resist. The other golden robe has completely lost his fighting spirit at this point, and he doesn't even have the heart to step forward to help. He wants to escape, but Lin Zhao's cold eyes glanced at him. Can't escape. There is nowhere to escape. Lin Zhao's anger now has reached a critical point. Lin Zhao, let me go. I can work for you. I am King Wu. I still have value. The golden robe was controlled by Lin Zhao and could not move in place, so he can only beg for mercy. The golden robe that Lin Zhao raised with one hand was strangled to death. Death is extremely aggrieved. Dead can't close their eyes. Seeing his companion dying in front of him like this, the golden robe's eyes were even more frightened. Lin Xiao, let me go. As long as you can let me go, I will listen to you everything. Yes, it was the Chu family who paid for us to kill you. I can help you deal with the Chu family. Lin Xiao. The golden robe saw Lin Xiao raise his hand to himself. The fear of death slowly hit, and the strong mental pressure actually made him incontinent. I saw Lin Xiao's eyes flickering. Several hidden blades appeared around the golden robe, and the powerful aura they emitted made the golden robe want to urinate. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and countless hidden blades instantly slashed at the golden robe. The screams were extremely mournful. The golden robe did not die immediately, but felt endless pain and torture, and the countless blades of nothingness were cutting his body one by one. Even its bones were cut into pieces of meat. From the soles of the feet to the whole body, he could only watch his body being cut into pieces like this. Moment. The fear of death from the physical pain and the psyche drove him crazy. $9,999. As powerful as King Wu, under this torture, he went crazy a second before death, completely turned into a madman. There is only one last place left. Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the golden robe sitting on the ground, his face pale and trembling all over. Step by step. With every step, the sound made the fear in the golden robe's eyes even more. Lin Xiao, you said you would let me go. You can't say nothing. At the end, the golden robe roared, as if he was making a final struggle. Lin Xiao stopped. He looked at the other party extremely indifferently. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of hope flashed in Jin Pao's eyes. On the battlefield. Lin Xiao, you are a peerless demon. You can't be unbelievable. This will become your demon in the future. He seemed to have grabbed the last straw and struggled desperately. You recognized the wrong person. I'm not Lin Xiao. My name is Morong Yun. After saying this, Lin Xiao raised his right hand. Same moves, same torture. There was an inhumane roar in the air. This time it's even longer. The golden robe watched as his body was cut into pieces, and then cut into countless strips in front of his eyes, and then particles. Even his own mouth swallowed these particles uncontrollably. He's just as crazy. Only Lin Xiao's slightly bleak back and hoarse madness sounded remained. So far, the three golden robes completely disappeared from the world. In this undetected space, an unprecedented battle was staged. A sixth-order teenager annihilated the three martial king powerhouses with an absolute crushing attitude. If this record is known to the world, it will be an event that is enough to shock the whole Dragon Kingdom. It's just that the protagonist of the incident is not happy, but full of murderous intent. Lin Xiao sensed the tragic situation of the old man in the system space, and his nameless anger burned from it. The most worried thing happened in front of him, although he hung the old man's last breath. But what about next time? Imperial capital Chu family. Destiny sect. These two forces have already offended Lin Xiao's reverse scales. The dragon has reverse scales. If you touch it, you will die. The eyes of God are delusional. The shrouded formation was vulnerable and was directly breached. The top priority now is to save people. How could this be? Lin Xiao thought of a way in his mind. Rank 9 breaking tribulation pill. This is the pill formula that a Dan Dao wizard has accumulated all his life. But the white flesh and bones of the living and the dead, as long as there is still a breath, the peerless divine pill can be saved. And Lin Xiao, who had Grandmaster level alchemy experience, also had the ability to refine this elixir. Even in this world where martial arts are prevalent, this elixir is enough to surpass everything. The pill formula of the 9 ranks tribulation breaking pill appeared in his mind. Most of the materials on it were himself, and the system signed in to give a lot of medicinal materials, and he thought it was useless before, so he almost ate it. It's just that what is this 9 rank heart refining grass? It would be bad if this world didn't have it. Lin Xiao looked at this medicinal material. Just hearing the name knew that it was extremely precious. Since he learned to refine alchemy, he hadn't taken the time to work on this point, and now some of it was dark under the lights. After thinking for a long time, he thought of the most powerful person he could find. Deng Ping, this master of refining weapons who helped him build weapons, might know. Oh, you kid said you can refine alchemy? Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao in front of him, his slightly vicissitudes of life and his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Xiao was still a little dusty. He flew all the way. The student understands a little, and this time I came here to ask the master for something. Hee, it really deserves to be a peerless demon in the Dragon Kingdom. What's the matter? Say it. Deng Ping was also more pleasing to the eye to Lin Xiao in front of him. I don't know if the master knows the 9th turn heart refining grass? 9 turn heart refining grass? Deng Ping frowned. He was a master of alchemy, not an alchemy master. If it were some common medicinal materials, he would definitely know, but he had really never heard of this 9 turn heart refining grass. Wait, I'll ask an old friend. Trouble master. Although Lin Xiao was in a hurry, he couldn't act too impatiently. After all, he had to ask for help. Deng Ping walked to the side and connected with an old friend. Yo, rare guest. Why are you free to call me today? The voice of a bad old man seemed unusually upright. Laoli, do you know the 9th turn heart refining grass? Old Deng, why did I say that you are a refiner inquiring about our alchemy? What's wrong? Want to change careers? It's not me who said, at your age, I won't accept you. Roll on. Just say you know or not, relying on the old and selling the old, and not accepting accepting me. Do you have the ability to accept me? Lao Dang looked contemptuous. 9 turns heart refining grass. Old Dang, tell me where you learned this name. So, is there a me? Hearing this, Dang Ping glanced at Lin Xiao in surprise. Could it be that this kid is really an alchemist? He always thought that Lin Xiao was teasing him. Yes, but it is not called this name in our alchemy world, but Tianxin grass. Tianxin grass? It turned out to be Tianxin grass? Dang Ping was a little surprised. He knew that Tianxin grass was an extremely precious herb. He once discussed with a master alchemist, in which the other party talked about this herb because it contained some kind of mystery of heaven and earth, and the growth conditions were extremely harsh, so it was called Tianxin grass by the alchemy world. As the name suggests, this is a grass that grows on the heart of God. It was also after the Dragon Kingdom awakeners continued to grow stronger, and some strangers discovered this herb in the exploration of the secret realm, and in some extremely ancient classics, this Tianxin grass had another name. It was the 9-turn heart refining grass in Lin Zhao's mouth. Old Dang, you won't really start learning alchemy, will you? The name 9-turn heart refining grass only appears in some extremely ancient classics. This old friend of Dang Ping was very surprised, right? No, I have a little friend who wants to refine an elixir, and there is a shortage of this medicinal material at the moment, so ask me to help inquire. Oh, a little friend? Which Dan Dao family is a young man? What pill is he going to refine? How can you use this level of herbs? Dang Ping's words made the other party even more confused. As a master-level alchemist, the status of the entire Dragon Kingdom is one of the handful, and the current Dragon Kingdom pill, the master-level alchemist, is already at the top. This Dao itself has extremely high requirements for talent, and it pays great attention to inheritance. There are only 3 alchemists of this level in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This is one of the 3 masters that Deng Ping called Laoli, Li Xiandan. The status in the Dragon Kingdom can be described as a call for all kinds of responses. He was a little curious. As far as he knew, among those Dan Dao families, this generation of young people was not too outstanding, and the elixir that needed Tianxin grass as a medicine guide, even an alchemist of his level did not dare to say that it was 9 out of 10. Old Deng, you won't be deceived. Li Xiandan was a little teasing. He felt that his old friend must have been deceived. He had been addicted to Dan Dao all his life, and he had never seen a young man who wanted Tianxin grass for alchemy. I said, Lao Deng, if you really want to learn alchemy, don't worry, tell me some good things. It's not that I can't accept you. The laughter on the other end of the phone was almost unbearable. As old friends for many years, this kind of teasing between friends is the most comfortable for them. Deng Ping had a dark face. He felt that he was a bit of a clown. This made him feel too naive about what he had just thought. A young man whose strength is the best of his peers, and even breaks the curse of the history of the Dragon Kingdom, he should have used up everything he has to do to improve his strength. How can he still believe that the other party can actually refine alchemy? I'm really a little confused. Okay, hang up. Extremely depressed, he hung up the phone directly. Then he looked at Lin Xiao with gloomy eyes. Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed. He was very anxious, but he also sensed that something was wrong. Senior Deng, Lin boy, are you playing with the old man? Where did Senior Deng say? No matter how much the kid has the heart, he won't use his seniors to make a fuss. Lin Xiao was really anxious. He was still counting on this herb to save his life. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't seem to be fake, Deng Ping's suspicion wavered again. What's wrong with me? Let's do it. If you refine an elixir in front of me, I will believe in you and help you. Deng Ping saw that Lin Xiao was still more pleasing to the eye, and decided to give the young man a chance. Otherwise, if he just took him to find an old friend, when the time came, this kid would give him a flip, then his old face would be lost. Lin Xiao knew that he had to show his real skills. He is a grandmaster level alchemist. Senior Deng, do you have an alchemy furnace here? As soon as the words came out, slightly embarrassing. The level division of alchemy and alchemy, apprentice, 1st to 9th grade. The 1st to 3rd ranks are the 1st level. 4th to 6th rank is intermediate. 7 grades up 1 day and 1 day. The 7th rank is an ordinary alchemy master. The 8th rank is a master level alchemy master, and the 9th rank is an alchemy master. Lin Zhao's face was obviously embarrassed. After all, he just said that he could refine alchemy, but he didn't even have an alchemy furnace. Isn't this a fuss? Deng Ping's face has been pulled down. He is optimistic about the young man, but it does not mean that he can pamper the other party without limits. Subsequently, go back, I'll pretend you haven't been here today. The voice was very calm, lacking the gentleness at the beginning. Thinking about it, Deng Ping's perception of Lin Xiao plummeted, but Lin Xiao couldn't go. Think about it. There is only one way. Although I haven't tried it, I can only spell it once. Lin Xiao recalled some fragments, which belonged to an experience belonging to the peerless wizard Jun Ruobai, or one of his conjectures. Jun Ruobai, who had achieved great success in the Dan Dao, had meditated late at night many times and created an alchemy technique that took over the heavens and the earth. Heavenly furnace refinement. Why does alchemy necessarily need an alchemy furnace? The root of alchemy is to fuse the origins of various precious medicinal materials through extremely superb condensation techniques, and then smelt them into an elixir through the power of flames. And the process requires a space to be closed and a void passage, so there will be an alchemy furnace under the whole world. But Jun Ruobai felt that the Dan Dao contained the mystery of heaven and earth, which could not only encompass all things in heaven and earth, but also be tolerated by all things in heaven and earth, and should not be limited to the alchemy furnace at all. It's so terrifying. So, late one night, he created a horrific alchemy method. It's the heavenly furnace refinement. Using heaven and earth as the furnace and the source of all things as fire, this can be regarded as the culmination of Jun Ruobai's masterpiece. Okay, it's a pity that the world he lives in lacks martial arts, close to the era of the end of the law, and the thin energy between heaven and earth is not enough to support him to complete this unprecedented feat, which is a big regret. All kinds of details and techniques about the heavenly furnace refinement kept flashing in Lin Zhao's mind. His eyes gradually became firmer, and he had to ask Master Deng to help with this no matter what he said today. Senior Deng, please move. Deng Ping is already a little impatient. Anyway, he is also a master-level refiner. You kid, don't take an inch. Please give the kid one last chance. If the junior misses, he will leave. Lin Zhao also knew that he was a little too difficult for a strong person this time, but there was no way Chu Hantian ended up like this because of him. Putting everything aside, no matter what, Lin Zhao will do his best to save people. Kill him. Okay, I want to see what kind of fame you can make. Deng Ping waved his hand. The two came outside, and their vision was relatively empty. Boy, I can tell you, if you really make fun of the old man, I won't spare you. Deng Ping thought about it, and still gave the young man in front of him a step and asked him to stop. But when he saw Lin Zhao's extremely determined expression, he didn't say anything more and waited quietly for the result. Kill. Alchemy without an alchemy furnace? Deng Ping is a generation of masters anyway. Alchemy does not need a furnace, just like a refiner does not need to forge iron. Do you really think he doesn't understand anything? At this time, Lin Zhao sat on the ground, his mind was free of distracting thoughts, and his hands were constantly sealing, and with the appearance of incomparably mysterious imprints, the space here underwent an indescribable change. Deng Ping's eyes were suspicious. Lin Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, and now he has completely turned into a real alchemy master, with endless and mysterious operation techniques. Deng Ping's eyes are slightly bright when he sees it. As soon as the expert makes a move, he knows if there is one. And as Lin Zhao kept interpreting, each herb appeared out of thin air, and was condensed into a medicinal liquid in the air in Deng Ping's extremely astonished gaze. Deng Ping sensed it carefully, and did not notice the passage of energy from these medicinal liquids. How was this possible? Lin Zhao's eyes became more and more focused, and in his field of vision, the world at this moment had turned into a huge pill furnace. The rules of heaven and earth that escaped countless Taoists were controlled by him, and under his own manipulation, he constantly refined and combined those medicinal materials. Deng Ping saw all the process in his eyes. The shock in his eyes became more and more intense, and at this moment, he already believed that the boy in front of him had not deceived him. He really knows how to alchemy. But, is this how the pill is refined? It's going to be a pill. He was fascinated by it, and he actually felt the mystery of heaven and earth that had never been opened before, and a new world that had never been opened began to cultivate and sprout deep in his heart. No one knows what kind of shock he has in his heart at this moment. A dignified master-level refiner, a martial artist-level existence, can be called a person respected by thousands of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, but at this moment, he was actually taught a lesson by a teenager. Lin Zhao's head had a slight drop of sweat, and it had reached the most important step. Condensation pill. He became more and more careful, more and more careful. Fortunately, he had a strong enough spiritual power to support him, otherwise, he might fail. The picture in the air at this moment is extremely wonderful. Countless medicinal liquids slowly converged and combined under the power of invisible rules, and the shadow of the prototype of an elixir slowly appeared, and then became more and more solidified. Done! Lin Zhao shouted. As his voice resounded between heaven and earth, an elixir exuding a strong fragrance appeared, with golden light all over its body, and the surface was actually marked and shining. Dan has become. Kill. Lin Zhao succeeded. Deng Ping was dumbfounded. Is it really refined? The elixir floated in the direction of Lin Zhao. This was a high-grade elixir. What level it was, Lin Zhao didn't know very well, because he didn't have an in-depth understanding of the alchemy system in this world. But the effect of this elixir is extremely strong. It's called the tribulation breaking pill. It can increase the success rate of warriors breaking through the realm, and moreover, this pill has 3 marks on its body. This is a 3-pattern tribulation breaking pill. It can increase the success rate by 30%. Of course, it is only useful for beings below the level of Wu Zun. Deng Ping stepped forward unconsciously, looking at Lin Zhao with his eyes, as if he was looking at a monster. You kid didn't lie to me? You really know how to refine alchemy? That elixir didn't need to be tested at all. It was genuine, but he saw it in his eyes the whole time, and even the strong medicinal fragrance it exuded, even he, Wu Zun, was slightly attracted. It's just appalling. This boy is a monster, right? Senior Deng, the junior only admires you. How can you deceive? Lin Zhao calmed down a little. After all, it was the first time to refine alchemy. Nervousness was certain. Fortunately his luck was okay, and he didn't miss. You really? Deng Ping looked at Lin Zhao's very green face. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he was still a little incredulous. How can there be such a demonic person in this world? But at this point, he would not shirk it and immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed the phone again. I said, "Old man Deng, I'm very busy. You have been deceived, don't bother me alone." Li Xiandan on the other end of the phone was very dissatisfied when he was very idle. "Don't talk nonsense. Where are you? I'll take someone to find you. What are you doing? Is it the boy who said he wants to use Tianxing grass? Old Deng, it's a pity that you've lived for so many years, and at this age, you're going to lose your life. Don't talk nonsense. Let me ask you, can you refine elixirs without an alchemy furnace?" Old Deng, you are really old and confused. How to refine TM's alchemy without a pill furnace? Come on, let me ask you. I won't let you forge iron. How do you refine tools? Hearing his old friend's answer, Deng Ping turned his head and glanced at Lin Xiao deeply. Just tell me you can or can't do it. Old guy, are you looking for faults with your heart today? Don't talk about me. Even if the entire Dragon Kingdom has one, if you can refine the elixir without an alchemy furnace, I will kneel down and worship him as a teacher. You can make an elixir without an alchemy furnace. Do you think I am the legendary grandmaster? Okay, tell me where you are. I'll take your master over. Li Xiandan really had an urge to curse at this moment. Deng Ping and he can be regarded as old friends, and there are many similarities between alchemy and refining. Therefore, the two of them also talked a lot, and it stands to reason that his old friend would not be so easily fooled. Senior Li Dancher, I've made you wait for a long time. A white-bearded old Taoist stepped through the door, bowing his hands to his chest, exuding a strong Dan fragrance all over his body. This was an old man who had invaded the Dan Dao for many years. It's okay. Li Xiandan calmed down a little, looked at the old man in front of him and waved his hand. Feng Danxiao, do you think you are ready to start looking for me? The old man with a white beard nodded very respectfully. His name was Feng Danxiao. The Feng family is a wealthy family in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is also an alchemy family. And as the ancestor of the Feng family, his alchemy skills are extremely superb, and he has reached the ranks of the 7th rank. But in the face of the person in front of him, he didn't dare to have the slightest pretense, just because the other party was a real 8th rank alchemy master. It's thanks to Master Li Dancher that he can come to observe my Feng family's family competition. Boom! Like a wealthy family like them, the open and secret struggles within the family are far more complicated than outsiders think. As the Feng family, as an alchemy family, every 20 years will hold an alchemy competition within the clan. Through this kind of competition, the clan members who are extremely outstanding in all aspects are screened out and cultivated to ensure that the family power will never decline. Feng Danxiao lowered his head slightly. There was a trace of envy in the depths of his eyes. There are not many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can make him, as the ancestor of the alchemy family, treat him so respectfully. As a 7th grade alchemist, there are too many people who want to curry favor with him. In this era of martial arts, the help of elixirs to warriors is extremely huge, and Danny Dao pays attention to inheritance and pays more attention to talent. This is an innate talent. There is no it, and it leads to the huge Dragon Kingdom alchemy being almost monopolized by these families. It is even more difficult for outsiders to embark on the path of alchemy. Not good. There are 3 major families in the Dragon Kingdom, namely, the Yi family, the Li family, and the Feng family. Among the 3 major alchemy families, only his Feng family did not have an 8th rank alchemy master, and the ancestors of the other 2 families had reached the 8th rank. Together with Li Xiandan, he is revered as the Taishan Beidu of the Dragon Kingdom Dan Dao realm. Li Xiandan himself has no family inheritance. He can be regarded as self-taught, and he had a friendship with this Feng Danxiao in his early years, so he also took care of the Feng family. In that case, then go and take a look. I often hear you say that there are some good seedlings this year. Li Xiandan was very comfortable and looked at his old friend with a smile. It's laughable, they are all unsuccessful clansmen. Feng Danxiao also followed closely behind, and when it came to his own people, there was also a slight smile on his old face. Apparently, he was very happy with Li Xuandan's praise. By the way, Feng Danxiao, I have an old friend coming later, won't you bother? Li Xiandan suddenly said. His old friend was Deng Ping, and he really couldn't resist this old guy. Don't bother. Senior Li's friend is a friend of my Feng family. Feng will definitely sweep the couch and welcome him. The Feng family is worthy of being an alchemy family. The family is full of extremely strong scholarly fragrance. Herbal resources can be seen everywhere, and the space is also filled with a very strong ley-line qi. Li Xiandan and Feng Danxiao came to a very empty hall. There were many young men standing under the hall, each with a high-spirited face, and there was an alchemy furnace in front of them, with different complexions. Meet Senior Li, I have seen the ancestor. Seeing the arrival of the two, everyone in the audience bowed. Those young people looked at Li Xiandan with even more admiration, only hoping that this competition could show a highlight color. If they could worship under his door, it would be even more perfect. Li Xiandan sat in the first place under everyone's gaze, and Feng Danxiao was slightly in the second. Feng Danxiao looked at Li Xiandan at the leader, and stood up after seeing him nod slightly. His majestic gaze swept to everyone in the hall. I announced that the 23rd Feng family alchemy competition has officially begun. The voice is majestic and powerful. powerful, and the breath is long. All the young talents of the Feng family who participated in this alchemy competition have devoted themselves to alchemy. The alchemy competition is very simple. There is no restriction on the level of the elixir, no restrictions on any means, as long as the children of the Feng family under the age of 25 can participate. Finally, it is judged by the grade and quality of the elixir refined. At this moment, every Feng family member did their best, and in the lobby, all kinds of flames competed for beauty, and countless medicinal materials appeared, which were thrown into the alchemy furnace and refined. The air is full of medicinal fragrance, and mortals can cure all diseases and prolong life when they smell it. In addition to Li Xiandan and Feng Danshao, there were many clansmen from the main and branch veins watching from the sidelines. The quality of this session is indeed higher than in previous years. Hee, I see that your kid's alchemy technique is extremely sophisticated. Looking at this posture, isn't it ready to refine a third-grade elixir? Khan, it's just a third grade, not enough to worry about. You old boy is really insatiable. It's not bad to be able to refine a third-grade elixir at such an age. It's still not comparable to the main vein. That young Master Feng should be refining a fifth-grade elixir. It's really terrifying. Do you still want to compare with the main vein? The old man feels that he may not have been able to refine this young Master Feng when he goes up. From time to time, everyone nodded to the children in their respective veins, and at the same time looked at the young man at the head. This is the pride of the Feng clan's main lineage, Feng Xuanji, and his alchemy skills are beyond everyone's imagination. At only 23 years old, he had already begun to refine fifth-grade elixirs, and such a terrifying talent made many Feng clansmen admire it. Li Xiandan, who was sitting on the stage, also swept his eyes to this Feng Xuanji, and after observing for a while, he nodded slightly. How is that possible? Lao Feng, this kid is good. Feng Danshao naturally knew who he was referring to, and he also looked at Feng Xuanji, who was the most satisfied junior he had. Hee, I'm still a little young. I don't know how to be introverted. I still have to hone it. Hey, what you said is wrong. How can young people be called young if they are not crazy? The two of us were far more arrogant than this little guy back then. Li Xiandan touched his beard, probably thinking of the past years. At this time, there were many explosions above the main hall. They are all people with an unstable mentality, or their skills have not been practiced at home, and their faces are full of unwillingness, and their faces are a little helpless from the black paint that has been blown up by the alchemy furnace. Don't get out yet, it's a shameful thing. There was a family member on the side with anger, which really lost their faces. Boom! There are also some alchemy furnaces filled with a faint fragrance of elixirs, and the elixirs they refined have reached the last step. As long as they step over them, they can become pills. Sensing this scene, the people behind it nodded and told others with a smile that this was my cub. As a person of the main vein, the elixir he refined this time was a fifth-grade elixir. The fifth-grade elixir was already good, and it was quite difficult to refine, and he devoted himself to refining it from the beginning of the game. At this moment, his eyes were full of determination, and a powerful flame appeared from his palm. As soon as this flame appeared, the lobby was instantly bursting with fire, and the huge energy escaped around, and the infinite flame power seemed to be able to burn the void. As soon as this flame appeared, it was like the king of 10,000 fires, and the flames of everyone else seemed to have met their nemesis, and instantly became sluggish, not daring to appear in the slightest. It's actually a ground fire. Many people exclaimed. For alchemists, flame is a very important personal thing, and a powerful flame has an irreplaceable role in the effect of alchemy. It can even increase the success rate of alchemy. Boom! Since the beginning of the cataclysm, there have been many sources of flames nurtured by heaven and earth. There was a time when someone spent a lot of effort to summarize the fire of heaven and earth in the record. These powerful flames are divided into two levels: heavenly fire, earthly fire. I didn't expect Master Feng to have a ground fire. Looking at its fluctuations, it should be the 11th on the earth fire list, and the earth flame burns the fire. Li Xiandan was also attracted by this flame. Earth fire and sky fire have an extremely fatal attraction to alchemists, but as an alchemy master, he would not snatch the treasures of his juniors, but looked at Feng Danshao on the side. I said, Lao Feng, you are really generous to this kid, and you can fix the earth flame burning fire that ranks 11th on the earth fire list? This level of earth fire light could not be subdued by Feng Xuanji himself. It made the seniors laugh. Feng Danshao did not refute. Obviously, for Feng Xuanji, he also gave high hopes, and spent a lot of money to find a fire for him, and with the blessing of the earth fire, Feng Xuanji became even more confident. The alchemy furnace in front of him became more and more vigorous, and countless medicinal liquids became more condensed under the powerful flame of the earth flame incineration fire. Looking for death. Under Feng Xuanji's extremely exquisite technique, the prototype of the elixir began to condense. It's going to be. Are you really going to refine the fifth-grade elixir? Countless people watched this scene in shock. But the air was filled with an extremely strong dan fragrance, which was a sign that it was about to become a pill. Impossible. Oh, Feng Xuanji drank hard, and the earth flame incineration fire burst out with a dazzling color, and the pill became an elixir exuding an incomparably rich dan fragrance appeared. Click. It was a fifth-grade elixir. Many people applauded. Most of these people were of people who supported Feng Xuanji, and they were very happy to see their future master so powerful. It seemed that they were following the right person. And when this 5th grade elixir appeared, the title of this family competition was completely well deserved. None of the elixirs refined by the countless teenagers present could surpass the 5th grade elixir. The most powerful one was only capable of refining a 4th rank peak elixir. He shook his head, without a trace of wanting to compete with the other party. The chi of Feng Xianhang, whose elixir was successfully refined, was extremely vigorous and domineering, standing in the first row of everyone and looking at the figure at the top. He did not hesitate to expose the earth fire to refine the 5th grade elixir, not to win the championship of this competition, but to get the appreciation of the figure at the top. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to completely break through the family's barriers in the future and step into the ranks of the 8th rank. Their Feng family needs the birth of an 8th rank alchemy master. Feng Xuanji's eyes were bright, looking forward to the appearance of the picture he wanted. Li Xiandan, who was the leader, seemed to sense something and suddenly stood up. Seeing this scene, Feng Xian's heart was happy. Could it be that he succeeded? Cut. Old Deng, since you're here, come over. I saw Li Xiandan say to the void. Feng Danxiao's eyes flickered next to him. His cultivation did not reach the level of Wu Zun, and he had been at the peak of the late 7th order for many years. Can be a friend of Senior Li, and his strength must also be the existence of Wu Zun's level. I saw Deng Ping appear from the void, and there was a slightly emaciated figure on the side. It was Lin Xiao. Hee, Lao Li, long time no see. Deng Ping sought his old friend step forward to say hello. It was not the first time he had come to the Feng family. Welcome Senior Deng. Feng Danxiao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This is the Taishan Beidou of the refining world. He deserves to bow. The other Feng clan members also bowed respectfully. Hey, you're welcome, but I suddenly came a little abruptly. Deng Ping waved his hand. Not abrupt. Senior Li has already told the juniors that the Feng family welcomes Senior Deng very much at all times. Hee, you have a heart. Li Xiandan also asked curiously after seeing the two of them finish talking about the scene. I said, Lao Deng, the kid you told me about who can refine alchemy is him. Li Xiandan swept his eyes towards Lin Xiao. Boom! Well, at such a young age, his cultivation has reached the 6th order, and he is extremely solid, which is enough to be called a demon. In public, Deng Ping did not mention the word apprenticeship, and gave his old friend 3 points of thin noodles. Old Deng, if you say that this young man is a martial arts heavenly pride, I have no doubt that his cultivation at such an age has reached the 6th order, which is enough to prove that he is a talented demon. Escape. But if you want to say that he is so demonic in martial arts, he has also made a lot of achievements in alchemy. He. Li Xiandan shook his head. He said that he did not believe it. The Dragon Kingdom has never had such a demonic genius. Deng Ping also expressed his understanding when he saw this. After all, he also didn't believe it when he just learned the news. Who? Lin Xiao. In that case, then you can show it a little. Lin Xiao nodded. On the way here, Senior Deng had already told him that this old friend was the Taishan Beidou of the alchemy world. As long as the other party was willing to help, Tianqing grass was not a big problem. Wait, you said his name is Lin Xiao? Li Xiandan looked at Lin Xiao with extreme surprise. The name Lin Xiao was thunderous. Not only him, but all the people of the Feng clan present also looked at this young man in shock. The name Lin Xiao is known to everyone in the Dragon Kingdom in today's era. An invincible demon from ancient times to the present. The first terrifying boy in the history of the Dragon Kingdom to rebel against the martial king and break the curse of hundreds of years. Dangerous. I didn't expect to see a real person today. He is Lin Xiao? Many Feng clansmen were whispering below, many of whom had Lin Xiao's fans, and the expressions on their faces were very excited. Feng Xuanji stared at this young man with his own aura as soon as he appeared, and a trace of jealousy flashed in his heart, but fortunately, the two fields were different. Lin Xiao nodded at Li Xiandan. Hello Master Li, it's Lin Xiao below. Hee, I have long heard that the Dragon Kingdom has an invincible Tianjiao, and today I see him as his name suggests. Li Xiandan looked at Lin Xiao with great satisfaction. After all, the young man in front of him was really an existence that had made a lot of contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Listen to my old friend say that you need Tianqing grass to refine elixirs? Young man, do you know what grade of medicinal materials Tianqing grass is, and what grade of elixir does it need to be refined by Tianqing grass? Since the young man has this important identity, Li Xiandan hopes that the other party can retreat in the face of difficulties. Alchemy is different from martial arts. Alchemy is about inheritance. Lin Zhao's identity background. Everyone who pays attention to the Dragon Kingdom knows that he is from a humble background. In less than a year, it can be said that it is the best of the era to be able to raise martial arts to this level. He really didn't believe that this young man could be unparalleled in Dan Dao while being superb in martial arts. This is simply impossible. Even he had a great opportunity to get a Dan Dao inheritance at the beginning, and it took half a lifetime to study Dan Dao to get to where he is today. Hearing his old friend's question, Deng Ping also reacted. He hadn't asked Lin Xiao what was going on. Otherwise, Lin Xiao, tell me what kind of pill you want to refine. If you can, I will let my old friend take quick action, and you don't have to toss around. Oh, old Deng, are you begging me? Are you kidding? Li Xiandan looked at Deng Ping. It seemed that this young man was extraordinary. He had never seen Deng Ping let himself help because of a teenager's matter. Lin Xiao thought for a while. The kid wants to refine a life-saving pill. Help? Li Xiandan frowned slightly. The inclusiveness of this word is greater. To be specific, what is the current state of the person you want to treat? There is only one head left. Li Xuandan's brows had already furrowed 5 layers. What did he hear? Deng Ping also patted his brain. He found that he was really crazy, and he actually accompanied this kid Lin Xiao to fool around. Feng Danxiao, who was standing on the side, saw that the two masters did not speak, took the initiative to step forward, and paused slightly. Lin Xiao, if it is as you said, if your friend only has one head left, I am afraid that there will be no way to recover. He didn't say it too bluntly, but the meaning in his words was also very obvious. This person was hopeless. Lin Xiao looked at the old man and did not respond. Chu Hantian saved him, and if others have no way, it doesn't mean he doesn't have it. Li Xiandan saw that Lin Xiao was so persistent, and he didn't know how to persuade him. After all, it was brought by his old friend, and after all, he didn't look at the monk's face to see the Buddha's face. Lin Xiao, no, Master Li, I'm cheeky. I just want to ask you to tell me how to find Tianxin grass, and the rest of the boys can solve it by themselves. Tianxin grass. Whoosh. Lin Xiao just wants to get this last medicine now. Li Xiandan calmed down. After all, he was the leader of the Dandao world, and a young man spoke to him like this. Even if the other party was a demon Tianjiao, he would not get used to it. But when he saw the gaze from his old friend, he sighed again. Old Deng, I also look at your face. Deng Ping smiled and didn't speak, but that expression made Li Xiandan look very strange. Lin Xiao, even so, I don't talk much nonsense. Tianxin grass, I happen to have one in my hand, but this medicine is extremely precious. I won't give it to you like this. Dare to ask the master, what price is needed to exchange this herb with the master? Lin Xiao became slightly excited, and he stepped forward at a 90-degree angle and bowed. 2 conditions. First, since you said you can refine elixirs, then the old man wants you to refine an elixir again to defeat the young man led below. If you do it, I will talk about the second condition, and as long as you complete both conditions, I will give you the Tianxin grass. The young man at the head below is Feng Xuanji. When he heard his name, Feng Xuanji was stunned, and then held his head high in the eyes of everyone. Could this be an opportunity for his seniors to perform? Lin Zhao's eyes swept over without the slightest hesitation. Lin Xiao walked to the top of the hall in the eyes of everyone. Feng Xuanji saw this and clenched his hands into fists. Brother Lin, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. If it comes to martial arts, he is naturally inferior to the other party, but if it is a competition for Dandao, he will not let it go. Lin Xiao also nodded. May I ask what kind of elixir you just refined? Feng is not talented. What he refined is a 5th-grade elixir, the Yuanling pill. Although Feng Xuanji emphasized that he was stupid, there was a hint of arrogance in his words. 5th-grade elixir, Yuanling pill. This is a kind of elixir that can assist the martial artist's practice, and it can be taken by the martial king, and one pill can be worth half a year's penance. The effect is quite not weak. Feng Xuanji also took the initiative to hand the freshly baked elixir to Lin Xiao to show his generosity. Alchemy is not as good as practicing martial arts. It requires the support of an extremely strong heritage. Feng Xuanji was able to refine a 5th-grade elixir at such an age. In addition to his own outstanding talent, he was also inseparable from the support of his family. To be honest, for a poor child like Lin Xiao, most people from the family looked down on it from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xiao silently sensed this Yuan spirit pill, so it was. Then he came to a young man in the eyes of everyone. Can I borrow your alchemy furnace for a while? Yes? Oh, okay. The young man was also stunned by Lin Xiao's words. It's not the big brother. Where is there an alchemist who borrows an alchemy furnace from others? Seeing this scene, Feng Xuanji's heart became more and more affirmed. This Lin Xiao must have been as he imagined the way of alchemy. Maybe he just learned a little bit of skin from some incomplete ancient books. Li Xiandan, who was sitting in the first place, watched silently. His conditions had been given, and how to do it had nothing to do with him. He only looked at the results. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Zhao's hands aimed at the alchemy furnace and exerted a slight force, and a flame came out from the ground, which was the fire of the ley line belonging to the Feng clan. Seeing this scene, many Feng family members have already spoken slightly. It's just that there is no alchemy furnace. Why is there not even an alchemy fire? Obviously, the alchemy furnace and the alchemy fire are indispensable things for an alchemist, and Lin Zhao's actions made them very suspicious of whether this legendary peerless Tianjiao would be able to refine alchemy. But soon they were dumbfounded. Li Xiandan, who was sitting in the center, also had some doubts in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiao had completely entered the state of alchemy. The unique temperament of the alchemy grandmaster made many people look sideways, and this temperament made them involuntarily bring it in, like a pilgrimage. Lin Xiao has turned into a young grandmaster. Boom! With his step-by-step manipulation, medicinal materials appeared from his space and were thrown into the alchemy furnace, and every link was flawless and flawless. The more Li Xiandan looked at it, the more incredible he felt, because he had never seen the alchemy method shown by the young man. Such skillful techniques, such superb skills, cannot be done without long-term training. Li Xiandan turned his head to look at Deng Ping. Kill. Old Deng, who is this son's teacher? Obviously, Li Xiandan felt that there must be an extraterrestrial master behind Lin Xiao. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has another 8th rank alchemy master? Deng Ping shook his head. He didn't know, and the way he looked at Li Xiandan became more and more weird. Win. We won. Old Deng, what kind of eyes are you? Li Xiandan was a little inexplicable. I have to say that Lin Xiao's alchemy method actually had some kind of attraction to him, which was incredible. Feng Danxiao's eyes were full of shock. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment, but the trembling hands hidden in his cuffs showed that he was not calm. So fast. Someone found that those medicinal materials had been refined into medicinal liquid by Lin Xiao, which was too fast, and as Lin Xiao's movements became faster and faster, the jealousy in the depths of Feng Xuanji's heart, who was standing not far away, became more and more turbulent, but on the surface, it still seemed to be calm. Lin Xiao's hands kept sealing, and the speed was so fast that people couldn't see clearly. A pill prototype had taken shape under his manipulation, and the incomparably rich alchemy fragrance filled the air, which made people feel refreshed. What a rich alchemy! What grade of elixir is this? I don't know, but with this prototype Danxiang alone, I'm sure it's far more than just a 5th grade. This is so shocking. Could it be that Lin Xiao's Dan Dao attainments are actually comparable to the degree of demonism of his martial arts? Oh, my god. There is more than 5 ranks, that is, above the 5th rank, at least the 6th rank elixir. As an alchemy family, they have been immersed in alchemy all their lives, and many people have practiced alchemy all their lives as if they were not as good as a teenager. Why is he so demonic? God is unfair. I am not convinced. Feng Xuanji looked at this scene expressionlessly, shouting madly in his heart. Originally, today's protagonist should be him. The 23-year-old self showed the earth fire in front of everyone, successfully refined the 5th grade elixir. He is today's protagonist. Why should he? This Lin Xiao. The inner jealousy has reached its peak. When he thought that he was not as good as this young man in martial arts, Feng Xuanji was even more depressed. Even the internal organs were rolling, and there was blood in his throat, and he was actually vomiting blood with anger. Forcibly swallowing the blood in his mouth, his face turned slightly white. Fortunately, at this time, everyone's eyes in the hall were on Lin Xiao, and no one noticed his abnormality, but this made him even more crazy. Done. The extremely rich alchemy fragrance came out of the alchemy furnace, and this elixir was successfully refined. The speed made everyone's jaw drop. How long has it been? 5 minutes? This is too fast, right? Shouldn't alchemy be slow work and careful work? In 5 minutes, they couldn't even refine the medicinal materials, and this boy actually succeeded in refining them? For a while, I couldn't tell who was the alchemy family. This elixir is a genuine 6th grade elixir, Zhuyin pill. The effect is average. Taking this pill can keep youth forever. For most awakened people, this pill is not very effective, but its refining difficulty is not low. It's actually a 6th grade elixir, Zhuyin pill. The alchemists present were all alchemists, and they knew the difficulty of this pill, and because of this, they were even more in awe of the young man standing in the field. At this moment, no one will ask about the results of this competition. 6th rank against 5th rank, obviously, Lin Xiao won. Many people from the Feng family were silent. A poor young man actually defeated the most genius alchemist of their generation of the Feng family in the field of alchemy. It's not funny at all, and they even feel ashamed. Feng Xuanji's face was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. Standing above, Feng Danxiao also hid the shock in the depths of his eyes, and his trembling hands hidden in his cuffs also returned to calm. Even at this moment, he actually took the initiative to take a step forward and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiaoxia is worthy of being the first pride of the Dragon Kingdom, and in this alchemy competition, Feng Xian was defeated. After saying that, he looked at Li Xiandan sitting in the center, and no one knew what kind of deep meaning he had in his heart at this moment. Lin Xiao nodded slightly to the Feng family ancestor, and then walked upwards. The kid is not talented. Dare to ask what the second condition the master said? Li Xiandan had to admit that he was blind. The young man in front of him is a peerless demon that has never existed in the Dragon Kingdom in ancient and modern times. Refined the 6th grade elixir at such an age, he thought that he was not like this back then. It's the old man who looked away. This second condition, I need you to defeat a person with alchemy again. Yi Jirun of the Yi family. Lin Xiao didn't know this so-called Yi Jirun, but there are many younger generations of people in the Feng clan here. Yi Jirun? That was the close disciple of the ancestor of the Yi family. I heard that he was not very old, but his alchemy skills had already been refined. The ancestor of the Yi family is an 8th rank alchemy master. How can a person who can be accepted by him as a close disciple be an ordinary person? These people inadvertently swept their eyes towards Feng Xuanji. Although in the Feng family, this main vain young master can be said to be unmatched, but compared with the Tinzhou of the other two major alchemy families, it is also a bit unattainable. Lin Xiao also heard these gossip. 8th rank master? Closed disciple? He asked softly. I don't know when this competition can start. As long as it is a competition for alchemy, Lin Xiao can be afraid of everything. This is the confidence of the young grandmaster. Now, he just wanted to quickly complete the other party's conditions, get the Tianqing grass, refine the 9-rank breaking tribulation pill, and save Principal Chu. Deng Ping didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly laughed out loud while standing aside. Li Xiandan turned around. He really convinced this old guy, if he allowed it, he would have to fight with the opponent for 300 rounds. Lin Xiao, I said in advance that as long as you defeat Yi Jirun, I will naturally hand over the Tianqing grass to you, but if you lose, the kid won't lose. Before Li Xiandan finished speaking, he was vetoed by Lin Xiao. Feeling the young man's unknown self-confidence, Li Xiandan did not say the remaining words after all. He and the ancestor of the Yi family had a Dan Dao competition, and the final draw ended, but at that time, both of them were arrogant people, so they made a bet that both sides would have apprentices in the future, and the apprentices would compete again. Yi Jirun is the only disciple of the old guy who publicizes it to the outside world, but his talent in alchemy is extremely outstanding. If he remembers correctly, that kid 3 years ago could have refined a 6th grade elixir. 3 years have passed, and he doesn't know where the limit of that teenager is now. On the other hand, I don't even have a pleasing person, let alone accept apprentices. Maybe the original boy named Feng Xuanji would be his own candidate, but Lin Xiao appeared. With just 5 minutes to refine a 6th grade elixir, the alchemy strength shown by this son has exceeded imagination, and Li Xiandan could feel that Lin Xiao did not show all his strength. If he fought with all his might, it would be a draw with Yi Jirun, but he was already very satisfied with the result of the draw. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. Okay, since you have such a determination, I will help you make a battle post, but at that time, you need to fight in the name of my disciple. Are you willing? As soon as these words came out, Feng Xuanji's face was already purple with anger. What's the matter? Why? Who? At this moment, he was extremely sure that if Lin Xiao had not appeared, then he would definitely become a disciple of Master Li Xiandan. It's all him. It was he who caused me to lose all this. The jealousy, anger, and even the extremely crazy killing intent in his heart. Lin Xiao frowned slightly after hearing this. He only wanted Tianqing grass, and he had no intention of worshipping it as a teacher. To put it bluntly, he felt that the old man in front of him seemed to be not qualified to be his master. Deng Ping opened his mouth. He didn't know how to talk to his old friend. Good guy, are you sure you can be his master? Su Shi sensed Lin Xiao's embarrassment, and Li Xiandan waved his hand. Why, is it embarrassing for you to be an old man's disciple? His tone was thick and his face was deep. The Taishan Beidu of the alchemy world. One of the only 3 8th grade alchemy masters in the Dragon Kingdom. Whenever he sends a message saying that he wants to accept apprentices, countless young talents will rush to worship him as a teacher. This is not a fake. How did you get to this young man, as if he was his own apprentice and wronged the other party? Thanks for your love. It's just that the kid already has a master. This time it's just for Tianqing grass. Lin Xiao thought of an old man in his mind. Strictly speaking, the other party should be his teacher, and he didn't know if he would be scolded if the teacher heard such words. Oh, who is your teacher? Li Xiandan unconsciously took a step forward. He guessed that the unheard of alchemy method was taught by the master in Lin Xiao's mouth, and he wanted to find out the whereabouts of this mysterious figure. The master once said that he is not allowed to report his name outside, and I hope the master will forgive me. Lin Xiao is neither humble nor arrogant. Forget it. In that case, I am not difficult to others. I will post a battle post now. Boy, you are ready. The voice is sonorous and powerful. Immediately, Li Xiandan silently closed his eyes, and an invisible force of space appeared. Lin Xiao noticed this scene. His eyes flickered slightly. He knew that in addition to his own talent, the martial arts powerhouse could already forcibly interfere with the rules between heaven and earth and use it simply. The power of space from the sky seemed to be transmitting some kind of news. This kind of space use seemed a bit pediatric in his opinion, but the energy fluctuations belonging to the Wu Zun level made Lin Xiao's body slightly startled. His current strength seems to be still a long way from Wu Zun. After waiting for a while, Li Xiandan opened his eyes. The battle post has been established. Tomorrow's showdown. It was he who had a conversation with the Yi clan ancestor through the power of space, and the other party was also extremely refreshed. This battle has been expected for the two of them for a long time. After saying that, Li Xiandan turned his head to look at Feng Danshao. Lao Feng, I'm nagging tonight. Where is Senior Li? Come here, prepare 3 rooms immediately. Feng Danshao was extremely good at coming, so he immediately arranged for people to vacate 3 rooms for him to rest. Lin Xiao also hugged his fists. He was originally going to rent a hotel nearby, now it's good, and he saves money. Night. Lin Xiao was resting alone in the room. Suddenly, he felt movement outside the door, and when he opened the door, he found that it was Feng Danshao. Senior, I don't know what you are doing when you come to visit late at night. Lin Xiao looked at the old man curiously. He knew the identity of the other party, the ancestor of the Feng family, and the generations were scary. Lin Xiaoxia, I'm sorry to disturb you late at night. Feng Danshao showed a kind smile, and he looked at Lin Xiao with a gentle face. I came here to ask for something. Lin Xiao was slightly puzzled. What's the matter? Today, in the main hall, Lin Xiaoxia's method of alchemy is extremely mysterious, and the old man is on a whim. I don't know if Lin Xiaoxia can give me some guidance. Don't worry, the young hero will be rewarded rewarded generously afterwards. Feng Danshao held back the excitement in his heart and said his purpose. Lin Xiao was stunned, so that's it. His own alchemy method is the inheritance method of an alchemy grandmaster from another world, but it has an extremely fatal temptation for alchemists. He won't teach it. This grandmaster level alchemy technique is systematically engraved in his mind. He can only use it, not teach it. The seniors have broken the younger generations, but this alchemy method is passed down by the family master, and without permission, the kid does not dare to cross the thunder pool. Lin Xiao could only take the blame for the title of the nameless master. He couldn't say that he could only use it and not teach. Is that so? Lin Xiao clearly felt that the old man in front of him seemed to have undergone a lot of emotional change in an instant. It's the old man who is abrupt. How disturbing. In just a moment, Feng Danshao changed back to his previous appearance again, showing a kind color in leaving here. But Lin Xiao has the divine eyes of time and space. He also nodded calmly. The next day, early morning. Lin Xiao, are you ready? The kid is already ready. On the main hall, Li Xiandan and Deng Ping have already appeared. The two looked at Lin Xiao and nodded slightly. Yes, it's time to go. Lao Feng, no need to send it. With a wave of his big hand, a space crack appeared out of thin air, and a strong man of the Wu Zun level could already tear the crack with his hands and cross the void. Lin Xiao was protected by Deng Ping and also stepped in. In the last second of entering the crack, Lin Xiao's eyes touched Feng Danshao below, and the other party was still very gentle. Along, Lin Xiao once again felt the horror of the martial powerhouse. He still couldn't do the ability to cross the void, but he can teleport in space. The principles of the two are actually similar. Both are the use of spatial rules. It's just that crossing the void is more violent. It's here. The speed of the martial power was extremely fast, and three figures appeared in the real space again. This is the Yi family? Look below. Lin Xiao felt like a turtle. Magnificent and resourceful, it can no longer set off the noble glory of this Yi family, visible to the naked eye. This large area all belonged to the Yi family's territory, with all kinds of luxurious pavilions standing, and countless precious herb fairies could be seen everywhere. Looking down from above, there were several dragon chi vaguely hovering, enveloping the entire Yi family, which was a general trend of heaven and earth. There is definitely more than one dragon vein chi underground in the Yi family, which is far deeper than the Feng family's heritage. Yi Bufan, take your apprentice out. Li Shendan, who was standing in the sky, spoke lightly. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in this space for a long time. Ha, Li Shendan, I've been waiting for a long time. An old man in a robe appeared out of thin air. His smile was wide, and his pale hair fell from his shoulders, showing the aura of a master. This person is Yi Bufan, one of the 3 8th rank alchemy masters of the Dragon Kingdom, the ancestor of the Yi family. As soon as Yi Bufan appeared, the atmosphere here immediately became different. Li Xiandan looked at this alchemy master who was ranked 8th with him, and the two were both enemies and friends. I said loudly, I've never heard of you having an apprentice. It won't be the old man's frame, right? Yi Bufan was a little confused, and then looked at Lin Xiao. Is he the apprentice in your mouth? Hearing this, Lin Xiao was slightly silent. Old man Yi, you still have so much to say. Call your apprentice out. Li Xiandan did not respond positively, but immediately urged. I said loudly, are you so eager to lose to me? The loser has to announce to the outside world that his skills are inferior to others. Yi Bufan smiled a little happily. Obviously, he was very confident in this competition. The source of this confidence is the young man named Yi Jirun, his close disciple. Old man Yi, don't blow the cowhide so early. When the time comes, your disciple will lose. Don't admit it. Joke. The old man is a dignified 8th rank alchemy master. Say one thing. In that case, let's start quickly. Okay, come with me. After that, Li Xiandan and the others arrived at an extremely open area under the leadership of Yi Bufan. This is the place where my Yi clan members specialize in alchemy on weekdays, so let's use it as the venue for this competition. Yi Bufan looked at this, and then called out to the air. Yi Jirun. Not long after, a young man appeared. Lin Xiao looked at the other party. He could feel the alchemy fragrance emanating from the other party's body, which was an aura that only those who had extremely high alchemy attainments and had been immersed in the way of alchemy for a long time could have. Yi Jirun greets Senior Li, Senior Deng. Yi Jirun was calm, and bowed to the two seniors very steadily, without the arrogance that young people should have. Li Xiandan and Deng Ping nodded slightly. Li Xiandan looked at the young man. I have to say that Yi Bufan, the old man's luck is really good. The alchemy talent that this young man showed to the world in the past was enough to overwhelm all the young people of this generation. In his early 20s, he could refine a 6th grade elixir, which was peerless. Wait a minute. He suddenly looked at Lin Xiao on the side. If that's right, Lin Xiao seems to be less than 20? Is it 17 or 18? He only knew that the other party was the martial arts Tianzhou of the era, but he didn't expect Dan Dao to be so defying. It seems that it is really hard to say who will win in this competition. Ranner, Senior Li brought his apprentice to set up a battle post. Since you are my Yi Bufan's son, you should face it. Can you be confident in this battle? Yi Bufan looked at his disciple. The doting in his eyes was visible to the naked eye, and he liked this disciple very much. Back to the master, the disciple should should do his best to live up to the master's trust. Yi Jirun lowered his head slightly. His words were powerful. Obviously, he had extremely strong confidence in the alchemy competition of his peers. Ah! Li Xiandan looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stepped out. A strong grandmaster aura emanated, and his charm was incomparable. This aura was very mysterious. Even if Li Xiandan, who had already seen it, was still shocked, he always felt that this kid was weird. Yi Bufan, as an 8th rank alchemy master, was also shocked by this grandmaster aura. Click. I said loudly, this young man is really your apprentice? I have never seen this charm. Li Xiandan remained silent. Let's start. Yi Bufan had already given instructions here, and the clansmen were not allowed to come here during this time. He might want to keep a little thin face for Li Xiandan. Lin Xiao and Yi Jirun looked at each other. Both of them took out the alchemy furnace. Oh, it seems that he is really your disciple, and even his own alchemy furnace has been rumored. Yi Bufan looked at the alchemy furnace used by Lin Xiao, and was also surprised. Not bad. This alchemy furnace is quite extraordinary. It is a heavenly low-grade alchemy furnace, a dragon and phoenix origin furnace. Aren't you the same? I saw that the alchemy furnace in front of Yi Jirun also burst out with shocking dazzlingness. Heavenly rank inferior grade, 9 heavens tribulation Dao furnace. He. The two stopped talking and watched quietly. Yi Jirun is worthy of being Dan Dao Tianjiao, with extremely delicate techniques, and every operation has a natural feeling. The herbs were quickly refined into medicinal liquid by him. With the blessing of the 9 heavens tribulation Dao furnace, these medicinal liquids were incomparably condensed, full of medicinal fragrance, and the energy did not flow at all. Li Xiandan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, because he realized that this son was not refining a 7th grade elixir, but a 6th rank peak, so there was still a chance. Shen Jiang looked at Lin Xiao and suddenly froze. I saw that Lin Xiao was still not moving. He was watching the opponent's movements. Lin Xiao, why haven't you started yet? Li Xiandan was confused. If the elixirs refined by the last two were comparable in this competition, then the refining time was also part of the competition. And Lin Xiao was still indifferent, and after determining the quality of the opponent's elixir, he finally looked at his dragon and phoenix origin furnace. In this competition, he wants to make sure he wins. Since the opponent is refining a 6th grade elixir, he only needs to refine the 7th rank. Take a breath of thought. Lin Xiao started moving. His hands kept imprinting. His technique was gorgeous and restrained, and countless precious herbs appeared, all of which were thrown into the alchemy furnace. This is... Li Xuandan's eyes shrank slightly. This kid Lin Xiao doesn't look like he's refining a 6th grade elixir. Lin Xiao's movements were extremely fast, and countless medicinal materials were refined into medicinal liquids and suspended in the alchemy furnace in the blink of an eye. Yi Jirun on the side noticed this scene. He frowned slightly. This young man's alchemy attainments are so strong. Laoli, is this young man really the apprentice you taught? What is this concept? Yi Bufan also looked at Lin Xiao in shock. He also noticed that the other party was actually refining a 7th grade elixir. How is this possible? The space is full of red fragrance. The speed of Lin Xiao's alchemy was too fast and too shocking. This is what a teenager can have. It's going to be successful? A prototype of an elixir in the dragon and phoenix origin furnace slowly appeared, and Lin Xiao began to condense the pill. The 7th grade elixir was already a high-level elixir. Even an 8th rank alchemy master would have to put a lot of effort into refining an elixir of this grade. But Lin Xiao behaved too easily. It's really going to be. Yi Bufan watched this scene intently, which somewhat broke his cognition. This is alchemy. Okay, done. Lin Xiao's eyes froze, his hands exerted force, and the dragon and phoenix origin furnace was trembling. 7th grade elixir, refined. The lid of the stove was lifted. The extremely rich Dan fragrance came to my face. This is a real 7th grade pill, Wuwang pill. The fragrance of the elixir overflowed, and it contained extremely terrifying energy, because those who took this pill could forcibly break through the shackles of King Wu. Dan is just like the name. King Wu Dan. Are you kidding? This elixir is not bad even in the ranks of 7th grade elixirs, and its value is even more immeasurable. After all, this is an elixir that can make people break through to King Wu. It's just that the awakened person who took this pill can only stay in the realm of the king of martial arts in this life, and can no longer climb to the peak of martial arts. Even so, there are still countless people who flock to it, and not everyone can break through the king of martial arts on their own. Martial King Dan. This is the Martial King pill. Li Xiandan, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but exclaim. The refining of the Wuwang pill is extremely complex, and if you are not careful, even an old 7th rank alchemy master may fail. He walked forward slowly and looked carefully at the freshly baked Wuwang pill. The color is full and round, without a trace of energy flowing. This is a perfect quality Wuwang pill. After saying that, he himself felt a hint of incredibility. Yi Bufan also moved to his side. His eyes were extremely deep, looking at the elixir, then at Lin Xiao, and then at Yi Jirun, who was still refining alchemy. At last, he sighed and looked at Li Xiandan. Laoli, he's not your apprentice. From beginning to end, the old immortal did not respond to his question positively. Do you care if you are my apprentice? Do you still need to continue this competition? Li Xuandan's face face immediately calmed down. He would not admit it. Yi Ji-run next to him already had a trace of sweat on his forehead. He knew that he had failed, and the young man's alchemy attainments were far beyond his imagination. Before that, he couldn't believe that there were people of his generation in this world who could crushing him so ruthlessly in alchemy. But even at this point, he still didn't admit defeat. Looking intently at the nine heavens tribulation Tao furnace in front of him, most of the herbs in it had been refined into medicinal liquid. His speed was actually not slow, even very fast. It's just that he met Lin Xiao, a completely unreasonable teenager. Looking at Yi Ji-run's appearance, this Yi family's Tianzhou is worthy of the name of Tianzhou. The competition is still ongoing. After a while, Yi Ji-run roared angrily, and the nine heavens tribulation Tao furnace made a trembling sound, and a strong alchemy fragrance filled out. 6th grade Dancheng. Carrying huge pressure, this elixir was finally successfully refined, and Yi Ji-run held this elixir in his hand with a panting breath. This is also a high-quality pill, a 6th grade peak pill, an awakening pill. Taking this pill can accelerate the progress of the development of the awakened person's ability, which is worth a lot. But in the face of the 7th grade elixir, the martial king pill, there is no need to say much about the victory or defeat. In this battle, Lin Xiao won. Yi Ji-run walked to Yi Bufan's side a little lonely. Master, I have disappointed you. The words were not as calm and open-minded as they were at the beginning, but there was a hint of guilt and a hint of weakness. The master had great expectations for himself and gave countless helps, but he still failed. Yi Ji-run felt ashamed of his master. He had a pure heart, and he did not become jealous of the other party because Lin Xiao was better than himself, but felt that he did not work hard enough and disappointed the master. Silly boy, you have performed very well, and you are not disappointed as a teacher. Yi Bufan looked at the apprentice who lowered his head in front of him, and also comforted him. How good his apprentice is, he knows best as a master. Especially the other party has a pure heart and no distracting thoughts, which is the key to his ability to have such Dan Dao cultivation at this age. It is also the point he likes the most. Hear the words. Yi Ji-run raised his head slightly, feeling that the master's words did not mean to blame himself, and his depressed mood was much less. Then he looked at Lin Xiao. Brother Tai Dan Dao attainments are profound. Yi is willing to bow down. I don't know your name. In the future, when he sets foot on the top of Dan Dao, I hope that Brother Tai will not hesitate to teach and give Yi a chance to talk about Taoism again. Yi Ji-run looked at Lin Xiao's eyes with incomparably clear eyes, and he was confident that he would reach the same level as his master in the future. When the time comes, the two competed again. My name is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao met those eyes and reported his name. Obviously, Yi Ji-run didn't know Lin Xiao. All his thoughts had been devoted to the vast ocean of Dan Dao all these years, and he didn't know the rumors from the outside world. But Yi Bufan is different. As the ancestor of the family, he always pays attention to major news from the outside world. Lin Xiao? Young man, are you the cross-era Tianjia Lin Xiao who rebelled against the martial king? Yi Bufan looked at Lin Xiao in an extremely shocked tone. The cross-era Tianjiao didn't dare to be a hero, but he did kill a 7th-order strange beast. What's wrong? Lin Xiao said seriously. Since he was abused and killed countless times by those people in the Dao space, he no longer dared to call himself a cross-era Tianjiao. Embarrassing. So, Li Xiandan, you say this is your apprentice? Yi Bufan's eyes looked at Li Xiandan extremely unkind. How many pounds and tails of your Li Xiandan can I not know? Can you teach this kind of cross-era Tianjiao? Yes. The real TM will put gold on his face. After being pierced, Li Xuandan's face remained unchanged. Anyway, the person I found defeated your apprentice. What should I do? Yi Bufan didn't want to talk nonsense with this old immortal, and looked at Lin Xiao as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Danwu is a double master. A young man in martial arts, who would have thought that Dan Dao's attainments would also shock the world. Such a young 7th-rank alchemy master, who would believe it? I said Lin Xiao, otherwise you should stop practicing martial arts, concentrate on studying Dan Dao. With your talent, you are expected to break through to the legendary grandmaster in the future. Yi Bufan was even willing to swear that as long as Lin Xiao was willing to give up martial arts and devote himself to studying Dan Dao, all his future consumption would be provided by his Yi family. The temperament is quite large, worthy of being the ancestor of the Yi clan. That is the legendary Dan Dao master. No one in the entire Dragon Kingdom has reached this realm, the 9th grade alchemy grandmaster. If he Yi Bufan could witness the birth of a generation of grandmasters, he would be willing to disappear immediately. However, his idea was doomed to fail. Not to mention that Lin Xiao has reached this state, it is impossible to just let him give up martial arts. Seeing Lin Xiao's wordless refusal, Yi Bufan also sighed deeply. What a good seedling! He is simply a natural alchemist. Why did he go to learn martial arts? Lin Xiao turned his head to look at Li Xiandan. Li Xiandan no longer wore away, and a heaven and earth elixir appeared in his palm. Tianxin grass. Here you go. Lin Xiao carefully took over the Tianxin grass, and this last medicine was finally in hand. Now the last step is missing. Lin Xiao, the Tianxin grass has already been given to you, but this elixir is extremely precious, and the old man only has this one in his hand. What grade of elixir do you want to refine? Li Xiandan was still very curious. He knew Lin Xiao's purpose, but what kind of elixir can actually save a person with only one head left. 8th rank? At least with his current ability and talent, he can't imagine it. Yi Bufan on the side came up, old immortal. So that's how it is. At this point, he couldn't guess where he couldn't guess. This Lin Xiao was clearly the immortal who deliberately found the imposter at a great cost. Seeing that he was seen through, Li Xiandan was not embarrassed. Anyway, he won. The elixir refined by the kid is called the 9-rank breaking tribulation pill. Rank 9 breaking tribulation pill? Li Xiandan kept recalling in his mind, and in the end, he had never heard of the name of this pill. Yi Bufan was also stunned for a moment and then shook his head. He had never heard of this elixir. What grade of elixir is it? This is the question that Li Xiandan is most concerned about. If the effect of this elixir is really as Lin Xiao said, it can definitely be called a peerless treasure pill. Once confirmed, it will set off a shocking tide in the Dragon Kingdom. This is equivalent to having a second life. Lin Xiao hesitated for a long time. If he expected it well, this elixir should be called a 9th grade elixir. At the beginning, Jun Ruobai stepped on the top of the Dan Dao precisely because he successfully refined this elixir. He didn't know what the impact would be if he said it. It is already appalling that he can refine 7 ranks as a teenager. At this time, he told the world that he was not the 7th rank, but the 9th grade? I'm afraid this can't randomly excite a few brain-dead fans. Lin Xiao, maybe you don't know the importance of this elixir you mentioned. If it is really as you said, this 9-rank tribulation-breaking pill is really so magical, the Dragon Kingdom will usher in great changes. If this elixir is not difficult to make. Saying this, Li Xuandan's meaning is actually very obvious. If the level of this pill medicine was not too high, he actually hoped that Lin Xiao could provide it, but he was too embarrassed to say this after all. After thinking for a long time, Lin Xiao finally decided to expose his identity as an alchemy grandmaster. He raised his eyes slightly flickering with divinity, and looked at Li Xiandan with great demeanor. Word by word, he said the field that made the Taishan Beidou of the Dan Dao world untouchable. 9th grade. Li Xiandan was shocked for a moment when he heard the word 9th grade, but immediately came back to his senses. Lin Xiao, you are over-worried. I didn't mean to let you dedicate it for free. You have to believe in the top management of the Dragon Kingdom. Obviously, he felt that Lin Xiao did it on purpose. 9th grade? Whoosh! The only one who can refine the 9th grade elixir can reach the legendary realm of the Dan Dao Grandmaster, that is, the 9th grade alchemy grandmaster. The Dragon Kingdom has never had such a figure in its hundreds of years of development. Even the long-cherished wish of their 3 8th rank alchemy masters was to pursue the ethereal 9th rank. Yi Bufan also shook his head. Today's young people are really crazy. Doesn't it go through the brain? That's the 9th grade. Since you are an alchemist, don't you know the gold content of the 9th grade? Deng Ping on the side looked at Lin Xiao with a calm face, and his heart surged more and more, because he suddenly felt that Lin Xiao didn't seem to be lying. He thought of the shocking scene at the beginning, coupled with the explanation behind his old friend. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and the more he thought about it, the more his body trembled. Lin Xiao didn't explain anything more, because it really sounds ridiculous. The 17-year-old alchemy master never dreamed of doing this. Even if you beat your mother's womb to refine it, it's not so scary. And he now had more important things to do, that is, to find a safe place and devote himself to the refining of the rank 9 tribulation-breaking pill. He needed to concentrate his spirit highly on this elixir and not make the slightest mistake. Well, it just so happens that this place is suitable for alchemy. Lin Xiao, how about you refine your rank 9 tribulation-breaking pill here with peace of mind? Li Xiandan looked at Lin Xiao. He wanted to take a look. Yi Bufan's brows were slightly raised. This was his Yi clan's land, and there was the blessing of Dragon Vein Qi underground, which could be said to be an excellent place for alchemy. Lin Xiao looked around, and finally looked at Yi Bufan, a senior old man. Then thank you, senior. Hee, it's okay, it just so happens that the old man also wants to see the so-called 9-rank breaking tribulation pill. Yi Bufan said with a smile. Lin Xiao seemed to have thought of something again, in the astonished eyes of everyone. Lin Xiao walked around here, stopping every time he reached a node, and his hands kept sealing. Several old men are well informed, and they can't see that this is arranging a formation, but it was because they knew that they were a little incoherent. I said, Lao Dang, where did you meet this young man? Li Xiandan no longer knows how to evaluate. He has traveled south and north all his life. What genius has never seen? Those so-called genius talents are already good in their own fields. But what about the boy in front of him? Martial arts are called the pride of the crushing era. Dan Dao can also be called a wonderful existence. Now you tell me that he will still form a formation? Moreover, looking at this posture, the young man's understanding of the formation is definitely not superficial. I saw that countless mysterious and profound formations had appeared around the entire alchemy field, and these formations seem to be natural. These formations actually have a faint appearance of integrating into this heaven and earth, like a naturally formed formation. How is this possible? Why don't you let that old guy come over and take a look? Yi Bufan also looked at this scene in great shock. The old guy in his mouth was the Taishan Beidou of the Yurei Dao, the only 8th rank formation master in the Dragon Kingdom, Jindaozi. The formation that Lin Xiao arranged this time was quite extraordinary, because he recalled the moment before Jun Ruobai's successful refining in his memory, when heaven sent down a world-destroying thunder. He didn't know if there would be thunder in this world, but he had to be fully prepared. This formation is also the culmination of that formation master, the nine heavens' mysterious infinite heaven-shaking formation. Time passes minute by minute. Lin Xiao was still immersed in the arrangement of the formation, and the space here was already covered with countless mysterious formations, in the air, on the ground, and even deep underground. Old guy, where are you? Come here. Don't go, I'm very busy. Jin Daozi, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't come, don't blame me if you regret it later. Yi Bufan was not used to the other party at all, and cut off contact after saying that. Then, looking at the scene in front of them intently, no one knew what they had experienced in their hearts during this time. Shocking, incredible, confused, doubting life, silence, learning to accept, forced acceptance, unacceptable. All kinds of emotions kept entangled in their hearts. Who are they? They are all standing on the top of the Taishan Beidou. What wind and waves have they never seen? But why is it so pale in front of a teenager? I said loudly, you said if you said it, just in case. If you have a fart, let it go. What if what Lin Xiao just said is true? Li Xiandan and Yi Bufan were silent at the same time. Looking at the figure of Lin Xiao who was constantly portraying the formation, they were silent. If true, that meant that the rank 9 tribulation breaking pill that Lin Xiao wanted to refine was really a 9th rank one. 9th grade. They looked up at each other, and they all saw in each other's eyes the confusion, disbelief, and the trace of anticipation hidden in the deepest part of each other. Yi Jirun kept looking at Lin Xiao. He didn't know why, but suddenly felt a feeling of a centipede shaking a big tree, and in his vision, Lin Xiao's figure was countless times taller, and he became extremely small in front of him. The other party only took a small step forward, but he had to chase for several years to barely keep up, and when he looked up again to look for his figure, the other party had already disappeared. It cannot be pursued, it cannot be pursued. Untouchable, untouchable. Yi Bufan, if you don't give a reason to satisfy the old man today, believe it or not, I smashed your yes door. An extremely rough voice came from the void. An old man with a sloppy face and wrinkled faces appeared out of thin air, wearing extremely simple clothes, and even had a few small holes. Old guy, why don't you speak? Before he finished speaking, the eyes of the sloppy old man who suddenly appeared were instantly attracted by the scene in front of him. The more he looked at his extremely deep pupils, the more solemn they became, and the more they looked at them, the more excited they became. This is, what kind of formation is this? He had never seen it before, and even the mystery in it made him intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. He couldn't help but want to step forward and touch it with his hand. Ouch! Several people standing aside immediately grabbed him. Don't stop me. Do you know what kind of formation this is? This is a miracle. I actually felt a sense of simplicity from it. The old man's gaze did not leave, and there was a hint of pilgrimage in his eyes. He is the only 8th rank formation master in the Dragon Kingdom, Array Daozi. As soon as he appeared, he was deeply attracted by the 9 heavens Shin Ming Wuji heaven shaking formation arranged by Lin Xiao. No one knew the mystery of this formation, only he knew. This is simply perfect art, a treasure given by God, and he has the honor of witnessing it with his own eyes in his 3 lifetimes. Just by simply observing, his formation path cultivation had already begun to become active, which made him even more excited. Calm down. Old guy, calm me down first. The extremely strong voice reached Jindaozi's brain through his spirit, making him sober. That's how it is. Jindaozi knew what had happened, and without any surprise, there was nothing else in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xiao except shock. Old Chen, the old man didn't drive you crazy when he called you over. What do you think of the formation arranged by Lin Xiao? Yi Bufan was deep and restrained, and his voice was not loud, for fear of disturbing Lin Xiao, who was still in formation. Incredible, unbelievable. Jindaozi couldn't stop shaking his head. He was already much more sober, and because of this, he was even more pale. He looked at the 3 old friends in front of him and said words that made the 3 of them feel extremely frightened. This child's formation cultivation, I'm afraid it's above the old man. If such words are exposed, there will be a violent earthquake in the Dragon Kingdom. Array of paths. Go! The only 8th rank formation master in the Dragon Kingdom. His existence has caused countless starry sky tribes a headache. The role played by the powerful and unpredictable formation in the war was extremely huge. Even at its peak, on a battlefield, he alone stopped the fierce attack of hundreds of thousands of enemies with just one formation. His name is also extremely loud among the starry sky race, and he is even on the must-kill list. Compared with Boom, one of the formations plays a greater role on the battlefield than Dan Dao and Chi Dao. As an 8th rank formation master, once he appeared on the battlefield, it would be a nightmare for many enemies. You're not kidding, are you? The corners of Yi Bufan's mouth trembled a little. He was not afraid, but felt too ridiculous. Jin Daozi's expression was extremely serious. He kept observing, and the more he was engaged, the more he felt the vastness and infinity of this formation. I won't joke about this kind of thing. You don't understand what kind of formation this being has arranged. Jin Daozi has even used honorific titles. If Lin Xiao was willing to accept him as an apprentice, he wished wished he could kneel down and apprentice immediately. Yi Bufan, Li Xiandan and Deng Ping looked at each other speechlessly at the moment. Deng Ping was better, because Lin Xiao didn't know how to refine weapons, otherwise he wouldn't have troubled himself to build weapons for him in the first place. Yi Bufan and Li Xiandan were different, and the 9th grade elixir that echoed in his mind became clearer and clearer. They are a little uneasy, a little nervous, and more of an expectation buried deep in their hearts. This formation was extremely cumbersome to arrange. Lin Xiao had spent most of the day, and his spirit was extremely weak. Even for a Grandmaster level formation master, arranging a formation of this level is not an easy task. Now he has devoted himself to the formation, and he is completely unaware of the appearance of strangers. Not good. Lin Xiao felt that he still thought a little highly of himself, and this kind of formation arrangement beyond imagination was too difficult for him at the moment. Extremely draining of energy. If it weren't for its own spiritual telekinesis being extremely powerful, this 9 heavens mysterious infinite heaven-shaking formation was likely to fail. Day to night. The dawn of dawn appears again. After a day and a night, Lin Xiao's face was already extremely pale, and he was now dizzy, which was a manifestation of excessive mental exhaustion. But, with the merger of his last mark, countless formations in the air seemed to be given life, and they cheered in this space. The mysterious and complex Jiuxiao Shenming Wuji heaven-shaking formation has completely become, shut up, truly natural. There was no trace of artificial arrangement being detected, and this formation was perfectly compatible with the dragon vein she buried deep in this place. Each rune is endowed with life, and they move in the air in a concrete way, breathing air like a human. There were even silver bell-like sounds from time to time, as if they were interacting with the power of rules in the air. Miracle! What a miracle! Jin Daozi opened his arms. He felt the end of the formation at this moment. This was the realm he had pursued all his life. He was sincere in his heart and clear in his eyes, as if he was on a pilgrimage. This formation made him feel his own insignificance, and he also appreciated the vastness of the formation. The mystery in the formation path contained in it could not be detected by others, only he knew. What a miracle this was. Yi Bufan, Li Xiandan and Deng Ping also looked at this scene in horror. Even if they didn't pass through the formation, they sensed the mystery of this formation. Their eyes looked at the young man sitting in the center of the formation. Is this really the handiwork of a teenager? At this moment, Lin Xiao was exhausted. He had to rest. Restoring his own state to the best, the refining of the rank 9 tribulation breaking pill could not make the slightest mistake. System. Ding, the host is here. How many cultivation points do I have? Ding, the host still has 370,000 cultivation points. System, help me add more. Lin Xiao's finger pointed to the column of spiritual telekinesis. Ding, if the points are added successfully, 2 million cultivation points will be deducted this time. Moment. The original weakness, dizziness, disappeared. Instead, it is extremely clear. After a day and a night of arrangement, Lin Xiao realized that his spiritual telekinesis was still too weak. This, Dan Dao is the same as Array Dao, and both need the support of strong spiritual power. At this moment, after the blessing of the system, his spiritual power rose again, reached a terrifying 2,500 points. An ordinary martial king's spiritual telekinesis is generally around 1,000. If he specializes in spirituality, King Wu may be even more powerful. But the spiritual improvement is far more difficult than the improvement of martial arts cultivation. It can be said that the awakened person who can cultivate spiritual telekinesis to about 2,000 at this level of the martial king is definitely a heaven-defying existence. In the hundreds of years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, there is only one demon that has been recorded against the sky, and once broke through his spiritual power to the 2,000 mark in the realm of King Wu's peak. And this awakened person still exists in the world, and now he is already standing on the top. The improvement of mental power made Lin Xiao more aware of his surroundings. The power of the countless rules wandering in the air is also closer than ever. The fatigue was swept away, but he still didn't stand up. I kept recalling the past pictures in my mind. That was Jun Ruobai's battle for fame in front of the peak. Lin Xiao kept recalling these pictures, not daring to miss any details. Such a scene had appeared hundreds of times in his mind. His consciousness was following Jun Ruobai's movements and kept practicing. Another day has passed. During this period, Lin Xiao's state has returned to its heyday, and he has also rehearsed it thousands of times in his mind. Every detail has been thoroughly analyzed by him, and every step has been rehearsed countless times. Outside the venue, the 4 8th rank masters all waited quietly. If this scene is seen by outsiders, their jaws will fall to the ground in shock. For shocking people were willing to stand here and wait for several days for a teenager. There was no noise during this period, and the space here remained absolutely quiet. Only the sound of silver bells ringing from time to time in the air was announcing that it was extraordinary. Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes. Everything is ready. Stop. He had already adjusted himself to the best, and the refining process of the 9 rank breaking tribulation pill had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The time has come. The aura of the Dan Dao Grandmaster was instantly permeated, and Lin Xiao devoted himself wholeheartedly to alchemy. The dragon and phoenix origin furnace felt Lin Zhao's breath, and it trembled independently. Two phantoms faintly appeared, a dragon and a phoenix spiraling out, soaring in the sky. Li Xiandan looked at this scene in shock. The reason why the dragon and phoenix origin furnace was called the dragon and phoenix origin furnace was precisely because there were two dragon and phoenix origins in it. But as the real master, he has used it for most of his life, and he has never let these two origins be revealed. In the eyes of everyone, countless precious herb fairies appeared. This is the 1,000-year-old earth's milk, and the dust grass. This. Looking at the precious medicinal materials that kept appearing, Li Xiandan and Yi Bufan's pupils shrank sharply. Lin Xiao meticulously focused on refining. He had a lot of raw materials for this 9-rank breaking tribulation pill, but there was only one Tianqing grass, and he couldn't make any mistakes. With the refining of precious medicinal materials, an extremely strong medicinal fragrance also appeared in the air. The dragon and phoenix origin furnace was constantly trembling, and the two phantoms kept roaring silently around the alchemy furnace, as if cheering. Tianqing grass. With the input of the last medicine inducement, Lin Zhao's expression also became extremely solemn. Because of this moment, the color of the sky has changed. The originally clear sky suddenly changed dramatically, with countless clouds swirling, as if there was endless thunder flickering. Everyone looked up and looked at the sky in some incredulity. It seemed that a shocking giant eye vaguely appeared. The pupils were like an abyss, and the aura overwhelmed the nothingness here. Could this be the legendary Dan Tribulation? Li Xiandan raised his hand and looked at this scene tremblingly. Dan Tribulation. In the Dan Dao realm of the Dragon Kingdom, it belongs to the legendary existence. This is the calamity that God does not allow for the birth of a heaven-defying elixir, and the elixir that can be called heaven-defying is incomparable. Only the 9th rank. This bizarre scene surprised many people around him. This seems to be the direction of the Yi family. What are they doing? Many people look up and point at the sky, as if they are watching the excitement. And in the depths of a fragrant mansion, an old man looked at this scene in great shock. He didn't even think about it anymore. He directly tore the void in front of him and stepped in. When it reappeared, it had already come to Ye's territory. Yi Bufan and Li Xiandan were not surprised at all when they saw this person's appearance, because he is the 3rd 8th rank alchemy master of the Dragon Kingdom, the ancestor of the Li clan, Li Wudao. Is this Dan Tribulation? Li Wudao felt the oppression of the space here, and the endless thunder that continued to condense in the air above shocked him. At this moment, 5 8th rank master level Taishan Beidou gathered together. They seemed to be witnessing a historic moment. Time passed minute by minute. The Dan fragrance that filled the air became more and more intense, and even covered the entire Yi family. Bang! Bang! Many people of the Yi family looked at the blocked place in unison. Ah! What kind of elixir is the ancestor refining? The middle and high-ranking members of the clan had solemn eyes, feeling the terrifying fluctuations in the sky, as well as the rich fragrance of elixirs coming from the air. A thought came to their minds that excited them greatly. Thunder continued in the sky, clouds kept gathering, and the momentum became more and more huge. The oppressive void made many passers-by panic, as if a great horror was about to appear. In a remote and very ordinary grass house, an old man raised his forehead. His eyes were extremely deep, as if he could see through the sky. A new era is coming. The old man was taciturn, and immediately disappeared in place after saying this. In another room, an old man looked at the document in his hand that was classified as a special secret, alias the sequence plan. He raised his right hand, picked up the pen and ink, and wrote a name in the front row with a majestic and awe-inspiring style. Sequence 01, Lin Xiao. This top-secret document is not enough for the entire Dragon Kingdom to be qualified to probe. The old man's eyes also saw through half the sky, passed through time and space, saw Lin Xiao who was refining alchemy, and also noticed the palpitating, terrifying fluctuations in the air. He was about to get up, and after feeling the fluctuation of a certain figure, he sat back again. I didn't expect me to wait for such. The only Tianzhou in history. Lu Zhuanan, what did you notice at the beginning? The old man recalled a certain fragment. Lu Zhuanan, an awakened person who has disappeared into the long river of history, an invincible powerhouse who single-handedly saved the Dragon Kingdom from the brink of extinction. This secret is hidden in the deepest part of the old man's heart, and no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom knows it. Above the heavens, the immeasurable calamity, the double wood is eternal. The old man had been thinking about this sentence for countless years, and he had never been able to understand the meaning of the second half of the sentence until Lin Xiao appeared. Originally, he thought it was Lin Yaotian, but it turned out to tell him that it was not. Until Lin Zhao's present life, he had been secretly paying attention to this young man's every move. His growth trajectory is seen by the old man every minute and every second. Even this son's shocking secret had long been guessed by the old man, but the old man did not have the slightest idea of encroachment. As Lin Yaotian said, click, the racial luck belonging to the Dragon Kingdom has reached its peak in this generation. And with the recent actions of the Starry Sky Clan, signals from time to time on the battlefield seem to have a big hand manipulating everything behind the scenes. This is also why the old man restarted the sequence plan. In Lin Zhao's body, he saw the dawn of hope. The Dragon Kingdom needs to have an invincible powerhouse who crushes everything again in order to be qualified to play with the master of the hand behind it. His eyes looked at the sky, saw through the starry sky, looked at the abyss of nothingness, and saw the vast universe. Yi family. Under the shroud of endless thunderclouds, the entire Yi family lost its former splendor. Yi Bufan has already issued an order to let all high-level officials pay attention to the situation of all parties at all times, and if there is an accident, the sect protection formation will be activated as soon as possible. Dan tribulation is a legendary existence, and even this world has never had a thunder tribulation at all. Go! Even if Wu Zun broke through to the martial saint, there was no lightning punishment coming to the world. Ah! I thought the Dan tribulation was just a legend and did not exist, but today it really appeared. Lin Xiao's face became more and more solemn. Sweat was already dripping from his brow. For some reason, there seemed to be a voice warning him to stop acting immediately, otherwise a catastrophe would come. But he couldn't stop. No one knows how resolute his heart is. The dragon and phoenix origin furnace was trembling wildly. Countless medicinal liquids were condensed in it, and it had reached the most critical moment. The oppression that permeates the air is getting stronger and stronger. A loud shout. Lin Xiao began to exert his strength. He was going to prepare the condensation pill. That depression became bigger and bigger as Lin Xiao's movements grew, as if countless spaces were compressed, and completely descended into the dragon and phoenix origin furnace. The dragon and phoenix phantoms hovering around the alchemy furnace were roaring. They seemed to have encountered some kind of great terror, and they were roaring hard. Lin Xiao sensed something was wrong, because the dragon and phoenix origin furnace seemed to be a little unbearable. He didn't expect that the refining of this elixir would be so difficult. No way! The alchemy furnace cannot explode. If it explodes, all the previous efforts will be wasted. The style of painting has changed. The extremely mysterious technique was quickly usurped, and Lin Xiao displayed the heavenly furnace refinement. I saw countless precious liquids coming out of the furnace, suspended in the air, controlled by a special means. The power of the endless rules hidden in the air seemed to have become the most original power at this moment, controlled by Lin Xiao. This is. The 3/8 rank alchemy masters looked at this scene in horror. What is the boy in front of you going to do? Does he want to refine alchemy in the void? Deng Ping looked at the scene that shocked him again. Even though it was the second time, it was still so unbelievable. Heaven and earth have turned into a huge alchemy furnace, and countless power of the original rules wandering between heaven and earth has acted as a coolie. In this environment, a vague pill prototype appeared. As soon as this prototype appeared, the endless thunder hovering above the void seemed to have determined the target. For a while, the thunder was raging, and the boundless and terrifying thunder tribulation was gathering, and it was about to send down the world-destroying thunder punishment to destroy this elixir that should not be in this world. This scene frightened countless people. Is there a treasure that will go against the heavens and not come to this world? This is the thunder tribulation. This is definitely a thunder tribulation. Oh my god, Mom, I'm so scared. The world-destroying thunder tribulation was still condensing, and the terrifying energy to the extreme seemed to be able to annihilate everything. The prototype of the 9-rank breaking tribulation pill floating in the void became more and more solid. This is a real 9th grade elixir, an unprecedented peerless treasure pill. It's formed. Yi Bufan witnessed the appearance of the 9th grade elixir. This elixir is taking shape. At this moment, the world-destroying thunder punishment descended. Except for Lin Xiao, the rest of the people here have long been far away. Legend has it that outsiders cannot participate in the thunder tribulation, otherwise it will bring great terror to destroy the world. Feeling the endless and terrifying world-destroying thunder tribulation, even as Wu Zun, they still had lingering fears. This energy was too scary. Get up! Lin Xiao was already fully prepared for such a situation. I saw that as he continued to change, an extremely dazzling light appeared in this area, and a curtain of light appeared, perfectly covering this place. The 9 heavens Xianming infinite heaven-shaking array. This formation was Lin Xiao's method to deal with the thunder tribulation. Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the center of the large formation, kept activating the abilities in his body, and the formation had been urged to the extreme by him. Several leyline dragon chi lurking deep underground roared silently, and they also merged with this formation. Rise to the challenge together and fight against this world-destroying thunder punishment from God. The boundless earthquake shattered countless voids. The world-destroying thunder punishment and the 9 heavens Xianming Wuji heaven-shaking formation had a shocking explosion in everyone's eyes. The powerful fluctuations shattered countless buildings, and the Yi family's sect protection formation had already opened. This terrifying fluctuation was too ferocious, shotting the void. Countless void cracks appeared, and the void turbulence from the abyss was destroyed everywhere in the real space. Lin Xiao stared at the sky above his head. The abilities in his body were being consumed at an extremely terrifying speed. The 9 heavens mysterious infinite heaven-shaking formation actually forcibly blocked the world-destroying thunder punishment from God. God is angry. He seemed to feel that his supreme dignity was offended. The thunder punishment became even more terrifying, with endless thunder roaring, which would be the most violent punishment from heaven. This world-destroying thunder punishment was enough to easily annihilate a martial powerhouse powerhouse on the spot. This was the last attack from God. Ha! Lin Xiao roared, and the ley line dragon energy was roaring. The incomparably shining array rose into the sky, as if it was about to tear apart the endless lightning punishment. Today's thunder, Lin Xiao, is broken. Smoke rose, clouds and mist swirled, large areas of trees were destroyed, and countless broken buildings were sucked into the depths of nothingness. The world-destroying thunder punishment disappeared. The endless thunderclouds hovering in the sky were also slowly dissipating, and there was an unwilling emotion lingering in the darkness. But the follow-up is powerless. Everyone's eyes did not dare to distract for a moment, staring at the already broken boundary. A long time has passed. The smoke that filled the air gradually dissipated, and a curtain of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Countless cracks appeared on this light curtain, as if it would immediately shatter into countless pieces with a light touch. In the center of it is a young man standing alone, standing with his hands on his back. An elixir emitting endless light fell into the palm of his hand. The young man's face was pale, but his eyes flashed with endless joy. 9 turns to break the robbery pill. Refined. The birth of this 9th grade elixir was too extraordinary. It was actually a thunderous punishment that destroyed the world. The crowd outside the field couldn't care about anything else and immediately surrounded them. Jin Daozi's eyes were full of distress. He looked at the light curtain full of cracks, and did not dare to touch it with his hands, for fear of accidentally destroying this transcendent formation. But things backfired. An extremely crisp voice sounded. This light curtain finally shattered into countless energy essences in his gaze, integrating into heaven and earth. After forcibly withstanding the anger of God, this 9 heavens mysterious infinite heaven-shaking formation also completed its mission and was completely shattered. Seeing this scene, Jin Daozi almost cried. Old guy, you want to be embarrassed. Yi Bufan looked at him in disgust. How adult, still crying. Is it shameful? He didn't say a word when the Yi clan's land was made like this. This is the stability that a big man like him should have. Thinking about it, Yi Bufan hasn't sensed the changes deep underground. The leyline dragon Qi belonging to the Yi family was also greatly injured after such a disaster, and it would take at least 10 years of recuperation to recover. The 3 8th rank alchemy masters surrounded Lin Xiao in the middle. Their eyes kept staring at the elixir in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao, can this elixir be given to the old? Give it to the next view? Li Xiandan spoke first, his tone with a hint of respect, not as arrogant as he was at the beginning. Yi Bufan and Li Wudao were also a little trembling, and there was respect in their eyes when they looked at Lin Xiao that they should not have. Lin Xiao glanced at several seniors, and still handed over the elixir. Is this the legendary 9th grade elixir? It's too extraordinary. It turned out to be a 3-patterned elixir. The 9-rank breaking tribulation pill had been baptized by the Dan tribulation, truly flawless, and the 3 Dan patterns were circling, which made the 3 8th ranks extremely admirable. The 3 of them observed for a long time before reluctantly returning this elixir to Lin Xiao. And at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the void. They all emitted an extremely powerful fluctuation, which far exceeded that of King Wu. See this scene. Several 8th rank masters were not surprised. I don't know what you all have to do with my Yi family. Yi Bufan, as the ancestor of the Yi clan, was his Yi clan's land, and he saw him take a step out and appear in the void, looking at countless figures. Master Yi hasn't been seen for a long time. When these figures saw Yi Bufan's appearance, their faces immediately showed a complimentary face. Their eyes kept scanning here, and they were even more surprised when they saw the presence of several other masters. One of them hesitated for a moment, and looked at Yi Bufan in a very gentle tone. Just now, there was a huge vision here, and there was a thunder punishment coming to the world. I didn't have any other intention when I came here, but I disturbed the masters a little. These people didn't expect that there were so many 8th rank masters gathered here, and none of these people could afford to offend them. How could Yi Bufan not know the abacus in these people's hearts? But he didn't want to explain it. Unless Lin Xiao himself was willing to expose it, he would not reveal what happened today. The moment the 9th grade elixir appeared in the world, Lin Xiao has reached an extremely lofty status in their hearts. Sacramental. Several masters appeared in the air at once. The appearance of the 5 Taishan Beta made this space extremely depressing. Okay, perhaps the appearance of Lin Xiao made them no longer the top of the group, but they were still big people who could make the entire Dragon Kingdom shake. This scene made many people who appeared here regret it. It's just that none of these big guys dared to offend them. The one who just appeared wanted to slap himself. It is true that something extremely important must have happened here, but what could be greater than offending these 5 people at the same time? As for the 2 teenagers standing below, they were directly ignored by them. The 5 masters stood quietly in the air, and none of them said a word. This scene silenced everyone who appeared here, knowing that staying any longer would only destroy their relationship. 5 masters, please don't take it to heart. One after another, some people clenched their fists and apologized to the 5 masters before leaving. After waiting for everyone to leave, Yi Bufan's face showed a look of extreme disdain. Several people slowly fell, looking at Lin Xiao's figure. The scene was embarrassing for a while. Yi Bufan's eyes rolled. Brother Lin Xiao, you must be exhausted just now, or stay in my Yi family for a few more days, so so that I can do my best as a landlord. As soon as these words came out, several other people instantly became anxious. Brother Lin Xiao, go to me, I have the best enlightenment tea hidden there. Lin Xiao, below is the ancestor of the Li clan. Old man Jindaozi, Lin Xiao, you. The dignified martial arts powerhouses are all originator-level existences, but they are noisy here like an uncle who buys vegetables from the vegetable market. Only Deng Ping watched this scene quietly. He looked at Lin Xiao. I still feel a hint of unreality. He suddenly stepped forward. Lin Xiao, can you refine weapons? The other people instantly stopped arguing. Well, the kid doesn't know how to refine weapons yet. Lin Xiao looked at Senior Deng's expectant eyes and spread his hands. He really wouldn't do it now, but it wouldn't be clear in the future. Hear the words. Deng Ping's mood was a little ups and downs, both relieved and a little lost. Nothing else. His lifelong goal was also the realm of a 9th grade refining master, and there was no such person in the Dragon Kingdom so far. He asked again. Lin Xiao, what are your plans next? Lin Xiao was brought by him, and he naturally asked the other party what he thought. He knew very well what kind of medicine was sold in the gourd of those old guys, but as long as Lin Xiao was unwilling, he was not used to it. Senior Deng, the boy is done. It's time to go back. Lin Xiao hugged his fists. This trip was quite successful. It was time for him to go back and let Principal Chu recover as soon as possible. Don't! The others were a little anxious. Why is this gone? At this moment, Yi Bufan finally pulled down his old face and bowed directly to Lin Xiao in the astonished eyes of the other three people. Master Lin's Dan Dao is peerless. I have admired it for a long time. I don't know if the master has any plans to accept apprentices, and I am willing to be the first to look at Master Lin. The tone is deep and the face is serious. This is not a joke. Yi Jirun saw this scene, and he was a little overwhelmed. What's going on? His master actually wants to worship the other party as a teacher? Just now, he and the other party were still the same generation, and now they have become disciples? Old guy, you're not authentic. The other three people were anxious. They had reached this point, and they didn't care anymore. How is that possible? Master Lin, in the lower Li Wudao, is willing to take out half of the Li family's property and give it to the master for free. Just ask the master to take it and follow him. Good guy, this one is even more ruthless. I have to say that it all moved Lin Zhao's heart. Master Lin. These people said more and more outrageously, and even almost started to do it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward. Seniors, don't break the boy. After saying a good word, Lin Xiao and several masters left contact information for each other. It is impossible to accept apprentices, and if it spreads, it must not scare people to death. But Lin Xiao also agreed that if he had time, he would definitely discuss it with several seniors. Seeing that the goal was achieved, the four old guys also stopped. Of course, if Lin Xiao was really willing to accept them, they would definitely apprentice on the spot. Master Lin, come often when you have time. Before leaving, Yi Bufan watched Lin Xiao wave and witnessed the other party disappear here. My Yi family still has a lot of things to deal with, so I won't leave you anymore. After Lin Xiao left, Yi Bufan directly issued an eviction order, which made several other people itch their teeth and curse one after another. After a while, only Yi Bufan and Yi Jirun were left in the entire venue. Master, do you think the apprentice still hopes to see his back? Yi Jirun stepped forward and looked at his master with some uncertainty. Ranner, there are always some unreasonable demons in this world, and we don't need to compare with this kind of person. What are you kidding? I can't compare to your master. You still want to see your back. Yi Bufan looked at the mess around him, and suddenly sensed the extremely thin ley-line dragon energy in the air, and sensed something was wrong. A few breaths passed, and sadness came from it. Yi Jirun only felt as if his master had suddenly lost his soul. Master, what's wrong with you? Senior Deng, that kid will take his leave. Thank you this time. Lin Xiao clenched his fists at Deng Ping. Lin boy, don't be so polite. Don't you really need me to send you? Deng Ping waved his hand. His attitude towards Lin Xiao was very kind now. There was no way. This young demon was too much. He was afraid that one day Lin Xiao would suddenly tell himself that he was actually a 9th rank refining master. After Lin Xiao bowed again, he left here. Looking at the back of the young man leaving, Deng Ping felt like a dream. The experience was amazing. Who would have thought that such a young man would be both a 9th rank alchemy grandmaster and a 9th rank formation grandmaster at the same time? Even if it is really declared, few people in the world will believe it. He is looking forward to the next meeting. What kind of surprise the other party will bring to him? Lin Xiao sparked lightning all the way. Finally returned to his home. Lock the door tightly and arrange a simple formation around it. Carefully took out Chu Hantian's head from the system space. The wisp of breath was weak and pitiful, as if he would completely pass away in the next second. Looking at this extremely bleak scene, Lin Xiao blamed himself deeply, and at the same time clenched his fists. He vowed to pay the price of blood for the Chu family in the imperial capital. A pill was protected by it in the palm of his hand. The eyes of the time and space kept flashing. This rank 9 calamity-breaking pill entered Chu Hantian's mouth under Lin Xiao's careful control. The elixir melts in your mouth. The incomparably rich source of life exploded in Chu Hantian's head. With only one head left, he began to repair under this extremely rich source of life. Neck, chest, legs. A brand new body body appears. The rank 9 tribulation-breaking pill is worthy of the 9th grade elixir. It can really bring life and death to the white flesh and bones. Plop! There was a faint beating sound in the air. This was Chu Hantian's heart beginning to revive. The rhythm is getting bigger and smoother. Chu Hantian, who had only one breath left, gradually turned rosy. The rank 9 tribulation-breaking pill not only provided an incomparably rich source of life but also had a powerful energy absorbed by this brand new body. Lin Xiao, who saw this scene, seemed to think of something and took out a pill from his arms. Without thinking, he sent this pill into his mouth. This is exactly the first elixir he has refined, the tribulation-breaking pill. At a certain moment, Chu Hantian's eyes suddenly opened. He was still a little overwhelmed when he suddenly heard a reminder from Lin Xiao. Principal Chu, concentrate, this is the best time to break through King Wu. After hearing Lin Xiao's prompt, he had to throw away the other thoughts in his mind because he felt the extremely rich energy in his body. At that moment, he immediately sat on the ground. The powerful energy exploded in the body. The effect of the tribulation-breaking pill has already occurred. This breakthrough was a matter of course. Chu Hantian directly broke through to the peak of the middle stage of King Wu in one breath before stopping. The energy contained in the 9-rank tribulation-breaking pill was too terrifying. If it was completely absorbed, it might even be used to break through directly to Wu Zun. But too much energy flows during this period. Chu Hantian opened his eyes. He was still a little confused. He had the impression that he should be dead. Lin Xiao, am I? Feeling the powerful fluctuations emanating from his body, the fluctuations of the real Wu Wang powerhouse made him even more confused. Lin Xiao also slowly stepped forward, looking at Principal Chu, who was recovering as before, and the big stone blocked in his heart finally dispersed. I see. Chu Hantian finally accepted the fact that he was not dead and broke through to the strong King Wu. He looked at the boy in front of him, and at this moment he only felt that everything he did was worth it. Principal, don't be so brave next time. You are chic. I can't sleep all night as a student. Lin Xiao complained. His spirit had been in a tense state these days, for fear that there would be some accidents in the middle. Ha, you kid is also afraid of something? Chu Hantian laughed out loud. Maybe if he started over, he would still decisively blow himself up and not give the enemy a trace of threatening his students. I've been away from home for so many days, I have to go back first. Chu Hantian only felt comfortable all over his body now. Some of the remaining historical injuries and diseases had all disappeared, and his spirit was unprecedentedly comfortable. Before leaving, Lin Xiao took out the Wuwan pill and Zhu Yandan and handed them to the principal. Oh, I said, when did you learn to alchemy? Chu Hantian is not polite. Why is he polite about the things sent by his students? He kept smacking his lips after hearing the effects of these two pills. If this explodes, the safe area will have to blow up. I won't say much. Thank you for my wife. By the way, remember to come to my house for dinner on the night of 30. Chu Hantian waved his hand. His student was too demonic, and he seemed to be unable to help in any way. The laughter faded away. Lin Xiao looked at the departing principal, turned around, and there was a chill in his eyes. The imperial capital of Chu. Now that you know the attractiveness of the elixir to some strong people, there is no need to wait. Several elixir attributes appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. All of them were 8th rank elixirs, and this level of elixir was hard to find for the martial honor powerhouse. After thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to contact Yi Bufan. In the Yi family, Yi Bufan has not yet recovered. The consumption of the earth vein dragon energy is too large. Such a loss is too painful. He took out the communicator, and when he found out that it was Lin Xiao, he immediately changed into a different person. Hello, Master Lin, but is there anything you need help with? The voice was full of flattery, and the tone was extremely gentle, without the slightest hint of anger. Lin Xiao felt a numbness, but he did have something to ask the other party. Senior Yi is good to call Lin Xiao. Master Lin is ashamed. Hee, where did Master Lin say? In that case, I cheekily called you Brother Lin Xiao. I don't know if Brother Lin Xiao needs help. There is indeed something that needs the help of my seniors. How can this be true? Bold, simply bastard. The voice was filled with endless anger. Yi Bufan's face was full of anger at this time. What kind of garbage is the Chu family in the imperial capital? How dare you secretly collude with the Destiny sect and send someone to assassinate Lin Xiao? Damn chop suey. Brother Lin Xiao, please rest assured, this matter is no longer your business alone. This damn imperial capital Chu family dares to do such a dirty and bloody thing. The lives of 1,000 boys and girls are actually used as bargaining chips in the eyes of this wealthy family? Who gave him the courage? The Chu family in the imperial capital. If I remember correctly, there are only 2 Wu Zun in the entire family. Oh, Senior Yi, after all, this matter is because of me. I want to ask my seniors to help invite more Wuzuan powerhouses. As for the reward, this is the case, every Wuzuan powerhouse is willing to offer 3 8th rank elixirs. 3 8th grade elixirs per person? It's really worthy of you, Brother Lin Xiao. Yi Bufan smacked his tongue slightly. The 8th grade elixir was light, but it was quite difficult to refine. And even he, as an 8th rank alchemy master, did not dare to guarantee that every furnace of 8th grade elixirs he refined would be 100% successful. Since Brother Lin Xiao is so atmospheric, I think I'm doing it beautifully. In terms of connections, you have found the right person. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are very few people who can compare to him in terms of connections. Then thank you, Senior Yi. Ha, brother Lin Xiao, you are too polite. Who is with whom between us? If you are free, you have to remember to come to my brother for tea. Definitely. After breaking off contact, Lin Xiao's eyes were even more chilled. The Chu family in the imperial capital, your grandfather Lin will come to you soon. Chu Jifeng sat alone in the study. He seems to be a little restless these days, and he always feels as if something is going to happen, which makes him very irritable. Is there still no news from the Destiny sect? He called his close confidant. Lord Home, there is no news from the Destiny sect. What a bunch of waste things. Chu Jifeng's face was gloomy. During this time, their Chu family had privately provided half of the boys and girls, but the other party didn't even say a word. Tell them that they will get the rest when Lin Xiao dies. An indifferent voice sounded, but this simple sentence determined the fate of 500 children. The henchman disappeared here expressionlessly. This kind of thing has long been accustomed to it. In this huge Chu family territory, there are gold, silver and jewelry everywhere, and endless wealth is enough for ordinary people to eat and drink for a lifetime. And Chu Jifeng is the contemporary head of the Chu family, in charge of everything, and the life of an ordinary person is not even as good as a dog in his eyes. Yi Bufan is worthy of being a figure like the Big Dipper of Mount Tai in the Dragon Kingdom Dan Dao realm. It only took about half a day to contact 10 Wu Zun level beings. Oh, most of these 10 martial virtues were at the level of some family ancestors, and a few were lonely and scattered cultivators. When they received the news from Yi Bufan, they patted their chests and promised to be there. When they heard that the reward was 3 8th grade pills, they smiled even more. Since Master Yi spoke, this busy old man has to help anyway. The Chu family in the imperial capital is too unscrupulous. How dare they be so hasty? They all showed strong murderous intent. Among them, there are many wealthy families who have some business dealings with the Chu family, but the wall is pushed by everyone. What's more, an 8th rank alchemy master named the Taoist name, just an imperial capital Chu family, and the entire family was barely enough to see 2 Wu Zun. Yi, thank you again. If you have any alchemy needs in the future, you will help you refine it for free. Yi Bufan is quite good at coming. Among the 3 8th rank alchemy masters, he has the widest network and the best popularity. Master Yi is so polite. The attitude of these 10 Wu Zun was quite low, and none of them could refuse the kindness from the 8th rank alchemy master. In that case, Yi will inform you of the specific time later. Wait for the master's news. After Yi Bufan contacted the helper, he immediately contacted Lin Xiao. Brother Lin Xiao, the old man has already asked 10 close friends to come and help, and it is more than enough to destroy a small Chu family. In the words, Yi Bufan was quite proud. If he wasn't worried about making Lin Xiao spend too much, he could still find more martial powerhouses. 10 martial powerhouses are enough. Thank you, Senior Yi. Okay. Lin Xiao thanked him. Hey, it's a shame to call the seniors. Brother Lin Xiao, if you don't mind, just call me brother. When do you think we will act? Brother Yi, in 3 days. Okay, see you in 3 days. Yi Bufan's expression was very happy. Lin Xiao was looking for him as soon as he had something, which was a very good signal. He had already imagined the scene where Lin Xiao would come to the Yi family to drink tea and discuss Taoism with the two of them when he had nothing to do. This was the only 9th grade alchemy master in the Dragon Kingdom. It's exciting to think about. Ha ha ha. If those two old guys knew, they would be envious. Thinking of this, he hurriedly closed his mouth again for fear that there would be ears on the wall. 3 days flew by. In the past 3 days, Lin Xiao has refined a lot of elixirs, and even used the medicinal materials signed in by the system to the bottom. Enough. Looking at the nearly 100 medicine bottles piled up in the space, each bottle contained an 8th grade elixir. In 3 days, he actually refined hundreds of 8th grade elixirs, and I am afraid that no one dares to believe it. At this time, the news of Yi Bufan came. Brother Lin Xiao, the time has come. Lin Xiao looked up. The gaze was extremely stern. The cold light suddenly appeared, and the murderous intent was awe-inspiring. He stepped out the door and flew towards the sky. Imperial capital. Here are a mix of fish and dragons, and countless wealthy families are located here. This is the most prosperous area of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is also the most prosperous land of martial arts. Walking on the street, casually picking up a brick and throwing it into the crowd may hit a talented awakened person. There is even a martial saint family sitting here, and the martial saint family is already the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Zhao's shadow slowly appeared over the imperial capital. This is the second time he has come here. The last time he came to participate in the freshman competition, he didn't expect that this time he would be exterminated. That's right, it's extermination. That's right. In Lin Zhao's heart, if he dares to touch the people around him, he will destroy everyone in his race if he goes up to the 9 nethers and goes down to the Yellow Springs. He is not a murderous person, but if he touches his reverse scales, then he will turn into an abyss demon. People will kill people, and Buddhas will block and kill Buddhas. The emperor established his capital in the Chu family. As soon as Lin Xiao appeared in the sky above him, he was scolded by a warrior who was guarding the door below. The territory of the Chu family is prohibited from idle people and others to step into the air, and they do not leave for 3 breaths, which is regarded as a provocation and killed on the spot. The voice was extremely arrogant. arrogant, and there was an arrogance in his eyes that ignored everything. Lin Xiao looked at the warrior below and smiled contemptuously. It's really worthy of a wealthy family. Even a person who looks at the gate is so unscrupulous, and he wants to kill me if he opens his mouth and closes his mouth. Aha, brother Lin Xiao, you are here. Yi Bufan suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, 10 figures emitting powerful fluctuations stood in the void, and the space around each of them trembled slightly. They are all top powerhouses who dominate one side, 8th order martial artists who can control space, and martial arts level beings. Master Yi, is this little friend the person you are waiting for? A martial arts powerhouse looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously, and the young man looked a little familiar. Lin Xiao turned to look at the 10 martial powerhouses behind him, clenching his fists slightly. Boy Lin Xiao, thank you again for coming to help the boy. Hearing this, these 10 Wu Zun frowned slightly. They didn't come for you, kid. They all came for the name of Master Yi and those 3 8th rank elixirs. Fellow Taoists, this brother Lin Xiao is your real employer. I am just the one who started it. Yi Bufan smiled and explained. Master Yi, you really know how to joke. How can this Lin Xiao you refine an 8th grade elixir? Isn't this the biggest ridicule in the world? With Wu Zun taking a step forward, he didn't dare to go too far. Brother Lin Xiao, what do you think? Yi Bufan looked at Lin Xiao. Today's protagonist is this Lin Xiao brother. He will not steal the limelight. Lin Xiao waved his hand gently. 30 jade bottles appeared in the air, and they fell into the hands of 10 martial masters. The 10 martial artists saw the jade bottle in their hands, and they could sense that it exuded a very strong alchemy fragrance, and there was a look of shock in their eyes. These 3 elixirs are the Rongdao pill, the most holy pill, and the condensation pill, all of which are ranked 8th grade elixirs, and their efficacy is known to them compared to all the predecessors. The Rongdao pill is a kind of elixir suitable for Wuzuan level cultivation, and one can last for several years of penance. The concentration pill is also an 8th grade elixir, which can greatly increase the spiritual cultivation of the awakened person after taking it, and its value is immeasurable. And the most holy pill is amazing. This can be called the top existence in the ranks of 8th grade elixirs, because Wu Zun who took this elixir had a 1 in 10,000 chance of touching the most mysterious Tao law between heaven and earth. This was the only way for Wu Zun to reach Wu Shang. The path of the martial saint is already the pinnacle of this heaven and earth, and if you want to break through the martial saint, you must master the laws of the great way of this heaven and earth. The most holy pill can give Wu Zun a probability of touching the law of the great way, even if the probability is negligible. But that's the law of the great way. Once there is a person who is lucky enough to go against the sky, this is the threshold to the martial saint. The palms of each martial powerhouse trembled slightly, and they looked at the 3 jade bottles in the middle of their palms in some incredulity. Isn't this reward too much? They even opened the 3 jade bottles one by one, and after confirming the elixir, they doubted themselves even more. Could it be that the task that came today was not to destroy the Chu family, but to destroy a Wuxing family? Yi Bufan was also frightened by Lin Xiao's generosity. Brother Lin Xiao, he became a little incoherent. Isn't it when the elixir is so worthless? That's the most holy pill. Not to mention refining, the raw materials alone are precious and scary. He once wondered who was the ancestor of the alchemy family, and why he was so poor and sour in such a comparison. In fact, this is also the elixir specially chosen by Lin Xiao. He has only one purpose, that is, to destroy the Chu family. No one laughed, and the warrior below who was guarding the Chu family had already been frightened by the powerful fluctuations coming from above, and collapsed on the ground. Seniors, are you still satisfied? Lin Zhao's voice reached every Wu Zun's ears. The 10 martial venerables no longer doubted anything else at this moment. No matter what, the elixir was real, and it couldn't be faked. The vast power belonging to the Wu Zun level immediately radiated unscrupulously in this space in Lin Zhao's eyes. The powerful waves shattered the void, attracting countless void turbulence. Which Taoist friend came? She was not well received, and I hope you will forgive me. A figure instantly appeared in the void, and the fluctuations it emitted also made the space tremble. This person is the contemporary head of the Chu family, Chu Jifeng. When I saw a full 11 martial powerhouses coercing the Chu family at the same time, Chu Jifeng's face changed instantly. Even among these people there are individual old acquaintances. Wang family head, he couldn't help but look at one of his old friends, who was also the head of a wealthy family, trying to figure out what was going on. But the other party pretended to be stupid, which made Chu Jifeng feel strongly uneasy. Patriarch Chu. Lin Zhao's voice full of murderous intent attracted Chu Jifeng's gaze. Okay, are you Lin Xiao? After careful recognition, Chu Jifeng's heart appeared with a brief moment of anger and surging killing intent, but on the surface he was extremely calm, and even a hint of surprise. It turned out that Lin Tianjiu was here, and he really missed the welcome. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao looked calm, and even showed a look of Chu Jifeng who was very surprised by his arrival, but the murderous intent in his heart became stronger and stronger. At the same time, another Wu Zun of the Chu family also appeared in the sky. He didn't say anything, and stood silently behind Chu Jifeng. Yi Bufan walked to Lin Zhao's side. Brother Lin, do you want to do it? His voice was not hidden at all, and his stern eyes looked at Chu Jifeng and the other's eyes. opposite. The terrifying arrogance emanating from the 11 Wuzun powerhouses was terrifying, and many people from the Chu clan below could not bear such pressure, and the whole person was stuck to the ground, and he couldn't lift his head. As the head of the family, Chu Jifeng must stand up at this time. He looked at the figure in front of him, and finally his eyes stayed on Lin Zhao's body. This is the imperial capital. What do you want to do? Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the people above? He scolded sharply. The movement here was quite noisy, and the confrontation between the 13 martial powerhouses made many people from the aristocratic families sitting in the imperial capital look at each other from afar. Patriarch Chu, when you secretly colluded with the Destiny sect and asked the Destiny sect to send someone to kill me at the cost of the names of 1,000 children, did you think that there would be today? Extremely solemn, Lin Zhao's voice echoed in this world, and many people heard it. Nonsense. Chu Jifeng looked at Lin Zhao coldly. Lin Zhao, my Chu family is a dignified wealthy family. How can you talk nonsense here? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to dare to slander a family? What qualifications? Lin Zhao took out his unique Major General's costume in everyone's eyes and put it on his body. Under the sun, the red star shines incomparably brightly. Am I qualified now? When Chu Jifeng saw this scene, his pupils contracted, but then followed. Lin Zhao, what if you are Major General Lin? Without evidence, even a Major General cannot slander my Chu family. At the same time, he swept his gaze towards Wu Zun behind him. And you, the Dragon Kingdom has the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, and the dignified martial powerhouse is willing to be dominated by such a hairy boy. I really disdain to be with you. Lin Zhao looked at the righteous Chu Jifeng. He didn't want to talk too much nonsense with the other party, and today the Chu family was doomed. With the appearance of a cold voice, in the angry eyes of Chu Jifeng and another Chu family martial venerable, 10 martial venerable powerhouses instantly launched a fight against them. You guys are crazy. Chu Jifeng was entangled by 5 beings of the same level, and he roared loudly. The fighting of the Wuzun powerhouses is quite ferocious, they have no scruples at all, and the powerful battle fluctuations destroy the Chu family's territory in an unsightly manner. The space was shaking, and some could not withstand such an impact. Chu Jifeng already had many scars on his body, and he was constantly bleeding. In his eyes, there were already many clansmen who could not resist the aftermath of the battle and were shocked to death. The heart is like a knife. He roared up to the sky, endless killing intent and anger soared into the sky, but it was still to no avail. None of the 5 martial powerhouses were weaker than him, they were killing each other, and every move was earth-shattering, and the Chu Jifeng who killed them could only be forced to defend. Damn! Another Chu family martial father was also beaten and retreated, and the two of them were not opponents at all. Defeat is only a matter of time, and when the abilities in their bodies are exhausted, the only way to wait for them is death. Such a major event happened to the Chu family, and the entire imperial capital exploded. Many people watched this scene from a distance, and the battle between the martial powerhouses had not appeared in the imperial capital for a long time. Who has the Chu family offended? Ning. I don't know, but it seems that the secret collusion with the Destiny sect has been exposed. Is that so? Is the Destiny sect crazy about such a miscellaneous Chu family? Hee, so what? How much of this so-called wealthy family is secretly clean? Lin Zhao had already entered the Chu family at this time. With Yi Bufan on one side to help, he basically saw one killed one. Under the frenzied killing, blood stained half the sky red, and the originally golden Chu family was full of corpse remnants. The Chu family has more than 10 Wu Wang powerhouses, which are the backbone of their family. Under Lin Zhao's endless killing, 2 people had already fallen, and Yi Bufan was really shocked to see this scene. Against the sky, it's really against the sky. The young man was like a god killing, facing more than a dozen powerful warriors alone. Lin Zhao completely broke out, and the powerful spacetime ability made the opposite king Wu unguardable. Soul Needle. A terrifying mental attack stabbed a martial king. The king of martial arts immediately let out an extremely miserable cry. He covered his head, his brain seemed to be about to crack. He instantly lost his combat effectiveness, and fell to his knees on the ground. Lin Zhao appeared beside this martial king in an instant. Punch through the sky. De Shang fist shook the world. A punch directly knocked the Chu martial king away. Blood filled his hands, splashed on his face, and the hair floating in the air covered half of his face. Chu Jifeng in the air saw the scene. He couldn't believe it was true. An attack hit his chest, causing extensive damage to his internal organs, and his breath shrank instantly. Little beast, I want you to die. Chu Jifeng was a little crazy. He rushed towards Lin Zhao desperately, bound to kill with one blow, but Yi Bufan blocked him desperately. The attack behind him struck again, and the 5 Wuzuan powerhouses broke out with a shocking and brilliant attack, and this blow directly sank Chu Jifeng. Chu Jifeng was smashed to the ground, and a huge pit appeared. The smoke cleared. Chu Jifeng's face was bloodless, his body was a little loose, his whole body was covered in bruises, and his body was in ruins. Another figure was shot down and thrown to Chu Jifeng's side like a piece of garbage. The 2 martial powerhouses of the Chu family had no trace of combat power at this moment. Like a remnant in the wind, they raised their heads to look at the 10 martial venerables standing in the air. Not far away, Lin Zhao was still showing great power, and wherever he passed, the bones were gone. Chu Jifeng's eyes were a little scattered. He knew that the Chu family was completely over after this experience. In the face of the raid of the 10 Wuzun powerhouses, they did not have any means to resist. Lin Xiao is still killing. King Wu of the Chu family was about to be slaughtered by him. Such a crazy move finally made the remaining 2 martial kings show fear. They were really afraid. Even as the peak of the late 7th Order, they were killed and frightened by the crazy killing of this young man. They wanted to run, but they were entangled by Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao couldn't kill the other party, but he could still do it by entangled and not let the other party escape. Don't even think about running away today. It was as if a boy from hell had exposed his endless frost in front of the world for the first time, and the corpses all over the place were terrifying and palpitating. Chu Jifeng looked at this scene. His heart was dead. He didn't expect this young man to be so terrifying, and he didn't expect that the other party would be able to invite so many helpers. At this moment, the Chu family is really powerless. It's almost over. Stop. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the air, and this sound resounded in the sky, and the people of the entire imperial capital had a deafening feeling. A figure appeared in the sky. His appearance overshadowed the world a little. As soon as this figure appeared, the 10 martial venerables who were originally arrogant immediately restrained their own coercion. Who? But Lin Xiao seemed to have not heard it, still immersed in the killing. Most of the entire Chu family was killed by him alone. The figure looked at the young man below and frowned slightly. I said, stop. This time, there was a strong coercion in his voice, which made Lin Xiao have to stop. Why do you want to create such a killing? This man looked at everyone condescendingly, wanting to get an answer. This is the imperial capital, the hinterland of the Dragon Kingdom. Is there no law in the Dragon Kingdom now? Lin Xiao could feel the extreme terrifying coercion coming from the air, and even his body could not bear it faintly. So what? This senior, in the lower forest. I didn't ask your name. I'm asking why you killed like this. Chu Jifeng, who was lying in the giant pit, had a glimmer of dawn in his scattered eyes. He cried hoarsely into the air voice. Lord Wusheng, please also make the decision for my Chu family. Martial Saint. This figure that suddenly appeared was the current martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom, Yin Shankong, a peerless powerhouse standing at the top of martial arts. Yin Shankong also frowned and looked at the figure lying on the ground. He had just woken up from the retreat and found that a fight was breaking out here. Be clear. Chu Jifeng cried and shouted, losing the dignity of the martial powerhouse. Lord Wusheng, this son is ruthless, not only killing my legitimate daughter, but also blaming my Chu family, but also bringing everyone to destroy my Chu family. Please also ask Lord Wusheng to take action and return my Chu family's innocence. Yi Bufan couldn't listen anymore. He hurriedly clenched his fists at Yin Shankong. Lord Wusheng, this person is full of nonsense. Their Chu family secretly colluded with the Destiny sect and actually used the lives of 1,000 children as bargaining chips to secretly kill my Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao. Such a crazy thing. Everyone will be punished. Yin Shankong was silent, and he suddenly regretted intervening in the matter. It's not that he doesn't understand what these families have done secretly. It can be said that no family in the entire Dragon Kingdom is clean, but the people above turn a blind eye. As long as it's not too much, it's pretended not to be seen. Lord Wusheng, it's unjust. My Chu family has never done such a thing to persecute ordinary people. They are spitting blood. What is the evidence? Chu Jifeng roared vigorously, saying that he colluded with the Destiny sect. What is the evidence? Yin Shankong pursed his lips slightly and looked at Yi Bufan and the others. You said that he colluded with the Chu family to the Destiny sect. Do you have any evidence? Yi Bufan was stunned. Evidence? Where did the evidence come from? Why? He looked at Lin Xiao, and those 10 martial masters had completely wilted since the moment Yin Shankong appeared, looking like they were out of the matter. Lin Xiao shook his head. There is no evidence below. Damn boy, you are so cruel. Countless lives of my Chu family have died at your hands. If it weren't for the appearance of Lord Wusheng, thousands of people in my Chu family would have completely cried out for injustice to death today. Chu Jifeng's face was full of madness, and endless killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. As long as he could survive today, he vowed to do everything to kill this son. Yin Shankong's face was slightly cold. Lin Xiao, right, who gave you the courage to act like this? The majesty of the martial saint was fully displayed, and this sharp shout made everyone present unable to help but take a few steps back, and the powerful coercion seemed to be angry from God. Lin Xiao looked up. I don't know how you are treating Lord Wusheng? This sentence made Yin Shankong stunned, and his expression was a little ugly. Who is he? A generation of martial saint powerhouses, standing at the peak. When would a teenager dare to collide with himself like this? Angry and laughing. In that case, then you will pay for the killing you committed with your own life. Yin Shankong's expression became indifferent. A young man, if it were in the past, he wouldn't even look at it. Hearing this, Chu Jifeng, who was lying on the ground, was full of infinite joy. Yi Bufan was anxious. He couldn't watch Lin Xiao being killed by Lord Wusheng. This was the only 9th-rank pill master in the Dragon Kingdom. He just wanted to speak, but was stopped by a look from Yin Shankong, extremely indifferent. Here's a warning. If you dare to speak, then you will die with this young man. Lin Xiao smiled. He put on his own Major General's costume, and the shining red star was exposed to the sun. This move was seen by Yin Shankong Kong, but it was not enough. Yes, Lord Wuxing, I don't believe that with your ability, you can't see through this filthy filth hidden beneath the surface of luxury. Lin Xiao slowly suspended into the air. He was forcibly resisting the coercion of the martial saint, which was undoubtedly an offense and a disregard for Yin Changkong. This made Yin Changkong's face even colder. Very strong. When did he need to look at other people's faces to do things? Don't you think you can rest easy with this military uniform? Everyone didn't dare to breathe. They realized that this martial saint was angry. Wu Shang was angry, and the consequences were extremely serious. Lin Xiao raised his head, and his divine eyes looked at Yin Changkong without fear. What a guts! Yin Changkong was angry and at the same time glanced at Lin Xiao a little. I saw Lin Xiao walking somewhere, and he punched him below. Deshang fist intention smashed the buildings below with a devastating attitude, completely exposing the scene buried deep underground. Everyone swept their eyes over. What a bloody scene this is. This space hidden underground was completely closed, and it was full of endless bloody evil energy, even far exceeding the Chu family under Lin Xiao's killing. The bodies of countless young children were cut, some were soaked in medicine jars, and tubes were inserted all over their bodies. Some were no longer breathing, but the corpses were refrigerated and used as experimental specimens. There are even humanoid beasts. This is the forced grafting of the cells of alien beasts into the human body, which is strictly prohibited in the Dragon Kingdom. There are more heinous phenomena, all kinds of living organs, huge blood pools, countless piles of white bones. This scene silenced everyone, including Lin Xiao. They didn't expect that in such a prosperous imperial capital, there was still such an extremely dirty existence that people couldn't look directly at. Lin Xiao held back the fury in his heart and looked at the figure standing in the sky without fear. Dare to ask Lord Wuxing, is this the evidence in your mouth? Yin Changkong suddenly felt that he must not have read the yellow calendar when he went out today, if it is in the past. With his status as a martial saint, who dares to contradict himself like this? It's just that. I didn't see that even 8th grade alchemy masters like Yi Bufan were submissive and did not dare to collide. What is the situation of this young man? Why is he so stunned? Bumping into himself again and again. Do you really think that he has no temper? As for the dirt below, to be honest, there are not too many waves in his heart. To be able to cultivate to the level of a martial saint, he has experienced too much, and even encountered something even more infuriating than this. But at this moment, in public, the eyes of countless people gathered here, and as a martial saint, he naturally had to show the posture that a martial saint should have. In the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, the martial saint is the sky, like a guardian saint. Chu Jifeng, who was lying on the ground, had completely spread to the ground, and he didn't expect that such a deep hidden secret would be discovered. He knew that the Chu family was completely over. The integration of humans and animals is a study that is strictly prohibited by the Dragon Kingdom, and once discovered, it will be a crime of extermination. He had already felt the extreme coldness in the sky for the martial saint. Then let's go. Yin Changkong looked at this dead Chu monkey. It was this damn guy who made him unable to get off the stage. I saw that his palm froze slightly, and a general trend of heaven and earth appeared, and the terrifying fluctuations made Wu Zun present palpitate. Ignoring the laws of the Dragon Kingdom and mutilating civilians, you, damn it. Yin Changkong gently slapped Chu Jifeng on the ground. A palm that covered the sky appeared, but a simple palm seemed to encompass heaven and earth, and every move of the martial saint contained the law of the Great Way. This is a punishment from God. Chu Jifeng laughed at this moment. He knew he would die. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of hypocritical people. Sooner or later you will come down to accompany my. He laughed a little crazy. Chu Jifeng, deaf. Together with another Chu family martial artist, he also turned into nothingness under this palm. Yin Changkong didn't even look at it, like pinching ants to death. For Wu Shang, even Wu Zun could be erased casually, and the two were not on the same order of magnitude at all. It's just that this ant made him angry and made him lose face. Everyone didn't dare to squeak. The coercion of the martial saint was too terrifying. Lin Xiao was slightly cold. The appearance of the general trend of heaven and earth just now made him clearly feel his own insignificance. It is like a flatboat wandering in the turbulent ocean, which can be overturned by inexplicable waves at any time. He knew that his current self was far from being an opponent of the martial saint, and the other party might be able to put himself to death with just a move of his finger. The culprit has been killed, and this matter ends here. Yin Changkong's voice spread throughout the 4 fields, and he once again showed the entire Dragon Kingdom the posture that a martial saint should have. What he says is the word. The martial saint is supreme, inviolable, and deceitful, otherwise, he will die. Yi Bufan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lord Wuxing's murderous intention was not particularly heavy. He hurriedly gestured to Lin Xiao, taking advantage of the fact that he was saying a few good words now, bowing his head and admitting his mistake, and the matter was turned over. Who would have thought? Lin Xiao actually forcibly withstood the coercion of the martial saint again and stepped on the air. Lord Wuxing, everyone in the Chu family must die today. The Chu family must be destroyed today. Cutting grass without removing the roots, the spring breeze blows again. No matter what, Lin Xiao would not let a Chu family member still be alive in the world. Yin Changkong squinted, and the powerful martial saint coercion pressed towards Lin Xiao step by step. I said, that's it. He was already very impatient. If ordinary people dared to ram themselves like this, he would have slapped him long ago. At this moment, the powerful martial saint coercion was his attitude. The martial saint is sacred. If this son doesn't know how to advance or retreat, don't blame him for being ruthless. The Chu family will be destroyed today. Lin Xiao had already felt the terrifying general trend of heaven and earth around him, which was Yin Changkong's warning to him. But he still raised his head and did not squint. The Chu family has done such a crazy thing, Lord Wuxing, you can bear it, but I, Lin Xiao, can't bear it. None of the entire Chu family is innocent from top to bottom. Yin Changkong looked at this boy who had contradicted him again and again with an expressionless face. He really didn't understand. Was he no longer dignified? He was really angry. The sky was clear, and there was a thunderclap. Like the end of the world, the fusion of heaven and earth, the evolution of countless rules of power, the space here really could not withstand the anger from a martial saint powerhouse. A large number of void cracks loomed. This is just Wuxing angry. If you really take action, this land will be sunk, and the entire imperial capital will be devastated. Lin Xiao, who was in the very center, was speechless. The extremely strong body was struggling to resist the terrifying coercion coming from all sides, and the bones were faintly ringing, and it actually carried it. But even so, Lin Xiao was sweating profusely, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, which was the suppression of the life level. The martial saint is already the pinnacle of the world, the pinnacle of the extreme path. Yin Changkong was slightly surprised in his heart. This ant-like boy actually withstood his martial saint coercion. But this does not mean that it can collide with itself again and again. A soft snort made Lin Xiao feel boundless pressure. The muscles all over his body began to become engorged, and the green veins burst out of his body, and his face was red. There was a crackling sound in the air, which was the joints in the body protesting. No one knew what kind of pressure he was facing. If it were an ordinary sixth-order warrior, he would have already been crushed into a meatloaf. Yin Changkong was forcibly making Lin Xiao kneel. Lin Xiao resisted this coercion of heaven and earth, and he had tried his best not to let himself fall to his knees. Deep in the bloodshot pupils hides a touch of extreme madness. His strength is still too weak. If he was also a martial saint at that time, who would dare to bully him? The oppressive space made Yi Bufan and the others dare not breathe. As soon as the martial saint became angry, the mountain collapsed. Only Lin Xiao's unwilling roar of fate kept echoing in the air, which was a little sad to hear. A generation of extraordinary geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom has fallen to such a point. Yin Changkong, you're over. Just when Lin Xiao was about to kneel down, no longer bearing it, a rough voice sounded from the depths of the sky. Then the general trend of heaven and earth that was suppressed to the extreme also disappeared. Lin Xiao fell to the ground and gasped for breath. It's almost the same. He was almost about to kneel down in full view. Yin Changkong looked for a voice and saw a middle-aged man. This man who suddenly appeared was burly, his face was full of ferocity, and his body exuded the ultimate killing, which was an aura that could only be formed with boundless killing. The army has no regrets. Do you want to protect him? Yin Changkong spoke coldly. The army has no regrets, one of the martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom, the big boss of the military, and has countless glorious legends on the battlefield. Yin Changkong, you are really going back more and more, and you care so much about a junior. Junbu regretted looking at Lin Xiao, his voice extremely rough. He is a junior who collides with me like this. This is the following crime. Why can't I punish him? Hee, Yin Changkong. Even so, if you want to punish it, it should be punished by our military. When will it be the turn of the people in our military department to learn a lesson from outsiders? The army is not used to the other party at all, and he is not afraid of the sky and the earth. The army has no regrets. Do you really want to conflict with me because of an ant? I said, even if the punishment is punished, it should be decided by a military court. In the Dragon Kingdom, the martial saint is the sky, and all the rules are also established by the martial saints. Collide with the martial saint, big or small. And at this moment, Yin Changkong was extremely depressed. He didn't understand why he had encountered such a bad thing just by going out of the pass. See you in the military court. The dignity of the martial saint was inviolable. He turned around and disappeared directly here. Before leaving, his palm was clenched, and a huge energy encompassed the entire Chu clan like Mount Tai under the blessing of the great Tao Law. The huge Chu family disappeared without a trace under this palm, leaving no trace. The martial saint powerhouse, angry mountains and seas. The martial saint's casual blow completely wiped out the huge Chu family. This once again made everyone clearly understand the strength of the martial saint. Lin Xiao looked at the Chu family that had been razed to the ground. In any case, at least this hidden danger has been uprooted today. The two martial saints had all left, and the oppressive atmosphere had disappeared. The 10 Wuzun who were invited to clench their fists slightly towards Yi Bufan at this time. At this point, there was no point in them staying any longer. As for Lin Xiao, they struggled a little, but in the end they didn't step forward and disappeared into place. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Xiao, who had offended the martial saint, was no longer worth it for them to pull down their faces and have a good relationship. The complexity of human nature is initially revealed at this moment. Yi Bufan did not leave like the others. He walked silently to Lin Xiao's side. Brother Lin Xiao, you're okay. The sound is like a breeze, light in the ears. Lin Xiao shook his head. Brother Yi, this time you are implicated. Lin Xiao knew that in this world where force was paramount, strength was always ranked first, and Yi Bufan's actions today may have an unbelievable impact on him and their family at some point in the future. Don't doubt the influence of a martial saint. The accumulation of hundreds of years in the Dragon Kingdom, the martial saint is also a rare existence. He didn't care about himself. What about the martial saint? If he touches his bottom line, the martial saint will kill him. Brother Yi, let me ask you about something. What is the military court that the two martial saints just mentioned? Lin Xiao looked at the sky calmly. The day was a little gray, the sun above was blocked, and the people below could not see a trace of brilliance. Yi Bufan knew what a military tribunal was. His face was a little solemn. The military court can be called a kind of trial of the highest standard in the Dragon Kingdom. Only the martial saint is qualified to open a military court, which is a court used to try people with the most heinous crimes. The crimes committed by those who are judged will be made public and spurned by the entire Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, the Supreme Council of the Military Tribunal will punish you, which will never see the light of day at best, or you will die at worst. Yi Bufan became heavier and heavier as he spoke, and military courts did not appear several times in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't expect that just destroying one Chu family would cause such a big disaster. What is wrong with Lin Xiao? Is it just because he defied that martial saint? Lin Xiao nodded slightly. He laughed at himself a little, because he had been too happy for most of the year, and the people he met were very friendly, made him less cautious than he was at the beginning. Or maybe the strength has improved too quickly, a little floating, and I have forgotten that strength is supreme in this world after all. Is Lin Xiao wrong in this matter? That's right. Like the Chu family, not destroying its 9 clans is considered a great mercy. But the mistake was that he shouldn't have collided with Wu Shang, and he shouldn't have let Wu Shang get off the stage in public. This is his biggest fault. Lin Xiao didn't blame anyone, he just lowered his head and looked at his hands. After all, the strength is still inferior to others. System. Ding, the host is here. Can I ask a question? Host, may I ask? Brother Bentangzi is happy today, and he can solve problems for the host for free. Do you think Wu Sheng is strong? Ding, this question, the host already has the answer in his heart. Lin Xiao smiled, laughing a little arrogantly. Maybe he never changed. What kind of martial saint is not a hair in his eyes? I respect you, so I call you a senior. If I don't respect you, even if God can't do anything to him? A magical change from the inside out. Lin Xiao was instantly open-minded and calm. The terrifying shadow from the martial saint that had originally shrouded his heart disappeared. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a cocoon in the spring breeze, completely recognizing himself. Lin Xiao has always been the kind of person who is not afraid of heaven and earth. If people do not offend me, I will not offend others, and if they offend me, I will destroy their 9 clans. What a martial saint. Lin Xiao has his own Lin Yinji in his heart. Yi Bufan on the side saw that Lin Xiao was silent, and his heart was a little sad. What an excellent young man, who was originally destined to be a peerless figure who could stand at the top. How could he end up like this? Obviously, even he felt that he had been court-martialed, and Lin Xiao's future was already dark. Even a generation of cross-era Tianjiu has fallen. Like a comet, although brilliant, it is short-lived. Brother Yi, let's go. Lin Xiao calmed down. The matter has come to this point. Take one step at a time. The big deal is to overturn the table. Originally, Yi Bufan was going to invite Lin Xiao to Yes for a cup of tea, but Lin Xiao refused. During this period, he couldn't let the Yi family go too close to him, but he remembered brother Ye's love in his heart. Alone came to his own big villa. I prepared a bath for myself and took a bath comfortably. Comfortable. No one came to disturb him during this period, so he fell asleep in the bathtub. Next, Lin Xiao received a summons. A summons order from the Supreme Military Tribunal ordered the suspect Lin Xiao to go to the Supreme Military Tribunal on time tomorrow to accept the verdict. Lin Xiao was expressionless, casually threw the summons order, which symbolized the peak of power, on the ground, and continued to soak in the milk bath. He found that this milk bath was really comfortable. My skin has been rejuvenated and has become much whiter and more tender. The next day, Lin Xiao sorted out his appearance and put on the Major General's clothes. Looking at myself in the mirror, my tough and upright body and my outstanding appearance somewhat overshadowed the bright red star on my shoulder. If I had been like this in my previous life, my life would have been very chic. He laughed, without a trace of nervousness at all, and rushed out of the door to the highest military court. Imperial capital. Court-martial. It used to be very leisurely, and there was not much human touch except for a very small number of security personnel who maintained stability. But today the entire hall was already full. There are even troops stationed on the periphery of the venue, and the scene is very grand. 2 seats were specially placed directly above the hall, which were above the judges. The Supreme Military Tribunal officially begins. Take the suspect Lin Xiao to the hall. The thick voice lingered for a long time. None of the people who could sit here today were simple, and their strength alone was at least at the level of the king of martial arts. The highest judge of the military tribunal, he is a strong man of the 8th order martial arts, Min longevity and the rank of general. The door was opened. A teenager walked step by step to the center in the eyes of everyone. The young figure is a little incompatible with the clothes on his body, but the boy's uprightness makes many people nod slightly. Lin Xiao appeared. The two martial saints also appeared in the highest position at the same time, and In Shankong and Jun did not regret it. Looking at the scene around him, Lin Xiao was a little emotional. It was the first time he had participated in such a high-standard parliament. Even if he was a suspect, he could be called 13 grids. He looked at the two highest-ranking martial saints slightly. In Shankong also looked at the boy. To be honest, he didn't care about the life and death of this teenager at all. He only cared about his own face and his own dignity. Let's start. The scene instantly became extremely serious. The adjudicators listed the mistakes committed by Lin Xiao one by one. What runs a red light, undermines social security, and all violations of the Dragon Kingdom system are listed. Many people frowned. But this is just a prelude, a foreshadowing. When it was mentioned that Lin Xiao abused his power without authorization and forcibly led 10 martial powerhouses to carry out a massacre in the imperial capital, only then did the big guy understand. Lin Xiao, do you know your guilt? The judge gave an order. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his voice was terrifying. Dare to ask the judge, what crime does I, Lin Xiao, have? Oh, Lin Xiao was not afraid. He held his head high and looked straight ahead. As a major general, you won over 10 Wuzuan powerhouses to follow to the Chu family and destroy their families, but is it a fact? Judge, I didn't win over as a major general. I reached a reasonable deal with the other party at a sky-high price, which is also a sin. Lin Xiao, you were born into a humble family, and your cultivation is only the 6th order. How can you have such a great wealth and invite 10 martial masters? You will not be allowed to speak indiscriminately in the military court, otherwise, you will be convicted of deceiving and concealing again. Lin Xiao shook his head. He took out 3 jade bottles from the space. Judge, these are 3 8th grade elixirs, which were refined by me myself, and they are the rewards provided for completing this transaction. This scene made many people's eyes light up, and some of them deliberately understood the ins and outs, but some far-fetched things made them doubt the truth or falsehood for a while. And Lin Xiao's move was to show his value to everyone present. Lin Xiao can refine 8th grade elixirs. Although the 8th grade elixir had no effect on the martial saint, they were not the martial saints. In Shankong at the highest point frowned slightly. He didn't expect this kid to have such talent. After hearing a lot of voices appearing in the field, he glanced faintly at Junbu Regret beside him. You say you have evidence that the Chu family secretly colluded with the Heavenly Mandate sect to persecute you. What about the evidence? As soon as Wu Sheng spoke, everyone immediately fell silent. Lin Xiao looked at this condescending person expressionlessly. I have no evidence, so how are you treating Lord Wusheng? In Shankong doubted himself a little. Isn't he a martial saint? How could someone be so disrespectful to themselves? Why is this young man named Lin Xiao so bold? Is he really not afraid of death? Or do you think that there is no way to take him without regret in the army? He glanced at Junbu Regret beside him. If you don't see anyone like this, it will surely cause a catastrophe in the future. Are the people in your military department so lawless? Junbu regretted, smiling faintly. Young people, it's normal to be crazy. This sentence was directly scolded back. Seeing this, In Shankong's face was very ugly, and he looked at Lin Xiao again. Without evidence, you dare to kill so much. Do you know that the Dragon Kingdom has laws, and anyone must abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom? If everyone is like you, ignoring the existence of the law, then the Dragon Kingdom must still exist? In Shankong directly stood on the commanding heights of the law. Are you kidding? If you are not the best, then you must abide by the law. This is the reality. Lin Xiao didn't want to argue about this because he knew there was no point. Just repeat the words just now. So, Lord Wusheng, how are you doing? This made In Shankong angry. If it weren't for the fact that there was no regret in the army, he would have wanted to directly slap this ant to death with one palm. There is no one in sight, ignoring the law, killing innocents indiscriminately, and not repenting. In that case, you go down to accompany those who were killed by you. He is going to condemn Lin Xiao to die and eliminate the crime. There was a sigh in the field, and they could see it. There is a contradiction between this Lin Xiao and the martial saint above. In Shankong's eyes looked at the supreme judge directly below. Feeling the gaze of the martial saint from above, the supreme judge looked at Junbu on the side again. This scene made In Shankong grit his teeth secretly, and everyone also looked at Junbu Regret. To put it bluntly, the final outcome of this trial still depends on the game between these two. In Shankong also looked at him. Jun was silent for a moment, and slowly stood up in the eyes of everyone. Lin Xiao, 17 years old, awakening the double SSS level talent. In the same year, he won the King of Tenjiao, and participated in the National College entrance examination across levels, tore up the Tianzhou of the Strange Beast Alliance, and won the college entrance examination champion. The freshman competition of the 5 major colleges and universities won the single and team double championship on behalf of the Military Martial Arts University. Participated in the Northern Battlefield, set great military exploits, broke the curse of the history of the Dragon Kingdom, rebelled against King Wu, and was rated as the youngest major general in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Kingdom. Is the person I am talking about in my appeal? Listen to the sounds coming out. Many people looked shocked. Most of them had been fighting on the battlefield all year round, and they had no idea that such an extraordinary arrogant person had appeared in the rear guarded with their lives. Lin Xiao nodded in the eyes of everyone. This is? Return to Lord Wuxing. It's right below. After receiving the affirmation, Junbu regretted looking at the teenager very appreciatively. Yes, as expected of my military students. This made Lin Xiao light up slightly. It turned out that this martial saint was from the Military Martial Arts University. He knew that there were 3 martial saints in his school, one of whom was his teacher, Lin Yaotian. Today, he met the second one, and the army did not regret it. The army has no regrets. What do you mean? But this statement made Yin Shankong, who was sitting on the side, extremely ugly. What kind of arrogant and not arrogant, no matter how demonic it is? Yin Shankong has lived for so long. What kind of monster has he never seen? But how many people can stand at the top in the end? At present, this young man collided with himself and even ignored himself again and again, and sang the opposite of himself. He couldn't bear it. When did the ants dare to defy the sky? Yin Shankong, I will say that you have a small belly. What kind of urine is the Chu family? Such a tragic thing was done behind the scenes, and it should have been extinguished a long time ago. That's not a reason for him to ignore the law. Yin Shankong grabbed the legal commanding heights of the Dragon Kingdom's law, and once the law lost its role as a check and balance, the Dragon Kingdom would instantly fall into great turmoil. The army does not regret it and knows the seriousness of it. The huge Dragon Kingdom needs laws to control it. Lin Xiao, you are the peerless pride of the Dragon Kingdom, and you have made a lot of military exploits, but you have violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you admit all this? Recognize it. By now, Lin Xiao has understood the truth, that is, fist supremacy. In that case, I will punish you to serve on the Eternal Tribulation battlefield for 10 years. If you can destroy the enemy forces during this period, you can also end it early. Can you accept? Eternal Tribulation battlefield. Yin Shankong, who was standing next to him, heard this, and his eyes flickered. In the end, he snorted softly and closed his eyes, acquiescing to this punishment. But the rest of the room was talking. I didn't expect it to be an Eternal Tribulation battlefield. It is an extremely dangerous place, a place where all the starry sky races fight, and the number of people who die on that battlefield in the Dragon Kingdom every year is countless. I'm afraid this young man doesn't know the horror of this battlefield at all. 10 years, isn't this equivalent to a death sentence? Who can live in that hellish place for 10 years? Didn't you hear that? Lord Wuxing said that if you destroy 100 martial venerables, 10,000 martial kings can come back early. Hee, why don't you listen to what you're saying? Lin Xiao heard a lot of these voices. I probably know what this Eternal Tribulation battlefield is. It's nothing more than a battlefield. This punishment was far lighter than he thought. Lin Xiao accepts. Ultimately, the Supreme Military Tribunal announced the results. Lin Xiao was sentenced to serve on the Eternal Tribulation battlefield for 10 years, and if he met the conditions, he could retire. All processes of the entire meeting are open to the public. He was directly pushed to the first position. Many people in the imperial capital are still immersed in the shocking tragedy of the Chu family, a wealthy family, and they are still wondering who has such energy. But I didn't expect it to be Lin Xiao. A 17-year-old boy actually destroyed a wealthy family. Is it really fake? Is my forest god already to this extent? Wealthy families will be destroyed? Dude, shouldn't you pay attention to the Eternal Tribulation War? I heard that it is extremely dangerous there. What are you afraid of? I, Lin Xin, are invincible. Well, God blocks and kills God, and Buddha should kill Buddha. A mere Eternal Tribulation battlefield, Lin Xin directly penetrated. It's too fierce. I'm 17 too. I'm still in my second year of high school. Can I still catch up with Lin Xin's heels in this life? The internet was full of one-sided voices, and unexpectedly, this time most people were on Lin Xiao's side. I didn't feel that Lin Xiao had done too much. On the contrary, because of the impact of this incident, Lin Xiao became taller in the hearts of many young people in the Dragon Kingdom. That's it. What about wealthy families? Who dares to stand in front of my forest god and directly destroy his family? This is a bit extreme. But Lin Xiao's fans have reached an extreme fanaticism. They were looking forward to it, looking forward to Lin Xin once again showing his power. And the party Lin Xiao has left the imperial capital. The above gave him 3 days to deal with his personal affairs, which really didn't treat him as a criminal at all. As he walked, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. There was no fluctuation, which startled Lin Xiao. After seeing the person coming clearly, Lin Xiao was excited in his heart. The person who came was Lin Yaotian. Let's go. The voice was very ordinary. This was an old man who was lost in the crowd without any sense of existence. Lin Xiao immediately followed. He hadn't seen his teacher for a long time, and he didn't know how to find the other party. Lin Xiao, do you have any impressions? Lin Yaotian looked at the student. He didn't come forward this time. If he did, maybe the result would be different. Students understand a truth. As long as they are strong enough, no one can be bullied. You're right, and you're not right. Lin Xiao listened quietly. The strength is strong enough, and there is indeed no one to deceive, but at the same time, the heart must be stronger. Unless you Lin Xiao Xiao will be invincible in this vast universe in the future. You won't have to care about anything else at that time. Lin Yaotian took a step forward and said, then In Shangkong may be strong enough for you at present, so he can influence you, but his heart is not strong enough, in my opinion. He is like that. Lin Xiao heard the disdain in the teacher's mouth. It seemed that even the martial saint had high and low. Obviously, his teacher should be much stronger than In Shangkong. Who is he? Remember, if you are strong in your heart, you are really strong. No matter how far you grow in the future, you must not lose your heart. Lin Yaotian stopped, and he turned his head to look at the young man beside him. The deep pupils seemed to be able to see through everything on the other person's body. Lin Xiao was awe-inspiring, and he still had unusual respect for the teacher in front of him. Students, remember. Well, go ahead, there's still someone waiting for you ahead. Lin Yaotian came suddenly and left very suddenly. Lin Xiao followed the direction of the teacher and saw the back of an old man. The old man turned his head slightly, and the aura emanating from the inside out made Lin Xiao feel extraordinary. Lin Xiao, we finally met. When he learned the identity of the old man in front of him, Lin Xiao was shocked. Hee, if you don't dislike me as an old man, just walk with me, please. The sun sets. One old and one young walked very slowly. The old man said a lot, talking about the internal and external troubles of the Dragon Kingdom. Today's Dragon Kingdom seems to be powerful, but there are many families, each of which has a ghost in their hearts, and the same is true for all the starry sky races. He paused. This world is so big that we can't believe it, and our Dragon Kingdom is like a newborn baby in this rolling river, seemingly tenacious, but we can't go wrong with a single step. Lin Xiao listened quietly. He didn't know what the old man in front of him meant by what he said. Lin Xiao, you are the most talented person in the history of my Dragon Kingdom. I have actually noticed you since the day you successfully awakened. Hee. The old man said lightly, as if telling the past. Lin Xiao didn't expect that his every move would have been exposed to the eyes of these big people. This made him feel like he was being watched, and there was a strong antipathy deep inside. The old man may have noticed. This is the case with every generation of extremely outstanding Tianjiao, which is worried that you will encounter a strong assassination by enemy forces in the process of growing up. The 2 attacks and killings of the Destiny sect you have encountered. In fact, there have always been people watching in secret. Once you face a life and death crisis, he will appear, but you are doing a good job. The old man really knows everything. However, Lin Xiao frowned even more. He didn't know what to say, but he was extremely disgusted by this kind of covert surveillance on him on the grounds of protection. But the old man didn't want to explain too much about this matter. Lin Xiao, if the Dragon Kingdom encounters the crisis of genocide in the near future, I hope you can stand up and support the Dragon Kingdom. This is the ultimate purpose of the old man's visit today. Just a little sudden. Chief, I don't understand. Why me? This sudden burden made him feel a lot of pressure, like a fate that was forcibly arranged, which made him very repulsive. Perhaps it is fate. Since you rose, the general trend of the world has been like a rolling torrent, wave after wave. The starry sky race can no longer stand it, and the strange beast alliance has completely exposed its minions. There is even a big hand in the dark that is manipulating all this behind his back. When the old man said this, his face was extremely heavy. This is a racial dispute, and if it doesn't succeed, it will become a benevolence. The starry sky race is just called that, but I don't know how many of them have disappeared in the long river of history, like a stone thrown into the sea, without a trace of waves. The Dragon Kingdom has grown to this point in just a few hundred years, which is inseparable from the bloody fighting of our ancestors and the hard work of each generation. But in this generation, the Dragon Kingdom is once again on the verge of genocide. The last time the Dragon Kingdom had a strong reversal of the peerless martial emperor, but this time the Dragon Kingdom has not yet appeared such an invincible powerhouse. Lin Xiao never expected the situation to be so serious, but he still didn't understand. Why me? Because in you, I see hope. A hope that will completely bring the Dragon Kingdom out of this huge swamp. The old man's eyes looked at Lin Xiao very seriously, and he had dedicated his life to the Dragon Kingdom. This moment, Lin Xiao really felt the belief conveyed by the old man. Just like the ancestors I met on the battlefield outside the territory. Even if he died in a foreign land, he still cherished his hometown and squeezed out the last trace of his value. The candle turned to ashes, and the tears began to dry. This is the inheritance of the Dragon Kingdom hidden in the depths of the blood from generation to generation. The old man left. He did not let Lin Xiao vote on the spot, but gave a promise. The eternal tribulation battlefield returns. At that time, no one in the Dragon Kingdom will be able to influence your thoughts. When he said this, the old man showed unparalleled confidence. On the way back, Lin Xiao's words kept echoing the old man's words. He suddenly felt that he might have been arranged by fate. System. Ding, the host is here. Why choose me? Ding, because the host has a good taste, he is handsome, and he is rich. Speak human words. Ding, I am a god-level cultivation system. Where are there so many whys? If you don't accept it, do it. Him as an old man, and him with a dry sea. You're so fucking arrogant. But the system's words made Lin Xiao laugh. This dog system, the temper is still as bad as ever. That's right. Where are there so many whys? Lin Xiao doesn't care about the general trend of heaven heaven and earth. What kind of racial fate? He only cares about the people he cares about. No matter who it is, if you dare to take a step beyond the thunder pool, you will die. In these 3 days, he completely liberated himself, did not practice, but found his close friend Wang Yi and accompanied him on a white romance. With Lin Zhao's relationship, Wang Yi's family business has developed quite well in the local area, and Mayor Ma has taken special care of it. Also went to the principal's house as a guest. Stinky boy, you did such a big thing silently. Shu Hantian seemed to be preaching, but a trace of extremely vague worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. Boom! The eternal tribulation battlefield sounded like a very dangerous place. Hey, principal, I came here specifically to report this time, and the students for the Chinese New Year's Eve dinner are afraid that they won't have time to eat. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Only here in the principal, he had a hint of home, and this feeling made him like it very much. It's okay if you don't come this year, you must come next year, otherwise I won't spare you, Shu Hantian said very heavily. But Lin Xiao only felt extremely warm. After eating this meal for a long time, Shu Hantian and Lin Xiao chatted a lot, just like family, talking about all trivial things. 3 days passed in a flash. It's time to go. It's starting. A special person came to take Lin Xiao away. The eternal tribulation battlefield is not in the Dragon Kingdom, but in a place of nothingness. It was filled with the power of various rules, and it was an extremely chaotic battlefield of all races. This place is far from the Dragon Kingdom. Even if you take a special plane, it takes a whole day to arrive. Lin Xiao looked at the barren land boundary in front of him, and at a glance it was full of endless weirdness. Is this the eternal tribulation battlefield? It is more like a huge cage in darkness. At a glance, the sky was shrouded in a huge haze, time and space were chaotic, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, desolate to the extreme. He spent some effort understanding this so-called eternal tribulation battlefield before coming. This is a chaotic realm that takes intrigue to the extreme. Here, you can only trust yourself. Even people of the same clan can get backstabbed. But in such a place full of crises, the Starry Sky race, including the Dragon Kingdom, still has countless people flocking to it every year, just because there was a legend here. Legend has it that the eternal tribulation battlefield contains the opportunity to break through the Martial Saint. The Martial Saint is also an absolute peak powerhouse among the Starry Sky races, and one person's words can determine the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. Let me see how terrifying this eternal tribulation battlefield is. Lin Xiao stepped in. This represents the darkest moment that is about to usher in the most chaotic realm of all races. It's really messy. Lin Xiao felt the surroundings. The power of the incomparably riotous rules in the air had no regularity at all, and was even mixed with the energy of heaven and earth. If a new white person accidentally inhales it into the body, it is easy to cause a riot of supernatural abilities in the body, and if it is not well controlled, it will explode and die. Help! The voice was very desolate, and there was a hint of bewitchment, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but have a faint desire to protect. I saw a woman with a delicate face running in his direction with a frightened face. The clothes on his body have shown signs of cracking. When Ruoyu's skin was exposed naked, and the waves shook Lin Xiao's mind a little. When this woman saw Lin Xiao, a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She once again made an extremely weak cry for help. Young hero, save me, save the little girl. Lin Xiao looked at this strange woman and had to say that she had a good skin. Foam eyebrows and bright eyes, exquisite and greasy nose, red lips are extremely seductive, and her clothes are also quite exquisite. The place where it should be broken is not broken at all, but the snow-white skin is continuously exposed around it, and the sand and innuendo make people think about it. Young hero, under Su Daji, please save your life. This weak woman named Su Daji had already run behind Lin Xiao, and her jade arm inadvertently climbed up Lin Xiao's left arm. The waves on his chest are rubbing intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Xiao was expressionless, because right in front of his vision, there was a shadow rapidly approaching here. Run! You're running! Damn it! A black shadow fell heavily on the ground, and a powerful force smashed the ground into a pit. Su Daji hid behind Lin Xiao in fear and whispered, "Young hero, please save Daji. This bad guy wants to insult others, and they don't want to chase them all the time." Before Lin Xiao could speak, the rough man on the opposite side spoke and laughed. "Where did the cartilage come from? I'm in a good mood today, leave quickly, otherwise I'll kill you." Meanwhile, after saying that, his face was fierce, his minions were fully displayed, and he was actually a strong man at the level of King Wu. And Su Daji's voice was still entangled in Lin Xiao's ears, soft to the bone and infinitely charming. Lin Xiao stood motionless, his eyes were slightly empty, and he really looked like he was bewitched. Perceived this scene, Su Daji slowly put down his jade arm and leaned back gently. The rough man instantly launched a powerful attack, which was a bit strange, and it actually directly penetrated Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao, who was pierced through his body, lay down straight. Until this moment, a trace of clarity flashed in his empty eyes, but it was too late. His pupils shrank and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Cut, a poor ghost, it's really a waste of my mother's feelings. Su Daji searched Lin Xiao's whole body, but found nothing, extremely unlucky. I just said that this little white face is nothing, and my eyes are prostitute when I see you. The man's eyes kept staring at Su Daji's body, and his face was was full of obscene faces. Okay, you have to let me do it once after this vote. He rubbed his hands, this moment he had been looking forward to for a long time. Sudaji, who had her back to the man, showed a sneer, but immediately her voice was like a hanging beam, and her bones were like a human heart. Oh, don't worry, it's not that they don't give it to you. The obscenity in the man's eyes became more and more intense, and he directly hugged the beauty in front of him who had been coveting it for a long time. It's here, I can't wait. Saying that, he directly and rudely threw Sudaji on the ground, and extremely quickly removed his clothes. He was about to go straight to the yellow dragon, and when he poured thousands of miles, an extremely sharp blade directly pierced his chest. Blood was flowing drop by drop, and the man was extremely frightened at this moment. And Sudaji's face finally showed strong sarcasm, and she pulled out the sharp blade in her hand fiercely. Poof! The man knelt on the ground in pain, the blood flowed uncontrollably, this knife hit his vital point, and there was a terrifying poison hidden on the blade, which had now spread throughout his body. Why? Just because you want to touch my mother? Don't pee and look at yourself. Can you get involved with my mother? Sudaji looked at this person coldly and directly took his head with a knife. This martial king powerhouse died very aggressively, thinking that he was a hunter, but he did not expect that he had always been a prey in the eyes of women. Sudaji quickly searched the man's whole body. There was a puzzled look in her eyes. It shouldn't be so precious. She has cooperated with the other party many times, and has robbed a lot of resources by cooperating. The two of them have always been divided into 5 accounts, and they shouldn't be like this. Just as she was about to loot again, a wave of extremely murderous intent appeared behind her. Stinky bitch, go die. The powerful attack directly put Sudaji in place and couldn't move. Row. Yes. Ning. The tragic screams resounded through the heavens and the earth. This man was the martial king who had just been killed, which was the natal supernatural power of their clan, an external incarnation. It was his incarnation that Sudaji killed, and he had long noticed that this bitch was ruthless. I deliberately beware of a hand, but I didn't expect to be guessed by him. Not good. At this time, Sudaji's tendons and veins were broken all over his body, and he couldn't move. She was lying on the ground, her face full of panic, and she kept shouting for mercy. As long as she didn't kill her, she could do anything. Damn, stinky bitch. I lost an incarnation outside the body. Do you know how much it cost me to condense it? The man was extremely angry, and he was so angry that he directly vented his anger on Sudaji's body. Rudely, he tore up all the little clothes he had left on his body. Spring lights suddenly appeared. The man kept rubbing, without a trace of pity and jade, and the powerful force left countless traces on Sudaji's bare body. Damn bitch, I'm going to play you to death. He was angry because this incarnation was his only life-saving trump card, and it was gone. Just as he was about to go straight to the yellow dragon, a hand pierced his heart directly. He lowered his head increasingly, holding a living heart in his bloody palm. This heart was crushed directly. He was full of despair, and forcibly turned his head. Who is it? How is this possible? It's Sudaji. Sudaji was looking at him indifferently, and Sudaji, who was pressed to the ground by the man, slowly transformed into a tail. Are you the Nine Tails clan? This was the last word the man left to the world, and after saying that, he completely lost his breath. This time it was really dead, and the body was added to the external incarnation, and all of them were buried in the hands of this man named Sudaji. Sudaji pulled out his hand and shook off the bloodstains on it. The original charming and seductive demeanor disappeared, replaced by an extremely indifferent face. On the battlefield of the eternal tribulation, there is no one who is kind and soft-hearted. Lin Xiao, who was hiding in a certain space, watched the scene quietly. He was really emotional. It really made him watch a good show. This change is too sudden. He finally understood the gold content of the eternal tribulation battlefield. Is it so intense on the first day of arrival? Looking at Sudaji's extremely skillful movements, under the eyes of the god of time and space, this is Sudaji's true body. That's it. Certainly. The appearance of this voice made Sudaji, who was originally indifferent, immediately frightened. She wanted to move, but her body was held in place by the powerful power of the rules, and she couldn't move at all. Lin Zhao's figure came out of nothingness. This scene completely made Sudaji's heart fall to the bottom. As if she already knew her fate, she no longer struggled, and there was already death in her eyes. Nine-tailed clan. Lin Xiao stood in front of Sudaji. He had only heard of this clan, but had never seen it. After thinking for a long time, his eyes flickered slightly. Sudaji felt as if she could speak, but her body still couldn't move. This instantly ignited her thoughts again. Little woman Nine-tails clan Sudaji, meet the young master. She put her posture to the lowest level, and there was no longer the slightest confusion in her words, which might be her only chance to live. Boom! Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Xiao looked at the other party coldly. Originally he wanted to kill this woman directly, but after seeing the cruelty of the eternal tribulation battlefield, he came up with a new idea. Sudaji said without hesitation, the Nine-tails clan has a death contract, and if the Nine-tails clan casts this contract, her life and death will be completely in the hands of the Lord of the contract. Sudaji is willing to sign this contract with the young master, and Daji's life and death will be decided by the young master after that. She paused and told all her values. Compared to the young master, he should be a newcomer. The battlefield of the eternal tribulation is vast and boundless, and there are thousands of races. Sudaji is willing to do the work of filial piety for the young master. Is the death contract you just said true? It's true. At this time, Daji doesn't dare to play tricks with the young master. Lin Xiao was silent. System. Ding, the host is here. Do you understand this death contract of the Nine-Tails clan? Ding, the Nine-Tails clan is a clan of heavenly condemnation. This contract is given by God, and if you make this contract, you will be controlled by the master of the contract for life. The clan of heavenly condemnation? Lin Xiao didn't expect the Nine-Tails clan to have such a fate, but it had nothing to do with him. As long as he made sure that what the other party said was correct, he didn't care about whether it was divine retribution or not. He just needs a slave who absolutely obeys himself. Case. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a brilliant divine light, and Sudaji's heart was shocked when he saw this light, as if he was facing a god. I only give you one chance to cast this contract. If I notice a trace of abnormality, I will die. Under the strong oppression, Sudaji did not dare to make the slightest movement. I saw him silently recite, and an incomparably complex and mysterious contract emerged. Sudaji held back the unwillingness in his heart and looked at Lin Xiao. Please also ask the young master to drop blood and recognize the master. Lin Xiao looked at the contract in front of him. System. Is there anything wrong with this thing? Ding, this contract is the covenant of the Nine-Tails clan's heavenly retribution, called the Death Pact, and you can become the lord of the Nine-Tails who casts this death contract with just a drop of blood. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The system said so. That is no problem. Count this woman's acquaintance. Immediately, a drop of blood was squeezed out of his finger and dripped on. The drop of blood instantly dissolved into it, and disappeared into Sudaji's forehead along with the contract. This moment. Click. Lin Xiao had a very wonderful feeling, as if as long as he had one thought, he could make the woman in front of him worse than death. He moved his brows. Ah! I only heard Sudaji scream in an instant. The heart-wrenching pain permeated the whole body, like 10,000 insects eating the heart, and the miserable screams made Lin Xiao's ears a little unbearable. The effect is not bad. The eyes flashed slightly. Sudaji immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, motionless like a dead man. Her face was full of fear, and what had just happened made her feel the urge to die. But the idea of living hidden in the depths made her swallow this unwillingness. Lord, Master, this sentence is weak and weak, and it has exhausted all his strength. This is a punishment for you just now. If there is a next time, you know very well what will happen. Lin Xiao looked at her indifferently, without a trace of pity and jade in his eyes. Yes, Master. Lin Xiao gave Sudaji an hour to recover. After a while, Lord, Master, the servant is already well. Thank you, Master. Sudaji half knelt in front of Lin Xiao, and the snow white looming on his chest was unobstructed as long as Lin Xiao wanted to see it. You don't need to call me Master in the future, just call me son. Yes, young Master. Get up. Thank you, young Master. Sudaji stood up tremblingly. She still buried her head very deeply, not daring to speculate about Lin Xiao at all. After the contract was reached, everything she did was decided by the man in front of her. Even his own inner thoughts, as long as the other party wants to know, can be explored at any time. She only felt extremely miserable, not knowing what kind of fate awaited her. You just made a deal with the other party. Lin Xiao spoke softly. Or is it coming? Sudaji bit her teeth lightly, although she had expected this result for a long time, but it was still a little when it really came. Does the young master want to be here? What want to be here? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Sudaji raised his head bravely. Anyway, his life and death had been controlled by the young master, not to mention, if you look closely, his master is still very good looking. If the young master thinks, then come on. After saying that, she was about to take off the clothes on her body. Her white and tender skin was exposed again, her cartilage and jade shoulders, and the faint fragrance that belonged to her virginity escaped out. She is still perfect. Hey, what are you doing? Just as she was about to accept the ravages of fate, Lin Xiao's voice interrupted her. She opened her eyes and saw the master's puzzled face. Young master, don't you want either? What do I want? Lin Xiao patted his forehead. I want to ask, the deal you just said to that man has been completed. How much have you robbed? What about those treasures? Hurry up and hand them over. These treasures are cultivation points in his eyes. Hear the words. Sudaji's face was flushed, and she quickly put the faded clothes back on her body, secretly annoyed and embarrassed. Sudaji, what do you put in your mind every day? She quickly handed over all the treasures on her body. During this time, she intercepted and killed dozens of lone rangers with dead aliens, and also received a lot of resources. Lin Xiao didn't even look at it, and directly waved his hand and took it all into his pocket. System. Ding, the host is here. Look, how many cultivation points these things are worth. Things are very complicated. Everything. Ding, a total of 1000 W can be exchanged for cultivation points. Can I exchange it? Exchange. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, this is a good start. Sudaji saw the smile on the young master's face and guessed that his master should be a wealth fan. This made her breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time she doubted herself. Is he not as good as those rags in the eyes of the young master? I have to say. way. Women are really an extremely complex creature. But in order to improve his value in front of the young master, Sudaji said crisply, "Young master, there is a secret realm not far from this place, and there may be a lot of resource treasures hidden in the secret realm. If you want to say this, I'm going to be energetic." Lin Xiao looked at Sudaji's face and regained his initial indifference. "Subsequently, tell me in detail." Sudaji saw the young master's face, and his voice trembled slightly. "It was a secret realm left behind by a martial artist after his fall, called the San Yuan Secret Realm." San Yuan's Secret Realm? That's right, young master. The secret realm of Kanglan was left by Kanglan Wuzuan after his death, and I heard that Kanglan Wuzuan came from the richest 10,000 spirits clan. Sudaji originally wanted to go and join in the fun to see if there was a chance to make a profit. "Lead the way." After Lin Xiao thought for a while, his indifferent opening made Sudaji move in the direction of the secret realm, and he himself is hidden in space. Looking at the disappearance of the young master, Sudaji could feel that he was nearby through the contract, but looking around, it was empty. "Don't look for it, let's go." A cold voice came from his mind. Sudaji apologized to the air again and again, and did not dare to think about anything for fear of making the young master unhappy. The eternal tribulation battlefield is huge. The boundary where Lin Xiao is located can be said to be on the outermost side. On the way to the secret realm of Kanglan, Sudaji met many people who wanted to travel together. They all showed a very gentlemanly appearance. But Sudaji has been in this battlefield for many years where people eat people and do not spit out bones. How can he not know the purpose of these people? After Lin Xiao's consent, it was not surprising that all these people who wanted to plot evil were beheaded under his command. And the strength shown during this period also made Lin Xiao's eyes light up. Sudaji can be said to be quite not weak. The cultivation of the seventh order is a natural ghost, and many people with undetermined minds will be bewitched in front of them if they are not careful. Of course, the whole body resource treasures left behind by these people after death all fell into Lin Xiao's pocket. This feeling is really cool. "Young master, we seem to have arrived," Sudaji muttered in her heart. "Quite a few people have already appeared here. I don't know who leaked the news and spread the news that there was a secret realm here. As a result, many people around came to take advantage of the chaos to get a piece of the pie." Lin Xiao, who was in a different dimension of time and space, sensed slightly. There are really a lot of 10,000 tribes appearing here. He saw the shadows of demons and immortals, as well as some other races. In the field, a man in black in the top corner of his head exuded powerful fluctuations. This was a demon with a mid-7th order cultivation. Behind him stood many demons, and their cultivation level reached the lowest level 6. The strength of the demon race is also an absolute strong race among the starry sky races. Among the starry sky races, the criterion for judging the strength of the race is to see how many martial saint level combat power there are in its clan. There is a martial saint who can be called a starry sky powerhouse, but most races do not have the existence of martial saints, and Wuzuan is already the highest combat power in the clan. This demon's name was Demon Asura, and he looked around, without a trace of nervousness in his eyes. In his opinion, these were all ants, so the immortal guys might be in some trouble. The immortal clan is also a starry sky powerhouse, and the martial saint in the clan is not weak to the demon race. And there are often various frictions between the two, and they often fight because of small things. The leader of the immortal clan this time was named Xianlan, and his cultivation level also reached the middle of the 7th order. This cultivation is already a master in this area. The periphery of the eternal tribulation battlefield is generally a place where 6th order warriors mingle. No need. Many people of other races stayed quietly where they were. The person who spread the news said that the secret realm will be open today. A martial virtue level secret realm can be described as a great opportunity for them. Moisela looked around, the contempt on his face unabashed. Xianlan also spread his divine wings. The strong aura makes many people secretly jealous. There is a situation. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Because of the violent turmoil in this place, there was some strange change between heaven and earth. A looming mysterious fluctuation appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The secret realm has appeared. Everyone watched the scene excitedly. This is the entrance to the secret realm. It seems that the news is true. Moisela, Xianlan and the others did not act immediately, but stayed in place and watched silently. But people of other races are already impatient. Fight. As long as I can get the inheritance of Wu Zun, I will become the strongest in the clan. The strength behind these races is very weak, and Wu Zun is already at its peak. They didn't care about anything else. They rushed straight up, and their bodies disappeared directly through this mysterious fluctuation. Seeing this, Demon Isola immediately waved his hand, and the demons behind him all rushed into the secret realm under his command. Not to be outdone, Xianlan also rushed in with his clansmen. After these two powerful clans have already entered, the other talents chasing me are strong, and they all want to enter the secret realm one step ahead of others. Young master, shall we go in? Plop. Sudaji, who was standing on the very edge, was waiting for orders. Lin Xiao also appeared from Xenotime and space. Go, be careful when you go in. Apparently, he was also interested in this secret realm. realm. An instantaneous body entered the secret realm directly, extremely fast. Su Daji followed closely behind. In the secret realm, Lin Xiao walked aimlessly alone. Suddenly, a powerful attack burst out from the shadows next to him. This attack was very sudden, as if it had been planned for a long time. But Lin Xiao did not panic at all, only to see him raise his palm and directly forcibly catch the assassination with his hand. Seeing this situation, the person hiding in the dark looked shocked and realized that he seemed to have mentioned the iron plate. This person is too strong, run away. Unfortunately, it was too late. As he prepared to flee, he felt his shoulders being pressed down by a powerful hand. He immediately burst out with all the energy of his body, and without thinking, he launched the most violent attack behind him. It's just that Lin Xiao didn't give him this opportunity. An unpretentious punch directly blew the man's body out. Ding! If the host is detected and kills the 6th order junior alien race, 500 cultivation points will be rewarded. Only 500. The system is really picky. Lin Xiao withdrew his fist. He looked at the alien race with only one head left, but he didn't expect the other party to be so weak. Am I too strong? Along the way, he encountered no less than 10 sneak attacks. These people really like to engage in sneak attacks, and perhaps the secret realm is not their main purpose. This kind of robbery is their job. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in Lin Xiao's mind. It was the news from Su Daji. Young master, I have a rule primo gem here, but there are too many enemies targeting this thing. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. The rule source stone is a unique product of this secret realm. The martial power can already forcibly control the power of countless rules between heaven and earth, and it is easy for this kind of rule source stone to appear. It contains the source of rules. If the king of martial arts can master some of the power of the rules before breaking through the martial honor, he will have a huge advantage after breaking through to the martial honor. It was even much stronger than Wu Zun of the same period. At this stage, Wu Zun is more than an understanding of the power of rules. Send me your location. Lin Xiao was also very interested in the source of this rule. In less than a moment, Su Daji shared his location with Lin Xiao. At this time, Su Daji was very cautious, because in addition to her, there are more than 27th order beings here, and they come from various races. Each has a ghostly heart, but no one dared to act rashly. Because there were several head-sized sources of rules in front of them, it was a valuable treasure for them. No one dared to take the lead, for fear of being treated as a leader in making a wedding dress for others. Su Daji didn't make a move either. Since she appeared, many Wu Wang's eyes swept towards her, which made her feel solemn in her heart. In such a stalemate, a green voice sounded. I want the source of these rules. Su Daji was slightly surprised. She heard that this was the voice of the young master. But, young master, you are too impulsive. There are more than 20 martial kings here. I saw that in the eyes of everyone, a young man was hanging in the air, looking at everyone present domineeringly. I want the source of these rules. Where did the arrogant boy come from? Are you looking for death? More than 20 martial kings present reacted. They looked up at Lin Xiao, and a grumpy king Wu spoke sternly. Boy, are you tired of living crookedly? Obviously, Lin Xiao's words just now angered everyone present. It turned out to be a 6th order ant. When they realized that Lin Xiao's cultivation was only the 6th order, these martial kings were also a little suspicious of life. Mad, this won't be the son of a strong family, right? Do you really consider this place home? This is the battlefield of the eternal tribulation, but no matter what your background is, you will die. Su Daji was also standing below, his face full of anxiety. She wanted to step forward, but was ordered by Lin Xiao to stand in place. It's over, it's completely over now. She wanted to cry without tears, but she didn't expect that she would meet such an extremely reckless master. If the owner dies, she will not live. This death contract has an extremely terrifying chain reaction. She is dead. Lin Xiao is fine, but if something happens to Lin Xiao, she will not be able to run away no matter where she is in the world. But Lin Xiao seemed to be fine, and after saying this, he walked in the direction of the source of the rules. Just when he was about to reach out, King Wu finally couldn't help it. The powerful attack came instantly, and Lin Xiao's disregard and arrogance made these martial kings intolerable, and the shocking killing intent filled the air. But Lin Xiao didn't seem to notice, didn't resist at all, and still stretched out his hand. More than 20 King Wu looked at this scene expressionlessly, their eyes full of mockery and arrogance. Even the mere 6th order ants dared to be fierce in front of them. So let's die. Apparently, in their eyes, they had already regarded the boy who suddenly appeared as a dead man. This attack hit Lin Xiao firmly, and these martial kings stopped paying attention when they saw this, and confronted each other again. Yes, Su Daji has begun to hypnotize himself. It's over. I'm going to die. Can't I, Su Daji, escape the fate of death? She sat on the ground, not daring to look, only feeling as if she was getting closer and closer to death. Yes, I'm going to die. She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. But after a while, she opened her eyes and looked at herself intact and showed doubts. No, I should be dead, right? There is no problem with the death deed, and if the owner dies, she will definitely be buried with her. But he is not dead, isn't that saying? Her beautiful eyes immediately looked at Lin Xiao's position. The smoke cleared, and a young man's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision again. The boy's body was not damaged except for a little dust. This scene once again attracted the attention of the martial kings here. Oh, no wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that there was really something. King Wu, who had launched the attack before, found that his attack did not kill a sixth-order ant, and he was a little angry in his heart. Damn boy, die. He was angry, and he actually rose directly into the sky, and the powerful King Wu crushed Lin Xiao unscrupulously. Okay. Immediately, the terrifying attack rushed towards Lin Xiao again. This time he used all his strength, and he was bound to kill with one blow. Su Daji covered her mouth and closed her eyes again. Done. She really wanted to go up and help, even if she died, at least not a cowardly death. But she couldn't refute her master's orders, let alone disobey them. Just when everyone thought everything was decided, two slight murmurs came out one after another. Certainly. The terrifying power of space rules seemed to follow his words, directly forcibly fixing the martial king in place. Even its offensive was forcibly interrupted. The martial king's eyes were full of horror and incredulity. He was resisting hard, and the energy in his body was struggling. But Lin Xiao didn't give him any chance. Punch through the sky. Deshang boxing is shocking. Silent roar, wanton waving. With the blessing of Deshang fist intent, this fist power broke through the sky with one force and shook the heavens and the earth with one punch. The terrifying power hit the head in the shocked gaze of the martial king. This foreign martial king was directly hit on the head and lost his breath on the spot. Ding! It is detected that the host killed the alien race in the early stage of the 7th order, and the reward is 3,000 cultivation points. Do you want to recover the body? Recycle. Ding! Successful recovery, reward 3,000 cultivation points. A martial king in the early stage of the 7th order was given an instant by Lin Xiao. This scene happened so quickly that the rest of the martial kings had not yet reacted. Hiss! Su Daji's eyes widened, and her cherry mouth couldn't help but open, looking at this scene in shock. Master, is it so strong? She didn't expect her master to be so strong. Rebellion against the martial king. This is not only the dragon kingdom, but also very rare even among the starry sky tribes, because the gap between the 7th and 6th order is a qualitative gap. The rest of the martial kings finally noticed the trickiness of this young man, and none of them dared to say that they could do it with one punch. They were all the strength of the early stage of the 7th order, and at this moment, they actually had a spiritual fear of a 6th order boy at the same time. Lin Xiao took a step out. He didn't hold back anymore. Space is extinguished. The divine eyes of time and space were flickering, representing the supreme rules of space forcibly enveloping all the martial kings within it. What is this? These martial kings felt the great horror. The surrounding space was collapsing, and they were fighting back. Su Daji looked at this scene with a shocked expression. What did she see? In the blink of an eye, his master actually ordered more than 20 martial kings to fall into a life and death crisis. These martial kings are all on the same level as themselves. These martial kings have done everything they can. They are roaring, resisting with all their might. From the annihilation of space, the broken void collapsing everywhere, the chaotic and silent space turbulence constantly interfered with them. But King Wu was King Wu after all, and with the joint efforts of 20 kings of martial arts, he was able to resist this shocking killing. Damn, everyone worked together to break through this barrier and kill that kid. There was King Wu who looked up to the sky and roared, which was too aggrieved. The dignified 20 martial kings were actually teased by a 6th order warrior. They want him to die. Looked at. Su Daji's heart trembled again, and she looked at her master's back. Master, he did not retreat, nor was he cowardly. I saw Lin Xiao waving his hands. The voice was extremely indifferent and filled with endless killing intent. Time and space storm. This powerful killer move, which was once the most terrifying trump card, was once again used by Lin Xiao. And this time and space storm is even more shocking. In the space controlled by Lin Xiao, an unknown river actually appeared. This river seems to be able to run through the past and the future. And above the river, there were sporadic splashes, which flowed into space, forming a huge storm. Under the storm, everything is gone. These martial kings felt the great horror, and they didn't dare to look up at the phantom of the river that overtook them. Coercion is terrifying. And they were under the storm, and their bodies changed drastically. They are getting old. The blood and chi in the body are decaying. In just an instant, all the martial kings were like remnants in the wind. Their breath was like a separation, and they died of old age. Su Daji looked at this scene in horror. She kept retreating. This is terrifying. She touched her face, trembling in her heart. More than 20 martial king powerhouses were actually killed by their masters in one move. The impact this brought to her was too great. Looking at the godlike boy, she was in awe from the bottom of her heart at this moment. Lin Xiao let out a light breath. Don't look at his superficial ease. This time and space storm is very different from the past. When activated, the divine eyes of time and space and the origin of the holy law of time and space were both trembling. The speed of consuming abilities in the body is several times higher than before. The inexplicable long river was extremely strange, and even Lin Xiao himself didn't know what it was. It won't be a long river of time and space. This is just his personal suspicion. Step. Su Daji walked over with light steps. Lin Xiao clearly felt that the other party's mentality mentality had changed dramatically. "Young master, you are so strong." Sudaji's voice was weak, and his face was full of awe, which was impressed by Lin Zhao's strong strength. "Unlike before, I was forced by the contract before, and there was still a trace of unwillingness in my heart. But after this battle, Sudaji has recognized his master from the bottom of his heart. It is actually not unacceptable to have such a powerful and good-looking master." "Young master, can the slave take the liberty of asking you a question? Which starry sky powerhouse is the young master from?" Sudaji was very curious. Lin Zhao shook his head. "I'm from the Dragon Kingdom." Dragon Kingdom. Sudaji didn't expect that his master would be the Tenjiao of the Dragon Kingdom. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom is very strong. Lin Zhao looked at the other party curiously. "No, the slaves are just a little in a trance. The Dragon Kingdom is a very powerful race, with countless arrogant heavens." Lin Zhao was a little confused. "Could it be that you have seen other people from the Dragon Kingdom?" During the time he entered the Eternal Tribulation battlefield, Lin Zhao was not seen by a native. Sudaji recalled some pictures, in which there was a flamboyant and invincible man, whose strength and talent trembled in the starry sky. Back to the young master. "The slave once saw a Tianzhou of the Dragon Kingdom from a distance on the Eternal Tribulation battlefield." Lin Zhao was a little curious. "Jizi." The name shocked Lin Zhao slightly. "Presumptuous." "Himiko." He had seen this name. "When I was in the Tianzhou training camp, the person who dominated the Dawn list was called Himiko." I couldn't help but ask a little urgently, "Where have you seen this person?" Seeing this, Sudaji quickly told all the news she knew. At that time, she was not alone, following the large army of the Nine-Tails clan, in the depths of the Eternal Tribulation battlefield. That is the real battlefield of all races. Countless scuffles break out every day. Every day, new Tianzhou rises and becomes famous all over the world, and there will also be old powerhouses falling. The top 10 strong clans in the starry sky are all fighting in the deepest part of the Eternal Tribulation battlefield. There is no martial saint in her Nine-Tails clan, and the strongest is only Wu Zun. In this kind of land where people eat people and do not spit out bones, the weak have no right to speak. At the beginning, their entire Nine-Tails large army was all subject to the demons, and they were used as cannon fodder to fight against the hostile forces. That battle was unprecedented, involving 6 powerful forces. Countless corpses and blood were spilled on the battlefield, and at that time, her strength had not yet reached King Wu, and she did not fight on the front line. In other words, she was not even qualified to be cannon fodder at the beginning, but she escaped the disaster and did not die in that battle. And in that unprecedented conquest, an incomparably bright and resounding name was born. Dragon Kingdom, Jizi. In that battle, this dragon country Tianjiao named Jizi went crazy. Kill. The forces of a powerful clan that tore up the enemy's Wuzun and killed alone were retreating. He alone killed a full 10 Wuzun powerhouses. This is Wu Zun. On the Eternal Tribulation battlefield, Wu Zun was already a peak powerhouse, and such a strong man could even be called an ancestor among some weak races. Even among the strong clan, Wu Zun is the backbone of the force, symbolizing the heritage of strength. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that the true cultivation of this Jizi is not as good as Wu Zun. Only the peak of King Wu. This is the most heinous thing, and it is also the complete fear of the enemy forces that kill it. A martial king abruptly killed 10 enemy martial masters in such battles, and Jizi's name resounded in the sky among the starry sky in all races. Soon after this battle, Himiko successfully broke through and achieved the position of Wuzuan. I heard that when he broke through, the hostile forces gathered many companions. More than 50 martial powerhouses were gathered, and they were bound to kill this Tianzhou of the Dragon Kingdom. The war was about to break out, and the battle was so tragic that the battlefield was sunk. The two sides fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and God was crying and bleeding, raining blood, and under the boundless haze, it was depressed to the extreme. It is said that in order to completely annihilate Himiko, these powerful clans even blocked the large army of the Dragon Kingdom to prevent it from being rescued. But just when everyone thought that this Dragon Kingdom Tianzhou was dead, the news that shocked the world came out. Jizi's cultivation breakthrough was successful. 50 besieging Wu Zun died and 3 were injured. As soon as this news came out, everyone went crazy, including the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone is frantically looking for traces of Himiko. Because of the 3 seriously injured and barely escaped, Wu Zun came out with news that Himiko was extremely seriously injured. But after searching for a full month, no one found this proud son of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Dragon Kingdom itself has no clue. Just when everyone thought that Himiko was too seriously injured and sat down somewhere, one of the powerful clans that attacked Himiko encountered a terrifying sneak attack. Its base camp suffered heavy losses, countless resources were robbed, and more than 10 Wu Zun powerhouses died. And there is only one enemy. That is Himiko, who has disappeared for a long time. Himiko returned strongly, bringing an unrivaled momentum that overwhelmed the tribe. Truly dominate the world. Whoosh! After this battle, Himiko completely established his position, and at the same time appeared on the list of major powerful clans, and even rose to the top 10 positions at one point. Sudaji said, his eyes shining with admiration from time to time. Deep down in her heart, heart, she admired this invincible Tianjia. The Ninetales clan, which is generally female, advocates the strong, and it is said that in an extremely ancient era, their clan was a vassal of a certain extremely powerful race. Later, because he made a huge mistake, he was abandoned by that powerful clan and even cursed. This is the origin of the Heavenly Retribution clan. Lin Xiao listened quietly. I have to say that this Jizi is indeed extremely strong. This reminded him of a familiar person, Ji Xiangnan, a genius who also made him recognize, and his strength was also quite extraordinary. Su Daji thought about it, and his eyes swept to Lin Xiao's face. In a flash, she seemed to see the extraordinary in her master's body. The overbearing posture just now kept appearing in her mind, and the shocking scene of destroying the 20 martial kings with one move lingered. Young master. Su Daji felt a little anxious in her heart. She felt that her master was also an invincible Tianjia who transcended the world. As soon as this idea appeared, it became more and more intense. Thinking of the end, she actually knelt directly on the ground under Lin Xiao's gaze. Young master, the Ninetales clan is willing to wholeheartedly assist the young master to reach the top. Please give the young master a chance. This is surrender. Su Daji actually wanted to pull the entire race to surrender to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at Su Daji kneeling in front of him extremely flatly. He didn't give him an answer, but left here and contacted him if he had a baby or special circumstances. Su Daji's beautiful eyes looked at her disappearing back. Her breathing was a little cramped. Long. The Ninetales clan is not a clan of divine contrition, but enjoys the blessings of God. It is recorded in the clan. The root of this is because the ancestor of the Ninetales clan followed the invincible powerhouse who was the best in the vast universe at the beginning. This is the secret of the Ninetales clan. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Don't worry, calm down. After calming down, she continued to grope in the secret realm. This San Yuan secret realm is much more complicated than she imagined, but there are really a lot of treasures. Lin Xiao walked aimlessly on the road alone, and some elixirs would appear from time to time along the way, and he would not refuse to come. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the air. There is a fight right in front of you. His eyes flashed slightly. Lin Xiao once again hid himself in a different plane in space. I saw two people fighting for a certain treasure. Damn, we found out first. One of them has a humanoid horse body, and the attack method is very single. They are the centaur race, which is considered the weakest race among the starry sky races. What did you find? A bunch of garbage. Since you don't want to leave, then leave them all. The other side is more ferocious, surpassing the centaur in terms of momentum and strength. On the battlefield of eternal tribulation, strength is always the greatest truth. The two sides are fighting fiercely, and they may not have a blood feud with each other, but in the eternal tribulation battlefield, battles for a certain treasure are staged every day. Lin Xiao, who was standing in the space, scanned the audience. I saw 3 light clusters suspended on the stage directly in front of me, exuding mysterious fluctuations. The eyes of time and space flashed. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, the situation inside these 3 light clusters appeared clearly in his field of vision, and the two sides of the battle below didn't know that there was a person hidden here besides them. After Lin Xiao saw everything clearly, he no longer hid it. The moment appeared above everyone. As soon as he appeared, the two sides who were still attacking immediately became vigilant. But Lin Xiao didn't talk too much nonsense. The divine light burst out from his eyes, and the powerful power of the rules of time and space enveloped everyone present. Space is extinguished. For these starry sky tribes, Lin Xiao did not have any mercy, and it was a big killer move when he came up. The strength of the two forces was too weak, and the strongest was only the 6th order. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as they had been, and their faces were full of fear. Space is disappearing, collapsing. This force was too strange for them, too powerful, and too much to resist. Row. Life. A few can't breathe. Everyone present disappeared into the world with the disappearance of space. Lin Xiao looked at this scene indifferently. These people have no hatred for him. If he is in the Dragon Kingdom, he will not kill people who have nothing to do with him. But since I came to the eternal tribulation battlefield, he found that he seemed to like it very much. There are no rules here. Strength is supreme here. Ding. Detect that the host kills the alien race, and reward 1 W of cultivation points. One move destroyed hundreds of aliens, and only gave 1 W, and the system became more and more stingy. Lin Xiao scolded secretly, quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to put all 3 treasures suspended in the air into his pocket. Just probed. The 3 treasures are a fruit, a token and a weapon. He recognized the fruit. It is a 7th order elixir, purple Lingshenxingxin fruit. Who is he? After taking this fruit, it can improve mental power in a short period of time. Among the starry sky races, all spiritual related treasures are much more precious than those of the same order. Lin Xiao also did not hesitate and ate it directly. The mouth is sweet, and it feels a little like apple, crunchy. A fruit was eaten by Lin Xiao after dividing it by 3 times, and the effect was extremely significant. Lin Xiao could clearly feel that his mental power had improved slightly, and it had almost increased by about a few dozen points. You must know that with his current spiritual value, it can be said that he is invincible against the king of martial martial arts. If it is normal cultivation, it is quite difficult to increase a little. After a moment of refreshment, Lin Xiao held the token in his left hand and the weapon in his right hand. This is a long spear, weighing 30,000 pounds, with a body like a dragon and a sharp tip shining with a terrifying edge. A little cold light shines for a long time. It's just that Lin Xiao doesn't use a gun, it's useless to him. What is this token? There is a spirit character on the front of the token, which looks very old. It was also thrown directly into the space, and Lin Xiao continued to walk forward. It is already close to the central area of the secret realm. The forces here are becoming more and more numerous, and they are becoming more and more complex. He seemed to have sensed Su Daji's fluctuations. When he came to a large hall, his expression was slightly condensed, because many forces have gathered here, led by the demons and immortals. These two starry sky powerhouses were still extremely domineering even on the periphery of the eternal tribulation battlefield. With its strong strength, the other forces present were silent. When Lin Xiao appeared here alone, many people glanced at him slightly. Hey, this person is really not afraid of death, and a person dares to appear with such fanfare. This is... The one who spoke was a foreign martial king, who licked his tongue and looked at Lin Xiao unscrupulously. It looks like fine skin and tender meat. It should taste good. When he realized that Lin Xiao's cultivation was only the 6th order, this foreign martial king was even more evaluated on the spot. He has eaten a lot of humans raw, and he likes the taste of humans very much, and that taste makes him nostalgic. Strangely, this remark did not cause others to scold, but felt normal. The demons and immortals led by them were even more high. They stood there as if waiting, and the martial king became more and more arrogant. Maybe a plate of refreshing cold dishes would be even more appetizing before the battle. Seeing that Lin Xiao was indifferent, he thought he was afraid, and the smile on his face became even more arrogant, and he walked towards Lin Xiao step by step. Many people watched this scene with great interest. The strength of the martial king is not too weak here, but he pities that human. I finally survived until now, and I came here, but I didn't expect such a miserable end. Hey, don't be afraid, I will eat you one bite at a time. You will merge with me. This will be your supreme glory. The foreign martial king came to Lin Xiao, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Lin Xiao. He released his own coercion of the king of martial arts, thinking that he had suppressed Lin Xiao to death. At this moment, he is a knife, and Lin Xiao is a fish. But is this really the case? Lin Xiao had not responded just now because he was observing the forces of all parties here, and he was thinking in his heart whether he could all be destroyed by one person. These are all cultivation points in his eyes. It's not impossible to say that it takes a little effort, he said silently. Without even looking at it, the alien martial king who was about to bite him directly stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the other party's neck with lightning speed. The palm of the hand is slightly forced. This foreign martial king lost his breath in an instant. Before everyone could react, Lin Xiao took off again and stood above everyone's heads. His indifferent expression was extremely domineering and said to all the forces, "I'll just say one word. Either I will kill you alone, or all of you will be killed by me alone." This arrogant rhetoric instantly focused the attention of all the forces present on him. Hey, where did you come from? You don't have to look for death like this to find a sense of existence, right? Someone looked up and was laughed at by Lin Xiao's words. There are also forces that are not the same, and they obviously feel that they have met a madman. The demons and immortals glanced at them even more faintly, although they didn't speak, but their eyes had already indicated everything. Seeing this scene, some forces that wanted to please him stood up and were domineering. To kill this extremely arrogant guy here. Somewhere in the corner, Su Daji was silently watching this scene. She had already sensed the fluctuations of the young master. Bang! At this moment, she looked at the godlike boy in the air, and her heart was pounding, because she felt that the young master was not joking. He really planned to suppress all the races present with one person. Lin Xiao's eyes were like baking. Slightly looked at the bird below. In everyone's eyes, he just looked at it like that. But a powerful spiritual power to the extreme spread out, and all the horses of the force he took special care of were suppressed to the ground in an instant. This incomparably strong coercion from this spirit overwhelmed them, and a look of fear appeared on their faces. The leader showed an unbelievable look. A murmuring voice came out of Lin Xiao's mouth. Soul Needle. This is an S-level martial arts soul needle. Lin Xiao basically didn't use it much after getting it, but its lethality was indeed amazing. With the blessing of Lin Xiao's terrifying spiritual telekinesis, the soul needle was like a dead ghost, which destroyed the hundreds of aliens on the spot in an instant. They foamed at the mouth, their eyes were dull, and their brains and spirits were completely destroyed. This scene stunned all the other forces. It happened so quickly that the whole process was a blink of an eye. The bold and wild boy in front of him actually disappeared hundreds of eyes in one go. Feeling the inexplicable pressure in the air, no one dared to underestimate it anymore. Even the demons and immortals led by them stared slightly. "It seems that you still didn't listen to me." Lin Xiao looked indifferent. He looked at everyone's reaction, and raised his hands again. Eternal catastrophe. 10,000 calamities are indestructible, and one is extinguished. This space-based martial art has been practiced by Lin Xiao to the fullest. The origin of the space-time holy law in his body was trembling. With the blessing of 2 super SSS level spacetime ability talents, this move has truly achieved the level of annihilation of seals and tribulations. The terrifying fluctuations encompassed everyone present. No, what a guts. Damn boy, I want you to die. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations coming from the air, all the forces present finally couldn't stand it anymore. They didn't expect that this young man would really dare to commit public anger and actually shoot directly at all of them. The demons and immortals showed even more angry looks. When did an ant dare to offend their majesty? From beginning to end, they didn't take Lin Xiao seriously at all. But he never thought that the people they regarded as ants would attack him. It's really forgivable for sins made by heaven, but you can't live for your own sins. One move was indestructible, so that all the forces present stood on a front line in an instant, and launched a powerful attack against Lin Xiao in unison. Ha ha, that's it. Please me to your heart's content. Lin Xiao hung alone in the air, and he laughed unscrupulously. The powerful body glows all over. Countless attacks attacked him in unison, and he was not ready to dodge. There was a violent explosion in the sky, and roughly calculated, there were at least thousands of figures at the scene. The convergence of thousands of attacks, what a powerful energy this is. Lin Xiao was beaten up. I really don't know how high the sky is. Some people mocked me. It had been a long time since I had seen such a person looking for death. Some people were bloodthirsty and crazy, and Lin Xiao provoked their inner desires and wanted to kill them happily. Su Daji watched this scene in fear from the rear. Cold sweat broke out in the palms of his hands. The terrifying fluctuations just now, if they attacked her, she would definitely die on the spot, and there would be no bones left. The smoke dissipated. A figure slowly appeared. Is it just that much strength? What a disappointment. Lin Xiao stood in the air unscathed. He looked down expressionlessly, and the attack just now didn't even break his defense. You know, his body is only one step away from becoming a saint. He even dared to resist Wu Zun's attack. No, this kid is a monster. Let's go up together. Seeing Lin Xiao appear unscathed behind his field of vision, suspicious, unbelievable, and extremely solemn eyes appeared on many people's faces. By this moment, some of them had already noticed Lin Xiao's extraordinary place. The demons and the immortals finally showed solemn expressions. Where did this kid come from? Wah! They responded with extremely cold words and sky-high fists. Punched through the sky. De Shang's fist intent became more and more solid, and there was a faint charm of a full circle. This fist intent smashed to the ground with a momentum of breaking 10,000 pounds. A huge hand appeared in everyone's eyes and shook the sky with a punch. Hurry up and block it. This terrifying fist was so terrifying. Everyone seemed to feel the oppression of God. This punch will kill many people. In Su Daji's gaze, Lin Xiao stood alone in the void, shaking the sky with one hand. One person, one punch, suppressing countless starry sky races. Boom! The sound was like thunder, and a huge pit was smashed out of the ground. Many weak aliens could not resist at all under the power of this punch, and were smashed into blood foam, with no bones left. Ahem! Many people were half kneeling on the ground, spitting bloodstains at the mouth and looking frightened. That punch just now was amazing. How could there be such a demonic person? Which powerful clan did he come from? Lin Xiao's mind kept sounding with the sound of the system. Under this punch, countless casualties were inflicted. The only ones who can still live in the field are the existence of the king of martial arts. Counting carefully, there are actually hundreds of martial kings. In that case, let's try this trick. The origin of the holy law of time and space was trembling violently, and the divine eyes of time and space burst out with a shocking brilliant aura. Lin Xiao was like a god descending to earth at this moment. An extremely cold voice came out of his mouth. Endless reincarnation. 10,000 years at a glance. The alien races that were watched by Lin Xiao were all trapped in the 10,000 years of reincarnation. Their eyes were dull and empty. 10,000 years are like the sea, and people are separated by years. The power of time is like a wave of sand, which can smooth out everything in the world. These hundreds of foreign martial kings were under Lin Xiao's gaze, and their bodies turned into endless void nourishment. Little by little, it turned into dust. Under the endless reincarnation, they are truly in the sea for a moment. Not knowing what was happening, the soul was pulled, consciousness was stripped away, and they fell into a dead cycle, and all that awaited them was the endless dark cycle, the endless road ahead, the invisible future, and the dawn that cannot be found. They were in such endless fear, their minds were destroyed. Endless reincarnation. This scene completely frightened Su Daji. She had never seen such a strange sight. That's a full hundreds of martial kings. The entire Nine Tails clan does not have so many martial king level existences combined. The young master just glanced at it lightly, and those martial kings seemed to be fixed and motionless. Then under her gaze, it becomes pale, it becomes old, it turns into a speck of dust. What's the matter? This is terrifying. How strong is that godlike boy? Su Daji didn't dare to think about it, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt an unfathomable feeling. At this time, Lin Xiao was standing on the void, and that move of endless reincarnation was a trick he realized when he reached 50% awakening. I have to say that it is outrageous. This is an enhanced version based on Spacetime Storm. The years are like a knife cutting the pride of the sky. A sentence of reincarnation explores the enchantment, the power of time. time is too terrifying. The super SSS level spacetime origin is revealing its magnificence step by step. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, and his spirit was slightly confused when he had just performed this move. Perhaps the power of time is taboo and is not allowed by heaven and earth. God does not allow anyone beyond his control to appear. Ding! If the host is detected and kills a foreign race, the reward will be 100 W of cultivation points. Lin Xiao landed slowly, his eyes swept to the audience. There was no one here. What are you hiding there? Come here. Lin Xiao's cold voice sounded. Su Daji, who was hiding in the distance, heard it and hurriedly ran over. Public. Young master, you are too powerful. Su Daji was a little incoherent at the moment. It was really shocking. She still hadn't relaxed. Stop talking nonsense. Do it quickly. Lin Xiao urged her to loot out the treasures on these dead people. The number of deaths here is in the thousands, which is another huge gain. Oh, good young master. Su Daji reacted and started her old business in a hurry. Lin Xiao walked to the door of the main hall, and before he arrived here, everyone stood here waiting. The gate of the hall looks very vicissitudes, a little old, and the material is a kind of material that Lin Xiao has never seen before. Bang bang. It's quite hard. Lin Xiao gently waved two fists and didn't smash them open. It seems that the treasure of this secret realm should be behind this door. Lin Xiao suddenly noticed that the spirit character token in the space fluctuated. Wah! As soon as the token appeared, it flew somewhere. Boom! This is. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, this token was perfectly embedded in a card slot, and then, there was a vibration in the gate, and a faint beam of light emerged from the middle. The door of this hall needed a key to open, and the key was the spirit character token that Lin Xiao had obtained before. Lin Xiao stood there in thought for a moment. With a slight effort in both hands, the door was pushed open. After a while, Lin Xiao walked out of the hall with great satisfaction. It is worthy of the lifelong treasure of the martial powerhouse. The hall is full of treasures. All kinds of rare treasures, countless scarce or veins, and a huge number of ability stones. Roughly estimated, if it is exchanged for cultivation points, it will be tens of millions. This trip was not in vain. Su Daji is still busy checking the dead alive. Oh, okay. Thousands of corpses, even if some of them were blown up by Lin Xiao, were still a physical job. It took a long time for her to finish looting. Young master, it's all here. Looking at Su Daji, who was sweating profusely, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, and with a wave of his big hand, the mountain of resources and property in front of him all disappeared. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao took out some resources and handed them to Su Daji. Young master, you are. Su Daji was slightly stunned and did not immediately reach out to catch it. Take it, it's a reward for you. Lin Xiao didn't say anything else. Although he was a slave, he still had to give some sweetness, so that he would be more attentive in the future. Thank you, young master. Su Daji happily accepted it. In her opinion, this was the master's recognition of herself, and such words were one step further from her heart's wish. This secret realm should end here. Let's leave. Lin Xiao returned to his indifferent state again. It is already a lot of money to have such a harvest in the secret realm of the Wu Zun level, and the remaining petty altruism is not worth looking at. It's the young master. The two left. Of course, there are still many foreign races in the secret realm fighting for some resources, but what they didn't know was that the great opportunity that belonged to the secret realm had been taken away by Lin Xiao. They couldn't believe that a teenager had destroyed countless forces on their own. This is the periphery of the eternal tribulation battlefield. It is a place left for those disadvantaged races to compete for. They can only fight for resources the size of sesame seeds and garlic peels here. This is the sadness of the race. Sometimes even living is a sin for the weak. Lin Xiao and Su Daji were walking towards the depths of the eternal tribulation battlefield. You said that there are 3 levels in this eternal tribulation battlefield? Lin Xiao listened quietly. Yes, young master, the eternal tribulation battlefield is vast and boundless. The closer you are to the center, the more precious the resources, and it is also the place where those strong people gather the most. The eternal tribulation battlefield is divided into 3 major areas. The first level is the widest, belonging to the outermost territory. The second level is called Jinlong Pass, and the forces that can survive in this realm are all powerful forces with the existence of the Wuzuan level. The third level is called the Pilgrimage Pass. The people entrenched in the Pilgrimage Pass are basically the strong starry sky, and the weak ones only act as cannon fodder. The outer part of the eternal tribulation, the Jinlong town, and the pilgrimage are the 3 levels of the eternal tribulation. Interesting. This eternal tribulation battlefield was far more interesting than he thought. Lin Zhao's expression narrowed slightly. He did not forget the conditions put forward by the army in the military court. There are only 2 ways to get out of here. One is to serve for 10 years, which is impossible. He has cultivated to the point where he has not yet reached a full year. 10 years is too long. Then there is only the second condition. Kill 100 martial venerables, 10,000 martial kings. Originally, he thought this was a very difficult task, not to mention whether he could kill it. The number alone was too huge. King Wu is not Chinese cabbage. The entire Dragon Kingdom may not have 10,000 martial kings. Don't look at Lin Zhao's current killing of ordinary martial kings as not very very laborious, that's because he is too perverted. The reason why King Wu is called king is that he is truly a one-of-a-kind existence, and it may be possible for 10,000 awakened people to appear as a King Wu. This place really deserves to be the most chaotic and unscrupulous battlefield of eternal tribulation. Lead the way. Lin Xiao spoke silently. Su Daji knew that during this time, the tacit understanding between her and the young master was much better than before, and she knew what it meant with a look. This also made Lin Xiao nod slightly. Slaves must have the attitude of slaves. The two walked towards Zhenlong Pass step by step, and there was nothing worthy of Lin Xiao's nostalgia on the periphery of this eternal tribulation. Zhenlongwen. According to legend, deep underground, it really suppressed a pure-blooded true dragon. Lin Xiao and Su Daji came to the two critical points, and after stepping on them, they were the town dragons. Just because what appeared in front of them was a huge city gate, magnificent and terrifying. Young master, after passing through this city gate, you will step into Zhenlong Pass. Su Daji looked at this familiar city tower. I left from here at the beginning, but I didn't expect to come back again after a few years. Zhenlong Pass gave Lin Xiao a very heavy feeling. The towering city tower is full of traces of the times and is majestic. There are even people guarding the entrance. They are the remnants of the eternal tribulation battlefield, a race of their own, and it is said that their race has survived in the eternal tribulation battlefield for countless years. Su Daji explained. The bereaved family is the master of the eternal tribulation battlefield to the outside world, so there will be the figure of the bereaved family on occasions like this. They are exercising their rights as masters. The comprehensive strength of the bereaved family is not strong, and there is no martial saint level in the clan. Such a racial heritage is useless in the eyes of those starry sky powerhouses. It's just that this eternal tribulation battlefield martial saint cannot enter. There was once a foreign martial saint who did not believe in evil, and felt that after breaking through the martial sage, the world could go away, so he forcibly entered this eternal tribulation battlefield, and it was at the moment when he had just stepped into the battlefield of the eternal tribulation. Great horror from the sky. Countless Tao laws appeared out of thin air, bringing down the most terrifying killing in the world. The martial saint ultimately failed to resist the punishment from God. The blood was defeated, and the body was broken by the great Tao Ao, which heard its own origin, and finally died. It was also since then that the eternal tribulation battlefield was listed as a forbidden place by all the martial saints. Therefore, in the eternal tribulation battlefield, Wuzuan is the highest combat power. There is a large number of Wuzuan's combat power in the eternal tribulation remnant clan, and its patriarch is a peerless powerhouse at the peak of Wuzuan's later stage. Such strong people basically stand at the top of the pyramid on the eternal tribulation battlefield. Only the high-ranking starry sky powerhouses can compete with it. The level of this town dragon pass was controlled by the bereaved family. Every individual or force who wants to enter the town dragon must obtain the consent of the bereaved family, which is quite domineering. At present, Lin Xiao does not have the strength to compete head-on with this kind of hegemonic force, so he can only bow his head first. The queue to enter Zhenlong was very long. Countless fresh blood pours into this huge cage every day. For resources. In the starry sky, most of the resources have long been occupied by those strong clans, and every step of the martial arts path requires a lot of resources. Name, race. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, the gatekeeper briefly asked about the specific situation. Lin Xiao, Dragon Kingdom. Su Daji, the Nine-Tails clan. When he heard that it was from the Dragon Kingdom, the gatekeeper looked up slightly. After all, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom in the eternal tribulation battlefield was not weak, and Su Daji didn't even look at it. What kind of nine-tailed clan? He hadn't even heard of it. The source of 2 rules. Here's the entry fee. The source of the 2 rules. This entry fee is quite expensive. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, but after thinking about it repeatedly, he still took out 2 normal-sized sources of rules and gave them to the other party. After weighing it up, the gatekeeper nodded towards the back. Wait until you go far, Su Daji said fiercely. It's too much. The city gate fee for 2 people actually costs 2 pieces of the source of the rule. Why don't they grab it? When face to face, she didn't dare to say that. The Nine-Tails clan is not enough in front of the eternal tribulation remnants. Lin Xiao was also silent. He turned his head to look at the majestic city tower behind him, and an inexplicable coldness flashed in his eyes. Zhenlong Pass is very different from the periphery of the eternal tribulation. The rules here are more stable and the space is more stable. The energy that permeates the air is also much richer, but if you want to absorb and refine it, it still takes a lot of effort. It's just that this is for other people. The Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra cultivated by Lin Xiao was operating autonomously all the time. The body gives full play to its subjective initiative and consciously absorbs the energy between heaven and earth. The 30-fold cultivation speed given by the system coupled with the physique-like opening and hanging made Lin Xiao have a slight improvement every minute and every second. His cultivation was steadily attacking the peak of the initial stage of the 6th order. Look around. Zhenlong Pass is very large. The big one is beyond imagination. This place is intricate. There are many forces stationed there, and the forces that can be stationed in Zhenlongwen for a long time also have at least one Wuzuan powerhouse guarding it. Lin Xiao and Su Daji walked on the barren battlefield. Young master, we seem to be being targeted. Su Daji's face was slightly darkened. He had encountered this kind of thing when he first came, although this was Xinlong Pass, but it was still irritating. It's okay, keep going. Lin Zhao's eyes were indifferent. Jumping clown. Not far behind the two of them, there were more than a dozen figures sneaky. Okay. Each of them exudes powerful fluctuations. All of them are strong warriors. I hope these two people are not poor ghosts. One of them licked his tongue, his eyes full of longing for prey. Hurry up later. The man kills. The woman will hold his breath first. Let the brothers put out the fire. More than a dozen figures looked at each other and smiled, and some people were already eager to try, and the bottom instantly stood up. Another moment passed. Lin Xiao and Su Daji had already come to an extremely desolate area, surrounded by barrenness, and the cold wind was biting. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures descended around, surrounding Lin Xiao and Su Daji. The leader also took a look around and nodded. This place is a good cemetery, and if we are satisfied after killing you later, it is not impossible to build a tomb for you. Ah, big brother, you are too kind. I can't do this kind of good thing. I have to do it. They laughed unscrupulously, and a powerful aura filled the surroundings. When several of them looked at Su Daji's body, their faces were full of promiscuous and filthy desires. It's actually a starry sky thief, Su Daji exclaimed. The costumes of these dozen or so people are the exclusive costumes of the star thief. The leader looked at Su Daji. I didn't expect you to know our name. In order to reward you, I will make you feel more comfortable later. Su Daji's face was extremely heavy, and she had only heard of this starry sky thief before. This is a group of bandits who specialize in robbery, wander in various realms for a long time, picking those weak forces or lone rangers. I heard that there are a total of 5 big bosses in the starry sky thief, and each of them is a powerful existence at the level of Wuzun. She couldn't help but approach Lin Xiao. Young master, be careful, there is Wuzun behind these starry sky thieves. Lin Xiao was indifferent, his expression was indifferent. One breath, don't let go, die. This wording made the faces of these starry sky thieves look playful. It seems that this kid is crazy. He hasn't seen the current situation clearly. Don't say it. I'll break the bones all over this kid's body later. Pull out his tongue, and let him see with his own eyes how we are the female companion next to him. One breath has passed. At the moment when these thieves were still mocking and joking with each other, Lin Zhao's eyes burst out with an earth-shattering brilliance. Time stands still. Powerful time ability instantaneous. Including Su Daji, all of their consciousness was frozen at this second. A slight voice sounded. Blade of nothingness. The power of space. Dozens of void blades appeared out of thin air, slashing at the starry sky thief who surrounded him with incomparable sharpness. Teacher. The sound of heads falling to the ground brought this time back to its original state again. The heads of the dozen or so people scattered on the ground were still full of arrogance and arrogance. Their consciousness has not yet dissipated. Ha, what's the situation? I seem to see my feet. You can still speak. But what followed was extreme panic, because they had sensed that something was wrong. Even if it is a strong King Wu, this situation is powerless. After a few breaths, this starry sky thief surrounded by Lin Xiao alone fell, less than a minute before and after. Su Daji, who was standing on the sidelines, had no idea what was going on. In her field of vision, those starry sky thieves were fine a second ago, and suddenly their heads fell to the ground together. It's scary. She patted her chest one after another with her right hand, and looked at the back of the young master in front of her with her beautiful eyes. She knew that this must be the young master's handiwork. Young Master Ta. In a magnificent palace, treasures and resources are readily available. The fifth master. There is a piece of news from the east of the city. The brothers stationed there have been destroyed. The person who spoke had a fierce face, and the murderous intent in his eyes flashed away, and he knew that his hands were stained with countless blood just by looking at his face. Hear the words. This was called the fifth master. Of the moment he got up, his whole body exuded an extremely turbulent momentum, and there was a slight vibration in the surrounding space. Have you found out who the enemy is? What is the background? It is said that it is a man and a woman, and they just entered the pass today, so they should not have much background. When I heard that there was not much context, the face of the fifth master was instantly filled with endless killing intent, and his voice was extremely cold. Immediately send people to search for me. I want them to die. Within the Dragon Kingdom. This is the western battlefield. Report to the general. The demons on the opposite side have launched a fierce attack again. How many times has it been this month? Back to the general. It's already the 4th time. It's the 4th time. The starry sky is menacing. It seems that the peaceful era is completely a thing of the past, and the bloody and cruel war is coming. As a veteran who has been fighting on the battlefield for countless years, he knows that this is not a simple temptation, but more like a sign before a storm. It seems to be premeditated. At the same time, large-scale riots occurred simultaneously in the 4 major battlefields of the northern desert, the eastern polar sun, and the southern vast sea. The Demon Clan, the Immortal Clan, the Shaping Hades Clan, and the Strange Beast Alliance launched an attack on the Dragon Kingdom at the same time. This sudden riot looks more like a premeditated killing battle. Come and go in a hurry. The 4 major forces shouted in the air and set up the ring, and the younger generation of Tianjiao stood on the ring, arrogant, shouting that there was no one in the Dragon Kingdom. This is a naked provocation, in front of the top management of the Dragon Kingdom, provoking the incompetence of the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of cowards. How could the top management of the Dragon Kingdom hold back and come out in complete rage? Four peerless martial saints rushed to the battlefields of all parties, and broke out with an incomparably shocking momentum, intimidating all directions. But the enemy forces also had the martial saint in charge, and they were not afraid at all, and even made ridiculous remarks. It seemed that the Dragon Kingdom was really not good. This is a battle of the younger generation, and it is also a long-planned conquest. The Starry Sky 10,000 clans and the Strange Beast Alliance all sent the strongest Tianjiao of the younger generation in the clan, and they were bound to completely kill all the seeds of the new generation of the Dragon Kingdom in the cradle. This is a battle of luck between races. If the Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom is defeated, the momentum of the entire Dragon Kingdom will be completely decayed to the extreme. There will be unimaginable consequences. Even the racial luck of the Dragon Kingdom will fall to the bottom because of this, and it will not be able to turn over. The declaration of war by the four major forces was too sudden, and the top management of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't suppress it at all, and all the younger generation of Tianjiao in the Dragon Kingdom heard it. They heard the ridicule and abuse that echoed over the entire Dragon Kingdom, laughing at their cowardice and calling them incompetent. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was completely in an uproar, and countless young Tianjiao with strong blood broke out with a powerful momentum despite the obstruction of the elders in the family, pouring into the battlefield of all parties. As bloody and ambitious teenagers Tianjiao, they can't tolerate the enemy standing on their heads and shit on their heads, and they are still staying at home, which is even more uncomfortable than killing them. Northern battlefield. A huge ring suddenly appeared across the river in the endless desert, large enough to hold hundreds of thousands of people, looking more like a giant formation. This is the ring of life and death set up by the alliance of strange beasts. Countless young Tianjiao of the Strange Beast clan have stepped into the ring. They are roaring non-stop, and their words are full of mockery and sarcasm against the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom. What about the awakeners of the Dragon Kingdom? Why don't you dare to come up? Are you afraid? Before I came, the elders in the clan specially warned me not to be careless, but I didn't expect it to be a group of cowards. Ha, a bunch of scumbags, obediently hide in the back and feed. These voices were extremely harsh, and many of the Dragon Kingdom awakeners stationed here couldn't listen to it, and they were bound to step forward to fight to the death. Tuobamu, as the first person in charge of this place, naturally would not act so impulsively. From the moment the Strange Beast Alliance appeared, it appeared domineeringly in the sky, standing in the air. This is a battle for the younger generation. He stopped his men from coming forward not because he was afraid of war, but because Tianjiao, who belonged to his Dragon Kingdom, was on his way. Tuobamu, are you afraid of the Dragon Kingdom? Don't dare to fight? The one who spoke was a peak martial master of the Strange Beast Alliance, the demon dragon Sarah. This is a mixed-blood demon dragon with extremely thin dragon blood in its body, and its strength belongs to the first echelon under the martial saint in the Strange Beast Alliance. At this time, it stood on the other side of the river, with a mocking face, and opening and closing its mouth was stimulating. It has long been unhappy to see Tuobamu, but its hard power is still a little worse when it really fights, so now it is in a very comfortable mood. Tuobamu's face was calm, and his mood did not fluctuate because of this. The demon dragon Sarah is his defeated general. The last battle was countless years ago, when he almost cut it down under the knife, and was saved by one of the opponent's martial saints at a critical moment. And after such a long time, Tuobamu is no longer the original person. As the first person in the Dragon Kingdom martial honor, he can even benchmark some weaker martial saints. It's just a mixed blood demon dragon. If he really has the courage to come, he will definitely slay the dragon. Looking at Tuobamu with a calm face, the demon dragon Sarah was extremely depressed. The most annoying thing about it was the other party's indifferent look, which made it extremely annoyed and felt that it was not seen by the other party at all. Tuobamu, do you really think I can't kill you? It was responded with an extremely contemptuous smile. Tuobamu's eyes were full of mockery. Do you have the ability? Suddenly, as if sensing something, Tuobamu turned his head slightly, and dense figures appeared behind him. The Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom arrived, and the fighting intent and killing intent on the bodies of many vigorous teenagers Tianjiao seemed to be about to leave their bodies. The leader is a young man, whose face is extremely cold, and his strong physique makes many veterans present look sideways, and he is regarded as a little overlord by countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. Yang Yi of the Dragon Kingdom, here to fight. Yang Yi was full of golden light, and his powerful momentum shook the heavens and the earth, and the eyes of countless people were attracted by his powerful aura. Behind him stood countless young Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom, all of whom followed Yang Yi's pace and followed each other to this battlefield. I vow to kill the enemy's Tianjiao and promote the majesty of the Dragon Kingdom. Battle! Battle! The sound is like a torrent, and the waves are magnificent. Under the leadership of Yang Yi, countless Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao here burst burst out with shocking fighting spirit, and they were ready. Seeing this, the coldness into Obamu's eyes flashed away, and he no longer hesitated at all. He waved his big hand. Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao fights. Go to war. All the young Tianjiao stood in the ring in an instant. Their majestic fighting spirit seemed to break through the sky, and their battle was about to begin. This is a battle of luck for the younger generation. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom stands across the sky, and their every move is locked by the enemy's top management. This battle can only be fought on their own. Thankfully, this generation of the Dragon Kingdom has produced several unparalleled Tianjiao. Western battlefield. The person led by the demon clan is the son of the demon who has disappeared for a long time, Ghoulies. It was originally in the source of the Gung vein, and it spent a lot of energy to lay down the shocking killing, waiting for Lin Zhao's appearance, but it never wanted to be destroyed by the immortal Ling of the immortal race. On that day, after Lin Zhao was exiled into the void turbulence by Xianling using a special talisman, Xianling declared to the outside world that the culprit Lin Zhao had been killed, and even personally stood in front of Jun Nantian and the others to show his power. This made Jun Nantian and a group of people silent for a long time, and they almost fought with each other. As everyone knows, Lin Zhao did not die, but became stronger. Ghoulies was ordered to lead a group of demons to stand on the battlefield. This battle of luck was extremely important, and the top management of the clan gave a death order when he came, and he must win. At this time, he was staring ahead, and familiar fluctuations came from not far away. A tough young man holding a green dragon crescent knife stepped into this battlefield step by step. He was full of aura, fighting spirit, and endless knife intent was wantonly permeating the void. This powerful and inexplicable aura shocked the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao who came with him. Xinli. After the freshman competition, he placed himself in a purgatory of 9 deaths for life and death training. Under countless life and death battles, he broke through the limit and reached the 6th order of cultivation. Deshang's knife intent became more and more sharp, and there was even a trend of being about to be full, and his strength had far exceeded the original. Xinli, you're finally here. Ghoulies looked solemn. He looked at the old rival, and the powerful fluctuations it emitted made him dare not be careless in the slightest. The sound of the knife is crisp, and the fighting spirit is soaring. The eastern part of the pole sun. There was a young heavenly emperor roaring up to the sky, and the endless arrogant heavenly emperor's aura was attached to his body, condensing the majestic heavenly emperor's clothes. Ji Xiangnan, he will guard this battlefield. The opponent is the mysterious shaping Hades. This race can be called the top powerhouse among all the races in the starry sky. They cultivated the power of the underworld, and this mysterious and unpredictable energy was unguardable, and could even bewitch people's hearts. Standing at the top of the list is the strongest Tianjiao nether of the younger generation. His deep pupils exuded endless terrifying netherworld power, and at this time, he was confronting the heavenly pride of the Dragon Kingdom. This young man is not ordinary. Yoming's face showed a hint of solemnity. The aura of the heavenly emperor, which was full of endless majesty, seemed to be born to restrain its own netherworldly power. The Dragon Kingdom is really an incredible race. Southern vast sea. This is the heavy defensive side of the Dragon Kingdom. Countless young immortals spread their huge wings. They covered the sky and the sun. They were arrogant, and there was nobility in their eyes that ignored everything. They claimed to be the noblest race in the universe and in the starry sky. They were an indigenous people of the Dragon Kingdom, and they had never paid attention to them. But what they didn't know was, the person who fought against them this time was the owner of the Dharma that even their fathers had suffered a great loss, Zhuge Kongming. In addition to Zhuge Kongming, there are many powerful Tianjiao gathered on the battlefield here. One of the girls with a stunning face and endless frost stood at the front like a queen. Those pale blue and bright eyes exuded endless chill. After a long time of seeing, she has become even stronger. SS level Frost Awakener, Ice Refreshing. The Dragon Kingdom is fighting against the 4 starry sky powerhouses at the same time, and the pressure is quite high. The front line is infinitely stretched and besieged on all sides. Of course, it's not just that there is a war between the Dragon Kingdom and these 4 major forces. Countless racial killings have also begun between the starry sky races. More and more starry sky forces came down, and they were completely caught in a huge killing. The strong are getting stronger and stronger, and the weak can only be enslaved by the strong, and if they dare to resist, the final result will be the extermination of the clan. The endless starry sky was filled with evil energy, and under the blood in the sky, there was a cruel jungle law to the extreme. Under such endless killing, there was finally a shocking change. Bang! In the depths of this extremely dark starry sky, the endless galaxy suddenly shook violently. Just like 10,000 dynasties are coming, countless great road laws appear out of thin air, constantly condensed at a certain point. The boundless, eternally dark cosmic abyss erupted with a shocking light. A sacred and magnificent list of the sky traverses the endless universe. This list was extremely dazzling, covered by the vast and majestic aura of God, overriding the sky above the heads of countless people. Its list is filled with endless laws of the great way, and the breath of heaven is crisscrossed. What is this? Why does it shine so brightly? It's so terrifying. Even if we are so far apart, it still makes me breathless. The leaders of all the forces were shocked and inexplicably looked at the sudden scene, and some people looked at it with dry mouths and unprecedented shocks in their hearts. Some strong people felt the extremely sacred aura and couldn't help but fly forward, wanting to reach out and touch it. But the power of the embodied law of the great Tao has an extremely terrifying killing power. The strong man was wiped out before he even got close, blood spilled in the starry sky, and his bones were gone. But even so, there are still countless strong people who are desperately flying there. This list is too extraordinary. It must be the supreme Taoist weapon. If you are lucky enough to take this Taoist weapon, the race behind you will achieve supreme glory because of it. It's just that the wishes are beautiful, but the reality is extremely cruel. No matter what level of powerhouse they are, without any accidents, they all fail, and the end of failure is that the bones are gone, and the broken body floats in the depths of the endless darkness of the universe. Finally, there was a martial saint who couldn't sit still. This is a martial saint among the starry sky races. The race behind him is being invaded. The enemy's strength is too strong, and his race will not be able to hold on under the joint efforts of several parties. Even as a martial saint, he felt powerless and alone. Those few hostile martial saints cut off all his back paths, causing him to despair for a while. But this magnificent list that suddenly appeared in the sky rekindled hope, a ray of hope for the continuation of the race. He did everything he could to escape the encirclement of the enemy forces, the martial saints, and flew there, ready to fight to the death. No! The martial saint who was besieging him just wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by another martial saint. Slow down. The martial saints of the enemy forces spoke deeply. They did not dare to step forward, but they were extremely irritable. But one of the martial saints watched the other party get closer and closer to the list and felt bad. If he really let him get it, this battle might turn against the sky. At this moment, many people's eyes were all focused on the body of that martial saint, and a trace of anticipation flashed in their eyes. But at this moment, the terrifying list burst out with the ultimate brilliant light, and the avenue trembled uncontrollably. Endless starlight is permeating, and the terrifying law of the great Tao condenses a long rainbow through the sun, where it comes from, but it is a galaxy that crosses the sky, like a road to the sky. This Tongtian Avenue, which was formed by the convergence of the laws of the great Tao, all avenues, burst out with unparalleled killing power, pressing down on the martial saint. Buzz! I only heard a crisp sound in the void space. Everyone who paid attention couldn't stop the shock in their hearts, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Just because of the existence of the martial saint who symbolized the peak of strength in everyone's hearts, his body began to slowly dissipate. As if being sacrificed by blood, it silently disappeared into this cosmic starry sky. The moment this martial saint disappeared, blood rained down over his race, which was the sky weeping blood. The martial saint powerhouse senses the great way of heaven and earth, comprehends the laws of the great way, and every martial saint is the darling of the heavens. The martial saint fell, and the heavens would cry. With the fall of this martial saint, the race behind it no longer had any ability to resist the conquest of hostile forces, and endless corpses were scattered everywhere. Bell! A huge sound suddenly appeared, piercing through the starry universe. Everyone heard this voice as if it were a judgment from the Supreme Lord. In the dark, a mysterious voice appeared in the minds of every strong man. The avenue is vast, the universe is vast, chaos is unrestrained, and the Hongmeng list is open. Someone raised his forehead, and the voice was so shocking that people couldn't help but worship. The Harmony OS list is open. This moment, countless forces that were fighting on both sides all stopped temporarily. They looked into the distance to see what this suddenly appeared Hongmeng list was. I saw that the huge Hongmeng list burst out with endless brilliant light again. The 5 big characters that cover the sky and the sun cross the galaxy. Hongmeng Tianjiu list. First place, Lin Xiao, race, human race. Second place, Shen Yan, race, Protoss. Third place, Demon Heaven, race, Demon Clan. Countless people looked at this sacred list without squinting. Hongmeng Tianjiu list. Who is Lin Xiao? I've never heard of it. What the hell is going on? Who can explain it? Hongmeng Tianjiu list, the supreme list descended by the way of heaven, recording the strongest Tianjiu of all races. This Lin Xiao was actually recognized as the first Tianjiu of all races by the Hongmeng Tianjiu list. Shen Yan, he is still alive. Impossible, this is impossible. Why? Why am I not on the list? The sky has no eyes. Countless young generations roared at this moment. They are all ridiculous people who did not make the list. On weekdays, he claims to be arrogant, but at the moment he is not on the list, which is a bit ridiculous. On the battlefield of the vast sea, Xianling looked at the number 1 name, her pupils contracted, and her face was incredulous. Impossible. How is it possible? It's simply impossible. Lin Xiao is dead. Why did he appear on the list? This is impossible. He doesn't believe. The Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao opposite him was full of joy and pride. Look, it's the great god Lin Xiaolin. Me. Who else is the first of all races? Lin Xiao is too powerful. Crushing all the Tianjiu of the Starry Sky clans alone is really too fierce. All the younger generation of warriors in the Dragon Kingdom were stunned. They all looked at the supreme list hanging in the sky, and looked at the only overlord who overwhelmed countless Tianjia. This is the first of all races. The gold content is bursting. Zhuge Kongming, who was standing at the back, had a complicated face, and his name was also on the list, but he ranked 54th, which was too big. Bing Qinru watched quietly. She was not on the list, and the SS level ability was still a bit unsuitable for the entire Starry Sky race. But she was not disappointed. Her pale blue eyes looked at the name of the first rank, pressing down on countless Tianjiao, as if she seemed to see the figure of the young man. The crisp voice is accompanied by a world-famous smile. "You are still so dazzling. I haven't seen her for a long time, but in her heart, the light of that boy has never dimmed. As his friend, she has always believed in each other." Protoss. This clan can be called the strongest clan among the Starry Sky races. A man raised his head slightly. His deep pupils contained endless galaxies, and the fluctuations emanating from his body made people dare not approach, and the surrounding space shook a little. This person is Xinyan, who ranks second on the Hongmeng Tianjiao list. At this moment, his gaze was like a torch. Looking at the two words above him without squinting, his bright eyes gradually dimmed. The light around him gradually disappeared and became silent and dark. Only an extremely cold voice sounded slowly in this uninhabited space. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. With the shocking present world of the Hongmeng Tianjiao list, this name has completely entered the eyes of the top management of the 10,000 clans powerhouses. Among them, it may not be clear who Lin Xiao is, but they know exactly what kind of invincible and terrifying talent and strength Tianjiao has on their own list. Compare it like this. This Lin Xiao, who overwhelmed the first of all races, seemed too terrifying. Deep in the demon race, there is endless demonic energy that is overwhelming and unparalleled. Who is Lin Xiao? They couldn't believe that the ancestral level heavenly pride demon heaven, which could be called one in 1,000 years, was ranked third. The divine yen of the Protoss was just that, and it really amazed the ages during its birth. But who is Lin Xiao? Just a native. Why can he ride on the head of his demons? Could it be the Lin Xiao that Gulis said last time? Some demon powerhouses recalled some things, and the son of this generation, Gulis, once said that his plan was broken by Lin Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom, claiming that this son should not be underestimated. Gulis looked at this scene with horrified eyes. He couldn't believe it. That person is not dead, he is still alive, and the talent is so terrifying. Qinli was holding the Qinglong crescent moon knife, and he saw it. Endless fighting spirit erupted, his eyes were like fire, and his fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. He ranked 60th, but this does not affect his inner desire for strength. He never pays too much attention to these. He only has a knife in his eyes, and a constant pursuit of strength. It turns out that there are so many strong people in the world. This is enough to make him extremely excited. He also noticed Lin Xiao, who was in the first place, and he was worthy of being a person who even felt endless pressure. Ha ha ha. Gulis looked at this person and couldn't stop complaining about the other party in his heart. Lunatic. Qinli is a complete lunatic. The Hongmeng Tianjiao list shocked the world. This mysterious and unfathomable list of Tianjiao hangs across the starry sky, running through the sun, moon, and galaxy. It once again burst out with a shocking brilliant look in everyone's eyes. I saw countless mysterious dazzling lights coming out of the list and flying towards all parts of the universe. There is a young Tianjiao sitting and lying at home, but auspicious clouds fall from the sky. Everyone on the list was illuminated by this mysterious dazzle. The light was extremely soft, comfortable and smooth, which made them full of energy and improved their spirits a lot. All the big names are paying attention. They saw that dazzling light. It was the most mysterious way of luck. Every Tianjiao on the list is shrouded in atmospheric luck. The higher the ranking, the thicker the luck condensed on his body. The way of luck can be called the most mysterious and elusive way in the world, but no one dares to underestimate this way of luck. Suddenly, the name of Tianjiao, which was originally ranked in the 100th, became bleak. The 99th place was brilliant, and it actually rose directly to the 98th place. And Tianjiao, who was originally ranked 98th, ranked 99th. This scene made countless people's eyes squint slightly. It didn't take long for important news to come out. This luck can be deprived. Now it's completely crazy. Countless Tianjiao of the Starry Sky clans opened the Starry Sky hegemony, and they all set their sights on the Tianjiao on the list. A battle of Tianjiao that swept through all races was completely launched. Those Tianjiao who were lower in rank and at the same time had weak racial power were hunted down by countless people, fighting frantically every moment. It really worked. Originally, a Tianjiao who was not on the list took advantage of the chaos to kill a Tianjiao on the list. At that moment, countless dazzling lights shrouded him, and the feeling was so wonderful that he was fascinated. But before he could enjoy it for long, he was besieged to death by many Tianjiao, and his death was horrible. It's completely chaotic. Troubled times are coming. It's a sign of the world. After countless years of calm, this turmoil can be called the killing of all races. All the Starry Sky forces were involved. Fortunately, the situation did not get out of control, and the Martial Saint level powerhouse did not end up. Those of them who stand at the top of the cosmic pyramid see much more far-reaching. The current world of this Hongmeng Tianjiao list is too weird. It can actually reflect the heavens. What a big deal this is. Followed by, and there is a precedent that a Martial Saint died unclearly, which made all Martial Saints dare not act rashly. Their eyes were deep, as if they wanted to see through the Hongmeng Tianjiao list across the galaxy. Eternal eternal robbery of the battlefield. Young master, Su Daji looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. Just now, a mysterious dazzling light fell from the sky, enveloped Lin Xiao, and the light was too dazzling, as if it could shine on the past and present. Lin Xiao, as a party, immediately sensed that something was wrong. This sudden light shone on his body, and there was an extremely comfortable feeling, which made him a little addicted and intoxicated. The rock-like will actually loosen slightly. This change made Lin Xiao suddenly startled and suspicious. System. Ding, the host is here. What is this? Why am I so addicted to it? Ding, this is the great road luck in this world, and those who are favored by the great road will bring good luck, and the luck will linger from then on. Great road luck? Oh, Lin Xiao frowned. He always had a bad feeling. This sudden appearance of the great Tao luck was like poison, making him feel extremely intoxicated. This feeling was very bad. System, help me see if this avenue luck is tricky. Lin Xiao never believed in this kind of pie falling from the sky. There must be a monster when something goes wrong. Ding, the Tao luck belongs to the category of heaven, and 5 million cultivation points must be deducted for this test. Excuse me, is it tested? Really? TM's black. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth secretly. One day, he would ravage this damn system. Test it. But for the sake of safety, he had to reluctantly consume it. Ding, the system is detecting. Ding, it has been detected that there is a mysterious being secretly tampering with the luck of the Great Way, and the hidden danger is being eliminated. Hearing the prompt from the system, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Really? There's no such thing as a free lunch. What kind of luck is this? To be honest, he doesn't want it at all. Sure enough, there is a problem. Ding, the hidden danger has been eliminated. This time, the Tao luck that was wrapped around Lin Xiao was hidden, not as dazzling as just now. That intoxicating and yearning feeling also disappeared. Only a touch of spring breeze remains. This is the real great road luck. This is the lingering luck of luck, not like a drunkenness in the world. System, who is the mysterious being you just mentioned? Lin Xiao looked solemn. This mysterious being can even secretly tamper with the level of heaven like Dao Qi Yun. What kind of enemy is it? What is his purpose? Ding, this person's strength is sky high. To avoid the host being detected and killed in seconds, this transaction must deduct 1 billion cultivation points. Please continue. Billion. Lin Xiao was extremely shocked in his heart. Who is this person? Just inquiring about the identity of the other party turned out to be 1 billion. He has not used up to 100 million so far. In the dark, Lin Xiao felt as if there was a figure covering the sky, playing with this world. This made him desperate for strength. It's still too slow. My strength is improving too slowly. He thought of what the chief old man said. The torrent of history rolled in, and the signs of the great world began. If you can't do the invincible world, you will be like a gravel after all, and you can't splash a wave. He is different from others. Others can only take their time if they want to improve their strength, but he has a system. As long as there is enough money, he can quickly improve his strength in a very short period of time. He wants to make money. Su Daji, have you heard of the elixir? Pill? Is what the young master is talking about a pill with the effect of defying the sky? Su Daji said he knew. Pills are rare among the starry sky races, and many races do not have the ability to refine elixirs. Things are rare and precious, which also leads to the value of elixirs rising in the starry sky in all races. A high-quality elixir can make countless people flock to it. Is that so? Lin Xiao looked into the distance, and a plan slowly emerged in his mind. I have something I need you to do. Zhen Longwen. According to legend, in ancient times, an ancient true dragon was buried here. Therefore, this land is vast and has countless resources, and as a result, there are countless forces stationed here. Have you heard? This Xinlong auction is about to start. I have known for a long time. I have saved a lot of belongings, and I hope to take pictures of the treasure I want this time. Hey, it is said that there will be pills in this auction, and I don't know if they are true or fake, but the elixir hasn't appeared for a long time. Who knows, but with the reputation of the Xinlong auction, it should not be faked. Hurry up, if you're late, you won't have a place. Xinlong auction. It is the most authoritative resource auction venue in Zhenlongwen. There are too many resources and treasures hidden in the vast eternal tribulation battlefield. With the existence of the Xinlong auction, it can help many people maximize the use of resources. Meantime, every Xinlong auction always has something unexpected. Young master, let's go. Su Daji's eyes were full of worship. Let's go. She didn't expect that her master would still be able to refine alchemy, and the level of alchemy was extremely high. I still remember the look of contempt on the other party in front of those pretentious treasure appraisal masters. And as soon as the young master made a move, he was 3 8th grade pills. She hasn't seen the 8th grade elixir in her life for so long. Since following the young master in front of her, she has seen too much extraordinary. Lin Xiao walked forward by himself. Now, auctioning the elixir was only the first step, and he wanted to make more money quickly in a short period of time. You need to expand your fame. It is best to let the entire Xinlong Pass know that he Lin Xiao can refine alchemy. It's just that he won't be so kind. These starry sky tribes are all enemies in the final analysis, and the 3 8th rank elixirs sent for auction were secretly tampered with by him. Ordinary people can't see it at all. If you take this pill, if you don't make enemies enemies with him. Lin Xiao, that's fine. If it's an enemy, it's embarrassing. Lin Xiao is not a good person. Young master, you really know how to alchemy? Su Daji behind him asked coldly. The voice was full of excitement, and the tone was a little excited. I can refine alchemy. Why are you so excited? Lin Xiao was a little inexplicable. This Su Daji is good at everything, and the efficiency of completing the arranged things is not bad, but he will always be shocked. Is the Ninetales clan so unseen in the world? Not good. Ah, young master, I'm not excited. Su Daji lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red. Bang! The Jinlong auction is here. The organizers specially prepared a separate private room for Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao arrived in the private room under the leadership of a bewitching waiter. Distinguished guests, during this auction, if you have any needs, you can tell me, and I will try my best to meet all your needs. After saying that, this hot, sexy and bewitching stunner also threw a charming look. To this, Lin Xiao just nodded lightly, but he was so angry with Su Daji on the side, and he kept scolding the stinky bitch in his heart, the sassy hooves, and don't want billion. The entire auction site was already full. An old man suddenly appeared in the ring, with an old face and gray temples, but his deep pupils were extremely spirited, and the powerful fluctuations emanating from his body inadvertently made people dare not underestimate it. This old man is a strong man. This old man is very familiar, and he opened his mouth to make a passionate opening remark, and before even the lot was put on, he made the atmosphere of the whole venue in full swing, and he looked professional at first glance. Ha, I think you are impatient to wait, and I won't say more. This auction has officially begun. The first lot, the 9 Palaces artifact picture. The auction has officially begun. This auction has been prepared for a long time, and the owner behind it has specially looted a lot of treasures. Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the private room, watched this scene with interest. It was his first time participating in the auction. Feeling the atmosphere, sometimes he couldn't help but want to participate in it, but he didn't meet the baby he liked. Under the old man's extremely professional language art, the lots were auctioned one by one, and the prices were very gratifying. In this way, it soon came to an end. Everyone, I know that many of you are here for this baby below, and I don't sell it anymore. Just go to the baby. I saw a young man holding a jade plate in his hand. There were 3 jade bottles on the jade plate, and a fresh and rich fragrance of Dan wafted out. It's an elixir. The news is indeed true. There is really an elixir. This is a rare thing. I haven't seen the appearance of the elixir for a long time. I don't know where the auction came from. I hope the quality of this elixir is not too high, otherwise it will have nothing to do with me. The old man on the stage also looked at the 3 jade bottles with fixed eyes. As a staff member of this auction, he naturally knew the efficacy of these 3 pills, and because of this, he felt helpless, because he himself was very greedy for these 3 pills. Everyone, these are 3 8th grade elixirs, Rongdao pills. The old man's voice was like a shock, and as soon as the voice of the 8th rank elixir appeared, there was a huge fluctuation in the entire auction scene. Many people take a deep breath. It turned out to be an 8th grade elixir? What? It turned out to be an 8th grade elixir. It was really fake? Countless people were shocked and overwhelmed. What is the concept of 8th grade elixir? The 8th grade elixir is benchmarked against Wu Zun. Wu Zun is the highest combat power of the Eternal Tribulation battlefield. That is to say, these 3 8th grade elixirs auctioned at the Jinlong auction this time can be called the Supreme Treasure Pill. There are also several Wu Zun powerhouses who came to participate in the auction this time. They all looked happy, originally with the idea of coming to take a look, but they never thought that such a treasure would appear. 8th grade elixir. This also has a huge effect on them. The old man continued to introduce. Before the start of this round, I have a free message to tell you. These 3 8th grade elixirs are from the handwriting of a certain alchemy master, and this master claimed that he would open the furnace and open to the public after the auction ended. At that time, everyone will have the opportunity to ask for the elixir. As soon as these words came out, countless people boiled. Many people's eyes narrowed slightly. Alchemy master? Is it really fake? Alchemy master? Who is this master? Doesn't that mean we all have the opportunity to invite the master to refine alchemy? Could it be a bluff? Alchemist? I have never seen a living alchemist when I am so old. Some of the people of great power had flashing eyes. A master of alchemy who could refine the 8th rank. They had already passed the news to the rear as soon as possible. This news was too shocking. The energy contained in the 8th rank alchemy master was too amazing. What is the effect of this pill? Someone asked curiously. Looking for death. The 8th grade elixir must have extraordinary effects. This pill is called Rongdao pill. This is an elixir that assists in practice, and those who take this pill can avoid several years of penance. If the martial venerable powerhouse takes this pill, he can directly improve his cultivation for 10 years. If the cultivation level is lower than that of Wu Zun, it can directly increase the cultivation level for up to 50 years. This effect is a bit too much against the sky. One can increase up to 50 years of cultivation. Boom! Those 3 are 150 years of cultivation. Some of them haven't practiced for so long. Doesn't it mean that if they take these 3 pills, their strength will reach a peak in an instant, breaking through Wu Zun on the spot? Isn't this Nima a little too terrifying? Is the 8th grade elixir really so terrifying? No wonder they don't have knowledge. The circulation rate of the elixir in the Starry Skywon race is too low, and too many people will never see the elixir in their lives. Several Wu Zun present already had burning eyes. This trip was too worthwhile. If you take a picture, you will save 30 years of penance, which is 30 years, which is definitely a huge improvement for them. Some forces with the existence of Wu Zun behind them are also frantically transmitting news, but what they get is to do everything they can, and they must win the words. Even, Wu Zun is already rushing here. This lot is the last treasure of this auction, 3/8 grade elixirs. There is no starting price, you can bid by yourself. The value is so huge that even the auction people dare not set it easily. I will give you 10 pieces of the source of the rules. Where did the poor ghost come from? I will give you 100 yuan of the source of the rules. You are also poor 13 won. I'll pay 500 yuan. Prices are skyrocketing. The source of the rules is the hard currency of the eternal tribulation battlefield, and Lin Xiao also believes that some of these 10,000 tribes will use the gold coins of the Dragon Kingdom. System. Ding, the host is here. How many cultivation points can be exchanged for the source of rules? Ding, the source of the rules is the product of the origin of the rules, and one piece can be 10,000 lower cultivation points. 10,000? Lin Xiao heard that the price in the field was getting higher and higher, and his happy expression became more and more uncontrollable. Higher and higher. I'll pay 3,000 yuan. The scene is too crazy. The price is also getting higher. Someone has already come out of the source of the 8,000 rules. By this time, most people couldn't keep up and really had no money. Some people also raised funds with their surrounding friends and were ready to make a final effort. I'll pay 10,000 yuan. Wu Zun has made a move. As soon as it came up, it directly increased by a full 2,000. 11,000 yuan. This person is also a martial artist. Wu Zun ended, and the other Wu kings were unwilling to go up because this was no longer a matter of money, but a matter of life. The eyes of several Wu Zun collided with each other, and no one let anyone. 12,000. Put. 10,003. 10,005. Wu Zun's family is extremely rich, and they are all old monsters who have lived for a long time. But when the price reached this point, it began to slowly come down. I'll pay 20,000. Suddenly, a strange figure joined in, and it was also a martial artist. Someone in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. This is a spy of a certain big force. Seeing the arrival of his own Lord Wu Zun, the heart hanging over his head finally calmed down. The price of 20,000 yuan is already extremely terrifying. Lin Xiao couldn't stop laughing at this time. 20,000, that is 200 million. A full 200 million cultivation points. Not good. This was crazy. He didn't expect the elixir to be so valuable. 20,500. A Wu Zun gritted his teeth and shouted out a price, which was already his entire value. Later, Wu Zun glanced lightly. 22. This price surprised everyone present. 22. This is too rich, and I don't even have 100 belongings all over my body. You don't pee on yourself. Do you know who this adult is, just because you dare to compare with others? Isn't it just a strong martial artist? What's the big deal? I can also break through Wu Zun in the future. You said you roared and you were still breathing. They are martial powerhouses from the Protoss. Protoss, have you heard of it? Protoss? The number 1 Protoss? That's right. Dumbfounded, right? Ultimately, the final transaction price of these 3/8 grade elixirs was set at the source of the rule of 22,000 yuan. Was photographed by a martial powerhouse from the Protoss. This price is not unprecedented, but it can also be called the highest single price in the history of the Jinlong auction. A 3% handling fee is deducted. Lin Xiao finally got 21,340 yuan. One word. Finally, before leaving, the person in charge of the auction personally escorted Lin Xiao away quite kindly. My lord, do you need to check the origin of this person? After Lin Xiao left, a dark shadow appeared secretly and asked the person in charge. Check, secretly check. Tell me immediately if there is news. The person in charge narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Xiao and the others did not go far, but stopped in front of a certain property market. This is a place that Lin Xiao asked Su Daji to find. The beginning is very good, and then the second step is the second step. Lin Xiao's eyes were full of desire for money, and he thought about this behavior again and again. The eternal tribulation battlefield is a realm where people eat people and do not spit out bones, and such an unscrupulous exposure of the identity of an alchemist will definitely attract right and wrong. People are unpredictable, and he doesn't know what he will face next. Merely, system, give me all the training points. Ding, the exchange is successful, and the cultivation points are currently available 221470001. Very good. More than 200 million cultivation points. Next, let's improve our strength fiercely. Daji, I will be in retreat in the next few days, and during this time, I need you to do a few things. Lin Xiao looked at Su Daji and told the other party what he needed to do to plan the next step. The slave will definitely live up to the young master's trust. It's terrifying. Su Daji bowed and bent down, ensuring that the task was completed. Lin Xiao nodded and closed himself off. System, open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 17. Race, human. Talent, SSS level ability spacetime plus, super SSS level spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 50%. Spacetime divine eyes plus, top 10 divine eyes, awakening 50%. Level, initial 6th order plus, blood, 100756 plus, I have to say, you made me look forward to it, muscular hunk. Psychokinesis, 2500 plus, another day to miss you. Technique, Void Sutra plus, Peak of Xiaochang. Hanyuan Wuji Dao Sutra plus, Xiaochang. 8-9 Mysterious Skills, Peak of Xiaochang. Martial Arts, Blade of Nothingness plus, Peak of Xiaochang. Eye of God plus, Peak of Xiaochang. Fist Breaking the Sky plus, Deshang. Soul Needle plus, Peak of Xiaochang. Eternal Indestructible plus, Deshang. Endless Reincarnation plus, Xiaochang. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster Combat Skills plus, Tell Me. Grandmaster Formation Master plus, Grandmaster Alchemist plus, Fist Intent plus, Deshang. Cultivation Point, 221470001 inch. Looking at his attribute panel, Lin Xiao asked silently, System, if the 8 or 9 mysterious skills are Deshang, how many cultivation points do you need to deduct? A full 200 million cultivation points couldn't even point the 8 or 9 mysterious skills. It's outrageous. What? Ding, Deshang 8 or 9 mysterious skills need to deduct 500 million cultivation points. Oh, 500 million. Lin Xiao did not forget the introduction of this exercise. Deshang's 8 or 9 mysterious skills can become holy. Alas, I thought I would get rich overnight, but I didn't expect that I was still a poor ghost. Nima, it's urgent. I'm going to comprehend it myself. Who? No longer fantasizing, Lin Xiao fell silent. And then, add some crazy. System, add me some. Ding. In this closed house, Lin Xiao is undergoing a shocking transformation. The terrifying fluctuations spread out, and there were faint clouds in the sky, symbolizing the ominous. God seems to have discovered the existence of taboos and wants to send down the world-destroying thunder punishment to extinguish the scourge. Many aliens noticed the vision and looked up one after another, still wondering. Lin Xiao's transformation is still ongoing, and many people outside were already inquiring about the traces of the legendary alchemy master. Sudaji followed Lin Xiao's instructions and renovated this temporary place, the first alchemy of the heavens. This is the name Lin Xiao gave himself, and such an exaggerated door plaque has attracted the attention of countless people in a very short period of time. That alchemy master won't be here, right? Countless people are stationed in front of the door every day, and there are different opinions. Some people wanted to come forward to ask, but in exchange for patience, my lord, the news of that person has been found. His name is Lin Xiao, and he is from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? This is interesting. All the big forces in the entire Jinlong Pass received the news that an alchemy master from the Dragon Kingdom had been born. The eyes of the rulers of these forces here narrowed slightly. This era is too much of a limelight, which is not a good thing, especially on this eternal tribulation battlefield. Undercurrent usurpation. An 8th rank alchemy master is of great value, and no force can monopolize it. These starry sky powerhouses actually met secretly in private, not knowing what they were discussing. In a secret room, Lin Xiao's closed eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. The surrounding fluctuations gradually calmed down. System, open the dashboard. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 17. Race, human. Talent, SSS level ability spacetime, super SSS level spacetime holy law origin, awakening level 60%. Divine eyes of time and space, top 10 divine eyes of the heavens, awakening level 60%. Level, the peak of the late 6th order. Blood, 150,000. Psychokinesis, 2,999. Technique, Void Sutra, Deshang. Hanyuan Wuji Dao Sutra, Deshang. 8-9 Mysterious Skills, Peak of Xiaochang. Martial Arts, Blade of Nothingness, Deshang. The Eye of the Divine Eyes, Deshang. Fist Breaking the Sky, Deshang. Soul Needle, Deshang. Eternal Calamity, Deshang. Endless Reincarnation, Deshang. Auxiliary Insight, Grandmaster Level Combat Skills, Grandmaster Level Formation Master, Grandmaster Alchemist. Fist, Deshang. Training Points, 70,001 inch. Lin Xiao looked at the newly renovated panel, clenched his fists, and felt the power of the flood in his body. Murmured, how strong am I now? Lin Xiao gently moved his muscles and bones. I don't know why. He actually had a feeling of invincibility. The incomparably powerful power gave him great confidence. Young master, are you out of customs? After Sudaji found Lin Xiao coming out, he stepped forward with a surprised face. But before he got closer, he suddenly sensed a very terrifying energy. Young master, you. This terrifying energy made her very frightened for a while. How is the matter? I explained. Lin Xiao asked calmly. Back to the young master. You are all ready. During your retreat, there is an endless stream of people who come to consult, all waiting for you to leave the customs. Sudaji responded respectfully. Very good. In that case, you will announce it later, and it will open tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Xiao walked to the inner room he had been cultivating for the past few days, and he took advantage of this opportunity to get a good night's sleep. It's just a pity that there is no bathtub here. Otherwise, taking a beautiful milk bath should be very comfortable. During Lin Xiao's rest, Su Daji followed the instructions and passed the news out. The first alchemy hall of the heavens will officially open tomorrow, and only 3 orders will be accepted in a single day, and the one with the highest price can enter the hall. As soon as the news came out, many people of different races who paid attention to this place all frowned secretly. What a big posture, this unknown alchemist. I only accept 3 orders a day, and the higher the price, this is clearly a deliberate price increase. The next morning, the first alchemy hall of the heavens opened the door in the eyes of countless people. A young man came out of the inside wearing a Taoist robe. 2 vertical couplets are suspended on both sides, the heavens and the earth that can be refined. If you cultivate a lifetime of blessings. There is also a horizontal batch attached to the sky above the head. The first alchemist of the heavens. This posture has the feeling of a charlatan. Boom! The young man is Lin Xiao. At this moment, he sat quietly in front of the table, closed his eyes, and outsiders couldn't look at his face at all. Su Daji stood behind him. A considerable number of people had already gathered in front of them. Dare to ask, are you the master of alchemy who refined the 8th grade elixir? A foreign race stepped forward, his voice loud, and his tone was filled with a hint of suspicion. The boy in front of him looked too young, and this appearance was a little inconsistent with the image in their hearts. It's right below. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, looked around, and admitted his identity as an alchemist. I don't know about this alchemy. How do you say it? 1 to 9 grades can be refined, as long as you can afford the price. This statement came out. Many people plucked their ears. What did they hear? The boy in front of him actually said that he could refine the 9th grade? Blow it. A spy with a big force in the dark stepped forward. Master, you said you can refine the 9th grade elixir. How can you prove it? 9th grade. It is definitely hard to find a pill among the starry sky races. Not to mention them, even the people behind them have never seen the 9th grade elixir. To this, Lin Xiao didn't explain, just pointed to the sky above his head. The first alchemist of the heavens. The cards are full. For a long time, people kept coming forward to ask about various trivial matters. Lin Xiao explained one by one, which made them more and more convinced. The boy in front of him seems to really have something, not a liar. Master, I would like to ask the master to refine his 7th grade elixir. The first customer appeared. This person expressed his needs. He wanted to get a 7th grade elixir that increased the strength of his body. And as the first guest, Lin Xiao did not charge the other party too expensive a price, but asked the other party to take out 3 copies of the medicinal materials for the elixir. But even though the price was so low, it still made that person bared his teeth for a long time. His money was not blown by the wind, but was accumulated over time by risking his life. With the medicinal materials in hand, everyone was watching what to do next for the first alchemist of the heavens. And in order to make a name for himself, Lin Xiao actually chose to refine alchemy in public. He was directly in the eyes of everyone, opening the furnace for refining. Heavenly furnace refinement. With heaven and earth as the furnace, with the origin of all things as the shackles, alchemy is alchemized in the air. This kind of operation really stunned countless people. When they have seen such a scene, they are all shocked and inexplicable. After a while, danchen. The rich fragrance of dan floated wantonly in the air, which was extremely tempting. This elixir is the 7th grade elixir, the body-breaking pill, and its effect is to improve the strength of the body, which is worth a lot of money. Lin Xiao handed the freshly refined 7th grade elixir to the customer in full view. The customer trembled slightly. He carefully held this 7th grade elixir with both hands, feeling the energy coming from inside the pill, which made him ecstatic. At the moment, he quickly thanked him and disappeared here. Lin Xiao returned to his position again. There are still 2 alchemy quotas left, and the one with the highest price will get it. Now it's completely on fire. He's not a liar. He really knows how to alchemy. Everyone present was excited, and they rushed forward, shouting loudly that they wanted to refine alchemy. The scene was a bit out of control for a while. Everyone wants to refine alchemy, and no one will let anyone who can appear here will be afraid of whom. In the end, he even almost fought. But the rule is that the higher the price, if you want to refine the alchemy, you can give money. This is the condition given by Lin Xiao. As long as the money is in place, any pill can be refined. This scene was secretly passed on to the master behind it by many spies. It's just that these small actions of theirs have already been seen by Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao did not stop them. His eyes looked at the sky, and his heart was a little excited, as if he was expecting. It didn't take long. Several figures exuding a powerful aura appeared here. Each of their bodies was surrounded by extremely terrifying fluctuations, and their space was somewhat affected. As soon as they appeared, the originally chaotic scene instantly calmed down. It's Wu Zun. Sure enough, I'm still here, and now I'm completely out of play. Not necessarily. I have time. I can wait. Many people know that the moment Wu Zun appeared, today's alchemy quota would be out of their chance. Lin Xiao looked at these martial masters, feeling the fluctuations coming from each other's bodies, and constantly looking in his heart. One of the martial venerables had eyes like torches, deep eyes, and he stared at Lin Xiao slightly. The first alchemist of the heavens, he is really extraordinary. Lord Wu Zun has won the award. Lin Xiao responded with a smile. Ha ha, in the lower Huarong Road, I don't know what the master calls? In the lower forest. It turns out to be Master Lin, who has been looking up to me for a long time. The two had a good conversation, like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Master Lin, I don't know if I can move. Hua and these Taoist brothers came here this time to discuss a great plan with you, Master. Huarong Dao said the purpose of this visit. A master alchemist represents endless wealth. As the most powerful forces in Zhenlongwen, they wanted to firmly control this wealth in their own hands. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed slightly, and he nodded after a moment of silence. Hearing this, Huarong Dao looked happy. Originally he thought that if the other party was unwilling, he would find an opportunity to force himself to act. A person with no alchemy skills and no strength is destined to end up very miserable in a place like the eternal tribulation battlefield where he eats people and does not spit out bones. But since the other party is so on the way, they are not unable to keep the soup. Click. As everyone knows, Lin Xiao also had his own plans. The speed of money in alchemy is indeed very fast, but no matter how fast it is, it can't be as fast as robbery. This breakthrough made Lin Xiao confused about his own strength again. He only knew that he was ridiculously strong now. Arrogant to the extreme. Both sides smiled kindly at each other. Who is the prey and who is the hunter is not known until the last moment. Thereupon, in the eyes of everyone, the first alchemy master of the heavens left this place with several martial artists. Before leaving, Lin Xiao arranged some funeral affairs for Su Daji. He had a hunch. This time to negotiate, something unexpected may happen. Lin Xiao followed several Wu Zun to their sphere of influence. Alone, Lin Xiao also knew the origin of these martial masters. They are from different camps of Wu Zun. That Huarong Dao was the martial master of the Protoss, and his strength was the strongest among several martial venerables. The rest came from the Immortal Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Eternal Tribulation Remnants. They are the most powerful forces in Jinlong Pass, and they have been stationed here for a long time, and their strength is extraordinary. Master Lin, please. What? This place is one of the base camps of the Protoss. Huarong Dao invited Lin Xiao very politely, and the other martial masters smiled at each other, staring at Lin Xiao as if they were looking at a fat sheep. How can it be? Lin Xiao stepped forward on his own, not noticing it at all. He sat on the chair and looked at Huarong with deep eyes. I don't know what the grand plan just now is. Master Lin is really impatient. Even so, Hua will not delay. Huarong Dao told the plan that several of their major forces had secretly discussed. Sometime, several of their major forces will set up a special alchemy hall for external sales, and Lin Xiao was responsible for the refining of the elixir, and he didn't need to intervene in everything else, and the profits obtained in the end were divided between each other. They are 8 forests and 2 people. Lin Xiao listened quietly, without any look on his face. By the way, in order to reduce your pressure, Master Lin, you can choose some of our forces that you can teach them how to refine alchemy, so that after they learn it, you can also relax the master. There is also one last requirement, that is, the master needs to provide 10 8th rank elixirs and 2 9th grade elixirs for our own forces every month. As for the medicinal materials, the master doesn't have to worry, we will each be ready. After saying that, Huarong Dao looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. This was the plan they had discussed. They felt that they were quite generous, and they also left Lin Xiao a full 20% profit, which was also a very good fortune. Lin Xiao's face was calm. I have to say that the capitalists shed tears when they saw this condition. Not only does he have to act as a coolie, but he also has to help them cultivate talents, which is really a good calculation. Even if Lin Xiao was prepared, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Master Lin, we are very sincere. This huge alchemy hall is up to you alone, and the profit is enough to give you 20%. Looking for death. Huarong Dao was still smiling. He looked at the young man in front of him. He had already arrived at their territory, and it didn't matter whether he agreed or disagreed with the result, but if the other party was willing to take the initiative to cooperate, it would be best. I refuse. Lin Zhao's cold voice sounded, without any hesitation, and said categorically, Master Lin, I advise you to think about it. This condition is already quite good. Several Wu Zun's eyes narrowed slightly, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. Lord Wu Zun, this condition is too difficult for a strong man. Lin will not agree. Still refusal. Lin Xiao couldn't agree to this condition at all. Moreover, even if the other party really offered a reward that satisfied Lin Xiao would not agree. What do you think? They are enemies of each other. Yes, that's a pity. The smile on Huarong Dao's face was a bit meaningful. Lin Xiao stood up directly and walked outside. Boom! Master Lin, are you leaving? Don't you stay and have a cup of tea? My Protoss tea is not orally used. Behind him, Huarong Dao's voice sounded again, but this time the voice was slightly cold, not as kind as it was at the beginning. No, Lin still has something to do, so I won't bother. Lin Xiao still walked forward on his own. No, do you really think you can leave today? Wu Zun from the bereaved family really couldn't help but speak. The way he looked at Lin Xiao was like looking at a fool. How could there be such a fool on the eternal tribulation battlefield? What do you mean, Your Excellency? Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at the other party with an indifferent expression. Lin Xiao, the awakener of the Dragon Kingdom, the initial cultivation of the Sixth Order, it's you. The martial artist from the bereaved family told the news of Lin Xiao that he knew. You investigate me? Lin Xiao's eyes were slightly cold. Ha, I wondered, how did a person like you live until now? Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this as a Sixth Order ant? Do you really think that if we invite you over, you will go to heaven? The bereaved Wu Zun shook his head and looked at Lin Xiao mockingly. Lin Xiao looked at the several Wu Zun in front of him and found that the other party's faces all showed this mocking smile. What? Impossible. Hua Daoyu, what are you going to do? Can you call Hua Daoyu too? Give you face and call you Master Lin. Since you don't want face, then don't blame us. At this moment, Hua Rongdao no longer disguised himself and tore off the mask of hypocrisy. A teacup full of tea appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Drink this cup of tea, you can still be your Master Lin, otherwise, what awaits you will be as inhumane as the region. An indifferent voice came out of Hua Rongdao's mouth, and their foxtails were finally exposed. They manipulated this cup of tea, and as long as Lin Xiao drank it, the future would only be at their mercy. Lin Xiao raised his hand to catch the cup of tea, handed it to his nose and smelled it gently. Oh, this smell is really fragrant. Merely, oh, I'm sorry, my hand accidentally shook, fell to the ground, and dirt the floor. Why don't I clean it up? Not good. Lin Xiao pretended to bow his head to clean up, which completely angered the four Wu Zun in front of him. Alas, in that case, don't blame us. At this moment, they still pretend to be helpless. The four martial powerhouses released their martial coercion at the same time, and all of them put pressure on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, I'm giving you one last chance. Let go of your mind and be controlled by me. Lin Xiao clearly felt the terrifying coercion from the Wuzuan powerhouse at this moment, and his body unconsciously launched a resistance. Under the coercion of the four martial powerhouses, the average level 6 had already been crushed to immobility, and even crushed to death on the spot. They looked indifferent, they were high, and they didn't look at Lin Xiao at all. An ant can make money for them as the greatest gift they have given. Hua Rongdao's eyes were majestic, and the terrifying coercion emanating from his body was still output. He was waiting for Lin Xiao's answer. It's terrifying. I said, didn't you eat? With such a little momentum, who can you suppress? Lin Xiao slowly stood up, staring at the four martial masters as if nothing had happened. His powerful physique was not afraid of the powerful coercion of the other four martial masters. This scene is a bit incredible. Four martial masters exerted force at the same time, and the coercion could not suppress a sixth order ant? There's something, no wonder it's so rampant. The demon clan's Wu Zun snorted coldly. He had a violent temper, and appeared directly in the sky above Lin Xiao in an instant, and his big hand gently pressed down. Kneel down. The huge energy enveloped Lin Xiao, and the fierce demonic energy contained the powerful power of Wu Zun, and this blow was enough to easily suppress the peak martial king. Lin Xiao raised his right hand lightly and pointed out with a finger, without any bells and whistles, and stopped this attack straight in front of his fingers. This scene made the demon martial venerable in the sky above the Ling clan's pupils contract. He blurted out, it can't be. Lin Xiao looked at him indifferently, spitting out the fragrance. Waste thing, can you fucking use some strength and haven't eaten? Damn ant, you are looking for death. This sentence completely angered the demon martial master. Wu Zun was furious, and the heavens and the earth were shocked. The martial powerhouse has been able to forcibly control a side of heaven and earth, and master the power of countless rules within it. This was the first time Lin Xiao had a head-on conflict with Wu Zun. This demon martial master is in existence in the early stage of the Eighth Order. His strength is powerful and unpredictable, and the martial master is already a powerful existence between heaven and earth. Dominate one side in any race. The terrifying demonic energy raged, and this space completely turned into an endless demonic realm. The strength of the demons comes more from the body. They specialize in physical techniques, and the body is their most powerful weapon. It's so terrifying. Lin Xiao faced it without fear. His body was also extremely strong. The fists were bombarded, the heavens and the earth throbbed, and the space here could not withstand the violent fluctuations caused by the two people's attacks, and countless void fragments appeared. The more the demon martial master fights, the more frightened he became. He was a little disadvantaged. He is a generation of demon venerables. How could it be suppressed by a sixth order ant? Demonic energy soars to the sky. He roared with his hissing power. Boundless demonic energy enveloped him, and he completely burst out with all his might, and every move was extremely terrifying, as if he could pierce the sky. Endless attacks were attacking and killing Lin Xiao, and he had to cut down this weak ant under him. Lin Xiao opened and closed, not afraid at all. He rushed forward alone. Deshang's fist intent broke through the sky, and the Dao annihilation continued to grow stronger with his strength. Punch through the sky. This S-level martial art is almost to the point of perfection in his hands. One punch breaks the sky, one punch can open the sky. Poof! The demon martial master was hit in the chest by this punch and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't stop taking dozens of steps back before stabilizing his body. The eyes were full of anger and endless killing intent. You go up together. Lin Xiao descended to earth like a god, standing in the void. His eyes were cold. He looked at the four great martial venerables in front of him. him and made a provocative sound. What a guts! Damn ant, you've completely angered me. The remaining 3 martial artists were still immersed in the battle just now, and there was a touch of shock in their eyes. But with Lin Zhao's words, everyone was extremely angry. When would a 6th order ant dare to be so presumptuous in front of them? Heaven and earth earthquake. The space here has been forcibly controlled by the 4 martial venerables. Lin Zhao suddenly felt a general trend of heaven and earth. It was like facing God. There are countless rules that are usurping power. The 4 of them firmly surrounded Lin Zhao, and the reason why Wu Zun was called Wu Zun was because he was a Daojing. The strong man Wu Zun has absolute suppression power over those under Wu Zun. This kind of suppression comes from the control of space. They can forcibly control a piece of heaven and earth for their own use, and in this space, they are absolute gods. Unfortunately, what they encountered this time was Lin Zhao, a monster who also controlled time and space. I saw that his eyes flashed with endless brilliant divine light. An extremely powerful space rule permeated, and he was competing with the 4 Wu venerables opposite for control of this space. Well, the 4 martial venerables once again showed incredible looks. Lin Zhao's understanding and mastery of spacetime have reached a point where ordinary people cannot believe it. At this moment, he is like a law enforcer in charge of time and space, and in the face of these thieves who forcibly interfere with space, he will impose extremely terrifying punishments. Time and space storm. The origin of the holy law of time and space was trembling. Click. The eyes of the gods of time and space turned wildly. Lin Zhao's eyes were stern, and he waved his hands at the 4 martial venerables opposite, and he actually directly backhanded the 4 martial venerables to forcibly deprive them of control of the space here. A storm from time and space swept in. The 4 martial venerables, suppressed by the supreme power of time and space, were out of breath. They were frantically resisting, and this power made them fearful. They couldn't believe that this was a forbidden power that a 6th order ant could master. There are actually rules of time flowing in this, tearing frantically and consuming their lifespan. Lin Zhao's Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra has reached its peak. The abilities in his body rolled like rivers and seas, reaching 100 times more terrifying. This allowed him to unleash his spacetime abilities unscrupulously. The powerful body can ignore the physical consumption brought about by the ability, and he has completely transformed. At this time, he fought 4 martial artists alone. Who would believe it? Who the hell are you? Huarong Dao looked up to the sky and roared. He couldn't believe that this was a 6th order warrior who could burst out with power. He comes from the Protoss, the most powerful race in the starry sky. Even the invincible Tenjo and the clan had never had such combat power. He didn't believe that such a monster would appear in this world. Buzz! Countless hidden blades appeared in the void. They flashed with the edge of their incomparably sharp blades, rushed towards the storm, and slashed at the 4 martial masters without any order. The 4 Wu Zun were a little struggling to defend. Gradually, there were scars on their bodies, which made them angry, and at the same time a trace of fear gradually appeared in their hearts. It's really worthy of being a martial artist. Lin Zhao looked at this scene. If it were King Wu, he would have been unable to bear it under his offensive. But Wu Zun only had some slight scars, which made him have to sigh at Wu Zun's strength. The divine eyes of time and space flashed with endless brilliant divine aura again. An indifferent voice sounded. Eternal catastrophe. 10,000 calamities are indestructible, and 1 seal is destroyed for 10,000 calamities. This is an SS level space martial art. The terrifying and boundless attack broke out again towards the 4 Wu Zun, and this attack had 10,000 calamities. Immortal and unextinguished, until death. This is eternal. At the same time, there was an inexplicable voice in the void. There is no beginning or end, boundless, and the road is simple. This is the Void Sutra. De Shang's void scripture finally erupted with terrifying power far beyond Lin Zhao's imagination. A figure that overwhelmed all directions appeared. This person turned his back to the common people. His mind was like a valley, and his body was supreme. A palm shakes the heavens and the earth, and a mirror reflects the world. This figure appeared this time and was holding a godless weapon, and burst out with a blow that ran through the sky and the earth. This blow caused the landslide to crack, and even the sky was afraid. The blow overshadowed the sun and moon, and the earth trembled. With this blow, the faces of the 4 martial masters finally showed extreme fear. They felt death coming with this blow. They were afraid. Impossible. How could I die here? Huarong Dao roared. He was not reconciled. He is a martial powerhouse, the existence of a hegemon. How could he die at the hands of an ant? This blow pierced through the years and burst out with incomparably brilliant power across endless time and space. This blow completely shattered the hall here, and even the earth sank. Under this blow, the 4 martial venerables looked terrified and disappeared into the long river of history unwillingly. They couldn't withstand this blow at all. The main hall collapsed, and the movement here made countless people of the Protoss look at each other. They didn't know what was going on. The terrifying fluctuations that erupted in the main hall made them dare not approach for a while, and the fluctuations were too powerful. Thick smoke rose. No one knows what happened inside. Ding! The host is detected and killed 4 Wuzu in early-stage powerhouses, and the reward is 4 million cultivation points. In this battle, Lin Xiao probably figured out his current strength. Ordinary Wuzuan is no longer his opponent at all in the early stage. stage, and when his combat power is at full capacity, ordinary Wuzuan can also fight in the middle stage. I have to say, this improvement is really huge. The martial powerhouse is already the top powerhouse that dominates the side in the Dragon Kingdom. If you have a heart, it can even establish a sect and establish a wealthy family, which is respected by thousands of people. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. Unknowingly, have you reached this level? Countless footsteps came from the ground. As the smoke gradually dissipated, more and more people from the Protoss came to find out. What happened? Why is the god missing? The god is the honorific title of the Protoss for the martial powerhouse, and the martial power is the existence of the dominant side in any race. Who is that? Who's there? Someone found the figure of a young man, with a bad face and sharp words. This was the camp belonging to their Protoss. The young man's expression was flat, and his deep pupils flashed with endless chill. Since you're here, then accompany your gods to hell together. In a flash, the extremely bright light glowed from the boy's eyes. An extremely cold storm sounded in the sky. Space is extinguished. Lin Xiao stepped into the sky, and the origin of the holy law of time and space and the divine eyes of time and space emitted a trembling symphony at the same time. Here, the space was endlessly distorted. The powerful power of space rules was unscrupulously destroying. The space was shattering, and several space-time turbulences appeared. These people of the Protoss who came from all directions instantly fell into a situation of 10 deaths. Not good. It's the enemy. Fast defense. This. What is it? Countless people were heartbroken, and they didn't know why they were attacked so terrifying in their home base. They are the Protoss, the strongest clan among all the starry sky races. Who are you? There were martial kings who were struggling to resist, and they roared angrily, but found that they could not resist at all, and disappeared into the deepest part of the universe one by one as the space disappeared. Lin Xiao is like a peerless killing god, standing in the void, watching this scene indifferently. Countless Protoss disappeared in his eyes one after another, and their lives were like grass. Perhaps once upon a time, in their eyes, those who were humble and lowly were like this, and life and death were at their control. Ding! The sound of the system kept ringing in my mind. The position belonging to the Protoss is still too big. The power of the mind was scattered. Let's go. Lin Xiao found that the saboteur was no more than 3. And there are countless messages that are frantically transmitted to the outside world under his senses. It's time to go. He is not stupid, although confident, but not arrogant. Before leaving, Lin Xiao quickly searched the treasures of this place. I have to say that the Protoss is worthy of being a Protoss, and the family has a great cause. Lin Xiao, the source of the rules alone, collected nearly 10,000 yuan, which is 100 million cultivation points. There are several powerful swings on the horizon. Can't stay. Lin Xiao secretly said that it was a pity that there were still many treasures that had not had time to loot, but they could only leave first. There was a slight fluctuation in the air. Lin Xiao's figure slowly disappeared in place. Several figures fell out heavily. Their expressions were hideous, and their bodies exuded extremely terrifying fluctuations. Looking at the shattered scene in front of them, countless halls were destroyed, a large number of treasures were lost, and the killing intent in their eyes seemed to be able to condense into real things. Who can tell me what happened? One of the gods held back the killing intent in his heart and said loudly, "Back, return to the gods." A martial king stepped forward apprehensively, lowered his head and told what he knew. Where is Hua Rongdao? Why don't you see him? Isn't he responsible here? What about people? The gods frowned. How could someone sneak attack their gods? Did you eat the heart of a bear and the gallbladder of a leopard? Huashan honors him. He, the martial king, was a little frightened. Huashanzuan was killed by that thief. The divine venerable's pupils contracted, and he directly picked up King Wu with one hand. His eyes were sharp, and the coldness on his face had reached the extreme. What did you just say? God, Lord God, Huashanzuan was killed by that thief. The martial king was terrified in his heart, for fear of angering the god in front of him. Impossible. How can someone in Jinlong Pass kill Huarongdao? The eternal tribulation battlefield is limited by the rules of heaven and earth, and the highest can only accept the existence of Wu Zun. And those truly powerful beings are in the deepest part of the eternal tribulation battlefield, pursuing the greatest opportunity here. Jinlong Pass should not have such an existence that can suppress their Protoss martial venerable. Who is the other party? Is it a demon? Or the shaping Hades? The divine venerable's eyes were extremely sharp. Among the starry sky races, there are not many people who have the courage to do such a thing. Return to Lord God. It seems to be a human race. Terran, are they the awakeners of the Dragon Kingdom? Yes, my lord. The Protoss martial venerable waved his hand and threw the martial king out. The other Wu Zun around him who heard the news frowned. It's actually the Dragon Kingdom. How dare they? The strength of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed not weak. Even in the deepest part of this eternal tribulation battlefield, it is an extremely powerful force. But this does not mean that his Protoss is afraid. When did the Protoss fall so down that they were killed at home and didn't dare to squeak? Immediately send out all the hands, all the hands. Catch that guy at all costs. I want him to die without a place to be buried. The Protoss base camp was hit by thunder. Ugh, this is amazing. I don't know who came out of the news. Countless people in the entire Zenlong Zenlongwen are talking about this. Protoss. The comprehensive strength can be called the power of the first strongest clan of all races in the starry sky. The house was stolen. This is too fierce. Which ruthless person is it? The three major forces of the eternal tribulation remnants, the demon clan and the immortal clan, erupted with shocking killing intent. They joined forces with the Protoss. A kill order was issued to everyone in the entire Jinlong Pass. Kill order. The awakener of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Xiao, provides reliable information and can get a good reward. If you succeed in killing, you can put forward 3 conditions at will, and they will be met unconditionally. Attached is a portrait of Lin Xiao. This is a common kill order from the 4 major tribulation forces. An awakened from the Dragon Kingdom completely infuriated them. Someone noticed the appearance on the portrait. Hey, isn't this the master alchemist? It's true. What's the situation? The killing order issued by the 4 major forces. It's rare to see it in 100 years. What did the awakened person of the Dragon Kingdom do? You say, will the previous Protoss thunderstorm occur? Someone associated what happened during this time with a look of horror. No matter what, the topic of Lin Xiao caused a violent response in Zenlongwen for a while. Many people who don't know why have come together and embarked on a path that they thought was possible to get rich. As everyone knows, what awaits them is most likely a point of no return. At this time, Lin Xiao had already embarked on a dangerous road with his only slave. A violent sound was accompanied by the death of an unknown alien race. Young master, this is already the 4th batch of enemies that have appeared during this time. Sudaji held a sharp blade in his hand and stabbed the enemy in front of him to death with a single knife. During this time, she and Lin Xiao encountered several assassinations, all of which were some inexplicable enemies. Snap. At first, they were puzzled because they had never seen these enemies at all. I found out later. It turned out that the root of the problem was Lin Xiao's body. After Lin Xiao learned that he had been on the kill list of several major forces, he did not have a trace of remorse. These waves of so-called assassins were too weak, and the highest rank was only at the level of the king of martial arts. If such words were spread, it would definitely make countless people's eyes tremble. But it's too late. Are you talking about human language? What does it mean to be just at the level of King Wu? You know, even in Zenlongwen, King Wu is not a Chinese cabbage. In any race, King Wu is the absolute backbone. Every existence that can break through to King Wu is the Tianjiu in the eyes of others. What calculations are those major forces making? They know their own strength, and even their own martial mercy has been destroyed. What is the difference between this kind of martial king coming and delivering food? Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. Obviously, there is definitely something tricky about this. Want to rely on crowd tactics to drag him down? It's too strong. That's very embarrassing. Buddy is the least afraid of a war of attrition. The abilities in his body were like rolling rivers and seas, endless, inexhaustible, and inexhaustible. Since they want to die, let them come, just send us resources. Lin Xiao spoke calmly. Maybe there are not many treasures on a single person, but they can't stand the large amount, and hundreds or thousands of people rush to send resources. Lin Xiao said that he had never fought such a rich battle. Su Daji nodded behind him. During this period, she also got a lot of resources, and the young master was also very generous, which made her secretly happy. It seems that the young master trusts himself more and more. Su Daji, you have to work hard. Let the young master see your value, and strive to become the young master's right-hand man. Eastern battlefield. Yes, there is a lot of war here. Countless bones and corpses are everywhere. There are demons and dragons. The battle is extremely fierce, and real fire has been fought. Every minute and every second, someone may fall. Whether it is the Dragon Kingdom or the Demon Clan, the losses of the younger generation are quite huge, especially the Dragon Kingdom. The appearance of the Hongmeng Tianjiu list is too coincidental. It happened to be in time for the Dragon Kingdom to go to war with the 4 major forces, which added fuel to the fire. The entire younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom is fighting against the 4 major forces at the same time, and the pressure is huge. Shi Li opened the big close. Every time a knife goes down, a demon will be cut down by it, and the blood will stain the sky. Gulis did not force a head-on confrontation with him, because he found that the old rival was now much stronger than he had been. Forcibly confronting, it is easy to put yourself in a passive state. And there are many demons. 1 second he died, and the next second a new person came up. They are using the power of one clan to fight against a quarter of the combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. The advantages are huge. Shi Li, you can't last long. Gulis resisted while verbally harassing him, attempted to use psychological warfare to break Qin Li's Taoist heart. But Qin Li's Taoist heart was extremely strong and did not interfere at all. It's just that after fighting for so long, he also felt strong fatigue, and the blade in his hand showed some traces again. He looked around. At this time, the younger generation of awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom was already many, much fewer than when they came. These disappeared awakeners may never appear in front of him again. In his eyes, he saw an awakened person in the distance, full of hideousness. Holding a demon clan tightly in both hands, scarlet blood stained his black hair, and his mouth kept roaring angrily. Damn chopstick, go to hell with grandpa and me. me, ha! In a roar. This awakened one blew himself up. Holding a demon in his arms, he rushed into a pile of demons and resolutely launched a self-destruct. The violent explosion resounded across the land. The terrifying fluctuations directly shook several demons to death. This awakened person is also a Tianjiu of the Dragon Kingdom, and he has said a couple of words to Qinli on the way here. Qinli looked at this scene intently. Memories of the time came to mind. Brother Qin, you have always been my idol. This conquest of the younger generation, I, Wang Meng, will always follow you, Brother Qin, and watch with my own eyes the scene of you giving birth to an enemy and stepping on the top. Brother Qin, do you think this trip will be dangerous? I still have an elderly mother at home, and the whole family is counting on me. Brother Qin, I've decided. No matter what, I, Wang Meng, will also kill a few demon miscellaneous pieces, kill one without loss, and kill two to earn blood. Brother Qin, if only I could be as strong as you. Brother Qin. Those scenes came to mind. He still remembers that on the first day the two met, the boy's face was full of youth, full of yearning for the future, and bravery despite his life. His clear eyes were full of admiration for himself and anger at his enemies. I, Qinli, will bring you back safely. This is the promise he gave to the other party at the beginning. If I remember correctly, the other party was happy for a long time after saying that, because his idol was domineering and exuded an invincible demeanor, and he was very proud. And at this moment, the young man resolutely rushed towards the demon clan and desperately launched a self-destruct just to pull a few more cushions. There was no fear of death on his face. Maybe there is, hidden deep inside. Not just here. After Qinli swung a knife with all his might again, he stood in the void. He looked around at the battlefield. It was found that many people were already ready to go, and they were exhausted from fighting until this moment. The abilities in his body are about to run out, and the demons are born with rough skin and thick flesh, and foreign aid is constantly entering. They can't hold on. But even at this moment, no one chose to retreat. They were red-eyed, and they watched their friends die in front of them one after another. That grief is indescribable. You can only keep fighting and killing. But they are not demons, they are just ordinary geniuses, a little more powerful than ordinary people. If you hold on to this point, you will be exhausted. At the last moment of death, they would also rush towards the demons desperately like Wang Meng and resolutely self-destruct. This is the cruelty of the race war. It is also the inevitable result of the battle for luck. Either you die or I live. Off-site, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were silent watching this scene, and they repeatedly wanted to rush forward to save the children. But the high level of the demon clan stared at them fiercely. Once it is done, it will break out in an even more terrifying battle, and it may put the Dragon Kingdom in even greater danger. They are still children. An old man on the battlefield looked at this scene with tears in his eyes, as if the dead genius was his relative. General, I can't bear it anymore. Give the order. Go to war with the demons. Someone was furious, looking at the demons with eyes as sharp as knives, and the chill emitted by their eyes alone could make the water freeze. General! Many people roared hard. They were going to go into battle to kill the enemy. But the general at the head was silent. This battle, their Dragon Kingdom could not fight. If they take action first, it will no longer be a conquest between the younger generation. It's a racial war between the Dragon Kingdom and the demons. This opening can't be opened, at least not now. He got the news from the highest level that no matter what happened, he was not allowed to make a move. He also tried his best to appeal, but in exchange for the same result. The explanation given by the highest level of the Dragon Kingdom is only 2 words. Lin Xiao. The general looked up at the sky. The Hongmeng Tianjiu list suspended in the cosmic starry sky. The top of the list was Lin Xiao. Give up, Qinli. Your Dragon Kingdom will definitely lose this battle. Ghoulies kept bewitching the other party. Why don't you consider coming to my demon clan? With your talent, I will ask the demon saint to exchange blood for you, and in the demon clan, you will have an unparalleled status. You don't need to fight for a lowly race that will definitely disappear into the long river of history. Qinli, you are a smart person. Ghoulies is still outputting. The son of the demons of the past dynasties, in terms of strength, he may not be able to rank first, but in terms of scheming, he thinks he is not inferior to anyone. If he could fool Qinli over, and then he would operate from it, he would be one of his most loyal subordinates, and he would also be an extremely strong helper. He looked at Qinli and fell silent. Wow! I was slightly happy in my heart, and continued to bewitch. Take a good look. The defeat of your Dragon Kingdom has appeared on this battlefield, and it won't be long before my demon clan will completely take the initiative. How many people are there in the younger generation of your Dragon Kingdom? I know there are other battlefields where the same battle is happening. You can't hold on. Haven't you seen it clearly? After this time, the Dragon Kingdom will fall into a huge fault. The younger generation will be killed and wounded, and there will be no successor to the Dragon Kingdom. This is a conspiracy to cut off the racial luck of the Dragon Kingdom. Qinli. A series of deep and piercing words echoed on this battlefield with endless evil energy. Many young people in the Dragon Kingdom heard it. Some of them looked down at their bloodstained hands with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Is that really the case? Our Dragon Kingdom has no hope? Is it necessary to fight? Can anyone tell me why no one is supporting me? There have always been countless young demons pouring into the battlefield behind the demons, but not a single figure in the Dragon Kingdom has appeared. They are both the first and the last. The younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom is really gone. On the battlefield now, less than 1/3 of the awakened people belonging to the Dragon Kingdom are no longer available. The rest are all demons. Can we really win this battle? Someone questioned. He really lost some confidence, watching the people around him fall one after another. It is also about to reach its limit. The demons seemed to be unable to kill them all, and they rushed up one after another. Even if the strength is not strong, there are too many people. They looked up at Qinli in the sky. This is their backbone, and it is also the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom here. They are really about to collapse and need an answer, as everyone knows. At this time, Qinli's heart also wavered. He watched one figure fall after another on the battlefield, and for the first time he had doubts about the Tao he had always adhered to. Is the Tao he pursues wrong? If that's right, then why don't you have enough ability to protect these people who follow you? They all believed in themselves and followed them to fight the enemy desperately on the battlefield. As a result, I don't have the strength to protect them. Now they are asking me, how do I answer? His eyes were a little dazed, and the hand holding the knife loosened. The Qinglong crescent moon knife smashed heavily on the ground and sank deeply. There was a faint whining coming from the knife, which was a restlessness that sensed the owner's heart. A trace of black gas appeared around Qinli. Guli's pupils shrank when he saw the scene. Is this a sign of going crazy? He didn't expect that his words would put Qinli in this situation. The one who walks the fire and enters the devil. At best, the Taoist heart is broken, and there is no possibility of improving the strength, and at worst, it is crazy, and the body dies. This is an extremely scary thing. At this time, Qinli felt a huge depression appear deep in his heart. Voices were pressing him one after another. Aren't you awesome? Known as a peerless swordsman. Aren't you invincible when you are born? Why are you so weak? You killed your father, drove your mother crazy, and now you have caused us to fall into this situation. You deserve to die. Qinli, you are really a waste. We trust you so much. Qinli, don't play with knives in the future. People like you don't deserve to use knives. Qinli. The sounds were extremely harsh, like needles, stabbing deep into his heart one by one. He covered his head and was in pain. There was actually a black figure in his heart, and he was constantly exporting negative emotions to Qinli. Who are you? Qinli stared at the black shadow that suddenly appeared. His eyes were full of murderous intent. See for yourself. Who am I? The appearance of the black shadow was gradually exposed to Qinli's eyes. Impossible. Who are you? Why did it appear in my heart? Qinli roared loudly. He actually saw himself. The appearance of this black shadow is himself. Don't you know who I am? The black shadow. Qinli smiled softly, and he walked towards Qinli step by step. Don't come here. What the hell do you want to do? Get out of me. Qinli roared angrily. He wanted to swing his knife to the opposite side, but found that the knife in his hand was missing. Oh, haven't you already abandoned that knife? The black shadow. Qinli looked at Qinli contemptuously. Qinli, in fact, you have long been disgusted with knives. You hate its appearance, and you hate it for making you look like a martial arts idiot. Hate yourself. Why talent is a knife. Hating one's own incompetence has brought great disaster to loved ones. You use a knife only to hide your poor pride. You've never really liked knives. You've always been controlled by them. Your heart has always been extremely disgusted. The knife is cold, but you are a person, and a person is alive. Give up. Qinli, give it up, and you will get more power. Give it up, and I'll become one with you. You will become an invincible being. Those who die because of you will also smile. The black shadow. Qinli slowly approached, and the hands full of black gas slowly raised and stretched towards Qinli's forehead. At this time, Qinli had fallen into self-doubt. He kept asking himself, is this really the case? Do you really hate knives? Isn't the knife his most important partner? The hand full of black gas was about to touch his forehead, but Qinli didn't notice it. Yes, that's it. Give up. After merging with me, you will be completely invincible to your peers and go to the top of the world with me. An evil smile appeared on the face of the black shadow. Qinli. No, that's not true. No. Qinli kept retreating. He didn't believe that his Tao was wrong. Along the way, the knife gave him unparalleled strength and made him the pride of heaven in the eyes of countless people. He is also very sure that he loves knives. The knife is his most important partner, not a tool. It is not cold, it is warm. The knife is not a tool he uses for strength. It is a partner that accompanies him to the top. This is true love. This is the bond between his Qinli and the knife. The black shadow. Qinli looked at his hand that was about to succeed. At this moment, he couldn't get even half a step close to the other party no matter what. Qinli raised his forehead, his eyes sharp and full of determination. The self-doubt just now disappeared from all the rest. At this moment, he recognized his heart very clearly. He is not a martial arts idiot who just plays with a knife, and the knife has never been a tool under his Qinli. That's love. If heaven has feelings, it will also grow old. Although the knife in his hand was sharp before, it was ruthless. Like a reckless man, he only knows how to kill without thinking. But now, he has completely recognized and seen clearly. His Tao is not wrong. The knife is the Tongtian avenue that Qinli wants to chase. His knife knife is definitely not weak, it is his Qin Li's sword. Moment. Many memory pictures hidden deep in the heart appear. I was young at the time. His father often likes to hold himself and often tells some big truths. What does Lear want to do when he grows up? Father, the child wants to be a powerful awakener like his father. But Lear, do you know that the real strong are lonely? They can endure what ordinary people can't bear and do things that ordinary people can't. Don't be afraid, kid. What if one day you find out that what you stick to is wrong? No regrets, kid. Okay, as expected of my son. My father in my memory has always taught himself how to become a real strong man. Qin Li's eyes flashed with tears, and since the day he awakened his talent, he had never seen his father again. Until the bad news of her death came, her mother was humiliated and went crazy. Father, is this what you mean by the strong being lonely? I don't know when he fell into madness in order to gain great power. In order to continue to be stronger, he trained like crazy, and when he met the strong, he was like a martial artist. In the eyes of others, he is like a madman who is desperate for strength, but only he knows what he needs. The imperial capital was established in the Qin family, a martial saint family. This magnificent and huge family in the eyes of outsiders is full of extreme intrigue, all kinds of calculations, and suppression. Born in such a family, if it has no value, it is an extremely tragic thing. His father was sent to the battlefield because he detected the garbage-like talent in the eyes of the world and thus died in battle. If he doesn't do everything he can to strengthen himself, then his mother will also encounter all kinds of unimaginable torture. This is a situation he will never allow to appear. Father, the child finally understands. The strong are lonely because the strong always have feelings. If it is heartless, how can it be said that it is lonely? Buzz. A divine light shone out, and this light illuminated his heart. The black shadow Qin Li was illuminated by this divine light and let out an extremely tragic wail. No, that's impossible. In the silent roar, the black shadow Qin Li completely disappeared into the depths of Qin Li's heart. Outside, Guli's was slowly approaching Qin Li. Since he was already going crazy, there was no need to waste his efforts. Guli's wanted an obedient helper, not a crazy useless man. In that case, then let me Guli's send you on your last journey. The huge demonic energy slowly converged, and Guli's wanted to give Qin Li the final blow. This scene was seen by many young people in the Dragon Kingdom, and their eyes gradually lost their color. Even Qin Li didn't resist. There is really no hope in this battle. On the battlefield, suddenly, a knife sound that resounded through the sky rose into the sky. The Qinglong crescent blade, which had originally fallen into the ground, sensed the call from its master. Buzz, how is this possible? Get the knife. Qin Li opened his eyes, and his deep pupils exuded an extremely turbulent killing intent. Gulis, accept death. Man and sword are one. A shadow of a knife covering the sky emerged, and the huge knife image was through the sky. This knife burst out with unparalleled momentum. Qin Li held the Qinglong crescent moon knife in his hand, and at this moment he truly achieved the unity of man and sword. The knife is there, the person is there. In the dark, an invisible line appeared between him and the knife, which was their bond. The Tao that belonged to him. Qin Li completely understood his true heart at this moment. If Ji Shangnan is here, he will definitely call me not alone. This is the second awakening. From now on, the idea will be clear, and the real road can be expected. Qin Li's knife is even sharper. This knife is a sentient knife. Caught off guard, Guli's was hit hard by this knife. The powerful force directly shattered its internal organs, and he couldn't stop exploding. A mouthful of blood spat out. The injury is too bad. This knife cost him his blood. Guli's held back the pain coming from his body, which was not at all a trace of his heart. How can it be so strong? The gap between him and Qin Li shouldn't be so big, but it was too late for him to think about it. Qin Li attacked again. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. The knife is pouring out the world. Under Qin Li's full impetus, countless knife intents emerged in the void. Each blade's shadow exudes a sharpness far beyond the past. This is Deshang's knife intent. No, it is more appropriate to call it a sentient knife now. This is Deshang's affectionate knife intent. This trick, Guli's can't bear it. Countless blade shadows ran through the heavens and the earth, penetrating Guli's body one after another. Each blade erupted with brutal power within its body. The heart-wrenching and painful voice came out of Guli's mouth, piercing his heart. Qin Li jumped up. Holding the Qinglong crescent moon knife, he slashed its head with all his might. Guli's was already powerless to resist. He could only show a pair of fearful eyes and a silent cry. The sound of heads falling to the ground. This Guli's, who has the title of son of the demon and can be called the strongest Tianzhou of this generation of demons, died under Qin Li's sword. Blood spilled on the corners of Qin Li's clothes. Don't you want my answer? This is the answer. Now. Qin Li held Guli's head in his hand and roared at the younger generation of countless dragon kingdoms. This is his Qin Li's answer. Fight to the end. The sonorous and powerful roar echoed in the ears of every dragon kingdom Tianzhou, and the domineering figure and overwhelming strength once again staged an invincible demeanor. This is Qin Li. This is the unparalleled pride of their dragon kingdom. The picture of Qin Lishan's demon-killing son gave all the young Tianzhou a strong motivation. Oh, yes, they have all fought to this moment. Where is there any turning back? Fight to the end. The momentum of the Dragon Kingdom rose again, and all the Tianjiu broke out with a sky-high momentum and killed the demons. The balance of victory has changed again at this moment, and the Dragon Kingdom is united in fights with its back. If this battle is not successful, it will become a benevolence. An old man shouted outside the venue. The most important thing in this kind of large-scale battle is momentum. If the momentum is insufficient, the innate is weak. Originally, the Tianjiu of the Dragon Kingdom had already declined, and the overall momentum had declined seriously, which was a big taboo on the battlefield. If Qinli hadn't stood up, maybe the final outcome of this battle would have ended in a fiasco for the Dragon Kingdom. On the other hand, the demon clan sighed. After seeing Gulis beheaded, there was a faint fluctuation. There was a cold snort from the Dragon Kingdom, and a strong person looked at the opposite side coldly, which made the high level of the demon clan extremely angry. What a waste thing! There was a demon venerable who was extremely furious, seeing that the momentum of the Dragon Kingdom had been suppressed and the victory of this battle was in sight. Unexpectedly, Gulis was beheaded. This made them extremely angry. Without the checks and balances of Gulis, Qinli was like entering a no man's land. There was no one on the battlefield who was his opponent, and countless people were killed and injured under one knife. This is the gold content of the top Tianjiao. This can't go on. Go and invite Mo Ko to come. A demon venerable put forward an opinion that he could not let that human be killed unscrupulously. They don't feel sorry for these dead geniuses, but if this continues, their momentum will be suppressed and their hope of winning will be far away. Dead geniuses are worthless in their eyes. Just like Gulis, a generation of demon sons, after death, there is no one to bury him, and his body is left to fend for itself on the battlefield. This is the cruelty of the demons. They advocate the law of the forest, and weakness is the original sin. Someone raised a question, afraid that Mok would refuse. Tell him that there is a Tianjiao on the list here, and if you kill him, it will be his magic that will be lucky. After the successful second awakening, Qinli's Tianjiao list advanced several places, came to the 20th position. This is already an extremely scary ranking, symbolizing that among the starry sky and all races, the younger generation is in terms of talent and strength, and Qinli is ranked 20. And the Mok in their mouths is also a supreme Tianjiao of the Hongmeng Tianjiao list. The ranking is even above Qinli, 18th place, demon race, demon coup. Meantime, he has another identity. He is the younger brother of the demon heaven. Demon heaven, the third terrifying existence on the Hongmeng Tianjiao list, has the highest strength and talent in the entire demon race, and is called the existence that is most likely to break through to the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor is the ancestor of the clan. It is a supreme realm that is countless times more terrifying than the demon saint. Demon heaven can be sought after by countless people to this extent, which is enough to see its demonic incomparable. As his own brother, Moku, although his talent is not as terrifying as his brother, he is also an invincible person of the same level. At this time, it was deep in the demon race, inside a hall full of demonic energy. Oh, was that trash killed by Gulis? The speaker's demonic aura soared into the sky, his deep pupils flashed with scarlet blood, and he stuck out his tongue. Qinli, Tianjiao list 20, yes, it is really worth my shot. Although Gulis is a waste, he will die when he dies, but not everyone is qualified to kill. Since he kills my demons, then be prepared to be killed. The demon disappeared here. He is the younger brother of the demon heaven, the invincible Tianjiao ranked 18th on the Hongmeng Tianjiao list, Moku. Qinli didn't know that a life and death enemy would come to snipe soon, but even if he knew, Qinli would not flinch in the slightest. He had already understood the great way and had no distractions. Not to mention, he has a reason not to lose this battle. Behind him were countless young Tianjiao who trusted him, and he promised to take them home. Qinli was killing like crazy. The knife sees blood, and the sentient knife blood stains the sky. A peerless swordsman is on the rise. A figure appeared on the side of the demons. The terrifying demonic energy overwhelms the heavens and the earth, surpassing that of Gulis. Feeling the huge energy, Qinli stopped attacking, his expression heavy. The light fluctuated from the emanation, and he could feel that this person who suddenly appeared was an extremely dangerous guy. Even strength may be above oneself. The smoke cleared. A domineering figure appeared. Its face was cold, and the hexagon on its head was two more than Gulis. The demonic energy rising into the sky lingered around him. Introduce yourself. I'm in the demon race. I'm here for only one thing. That's to kill you, trash. Extremely arrogant words came out of his mouth, wanton arrogance, and did not pay attention to the genius of the Dragon Kingdom at all. When the demons saw this person's appearance, they approached each other, and at the same time showed a respectful look on their faces. This moment, the two races of humans and demons once again formed a form of looking at each other from afar. The Dragon Kingdom, led by Qinli, a group of heavenly arrogant murderous intent. Demons, led by Mok. Countless demonic energy shook the heavens and the earth. The two camps suddenly condensed their supreme power, and there was a fierce battle between them. Two huge coercive forces collided violently with each other, and no one let the other. The Dragon Kingdom is magnificent here. warrior, united in one, and has a fearless spirit. On the other hand, although the demon race has been a little loose after the impact just now, it can't stand the large number of people, and there is the addition of Emoku, whom, for a while, the two sides were tied. Oh, this momentum, no wonder it can kill that waste of ghoulies. The scarlet eyes of the leader Emoku looked at Chinli as if staring at their prey, and couldn't help but lick their tongues. If you are killed, the Dragon Kingdom should be very painful. Emoku laughed. He was a little crazy, or in other words, he was as arrogant as he was. Then you can try it. Who kills whom? Chinli was not afraid at all. He waved his sword out, standing at the forefront domineeringly, without fear. Deshang's sentient knife intention condensed into substance at this moment and slashed at Moke. The strength is really not weak. Feeling the extremely sharp knife intent, Emoku's face became more and more excited. His favorite thing was to slaughter this powerful Tianzhou. The look of helplessness and pain in the face of death is his favorite picture. As for those who are lucky or not, he doesn't care. Those things are too ethereal. Where is the excitement of killing? The powerful demonic energy also condensed into a magic spear. Magic break gun. The collision of swords and guns erupted into shocking sparks. On this battlefield, the battle between humans and demons fell into a stalemate again. Countless Dragon Kingdom Tianzhou fought hard with the demons, and they had put their own life and death aside. As long as the figure in the air is not defeated, as long as Chinli is still fighting, they have hope of winning. This belief of theirs was invisibly transmitted to the heart of Chinli, who was fighting. This silent transmission is more like a kind of spiritual sustenance. At this moment, in this endless and crazy fight, Chinli is the hope that they will continue to fight. Feel this faith. Chinli became more and more crazy, and the knife in his hand became sharper and sharper. Demon miscellaneous pieces, come to fight. Chief, the border is urgent. A figure hurriedly handed the document to the chief old man. All the battlefields around were in a hurry. The Tianzhou of the Dragon Kingdom can't hold on anymore. The enemy's offensive this time was too fierce, and it continued to flow one after another. If there is no support, this battle of the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom will be defeated miserably. It may even be wiped out. This must not happen. If all the young Tianzhou of this generation are killed, then the Dragon Kingdom will fall into a complete fault. The 10,000 tribes will not give the Dragon Kingdom time to breathe. The chief old man silently looked at the sky. The battle came too suddenly, interrupting many of his deployments. The Hongmeng Tianzhou list that swept through all races once again confirmed his inner speculation. Someone is behind the scenes. Who will he be? What is his purpose? Chief, notice to all wealthy families, including the hidden family, each family must send at least 20 geniuses to the battlefields of all parties. If there are violators, don't blame the old man for being ruthless. The Dragon Kingdom has a large number of wealthy families. Most of their ancestors survived the cataclysmic era, shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom. This is also the reason why the top sometimes turn a blind eye. But this moment and that moment, in this battle of luck for the younger generation, the Dragon Kingdom cannot be defeated. At least you can't fail miserably. If those wealthy families who still want to stay out of the matter are still like this, then don't blame him for not missing the past. The Dragon Kingdom is shaken. Countless wealthy families are restless. Each family sent 20 geniuses to the battlefield of all parties as required, and they did not dare to listen. Northwest Tuoba family. Children, this is your time. Release your brilliance. The head of the Tuoba family sent out all the younger generation of Tianzhou in the family, and what was buried in their bones was unyielding and fearlessness. I will live up to the trust of my family. The young Tianzhou at the bottom, Tuoba Shur, was also among them, and his cultivation had broken through to the late stage of the fourth order. In the Tianzhou training camp at the same time, his strength was enough to rank in the top 3. Except for Lin Xiao and Bing Qinru, he is the strongest. Everyone else's face was full of infinite fighting spirit. They hugged their fists at the patriarch, and then rushed to the battlefield without looking back. This time, many people may never come back. But even so, it still can't stop their fiery hearts. Warriors are born between heaven and earth, and they should be fearless and courageous. The country is in danger, and the call must be issued. The head of the family, they have really all been sent out. Some of the old people in the clan showed reluctance. They were all old, weak, sick, and disabled who had fought from the battlefield, and they knew the cruelty of the battlefield. Many children who are called by their grandfathers on weekdays may not be able to see them in the future. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts, and the white-haired people sent the black-haired people. If they can, they would rather go and fight by themselves. Anyway, they are already an old bone, and there is not much time to live. Killing one does not lose, killing two blood earns. We have to believe in these kids, and I believe they will kill a bright world. The Tuoba family has no one to flinch, only the souls of those who died in battle. The Tuoba family head looked at the sky from a distance. His pupils were extremely dark, and no one was more entangled than him. But as the head of the Tuoba family, the first family in the northwest, he must be like this. However, more families just randomly sent 20 ordinary Tianzhou to deal with the matter, and in their opinion, the chances of losing this battle were even greater. Failure means death, and they are unwilling to send the excellent seeds of the family to death. Perhaps the long-term comfortable and enjoyable life has long worn out their hearts. Endless luxury luxury and indulgence distorted their way. If their ancestors had spirits in the 9 heavens, they would definitely beat their chests and regret it, how their descendants were cowardly and ignorant to such a situation. Northern desert. Look at it all over the place. It was all the corpses of strange beasts, as well as the remains of the young man Tianjiu of the Dragon Kingdom. The air was filled with endless evil energy, the real blood stained the sky, and a large area of desert was eroded by blood, red to half the sky. The Strange Beast Alliance is crazy, and they directly used their lives to pile it up. Regardless of consumption, they sent a large number of low-level beasts, and they also consumed the Tianjiu on the opposite side. On average, a Dragon Kingdom Tianjiu has to face at least dozens or hundreds of strange beasts. Many Tianjiu are not weak, but are exhausted to death. Fighting dozens of monsters alone, in the end, his abilities were exhausted, and he died unwillingly. Countless soldiers standing on the border tower had already seen red-eyed, and they watched countless Tianjiu die on the battlefield so aggrieved, wishing they could charge into battle. Ah, these damn beasts. There's a kind of head-to-head. Miscellaneous pieces. What an excellent young man, who grew up to be a strong man, was besieged to death. I hate it. Li Long gritted his teeth. He had already tried his best to suppress the riot in his body, for fear that he would not be able to help but rush away. Support. Why is there no support? What are the families of the Dragon Kingdom doing? Are you waiting to die? He was extremely angry, fighting for so many days, and he didn't see any shadow of support. On the other hand, the Strange Beast Alliance, new strange beasts join the battlefield every minute and every second. No matter how low the cultivation is, they will use their lives to consume the physical energy of their Dragon Kingdom genius. How to fight this? Tuobamu was silent. This battle belonged to the younger generation. They couldn't do it. Once it is done, an all-out war will break out, and at that time, the Dragon Kingdom will face the destructive blows of the 4 major forces at the same time. He couldn't afford this consequence. The face of every Dragon Kingdom Tianjiu was full of fatigue. Even if these strange beasts did not resist and let them kill them, they would not be able to kill them after killing them for so many days, not to mention the life and death battle between each other. They have already reached a state of exhaustion. It can last until now, all relying on the belief in the heart and the last breath. This battlefield can be said to be the most cruel battlefield. In the face of countless strange beasts, they once killed to despair. Can't kill it all. You can't kill it at all. The young man who was killed at the front was already shouting hoarsely. That extremely powerful body was also covered in scars at the moment, and he had killed countless monsters alone in the past few days. Seeing that this person was extremely difficult, the Strange Beast Alliance actually gave an order and rushed forward to self-destruct. Caught off guard, the young man ate a terrifying self-detonation. Thanks to that strong body blocked most of the damage. If it were someone else, he would have died of grievances. But even so, the boy couldn't hold on anymore. Overlord, be careful. Not far away, a Tianjiao noticed that a monster was about to rush forward and blow himself up, and immediately shouted loudly. The young man dodged, and then a powerful attack smashed the strange beast that was about to sneak attack. Ha, ha, he gasped heavily. His body was at the bottom, and his whole body was covered in injuries. Even if he was as strong as him, he felt a trace of weakness. He is Yang Yi, the parent and son of the Decepticon martial saint. On this battlefield, he was the backbone of countless people, and he led a group of Tianjiu and the Strange Beast Alliance to fight for several days. It was also him who rushed to the front line desperately, blocking a large number of strange beasts and forcing the opponent to change his strategy. But it was such a peerless Tianjiu who bent down to this moment. Tired. If he could, he really wanted to close his eyes and sleep desperately. But he knew he couldn't. He can't fall. If he fell, countless people would follow him and be killed by the torrent of strange beasts. Ha! Taking another big breath, Yang Yi slowly stood up, looking at the huge number of strange beasts on the opposite side, and his slightly trembling hands were forcefully clenched. Brothers, can you fight again? Yes. Do you dare to fight again? Dare. Are you afraid of death? Don't be afraid. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi's throat was about to crack. Call. At this moment, nothing matters, only kill. Stepping. Countless footsteps came from behind them. Yang Yi turned his head with difficulty, and when he saw the appearance of countless young Tianjiao figures of the Dragon Kingdom, the smile on his face was even worse. Brothers, our support has arrived. Countless Tianjiao who still insisted on not falling down actually had some tears in their eyes, and the dawn of hope appeared again. Yang Yi soared into the air again. He took a deep breath and roared into the sky. In the eyes of many starry sky powerhouses, the Dragon Kingdom is an indigenous people with no foundation, but such a lowly and humble race has grown to compete with their existence in a very short period of time. This incredible phenomenon once made them doubt their lives. What is it that has allowed this race to continue to this point? What is it that allows this race to unite and burst out with unparalleled faith when it encounters the crisis of genocide? This is unthinkable to them. Just like now. Refreshing. The 4 starry sky powerhouses jointly sniped at the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that this situation will end in a fiasco even if the first powerful Protoss in the starry sky comes. But the Dragon Kingdom. This race is amazing. Although each of the 4 major battlefields is at an absolute disadvantage, it is like an unkillable infallible cockroach. No matter how they attacked, they still couldn't be completely defeated. This is the Eastern Polar Sun. It is the place of battle between the Dragon Kingdom and the Shaping Ming clan. The Shaping Hades is an extremely strange starry sky powerhouse. They cultivated the power of the underworld. This power was different from others, as if it came from the abyss of the region. If they were not firm-minded, they might fall into endless darkness if they got involved with it. There have been many muddled Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao. Their eyes are empty, and their bodies exude an extremely oppressive black aura. This is the darkest side lurking deep in their hearts, or madness, or rage, or cruelty, or bloodthirsty. Extremely distorted, and the fundamental reason for their situation is because of the power of the underworld that shapes the underworld. This kind of power made them defenseless, and they suffered a big loss if they were not careful. Another Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao has fallen. He did not die at the hands of enemy forces, but at the hands of his own people. The Tianjiao who killed him had tears in his eyes, although he was extremely reluctant in his heart, but he had to do it. Since they learned about the enemy's ability this time, all the Tianjiao reached some kind of consensus in an instant. Brother, if I fall into a state of madness, please kill me. Although none of Tianjiao said it, this answer was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every Tianjiao. They would rather die in battle than be controlled by the enemy and turn their killing intent towards their companions. In the very center of the battlefield, extremely violent fluctuations broke out from the beginning. That was the battlefield of the top demons on both sides. The endless majesty of the Heavenly Emperor's aura was completely crazy, and he broke out of a limit state desperately and rushed towards the enemy. And what competed with it was the extremely dark power of the underworld. The master who controls this power is the most talented person of this generation of Shaping Hades, Netherworld. Heavenly Emperor's Sword. A Heavenly Emperor's Sword condensed by the Supreme Heavenly Emperor's chi hanging in the void, endlessly majestic, unparalleled in the world. Ji Shangnan had already killed Red Eyes. This time's opponent was too extraordinary. Even if he had an extremely strong Heavenly Emperor chi, he still couldn't completely erase the other party. The battle has been going on for days. It was originally a close battle, but as time slowly passed, the Dragon Kingdom gradually fell into a disadvantage. The Shaping Hades is really weird. The netherworld power from the region made them suffer a lot, and many Tianjiao who were not firm in their minds died in vain under this ability. But they don't have the slightest way. Everyone is born with desires. Greed is the original sin, and the power of the underworld that shapes the underworld can infinitely expand the greed and desire deep in the human body to the greatest extent. How to fight this battle? They did not die at the hands of the enemy, but in their own infinite desires. Even if he died, he was too aggrieved to die. Hey! A dragon country Tianjia who was about to be unable to suppress his inner desires. His eyes were red and swollen, and his whole body was in a riot of energy. He rushed into a small encirclement of the other party without hesitation. Self-destruct. It's self-destructing again. In order to preserve his last dignity, this Tianjia left no way out, and directly blew himself up. He was lucky. This self-detonation directly took away several enemies of the Shaping Hades. He is unfortunate again. Only by such means can he prove that he has his family and country in his heart and is worthy of himself. Eastern Extreme Sun. The defense of this battlefield is the weakest. The soldier stood on the sidelines, clenching his fists tightly. His nails had sunk into the flesh, bleeding from them. But this pain is far from the pain in my heart. If this continues, they will all die. Someone is in tears. On the battlefield ahead, the Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom was about to run out. This battle is too aggrieved. 1/3 of the dead Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao were killed by their own people. These are all means to shape the Hades, and let the Dragon Kingdom fend for itself without any effort. Confused, desperate, overwhelmed, and deeply panicked. This is the true portrayal of the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao who still remains on the battlefield. Watching a friend who usually behaves and laughs die in front of him, or even kills each other with his own hands. This feeling almost broke them. There was still the sound of fierce battle in the sky. Ji Shangnan and Yu Ming have been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, and both of their faces are full of fatigue. What a difficult guy. Nether stared at Ji Shangnan opposite, the second difficult guy he had encountered since he was born. That domineering aura was born to restrain itself. Merely, Ji Shangnan, your Dragon Kingdom seems to be about to be defeated. Nether widened the distance between them, and he spoke slightly, trying to disrupt the other party's mind. Meanwhile, and Ji Shangnan really looked around. In his field of vision, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom have been killed and injured, and there is no desire to live in the eyes of those who are still struggling. Perhaps the moment they stepped into the battlefield, many of them had already made a secret decision. If you don't succeed, you will become benevolent. A huge rainbow appeared in the sky. The appearance of this neon garment symbolizes that Ji Shangnan is more comfortable with his own ability. My strength seems to have become stronger. Me too, as if I am invulnerable, so amazing. This moment, Ji Shangnan incarnated in thousands of forms, and every Tianjiu who was still fighting emerged a voice belonging to Ji Shangnan. With a single order, some of the teenagers who had just gained more power directly waved all their strength, successfully killed the people of the Shaping Hades. Hades. When Yuming saw this scene, his face turned black. Ji Shangnan, you are too arrogant. Fighting against him, he dared to be distracted, which was a bit too contemptuous of his netherworld. The endless terrifying netherworld power bursts out. That extremely dark aura rushed towards Ji Shangnan, deep and weird. A cold snort, mixed with the domineering and unparalleled aura of the Heavenly Emperor, directly shattered the dark power. Ji Shangnan has already successfully awakened for the second time, with a clear state of mind and a great way. This kind of temptation and charm did not change him at all. Never. You can't win me. Ji Shangnan is still increasing output. He kept sending his power to the many Tianjiu of the Dragon Kingdom here. Pregnant with the SSS level Heavenly Emperor, he found that the powerful Heavenly Emperor's clothes could prevent the erosion of the power of the underworld. Regardless of his own consumption, he condensed the clothes of the Heavenly Emperor in the air that were enough to cover the entire battlefield. Every Dragon Kingdom's Tianjiu can borrow its own power. Ha ha ha. Miscellaneous, wasn't it very arrogant just now? It's time for your grandfather to take action. After getting the power of Ji Shangnan, countless Dragon Kingdom Tianjia can finally fight with all their might and scrupulously. They fought too aggrieved in this battle. Not only do you have to fight to the death with the enemy, but you also have to be distracted and suppress your inner restlessness, and you must also prevent the sudden defection of your companions. Kill it. Countless Tianjia dressed in the clothes of the Heavenly Emperor erupted in unparalleled killing. They have been depressed for too long. Now, they are not hiding, they are not hesitating, they leave everything behind, and they only have endless killing intent in their eyes. It's just that they didn't know. The Heavenly Emperor's garment that displays such power is an extremely huge consumption for Ji Shangnan himself. At every moment, the abilities in his body were declining at a terrifying speed. He didn't know how long he could last, but his eyes were extremely resolute and his expression was majestic. Ji Shangnan, I think you are looking for death. The underworld was extremely angry and laughed. In this situation, even if he didn't make a move, the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiu in front of him couldn't last long. Sacrificing himself for the ants below is the most foolish act in his opinion. Thanks to him taking such a fancy to this young man, he even regarded him as his own mortal enemy, and he never thought that he would be such a short-sighted and stupid person. He disdains to be with it. But what he didn't know was, Ji Shangnan has always been like this. He was born as an emperor on earth, and along the way he received countless praise from countless people and regarded him as an emperor. After breaking through the shackles and seeing the heart clearly, Ji Shangnan became more majestic, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. He is no longer the teenager he used to be. He is arrogant and claims to be the first in the world. Instead, he became a real young emperor with a heart like a valley. The way of the Heavenly Emperor is the great way of the heavens. He, Ji Shangnan, has never been a selfish person. The emperor inherits the heavens and the earth, is revered by all people, and should be supported. The emperor is in charge of the source of all paths and carries all living beings in the world, so he should be regarded as his own. These follow him, trust him, and support his Dragon Kingdom Tianjiu. Regardless of life and death, stand on this battlefield and fight bravely to kill the enemy. They originally had a good time, but they died so aggrievedly, which humiliated him, the young emperor. If there is a great sin between heaven and earth, then he will bear it. He is Ji Shangnan, a young emperor who is the best in the world. Air. The dazzling and brilliant Heavenly Emperor's clothes exuded the breath of the Heavenly Emperor, which was endlessly majestic. That was the glory of the peerless Heavenly Emperor Ji Shangnan. The way of the Heavenly Emperor became more and more solid at this moment. Ji Shangnan's body became more and more illusory and mysterious. His Taoist heart had long been clear, but at this moment, the Tongtian Dao that belonged to him was shining more and more. This road to the peak actually erupted with a violent vibration. Dao Gua appeared. In the depths of Ji Shangnan's heart, a fruit carrying the Heavenly Emperor's Dao began to appear. This is the Dao fruit that belongs to Ji Shangnan. He took another big step on this avenue, this step to the sky. The Heavenly Emperor's clothes burst out with shocking brilliance. A more majestic power was transmitted to every Dragon Kingdom Tianjia who was fighting to the death. At this moment, everyone felt a strong aura of the great way. This is the way of the Heavenly Emperor. I feel it. There is a genius who hisses and shouts. He is a loyal fan of Ji Shangnan, following the other party without regrets, and putting his life and death behind. Feeling the majestic aura, he was excited. He swore that the most correct thing he would do in his life was to follow Ji Shangnan. This is faith. Ji Shangnan carried his faith, and at this moment, he responded at the moment of life and death. Kill. All the Dragon Kingdom Tianjia once again burst out with an invincible momentum, which once overwhelmed the geniuses of the Shape Hades clan. Stepping on it, Ji Shangnan's deep pupils looked not far away. The support of the Dragon Kingdom is coming. The corners of his mouth raised, and for some reason, this scene made him feel extremely relieved. The clarion call for the counteroffensive has officially sounded. Countless geniuses from the family poured into the battlefield, and they may have been afraid, hesitant, and cowardly on the way here. But there is no turning back. Since you have stepped into this battlefield, then fight. Even if you die, you have to beat the momentum of the Dragon Kingdom. They are all teenagers in their prime. Who doesn't doesn't hide a heart to serve the country in the depths of their hearts. When Yuming saw this scene, his whole person was not well. The already deep face was even more distorted. The shaping underworld is different from other races, perhaps because of the power of cultivating the netherworld. In terms of racial reproduction, their race is inherently inferior to other starry sky powerhouses. There is no confidence to fight for life as unscrupulously as the Strange Beast Alliance. They don't have a backup team. In a fit of rage, he rushed to the boy in front of him again. As long as he is killed, the scales of victory will still be in their favor. Now is the perfect opportunity. The boy is disregarding his own consumption for the ants below. He must act quickly. The terrifying power of the underworld transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky, as if it came from endless hell, weird and heinous. That evil dark aura rushed towards the young heavenly emperor. I said, you can't kill me. You couldn't kill me before, but now you're even more delusional. The majestic ZG showed a fierce light in his eyes to the south. Under his manipulation, the powerful heavenly emperor's aura formed a huge heavenly moat, cutting off the path of the dark aura. Ji Xiangnan, who has already condensed the Dao fruit, is even more high-spirited. Endless auspicious clouds descended from the sky. He was originally ranked 64th on the Hongmeng Tianjiao list, but he actually jumped up and reached the 17th place. This sudden appearance of Dao luck is a reward from God. This made Ji Xiangnan, who was already shining, even more sacred and magnificent. The heavenly emperor Dao fruit in the depths of Ji Xiangnan's heart trembled slightly. The Dao Qi that has been integrated into his body is isolated by it, which is the self-defense of Daogua. But Ji Xiangnan, who was fighting, did not notice this trace of strangeness. The murderous intent in his eyes was crisscrossed, and even God was helping him. The heavenly emperor's sword was roaring. The heavenly emperor's fist is swinging. Today, he is bound to slay the enemy in front of him. The scales of victory have begun to tilt. With the protection of Ji Xiangnan, the peerless emperor of heaven, the dragon kingdom Tianjiao gradually gained the upper hand. They sweated wantonly, and on this battlefield, they fought to the death with all their might, completely knocking out the momentum of the dragon kingdom. There is a legend of the peerless emperor of heaven. There are countless Tianjiao desperate. The dragon soldiers outside the field were shouting and cheering, and they were infected by the blood of these young people. This is the dragon kingdom, a race full of endless possibilities. Eternal robbery on the battlefield. Young master, be careful. Sudaji, who was hiding on the side, had a worried look on his face. She and her son have been chased by countless people these days. Weak to the fourth order, strong to the eighth order. These people are like dogskin plasters, chasing wherever they go. Originally, under Lin Zhao's iron-blooded killing, the number of people who dared to come had gradually decreased a lot. But the four major forces once again increased the reward tenfold. There must be brave men under the heavy money, and even some martial artists are moved. It's too much. Now, the young master was fighting with several Wu Zun. Most of these martial artists were some scattered cultivators from different starry sky forces. The martial power changed the world, and every move was extremely terrifying. This time, there were as many as 10 Wu Zun who sniped Lin Xiao, and originally they still held their own identities as Wu Zun, and they did not do it together. But when Lin Xiao instantly killed one of them, the situation changed. The remaining 9 martial artists were all shocked and inexplicable. How could there be such a perverted person? The person who was killed was Wu Zun. When was Wu Zun weak enough to be killed in one move? But the more terrifying thing is yet to come. When they joined forces to deal with Lin Xiao, they found that this young demon was excessive and powerful. No matter what means are used, they can't even break the other party's defense. And what terrified them even more? Yes, this young man was actually alone competing with their 9 martial venerables for the secret of the rules of this world. This is really too far-fetched, completely subverting their previous cognition. Damn, we've all been deceived. This kid is a complete demon at all. There is a martial artist who regrets it, and regret should not be confused by the mind. This kind of Tianjiao demon starry sky that is beyond common sense is rare to see, and it is not an existence that he can touch at all. Even if he is as strong as Wu Zun, he has to bow his head in front of the truly invincible Tianjiao demon. A fierce battle broke out in the space here. Lin Xiao was alone like a god and demon boy, and his indifferent pupils exuded the ultimate divine aura. These Wu Zun have been slowly suppressed by Lin Xiao. The supreme time and space rules permeated the audience, firmly locking every martial artist on the scene. The art of great movement. The voice is extremely cold. The space here was forcibly divided into countless independent spaces by Lin Xiao. The 9 martial masters were forcibly pulled into independent spaces by the distorted space rules. There is Wu Zun resisting vigorously. The 9 of them united and had hope of resistance, and once they were divided, they would be broken one by one. The strength of that young man was too terrifying, and they didn't have the confidence that one person could handle it. But the terrifying and twisted power of the rules of space firmly locked each of them in place. This heaven and earth were controlled by Lin Xiao again, and they were powerless to resist at all. Damn! They were roaring wildly, unleashing terrifying attacks on the surrounding space barriers with all their might. They don't want to just wait to die, they have to fight. The extremely indifferent voice came out of Lin Xiao's mouth. The 9 Wuzun powerhouses attacked at the same time, leaving him only forced to defend, but now, it was his turn. The eyes of the gods of time and space were flickering wildly. Those unparalleled divine eyes exuded the ultimate chill. Endless reincarnation. 10,000 years at a glance. One of the martial venerables was stared at by Lin Zhao's spacetime divine eyes. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled, and under the absolute forbidden power, his eyes gradually became empty and scattered until he lost his brilliance. His consciousness is completely destroyed, falling into the cycle of 10,000 years. 10,000 years is the sea, and the sea is like an instant. This martial venerable dissipated between this world and the earth. This terrifying outrageous scene made the remaining 8 Wuzun even more crazy. They were really scared at this moment, but there is no regret medicine in the world. Feeling the ability in his body like a vast ocean, the surging energy filled his body. Lin Xiao burst out with extreme brilliance again. Time and space storm. Under the endless distortion of time and space, a river from the unknown realm flows through. The fluctuations emanating from this river are terrifying. This time, Lin Xiao saw it very thoroughly. The unknown river is full of time and space. Even he couldn't see the mystery clearly, he couldn't see it thoroughly. This river ran through the sky, enveloping all 8 Wuzun. What is this? Wuzun noticed that his mind was attracted by something inexplicable and was forcibly torn apart. Guard me. They pushed the energy in their bodies to the extreme, fighting against the unknown existence with all their might. But even so, they still noticed that their lives were slowly passing, and the power of time was pervasive. They were furious and terrified. They had already tried their best, but the surrounding space barriers were too hard. Even as martial venerables, they could not break it in a short period of time with all their might. And Lin Xiao couldn't give the enemy any buffer time at all. I saw his right eye blinking slightly. Countless hidden blades appeared in the air, extremely sharp. They ignored the barriers of space, traversed time and space, and slashed at the 8 martial venerables. The lethality of these hidden blades was too terrifying, and they were caught off guard, and these Wuzun suffered a big loss. They were already struggling to defend, and countless scars appeared on their bodies. These hidden blades kept slashing at them, and one careless would be seriously injured. Lin Xiao, let me go. I promise to never appear in front of you again. There was a martial artist who begged for mercy, and he gave up the dignity of a strong man from Wuzun and begged for mercy from a young man. The attacks around him became more and more fierce, and he was about to be unable to bear it. Lin Xiao, as long as you let me go, I am willing to be your slave. Driven by you. More than one Wuzun opened his mouth to beg for mercy, and other Wuzun who were afraid of death also spoke, praying that Lin Xiao could stop. No one knows what horrific attacks they have suffered. Wuzun couldn't bear it at all. The strength of the young man frightened them, and at this moment, they scolded all the 4 major forces in their hearts. Now I think of begging for mercy, it's too late. But Lin Xiao would not let these people go at all. Since you dare to come, be prepared to die. Lin Xiao is not the Holy Mother, and anyone who offends me will be killed. I saw my hands in the air. Unparalleled volatility appeared in the sky. A majestic figure resurfaced, with its back to all living beings, an ancient, simple, but extremely terrifying mirror pressing down on endless time and space. Void Sutra, with Lin Zhao's roar. This majestic figure was separated by infinite years, endless time and space, holding a godless weapon, and blasted out the ultimate brilliant blow. No, don't. Feel the terrorist attack from above. These 8 martial artists showed infinite horror in their eyes. They didn't want to die. The space here could not withstand it, and it was completely cracked. With the wanton flow of the void, the 8 martial venerables completely lost their breath under this blow. Ding! The host is detected and killed 8 foreign martial masters, and the reward is 8 million cultivation points. Su Daji, who was hiding on the side, was completely dumbfounded. Originally, she was ready to die. It was really the strength of the person who attacked and killed her and the young master this time. Snap! A full 10 martial masters. That was the supreme combat power that symbolized the eternal tribulation battlefield. Their Ninetales clan, the entire race is only a few dozen strong martial arts. Looking at Lin Xiao who was coming. Boom! Her heart skipped a beat. Public. Young master. Su Daji's voice trembled and majestic. Are the Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom as terrifying as you? Su Daji really couldn't understand. There was Jizi first, and then Gongzi. Is the Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom really evil to this level? This is the gap between the strong and the weak? Why can it be perverted to such an extent? The young master hasn't even reached King Wu yet. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. What? Make do. Our Dragon Kingdom does have a lot of talented and demonic Tianjiao. Su thought of Ji Shangnan and others, and Lin Xiao felt that what he said was right. Those former opponents may not be as perverted as themselves, but they are definitely first-class Tianjiao demons. After getting the affirmation of the young master, Su Daji was shocked again. What kind of race is the Dragon Kingdom? She didn't dare to think about it at all. Boom! If this kind of demon is born in her Ninetales clan, it will be regarded as the hope of rising by the entire race, and will do everything to help it grow. And the Dragon Kingdom? Impossible. Su Daji looked at the young master who was fighting alone in the battlefield of the eternal tribulation. The thought pattern limit limits her brain thinking. Does the young master mean that the Dragon Kingdom still has a Tianjiao similar to him? Oh my god, this is terrifying. Let's go. Lin Xiao walked forward by himself, and now he had completed 1/10 of the task of leaving this place. Wu Zun has killed 14 people, and King Wu was a little more, estimated to be almost 2,000. He was also somewhat grateful to the 4 major forces. If it weren't for the kill order issued by them, the progress of the mission would not have been so fast. The 4 major forces. Lin Zhao's eyes exuded the ultimate chill. Su Daji. Boom. Young master, how much do you know about the news about the 4 major forces in Jinlong Pass? After thinking for a while, Su Daji told the news he knew. The heritage of these strong clans is far stronger than they imagined. How is this possible? The number of Wu Zun powerhouses alone far exceeded the general forces. Zanlongwen is a huge treasure land of resources, and these starry sky powerhouses enjoy endless resources in order to occupy them. A large number of forces will be sent to guard this place. As far as Su Daji knew, there were at least dozens of Wuzuan powerhouses guarding this town Dragon Pass for anyone who could be called a strong clan. There is even no shortage of strong people in the middle stage of Wu Zun pressing here. The area of Jinlong Pass is vast, and a 6th order warrior may not be able to fly all over the entire Jinlong Pass alone. Lin Xiao listened quietly. His eyes narrowed slightly. There was a bold plan in his mind, but this plan still needed to be carefully considered. The 5th master, we have lost a lot of brothers during this time, all of whom died under Lin Xiao. The person who spoke had a hideous scar on his face. The figure sitting above slammed the table beside him with an angry poem. Lin Xiao, it's this damn Lin Xiao again. The body of this 5th master exuded powerful fluctuations, and he was a martial powerhouse. He is one of the 5 masters of the Star Thieves. The Starry Sky Thief finally developed to this point under the operation of him and his 4 eldest brothers, but he suffered heavy losses because of a Lin Xiao. The strong man of King Wu is not Chinese cabbage, under so many years of accumulation. The number of Wu kings in their forces is no more than 100. You go, let all the brothers temporarily stop chasing Lin Xiao. I want to go out myself. Hearing this, the scarred man's face was happy. As a strong martial artist, the 5th head is powerful and unfathomable, and he must be able to kill the thief to avenge the dead brothers. After the scarred man left, the 5th master was shocked. Disappeared here in an instant. Young master, what do you mean is that I want me to pretend to be you, appear in front of the eyes of the 4 major forces, attract firepower, you go steal the house? Su Daji pointed to himself. She was a little scared. With his own strength, the average martial king may still be able to fight, and the slightly more powerful one has to be extremely cautious. And the 4 major forces, they all have the existence of martial powerhouses. How to be an opponent. Did the young master begin to dislike himself and let himself be cannon fodder? After all, she still can't escape the fate of being a cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Su Daji's heart darkened, as if he had accepted his fate. How is that possible? Lin Xiao nodded. Now his cultivation points have reached more than 100 million again, but it is not enough. He needs more resources. Those 4 major forces have been stationed here for a long time, and there must be countless resources in them. If he gets these resources, his strength will be qualitatively improved. When he noticed Su Daji's expression, Lin Xiao smiled. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to die, you just need to follow my instructions, and I will keep you safe. Don't forget, he also has another identity, a Grandmaster level formation master. He can still make a simple teleportation array. Hearing that it was not that he was going to die, Su Daji's heart came back to life. She knew that the young master would not abandon her. Didn't you say that your Ninetales clan's innate supernatural powers can transform into someone else's appearance? Turn it into me and see. Su Daji immediately activated his magical powers and changed himself into Lin Xiao's appearance. Looking at Lin Xiao, who looks exactly like himself, Lin Xiao kept looking up and down, and it was really the same. Next, Lin Xiao still needs to find a safer place. He and Su Daji searched for a long time before finding a deserted area with few people. Just here. Looking around, this is a relatively safe place, and there are not too many figures. Young master, you are. Su Daji didn't know what his son was going to do. Lin Xiao didn't explain much, and immediately closed his eyes and murmured at the corners of his mouth. As his hands kept imprinting, countless mysterious formations appeared out of thin air. Lin Xiao took out the array plate that had been prepared for a long time from the space. This kind of teleportation array involving time and space must have an array foundation. Not good. Su Daji was dizzy when she looked at it, but her eyes were full of shock. This is the formation. As King Wu, she also used formations herself and knew the horror of formations. If one of the warriors of the same rank and level has the blessing of the formation, then victory is only a matter of time. Young master, he can still do formation? Su Daji didn't know how many times he was shocked. The young master was so amazing. How could he do anything? How can there be such a demonic person in the world? What else is there that the young master can't do? Looking at the endless and mysterious arrays suspended in the air, Su Daji was fascinated by it. She didn't know if there was a more amazing existence than the young master, but she has already made up her mind that in this life she will only be loyal to the young master. At the moment, she was even more convinced that the young master would become the supreme powerhouse in the future, an invincible existence in the starry sky. After a while, Lin Xiao opened his eyes. Now, you hold this array. I have recorded the coordinates of this place, and after triggering this array, you will be teleported here. Lin Xiao explained. In this way, as long as he is careful, he can escape safely, and he can take the opportunity to steal the house. Su Daji took the array and hid it carefully. This teleportation formation is quite precious. I didn't expect the young master to put so much effort into her safety. Thinking of this, she immediately raised her hand and said, guaranteed to complete the task. It doesn't have to be like this. If you really can't do anything, safety comes first. Lin Xiao waved his hand. He could find a way out of resources, but if a slave like Su Daji who was both obedient and convenient was gone, it would be difficult to find another one. And when Su Daji heard Lin Xiao say this, his heart was extremely moved. Young master, he really, I cried to death. After the two carefully discussed the details again, they were ready to do it. Suddenly, a figure descended here. You are Lin Xiao? The person who came was the fifth leader of the Starry Sky Thief, a strong man in the early stage of Wuzuan. At this moment, his eyes were extremely indifferent, looking at Lin Xiao as if he were looking at a dead man. I didn't expect it to be a genius. Feeling the fluctuations emanating from Lin Xiao's body, the fifth master's eyes moved slightly. A sixth-order peak warrior was actually able to kill the martial king. There was something. However, if you kill so many people like me, even if you are Tianjiao, you will pay for your life. After saying that, the fifth master's eyes were sharp, and the coercion belonging to the martial powerhouse wantonly pressed towards Lin Xiao. The terrifying fluctuations made the space around him tremble, but he didn't notice that Lin Xiao on the opposite side looked at him as if he were looking at a dead man. The fifth master gradually discovered something was wrong. There was no fear in the eyes of the boy in front of him, but extremely indifferent, as if looking at a dead person. This made him inexplicably angry. The terrifying coercion belonging to the Wuzuan powerhouse caused this space to constantly shake. Su Daji couldn't bear it anymore. Her face showed an extremely painful look, and her bones were ringing. Looked at. Lin Xiao raised his hand gently, and a soft force enveloped Su Daji's surroundings, resisting Wuzuan's coercion for her. Thank you, young master. Bang! Su Daji knew that it was superfluous to stay, so she hurriedly fled from here, not wanting to add too much trouble to the young master. See this scene. The fifth master's face darkened. He didn't expect that his coercion would be cracked by the young man casually, and he didn't intend to let go of the woman who fled into the distance. I saw him raise his left palm, and a majestic energy gathered, and countless rules in the air were controlled by him, forming a terrifying attack pointing in the direction of Su Daji's escape. It's naive to want to run away under my nose. The fifth master snorted coldly. This powerful attack was enough to kill Su Daji. What he didn't expect was, this attack was actually blocked. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was a little upset, because it was Lin Xiao who was attacking at the moment. At this moment, Lin Xiao was standing proudly in the void. The cold wind blew the tips of his hair, and his divine eyes stared at each other tightly. Boy, you. This martial artist found something wrong. How could a sixth-order warrior stop his attack? And what responded to him was an extremely cold echo. Endless reincarnation. Those eyes full of brilliant divine light were like death, staring at the fifth master coldly. A glance is 10,000 years. Before there was any reaction, the arrogant and invincible fifth master felt a whirlwind of the world. His consciousness was stripped away, and he fell into endless reincarnation, slowly sinking. At first, he was still resisting, but the power of time was too terrifying, so he didn't feel that he had lost himself and sank into this 10,000 years of reincarnation. Gradually lose yourself, and with the passage of time, it will disappear. One move in seconds. After the system's prompt appeared in his mind, Lin Xiao spat on it. Where did the stupid 13 come from? As soon as he came up, he made wild words to kill him. How powerful he thought it was. That's it? The strength of this Wuzun seemed a bit watery to him, and he originally thought it would take some effort, but he didn't expect to hold on to even a single move. What a waste. Young master, are you okay? In the distance, Suda saw that the battle was over, spread her calves and ran towards this side. Do you think something is wrong with me? Lin Xiao glanced at her slightly. The young master is unparalleled in demons. His strength is strong. Of course he will be fine. Su Daji quickly changed her words, for fear that she would make the young master unhappy if she said the wrong thing. Don't flatter. You remember what I just said. Back to the young master. All the slaves have remembered it clearly, and they will not disappoint the young master. Su Daji immediately patted his chest and assured the young master. In that case, let's go. This is one of the positions of the immortals. The immortal race is one of the absolute starry sky powerhouses. They boast of noble blood, and they are starry sky nobles. Even the Protoss were just a group of powerful barbarians in their eyes. Su Daji, who transformed into Lin Xiao's appearance, gradually walked to the door of the immortal race base camp. Who is it? Bang! An extremely arrogant immortal clan man spread his wings and scolded angrily. Immortal realm, trespassers will die. The strength of this guarding immortal clan was not too weak, reaching the level of rank 6. But his domineering words and his arrogant posture, those who didn't know thought he was Wu Zun. Poof! Lin Xiao, a black tiger, dug out his heart and directly dug out the heart of this immortal race. The immortal's aura gradually languished, and his face turned pale instantly. He couldn't believe that someone dared to attack him in his home base. The nobility of the race has deprived him of the most basic sense of defense. No, there is an enemy attack. The other immortal people noticed this scene and immediately exclaimed loudly, "What did you say?" In just an instant, many immortal people appeared in front of Lin Xiao. They had fierce eyes and stared at the man in front of them. "Damn, you are so bold. How dare you kill us?" After that, they were going to take action and completely kill this guy who didn't know the height of the sky. Lin Xiao's face was a little panicked. With so many people shooting at the same time, she couldn't bear it. "Don't panic, there's me." But a gentle voice appeared in his mind. Lin Xiao, who was in the xenospace, looked extremely indifferent. Those eyes that exuded divine light were trembling. "Space is extinguished. This is releasing the ultimate move across different spaces." Lin Xiao, who was in the middle of a different plane, time and space, launched a death attack on this group of arrogant and disgusting immortals. The powerful space power directly enveloped all the immortals present. Bang! The endless distorted space is collapsing and disappearing. Among the immortals present, the strongest was only King Wu, and he could not resist this force at all. Screams came and went, and the bodies of countless immortals were torn apart by the broken space, in pain. After a while, there was no more immortal figure here. All of them disappeared with the collapsing space. A huge alarm sounded. Yes, many immortals who were in retreat opened their eyes one after another. Someone attacked. What a big courage. Damn, did the demons kill them? The immortals and demons were opposed, and they first thought of this old rival. Wu Zun frowned, his eyes passed through the space, and he saw the figure of Lin Xiao. This huge sound made countless immortal people appear here, and they all looked at Lin Xiao in unison. "It's you! Who are you? Are you looking for death?" Someone scolded angrily. In Zenlongwen, there are still people who dare to touch their moldy heads, which is really tired and crooked. Meanwhile, two figures emitting powerful fluctuations appeared in the center of the field. Lord Immortal. Seeing the comer, countless immortals lowered their heads one after another, respectful. Lin Xiao was very calm, but his heart was very panicked. It was the first time she had faced Wu Zun like this, and the invisible coercion made her extremely uncomfortable. "Lin Xiao, you are so bold." The immortal martial master stretched out his finger to the other party, and they recognized the identity of the young man at a glance. "Don't panic, do as I say." Lin Xiao passed it on secretly. "Raise your hands." Su Daji was silent, looked at the other party indifferently, and slowly raised his hands under his gaze. See this scene. The two immortal martial venerables immediately stood on standby. They got the news that the young man in front of them was extraordinarily strong and had the ability to kill Wu Zun, so they must not be underestimated. In a different time and space, Lin Xiao looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth wriggling slightly. Space is extinguished. This time the attack was not as turbulent as the beginning, and there was some weakness in the follow-up. The two martial venerables looked slightly condensed. This offensive didn't seem to be very strong. Could it be that the news was wrong? Lin Xiao did not hesitate at all, and immediately took out the teleportation array and disappeared here. Ha! Seeing Lin Xiao running away, the two immortal martial venerables looked at each other, both sensing that something was wrong. This child's strength doesn't seem to be that strong. Do you want to? Don't act rashly. The Dragon Kingdom is a bunch of lowly and inferior races. They like to play conspiracies. This may be luring the tiger away from the mountain. It makes sense. Lin Xiao, who was in the xenospace, looked slightly frozen. These guys were really cautious. He sensed it slightly and contacted Su Daji through his mind. Keep going. And Su Daji, who had been teleported to the distance, came again after receiving the order. Boom! The huge destructive force directly smashed the gate of the immortal race. Many immortals rushed out menacingly. "It's you again. Damn guy, you're looking for death." Some immortals couldn't help but rush up, but they were directly killed on the spot. This completely angered all the immortals, and they rose up in anger one after another, bursting out with a powerful momentum. Space is extinguished. Countless immortals who rushed to the front line instantly let out a terrible scream. "It's you again." Immortal Martial Venerable appeared on the scene instantly, his expression gloomy. Looking at the scene in the field, with a wave of his hand, the terrifying energy directly blocked the attack. "Don't wait for it to attack." Lin Xiao immediately ordered Su Daji to escape. The figure of Lin Xiao disappeared here again. This made the Immortal Martial Venerable angry. Lin Xiao, after going back and forth a few times, the immortal race was completely annoyed by Lin Xiao's behavior. "I can't bear it anymore. A martial artist is really unbearable." After being teased several times by a hairy boy, he was still at his doorstep, and the face of the immortal race was lost when he said it. The other Wu Zun also had a gloomy face. He didn't expect the other party to be so confident and fearless. Did he really think that his immortal race was a soft persimmon? The two looked at each other. Under these few temptations, they realized that this Lin Xiao was not as powerful as the legend. And Lin Xiao also determined one thing under so many temptations. That is, the strength guarding this place is really only those two Wu Zun. In this case, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Originally, he was worried that he would encounter a strong man guarding the middle stage of Wu Zun, but it was only 2 early stages of Wu Zun, so he would kill him directly. Lin Xiao appeared in the sky above the immortal race again, but before he could make a move, the 2 immortal martial venerables instantly appeared in front of him, as if they had been waiting for a long time. On the battlefield, Lin Xiao, do you really think that my immortal clan is where you can come and leave whenever you want? Immortal martial venerable couldn't bear it anymore. This time, he had to let this damn guy know the fate of offending their immortal clan. The 2 martial masters instantly erupted in a shocking and terrifying murderous intent. The 2 attacked Lin Xiao together, and the powerful force made the surrounding space tremble incomparably with great force. Huge wings cover the sky. They pushed the energy in their bodies to the extreme, and they were bound to take down this kid who didn't know the height of the sky in one blow. Boom! The full power of the 2 immortal martial venerables was blocked by an inexplicable space barrier. Their pupils shrank. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, the pores and hairs all over his body exploded. Time and space storm. A long river from ancient times radiates terrifying fluctuations, overhanging above their heads. The space is filled with the power of endless spacetime rules. This is an absolute forbidden force. The 2 immortal martial venerables suddenly felt a great enemy. They felt great terror at this moment. Oh no, we were fooled. Their expressions were extremely ugly, and they never thought that they would still be fooled by Lin Xiao. At this moment, this space was already controlled by Lin Xiao, and it would not be so easy for them to escape. They had to break Lin Xiao's control. Go all out. The 2 looked at each other and burst out with the most powerful killer move. While resisting the attack and killing from the terrifying forbidden forces in the sky, he competed with Lin Xiao for control of the space here. Lin Xiao snorted coldly. The origin of the spacetime holy law in his body collided with the divine eyes of time and space again, and an incomparably powerful power of spacetime rules permeated out. Endless reincarnation. 10,000 years is the sea, and the sea is like an instant. The 2 immortal martial venerables were beaten and retreated steadily, with terrifying forbidden forces tearing apart in front and endless reincarnation depriving them behind. Even if they have a deep heritage, they can't bear it. One of the martial artists took the lead and couldn't hold on. His consciousness was forcibly stripped out of his body, and he fell into endless reincarnation, feeling the loneliness and darkness of 10,000 years. His body was infected by the eerie river above, and became decayed, like a remnant in the wind. A powerful martial venerable from the immortal clan died like this. The other Wu Zun, who was still struggling to support, was covered in injuries. Countless hidden blades appeared around him, invisible and shadowless, but extremely sharp. They were able to break through space, ignore everything, and bring great damage to him. Lin Xiao, the immortal clan will not let you go. At the last moment of death, he looked at Lin Xiao resentfully, and in that trace of unwillingness, he died completely. The 2 powerful immortal martial venerables were killed by Lin Xiao in this way, and lost the guard of the strong Wu Zun. The rest of the immortals here did not have any power to resist. Under the suppression of Lin Xiao's powerful strength, all of them were beheaded here. The air was full of blood, and the evil spirit was soaring. A base of the immortal race was destroyed by Lin Xiao alone. A few days later, this news was like thunder and regret, and countless people in Zhenlongwen were all shocked. Is that warrior of the Dragon Kingdom so fierce? Damn, I thought about chasing him before, but fortunately I didn't go. It's awesome. After this experience, they all knew that the killing order issued by the 4 major forces before was a huge pit. No wonder so many people went to chase them, but not a single message came back. It seems that those people should never come back. Hey, I've long seen that group of immortals is not pleasing to the eye. What is it, relying on its strength to have no one in sight? Show, a little sound, if it reaches the ears of the immortal race, you will be miserable. Inside a huge palace, an immortal venerable martial venerable was extremely furious, and in anger, he smashed countless tables and chairs with a single palm. This Lin Xiao must die. How long? How long has it been since no one dared to deceive his immortal race like this? Was actually killed by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom to his home. If he didn't suppress the other party strongly, then the dignity of their immortal race would completely collapse. But this son is too strong. How to kill him? That position was guarded by 2 Wu Zun and hundreds of Wu Kings. This level of defensive power was actually brushed by him alone. What is the terrifying strength? Hear the words. Wu Zun was silent. The total combat power of the immortal clan guarding in the Jinlong Pass was more than 20 at the level of Wu Zuan. Now that Lin Xiao has killed 3 people alone, this loss is not small. Contact several other major forces and send all their strength to kill this flirtatious. Haven't they all suffered losses at their hands? I'm afraid they won't agree. Maybe they're hiding aside and watching our jokes now. Wu Zun snorted coldly. Their forces are usually peaceful and harmonious, but once something happens, they will turn their faces in an instant. Even secretly, they often fight with each other. Try it. What if they agree? Wu Zun contacted the other party on the spot, but it didn't take long for him to become angry. Because those big forces are actually taking advantage of the fire to rob, they can help each other, but they need their immortal race to give a fee. The high cost scared people to death, and they didn't make him angry half to death. These beasts, what should I I do now? For a while, all the martial venerables were silent, and the strength of the awakened person of the Dragon Kingdom was absolutely outrageous. If it is the power of the immortal clan alone, unless all the martial venerables and the martial kings are gathered together and surrounded. But in this way, many positions of the immortal clan would not have any defense. They absolutely believe that the great powers will take advantage of the opportunity to steal their homes. But one-on-one, no one is an opponent. It seems to have fallen into a dead end. Within a few days, another shocking news broke out. A demon position in the north was destroyed. None of the demons in the entire camp survived, and the figurine was still Lin Xiao. Large earthquake. There was a big earthquake in Zenlongwen. Last time it was the immortals, this time it was the demons. It's crazy. God man. Some melon-eating people were amazed. Junlong Pass has never had such a crazy incident. That is the overlord of the starry sky, the supreme powerhouse. It was so miserable that he was killed by one person. Demon base camp. The demon martial master was extremely furious. Not long ago, they were still laughing at the immortal guys, but they didn't expect it to be their turn so soon. It's really too bullying. Contact the immortal clan quickly. Just say that my demon clan has agreed to their conditions. Let's all work together to kill Lin Xiao. The demon guys sent a message saying that they agreed to our conditions. Ah, don't they think highly of themselves? Why did they take the initiative to find us? The immortal martial master laughed heartily. It is true that the destruction of their own family made them extremely furious, but after seeing their old rivals suffer the same, there was an indescribable comfort in their hearts. Tell them that it is not enough for the two of us to bring up the Protoss and the bereaved family. None of these guys are fuel-efficient lamps. If it was really just the two of them and Lin Xiao, they fought to the death. Don't think about it. In the end, it must be the Protoss and the bereaved family, the yellow bird behind. It is not impossible to even take the opportunity to fall into the trap. Therefore, we must find a way to bring them together, and only in this way can we ensure that nothing goes wrong. The demon martial master who received the reply also calmed down. What those miscellaneous birds said really made sense. We can only wait for an opportunity now. Lin Xiao didn't let them wait too long for this opportunity. It didn't take long. The bad news came from the Protoss. A position was destroyed, and there was no complete corpse. The Protoss was also angry, and the four major forces are left with only the eternal tribulation remnants who have not suffered such losses. But the Wu Zun of the bereaved family are not stupid. If they waited stupidly, they would definitely be found by that crazy guy. An emergency council about hunting Lin Xiao unfolded within the four major forces. Bang! At the same time, they have mobilized a lot of power, and they are bound to ensure that nothing goes wrong. And after destroying the Protoss, Lin Xiao's whole body was exchanged for cultivation points, reaching a full 600 million. Ha! This made him sigh. It's better to rob the money quickly. Young master, are we still like this next? Su Daji stood aside respectfully. These days, she went from incredible at the beginning to full of admiration later. At this moment, deep in her heart, her son is the first invincible demon in the universe. In the future, he will definitely become an invincible powerhouse in the universe. She was very happy with her decision. It is her honor to sign a death contract with such an invincible Tianjiu in the universe. No, presumably those four major forces are fully prepared and should be gathering their strength to kill me now. Lin Xiao said lightly. Destroyed a full 3 positions. If they didn't react yet, Lin Xiao should be anxious about their brains. So what should we do? Su Daji scratched her head, and she suddenly found that she didn't seem to have any effect on the young master. The young master's strength is too strong, and her strength can't be of any help at all. Don't worry, I'll improve my strength first. Su Daji nodded habitually, and after reacting, she looked at the young master in surprise. Young master, are you going to break through King Wu? She was a little surprised. The strength of the 6th order of the young master is so strong. Breaking through to King Wu will definitely be even more ferocious. It's exciting to think about. Lin Xiao did not respond. He looked for a relatively barren area, where basically no one would appear, and it was a relatively suitable place for retreat. I'll retreat for a while next, and you can help me watch from the sidelines. After saying that, Lin Xiao still felt a little unsafe. In a place like the Eternal Tribulation battlefield, everything must be extremely careful. He spent some more time arranging a hidden formation around him to envelop the two of them, clapped his hands, and now it is completely safe. System. Ding, the host is here. Open the personal panel. Ding, the personal panel is open. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 17. Race, human. Talent, SSS level. Ability, Spacetime Plus, Super SSS level. Spacetime Origin, Awakening level 60%. Spacetime Divine Eyes Plus, Top 10 Divine Eyes, Awakening 60%. Level, Late Stage 6 Peak Plus. Blood, 150,000 Plus. Psychokinesis, 2999 Plus. Technique, Void Sutra, Deshang. Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra, Deshang. 8-9 Mysterious Skills Plus, Peak of Xiaocheng. Martial Arts, Blade of Nothingness Plus, Deshang. Eye of the Divine Eye Plus, Deshang. Fist Breaking the Sky Plus, Deshang. Soul Needle Plus, Deshang. Eternal Indestructible Plus, Deshang. Shang, space annihilation plus De Shang, spacetime storm plus De Shang, endless reincarnation plus De Shang, auxiliary insight, grandmaster combat skills plus, grandmaster formation master plus, grandmaster alchemist plus, Watts fist De Shang plus, cultivation point 600,070,001 inch. After having 600 million cultivation points, the 3 grandmaster levels finally appeared with a hint to add points. After the grandmaster is the great grandmaster, but this is not what Lin Xiao needs at the moment. He looked at the column of the 8 or 9 mysterious skills. Is the flesh sanctified? Whispering, he didn't know what kind of change would come after the sanctification of the body. He only knows. System, add some for me. Ding, 500 million cultivation points have been deducted. The 8 or 9 mysterious skills are about to be completed. Please prepare the host. This moment, Lin Xiao only felt like an explosion all over his body, and endless power appeared in his body. He clearly felt that every cell of his body contained endless energy, like a small universe. Hundreds of millions of cells are hundreds of millions of stars. At the same time, the Pango essence and blood hidden in the depths of the body resurfaced under the stimulation of the 8 or 9 mysterious skills. The inside should be the outside. Lin Xiao's body is undergoing epic changes. That is true sanctification in the flesh. Countless clouds appeared in the sky above this eternal tribulation battlefield, as if to rain down the world-destroying thunder punishment. But there was a shortage of the Earth Realm Avenue here, and it was impossible to condense the thunder tribulation that symbolized the wrath of God. But even so, the clouds of thousands of miles would not dissipate for a long time. Countless people looked up at the sky. This scene made them a little confused. The eternal tribulation battlefield is a world of its own. When did such a vision appear? Could it be that something big is about to happen? This made the already depressed eternal tribulation battlefield even more undercurrent. The 4 major forces in Jinlong Pass have gathered all their strength. There are 80 strong people at the level of Wu Zun alone. To be on the safe side, they directly took out all their strength. Lin Xiao's sun had already made them a little scared, and he had to kill them with one blow. The boundless clouds are still drifting, as if there is about to be a great horror. Sudaji found that a huge cocoon had condensed around the young master, and the terrifying coercion coming from the cocoon made her unable to get close at all. The young master is really strong. I don't know how long it took, but a crack appeared on the huge cocoon. Then the crack grew bigger and bigger until it finally ruptured. A figure emerged. The strong air pressure made Sudaji a little panicked for a while. What kind of oppressive force is this? The aura emitted alone made her unable to bear it, and she even wanted to kneel down and worship. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He quietly felt his body at the moment, and the indescribable power intoxicated him. This moment, his flesh was sanctified. The 8-9 mysterious skills were completely completed, and the blood and chi value directly broke through to 500,000. The leap of this step was too huge, so huge that even he couldn't believe it. He really felt as if he was invincible. This feeling was extremely strong, and the changes brought about by the sanctification of the body made him a little unable to adapt for a while. The surrounding space was already on the verge of collapse. As long as Lin Xiao released his breath a little, it would immediately shatter. It's really too strong. And at this point, Lin Xiao also temporarily stopped this cultivation. Enough! De Shang's 8 or 9 mysterious skills, the sanctification of the body made him no longer have any worries. His eyes looked at the sky. The 4 major forces, I, Lin Xiao, are here. Young master. A faint voice came. Lin Xiao looked away, found that Sudaji was half kneeling on the ground. His face was full of sweat, and his whole body was trembling. Realizing that his aura was too strong, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. The powerful air pressure that permeated the surroundings disappeared in an instant. Sudaji suddenly relaxed and gasped. The young master's aura was so strong that she couldn't breathe at all. Lin Xiao asked softly, just broke through. He was a little excited, and he couldn't control it for a while. No, it's okay, young master, have you made a breakthrough? Well, a small breakthrough. Sudaji was sincerely happy for Lin Xiao. The stronger the young master, the more she admired that young master. Next, Lin Xiao raised his head slightly. Next, it's time to settle the general ledger. He was stationed in Longguan City. It's overcrowded here. The strong men from all races are often stationed here. A passing alien made a suspicious sound. The first alchemy of the heavens? Put. He looked at the rather arrogant banner in front of him, and always felt as if he had seen it somewhere. Walk slowly forward. Are you an alchemist? How is that possible? He was a little puzzled. Why have so many alchemists appeared in Jinlong Pass recently? A master of alchemy appeared some time ago, and today he let himself meet someone who can refine alchemy? The heavens and the earth that can be refined. The blessing of a lifetime. Do you need alchemy? Lin Xiao took off the veil on the top of his head, revealing his true face. The alien was suspicious. He looked at Lin Xiao's face carefully, as if he was sure of something. After a while, he looked at Lin Xiao in some shock. You are you that Lin Xiao? The sound was very loud, and the people around him stopped one after another. Lin Xiao? Where is it? Who is talking? Lin Xiao has appeared again. Damn, is it that fierce man? Where? Everyone's eyes eyes were all looking here. After seeing clearly, exclaim, cut. It's really that fierce man. Why did he appear here? Is this preparing for alchemy? Damn, isn't he afraid of being targeted by those powerful clans? It's really worthy of being a once-in-a-century madman in Zenlongwen, and he's really not afraid of death. Plop. They were talking to each other not far away, secretly communicating, and their voices were very low, for fear of angering the master in front of them. This master has a record of killing Wu Zun. In their eyes, he was a peerless killer god, and he couldn't afford to mess with him at all. Alchemy, alchemy. The first alchemist of the heavens, any elixir can be refined. Today is limited to one. Lin Xiao ignored the expressions of the people around him and sat on the small stall by himself. There are many big forces in the crowd, and there are spies who spread the news of Lin Xiao's appearance here. Are you really going to refine alchemy? Don't die. They felt incredible. Being hunted down by the four major forces, he was still staying in this place so leisurely and swaggering to do business. This heart is too big. If they were, they wouldn't know where they were hiding. The alien who first discovered Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and stepped forward slightly. Dare to ask Master Lin what he said about alchemy. Is it true? He did want to refine an elixir. Don't die. Recently, his cultivation reached a bottleneck, and he was just one opportunity away from taking that step and breaking through to King Wu. Of course, what pill do you want to refine? Lin Xiao nodded. My cultivation has recently reached a bottleneck period, and I want to ask for an elixir that can help me break through my cultivation. Okay. This alien expressed his demands, and at the same time radiated the cultivation of the 6th order peak. According to your situation, I will refine a 7th grade elixir for you, the tribulation breaking pill. This elixir can greatly increase your probability of breaking through. Lin Xiao listed the medicinal materials used to refine this elixir one by one, and needed to prepare 3 raw materials. Okay, master, please wait a moment. When the alien race heard this, he was immediately ecstatic, and he hurriedly ran to the nearest shop and bought 3 full copies according to the medicinal materials Lin Xiao needed. This trip directly emptied all his belongings. He even took out his weapon as collateral. Master, put away the 3 materials. After Lin Xiao took it, he didn't talk nonsense, and started refining on the spot. This scene made many people around him secretly regret it. Damn, let this kid get the head. Damn, why didn't I go forward to ask for the pill just now? What a great opportunity, just missed it. Some of them also had murderous intentions hidden in their eyes. They had a grudge against that alien, just waiting to find an opportunity to kill and seize treasures. The 7th grade elixir was refined very quickly. In the midst of everyone's exclamations, an elixir that exuded a rich alchemy fragrance slowly appeared in the air. 7th grade elixir, the elixir of breaking the calamity. Lin Xiao casually threw this elixir to the foreign people in front of him. Your elixir, please put it away. Ah, thank you, master. The alien race quickly put this pill in his bag, looked around carefully with his eyes, and flew away directly. He wanted to find a safe place to break through his current cultivation, and after he flew away, several figures followed closely behind, and their purpose was self-evident. Killing and seizing treasures is too normal. They took a fancy to that elixir. Lin Xiao's mind did not dare to fight them, but that mere 6th order ant was not qualified to use such a precious elixir in their opinion. Lin Xiao didn't say anything. He was only responsible for alchemy, and what happened after that had nothing to do with him. Moreover, he did not leave there, but closed his eyes and stayed quietly where he was. Why hasn't he left yet? Didn't you say that you only refined 1 elixir today? Some people were puzzled, and he was still thinking about going forward tomorrow to try his luck and see if he could get an elixir. Suddenly, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, he waved his hand gently, put away the stall in front of him, and swept his eyes to the sky. Is it finally here? Everyone didn't know why. Buzz. Just for a moment. Dozens of incomparably powerful coercion permeated this place. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura, and the terrifying fluctuations made the space around them tremble. It's a martial powerhouse. The man below covered his mouth, his eyes full of fear. Wu Zun, so many Wu Zun. The sky was full of figures. Each of them was a martial powerhouse, and there were 80 of them. They were extremely majestic and looked indifferent, as if they were gods from heaven. As soon as they appeared, they fixed their eyes on Lin Xiao's body. Sure enough, it's you. Whoosh. The voice was extremely indifferent, mixed with an extremely strong killing intent. They are the martial masters of the 4 major forces. On the battlefield. As soon as he got the news of the spy, he came quickly, and he was bound to completely strangle Lin Xiao here. The immortal clan's Wu Zun took a step forward. His face was cold, and his eyes were extremely fierce. Lin Xiao, you are so bold. The person who actually killed my immortal race, today, on behalf of the heavens, will send down death judgment on you. That condescending demeanor looked at Lin Xiao arrogantly. It seems that Lin Xiao is already a lamb to be slaughtered by them. The other martial venerables also looked at Lin Xiao very indifferently. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, this time they directly dispatched all their members, a full 80 Wu Zun combat power. Not to mention killing 1 Lin Xiao, a few more of them can also kill it. Bang! Lin Xiao below broke his fingers slightly, and then nodded. The number of people is just right. What's just right? Lin Xiao, today is heaven heaven and earth, no one can save you. The Protoss Martial Venerable released his own coercion with all his might, and as the strongest clan in the starry sky, he actually suffered such a big loss on a milky and hungry boy. He must use the other person's life to solve the hatred in his heart. I mean, after killing you all, I can just leave. The cold voice resounded through the earth. Wu Zun from the four major forces frowned after hearing Lin Zhao's words. Arrogance. Do you think you can be blind to anyone if you have a little strength? Damn guy, we must completely kill this flirt today. All the idle people will leave here immediately now. The explosive sound echoed throughout Shenlong Pass. All the aliens who were originally watching the excitement ran nonstop towards the distance. They exerted their strength to suckle, for fear that they would die if they were slow for a second. Crazy, completely crazy. A full 80 martial powerhouses. This time Lin Xiao is dead. It's a pity. I'm still thinking about when I can ask him to help refine an elixir. I really don't know what he thinks. Is he tired of appearing here with such a swagger? Shenlong Pass is so big, I must hide far away. The melon-eating masses who have run a long distance still can't stand the restless heart. Hide here and refuse to leave, wanting to see what will happen. Air. The aura of the 80 martial powerhouses covered this space, firmly locking Lin Zhao's figure. That extremely depressed aura was enough to crush a peak martial king alive. Lin Xiao, do you have any last words? The Wu Zun of the Eternal Tribulation clan spoke indifferently. They were the only forces that were not found by Lin Xiao, but there was also a Wu Zun who was lost in the hands of the other party. There is so much nonsense. If you want to fight, you can fight. Don't you know the truth that villains die from talking too much? Lin Xiao soared into the air. He really didn't want to say a word to this group of arrogant garbage. The origin of the holy law of time and space was trembling. Time and space storm. A mysterious and eerie river has reappeared. Accompanied by the power of the forbidden spacetime rules, the endless terrifying spacetime storm instantly enveloped all the martial artists present. Bold. These martial venerables were furious in an instant. Before they could do anything, the other party actually started to do it first. The battle broke out instantly. 80 martial powerhouses made a move together. Each of them was an existence that could forcibly control a side of heaven and earth. At this moment, they all burst out with all their might, and the powerful power belonging to Wu Zun pressed down on the space. Boom! The invincible storm of time and space was blocked for a while. Lin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and the divine eyes of time and space burst out with extreme brilliance. Eternal catastrophe. The war is about to break out. 10,000 calamities are indestructible, and one seal is destroyed for 10,000 calamities. The terrifying space force pressed towards all the Wu Zun again. This kid is too arrogant. While the demon martial master resisted with all his might, his expression was extremely hideous, and he turned his head to look at the others. Let's fight. You go and kill that kid. The words fell. The 20 demon venerables completely erupted, and the terrifying demonic energy ran through the heavens and the earth, and under their joint efforts, countless demonic energies gathered together to form an incomparably strong demonic forearms. At the same time, the rest of the martial virtues instantly rushed towards Lin Xiao. Divine punishment. This is the housekeeping skill of the Protoss martial master, and the terrifying energy condenses into a divine punishment that destroys the world. The lethality of the 20 world-destroying divine punishments, even the strong men in the middle stage of Wu Zun did not dare to touch its edge. Lin Xiao flickered slightly. His figure kept changing in the air. The divine punishment that was enough to destroy the world could not hit the target. Don't underestimate us. The immortal martial master spread his wings like covering the sky and the sun, and countless divine feathers appeared in the air. 1,000 wings. Tens of thousands of divine feathers launched a shooting without dead ends at the space where Lin Xiao was located under the control of the immortal martial venerable. That divine feather was extremely sharp, and it could even penetrate space. Lin Xiao had nowhere to hide for a while, and the number of divine feathers was too much. He raised his right hand, and his spacetime divine eyes trembled wildly. An incomparably powerful space barrier appeared, protecting it in front of him, and at the same time, Lin Xiao's left hand condensed endless energy. Blade of nothingness. A large number of abilities completely exploded. At this moment, tens of thousands of sharp hidden blades also appeared around Lin Xiao. They aimed at the divine feathers and broke out with the ultimate killing. A violent explosion appeared. It is the martial master of the Eternal Tribulation survivors. They were constantly targeting Lin Xiao from a distance and launching fierce attacks. 80 martial powerhouses joined forces to kill. The scene was too shocking. They had already reached the sky, and the surrounding clouds and mist were destroyed countless times. The space was shattered, and the sky was trembling. Yes, Lin Xiao was alone, besieged by 80 Wu Zun, but he was still in a state of panic. At this time, the demon martial masters had also freed their hands, and they also rushed over. Endless demon realm. The terrifying and boundless demonic energy completely enveloped this place. The demon martial master under the demon realm is even stronger. They waved their fists, and the incomparably powerful force directly shattered the time and space, ignoring everything and attacking Lin Xiao. Yes, the violent shock spread all over the world, but the demon martial venerable was extremely shocked and took a few steps back. His arms were trembling, and the punch just now seemed to hit the copper wall and iron wall, and his inner bones were were shattered a little. Nothing is impossible. The voice of extreme indifference came from the darkness. Certainly. A sudden sound directly fixed the demon martial master, who was still in shock on the spot. The rest of the demon venerables saw the scene and rushed forward, but it was too late. Lin Xiao appeared directly in front of him in an instant, raised his right hand, and a dark Gengjin appeared on his fist. Dao Annihilation Fist. Punched through the sky. De Shang's fist intent exploded directly. The power of this punch far exceeded that of the past, and Lin Xiao, who had become a saint in his body, had no idea how strong his physical strength was. This punch directly smashed the demon martial master on the spot, and the demon martial master, who was famous for his strong body, was as fragile as a newborn baby under this punch. The rest of the demon warriors were furious when they saw this scene. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, looked at everyone present. The first, as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in place again. This place has become his home field, and the remaining 79 martial virtues are surrounded by him alone. It has been a long time since there has been such a large-scale battle in Jinlong Pass. The life and death killing of a full 80 martial powerhouses was extremely terrifying. The destructive power caused is also extremely devastating. The weak aliens who were already hiding very far away all watched this scene in horror. The fluctuations coming from there were too terrifying, and even from such a distance, they were still extremely terrified. Is this the battle between Wu Zun? The aftermath alone can shock me to death. It's so terrifying. That space has been completely beaten and collapsed, and if it continues to be beaten, even the sky will be poked into a hole. It's hard to believe that Lin Xiao hasn't died yet. They were too far apart, and they didn't know what was going on. They only knew that the battle was extremely fierce. The violent roar that resounded through the sky was like the destruction of a planet, so that they did not dare to take half a step. The battle continues. Lin Xiao is still fighting non-stop. 28th. Just like the god of death came to the world, every Wu Zun who was targeted by him ended up dying a tragic death. Was hit in the head by his punch, and it couldn't be more miserable. The blood infected the sky, the air was full of evil energy and blood, and Lin Xiao had already killed Red Eyes. And Wu Zun on the opposite side has gone from being confident at the beginning to now being slightly panicked. This person is terrifying. After fighting for so long, they couldn't even break through the other party's defense. How could they fight this battle? Only one is not careful. Lin Xiao teleported to the rear of an immortal martial venerable again. His hands held the opponent's huge wings fiercely, and the terrifying force directly tore off the snow-white wings. Immortal martial venerable let out a terrible scream. It was the wings that accompanied him. The blood was connected, and now it was forcibly torn by Lin Xiao, which made him feel severe pain in his mind and body. An invisible hidden blade was wiped directly on his neck. Immortal martial venerable desperately resisted, forcibly changing his body to a direction and dodging this deadly attack. On the battlefield, but Lin Xiao's fist hit again. A punch to the head, blood spills into the sky. 29th. It's hard to believe. A young man fought 80 martial arts alone, and he could still fight back without any damage. The number of Wuzuan powerhouses in the field is still decreasing. This battle has been fighting for half a day, and the four major forces have lost several Wuzun. Their eyes were no longer as arrogant as they had been, and their expressions were not as calm as they had when they first arrived. What kind of monster are you? Immortal Martial Venerable trembled and spoke. He was a little scared. As the noblest bloodline in the starry sky, he still has a lot of time to enjoy. As a martial powerhouse, even within the immortal clan, he can occupy the land as the king and dominate one side. He admitted that he was afraid. He doesn't want to die in this place. The Wuzun of the rest of the forces were also gloomy and terrifying. They had overestimated this sun as much as possible, and even gathered all the forces of the entire Jinlong Pass at all costs. But he still couldn't completely suppress the other party, and was even killed by him. This child is too terrifying. If he can't be killed here today, it will definitely become a racial disaster in the future. Protoss Wuzun spoke angrily. He was also a little panicked, but Lin Zhao's talent frightened him even more. It is unheard of for a young man who is not even King Wu to be so strong. In the entire starry sky for countless years, I have never heard of such a demon. He is far more terrifying than the Jizi in the deepest part of the eternal tribulation. The battle continues. Lin Zhao's upper body clothes had long been broken, revealing a perfect body. The abilities in the body are being consumed like crazy. A huge figure emerged, its majestic and boundless back, with heaven and earth above its head, and its feet in the void, as if it were a world away from the endless time and space. Years burst out an extremely brilliant blow towards this place. Void Sutra. Deshang's Void Sutra is too terrifying. Under this blow, it was accompanied by countless terrified eyes of Wuzun. More than a dozen martial powerhouses died again. The number of Wuzun in the field was less than half of the beginning, and there was no good place for the remaining people to be all over their bodies. They have been killed in fear. Fighting until this moment, they didn't even see a glimmer of victory. How can you be so strong? Why are you so strong? The demon martial venerable was heartbroken, and he was the only one left who came this time. A full 20 Wuzun, he is the only one left to die. How can he accept this? He wanted to run, he had no intention of fighting. This boy was a complete monster. But the space here has long been been controlled by Lin Xiao. Certainly, from the judgment of death, the forbidden power of space rules directly fixed him in place. The horror in his eyes became more and more intense, and at the moment of life and death, he wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy. He did not want to die. Roar! What can answer him is a huge fist that covers the sky. One punch to the sky. With the blast of this blow, all the 20 demon martial venerables who came this time died, and there was not a single one left. Kill. 67th. The fear of death permeated the hearts of all Wu Zun. When they came, the 80 martial masters were arrogant and had nothing to see, and a mere Dragon Kingdom warrior was all releasing wild words to kill him here in front of the world. Now it is like a dog that has lost its family, and there is no trace of the majesty of the martial powerhouse. All you can see on their faces is panic, terror, and unwillingness to die. They were really afraid. Their spirits were scattered, and they had no dignity at all. See this scene. Lin Xiao soared into the air again. Da Peng rose with the wind one day, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. The endless brilliant divine eyes burst out with ultimate glory, and those divine eyes scanned everything in the world like gods. The extremely cold voice made Wu Zun's heart slightly cold. Endless reincarnation. At this moment in the battle, these Wu Zun were no longer as fearless as they were at the beginning. Endless reincarnation is like the sea. At a glance, it is 10,000 years. Silent wailing came from every martial master. Their will was forcibly stripped away, and their bodies were worn out by the years. On the battlefield, the cycle of reincarnation is endless. How much sorrow there is. How many reincarnations come to an end. The battle ended here. 80 martial masters, all killed. Blood stains the sky. The peak forces of the 4 eternal tribulation battlefields, the full power of the 4 top forces of Jinlong Pass, and the 80 martial powerhouses completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Bang! Lin Zhao's heart was uneventful. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness, as if he was not killing a person, but a beast. A few days later, Zhenlongwen is completely exploded. The battle a few days ago was witnessed by countless people. A young warrior from the Dragon Kingdom, alone in a bloody battle against the 4 major forces and 80 martial powerhouses. This battle shocked the world and regretted the world. Even the sky was broken, blood stained half the sky red, and the entire Jinlong Pass was entangled with countless evil spirits for several days. Boom! The final result shocked countless people. The 80 martial powerhouses that besieged were all destroyed. The young man of the Dragon Kingdom left unscathed, a god in World War I. So far, Zhenlongwen appeared an invincible Tianjiu of the era of covering pressure. Countless starry sky races deeply engraved Lin Zhao's picture in their minds. If they met this person outside, they should be courteous to 3 points. Kill. It's too fierce. Peerless fierce man. This is the sincere speech of a starry alien race. The racial strength behind him is weak, and he has been bullied by those strong clans for a long time. How good it would be if he was so strong. The heritage of the 4 major forces left in Jinlong Pass has not all been destroyed, and there are still some weaker generations. These people were frantically sending out cries for help from the depths of the Eternal Tribulation battlefield. But the Eternal Tribulation battlefield was too huge, and the pilgrimage and Jinlong were separated by endless areas. Even the martial powerhouses could cross the void. It will take at least half a month. Lin Xiao looted the 4 major forces, but I don't know why. The resources obtained in it were far less than he imagined, and the conversion into cultivation points was even only 500 million. Counting the original 100 million left, he now has 600 million cultivation points again. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already left Jinlong Pass. I was looking at the rush on the way back. Young master, are you ready to go back? Su Daji, who followed closely, has not been able to calm down in the past few days. One person fought 80 martial arts alone and killed them all. She was almost scared to death when she first heard such an incredible record. Boom! That's Wu Zun, not Chinese cabbage. The young master actually killed 80 Wu Zun by himself. What a terrifying strength this is. Lin Xiao stopped when he heard the sound, and he turned his head to look at Su Daji. And Su Daji, who was staring at the young master, became a little nervous for a while. I'm going to return to the Dragon Kingdom. You don't have to follow. I want you to stay here and help me do a few things. Lin Xiao pursed his lips. He always felt that he would come back here again. Hearing that there was a task, Su Daji immediately became highly concentrated. Young master, you said. Daji promises to complete the task. After a while, Su Daji looked at the back of the young master leaving, and silently vowed in his heart to do everything he could to complete the task assigned by the young master. Looking at the resources in her hand, she was slightly moved. The young master was really good to him, afraid that her strength was too low, and left so many precious resources. Don't worry, young master, Daji will not let you down. Dragon Kingdom. Even if the wealthy families each supported a lot of Tianjiao, after all, they were fighting against the 4 major forces at the same time, and they couldn't last long. On the battlefield everywhere, the Dragon Kingdom is still in an absolute weakness. Southern Vast Sea. This is the place where the Dragon Kingdom and the immortal race fought. Originally, the younger generation of the immortal race was extremely arrogant, and they looked down on the natives of the Dragon Kingdom at all, thinking that they were all ants and could not compare to their noble bloodline. Boom! But Zhuge Kongming taught them a lesson. The role played by the powerful words and methods in this kind of battle is extremely huge. All the younger generation of Dragon Kingdom's Tianjiu have doubled their strength with their assistance. Even once crushed the Immortal clan to retreat and suffered a big loss. Later, the Immortal clan also noticed this and launched an extremely fierce attack on Zhuge Kongming. On this battlefield, countless Dragon Country Tianjiu threw their heads and shed blood. The Immortal race is a starry sky powerhouse, and its strength is extremely strong. Without Zhuge Kongming's blessing, the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiu gradually fell behind. As one of the few SS-level awakeners, Bing Qinru is one of the key care objects of the Immortal clan. At this time, the Ice and Snow Queen no longer had the elegance of the beginning, but was infected with blood. His face was extremely pale, and his body was covered in scars. Countless people in the entire Dragon Kingdom are concerned about these four major battlefields. This is a battle related to the luck of the Dragon Kingdom, and the top management of the Dragon Kingdom had to use great means to synchronize the pictures of the four major battlefields to the whole country. Boom! Every person in the Dragon Kingdom has no polishing, and the battle is too fierce. There are even many parents who have seen their proudest children die on the battlefield, and they are extremely sad. The pain of white-haired people sending black-haired people is heart-wrenching. What to do? Who will tell me how to win? Are we going to lose? The enemy is too strong to win, not to win at all. It's now. Overlord, do you still have the strength to stand up? They wept bitterly. The battle had lasted for too long. The Dragon Kingdom's Tianjiu had already reached the extreme, and they couldn't win at all. Where is Lin Xiao? Someone asked loudly. As the strongest Tianjiu of the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Xiao's strength and talent are recognized as the Tianjiu of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Boom! Why doesn't Lin Shen fight? Lin Shen, where are you? Hurry up and kill those bitches. Lin Xiao, why don't you fight? Within the Dragon Kingdom, someone couldn't stop asking Lin Xiao why he didn't fight. Lin Xiao made a mistake and was sent to the Eternal Tribulation battlefield. There were still people who could calm down and explain that Lin Xiao was not unwilling to fight, but that he could not fight. What's wrong with Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao is not wrong at all. Hurry up and let Lin Xiao come. Lin Shen, where are you? Please, show up quickly. The internet was full of voices about Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao was punished to serve on the Eternal Tribulation battlefield, only a few people stood up and spoke out. And now, everyone pinned the last dawn of hope on the teenager. This conquest of the younger generation made them clearly realize the strength and cruelty of the Starry Sky race. A panic that they had never felt before appeared deep inside them. Where does the future of the Dragon Kingdom go? On the battlefield, do they really have the ability to face so many enemies at the same time? If the battle is defeated, can the Dragon Kingdom continue to exist? Emotions of unease, fear are gradually eroding their brains. This generation has not experienced much blood and tears, and has been immersed in the prosperity of peaceful times. Their hearts are far less tenacious than those of their ancestors. When the truly brutal race war first appeared in front of them, most people could no longer accept the bloody truth. Maybe they longed for Lin Xiao's appearance, and they longed for Lin Xiao to stand on the battlefield with a peerless attitude as before. I long for Lin Xiao to be able to tell them with crushing strength that the Dragon Kingdom still has a future. Lin Xiao was already the last line of defense in their hearts. If it is broken, then the Dragon Kingdom will no longer have any future, and the racial luck will decline to the extreme. Lin Xiao, who overwhelmed the endless starry sky and ranked at the top of the Hongmeng Tianjiu list, had unknowingly become the fulcrum of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Maybe even Lin Xiao himself can't imagine it. He left the Dragon Kingdom for a moment, and his status actually rose to such a height. At this time, he was still on the periphery of the Eternal Tribulation battlefield, returning according to the distance he had come from his memory. His eyes were very sharp. After going back this time, I don't have to worry too much. He has become a saint in the flesh, and he completely has the right to speak belonging to the strong. Even if Yin Changkong attacks again, he is not afraid. At the same time, he thought of a figure, an amiable head of the family. Although he has always maintained this image in front of himself, he has the divine eyes of time and space, and has already seen through the murderous intent flashing deep in his heart. Feng family, Feng Danxiao. Lin Xiao's speed is very fast. Unknowingly, he had come to the edge of the Eternal Tribulation battlefield, and after stepping on this area, he returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Calm down. Lin Xiao blinked and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already left the Eternal Tribulation battlefield and came to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xiao turned his head slightly and looked behind him. The Eternal Tribulation battlefield was too vast and infinite, and he had a hunch that he would come again. Suddenly, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. This place is close to the southern direction of the Dragon Kingdom, and the evil energy in the air is several times stronger than when he came, and there is an inexplicable sad atmosphere permeating it. He released his spiritual telekinesis, and the terrifying telekinesis instantly covered millions of people. At a certain moment, Lin Xiao's face was extremely ugly, as if there was endless anger suppressed in his heart. His figure disappeared into place. Poof! Bing Qinru spat out a large mouthful of blood again. Her face was already pale, and nothing everything on her body was intact. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, her eyes had long been wandering, and the abilities in her body were not consumed at all. Honored by the world as the queen of ice and snow, she didn't even have the strength to raise her arms at the moment. At this moment, she had exhausted her strength. Surrounded by the corpses of the immortals, frozen into ice sculptures, it was like a beautiful scenery on this crazy battlefield. Hurry up, she has no strength anymore. At this time, 3 young warriors of the immortal race appeared again in front of her. Their faces were full of solemnity. They wanted to do it, but they were extremely scared. Even though Bing Chenru was completely exhausted, they were still extremely cautious, and they were really afraid of being killed. Boom! The strength of the girl in front of them exceeded their imagination, and no less than dozens of immortal companions had died at their hands. Looking at the ice sculptures standing around, even if the girl was powerless to fight back at the moment, they were still careful and careful. When the distance from the other party is only 1 meter, the 3 young warriors of the immortal race looked at the motionless girl in front of them, and finally showed an unruly look on their faces. It seems that it really can't be done. Damn it, you despicable ant, go die. Powerful fluctuations emanated from the opponent's body. At this moment, Bing Chenru no longer had any ability to resist, and her eyes were a little empty. Feeling the attack in front of her, she realized that her life was coming to an end. At this moment, a back vaguely appeared in her mind, a little green and a little hazy. I haven't been able to see you again, my good friend. She closed her eyes slightly, waiting for death to come. Wow, da day. It sounded like something hitting the ground. A gentle voice appeared. This voice was very familiar, and Bing Chenru barely opened her eyes. Lin Zhao's figure slowly appeared in front of her, and it actually merged with the back in her mind. Am I hallucinating, or am I dead? Bing Chenru murmured. She closed her eyes, no longer wanting to think. Lin Zhao heard this and was slightly silent. Immediately, an inexplicable force emanated from the palm of his hand and was transmitted to Bing Chenru's body. This force was very warm and peaceful, like a spring breeze, which eased Bing Chenru's extremely tired state a little. She opened her eyes again, and this time, her eyes were extremely clear at the boy who appeared in front of her. Are you feeling better? Lin Zhao asked softly again. Bing Chenru just looked at him steadily. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao no longer wasted time, waved his hand gently, and the powerful power of space rules formed a hard protective shield to protect Bing Chenru. Immediately, he turned to look at the entire battlefield. Damn! In his field of vision, the corpses of countless Dragon Kingdom Tianjia were lying on the ground like this. There were even some remnants with only half of the bones left, and the other parts disappeared without knowing where they went. Looking at this scene, Lin Zhao had an indescribable anger in his heart. Even if he is from another world, the blood of the Dragon Kingdom still flows in this body. Die! This kind of bond order hidden deep in his blood made him extremely furious. The extremely brilliant divine aura shines on this battlefield. Lin Zhao volleyed into the air, and a terrifying energy spread out from his body, and everyone on this battlefield felt this extremely suppressed energy. They all looked up at the sky. The younger generation of the immortal race felt strong discomfort, and the oppressive aura made them very uncomfortable. After the leader Xianling saw the other party's face clearly, his pupils contracted. He said in disbelief, Lin Zhao, and the only remaining warriors of the Dragon Kingdom also looked at the bright boy in the sky. Zhuge Kongming's face showed a smile. He looked at the back of the young man, and finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. You're finally here. Lin Zhao, it's Lin Zhao. Lin Shen, he appeared. Lin Zhao appeared. The young man was as bright as a shooting star, like a god descending, standing in the void and overlooking all living beings. The entire southern battlefield briefly stopped fighting because of his appearance. Is he Lin Zhao? Outside the field, the generals and soldiers guarding this battlefield looked at the godlike boy, their expressions trembling slightly, and they could feel the difference of the young man. Look, it's Lin Zhao. Lin Shen has appeared. Some people who had been paying attention to the southern battlefield noticed this scene, and he shouted wildly. This statement came out. Countless people's eyes all looked at the southern battlefield. When they found the boy who exuded endless divine, they were inexplicably excited, and some even had tears in their eyes. Lin Zhao is here. He heard our call, and he finally appeared. Kill! Lin Shen, kill these bitches! All the people of the Dragon Kingdom who paid attention to this battle looked at this young man of God, looking forward to him, expecting him to turn the tide. The chief old man's somewhat turbulent face warmed up a little the moment Lin Zhao appeared. His lips trembled slightly. I once said that when you reappear, no one in the Dragon Kingdom will be able to control your thoughts. Now, create your own era. He didn't care why Lin Zhao came back so early, but looked at the boy with anticipation. Lin Zhao was like a god descending to earth, and the younger generation of the entire immortal race who had been suppressed by one person did not dare to make a sound. Zhuge Kongming dragged his tired body slowly to his side. He looked at the boy who had made him swear never to face it again, and trembled as he spoke. Can it work? Only after fighting with these immortals did he know how difficult it was for this immortal race, which was known as the most noble bloodline of the Starry Sky Clan. Zhuge Kongming fought with the Xianling on the opposite side for countless hours, and did not get a trace of benefit. Perhaps his abilities are more suitable and auxiliary. Lin Zhao did not look back but replied extremely indifferently. It's okay. Zhuge Kongming nodded slightly. He didn't stay here anymore, so as not to drag Lin Xiao back. Boom! Before leaving, he activated the few abilities left in his body to launch a wushuang against Lin Xiao. This was the last bit of help he could give. Lin Xiao felt this weak to the extreme increase and glanced at the other party lightly. At this time, Xianling was the strongest person in the immortal clan to lead the team this time. He forcibly flew into the void and confronted Lin Xiao head-on. Lin Xiao, you are really not dead. He was extremely angry, and he thought he had killed Lin Xiao at the beginning, and even spread it out, which undoubtedly made him very embarrassed. Kneel down. Lin Xiao looked indifferent, and a cold shout sounded. What? Xianling only felt that there was a general trend of heaven and earth pressing towards his body, and this power was too vast and boundless. He was forcibly suppressed, his body was bent over, and he knelt straight on the ground. He roared up to the sky, unwilling to accept this humiliation, and resisted with all his might. Half of his teeth were crushed, but the power on him was too strong, and he couldn't resist at all. Kneel down. A voice mixed with boundless horror came out again. This time, boom! All the younger generations of the immortal race who heard the sound were overwhelmed and knelt straight on the ground. This scene stunned everyone present. The Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao, who was still alive, looked at this scene in disbelief. Zhuge Kongming seemed to be alive, his pupils contracted, and he looked at the young man in the air. He once again vowed in his heart that he would never have a conflict with the other party in the future. This, off-sight. Oh no! Everyone was dumbfounded. What did they see? The young man was just one sentence, and he actually overwhelmed countless immortal race Tianjiao and couldn't raise his head on his knees. It's saved. The Dragon Kingdom is saved. There were veterans in tears. He was ecstatic. Looking at the young man in the field, he had never been so excited. As if seeing the future of the Dragon Kingdom, a fierce sun was rising, which was the great sun carrying the future of the Dragon Kingdom. So handsome. Lin Xin, you are my god. Look, that's Lin Xiao, the god I worship. Win. We won. It's my turn. This scene also shocked the hearts of countless people in the Dragon Kingdom who were concerned about this battle. Lin Xiao was still so ancient and modern, and his invincible posture made them tremble uncontrollably. They are too depressed these days. Bad news came from the battlefield every moment, and the children of countless families died tragically on the battlefield. Looking at those young men who were still fighting, those Dragon Country seeds who disregarded their own life and death, they looked sad. For a while, they could not see the dawn of victory. Boundless despair shrouded them, and their hearts were too dark. But Lin Zhao's appearance was like the scorching sun, and the extremely bright light shone on the past and present. They finally waited for the dawn of hope. Kill, Lin Xin, kill them all. Avenging a dead compatriot. Countless people roared heart-wrenchingly. It seems to feel this call. On the battlefield, Lin Zhao's extremely indifferent divine eyes burst out with dazzling light. Time and space storm. A long river of taboo that runs through the future of ancient and modern times has emerged. This long river will envelop all the younger generations of the immortal clan present, and the power of the extremely strange rules has made countless immortal race people fearful and inexplicable. A storm of time and space from the power of the supreme rule is raging relentlessly. Bang! This forbidden power completely exploded under Lin Zhao's anger. In just an instant, it took away the lives of countless immortals. The long river of taboo was still flowing slowly, and every second several immortals were pulled in by it, and the bones were gone. This scene not only frightened the immortals, but even the Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom trembled. Outside the battlefield, there was an immortal powerhouse with an angry expression. He looked at this scene in disbelief. The energy in his body was actually a little uncontrollable. The Dragon Kingdom also had strong people confronting each other, and the grievances that came from all over the world were slightly eased under Lin Zhao's strong crushing at this moment. It is impossible for them to watch the immortal powerhouse intervene. The storm of time and space is still breaking out. The battlefield was full of the sorrowful screams of the immortals. They are a starry sky powerhouse, with extremely noble blood. How can they die here? They are struggling to get away with it. But Lin Xiao wouldn't give them a chance. The abilities in his body exploded again, and tens of thousands of void blades appeared in the air. You dare! Seeing this scene, the immortal powerhouses outside the field finally couldn't sit still. If this move is activated, the younger generation of the immortal race will not survive, and he cannot let this happen. But Lin Xiao seemed not to hear it, and with a wave of his big hand, countless blades of nothingness fell to the ground like comets, rushing towards the few remaining immortals. Put, tear up, moment. Countless sounds of human heads falling to the ground. All the younger generation of the immortal clan were beheaded, and the leader of the immortal Ling was even split into several pieces, dying tragically on the spot, and not even a scream was made. This moment. On this battlefield, there was no longer a single figure of the younger generation of the immortal clan. Lin Xiao alone suppressed and killed a clan of Tianjiao. As far as the eye can see, not a single blade of grass grows. Blood spills tens of thousands of miles in the sky. Maybe the scene was too shocking, or maybe I couldn't react for a while. None of the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao present dared to speak. They looked at the phantom standing in the void in a daze. It's so dazzling. The immortal race powerhouse who had fought with them before before was actually killed by his own hands, which was too shocking. Grunt. Someone swallowed his saliva, still a little unable to believe his eyes. But Lin Xiao ignored anything else and swept his gaze to the sky, which was the direction of the immortal race powerhouse. There was a faint terrifying fluctuation there, and even the energy that surpassed Wu Zun was revealed. Just when he was a little eager to try, the Dragon Kingdom also burst out with a powerful aura, which overwhelmed it on the spot. The Dragon Kingdom also has a martial saint sitting here. This martial saint is the military martial saint who came forward to confronting Chang Kong at the beginning, and the army has no regrets. At this moment, his whole body was full of boundless domineering, and he stood in the air like that, his eyes exuding endless killing intent. No! The immortal powerhouse calmed down a little when he saw this. The army has no regrets, don't be arrogant, the good days of your Dragon Kingdom are coming to an end. His words were extremely sharp. Ah! Bang! At the same time, the eyes of this strong man were fixed on Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao, what a Lin Xiao, I remember you. After that, the immortal clan powerhouses no longer stayed and left this place, this battle, they were defeated too miserably. The younger generation of the entire immortal race was completely dead, and the loss was too great. And all the roots are because of the boy who suddenly appeared. If it weren't for the appearance of the army without regret, this immortal martial saint would definitely take action to kill this Lin Xiao on the spot. Humph, jumping clown. Junbu regretted looking at the people of the immortal race who had left, and snorted coldly. He is a character who has experienced the era of cataclysm. What scene have he never seen? He is a martial saint who really killed him. If that immortal martial saint dared to make a move, he would definitely peel off a layer of skin from the other party on the spot. He looked at Lin Xiao again, his face full of relief. And Lin Xiao secretly said that it was a pity. He really wanted to try how big the gap was between himself and the martial saint. Ha! The sanctification of the body should logically be enough to compete with the martial saint, but after all, he has not tried, and he doesn't know if he can do it. After all, Wu Shang was already the pinnacle powerhouse in the world here. Lin Xiao, the war here is over, you go to other battlefields as soon as possible. The voice of the army without regret came. Lin Xiao raised his head and looked at it, and nodded slightly. He looked around, glanced slightly at the cold girl who was still staring at him, and then disappeared in an instant. The army did not regret that the martial saint had already informed Lin Xiao of the situation on the other three battlefields. At present, the most precarious of the three battlefields is the northern desert. It was the place where the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiu and the Strange Beast Alliance fought. The Strange Beast Alliance was like a madman, ignoring the life and death of those low-ranking strange beasts, and directly used their lives to fight a war of attrition with the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiu. Brother, hold on. A teenager who was fighting with a strange beast roared loudly. Regardless of his own safety, he forcibly grabbed the two strange beasts, just to keep the brother next to him alive. It's so tragic. The most terrifying thing here is that there is not a single intact corpse as far as the eye can see. Either the bombed was unrecognizable, or the bones of the bombed were gone. Not only the strange beast side, but also many people in the Dragon Kingdom directly blew themselves up at the last moment of their lives. Both sides have real fire. This is the most dare-looking battlefield. These teenagers are really using their blood bodies to forge an immortal Great Wall for the Dragon Kingdom. The strange beasts are not afraid of life and death because they have extremely strict class laws, and these low-level strange beasts are completely controlled by the higher-ups. And the Dragon Kingdom's Tianjiu is to defend the belief in his heart. But the number of strange beasts is really too much. Kill batch after batch, you can't kill it at all. The Tianjiu of the Dragon Kingdom even killed the demon and killed it crazy. The little bully Yang Yi has already killed until his legs are weak. Now he really has no strength at all, and he is as strong as his physique, and he is no longer able to fight. Listen to the endless roar in my ears. Looking around at the miserable battlefield, he didn't know how to win this battle. There was a hint of despair in my heart. As a Wuxing parent and son, he has not encountered too many setbacks since he was a child. Even hellish training has never frowned, but now he is really a little desperate. This endless battle filled him with powerlessness for the first time in his life. Another Dragon Kingdom Tianjia rushed into the group of strange beasts and brazenly launched a self-detonation, and there were already too many scenes in this scene. There are so many poplar leaves that they are already a little numb. At first he was extremely sad, but now he is completely numb. On the side of the strange beasts, a large number of low-level strange beasts surged out again. These strange beasts belong to the younger generation among them, and they are blatantly sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. The Strange Beast Alliance's conspiracy made the Dragon Kingdom helpless. They directly tell you that we are fighting you with our lives. The Dragon Country can't afford it. On the battlefield, bang! Looking at the strange beast group that increased in number again, all the Dragon Kingdom Tianjia suddenly felt that the sky was falling. And, is it necessary to fight again? Someone was lying on the ground, without a trace of strength. He stared at the sky with dull pupils, unable to see a trace of dawn. It's useless. You can't win at all. Tianjiao, who was still alive, was disheartened, and this endless battle drove them crazy. There was no support team in the Dragon Kingdom. Their gang was destined to die on this battlefield. There was a young young man who looked up to the sky and roared. He hated the injustice of fate, hated his low strength, and hated the indifference and ruthlessness of the family. Stepping on it, the sight of the strange beast is ready to launch a new round of charge. Yes, the huge number of strange beasts, although their strength is weak, they can't stand the large base. They really can't kill anymore. Yang Yi supported his body. He looked very embarrassed, but the originally high-spirited young man was like a dog who had lost his family at the moment, without any complexion. At this moment, he didn't have any rhetoric. The few remaining Tianjiao slowly moved closer to him. Perhaps, this will be their last round of attack, or maybe the last time of their lives. Boom! The strange beasts rushed towards them fiercely. Feeling that extremely powerful aura, every Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao held a will to die. Yang Yi was also ready to die. He had always left a trace of supernatural ability in his body, just to be able to do his best to give the opposite group of beasts a big wave at the last moment of his life. The time has come. He closed his eyes slightly, and at this moment, images from the past appeared in his mind. I thought of the unruly scene in the past, and I thought of my father who stood tall. Father, after all, the child is unfilial and cannot provide for you. Open your eyes again. His face was full of endless madness. The only trace of ability left in his body became extremely violent under manipulation, which was a sign of self-destruction. At the end of his life, Yang Yi wanted to use this blood body to build an immortal great wall for the Dragon Kingdom. And just at the last minute, an indifferent voice sounded from the void. Ha! Space is extinguished. There was a loud bang in the sky. With extremely indifferent words, a figure appeared at the top of the battlefield. Boom! His appearance. This space trembled inexplicably, and the endless and brilliant laws of time and space converged into a road to the sky, soaring straight into the sky. Lin Zhao's eyes were extremely indifferent. He raised his hands and drew the ground as a prison. Very good. The countless strange beasts on the opposite side rushed forward regardless of it. But they don't know that what awaits them will only be boundless hell. The powerful power of space rules shook wildly on the battlefield here. Lin Zhao's eyes were extremely divine. Space is extinguished. As far as the eye can see, everything is being destroyed and collapsing. This time Lin Zhao didn't leave any more leeway. The origin of the holy law of time and space was trembling. The entire battlefield was divided into two by it. The Tenjiao of the Dragon Kingdom stared at the creepy scene on the opposite side in a daze. Endless darkness, broken void, collapsed spacetime, and screams of countless strange beasts. Watching the beasts disappear on the spot with the broken void, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Everyone's eyes looked at the back standing in the void. Okay, so strong. It's really strong, indescribably strong. Yang Yi looked at the familiar back, and the fear of being dominated at the beginning unconsciously came from the depths of his heart. But this time, he felt extremely safe. One move annihilated the space, directly annihilating all the strange beasts sent by the Strange Beast Alliance. Such a terrifying situation that was unbelievable silenced the top management on both sides. In the Strange Beast Alliance, there were strong people who couldn't suppress the riot in their hearts, and directly blasted a blow to the sky. Immediately afterwards, a large number of strange beasts appeared on the battlefield. They are not willing. Seeing victory in sight, they were unwilling to retreat like this. No matter how strong the boy who suddenly appeared, there will always be a time when the energy in his body will run out. The big deal is to die more beasts. See this scene. Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao's originally slightly relaxed heart became tense again. That's what it feels like. Whenever the enemy is about to be killed, whenever they feel like they are about to win, countless strange beasts will appear on the battlefield. You can't kill it at all. The Strange Beast Alliance is like this, destroying their bodies and minds step by step. Is that so? Can't you really win? Yu Tianjiao has completely lost his fighting spirit. His eyes are dim and dull. He only feels that the sky is dark and the world is boring. There are also some Tianjiao who still have hope. They mention the little energy they have left, ready to fight with that teenager. But it was less than a few seconds. The space that had been restored fell into endless collapse and annihilation again. The screams of countless strange beasts echoed in the space, one after another. This made those Tianjiao who were ready for battle feel inexplicable. They looked ahead in a daze, looking at the young man standing in the void. I don't know why. At this moment, they really felt the dawn of victory. The light became more and more intense, like a scorching sun, shining deep in their hearts. Lin Zhao looked calm and his face was extremely indifferent. How many of these low-level strange beasts came? How many he killed? As for consumption, I'm sorry, he hasn't recovered as fast as he hasn't consumed yet. The abilities in his body rolled like rivers and seas, and they couldn't be used up. They couldn't be used up at all. The Strange Beasts Alliance did not believe in evil and gathered a group of death squads again. Ha! But it is still instantaneous. It seems that this invincible sea of people tactics is so fragile when facing that teenager. The top executives among them finally realized the extraordinary nature of the teenager. One of the martial masters looked at Lin Zhao with endless killing intent, wishing he could peel the other party alive. Boom! The dragon Sarah reappeared in the sky above the battlefield. Wu Zun's powerful aura at the peak locked Lin Zhao in an instant. Its face was extremely ugly, and he never thought that there would be such a shocking reversal reversal in the battle situation. Tuobamu also stood proudly in the void. Now his face showed unprecedented ease, and Lin Zhao's appearance really made him breathe a sigh of relief. He waved his hand lightly, and a strong aura erupted in the field again, directly suppressing Sarah's aura. The demon dragon Sarah stared at the Tuoba wood opposite, and now it was in a state of extreme rage. Their losses in this battle are too great. If they win in the end, it would be fine, but at the moment, with that boy here, they couldn't win at all. Why, can't you afford to lose? Tuobamu's eyes were extremely sharp, and he looked at Sarah extremely flatly. If you can't afford to lose, don't be ashamed here. Boom! This sentence completely ignited Sarah's extremely angry heart. I saw it soaring into the sky, emitting extremely terrifying energy fluctuations around its body, and it was actually directly transforming into the state of the main body. The huge demon dragon body was thousands of meters long, and the powerful coercion covered the sky and the sun. Tuobamu, come up and fight. I want you to die. The demon dragon Sarah is in a hurry. It was completely aroused by Tuobamu's sentence that he couldn't afford to lose. Tuobamu has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and these days he has been holding back his fire and has no place to vent. Just for a moment, extremely terrifying fluctuations erupted in the depths of the sky, and the two peak martial lords launched a life and death battle. The battle between these two peak martial arts powerhouses once made the battle situation on this side tense. Tianjiao, the young man of the Dragon Kingdom on the battlefield, raised his forehead, feeling the terrifying fluctuations in the sky, and at this moment they all clenched their fists. The hardships of this battle made them feel the cruelty of the battlefield and the desire for strength. Every living Tianjiao here has experienced a real life and death trial, and this battle has a crucial impact on their future. After the experience of blood, their hearts became more resolute and their eyes became sharper. Lin Xiao looked at the sky, and the powerful fluctuation made him excited. Since the breakthrough, he hasn't made a full shot, and even he doesn't know what level his current strength has reached. A violent shaking sound resounded in the sky. In the eyes of everyone, a huge body bleeding into the sky, accompanied by a terrible scream, smashed heavily to the ground. It was the demon dragon Sarah. At this moment, it looked very miserable. The dragon scales on its body were pulled out countless times, and the huge dragon body was cut in half. Its eyes were full of fear. Almost, just a little bit, it died. A figure slowly fell. Tuoba Mohan's body was filled with boundless evil energy, and he was also carrying an incomparably huge dragon body in his hand. Tuoba Mu. The demon dragon Sarah lay on the ground, its mouth full of blood, and it roared unwillingly at Tuoba Mu. Tuoba Mu ignored it, but casually threw the huge dragon body behind him. This battle ends here. He looked at the few Tianjiao teenagers below, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Although this battle was won, it was a crushing victory. Open the stove fire. Today I Tuoba Mu feasted to all the dragon country Tianjia to eat dragon meat. The flesh and blood from the peak level of Wu Zun contained amazing energy inside. This is undoubtedly a peerless delicacy for the dragon kingdom Tianjia who have just experienced a life and death battle. And when the demon dragon Sarah heard this, it was already extremely weak and fainted directly. In this battle, their strange beast alliance was completely defeated. And everything is because of the godlike boy who suddenly appeared. Lin Xiao. With one person's strength, he once again turned the tide, destroyed countless strange beasts, and won the final victory of this young battle for the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xiao didn't stay long. Because the battle is not completely over, there are still two battlefields still fighting. Before leaving, he glanced at Yang Yi, gently helped him up, and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, I'm not so fragile that I need you to help me even walk. Yang Yi looked at the young man in front of him. How long has it been? The opponent who could barely play a few moves at the beginning has now grown to this point. He's not stupid. The moment Lin Xiao destroyed countless enemies with one move, he knew that he had been thrown by the other party and could not see the shadow. Lin Xiao also smiled faintly and didn't say much. Then he volleyed up in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao and ran towards the next battlefield. Looking at the figure that disappeared into the sky, Yang Yi's face showed a hint of complexity. As the son of Wuxing, he had his own arrogance. Lin Xiao, Yang Yi, will definitely catch up with you. Lin Xiao had already stretched the speed to the extreme. He kept teleporting, rushing towards the next battlefield. At present, there are still two major battlefields left in the Dragon Kingdom, East and West. This time, the battle of the younger generation was too hasty. The Dragon Kingdom was tired of coping, the front line was too long, and it was against the four powerful clans at the same time. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it was a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom. These young Tianjiao who went to the major battlefields are the hope of the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and every death is a loss. Lin Xiao was still moving forward at full speed. He already felt that two strong fluctuations were fighting. This is the Eastern battlefield. It is the place of conquest belonging to the young Heavenly Emperor Ji Shangnan. Not good. From the moment the Heavenly Emperor Dao Fruit first appeared, he had surpassed Yang Yi and others. It became the first pride of the Dragon Kingdom since Lin Xiao. With the blessing of the powerful Heavenly Emperor Dao Fruit, the endless majesty of the Heavenly Emperor's breath had a huge impact on the opponent. The first day of the younger generation of the shaping Ming clan was defeated by it. The domineering and majestic heavenly emperor's aura restrained his netherworld power. Fortunately, Ji Shangnan did not hesitate to consume huge physical strength in order to keep those lowly ants. Otherwise, he might have lost this battle. Rumble. Ji Shangnan, how long can you hold on? Nether took a few steps back, and he looked at the other party with a pale face. Who? At this moment of fighting, even he had already reached the limit state, and the power of the underworld in his body had bottomed out. And Ji Shangnan on the opposite side was even weaker. The heavenly emperor's garment, which was enough to cover the entire battlefield, gradually became illusory at some point. At this moment, it is even thinner to the extreme. Ha! He can't hold on. Even if he had a powerful heavenly emperor Dao fruit, he could not support such a large consumption. And without the blessing of the heavenly emperor's garments, the Dragon Kingdom's Tianjia became extremely cautious again, and the enemy's power was too weird. Followed by, it's easy to get on the road if you're not careful. I said a long time ago that sacrificing yourself for those ants is the most stupid act. Netherworld's face was full of mockery. He really couldn't understand why a person could be so stupid. The strong are always strong, and in the eyes of their arrogance, those lowly and weak are only worthy of being a stepping stone for them. Seeing that Ji Shangnan did not move, Nether once again condensed the powerful power of the netherworld. This battle should be over. The terrifying power of the underworld transformed into an earth-shattering giant hand and launched a final attack on Ji Shangnan, who was extremely weak. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Kingdom Tianjia couldn't help but look up to the sky and roar, "Heavenly Emperor, be careful!" After that, he abandoned his opponent and rushed forward desperately, trying to block this deadly attack for Ji Shangnan. "Damn ant, get out!" Netherworld's eyes were full of indifference, and he swung a heavy blow at the Tianjia, which was enough to kill the opponent. Except for Ji Shangnan, no one here was his one-trick enemy. The slightly dim aura of the Heavenly Emperor condensed two protections. Ji Shangnan raised his hands and resisted the attack of the underworld with difficulty, and at the same time saved the Dragon Kingdom Tianjia, who rushed forward. "Oomph, it's all at this point, you're still showing off." Nether did not give the other party a chance, and once again burst out with all his might. "Let's go!" He had already felt Ji Shangnan's weakness and powerlessness, and he couldn't give him a chance to recover. The extremely strange power of the underworld eroded towards Ji Shangnan step by step. Without the blessing of the Heavenly Emperor's garment, the extremely thin Heavenly Emperor's chi in the air looked a little pale and powerless in front of the power of the netherworld. "Ha, Ji Shangnan, die!" The underworld looked up to the sky and laughed. He is finally going to win. But at this moment, the netherworld power that was about to touch Ji Shangnan suddenly disappeared, and it all evaporated in an instant. Nether felt a powerful threat, and he retreated hundreds of meters backwards desperately. In his gaze, a young man's figure appeared in front of Ji Shangnan. The boy's aura made him a little familiar. You are Lin Xiao?" Within the source of the Gung vein, Lin Xiao had left traces in their positions. "Lin Xiao, it's Lin Xiao here." Netherworld's angry roar made all the Dragon Kingdom's Tianjia notice this scene. They looked at the young man. "It's Lin Xiao. He came to our aid." Bang! Lin Xiao was an invincible existence in the hearts of their group of young Tianjia, and at this moment, they were all excited. "You're here." Ji Shangnan's aura beside him was sluggish, his consumption was too great. It was a little difficult to even speak at the moment. "Well, I'm here, leave it to me here." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Whoosh! After saying this, he said, a terrifying force erupted from his body. The surging ability overwhelmed countless people on the spot. All the people of the shaping Hades tribe trembled after feeling this powerful fluctuation. "Certainly, a voice is like a divine coming to the world, a holy word from heaven." All the people of the shaping Ming clan were all fixed in place and could not move. At this moment, each of their eyes was filled with extreme fear, and they wanted to struggle, but to no avail. Yu Ming couldn't believe this scene. He is the strongest heavenly pride. How can you not even have the ability to resist? All the people of the shaping Hades were all desperately resisting, but the death bell will not ring late. Endless reincarnation. In the sky, Lin Zhao's eyes exuded an extremely dazzling light. So, the cycle of reincarnation is endless. How much sorrow there is. How many rounds come to an end? At a glance, all the shaping Ming people were all caught in endless reincarnation. With the 10,000 years of sea, their consciousness gradually sank, and their bodies began to decay. In just an instant, all the people of the shaping Hades clan present died, and their bodies turned into a speck of dust in the starry sky, completely disappearing into the long river of history. Ji Shangnan behind him was extremely uneasy when he saw this scene. "I thought I had shortened the distance between me and you, but I didn't expect it to be so far away." He looked at Lin Zhao's back, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the way to the top of the road, it is a blessing to have such an opponent walking in front. Lin Xiao, who destroyed the enemy with another move, swept his eyes slightly towards the enemy position. After waiting for a while, the top management of the shaping Ming clan left this place without saying a word. But Lin Xiao knew that he must have been targeted by these high-ranking big people. But so what? There is only one last battlefield left. Lin Xiao blinked blinked and disappeared in place again. Western battlefield. Qin Li's affectionate knife intent encountered Moku's ruthless demonic energy. Sentient to ruthless. Desheng's affectionate knife intent hit the wall for the first time. Moku was worthy of being the 18th on the Hongmeng Tianjiu list. The strong strength has been pressing Qin Li all the time. Here on the battlefield, countless demonic energy crisscrossed, and the black pressure was terrifying. There was an extremely oppressive aura in the air. The demons cultivated the power of the body, and their battles were even more straightforward, punching to the flesh. What's wrong? Where did your arrogant momentum go at the beginning? Moku was fighting with all his might, and his face gradually showed a hideous look, and the bloodlust in his eyes became more and more intense. Qin Li has been passively defending. The opponent's strength is too strong, and he is somewhat not an opponent, but even so, it is still a bit foolish to kill him. It's just that he had already experienced a big battle before. Physical strength is severely consumed. Now that the opponent is so strong, it is even more difficult to win. And his gaze scanned the battlefield. The demon race is worthy of being the top powerhouse in the starry sky. The strength of the younger generation is generally stronger than that of the Dragon Kingdom. Many attacks can't even break through the enemy's defenses, let alone kill them. He promised to take this group of people back safely. Desheng's affectionate knife intent rendered the world again, and the Qinglong crescent moon knife couldn't stop shaking. The knife is pouring out the world. Countless sword shadows appeared in the air. Qin Li swung his knife and slashed hard, trying his best to kill Moku. It's useless. Moku also burst out with the ultimate edge, and the endless demonic energy converged into a handle of the demon break gun. His own strength is slightly higher than Qin Li's, and he is still in his heyday, and victory is only a matter of time. He had gradually begun to fantasize about the terrifying expression on his face when the other person was powerless to resist, which made him extremely happy. He likes to torture and kill these Tianjiao Supremes, and seeing the terrified expressions of the other party before death will make him extremely happy. A fierce battle broke out between the two again. Off-site, the high-ranking members of the demon clan looked at the situation in the field and nodded slightly. It seems that nothing else, this battle of the younger generation will be a great victory for their demons. Without Qin Li, the rest of the Dragon Kingdom's Tianjiao would not pose a threat at all. Everyone on the Dragon Kingdom side looked at this scene, and their faces all showed a look of worry. Is there any hope? The Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao was beaten miserably, and they really couldn't beat these demons. Bang! One Tianjiao was careless, and his entire arm was directly torn off by his opponent. Bah! The demon actually swallowed this arm directly in front of him, and licked his tongue. TSK, it tastes so good. These words directly made this Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao explode on the spot. Desperately rushed forward, he blew himself up directly. The demon was carelessly killed on the spot. Perhaps, only this means can kill these demons. The geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom, who were defeated by the demon Tianjiao, once despaired. A dragon country Tianjiao roared loudly. The demons rushed up again. Who will it be this time? Suddenly, a fist that pierced the sky fell from the sky, and the powerful aura smashed countless charging demons in an instant. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao all raised their heads in surprise. It's Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, who came in a hurry, didn't have any thoughts, and came up and started fighting directly. Punch through the sky. Desheng's fist intent broke through the sky and opened the sky with one punch. With one punch, the demon boy was once again destroyed countless times, almost killed. And Moku, who was still fighting with Qin Li, felt this extremely powerful force, and his pupils contracted. He quickly distanced himself from Qin Li and looked at the boy who suddenly appeared. Who are you? His eyes were a little suspicious. The power just now was too strong, and it made him a little frightened. Qin Li also noticed Lin Xiao's figure, and he flew forward. His strength is a bit strong. Qin Li's intentions and Lin Xiao joined forces to kill this enemy here. Lin Xiao did not speak, but slowly raised his right hand. His index finger gently pointed to Moko's position. Certainly, the terrifying power of the space rules instantly permeated, and the magic was fixed in place, unable to move. The locked Moke was not as unruly as he had just been. His eyes were full of uneasiness. He was desperately resisting, exerting all his strength, but it still didn't help. Scatter! Lin Xiao spoke again. This time, Qin Li showed an extremely shocked look, because the lower body of Mokeki on the opposite side began to slowly disappear. He knew that this was Lin Xiao's move, but he just said a few words softly and moved his fingers, and he killed the enemy who was overwhelmed by his breath so easily. Is Lin Xiao already strong to this extent? Off-site, the strong people on the demon side reacted, and they opened their mouths angrily. Moku couldn't die. A demon clan martial venerable exuded an extremely powerful aura and pressed towards Lin Xiao. Qin Li on the side felt this breath. Cold sweat broke out on his face, and his body began to tremble. The Dragon Kingdom also had Wu Zun shot, and they burst out with a powerful aura and instantly suppressed the past. Do you want to break the rules of the game? The Dragon Kingdom martial master was domineering and awe-inspiring. They stood in the void, fearless of the demon martial master, and forcibly questioned each other. Moku can't die. The demon martial master looked ugly. It didn't matter who else, Moku Emoko couldn't die here. If Emoko dies, if his brother Emotion attacks, even if they are Wuzun powerhouses, they will be implicated. Joke, since you dare to step into the battlefield, you must be prepared to die. The strong people of the Dragon Kingdom were unmoved. Just kidding, in order to win this battle, their Dragon Kingdom's Tianjiao didn't know how many died. Could it be that you are a person of the demon race and are not the parents of heaven? Even if it is the way of heaven and the way of parents, it still has to die. The demon martial venerable was speechless. He had to look at Lin Xiao in the field and threatened with a voice. Boy, if you dare to kill him, no one in heaven and earth can save you. Hear the words. Lin Xiao's face showed a contemptuous smile. I saw him raise his forehead to look at the sky, and his right hand was lightly raised again to point at Moke. Extinguish. In a word, everything is extinguished. As soon as these words came out, the origin of the time-space holy law and the time-space divine eyes in Lin Xiao's body both trembled. The forbidden power of the rules of time and space worked together, and in the eyes of the demon powerhouse, Moke's body was erased on the spot, and he couldn't even make a sound for help. After destroying Moke, Lin Xiao's gaze swept towards the demon martial master. People, I'm gone, how are you doing? This gesture made the Dragon Kingdom's Wu Zun laugh. That's it, damn it. The demon martial venerable's face was a little distorted, and his face was extremely ugly. Emoko died on this battlefield. Emoko was invited by them, and if he died here, his brother Emotion would definitely attack. He looked at Lin Xiao below. Damn aunt, you're completely angry with me. After saying that, he actually launched a powerful attack on Lin Xiao desperately. In this battle of luck among the younger generation, the demons took the lead in breaking the rules of the game. You dare! Seeing this scene, the Dragon Kingdom Wu Zun was instantly furious, and his strong aura immediately soared, and he hurriedly flew to Lin Xiao's side to block this attack. Seniors are fine. Lin Xiao didn't have any fear on his face. Then, in the midst of everyone's incredible gaze, he waved his fists, and De Shang's fist intent burst out with extreme brilliance, punched through the sky. The two attacks erupted into a violent collision in the air, and the powerful waves shattered the void. Countless Dragon Kingdom warriors who were watching this battlefield rose up in anger. It's not good. The Demon Clan gang of miscellaneous people dare to break the rules of the game. What about our strong ones? Why not make a move? Where is Lin Xiao? How is Lin Xiao? They were extremely angry. At present, Lin Xiao has become the great sun in their hearts, and he is the invincible Tianjiao who can lead the Dragon Kingdom to the top. If they were killed like this by the demon's dog chops, they didn't know if they would go crazy. Wait, look, someone exclaimed. He covered his mouth and looked at the scene in the picture in disbelief. I saw a demon martial mirror exuding endless demonic energy falling from the sky. The blood spat out wildly, and the blood was in the sky. This demon martial master covered his chest, his face full of disbelief. He was actually killed by a move? Lin Xiao's punch directly pierced his body. The dignified demon clan martial master, the strong man who dominated one side, was actually killed by an ant who looked down on him. This demon martial master did not close his eyes until his death. He didn't even use all his strength, and he died in this space. His body slammed heavily to the ground, making a violent noise. This sound kept echoing on the battlefield here, and it was extremely clear, because everyone was dumbfounded. The Dragon Kingdom martial venerable, who originally wanted to step forward to protect Lin Xiao, widened his eyes. Miscellaneous. What's going on? A strong man of the same level as him was killed in seconds? He looked at Lin Xiao with the look in his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. This is the strength that a teenager can have? The young Tianjiao of the other Dragon Kingdom was even more overwhelmed. This was the Tianjiao of the same era as them? If he is considered a heavenly pride, then what are we? Waste? Xin Li's pupils shrank even more, and the hand holding the handle of the knife couldn't help but tighten. How long has it been? Is it 3 months since the end of the last freshman competition? Has Lin Xiao's strength reached this level? When I first learned the news that the other party had broken the curse and rebelled against King Wu, I was already very touched. In order to be able to close the gap in strength with him, he stepped into a secret realm of 9 deaths regardless of the danger. Unexpectedly, this desperate catch-up not only did not close the distance, but even the other party's back was a little invisible. Lin Xiao's move to destroy the Demon Clan's Wu Zun has far more than that. This battle is watched by the entire Dragon Kingdom. How aggrieved he was in the previous battle, how excited he was at this moment. Countless Dragon Kingdom people turned red, some of them roared loudly at home, venting their inner depression, and some paraded on the streets to cheer for Lin Xiao. Immediately enlarge the picture of this battlefield so that the entire Dragon Kingdom can see clearly. The chief old man immediately gave an order, and his old eyes were full of sharpness. Lin Xiao was indeed the person he wanted to wait for. Now, on the western battlefield, the strong people on the demon side eased the gods, and they were extremely angry. A martial powerhouse died here like this, and was still killed by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom in an instant. This is undoubtedly a painful blow, even more angry than the defeat of the younger generation. The first strong demon clan who led the team this time was even more of a martial saint-level existence, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao below. Damn ant! There were faint terrifying fluctuations in the air, and Lin Xiao's strength and talent made this demon venerable martial saint jealous. At such an age, the strength is so strong, if you give it time, it will definitely become a big disaster. Until now, the demon side still doesn't know who the boy who suddenly appeared. If he knew that this person was Lin Xiao, who was at the top of the Hongmeng Tianjia list, he would definitely go crazy. It is even possible to kill Lin Xiao here regardless of everything. Just when the demon martial saint was thinking about whether to forcibly kill Lin Xiao, an old man appeared out of thin air. The old man was dressed in white, very simple, but his appearance made the space tremble inexplicably. You demons, break the rules, bully the small with the big. Do you really think that there is no one in my dragon kingdom? The old man's domineering voice resounded in the sky, and his words were full of endless killing intent. It's you, Lin Yaotian. When the demon martial saint saw the visitor, his eyes were full of fear, and he couldn't make a move now. The old man is Lin Yaotian. At this moment, he changed his simple posture in the past, and the powerful coercion of the martial saint shocked the heavens and the earth. All the dragon kingdom martial venerables here, listen to my orders. Bang! Demon Slayer. As soon as the word Demon Slayer came out, the dragon kingdom martial masters who had already endured the ultimate rose up in anger. They all rushed to the sky, and the abilities in their bodies rioted out and killed the demons. Lin Yaotian, what are you going to do? Are you crazy? The demon martial saint shouted sharply. However, before he could react, Lin Yaotian waved his hand and forcibly dragged it into the Zenispace. A big war broke out. The demons took the lead in breaking the rules of the game, and the dragon kingdom no longer had any concerns. Killed directly. In this battle, the landslide and the ground cracked, and King Wu couldn't intervene. The powerful fluctuations made some of the dragon kingdom Tianjia present a little unbearable, and they left the battlefield one after another. Lin Xiao, you. Qili stood behind. He saw Lin Xiaofei flying up and just wanted to say it and immediately swallowed it back. He could only silently watch the other party rush to that battlefield, the storm place where even the aftermath of the battle made him a little unbearable. His eyes have always been full of fighting spirit, but at this moment there is a hint of loneliness. But Lin Xiao didn't think much about it. He had already flown up, and in an instant he found a demon venerable Wu Zun. It's you! Damn boy, you're so arrogant. This demon martial venerable found out that it was Lin Xiao. His face was extremely furious. It was this kid who made them lose face. Lowly ant, I want you to die. Under the shroud of endless demonic energy, the demon martial venerable was even more powerful. He burst out with all his might, although he tried his best to belittle him, but he still didn't dare to be careless, and he burst out with all his strength when he came up. But Lin Xiao's strength was still far beyond his imagination. Endless reincarnation. The eyes trembled slightly. At a glance, the powerful power of the time and space rules directly forcibly pulled the willpower of this demon venerable. What is this? As soon as the demon martial venerable finished speaking, he completely sank into the past. His eyes became extremely empty, and his will was forcibly stripped of his body. The power of time and space directly annihilated it on the spot. This is terrifying. Many people who pay attention to Lin Xiao are trembling uncontrollably. A glance at Wu Zun. Is there anything more exciting than this? The whole country of the Dragon Kingdom was completely crazy. Lin Shin is invincible. Who else? They are all crazy. What is the concept of Wu Zun? Most of them don't know at all. They only knew that the extremely noisy demon martial venerable was killed by Lin Xiao in an instant, just like the demon destruction with a punch just now. Good boy. In the safe area, Chu Hantian, who was paying attention to this battle, was sweating in his palms, and he had been paying attention to Lin Xiao. At this time, he couldn't stop laughing. It's terrifying. This is his Chu Hantian's student, and it is enough to get this student in his life. Are you okay? The battle is still breaking out, but the face of every demon martial master was obviously wrong. They all intentionally or unintentionally stayed away from Lin Xiao, for fear that the other party would find them, and the strength shown by this kid frightened them. Great. Can it really be avoided? Time and space storm. Lin Xiao, who was standing in the void, was directly full of firepower, and the powerful power of the rules covered all the demon martial meriters. A mysterious and unpredictable river emerged, and the strange fluctuations made all the demon martial masters present tremble. The demon martial masters who were shrouded in the storm of time and space all felt a powerful force pulling them. What is this? They felt that their longevity was constantly flowing, which made them extremely afraid. Not only that, but the extremely twisted storm kept tearing at their bodies. Ha! The eerie long river that appeared above his head was full of depression. The scene of Lin Xiao suppressing the demon clan Wu Zun alone directly made the rest of the Dragon Kingdom Wu Zun dumbfounded. They stopped attacking, a little cramped, not knowing whether to do it or not. Is he Lin Xiao? The strength is too terrifying. They are all martial powerhouses who have been guarding this place all year round, and this is the first time they have seen the first heavenly pride of the Dragon Kingdom with their own eyes. This strength is too strong. Has the Tianjiao of this generation of the Dragon Kingdom been terrified to this extent? Not bad. The demon martial venerable who came this time was basically in the early stage of the 8th order, and the martial venerable of this strength was no longer enough for Lin Xiao. Void Sutra. A cold voice sounded from the air. A phantom shadow that covered the sky appeared. Ha! Dragon Kingdom. Wu Zun's eyes trembled a little. I saw that the phantom blasted an unprecedented blow into the void, and its overly terrifying fluctuations actually made them retreat. With one blow, all the demon martial venerables were destroyed. Blood spilled all over the sky and dyed the sky red. The figure of the young man is like a statue of the sun, and the sun, shining on the past and present. This scene is destined to go down in history. Lin Xiao, the Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom, overwhelms the era, spanned 4 major battlefields in one day, and one person's power reversed the battle of racial luck, and one person single-handedly destroyed the demon clan Wu Zun. This scene was also deeply remembered in the hearts of countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Xenotime and space, the battle between the two martial saints also came to an end. Lin Yaotian's figure slowly appeared in the top of the battlefield. In his hand, he was carrying a demonic corpse that had lost its breath. The white clothes on his body were stained red with blood, but the momentum he exuded was extremely terrifying. The old man's eyes ignored the space and looked at the deepest part of the demon race. This is the end of my Dragon Kingdom. After saying that, he held the corpse of the demon martial saint who had lost his breath in his hand, and demonstrated to the demon clan from an endless distance. This scene caused the demons to shake up and down, blood rained in the air, and the world they lived in was crying. A demon martial saint has fallen. He was beheaded by Lin Yaotian on the spot. The losses of this battle demon clan are too great. Countless younger generations died. Mo Tian's younger brother Mo could die tragically, and even all the demon powerhouses who went there were all destroyed. Even if it is as strong as a demon, it is still dripping blood. The rest is okay, but the loss of the martial saint is too huge. The martial saint is the foundation of the race. As long as there is a martial saint in any race of the Starry Sky race, it can be called a strong race. With 3 martial saints, it can be called a top strong family. And even the demon race, which ranked high among the top strong clans, could not afford the fall of a martial saint. At this moment, there was a faint great terror condensing in the sky above the demon race, and a sound that ran through the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky above the Dragon Kingdom through endless time and space. Lin Yaotian, how dare you do this? This voice was mixed with supreme coercion, which actually made countless people feel inexplicably panicked. Lin Yaotian showed no fear. Demon punishment. If you want to fight, do you really think that I, Lin Yaotian, am afraid of your demons? Then fight. The demons have declared war. Demon punishment is the current strongest demon race, the peak of martial saints. The 2 martial saints completely declared war across endless time and space. This is completely chaotic. The fall of a martial saint hit the demons too hard, and it was impossible for them to stop there. A race battle began. Lin Yaotian completely smashed the body of the martial saint on the spot in front of Demon Xing, which undoubtedly made matters worse. What are you afraid of? It's over. Humph, the demon's miscellaneous pieces are coming. I'll be the first to kill them. But, however, is it too hasty to declare war like this? Lord Wuxing was a little impulsive. What are you talking about? People have come to the door. Do we want to be shrunken turtles? I also feel a little impulsive. It's better to endure it and give me a little more time to grow. On the web, there was a lot of noise about the declaration of war. Some advocated war, and some felt that it should be safer. But no matter what, this time, the battle of luck for the younger generation, the Dragon Kingdom won. Every younger generation who left the battlefield alive felt a surge of luck in their bodies. This is the feedback of racial luck. Their bloody victory has brought the Dragon Kingdom's racial luck to a peak again, which is a gift from the race. The road of cultivation in the future will be smoother, and even break through the shackles of the past, and have the opportunity to climb higher mountains. But in this battle, the Dragon Kingdom also lost too many young Tianjiao. Generals on all the battlefields ordered the establishment of a heroic monument, and every Tianjiao who died in battle was engraved on the hero's monument. The highest council of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yaotian is a little impulsive. Now is not the time to completely tear his face. Qin Shao, the head of the Qin family, spoke. As martial saints, their words and deeds represent the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Shao, do you mean let us endure it? Lao's eyes were extremely sharp. She had always advocated hardliners, and the declaration of war on the demons at the moment gave her an idea. I didn't mean that. Now the situation on all sides is turbulent. The appearance of the Hongmeng Tianjiao list is too weird, and there has already been a riot in the Starry Sky 10,000 tribes. At this time, our Dragon Kingdom should accumulate strength instead of falling into this huge storm. Qin Shao, as a martial saint, he had his own ideas, and he thought it was inappropriate to declare war on the demons. Then go to Lin Yaotian and talk to him yourself. Lao looked at him disdainfully. Cowardly one. Yin Shangkong sat in the corner, and as a martial saint, he was also qualified to participate in this meeting. I have a problem. Everyone looked at him. Yin Shangkong paused and looked at Lin Xiao, who was sitting aside. Why is he here? At the same time, he looked at Junbu, who was sitting in front of him. It was agreed at the beginning that it would be 10 years in the eternal tribulation battlefield. How long has it been? Aren't you joking with me? Yin Shangkong's eyes were a little gloomy. In this regard, the rest of the martial saints did not interject, but Lin Xiao's name had already been thunderous, and this recent movement, which can be called the first demon in the history of the Dragon Kingdom was indeed amazing. June has no regrets. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Explanation? What explanation do you want? June said lightly. Hearing this, In Changkon's face was a little difficult to see. Was he really temperamental? I said that you are a martial saint. Why do you always care about the younger generation? If it weren't for Lin Zhao's move, our Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly lose extremely badly in this battle of luck. Don't you know the truth? June looked at In Changkon without regret, and he was also very unhappy. People from Lao Tzu's military department, what qualifications do you have to point fingers? This is not a reason for him to break the law. Hee, don't you think it's funny yourself? Seeing that the faces of the two martial saints were getting more and more ugly, Lin Xiao, who was sitting aside, finally spoke. I think I shouldn't have violated any laws this time. In Changkon looked at Lin Xiao's eyes with extremely cold eyes. Do you have a chance to speak here? Lin Xiao directly ignored the other party and took out the recorder that had been prepared for a long time. This is a battlefield recorder he specially prepared, which can record the level number of each alien race he killed. I said at the beginning, if you destroy 100 Wu Zun, 10,000 Wu Kings can leave the eternal tribulation battlefield. I have already completed it, so why do you say that you are violating the law? Finish. Lin Xiao raised his eyes and looked straight at In Changkon's eyes, without any regression at all. I said, In Changkon, do you have anything else to say now? June did not regret the joke on his face. Before the meeting he knew that Lin Xiao had met the conditions for leaving the battlefield, and deliberately did not say it to make the other party make a fool of himself, and In Changkon really couldn't get off the stage. Being ignored by a junior like this, as a martial saint, his angry nose was almost crooked. That's not why you can come here. I asked him to come. Suddenly, the chief sitting at the top spoke. He opened his mouth, and everyone present looked over. I saw him stretch out his finger and point at Lin Xiao. In addition to discussing the declaration of war on the demons at this meeting, there is one more thing I want to inform you. The chief deliberately emphasized the tone of the word notice. I have decided to appoint Lin Xiao as the son of heaven of the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as these words came out, everyone present stood up instantly, except for the army who had no regrets. This is ridiculous. How can the position of the son of heaven be so child's play? I admit that Lin Xiao is not weak and talented, but the matter of the son of heaven is still up for discussion. Every martial saint spoke out against it, and In Changkong tried his best to stop it. Emperor. It is the most special honorable position of the Dragon Kingdom, which has the supreme right to mobilize all resources except the martial saint. It can be said that they are standing at the pinnacle of the power of the Dragon Kingdom, which is equivalent to the status of these martial saints. At the moment, a fledgling teenager, even if he has just made great achievements, there should be no such treatment. Lin Xiao is indeed the most powerful and talented in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is not impossible for the son of heaven to do so, but now he is in a bit of a hurry, so it is better to wait for a while and wait for everything to fall into place. Looking for death, Xin Xiao said. As a group of beings standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom, a teenager suddenly sits on an equal footing with them, which makes them a little disgusted. The chief had already expected the reaction of these people. It was at this moment that an old man appeared here. He sat quietly aside without saying a word. Lin Yaotian, you are here too? The old woman looked at the old man who suddenly appeared. This kind of meeting was dismissive to the other party, and she had never seen her participate, and she never thought that it would appear this time. And the martial saints present were not stupid. They all understood the meaning. Lin Yaotian's strength is the strongest among them. Since he appeared, even In Changkong, who was the most clamoring, closed his mouth and sat silently in his position. After all, strength is still respected. Lin Xiao sat aside and watched the whole scene. He understood. These people who are the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, both in terms of strength and power, stand at the peak of the Dragon Kingdom. The fundamental reason for looking down on him is that he feels that he is not worthy of his virtue and is not strong enough to be on an equal footing with them. Kill. What kind of emperor of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Xiao didn't want it at all. And the teacher didn't mention this matter when he asked him to come beforehand. Do you really think he is rare? I'm still the same sentence. Lin Xiao's talent is worthy of the son of heaven, but it's too early. Xin Xiao still insisted on his idea. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yaotian glanced at him lightly, and that silent sense of depression was a little uncomfortable even for Qin Xiao, who was a martial saint. The martial saints present were basically in the early stages of the Ninth Order, and the army did not regret it in the middle of the Ninth Order. And only Lin Yaotian was a peerless martial saint at the peak of the late Ninth Order. This is also the fundamental reason why he was able to kill the demon martial saint alone. The martial saint powerhouse sensed the law of the great way of heaven and earth, and it was not difficult to defeat it, but it was as difficult as going to the sky to kill him. And Lin Yaotian's talent is time and space. He has realized the avenue of time and space, and his strength is terrifying. The teacher's strength is really strong. Lin Xiao watched silently, and he also felt the invisible coercion just now. Boom! Even though he had become a saint in the flesh, he still felt uncomfortable. Is this the strength of the teacher? That's it. The chief old man made a direct decision, and this matter was originally a notice, not a discussion. Everyone heard the words and their faces were different, cloudy, and uncertain. In Shangkong was even more depressed, as if he had eaten, and the person who was looked down upon by him a second ago immediately became on an equal footing with himself. How could he bear it? Next, about the declaration of war by the demons. Regarding the declaration of war by the demons, this involves a war of races, not child's play. Boom! Even if the martial saints present are careful and disagreeable, they still understand right and wrong in the face of this kind of racial dispute. Of course, part of the reason is that Lin Yaotian was also present. It's come to this point, then let's fight. Lao O was the first to speak. Although the demon race is strong, my dragon country is not a soft persimmon. This battle that swept through all races cannot be avoided, then kill a bright universe. That's right. Do you really think we're afraid of them? Who is in charge of this battle? Or, let Lin Shao take command. As the son of heaven of the dragon kingdom, there is no one else more suitable than him. Yin Shangkong suddenly spoke. The other martial saints also nodded after hearing this, which is not impossible. The chief naturally heard something in Yin Shangkong's words, but he still looked at Lin Shao and asked softly, "Bang! Lin Shao, what do you think? If Lin Shao doesn't want to, he will find someone else." He had promised at the beginning that after returning from the eternal tribulation, no one in the dragon kingdom would be able to influence his thoughts. Impossible. The son of heaven of the dragon kingdom is the first bargaining chip he gives, and when the time is right, Lin Shao will be the heaven of the dragon kingdom. Lin Shao lowered his head and was slightly silent. Let's be honest, he didn't want this emperor. Not good. But it's not impossible to be a handsome, kill the demon race. He is still quite active in earning some cultivation. However, he was very unhappy to drive ducks on the shelves like this. He looked up at Yin Shangkong. It's not impossible for me to be in charge, but I have a condition. The chief old man quietly waited for Lin Xiao's follow-up. Yin Shangkong looked at Lin Xiao, this bastard who made him lose countless faces. What trick did he want to do? I saw Lin Xiao looking at Yin Shangkong and saying words that made him a little unbelievable. Damn! My condition is to fight with this Yin Shangkong martial saint in front of me, regardless of life or death. As soon as these words came out, Yin Shangkong thought he had auditory hallucinations. He plucked out his ears, looked at Lin Xiao's face extremely strangely, and stretched out his finger to himself. What did you just say? Are you going to fight me, regardless of whether you are alive or dead? Lin Xiao nodded. The rest of the martial saints present were all silent, and they also felt that Lin Xiao was a little crazy. They had observed the demon battle a few days ago and knew that Lin Xiao's strength was far more than the level he showed. But this is not the confidence that he can provoke the martial saint. Ha he, ha 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 ha. Yin Shangkong laughed angrily at Lin Xiao's words. You take back what you said now and admit your mistake to me. I can pretend it didn't happen. If it weren't for the scruples of Lin Yaotian, Yin Shangkong would have done it now. How dare this damn guy. Martial saint. To understand the laws of the great way of heaven and earth is already in existence that can touch the Tao. Every Tianjiu who successfully broke through to the martial saint was the darling of the times. If the martial king is 1 in 10,000, then the martial saint is 1 in 100 million. Among the 100 million awakeners, there is only a hint that there may be a martial saint powerhouse. This is not a joke. Hundreds of years have passed since the Dragon Kingdom opened the era of national awakening, and only a few martial saints have been born. Even among the starry sky races, most races could not cultivate a martial saint with the strength of the entire race. This is why the Ninth Order warrior was named the word saint. The martial saint is a saint. Only by opening up your own path can you achieve the holy throne. This is also the reason why Ji Shangnan's second awakening can shock countless people. Because he already has the great way in his heart and is calm and clear. This is equivalent to having an admission ticket to the advanced martial saint in advance. And those who successfully break through the martial saints can control the laws of the great way between heaven and earth, and they have unparalleled power in their gestures. If a martial saint is desperate, his destructive power is peerless. Cut. Now, Lin Xiao, a warrior at the peak of the late Sixth Order, a young man who hadn't even broken through the martial king, actually wanted to fight a martial saint, regardless of life or death. Not only Yin Shangkong himself, all the martial saints present only felt funny, and they even felt a touch of humiliation. Junbu regretted that his usually calm face was also slightly stiff. Even Lin Yaotian, who was sitting on the side, took a deep look at his students, and he suddenly found that his understanding of Lin Xiao was too one-sided. This is a teenager who is not afraid of heaven and earth. The Sixth Order dares to fight the Ninth Order, or a life and death battle. At least he didn't have the courage back then, nor did he have the strength, let alone the courage. Lin Xiao, I will give you one last chance, and now apologize to me immediately. I can pretend that what just happened didn't happen. Yin Shangkong was suppressing the anger in his heart, looking at Lin Xiao coldly. At the moment, he was already angry to the extreme. If this damn ant dared to provoke again. Even Lin Yaotian, he no longer has scruples. He is a generation of martial saints. The atmosphere at the scene was a little depressing, and the rest of the martial saints were all silent. Although Lin Xiao's move was a little offensive to their majesty as martial saints, fortunately, the target was not them. In addition, he has just been given the title of Son of Heaven, and Lin Yaotian is supporting him behind him. Just be a spectator. Let's be honest. honest. Lin Zhao's move did make them extremely disgusted, too arrogant, and no one in their eyes. You must know that there are people outside the world, and it is easy to break the truth if you are too rigid. And the chief's extremely deep pupils kept looking at Lin Zhao, and no one knew what he was thinking deep in his heart. Lin Zhao slowly stood up. His eyes were straight to Yin Shankong, and his eyes were not afraid. Lord Wusheng, are you afraid? If I am afraid, I will take back that sentence, and I will still carry this handsomeness. Repression, the ultimate depression. As Lin Zhao's voice came out, the space representing the Supreme Council of the Dragon Kingdom was terribly quiet. Even the faint sound of dust scattering can be heard. Yin Shankong calmed down after hearing these words again. He just glanced at Lin Zhao indifferently, and then looked at the chief and Lin Yaotian on the side. Although he didn't say a word, those pupils that were extremely indifferent had already conveyed his will. It's not that I, Yin Shankong, don't give you face. It is this ant who does not know the height of the sky and the thickness of the sky, and does not know how to advance or retreat. In that case, he would not back down. The martial saint has the majesty of the martial saint, and no one can trample on it. Jun did not regret sitting aside and trying to stop him, but he didn't know what to do. This time it was not Yin Shankong who provoked trouble, but Lin Zhao's own mouth. Also, as a martial saint powerhouse, if a sixth-order warrior dared to provoke himself like this, maybe he would have destroyed the other party long ago. This life-and-death battle between the Son of Heaven of the Dragon Kingdom and the martial saints was determined under the witness of the martial saints, and the time Lin Zhao was put 7 days later. Yin Shankong was extremely indifferent throughout the whole process, and his eyes looked at Lin Zhao as if he was looking at a dead man. The meeting ended. Bang! All the martial saints left, and this fight was a joke in their opinion. The final result was nothing more than Yin Shankong beating Lin Zhao half-dead and leaving a breath, which was regarded as giving Lin Yaotian and the others a face. And the most important thing at the moment is to deal with the declaration of war by the demons. The two races went to war, involving too much. They all knew that the demons were completely forced by Lin Yaotian too much, and they had no choice but to open their mouths. This race war is not so easy to break out in full force. Now the starry sky is in turmoil, and all races are conquering. It is impossible for a top powerful race like them to break out a full-scale war so easily. It's just that the death of a demon martial saint did make the demon clan a little unable to get off the stage, and some friction was inevitable. Lin Zhao left the imperial capital. Before leaving, he specially visited the teacher. Teacher, the student will break through the sixth order in a few days, and the student may miss the appointment for the source of the gung vein. He was a little embarrassed to talk about this. This was the first request the teacher made to himself, and he agreed at the beginning, never wanting to miss the appointment. It's okay, didn't you bring out a lot of gangjin before? Lin Yaotian slowly shook his head. Moreover, in this battle of luck, the younger generation of the three powerful clans were all killed by you, and without those juniors, the situation of my Dragon Kingdom, the source of the gung vein, is no longer as difficult as before. Truly, in this battle, Lin Zhao killed countless aliens alone. Without these people, the life of the Dragon Kingdom and the source of the gung vein would be much better. Moreover, Ji Xiangnan and a group of unparalleled Tianzhou have also grown up, and the secret realm Dragon Kingdom has gradually begun to take the initiative. Hearing this, Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he said goodbye to his teacher. Lin Yaotian didn't ask too much about Lin Zhao's thoughts. Since he has this courage, then fight. As for the consequences, with him, Yin Shankong can't turn over the sky. After Lin Zhao left, the chief old man slowly walked to Lin Yaotian's side. This kid is much more fierce than you were back then. Lin Yaotian nodded undeniably. This demon clan's declaration of war may have hidden mysteries. The demon Xing has always been cautious. With my understanding of him, even if a martial saint dies, he shouldn't be so excited. Speaking of this, Lin Yaotian frowned slightly. He had fought with that demon Xing more than once or twice, knowing that the other party was a cautious guy to the core. This time the declaration of war was too hasty, which made him a little confused, which didn't look like the other party's style. The chief old man looked up at the starry sky, and the dark and silent cosmic starry sky was so vast and so elusive. This day has indeed changed, but it's okay, my Dragon Kingdom will definitely roll up under this torrent of the general trend and step on a new peak again. Lin Zhao rushed all the way to an old house. Brother Deng is here, I'm here for you. There was a rough voice in the house. Stop, don't shout. I saw Deng Ping wearing a somewhat sloppy dress and walking out with disheveled hair. He stared at Lin Zhao for a moment and said with some emotion, it's really 3 days since we last met, like 3 autumns. Too much has happened during this time. When Lin Zhao killed the Chu family, he was not informed of it, and when he learned the news, Lin Zhao had already been forced to enter a military court. Later, Lin Zhao was sentenced to eternal robbery of the battlefield for 10 years. He was excited for a long time after knowing this result. He had broken into the eternal tribulation battlefield when he was young. I almost couldn't come back. It was a place of chaos and killing all races. Then there was the battle of luck for the younger generation. He was also very concerned about this battle, and even thought that the Dragon Kingdom would suffer a crushing defeat. During that time, he was extremely depressed, until Lin Zhao appeared. This young junior, whom he was very optimistic about, descended on the battlefield battlefield like a god of war. Alone one person destroyed the 4 major forces and countless Tianjiao, shocking the world in one battle. Then when he came like a god and destroyed the demon Wuzun alone, Deng Ping knew that this former teenager had completely grown up. Now he is gradually gaining wings and has begun to show the world his unique brilliant edge. No one knows how happy he is in his heart. He is really happy for Lin Xiao. Hey, brother Deng, it's been a long time. Lin Xiao walked forward slowly and patted the dust on Deng Ping's body, which was very familiar. Ha, do you still know to come to see me? Deng Ping raised his head slightly. He was a little dissatisfied with the fact that Lin Xiao did not look for him when he killed the Chu family in the first place. Did he look down on him as an old man? Lin Xiao had no choice but to show his Oscar-level acting skills again, showing a very innocent appearance. Okay, put away your set. Deng Ping waved his hand. Why did you come to find the old man this time? Lin Xiao immediately changed his face, exuding the cultivation of the peak of the late 6th order. Brother Deng, didn't Minister Qian say that he would go to him after I reached the peak of the 6th order? Lin Xiao has not forgotten this matter. Although he has a system who will have too few opportunities. You kid is really a monster. Deng Ping couldn't stop shaking his head. Lin Xiao is the most demonic Tianjiu he has ever seen, and in just 1 year he has reached the peak of the 6th order, and the combat power is even more exaggerated. Wu Zun, at a glance, he didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing. Lin Xiao actually did it. Let's go, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Deng Ping had long known that Lin Xiao would come to him, and he didn't go anywhere during this time, so he was waiting for him here. Hey, okay, the realm of the ancient altar, an extremely mysterious secret space. It was filled with a very mysterious tidal energy, which had a fatal attraction to the awakened. Because it can enhance the awakening of the awakener's talent, it can be called a peerless treasure. Is this the realm of the ancient altar? Lin Xiao looked around. It was like a natural secret place, with birds singing and flowers everywhere, and it looked like a paradise. In the center of the secret realm, there was a swamp, and a mysterious energy liquid floated in the swamp. That's right, this is the realm of the ancient altar. Minister Qian Guoming looked at Lin Xiao and said slightly, do you see that swamp? The energy liquid floating in it is the mysterious tidal energy I mentioned to you earlier. Lin Xiao nodded. Just this little energy liquid has been saved for 100 years. Qian Guoming sighed slightly. This secret realm was forcibly sealed off by the top management of the Dragon Kingdom, and no great contributors were qualified to step into it. And in the past few years, it was in an era of peace, and this secret realm has not been open for 100 years, but it is cheaper for this kid. Qian Guoming took out a simple token from his arms. With the appearance of this token, the mysterious luster that originally shrouded the secret realm disappeared. Go in, Qian Guoming said to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao heard this and walked in slowly. As soon as he stepped into this secret realm, the extremely rich energy in the air made Lin Xiao feel refreshed. The pores on the whole body opened unconsciously, and they took big mouthfuls to absorb the abilities floating in the air. From the outside, you can't see anything, only personal experience knows how rich the energy is in it. Lin Xiao walked to the swamp step by step, looking at the puddle of energy liquid in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly. So, let's get started. With a step out, Lin Xiao directly sank into this energy liquid. As Lin Xiao stepped in, the originally calm swamp instantly shook slightly. Countless energy liquids were frantically absorbed and refined by Lin Xiao. And as these energy liquids were continuously refined, the origin of the space-time holy law and the time-space divine eyes in Lin Xiao's body were also constantly evolving. This energy liquid is really mysterious. Lin Xiao felt very clearly that his 2 super SSS level talents were constantly being developed. That kind of lift is a visible boost. At the same time, the endless strange energy permeating the air was also constantly being absorbed by Lin Xiao's body. Deshang's Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra didn't have to worry about Lin Xiao at all, and it operated independently. The cultivation that had been silent for a short time began to surge again, launching an attack towards the 7th order barrier. Lin Xiao once again fell into the stage of comprehensive sublimation, outside the secret realm. Deng Ping looked at Lin Xiao, who had fallen into cultivation, and shook his head. I really don't know what level of strength this kid will break through after he comes out. If nothing else happens this time, Lin Xiao should be able to break through to King Wu. King Wu, the king of all things. The goal of many Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao throughout their lives is the realm of the martial king. And Lin Xiao is only 17 years old, and he will reach the realm of countless people who have struggled for a lifetime. The stronger his strength, the better it is for our Dragon Kingdom, isn't it? As the head of a department, Chen Guoming has been able to access many core secrets. He had also heard some of the attitude of those beings standing at the peak of the Dragon Kingdom towards Lin Xiao. Even this realm of the ancient altar is the meaning of that person, otherwise, he alone as a logistics minister would not have this qualification. Sensing the fluctuations from Lin Xiao, Deng Ping, and Qian Guoming's eyes were slightly condensed. Are you going to break through? At this time, Lin Xiao had already devoted himself to deep cultivation. The energy in his body had already reached a saturated state, and the Wuang barrier that spanned in front of countless Tianjiao looked so fragile under the the impact of the Hunyuan Wuji Dao Sutra. A slight sound was accompanied by an extremely powerful fluctuation that spread out from Lin Zhao's body towards the surroundings. Breakthrough. This is the fluctuation of the 7th Order Martial King. At this moment, Lin Zhao officially broke through the 6th Order and became a one-of-a-kind Martial King powerhouse. Lin Zhao's breakthrough actually directly sucked up the originally extremely rich secret realm energy. His appetite is too big. A full 100 years of accumulation were exhausted by him alone. It's just that it's not over yet. System, add some for me. As Lin Zhao's words sounded from the depths of his heart, he had already erupted with powerful fluctuations, and he became even more violent. Outside the secret realm, Deng Ping and Xian Guoming, the two martial powerhouses, felt a huge energy fluctuation at this moment. What happened? The breath alone made them a little breathless. They had to step back. Whoosh! Lin Xiao, this kid, how did he break through the movement of King Wu so big? Deng Ping looked at this scene in shock. This was the first time he had seen Lin Xiao burst out with such momentum. It was really terrifying. Is this Lin Zhao's strength? With Lin Zhao's breakthrough, the entire realm of the ancient altar began to shake slightly. Lin Xiao is adding points like crazy. A full 600 million cultivation points were enough for him to fully sublimate himself again. For the next battle of the martial saints, he attaches great importance to it. Although the body is sainted, the martial saint powerhouse is different from the past. He must raise his current strength to an extreme state, as he continues to add points. At this time, his cultivation had reached the peak of the late 7th Order. The cultivation point directly consumed a full 100 million. With the continuous improvement of cultivation, the cultivation points required became more and more expensive with each realm in the future. And just when Lin Xiao was about to break through directly to Wu Zun in one go, his heart suddenly slowed down. Ha! What's going on? There was nothing wrong with this strange feeling. Lin Xiao raised his forehead and looked at the sky. The sky that was originally extremely clear suddenly changed. Clouds are dense, lightning and thunder roar. It seemed that a huge starry sky pupil appeared, and he was staring at everything here, as if looking for something. This feeling made Lin Xiao feel cold. The ultimate danger. Bang! Lin Xiao felt that if he forcibly broke through to Wu Zun at the moment, he would definitely be discovered by this strange pupil in the sky, and he would be dead at that time. Even if there is a system, Lin Xiao has this feeling. Ding! It has been detected that there is an enemy beyond the heavenly Dao level who is forcibly detecting it to avoid it for the host on its own. Are you okay? Ding! This service is a spontaneous action of the system. There is no need to deduct additional cultivation points. Next time a similar situation occurs, the corresponding cultivation points will be deducted according to the specific situation. I hope the host will know. The system's prompt sounds sounded in my mind. Lin Zhao's heart breathed a sigh of relief, as expected of the system. I love you so much. With the sound of the system, the great horror that originally haunted Lin Zhao's heart slowly dissipated. The extremely strange pupil in the air probed for a long time, and when he saw that he had gained nothing, he slowly disappeared. Ha! At this point, Lin Zhao's heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling just now was too depressing. The owner of that pupil is absolutely strong and unimaginable. That feeling, Lin Xiao was very sure that even his teacher Lin Yaotian was not an opponent at all. This sudden situation made Lin Xiao a little inexplicably panicked. The enemy's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination. Beyond the heavenly level? What level of existence does this have to be? Above the martial saint? At this moment, Lin Zhao's heart could not calm down for a long time. The chief is right. Bang! Behind all this, there is indeed a big hand manipulating everything. Who is he? What is his purpose? Lin Xiao fell into silence again. Who is he? The originally violent aura slowly calmed down, which also meant that this cultivation was about to come to an end. A few days later, Lin Xiao, who had been in a state of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, he had returned to his former posture, and he slowly stood up. The surrounding tidal energy had been sucked clean by him, leaving no trace left. These mystical energies are truly extraordinary. The awakening level of Lin Zhao's 2 super SSS level spacetime talents has increased by a full 5% again. This is a terrifying improvement. You must know that Lin Zhao's talent awakening is already at a very advanced stage. If he only relied on himself to comprehend and improve, he might not have made much progress in cultivating for half a year. Lin Xiao is already very satisfied with such a harvest. It's been a long time since I signed in, and I don't know what good things I'll sign in this time. Ding! Successful sign-in. Reward a wisp of the incomplete law of the Great Way. As the sound of the system sounded, a wisp of extremely mysterious law aura suddenly appeared in Lin Zhao's system space. Hiss! Good thing. Just by hearing the name, you know it's definitely a good thing. Lin Xiao hurriedly probed into his mind, feeling the wisp of the Dao law floating in the system space. That mysterious aura made him a little obsessed. And with Lin Zhao's mind appeared, this wisp of incomplete Dao law moved slightly, and it was directly integrated into Lin Zhao's body. Moment! Lin Xiao only felt that the whole person seemed to have entered a new realm. A majestic breath of law filled the brain. This is the breath of the Great Way. This aura is too vast, too deep and elusive. Lin Xiao was actually intoxicated in it and couldn't extricate himself. On the battlefield, what is he doing? Deng Ping, who had been waiting outside, looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Originally seeing him stand up, he thought it was over, but now why did he close his eyes again? It seems to be enlightenment. Xian Guoming's face trembled slightly, and he said with some uncertainty, Lin Xiao's talent was somewhat beyond his cognition, and he didn't judge this kind of demonic tianjia that was beyond common sense. But he didn't guess wrong this time. Under the perception of the law, Lin Xiao did enter the mysterious realm of enlightenment. It's just that this enlightenment is a little too frightening, because he is feeling the great way of heaven and earth. This is a realm that only the martial saint can touch, and what Lin Xiao realized was the time and space avenue that belonged to him alone, or the supreme avenue that points directly to the origin of time and space. With this in-depth enlightenment, the awakening of his two super SSS level spacetime talents has taken a big step forward again. Another day has passed. The mysterious aura slowly dissipated. Lin Xiao also opened his eyes again. The moment he opened his eyes, an extremely brilliant edge flashed away from his eyes. Lin Xiao quietly felt himself at the moment powerful, unmatched power. This is another advancement that can be called an epic sublimation. Lin Xiao had no idea how strong his strength was. He only knew that at this moment, just moving his fingers was enough to kill himself a few days ago. This is a leap of dimensional level. For the upcoming battle of the martial saints, he is simply full of confidence now. Yin Chankong, I hope you don't let me down. At this moment, Lin Xiao hoped that Yin Chankong's strength would be strong enough, otherwise it would be too boring. Lin Xiao. Seeing Lin Xiao walking out, Deng Ping stepped forward slowly. He looked at Lin Xiao in front of him very carefully, and couldn't stop shaking his head. I can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. As a dignified generation of martial arts, Deng Ping felt that he had cultivated to dogs for most of his life. In this regard, Lin Xiao just smiled lightly. It's troublesome for the two seniors to wait for a long time. Lin Xiao took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to the other party. This is the 8th grade elixir into the holy pill, and the little care is not respectful. Lin Xiao has always had the mentality of repaying people who are good to himself. Of course, those who dare to threaten themselves, Lin Xiao will never be soft-hearted. Inside the villa, Lin Xiao's mind repeatedly appeared the strange giant eyes that appeared in the starry sky a few days ago. At that time, he also specially asked Deng Lao and Qian Lao if there were any abnormal situations during his cultivation, and the reply he got made him even more solemn. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter this place at all, except for the movement of your kid's cultivation. Where else is there? These are the original words of Qian Guoming and Qian Lao. Other words. Only he could see the terrifying giant eyes at the beginning. System. Ding, the host is here. Where did the owner of the starry sky giant eyes come from? Ding. In order to ensure the life safety of the host, this transaction must deduct 1 billion cultivation points. May I ask if? Lin Xiao heard the sound and gave up the inquiry directly. Another billion. Is it the same person as the person behind the scenes last time? If it's the same person, it's fine. If not. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's face became heavier and heavier. At the moment, he had broken through to the peak of King Wu. If his estimate was correct, his true strength should be around the middle of the 9th order. Originally, the improvement was not so great, but that incomplete Dao Law made him completely reborn. Truly stepped into a whole new field. The reason why the martial saint is strong is because he can already understand the laws of the great way between heaven and earth. This is the power of the law above the rules, the supreme power that this world can carry. Take one step at a time. Lin Xiao threw away those gloomy thoughts in his mind, and there were more important things to do at the moment. And, with a system, he has enough confidence to face all dangers. Ding dong. Humph. The doorbell rang. Someone looking for themselves? Lin Xiao stepped forward suspiciously. After opening the door, seeing the comber, Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. No, don't you invite me in and sit down? The voice was a little crisp, a little shy, and a hint of joy. The person who came was the ice and the water. Since she was rescued by Lin Xiao on the battlefield last time, these days, the picture of that time has been floating in her mind. At the critical moment of life and death, his figure clearly appeared in his mind, and even the last sentence was related to him. She has been living in the army since she was a child, and all the pictures she sees are scenes of fighting with the enemy. Those bloody pictures once made his heart cold, and she was also deeply infected and has always taken killing the enemy as the only goal in life. Until I met Lin Xiao, this teenager who showed extreme strength from the beginning. His strong strength made her curious, and she had an urge to compete with him. Later, after inquiring, it was learned that the boy was born in the end of the micro and was not the son of those so-called wealthy families at all. This made her more and more curious. Gradually, she was impressed by the strong strength of the teenager and developed a trace of admiration. Tianjiao discusses the battle. She plucked up the courage to say the first word to the boy for the first time, and after getting a response, no one knew how happy she was in her heart at that time. And the brilliance of the teenager is even more dazzling. Step by step, under her gaze, stepped on the throne of the pinnacle. This begins. The shadow of the boy was deeply buried in the girl's heart, but the boy's pace was too fast, faster than she imagined. In order to be able to catch up with the other party, the girl disappeared for a while, and she had a hard time during this time. Every day is a wandering between life and death. Every moment is either fighting or on the way to fighting. Her background is very strong, so strong that she can live comfortably even without cultivation. But she didn't enjoy herself comfortably, whether it was to kill the enemy or catch up with the back of the teenager. She threw herself into the torrent of the general trend without hesitation. All the way. She has always regarded the boy as her most important friend. But the battle of air luck is on top. At the moment of life and death, at the moment when the boy appeared, she felt an emotion appear that she had never felt before. It was an indescribable feeling. These days, she has been repeatedly asking herself what this feeling is. She even asked many uncles around her. All you can get is a meaningful smile. Ruer has grown up, and it's time to think about the future. Do you like Lin Xiao? This is a question asked by an old man who watched her grow up. As soon as this question appeared, she instantly figured everything out. Originally, it turned out that unknowingly, her feelings for him had long gone beyond friendship. It turns out that this is what it feels like to fall in love with someone. Ha ha ha. Ponder over. She mustered up the courage to come and look for the boy. Won't you invite me in and sit down? Looking at the young man who was a little stunned, Bing Qinru spoke softly again. Oh, come in. There might be a bit of chaos at home. Lin Xiao scratched his head a little embarrassed. He didn't like cleaning very much, and he really didn't expect this cold-looking girl to come to the door. Well, it's okay, I'll clean up. Bing Qinru walked in slowly. She really began to help Lin Xiao clean up. This made Lin Xiao even more embarrassed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to clean up. After a while, the huge villa was cleaned up by two people. Why did you suddenly come to me? Is there something wrong? Lin Xiao was the first to speak, and he was a little puzzled. Well, I haven't had time to say thank you to you for saving my life last time. Bing Qinru's beautiful light blue eyes looked straight at Lin Xiao's face, looking at Lin Xiao a little hairy. Yes, aren't we friends? If a friend is in trouble, I should help. Lin Xiao waved his hand. That's it? When Bing Qinru heard this, her cold face showed a sweet smile. I said a long time ago, you should smile better. Don't put on a face coldly. It's easy to wrinkle. Lin Xiao spoke slightly. The girl's appearance was very alluring, and her smile was like a fairy. If you like it, can I smile at you every day in the future? Bing Qinru asked this sentence coldly. Lin Xiao didn't react for a while. He frowned. What do you mean by laughing at me? We can't stay together forever. Do you have anything else? The awkward atmosphere of a man and a woman getting along alone made Lin Xiao a little uncomfortable, and he still had a lot of things to deal with. After a few seconds of slight calm and space, Bing Qinru took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision, and opened her mouth tremblingly. Lin Xiao, I like you. After saying that, her whole face immediately turned red, and she buried her little face deeply. She has practiced this sentence countless times in the past few days, just to be able to open this mouth in front of the teenager. And Lin Xiao was stunned in place. What? Like me? What about the trouble? Bang! Dude, you're not ready to fall in love. He secretly glanced at himself in the mirror. Well, he was indeed a little handsome. I have to say that if in the previous life, if there was such an iceberg beauty pursuing himself, he would definitely agree immediately without saying a word. Bang bang bang! Bing Qinru saw that Lin Xiao had not responded for a long time, and raised her forehead slightly. When she saw Lin Xiao's slightly silent face, she only felt like there was a bug moving in her heart, and she was very flustered.